Attention, dear audience. Today I will tell you about a fantasy masterpiece about a loser's counterattack. The protagonist, Yi Kin, is an unlucky guy who traveled through two lives. In the first life, he was a programmer who died suddenly. In the second life, he was directly transformed into an orphan in the slums of Blue Star. In Blue Star, a world where everyone is a lord, every 16-year-old boy will stand on the altar of destiny, accept the blessing of the priest, inspire his own lord's heart, and thus become a lord of a region. But this guy deserves the title of unlucky guy. He only opened the worst Grey Lord's heart, which made Yi Kin's mentality explode on the spot. But the reversal came. He actually had a golden epic treasure, Heart of Nature, hidden in his body. This thing directly transformed the 200-square-meter doghouse into a 500-square-meter elf treehouse, and also came with the Sun and Moon Fairy Pot artifact. What's even more amazing is that this golden finger makes the female attributes of the territory increase 10 times, and the summoned heroes are 100% beauties. Yi Kin once again looked at his newly acquired territory. Territory, level 1. Area, 500 square meters. Buildings, Life Cave. Residence, 0. Grade, Epic. Territory features, Mysterious Power. Feature description: it is said that the ancients obtained the mysterious art from the gods, and eventually used it to control women and ascend to heaven, becoming immortals. The Lord's resentment of being a single dog for 2 lifetimes, under the blessing of mysterious power, gave birth to this extreme feature. Territory Attribute 1. The resentment of 2 lives of singles, which makes the territory suppress 50% of the attributes of male enemies. Territory Attribute 2. The resentment of 2 lives of singles, which makes all the attributes of women in the territory increase to 10 times the original. Territory Attribute 3. The resentment of being single for 2 lifetimes makes the chance of summoning heroes and soldiers to obtain beauties in the territory 100%. Territory Attribute 4. Insufficient level. Yes, the area has more than doubled. Yi Kin looked at the territory increasing from a few hundred square meters to 500 square meters and smiled like a fool. The original simple hut was gone, replaced by a short, fat, hollow tree, less than 5 meters high and only 3 meters in diameter. From a distance, it looks like a big green bun with green buds all over the top. There are words engraved on both sides of the tree hole. The world is big in the hole, and the sun and moon are long in the pot. You can look towards the tree hole and saw a large emerald green pot about the height of a person, carved with sun and moon patterns. The mist in the pot was rising gently, and it was obviously a treasure. Sun and Moon Fairy Pot. Introduction. It contains the origin of the world, which can make the territory buildings evolve. Oh my god, baby! Yi Kin was so excited when he saw this introduction that he couldn't help himself. It was a pity that he couldn't afford to buy a building, otherwise he would have tried it a long time ago. What excited him most was that after integrating the Heart of Nature, the grade of the territory actually jumped to the epic level. On Blue Star, Silver Legend is already the top level. I didn't expect there is also Gold Epic. God really favors me. Yi Kin looked at the glittering golden word epic and felt delighted. However, this good mood was soon broken by a sentence in the introduction of the territory's characteristics. The resentment of being a single dog for 2 lifetimes. Fuck you. What's wrong with being a bachelor for 2 lifetimes? Did I eat your food? Yi Kin cursed. Although the attributes of the territory are against the sky, this description is really infuriating. Just when Yi Kin was doubting his life, the atmosphere in the classroom suddenly became strange, and all the students became quiet. Yi Kin knew that the teacher was coming, so he immediately put away his distracting thoughts and returned to reality. At this moment, the air in the classroom suddenly turned cold, and many ice crystal petals appeared above the podium. Buzz! Then, a space door cracked open on the podium. Crack, crack! There was a sound of ice shards breaking, and then a pair of slender legs stepped out of the door. Ice Goddess Lumingly. I didn't expect that she was our teacher. The students were all stunned as they watched the Ice Goddess slowly walk out of the space gate. Lumingly was wearing an ice blue modern Hanfu dress with the hem just reaching her knees, revealing a pair of stunning long legs. She has crescent-shaped eyebrows, star-like eyes, a straight nose, and long black hair tied up with just a white ribbon. She looks cool and elegant with a hint of grace, as if she is a fairy from Earth. But when the students met her eyes, they couldn't help but feel a chill spread, because her eyes seemed to warn, strange people stay away. My name is Lumingly, and I am your mentor for the rookie trials. First of all, congratulations on successfully entering the Lord's world and becoming an independent Lord. The next trials will determine your future development direction, so everyone must be fully alert and never take it lightly. Lumingly's tone was cold, and she went straight to the point without any delay. When a newcomer enters the endless void for the first time, he will be protected by the rules of the void, and the enemy will not be too powerful. But even so, there will still be special circumstances. When you encounter an existence that you cannot resist, choose to withdraw immediately. Do not hesitate. Lu Mengli described in detail the precautions of the trial. Each student participating in the trial is only allowed to bring no more than 2 buildings, while there is no limit on items such as food, equipment, and skills. But generally speaking, students will not bring overly powerful equipment and skill books, because the monsters during the trial will become stronger as the Lord's strength increases. Smart students would follow the school's rules and only bring 2 buildings and enough food. These rules were not only clear to students of Xinhua College, but also to outsiders like Yi Can. Everyone get ready. The trial will begin in an hour and last for 10 days. After Lu Mengli finished speaking, she sat down cross-legged on the cushion on the podium. Students rushed out of the classroom to prepare the materials needed for the trial. I'm so poor. Yi Can touched the few source crystals he had left and walked silently to the academy's trading market. Some students' parents had prepared all kinds of food, drinks, and carefully selected buildings for them. But for Yi Can, buildings were luxury goods because he couldn't afford them. After walking around the market for a few rounds, Yi Can ended up buying only the cheapest food and water. Although supplies are scarce, my territory is powerful. As long as I can survive the first few waves of monsters and get the supplies, I should be able to cope with it. Yi Can gritted his teeth and returned to the classroom first. An hour later, Lu Mengli suddenly opened her eyes. The newcomer trial begins now. Good luck to you. She gently waved her jade hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A piece of fluorescent light flew out from her hand, transformed into digital symbols, and gently landed on each student. These are protection symbols provided by the college to students, through which teachers can monitor their conditions. Although the probability of casualties during the trial is low, special incidents may still occur. The teacher's responsibility is to deal with these emergencies and ensure the safety of the students. However, this protection is only one time, and students will then face the challenges of the endless void alone. When Huang Xingxing and his friends saw that their numbers were next to Yi Can, a sinister smile appeared on their faces. You lowly beggar, you are dead this time. Huang Xingxing stared at Yi Can with gritted teeth, his eyes full of hatred. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, but a villain will be calculating from morning till night. How could a villain like Huang Xingxing miss the opportunity to take revenge on Yi Can? However, Yi Can knew nothing about this, because he had already touched the Advent button of the Lord's heart and was drawn into the vast void. Finally here, after a dizzying moment, Yi Can appeared on a piece of dry land, next to which was a short and fat tree with its belly bursting. That was his old nest, the ancient cave of life. However, apart from that, there was nothing else in the territory. The area outside the territory was shrouded in a thin layer of mist, and the farther away you were, the blurrier the view became. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, in the mist came the sound of dead branches and leaves being crushed. Fuck, they didn't even give me time to prepare. Yi Can's heart was shocked, and he stood up suddenly. He knew that the trial had begun. At this moment, his territory was empty, and the only thing he needed to defend was the core building, the ancient cave of life. As long as it was not destroyed, the entire territory would be safe. So he rushed into the ancient cave of life without hesitation. It feels so comfortable. As soon as he entered the ancient cave of life, Yi Can felt a warm air flow rushing into his body, instantly relaxing all the pores on his body. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. It felt like he had taken a strong medicine, and all the strength in his body seemed to be stimulated. Woo wow, woo wow. Just when Yi Can was feeling ecstatic, 2 harsh voices suddenly interrupted his immersion. He stuck his head out and saw 2 ugly lizards rushing out of the mist. These 4-legged snakes are 1 meter long, covered with scales, have ugly dog heads, and their mouths are full of sharp teeth, which are very creepy. Yi Can took a closer look, and the properties of the 4-legged snakes were immediately revealed. Void Dog Lizard, Level 1, Grade Ordinary, Constitution 1.1, Spirit 0.5, Skill Bite. Introduction: a lizard infected by the void evil spirit, pitiful and cute. Even with this ferocious appearance, it's still cute. Yi Can was speechless after reading the introduction, but he also breathed a sigh of relief. He was like a lone commander without even a building. If the first wave of monsters became too powerful, he would definitely die. Come on, let me show you my fists and feet, which I have honed through survival in the wilderness. Yi Can waited quietly at the door of the ancient cave of life, ready to welcome the arrival of the 2 puppies. Woo woo. With a piercing howl, the first puppy pounced on him. Go! Yikan's long-accumulated golden right foot suddenly kicked out, hitting the puppy's belly without scales. Crack! -70. The sound of bones breaking was heard, and a number appeared on the puppy's forehead. This kick directly killed most of its life. Yikan moved quickly. As soon as his right foot landed on the ground, he turned sideways and hit the second puppy's head with his elbow. Bang! -100. This hit was a critical hit, almost killing the second puppy in an instant. In fact, it's not that Yikan is so strong, but the physique of these two dog snakes is similar to that of ordinary adults. If Yikan used this series of actions on an ordinary person, it might be fatal, let alone this 1-meter-long puppy. Die! Seeing victory in sight, Yikan dared not give the puppies a chance to breathe. He rushed forward and kicked one of them to death. Whoa! The other puppy struggled to death and bit Yikan's foot. Oh my god, it's really a dog. Yikan felt the pain and held the dog's head and beat it violently, quickly killing the other dog snake. Buzz! Buzz! As the two monsters died, tiny gases began to float out of their bodies, drifting towards the ancient cave of life, and were eventually swallowed by the sun and moon immortal pot. Yikan didn't care about this. He was still exploring the operation of the territory. This should be the vanguard. There must be more to come. Yikan didn't dare to stay outside, kicked away the two dog snakes, collected the spoils, and returned to the ancient cave of life. The dense airflow of the ancient cave of life could help him recover his strength. Although these two puppies were not strong, they dropped 2 bronze treasure chests and some crystals, source crystals and boundary stones. Source crystals are the currency of this world. They can be used to buy things in reality and are also necessary for the development of territories. The upgrade and construction of buildings requires source crystals. The boundary stone is an exclusive item bound to the Lord. Its only function is to upgrade the core building of the territory, which is Yikan's ancient life cave. This is the first pot of gold in my career as a lord. Yikan carefully put away the huge sum of money, 20 source crystals and 10 boundary stones. With this money, Yikan suddenly felt confident. After taking a deep breath, he couldn't wait to open the 2 treasure chests. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining 30 source crystals and the hero altar. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining 50 source crystals. Gulu, is this a good start? Yikan looked at the fist-sized building in front of him and couldn't help swallowing. Getting the building on the first kill, this luck is simply amazing. He calmed down and immediately threw the hero altar out. The hero altar took root in the ground and soon turned into a 3-meter square ancient altar. Hero altar, level 1, grade, normal, durability, 100, consumption, 10 source crystals / time. The success rate of summoning heroes is affected by the luck value. Introduction. The altar connecting the dimensional world. You can use void crystals to open the dimensional door and summon heroes to fight for the Lord. Ding! The Sun and Moon Fairy Pot has detected an evolvable building, the hero altar. Do you want to evolve it? Just as Yikan was about to summon a hero, a prompt sounded in his mind. How could I forget this? Yikan suddenly remembered the introduction of the Sun and Moon Immortal Pot and was shocked. He immediately said, Evolution. Buzz. A wisp of misty gas floated out of the Sun and Moon Immortal Pot and landed on the hero altar. Then, the altar seemed to be sucked into a vortex of time and space, twisting wildly. After a few breaths, the altar turned into a hexagonal pool made of crystal. The pool was several times larger than the original altar, and there were 9 small stone platforms of different colors around it. The pond is surrounded by green vines and full of small flowers, which completely loses the original solemnity of the altar and instead adds a sense of vitality. These vines were tightly entangled together, forming a fence that surrounded the pool in the center, like a bathing pool. The pool was sparkling and filled with mist, and Yikan couldn't help but feel the urge to jump in and take a bath. Heavenly Demon Nirvana Pool, level 1, grade, legend, durability, 10,000, consumption, summon 100 source crystals / time. The success rate of summoning heroes is affected by the luck value. Introduction. A treasure forgotten by the times, which can communicate with all realms and attract the resentment, residual soul, or origin of potential heavenly demons, allowing them to be reborn from the nirvana. A legendary building. This is so cool. However, it costs 100 source crystals to summon it once, which is too much. Are you planning to leave me with just this little fortune? Yikan felt a little distressed, but still invested all his fortune in it. Chapter 5. The first hero, Sudaji. After the nirvana pool absorbed the source crystal, it suddenly flashed a pink light. Then, a low female voice came from the pool, with a hint of helplessness and anger. Saint, I am a peaceful demon, but I came out because you summoned me. Why do you want to cross the river and destroy the bridge? I am unwilling to accept it." The voice was full of strong dissatisfaction and grievance, which made people feel sad. Yikan was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Could this voice be from that which Su Daji? A hint of expectation flashed in his eyes, and he stared at the Nirvana pool, guessing secretly in his heart. The Nirvana pool glowed again, and a woman with long hair, almond eyes, and rosy cheeks slowly walked out of the pool. Her figure was graceful, like a drunken crabapple, and her eyes seemed to be able to seduce people's souls. As soon as she walked out of the pool, a statue that looked almost exactly like her appeared on the small stone platform next to her. Yikan was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. This. He could hardly speak. It turned out that the woman in front of him was the beauty who had caused the Great Shang dynasty to end, the nine-tailed fox demon Su Daji, one of the 3 demons in Xinyuan tomb. Young master, Su Daji's gaze finally fell on Yikan. She suddenly realized that she was not wearing anything, and immediately retreated back into the pool in shock. Yikan was also startled, and a blush quickly appeared on her face. Yikan didn't expect to see such an erotic scene and was completely stunned. He stood there, staring at her intently. Do you know what your situation is now?" Yikan scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. Su Daji tilted her head slightly, slowly digesting the information that emerged in her mind. "I know a little bit. The Lord's call allowed me to be reborn, and Daji is now a hero under the Lord's seat." Yikan breathed a sigh of relief and thought, "That's good." After that, he took out a set of clothes from the storage bag and placed it next to the Nirvana pool. "Here are the clothes. Although they may not fit you, you can wear them first and change into new clothes later." The storage bag was something he got when he was in Shinhua College. Although it was a low-level item, it could solve the current dilemma. "Thank you, Lord." Su Daji smiled, and her expression gradually relaxed. Her identity and experience were extraordinary. Although she was once a cold and ruthless fox demon, her state of mind was different after this rebirth. Soon after, Su Daji came out dressed neatly. Although the clothes were simple and plain, they had a special charm on her, as if any clothes could become attractive because of her. Yikan looked at her, and a burst of amazement surged in his heart. This is the fairy of the ages. She is so charming. It is simply unimaginable. At this moment, Su Daji's eyes were filled with curiosity, and she would glance at Yikan with her charming eyes from time to time. Is this immortal? Why can he reverse my fate and give me a chance to be reborn? Yikan couldn't help but check her attributes. Su Daji race, human. Rank, legend. Level, 1. Constitution, 30. Original attribute 3. Territory attribute 10 times blessing. Spirit, 50. Original attribute 5. Territory attribute 10 times blessing. Charm, 300. 30 innate attributes, 10 times the territory attributes. Bloodline, 9-tailed fox talent. Charm level 1. Charm plus 30, increases with talent level. Skill, charm, innate skill, turns everyone upside down and makes the opponent lose themselves. After reading it, Yikan exclaimed, "Her attributes can easily crush me. With just one hand, I think she can beat 5 of me." He secretly sighed in his heart. "I'm really too talkative." The complaints of this two-life single dog have become really delicious. The Lord gave Daji the opportunity to be reborn, and Daji is very grateful. Su Daji said with a smile. Her smile, which contained both innocence and desire, made Yikan's heart beat faster involuntarily. "Then, you should just call me young master." Yikan smiled awkwardly. Facing such a beautiful woman, he felt both nervous and excited. "Okay, sir. How about you take me around to get familiar with this place?" Su Daji seemed to have noticed Yikan's nervousness and took the initiative to suggest. Yikan breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, let's go." He began to introduce his territory to Su Daji. "I'm from Blue Star Shinhua Academy, and today is the first day of the Novice Lord trial," Yikan said as he led her to the ancient cave of life. "This territory is quite simple at the moment, except for the Nirvana pool that summons you. There is only the core building, the ancient cave of life." "Young master, wait for me." Su Daji quickly caught up with him and gently grabbed Yikan's hand. At that moment, Yikan's heart almost stopped beating. The soft touch of her palm made him tremble unconsciously. Despite this, he still mustered up the courage to hold her hand back and slowed down his pace. Walking to the ancient cave of life, Su Daji couldn't help but sigh softly. So comfortable. She closed her eyes, enjoying the refreshing breath, and revealed a satisfied smile. This place is really suitable for cultivation, she thought to herself, and a complex emotion flashed across her eyes. Although the master looks a little green, judging from his position, he has extraordinary background. Yikan took her into the ancient cave of life, preparing to take a short break and cultivate their relationship, when suddenly there was a noise outside. The second wave of monsters was coming. A chaotic sound of footsteps approached, and Yikan suddenly became nervous. Here they come. As the sound got closer, 4 void dog lizards suddenly rushed out of the fog. Yikan thought that the number of enemies had doubled this time, but unexpectedly, the fog suddenly rolled on both sides, and 4 more puppies rushed out. Chapter 6. Child of Destiny. Fuck, this is too cruel. 12 of them come at once. Yikan felt his head numb when he saw the void dog lizards suddenly pouring out around the Nirvana pool. Don't worry, sir. Daji is here. Su Daji walked out from behind Yikan, raised her eyes seductively, and her temperament instantly became quite charming. Buzz. Her pink eyes flashed with charming light, and the 4 void dog lizards that rushed over suddenly slowed down and started to bite each other. Woo-wop, woo-wop. As the dog lizards on both sides began to fight each other, Yikan seized the opportunity and kicked the puppy on the right out one by one. However, these void dog lizards have thick skin and flesh, and Yikan's attacks are not very effective. It is difficult to quickly eliminate them by strength alone. Young master, don't be afraid, Daji is here. When Yikan was still dealing with 4 dog lizards, a crisp voice came. With Su Daji's intervention, the 4 dog lizards on the left began to quickly turn into a bloody mess, as if they were suppressed by some invisible force and completely lost the power to resist. Daji, how come your innate skills are so strong? How come these dog lizards fell down so easily? Yikan looked at the fallen dog lizards in confusion, his eyes full of shock. Young master, this is not a skill, it's completely a suppression of strength. Su Daji smiled lightly with her hands covering her mouth, standing elegantly. She has gradually gotten used to the feeling of killing the enemy with her own hands. It is completely different from her previous life when she was high and mighty. This feeling of personally participating in the battle makes her feel novel and exciting. It seems I am too weak. Yikan touched his head awkwardly and finally understood how powerful Su Daji was. The void dog lizard's physique is only 1.1, while Su Daji's physique is 30. The two are completely on different levels. His previous surprise was just due to her delicate appearance. In fact, Su Daji's fighting ability could easily crush him. As the battle ended, the remaining dog lizards also fell under the powerful charm of Su Daji. Yikan looked at these gains and couldn't help muttering to himself. It actually dropped 500 source crystals, 90 boundary stones, 11 treasure chests, and even 3 black iron treasure chests. Could it be because? He raised his head suddenly, with a flash of eager light in his eyes. Su Daji, you brought the luck, right? Sir, what's wrong? Su Daji's heart tightened when she saw the heat in Yikan's eyes, but she relaxed immediately. Yikan's eyes did not have any evil thoughts, which made her wonder, shouldn't men think with their lower body? Why does he look at me so passionately, but he doesn't have any improper thoughts? She couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After my rebirth, have I lost even this charm? When she was doubting herself, Yikan suddenly pounced on her and hugged her, excited like a child. Daji, you are really my lucky star, huh? Master, what's wrong? Su Daji was completely confused. She had doubted her own charm before, but this sudden action made her wonder. Why did things change so suddenly? And the master seems to be really happy. Does he really like me? Oh. Yikan realized his mistake at this moment, and quickly put her down, his cheeks flushed immediately. Sorry, I got too excited. He explained awkwardly. Before you arrived, I had killed a few puppies, but the resources they dropped were much less than this time, and there was no black iron treasure chest. After you came, the resources dropped increased a lot, especially the black iron treasure chests. I think your charm value played a role and increased the monster's explosion rate. Young master, is it true? Su Daji's eyes lit up, and the luster returned to her foxy eyes. Of course it's true. In fact, there are 2 kinds of chosen ones in the world. One is called the Son of Luck. They always have good luck and can pick up treasures wherever they go. They can even find secret manuals in the garbage dump. The other is the Child of Destiny, just like you. Everything goes smoothly for you, and everything turns out well. As Yikan spoke, he picked up the scattered source crystals and boundary stones and placed 11 treasure chests in front of Su Daji. Come, help me open these treasure chests and see what else can be dropped. Su Daji reached out and tapped the first black iron treasure chest, and a crisp reminder sounded immediately. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining 100 source crystals and the territory building. Wooden fence. Fence. That's great. Now we don't have to worry about the wind from outside coming into our territory. Yikan rubbed his hands excitedly. When he saw the fence reward, he suddenly felt happy. Then, Su Daji continued to open other treasure chests. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining 30 boundary stones. Ding. Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining 100 source crystals and the territory building toilet. Ding. Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining source crystal 60 and the equipment palace fan. Ding. Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining boundary stone 15 and the equipment long sword. As a series of prompt sounds rang out, Yeekin harvested 440 source crystals and 100 boundary stones, as well as 6 pieces of equipment and 2 buildings as rewards. I've made a fortune. Yeekin was in a very good mood when he saw these treasures, and his eyes sparkled. With Su Daji's blessing, the chance of opening a treasure chest has really increased. He looked at these generous rewards and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If it weren't for her, I probably wouldn't be able to get even one item. Go. He threw the wooden fence out, and the fence quickly grew and became a complete 25 by 20 fence, enclosing the entire territory. Ding. The Sun and Moon Fairy Pot detected an upgradable building, wooden fence. Do you want to evolve it? Yes. Yeekin chose to upgrade without hesitation, and then saw a wisp of misty breath floating out from the Sun and Moon Immortal Pot and falling on the fence. Chapter 7. The Beast Tide Attacks, Chi-Chi-Chi-Chi. With the sound of sprouts growing, the wooden fence began to come alive. The originally simple wooden boards quickly grew larger and thicker, turning into wooden stakes as thick as thighs. Immediately afterwards, dense green thorns grew on the wooden stake. Each thorn was extremely sharp, as if it could pierce through any object. Poisonous Thorn Wall, Level 1, Grade, Excellent, Durability, 1000, Passive, Thorn Level 1, Poison Attack, slows down the enemy, causes 1% continuous damage per second. Introduction. The wooden fence is activated by the power of nature and transformed into a nightmare for void monsters. With this wooden wall, we don't have to worry about those puppies anymore. Yeekin looked at the mutated fence with satisfaction and said confidently. Then, he threw the toilet into a corner of the territory and activated the Sun and Moon Fairy Pot to transform it. Decomposition Treehouse, Level 1, Grade, Perfect, Durability, 5000, Slot 2. Introduction. The Decomposition Treehouse, created by the power of nature, can transform unclean things into the most primitive nutrients. Why does the shape and style give me the feeling of a night elf? Could it be that the heart of nature I obtained really came from the elf world? Yeekin sighed and recalled the night elves in the game. At that time, he liked the world full of natural forces the most. The buildings with life and the beautiful female soldiers of the elves almost became what he dreamed of. Young master, you are so powerful. Are you really the reincarnation of an immortal? Su Daji looked at all the changes in front of her eyes. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she looked extremely surprised. This is just the beginning. The territory has just started. There will be more surprises in the future. Just wait and see. Yeekin smiled and took Su Daji's hand. Since the battle is not over yet, there may be more monsters. Let's go back and rest first. Yeah. Su Daji smiled sweetly and let Yeekin pull her towards the ancient cave of life. After the two returned to the ancient cave of life, Yeekin left a long sword and gave the remaining 5 pieces of equipment to Su Daji. These equipments do not need to be worn directly. As long as they are placed in the equipment bar, their effects can be activated. However, Su Daji obviously does not like the appearance of these equipments. The appearance of these equipments really doesn't suit you. Yeekin couldn't help but agree when he saw her jade-like skin and slender figure. Master, I feel like I've become stronger. After equipping herself, Su Daji felt a powerful force coming from her body, as if it could tear everything apart. Yeekin clicked on her attributes and was immediately shocked. Her physique is too abnormal. I estimate that she can easily deal with 100 of me with one hand. Su Daji Race, Human, Rank, Legend, Level 1, Constitution, 100, Original Attribute 3, Territory Attribute 10 times Blessing, Equipment plus 70, Spirit, 80, Original Attribute 5, Territory Attribute 10 times Blessing, Equipment plus 30. Charm, 300, 30 Innate Attributes, 10 times the Territory Attributes. Bloodline, Nine-Tailed Fox, Talent, Charm Level 1, Charm plus 30, increases with the talent level. Skill, Charm, Innate Skill, turns everyone upside down and makes the opponent lose themselves. Oh my god, this physique is simply amazing. I think she can deal with 100 of me with just one hand. Yeekin looked at her attributes, took a deep breath and sighed. Daji was able to be reborn and become so powerful, all because of the master's summons. Without the master, Daji is nothing, so I will never hurt the master. Su Daji sat down next to Yeekin and gently held his arm. The natural sense of dependence made Yikan's heart beat faster instantly. Perhaps because she was summoned by him, Sudaji had an inexplicable dependence on him, like an extremely insecure kitten who could feel comforted as long as she was with him. Don't worry, I will protect you too. Yikan held her soft little hand, gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist, and slowly relaxed. As time went by, he no longer blushed as easily as he did at the beginning, but became more natural. And Sudaji still cuddled beside him docilely, like a clinging kitten. Young master, what should we do next? After realizing her powerful strength, Sudaji couldn't wait to verify how strong she was. Now there are 2 more buildings in the territory, and your attributes have been greatly improved. There will be stronger enemies appearing next, so we have to make some preparations. Yikan originally planned to upgrade the levels of the Thorn Poison Wall in Sudaji, but when he saw the massive amount of source crystals required, he decisively gave up the plan. The reason is simple: his starting point is too high. Ordinary quality buildings and heroes start from 100 source crystals and gradually increase to 200, 500, 1000. The Thorn Poison Wall is of excellent quality, starting at 1000 source crystals, and subsequent upgrade requirements are even higher. Sudaji's situation should not be underestimated. She is a legendary hero, and it takes 10,000 source crystals to upgrade from level 1 to level 2. Moreover, the level of buildings and residents in the territory cannot exceed the level of the core buildings. Therefore, Yikan must first upgrade the Ancient Cave of Life. However, the Ancient Cave of Life is an epic building that requires 20,000 boundary stones to start with, and his current reserve of boundary stones is only 200, which is far from the goal. The starting point is too high. It's really frustrating. Now it seems that I can only rely on heroes. Yikan sighed and walked towards the heavenly demon Nirvana pool. He also understood that this setting was more reasonable. If there were no restrictions on the core buildings in the territory, those second-generation players would be able to fly at the beginning. Congratulations to the Lord for winning an ice silk shirt. Congratulations to the Lord for winning a gold silk robe. Congratulations to the Lord for winning a wine gourd. Oh my God, what are these? Yikan threw the source crystal into the heavenly demon Nirvana pool, but what came out was not a hero, but some random items. This is not right. Why is it completely different from what I expected? He frowned helplessly. 900 source crystals were thrown in, but there was not even a splash. Sir, these items seem to be things from my previous life, and they all look very useful. Sudaji saw that Yikan was disappointed and walked up to comfort him. Well, these clothes are suitable for you. Yikan handed the ice silk shirt and the golden silk gown to Sudaji and hung the wine gourd around his waist. Crack, crack. Suddenly, the fog in 4 directions began to roll, and then a large number of void dog lizards emerged from the fog. There were dozens of them in each direction, half of which were elite monsters. They were huge, with strong limbs and over 2 meters long, like crocodiles with dog heads. Damn, is a beast tide coming? Yikan tensed up. He thought the 3rd wave of monsters would be stronger, but he didn't expect it to be so large. It was completely beyond his expectations. Chapter 8. Bloodline Awakens. Daji Goes Wild. Void Dog Lizard Elite. Level 2. Grade. Excellent. Constitution. 10. Spirit. 0.5. Skills. Bite. Tier. Introduction. A lizard infected by the void evil spirit, with sharp claws and fangs, which can easily knock over earth walls and tear apart beasts. Not only did you send out elite monsters, but they were level 2 ones too. You really think highly of me. Yikan clenched his sword, ready to rush towards the poisonous thorn wall, but was stopped by Sudaji. Young master, leave it to Daji. Although this batch of monsters is inferior to the previous batch in both quantity and quality, Sudaji is still not afraid when facing these elite monsters with powerful attributes. Daji, I know you can easily crush them, but the monsters are besieging you from 4 directions, and you can't take care of so many. I will guard the north gate, and the other 3 directions are up to you. Yikan patted Sudaji's tender little hand and rushed out without waiting for her to react. At the same time, the puppies had arrived at the poison wall, biting the thorns and hitting the wall frantically. Every time they hit a wall, a red damage number will appear on their heads. That is the poison damage caused by the thorns, which reduces their health by 1% per second. As long as the poisonous wall of thorns can last for 100 seconds without being torn apart, the monsters attacking it will be slowly consumed. It's really an uncivilized beast. Yikan stood inside the poisonous wall of thorns and seized the opportunity to continuously stab his knife through the cracks in the wall, accurately stabbing into the belly of the void dog lizard. Occasionally, a few elite monsters climbed up the wall, and Yikan rushed over and chopped them down with a knife. This was the difference between brute force and skill. Although the number of monsters this time was huge, Yikin was not afraid at all, but became more excited. The more monsters there are, the more he can gain. After breaking through this level, the strength of the territory will be greatly improved, and he can even try to use the heavenly demon Nirvana pool to summon another hero. Bang, bang, bang. Unlike Yikan's cautious response, Sudaji seemed particularly relaxed. She directly jumped over the wall and cast a charm spell, instantly bewitching a large number of enemies. Then, she waved the palace fan in her hand, beating the small monsters one by one, as if she was chopping melons and vegetables, and killed them all the way from the west gate of the territory to the south gate. Even those level 2 elite monsters could not withstand her attack and were ruthlessly eliminated by her. Those void dog lizards seemed to have no power to fight back against Sudaji, and they even doubted the value of their own lives. Daji, hurry to the east gate. Yikan suddenly shouted at the north gate. It turned out that the east gate was not defended, and the monsters had already broken through the thorny poison wall near the north gate. Seeing the loophole, the monsters at the north gate also came to support the east gate. Here they come. Sudaji suddenly stepped on the ground, and her body rushed directly into the monster pile like an arrow from a bow. Her momentum of standing alone against 10,000 enemies instantly refreshed Yikan's 3 views. Is this still the gentle, charming, and delicate girl? She's worthy of being the leader of the 3 demons in Xianyuan Tomb. Yikan looked at Sudaji transforming into a tank and felt inexplicably at ease, and his tense mood gradually relaxed. However, suddenly, a strong sense of crisis rose from his heart. He looked up suddenly and saw a 3-meter-tall monster appearing at the north gate. It was a void dog lizard that walked upright, holding a mace in its hand and swinging it fiercely. Boom! Its mace smashed down, instantly destroying a large area of the poisonous thorn wall. At the same time, the void dog lizard elites from all directions rushed towards Sudaji like crazy, as if they wanted to surround her. They were not afraid of death and rushed forward like moths to a flame. Fuck, Void Dog King. Yikan opened his eyes wide and was shocked when he saw the huge Dog King. Void Dog King, boss level, grade, physical fitness, spirit, skills, bite, tear, savage charge, precision strike. Introduction. The leader of the Void Dog Lizards likes to hide in the dark and watch his brothers fight to the death and finally come out to make the final decision. Oh my god, I can't even see its attributes. Yikan was stunned for a moment, then rushed towards the ancient cave of life. With his current 1.2 physique, weapons, and combat experience, he can barely fight against an elite monster, but if he goes head-to-head with the Dog King, he will probably be killed by one blow. As for Sudaji, he was not worried at all. The Dog King's target was him, and even if the elite monsters came a few more times, they would not pose a threat to Sudaji. At most, they would delay her and cost her her life. As long as he could hide in the ancient cave of life and wait for Sudaji to break free, he would still have a chance of survival. If it really didn't work, he would have to give up the trial. However, there is always a gap between ideal and reality. As a boss, the attributes of the Dog King far exceed those of the elite monsters. Yikan's physique is not even as good as that of the elite monsters, so how can he outrun it? Woof! The Dog King barked wildly, and his huge body suddenly rose from the ground and crashed into Yikan like a huge rock. Fuck! Yikan had no time to dodge, so he turned around and pushed his sword. Boom! Then, as if he was hit by a huge mountain, the sword shattered instantly, and his body was knocked away and crashed directly into the ancient cave of life. Young master. When Sudaji, who was fighting frantically at the east gate, saw this scene, her eyes suddenly became bloodshot and her heart felt as if it was cut by a knife. She let out a shrill howl. In her previous life, she was used as a pawn by the saint and was finally abandoned. Now she finally met someone who truly loved her, but she had to watch him die in front of her eyes. This feeling of powerlessness almost made her collapse. Why was she so weak? Why couldn't she protect the one she loved? Boom. Under this strong emotion, a red light suddenly burst out from Sudaji's body, and a furry white fox tail suddenly grew behind her. At this moment, her hair was flying and her robe was fluttering, like a demon king descending to the world. She actually activated her celestial fox bloodline at this moment and comprehended new skills. Buzz. Sudaji's foxtail rolled, and the elite monsters surrounding her were instantly knocked away, blood sprayed, and bones and flesh shattered. Her eyes were red, and she waved her hands violently, causing a gust of wind to blow behind her. Whoosh! The monsters that were about to pounce on her were swept up by the wind and fell heavily to the ground. With the help of the wind, she rushed madly towards the ancient cave of life. Woof! The Dog King obviously sensed the danger and turned around to hit Sudaji with his mace. However, Sudaji did not dodge and grabbed the mace with her bare hands. "You beast, give me back my life." Sudaji exerted force suddenly, flattened the nails on the mace, and then swung out the fox tail, pulling the Dog King off the ground. Before the Dog King landed on the ground, Sudaji jumped up, grabbed its tail, and slammed it to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, the territory shook as if the earth was cracking, and the Void Dog King was smashed to pieces by Sudaji and finally stopped moving. Sudaji didn't throw it to the ground until it was completely out of breath. At this time, Yikan just walked out of the life cave, holding his chest. Seeing the Dog King being smashed into a meat pie, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "Young master." After Sudaji saw Yikan, the hostility in her eyes disappeared, and she turned back into that weak and soft girl. She hurried to Yikan, tears rolling down her cheeks like pearls falling from a string. "Don't cry, I'm fine." Yikan gently embraced her, patted her shoulder, and comforted her. Chapter 9. Ancient Tree of Life. Power of Nature. "Young master, you are not allowed to leave my sight from now on." Sudaji nestled in Yikan's arms, hugging his waist tightly, as if she was afraid that he would suddenly disappear. No, that was a special situation just now. Yikan looked at her sparkling eyes and pitiful appearance, and couldn't help but kiss her lightly on the forehead. Seeing this, Sudaji not only did not push him away, but shyly shrank into his arms. Her willing look made Yikan's heart warm slightly, and his heartbeat accelerated. Just as the two were immersed in the warmth of the moment, the long-awaited battle end notification sound finally sounded. Ding! The battle is over, and the settlement begins. Yikan heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this voice. This meant that today's battle had finally come to an end, and no more monsters would attack before dawn. Battle settlement. Enemies: 114 Void Dog Lizards, 100 Void Dog Lizard Elites, 1 Void Dog King Boss. Battle rating: SSS. Clearance reward: 20,000 Source Crystals, 10,000 Boundary Stones. Rating rewards: 60,000 Source Crystals, 25,000 Boundary Stones. Territory building: Barracks. Territory building: Arrow Tower. Territory building: Farmland. Sure enough, it's a big profit. I'm going to make a fortune this time. Yikan was so excited when he saw these rewards that he almost forgot about Sudaji in his arms and stood up excitedly. "My lord, what's wrong?" Sudaji stood up, still holding Yikan, refusing to let go. "Today's battle is finally over. There will be no more monsters coming. Let's go collect the spoils." Yikan endured the pain in his body and prepared to walk towards the Dog King's body. "My lord, you are still injured. I will go." Sudaji hugged Yikan tightly, gently pushed him back to the ancient cave of life, and then ran out in a hurry. Even running is so beautiful. Yikan looked at her enchanting back, and couldn't help but secretly praise her in his heart, and stopped walking. After all, the blow just now was really not light, and he was in great pain every time he moved. The battle is so big, it's really troublesome to clean up the battlefield. We have to think of a way. Yikan thought, and the territory panel appeared in front of him. Upgrade the territory. He poured 20,000 boundary stones into the Sun Moon Fairy pot. Buzz. With the injection of boundary stones, the Sun Moon Fairy pot began to emit a dazzling light, and a vast energy gushed out from the mouth of the pot, instantly enveloping the entire ancient cave of life. Crack, crack, crack. With the nourishment of energy, the ancient cave of life quickly rose from less than 5 meters high to more than 10 meters, and the internal space also expanded from a diameter of more than 3 meters to more than 10 meters. The area of the territory has expanded from 500 square meters to 1,000 square meters. Ding. Consume 20,000 boundary stones. Upgrade the ancient cave to level 2. Awaken, power of nature. Transform into an ancient tree of life, and train the best worker, the elf. As the territory was upgraded, Yikan's level was raised from level 1 to level 2, and his injuries were instantly healed. How amazing! Yikan felt the changes in his body and couldn't help but open his attribute panel. Lord, Yikan, race, human, level 2, constitution, 31.2, spirit, 32, skills, none, items, omitted, introduction. A small lord who has escaped from his weakling status and has barely acquired the ability to protect himself. The original attribute has been increased by 30 points, which is not bad. Yikan nodded. When he saw the tree house getting bigger and bigger, he couldn't help but whispered, "It would be great if we could set aside a living room and a storeroom for such a large space." Sure enough, the tree house seemed to understand his thoughts. Click, click, click. The next moment, The treehouse began to change and was quickly divided into three parts. According to his thoughts, it became the left, middle, and right parts. The living room is in the middle and is slightly smaller. The sun and moon fairy pot was placed in the middle, surrounded by a round table, several wooden stools, a coffee table, and a soft rattan sofa. There was a small bed, a table and chairs, and a dressing table in the bedroom. The warehouse has shelves integrated into the walls and ladders for climbing. All of this was built according to Yi Kan's idea. It can actually be transformed directly according to my thoughts, which is much better than letting me say it myself. Yi Kan gave a thumbs up, because he knew that with his ability to express himself, he could not accurately express all his ideas. Master, I have developed spiritual consciousness. The size of the tree house can be changed at will, and I can train the elves through the power of nature to contribute to the construction of the master's territory. At this time, a gentle voice sounded in Yi Kan's heart. That calm and gentle feeling reminded Yi Kan of the first conversation between Emperor Huang Tian and Lu Ma, and he was immediately excited. From now on, I will also have Shu Ma's people. Yi Kan was excited and immediately opened the territory information. Territory, level 2, area, 1,000 square meters, building, ancient tree of life, residence. 1, grade, epic. Territory characteristics, the power of Xuansu. It is rumored that ancient ancestors learned the art of Xuansu from immortals and finally ascended to heaven with women, becoming immortals. The resentment of the Lord as a single man for 2 lifetimes was blessed by the mysterious power, creating this ultimate characteristic. Xuansu Attribute 1. The resentment of 2 lives of single dogs makes the territory suppress the attributes of male enemies by 50%. Xuansu Attribute 2. The resentment of 2 lives of single dogs makes the attributes of females in the territory increase to 10 times the original. Xuansu Attribute 3. The resentment of being single for 2 lifetimes makes the chance of summoning heroes and soldiers to obtain beauties 100%. Xuansu Attribute 4. Insufficient level. Power of nature. After the elf world collapsed, a world core was left behind, which contained the last power of the elf world and the seeds of the ancient tree of life. After being irrigated by the Lord, the ancient tree of life revived and awakened the power of nature. Natural Attribute 1. Can train elves to contribute to the construction of the territory. Natural Attribute 2. Insufficient level. Fuck, this is awesome. Yi Kan was so excited when he saw the changes in his territory that he almost jumped up. Damn, the ancient tree of life recognized him as its master. So doesn't that mean he is the elf king? Wouldn't he be able to have as many pointy-eared female elves as he wanted? Sir, are you okay? At this time, Su Daji came in riding the demon wind and placed a large pile of source crystals, boundary stones, and treasure chests on the ground. Seeing the new look of the ancient cave of life, she was also stunned. But thinking that Yi Kan could even revive a dead soul like her, she felt that everything made sense. Well, the territory and the Lord are one. When I upgraded the territory, my own level naturally increased as well. Now, not only am I fully revived, I am also stronger than before. Yi Kan finished speaking, revealing his bulging biceps. Poochie. Su Daji couldn't help but giggle when she saw this scene. Young master is still so cute. Chapter 10. The best worker, the elf. Come, sit down and rest for a while. Yi Kan looked at Su Daji's charming appearance, his heart warmed, and he pulled her into his arms without hesitation. For most men, the first intimate contact with a woman they like will lead to countless more. Yi Kan has already fallen deeply in love with Su Daji. Su Daji was not disgusted, but seemed particularly happy. She was also fascinated by the smell of Yi Kan and could feel that Yi Kan really liked her. But sir, we still have so many treasure chests that we haven't taken back. After adapting to her role, Su Daji has completely regarded herself as the little housekeeper of the territory. She looked at the scattered resources and couldn't sit still. Don't worry, there will be someone special to do things like cleaning up the battlefield in the future. Yi Kan smiled and turned to look at the ancient tree of life. Ancient tree of life. How many elves can you train now? Master, at my current level, I can train 10. The voice of the ancient tree of life sounded again, soft and clear. Then 10. Okay, master. Buzz. As soon as the ancient tree of life responded, 10 balls of clear air rushed out of the sun and moon fairy pod and floated towards the branches of the ancient tree of life. Seeing this, Yi Kan and Su Daji hurriedly followed. Suddenly, 10 tree holes appeared on the ancient tree of life. After the fresh air entered, it soon turned into 10 balls of light. Inside the balls of light were little elves with cicada wings. They had pointed ears, big eyes, and wore dresses made of leaves, like beautiful works of art. At this time, Ye can realize that the breath that floated into the sun and moon fairy pot after the monster died was the original life energy. This original life energy has now become the nutrients for cultivating the elves. Master, Master. The elves flew to Yi Kan's side and rubbed his face, showing great intimacy. Yi Kan knew that this intimacy was the power given by the heart of nature. The core of the elf world was integrated into his territory, and as the Lord, he became the new generation of Elf King. So beautiful. Yi Kan looked at these tender and lovely elves and couldn't help reaching out to touch their little heads. Little guys, thank you for your hard work in cleaning up the battlefield. We're happy to do it. After receiving Yi Kan's instructions, the elves immediately flew to the battlefield and began to move things in large and small bags, and were very busy. While they were working, the busy couple quietly went into the decomposition treehouse. Daji, we've been busy all day, let's go clean up. Yi Kan lazily put his hand on Su Daji's slender waist and said with a smile. Yeah. Su Daji leaned on Yi Kan's shoulder with a hint of shyness on her face. The decomposed treehouse is indeed a building created by the power of nature. It is surrounded by green leaves and flowers, and is filled with a fresh atmosphere, which is very pleasant. And as long as there is filth, it will be decomposed immediately, and even the smell will not be left. The two compartments in the treehouse are not very high, and you can just stick your head out when standing inside. There are huge sunflowers hanging on the left and right sides and above, and the flower disc emits a faint light, making the whole space look more warm. Whenever you touch the sunflower, water of suitable temperature will be sprinkled. Although Yi Kan wanted to bathe with Su Daji, they had only known each other for a day, so he felt it was a bit too hasty. So he walked to another cubicle and started to wash himself. However, when he saw Su Daji's white neck like a swan, he was still very excited. Half an hour later, the two changed into clean clothes and returned to the tree hole again. Now it's time to check the results. Yi Kan saw the treasure chests all over the floor, rubbing his hands, and couldn't wait to open the boxes. Su Daji looked at his excitement and was also eager to try. There were 50 bronze treasure chests, 105 black iron treasure chests, 40 silver treasure chests, and 1 gold treasure chest on the ground. Daji, go ahead. No need to open them one by one, just one click. Master, how do you open them with one click? Su Daji seemed a little confused. Yi Kan then realized that one-click opening was the Lord's privilege. He smiled and pulled her into his arms, trying to share the vision. Did you see it? Yi Kan pointed at the pile of bronze treasure chests, and a button, "Do you want to open it with one click?" suddenly appeared in front of him. I see, it's amazing. Su Daji looked at the digital panel with curiosity in her eyes. Yi Kan held her hand and gently clicked the one-click open button. Buzz. Instantly, green light flashed, and 50 bronze treasure chests opened at the same time. Open 50 bronze treasure chests. Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining 2,000 source crystals, 300 boundary stones, territory building, farming, X3, territory building, well, and soldier symbol spearman. When Yi Kan saw these rewards, he couldn't help but frowned. Although the rewards were good, they seemed insignificant compared to the previous past rewards and rating rewards. 4 buildings and 1 troop symbol, not bad. Yi Kan said with emotion. Lumingly once reminded them that the drop rate during the trial period was very high, and as the territory developed, the drop rate would gradually stabilize. It was obviously the peak period of the trial, and the rewards were more generous than normal. Continue. Yi Kan took Su Daji's hand again and opened the black iron treasure chest. Open 105 black iron treasure chests. Obtain 10,000 source crystals, 2,000 boundary stones, 2 territory buildings, turrets, 2 territory buildings, restaurant, and equipment, blood moon ring. 40 silver treasure chests. Obtain 8,000 source crystals, 1,600 boundary stones, territory building, watchtower, territory building, farming field, X4, soldier symbol, manic blood dragon, equipment, blood, evil bone whip. Yi Kan looked at the dazzling array of items and almost jumped up with excitement. With restaurants and lakes, the problem of food and accommodation was solved. Sir, this is the last one left. Su Daji picked up the golden treasure chest, her eyes full of anticipation. Open it. Buzz. Su Daji pointed with her jade finger, and the golden treasure chest immediately emitted a dazzling golden light. Chapter 11. A wave of fat. A shotgun for a cannon. Open the gold treasure chest. Get 10,000 source crystals, equipment, mace, equipment, deep sea star, skill book, wild charge. Oh my god, finally a yellow suit is out. Yi Kan saw the reward of deep sea star and picked up the pendant immediately. Deep sea star, part, pendant, grade, flawless, yellow, attributes, constitution plus 30, spirit plus 100, Charm plus 10. Skills. Water avoidance. Allows land creatures to walk on flat ground in the sea. Recovery. Can slowly restore vitality and mana. Introduction. It was originally a psychedelic gem deep in the sea of the Void Realm, and was later refined into a pendant by a powerful being. It was eventually lost in the vast void and obtained by the Void Dog King. It turns out that this deep sea star makes up for the Dog King's wisdom. It is worthy of being a deep-sea treasure of the Void Realm. Yikin smiled and hung the deep-sea star around Su Daji's neck and said gently, "Daji, this thing suits you, put it on." "Thank you, young master." When Su Daji saw the pendant, a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. Without any rejection, she took it and put it on. And this, Blood Evil Bone Whip and Blood Moon Ring. Although the attributes are not as good as the deep-sea star, it is still excellent purple equipment, which is still very good. Yikin handed the Blood Evil Bone Whip and Blood Moon Ring, filled with red light, to Su Daji. Looking at this pair of items, he couldn't help but think of Miss Jingjing in A Chinese Odyssey, because Jingjing also used a bone whip. "Sir, you gave me all the good stuff. What are you going to do?" Su Daji was so moved that she almost cried. She could see that Yikin did not give her any choice when he gave her these items. "I still have this." Yikin proudly carried the mace and posed in a majestic manner. Although the mace was only a rare blue item, it had a skill called Precision Strike, which made it extremely accurate in killing monsters. More importantly, it also increased 20 points of physical fitness, which was enough for Yikin to use. "I will protect you in the future and won't let what happened today happen again." Su Daji wrapped the Blood Evil Bone Whip around her waist and used it as a belt, revealing a determined look. Next, it's time to transform the territory. Yikin knew that the monster tide just now was so fierce, and tomorrow's monsters would only be stronger. He must hurry up to strengthen the territory's defense. Although the stronger the territory, the stronger the monsters will be, but he has no choice. He first spent 5,000 source crystals to expand the Thorn Poison Wall to 25 by 40. Then, he spent 1,000 source crystals to upgrade it to level 2, increasing the durability by 2,000 and raising the fixed damage to 2% per second. Next, Yikin placed in Arrow Tower in 2 turns at the 3 entrances in the southwest and east. Ding! The Sun and Moon Fairy Pot detected the evolvable buildings, Arrow Tower, and turns. "Do you want to evolve?" Yikin nodded in agreement. In an instant, the Arrow Tower and turns were entangled by vines and turned into 2 brand new buildings. Entanglement Tower, level 1, grade, excellent, durability, 1,000, skills, ground spikes, entanglement, description, can release ground spikes to attack enemies within a 10-meter range, and release vines to entangle enemies, causing poison damage and paralysis. Hellfire Turret, level 1, grade, flawless, durability, 2,000, skills, Hellfire Cannon, shell inventory, 100 out of 100, can be replenished by spending source crystals. Description, fires huge shells, which turn into hellfire when they explode, and the fire temperature is enough to melt iron and stone. 666. With these 3 towers, coupled with the Thorn Poison Wall, we will no longer be afraid of passive attacks. Yikin waved his hand and upgraded the 3 defense towers to level 2. Then, he placed the restaurant. Under the transformation of the natural power of the Sun and Moon Fairy Pot, the restaurant instantly took on a new look. The wood of the restaurant was activated and turned into branches, and then endless vines entangled it. In a few breaths, the branches and vines bloomed with various flowers and produced a variety of fruits such as grapes, watermelons, lychees, and mangoes. Elf Flavor House, level 1, grade, perfect, durability, 5,000, ingredient inventory, 100 out of 100, can be replenished by spending source crystals. Introduction. The dining place for the elf soldiers, the ingredients are fresh, even the elf royal family favors it. Then, you can place the well next to the elf flavor house. Sure enough, the well was transformed by the power of nature and turned into the Well of Moonlight. This is a magical well that can absorb moonlight autonomously. The well water can restore health and mana, and also has the effect of beautifying the skin. Moonlight Well level 1, grade, flawless, durability, 5,000, description, it can absorb moonlight and nourish itself. The well water has the effect of restoring life and mana, and can even beautify the skin. Finally, you can arrange the watchtower and barracks. The watchtower was placed near the north gate and transformed into the elf watchtower. The tower is equipped with a telescope, which can be used to warn the enemy. As for the choice of barracks, Yikin was a little entangled. The initial form of the barracks is a militia camp, which trains basic soldiers, suitable for most novice lords. But he has two soldier symbols in his hand. One is a white, lancer, symbol, and the other is a purple, manic blood dragon symbol. Yekin hesitated for a moment. After all, he is a novice lord and is not sure whether these evolved soldiers meet expectations. Now the muskets have been replaced by cannons, and there are defense towers. Let's fight. In the end, Yekin decided to give up the directional evolution of the soldier symbol and chose to believe in the natural power of the sun and moon fairy pod in the elf world. Buzz. As the light flashed, the barracks instantly became huge, and a gorgeous evolution followed. Elf Archer Training Ground, Level 1, Grade, Rare, Durability, 500, Population, 20, Introduction. The starting point of the Elf Warriors. You can train Elf Archers to fight for the territory. Yekin breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the description of the building. Although it was slightly different from the night elves he loved in his previous life, the difference was not big. He upgraded the building to level 2 without hesitation and then began training. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The gate of the training ground opened instantly, and 20 tall beauties with graceful figures, long white hair, and pointed ears walked out. They held longbows in their hands and short swords on their waists. Their heroic appearance made Yekan's heart beat violently. Greetings, my king. These elven archers saw Yekan, their eyes full of longing, knelt on one knee, and saluted him. Chapter 12. Is it that the world is bullying me? Or is it that the young master truly treats me? Get up. Yekan felt so happy as he looked at the beauties in front of him whom he could only dream of. Thank you, my king. The elf archers stood up and moved in unison, which was very pleasing to the eye. My dear elven warriors, today's battle has come to an end, but monsters may attack at any time tomorrow, so you must not take it lightly. Now you can discuss it among yourselves, select a captain, and arrange the patrol work. If you are hungry, you can go to the flavor house to eat. Let's go. Yekan waved his hand, with an attitude as powerful as a tiger. Yes, sir. All the elf archers were decisive and immediately gathered together to discuss the selection of a captain. Yekan pulled Sudaji towards the elf flavor house. After being busy for most of the day, he was already hungry. Each of these elven soldiers is a rare beauty. Young master is so lucky. Sudaji held Yekan's arm. Although she tried her best to hide it, you can still smell the hint of sourness. Daji, no matter how many beauties there are in our territory in the future, your position in my heart will never be shaken. Yekan stretched out his big hand and grasped her slender waist domineeringly. Although there are thousands of beauties among the elves, there is only one Sudaji who is naturally charming. Well, Daji will always be with you, young master. Sudaji got a satisfactory answer and immediately became emotionally attached to Yekan. This made Yekan shout in his heart, this is the life of a lord. Shinwei College, Yekan's class. Loomingly, who was sitting cross-legged on the cushion, suddenly opened her eyes. Buzz. The next moment, a curtain of light appeared in front of her. This is the campus network of Shinwei College, and the page displayed in front of her is the intranet that only the teachers of Shinwei College can access. The first day of freshman trials is over. Now the trial data is released. There are 2 SSS level people, 7 SS level people, and 31 S level people. As soon as the data was released, the intranet fell into silence. 2 SSS level students? Oh my god, has our Shinwei Academy stepped on dog shit this year? What's going on? Last year, our school didn't have even 1 SSS level person, but this year, 2 suddenly appeared. Look which class this genius is from. If he's from our class, I'll give him a flawless building. After a long period of silence, there was suddenly an uproar on the intranet. In fact, it's no wonder that these teachers were so shocked. Among the 36 academies in Dragon Country, Shinwei Academy is not at the bottom, but it's almost there. Now that 2 super geniuses have suddenly appeared, how can they not be excited? These are just the data from the first day. Whether you are a genius or not will depend on the final rating at the end of the trial. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded, and the teacher's enthusiasm was instantly extinguished. Because the person who spoke was none other than Loomingly, who had the title of Ice Goddess. She is also the daughter of the president of Shinwei College and one of the 3 elders of the inner courtyard. Elder Lu is right. Although they knew that Loomingly was telling the truth, the teachers were still choked. Finally, under the strong request of the teachers, the 3 elders took action at the same time, activating the magic weapon of Shinwei Academy, intending to retrieve the information of the 2 geniuses. Unfortunately, they were blocked by the rules of the void and could only find the area where the 2 geniuses were located, but could not find out who they were specifically. She's from my class, definitely Li Jiqing. She has condensed the flawless heart of a lord. I've always believed she could do it since I was little. The other one is actually an Elder Lu's class. Amazing. While the teachers were discussing in shock, Loomingly shut down the campus network. Talented people emerge in every generation, and each of them leads the trend for hundreds of years. SSS-level geniuses certainly have huge potential, but until they grow up, they're just geniuses. Lord is the ultimate achievement, but it still depends on future developments. Many people have the heart of a low-ranking lord, but through their own efforts and opportunities, they can eventually achieve immortality. Some people start out strong, but their character is not up to standard, and ultimately they die from their own arrogance. Lumingli has seen a lot of things like this. As an orphan who had just enrolled, Yukin naturally didn't know what was going on in the academy. At this moment, he and Sudaji were standing in the bedroom of the ancient tree of life, staring at each other. Because there is only one bed in the bedroom. Daji, how about I sleep on the floor and you sleep on the bed? Yukin took out bedding from the storage bag. The embarrassing result was that he only prepared one quilt. Sir, you are the lord, the master of Daji. How can you sleep on the floor? The bed is so big. How about, let's sleep together? Sudaji's face was flushed with red, and her shyness revealed a strange charm that made Yukan's heart beat fast. Then sleep together. For some unknown reason, Yukan blurted out such a sentence. After he finished speaking, he was shocked. Were these really the vicious words he had said? You want to sleep in the same bed with someone after just knowing them for one day. That's too beastly. But the girl has already invited you, and you actually didn't accept. Aren't you worse than a beast? In the end, between being a beast and worse than a beast, Yukan chose to be a beast. They took off their coats and lay side by side on the bed. Sudaji exuded a faint fragrance, and the ancient tree of life also exuded a pleasant and fresh scent. In such an environment, Yukan's nervous mood gradually relaxed. After fighting for most of the day, although his physical strength had recovered, mental exhaustion was unavoidable. As a result, he fell asleep just like that. Such a great opportunity to be a beast, but he ended up sleeping worse than an animal. Unlike Yukan, Sudaji did not sleep. She propped up half of her body and quietly watched Yukan's breathing gradually become even, with an unprecedented satisfaction on her face. Everyone says that human hearts are hard to predict, and those who are not of my race must have different hearts, but you are not on guard against me at all. Is it that people are deceiving me, or is it that you are sincere to me? Sudaji smiled slightly, captivating everyone. Finally, she gently touched Yukan's lips, then obediently snuggled into Yukan's arms. The next day, boom boom boom. Yukan, who was still dreaming, was suddenly awakened by a loud roar. He sat up abruptly and found that Sudaji beside him had disappeared. Daji. He put on his clothes in no time, picked up the mace and rushed out. It turned out that there was smoke all around the territory, and short, ugly-looking fat men were carrying various weapons and madly attacking the thorny poisonous wall. The elf archers were scattered in all directions, assisting the defense towers in attacking. When Sudaji, who was standing alone at the north gate and unable to break through, saw Yukan, she immediately raised a gust of evil wind and blew the monster away. Then his figure flashed and came to Yukan's side. Young master, wake up. Have you eaten the breakfast I prepared for you? I got up in a hurry and didn't pay attention. What's going on? Yukan looked at the treasure chests all over the floor in front of him, his head buzzing. Chapter 13, The Second Hero, Tai and Ba. The monsters came early in the morning. This is already the second wave. Since sleeping in the same bed with Yukan last night, Sudaji seemed to be much more relaxed and no longer so reserved. I slept so soundly. Yukan was a little embarrassed. My lord, you are too tired. These monsters are harmless. Leave them to Daji and the elf warriors. My lord, enjoy your meal in peace. Sudaji smiled sweetly at Yukan and rushed towards the north gate again. Snap, snap, snap. The blood-killing bone whip in her hand was like a long blood-colored snake, and any monster that touched it would die. Yukan looked at those monsters and found that they were all level 2 little goblins and level 3 big goblins. There are also some level 4 elite monsters mixed in, goblin warriors holding meteor hammers and goblin archers holding longbows. Beauty is like a knife that scrapes bones. I actually forgot to upgrade the elf archers yesterday. Yukan felt a little ashamed and immediately called up the panels of the elf shooters. He spent 1,000 source crystals to upgrade them all to level 2. Elf shooter. Level 2. Grade, rare. Constitution, 15. Spirit, 20. Skills, precision shooting, penetrating arrows. Introduction. Ordinary soldiers of the elves are the main force guarding the tribe. They are beautiful and smart, and hitting the target every time is their basic quality. Yes, everyone can kill me with one slap before I upgrade. Yukan nodded with satisfaction. On the other side, the elf archers standing behind the poisonous wall of thorns felt a burst of primitive force and were suddenly filled with strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, there were only 20 of them, but they shot out arrows that felt like a rain of arrows. Yukan knew that he didn't need to worry about this place anymore, and immediately walked towards the heavenly demon Nirvana pool. Now that he has enough source crystals, it is time to summon the second beautiful hero. What's the second one? I'm really looking forward to it. Yikan came to the edge of the heavenly demon nirvana pool and looked at the 8 empty small stone platforms thoughtfully. When these 9 small stone platforms are full of people, will this heavenly demon nirvana pool be useless? Yikan shook his head, put aside all distracting thoughts, and began his summoning mission. Congratulations to the Lord for winning a pair of cowhide shoes. Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining a plant of Polygonum multiflorum. Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining a piece of purple ribbon fairy robe. Suddenly, there was a flash of purple light, and a purple precious robe appeared in front of Yikan. It's worth it to exchange 3,000 source crystals for a fairy robe. After Yikan put away the purple ribbon fairy robe, he continued to spend money. Congratulations, Lord, for obtaining a bag of flour. Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining a broken sword. Buzz. When Yikanwa gave out 10,000 source crystals, the water in the heavenly demon nirvana pool finally reacted strangely. At this time, Sudaji, who had repelled the second wave of monsters, came over and was about to report the results to Yikan, but she also saw a magical scene. Am I finally going to have a sister? Sudaji looked at the constantly flashing pool of water, feeling a sense of crisis in her anticipation. Although those elf archers are good-looking, they are still far inferior to her. Besides, the elf archers are too naive and inexperienced, lacking her charm. But the heroes summoned by the young master are different. Anyone who can walk out of the nirvana pool has the potential to become a celestial demon, and it is estimated that none of those people is weaker than her. Father, you are so cruel. Why did you seal your daughter in this dark place? Following a cold and desperate voice, the first thing that appeared in the heavenly demon nirvana pool was a touch of Snow White, followed by a forehead as smooth as jade and a pair of purple pupils. When the man stood up from the nirvana pool, Yikan was stunned. Sudaji was also stunned. This person has white hair and purple eyes, and her skin is as white as snow. The beauty of her chest is even more beautiful than that of Sudaji. Those amazing long legs directly crushed Sudaji. Yikan was 1.78 meters tall, which was considered above average among men, but this woman was actually 1 meter taller than him. This is not Shishui. Why am I here? The woman reached out and patted her temple, seeming to have a headache. Shishui? Are you? Yikan thought of a possibility and his body trembled suddenly. Sudaji looked at the white-haired woman in disbelief, her lips trembling. Combined with what she said before, she was sealed by her father in a dark place, and that place was Shishui. Then there is only one person who meets these conditions. Huangdi's daughter, Tianba. The emperor's surname was Ji, and his name was Xianyuan. The Xianyuan tomb occupied by Sudaji and her 2 sisters was exactly their father's tomb. Girl, are you the daughter of the Yellow Emperor, the goddess of heaven? Yikan asked tentatively. That's right. My name is Ba, or you can call me Xian. Are you, the Lord? Tianba stroked her forehead, seeming to be still digesting the information that suddenly flooded into her mind. I'd better call you Xian. My name is Yikan, and I'm the lord of this territory. From now on, we'll be partners. Facing an unrivaled beauty who was a little taller than him, and who was rumored to be a celestial being who would turn thousands of miles of land into barren wasteland wherever she passed, Yikan was still a little nervous. He didn't want his little piece of land to turn into dry and cracked land in the blink of an eye. As for why he called the goddess Ba as the offering instead of Ba, this actually involves the issue of surnames. Because Emperor Huangdi's surname was Ji. Lord, don't worry. I have been reborn into the nirvana, and all my resentment has long gone. What remains is just a little obsession with this world. The goddess Ba seemed to be able to see through people's hearts and took the initiative to speak out, thus dispelling Yikan's doubts. Excuse me. Yikan scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. At this time, Sudaji tugged at his sleeve. What's wrong? Yikan turned around and looked at Sudaji, his face full of confusion. Clothing. Sudaji's pretty face flushed red, and she stretched out her delicate hand to stop Yikan's head from turning away. Yikan just reacted at this moment and was immediately embarrassed. He immediately opened his storage bag, took out a pile of clothes and stuffed them into Sudaji's hands, including the purple ribbon fairy robe and golden feather robe that he had just obtained. The purple ribbon immortal robe is for you. New. Sudaji took the clothes, walked forward and took the goddess Ba's hand and walked towards the ancient tree of life. Yikan stayed where he was, recalling the beautiful scene he had just seen, and couldn't help but sigh at the unreliability of those historical materials. If anyone dares to tell me that Tianba is short, bald, and ugly again, I will beat him to death. After Yikan finished speaking, he immediately carried the mace and walked towards the north gate in a majestic manner. At this time, the elf archers were working with the elves to transport resources. They were also full of curiosity about the appearance of Tianba, but after just taking a look, they went back to their work. For them, the territory is their home, and protecting the territory is their first priority. Chapter 14: The Second Female Tank. It's already so crazy on the second day. Looks like we need to strengthen the construction of our territory. Yikan looked at the goblin corpses all over the ground with a hint of worry in his eyes, but when he saw the busy elves, his confidence immediately increased. So, he carried the mace and walked towards the ancient cave of life. At this time, Sudaji and Nuba just walked out of the bedroom. After Sudaji put on the purple ribbon fairy robe, her delicate body was shrouded in a faint purple halo, making her look noble and charming. Nuba put on a golden feather robe. Her amazing curves and snow-white skin were faintly visible under the golden feather, revealing infinite temptation. It's so beautiful. Yikan sighed sincerely. Of course, Sister Xian is a noble goddess. Sudaji held Nuba's arm, looking very intimate. After the contact just now, they seemed to have initially accepted each other. The past is gone. From now on I am just a woman under your command. Nuba has now digested the information in her mind and has a rough idea of what kind of place this is. Xian, you are a hero of the human race, but human hearts are selfish. When you infringe upon the interests of the majority of people, no matter how much you have paid for them, they will forget it. Your father is a great leader, but he is first the leader of the human race, and then your father, so you should not resent him. Yikan could see that although Nuba no longer had the violent aura that was said to exist in the legend, she still held a lot of resentment. Young master seems to know my past? When Nuba heard Yikan's words, she couldn't help but look at him curiously. In fact, I come from the same world as you. The difference is that I am from the future, and I was reborn into the human race of this world. And you, I resurrected you through the heavenly demon Nirvana pool. Yikan didn't think much about it and told them his origins directly. I see. Both of them were moved when they heard this. Yikan was actually willing to share such a secret thing with them. Let's not talk about this for now. We've been busy for so long and we're hungry. Let's go eat first and then come back to open the treasure chest. As he spoke, Yikan pulled the two beauties towards the elf flavor house. When Nuba saw Yikan's behavior, she was stunned for a moment, and then she smiled. This lord's temperament is similar to that of the person in her previous life. Both are so direct. When they entered the elf flavor house, the elf archers were divided into two teams. One team was responsible for guarding, and the other team went to eat. The battle started early in the morning, and no one had eaten breakfast yet. Sir, Sister Xian just arrived. You have to behave well. As soon as Sudaji arrived at the elf-flavored house, her eyes lit up. Ever since she tasted Yikan's cooking last time, she couldn't eat any other food. In fact, it's not that Yikan's cooking is so delicious, but that there was no delicious food in the era of her previous life. Don't worry. Yikan patted his chest, looking confident. One advantage of the elf flavor house is that the ingredients are all fresh, and the loss can be compensated with source crystals. A stock of ingredients can be used to make food for 10 people, so there is no need to worry about running out of ingredients. Moreover, when preparing food, as long as you set the proportion of ingredients, production process, and heat, the food can be out of the oven quickly, eliminating the complicated process. Soon, Yikan made 10 servings of dumplings, spring rolls, millet porridge, and soy milk. It's really delicious. Nuba and Sudaji had never eaten such exquisite food before, and their eyes narrowed with joy. Only then did Yikan notice that the elf archers who were chewing fruit in the distance were looking at him eagerly, and when they saw him, they immediately lowered their heads again. Warriors, come and dine together. Everyone who sees can have a share. Yikan immediately invited them to come and have dinner together. King, we are just ordinary elf soldiers. Is this really possible? The elf archers did not move. Only the leading captain stood up. The elves do not have a strong concept of hierarchy, because within the tribe, classes can be broken through hard work. As long as you are strong enough, you can break through the class and become a high-ranking member of the clan. Therefore, among the elves, everyone admires the strong. But now they are just the lowest-level elf archers and are not qualified to dine with the king, let alone enjoy the food prepared by the king. In our territory, there are no such scruples. As he spoke, you can spin another 2 stocks and prepared food for 20 people. As the territory develops, the problem of food must be solved. It seems that it is time to consider soldiers who are proficient in food. Yikan thought for a moment and said, Sir, can I get food-proficient soldiers from a treasure chest? Sudaji asked curiously. Let's see how lucky we are. If nothing works, we can just go buy some. Food is like beauty, and we should never let it go to waste. After Yikan finished speaking, he drank the soy milk in his hand. Nuba looked at him thoughtfully and said nothing. After eating and drinking, Yikan brought the 2 beauties to the warehouse of the ancient cave of life. Daji, come. Yikan waved to Sudaji, and Sudaji immediately got into his arms obediently. Then the 2 of them held hands and started to open the treasure chest with one click. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining 18,000 source crystals, 10,000 boundary stones, territory building, farming, territory building, arrow tower, territory building, element tower, 2, equipment, frost wristband. Including the source crystals and boundary stones directly dropped by monsters, you can harvest a total of 31,000 source crystals and 13,000 boundary stones this time. In addition, there are 4 buildings and several green and blue equipment. Now that the territory is not large enough, you did not use the farmland, but stored the crops in the warehouse. Unsurprisingly, the Arrow Tower evolved into the Entangled Tower, which he placed at the south gate to cooperate with the Hellfire Turret. The 2 Elemental Towers evolved into the Frost Tower and the Lightning Chain Tower, respectively. The Frost Tower slows down the opponent and adds slight damage, and he placed it at the east gate to cooperate with another Hellfire Turret. The Lightning Chain Tower is a terrifying defense tower with a powerful group damage effect. He placed it at the west gate to cooperate with another Entanglement Tower. As for the north gate, there are naturally heroes guarding it. After Yekin finished all this, he turned his attention to Nuba. Tion Nuba. Race, human. Rank, legend. Level, 1. Constitution, 40. Original attribute 4. Territory attribute 10 times blessing. Spirit, 60. Original attribute 6. Territory attribute 10 times blessing. Bloodline, true young body. Talent, control of Skyfire. Skill 1. Flame of Heavenly Punishment, control the Skyfire to burn the opponent. Skill 2. Soul Control, can control the souls of the dead to fight for you, control the number and time, and improve with the hero level. Introduction. She was originally the beloved daughter of the Yellow Emperor. She once helped the Yellow Emperor defeat the Wind Master and Rain Master of Chiyu's tribe, but she was seriously injured and her divine power went out of control, causing thousands of miles of barren land wherever she passed. The people were suffering and full of resentment. Nuba was troubled by the people's resentment, and her temperament changed drastically. She began to absorb the souls of creatures in the 3 realms to resist the loss of divine power. Huangdi was deeply distressed, and later, at the suggestion of his grandfather Shujun, he sealed Nuba under the Chishui River in the north. He is indeed a poor man. You can spend 10,000 source crystals to upgrade Nuba's level to 2, and then equipped her with the green and blue equipment he had just obtained. Thus, the second female tank of the territory was born. Tion Nuba. Race, human. Rank, legend. Level, 2. Constitution, 339. Original attribute 24. Territory attribute 10 times blessing, equipment plus 99. Spirit, 376. Original attribute 26. Territory attribute 10 times blessing, equipment plus 116. Bloodline, true young body. Talent, control of Skyfire. Skill 1. Flame of Heavenly Punishment, control the Skyfire to burn the opponent. Skill 2. Soul Control, can control the souls of the dead to fight for you, control the number and time, and improve with the hero level. Thank you, sir. In the era of Nuba's previous life, both humans and gods dressed simply and roughly. It was her first time seeing these exquisite and beautiful clothes and armor, and she couldn't help but feel very curious. No matter how powerful Nuba was in the past, she was still a girl. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the earth suddenly shook. The long-awaited third wave of monsters has finally arrived. Chapter 15. With a hammer in hand, the world is mine. Goblin General? When Yekin saw the team emerging from the fog, his eyebrows raised immediately. Because there is a chariot at the center of each goblin team, and on the chariot stands a strong goblin. They were wearing heavy armor covered with spikes that gleamed with cold light. Goblin General Quasi-Boss. Grade? Constitution? Spirit? Skills, Commander, Human Bomb Tank. Introduction. A powerful warrior in the Goblin Kingdom, he can command the Goblin Army to fight for him. At the critical moment, he can curl up into a ball, use his armor to transform into a human bomb chariot, and crash into the enemy city gate. I can't see the attributes, it looks like it's at least level 6. Now Yekin has figured out that as long as the monster is 3 levels higher than him, he cannot see through its grade and attributes. I need to learn a skill like True Vision when I have time, otherwise it will be too passive. Yekin stood on the elf watchtower with the 2 beauties and was not in a hurry to act. Following a roar from the Goblin General, the Goblin Army began to advance rapidly, charging towards the territory. What race are these green-skinned dwarfs from? They are so ugly. Nuba looked at the dwarfs under her feet and did not hide her disgust. This world is completely different from the Great World where our human race's 9 provinces are located. It belongs to another dimension. Here, nothing can be judged by common sense, because this is the starting point of all the worlds and the burial ground of all the spirits of heaven and earth. Anything can happen. After Yekin finished speaking, he was about to jump down from the elf watchtower, but he found that Nuba's jade hand was on his shoulder. Under her terrifying attributes, Yekin found himself instantly transformed into a powerless scholar, unable to move at all. As a lord, how can you take risks yourself? After Nuba finished speaking, she suddenly flexed her fingers and made hand gestures, her lips moving slightly. The next moment, a huge fireball appeared in the sky and fell directly outside the north gate of the territory. Boom. There was a loud bang, and the area outside the north gate suddenly turned into a sea of fire. The vanguard of the goblin army was instantly burned to ashes. Sister Stien is mighty. Seeing this, Yukin couldn't help but give Nuba a thumbs up. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Nuba was a little surprised to see Yukin actually calling her sister, but she soon smiled knowingly, because she could see that Yukin's reaction was subconscious. In other words, this lord really did not treat her as a subordinate, but as one of his own. Family? I haven't felt this way in a long time. Nuba recalled the days when she was confined to the north of the Chishui River. The people saw her as if she were a plague god, and humiliated and abused her in all kinds of ways. The tribesmen also avoided her as much as possible, fearing that she would suddenly attack and hurt people or suck their souls. Even her father was busy with various affairs and seldom came to see her. Sister Stien, don't worry, we will be together in the future. Yukin seemed to sense Nuba's mood and immediately held her jade hand. And me. Sudaji also held Nuba's other hand. Nuba nodded and closed her eyes. The next moment, countless spots of light appeared in her purple vision. On the battlefield outside the north gate, purple ghosts in the shape of goblins suddenly gathered together and rushed towards the goblin army. This strange scene directly scared the charging goblins. Then, the two sides started fighting. Is this the soul-controlling technique? It's amazing. Yukin's eyes lit up. With a powerful general like Nuba, they could defeat an army of 100,000. It's a pity that I am too weak now and cannot bring out the power of soul control technique. Ba shook her head, looked at Yukin and said, Sir, you take control of the situation here. Leave the north gate to me, and Sister Daji will go to the south gate. Sudaji nodded, but did not take any action immediately. It was not until Nuba flew down that she turned around abruptly, then stood on tiptoes and quickly touched Yukin's lips. Sir, I'm going too. After Sudaji finished speaking, she twisted her waist and jumped down from the watchtower. This silly girl is becoming more and more like a human. Yukin wiped his lips and couldn't help laughing. This is more than just like a human. It's like she has turned into a little girl with a love-brain mind. He knew that Sudaji felt a sense of crisis. However, it is normal to feel a sense of crisis in front of a charming queen like Nuba. Yukin stood on the elf watchtower, carefully observing the changes in various data in the territory and the movements of the four goblin generals. With the participation of Nuba and Sudaji in the battle, there was no longer any suspense about the north gate and south gate of the territory. Yukin moved the south gate's Hellfire turret to the west gate, and the Entangled Tower to the east gate. He transferred another 15 elven archers to the west gate, and he flew down and guarded the east gate with the remaining 5 elven archers. When Nuba saw his actions, she couldn't help but frown, but did not stop him. Because Yukin was not far from her, if anything really happened, she could rescue him in time. When the goblin general at the east gate saw that Yukin, a small lord, was so ungrateful, he became furious and jumped directly from the chariot. Then it shrank into a ball in the air and turned into a huge iron ball covered with spikes, rolling towards the east gate at an extremely fast speed. Wong, hurry up and let us stop it. The elf archers sensed the crisis and immediately stood in front of Yukin. Don't be silly. The gate can be repaired if it's broken, but if people die, everything is gone. Follow me and retreat. Yukin led the elf archer to retreat 10 steps, then controlled the frost tower to spit out countless frost to slow down the goblin general. Then he controlled the Hellfire turret to launch precise attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Although the goblin general's body and defense were very strong, he was still broken by the double attack of the frost tower and the Hellfire turret. When it hit the poisonous thorn wall, it could only create some cracks but could not break the door. Instead, it itself was entangled like a dumpling by thorns and vines, and countless blood blisters were pulled out. Goblin General was furious when his human bomb chariot failed to achieve any success. It spread out its armor, let out an earth-shaking roar, and then with its bare hands, it actually tore apart the thorny poison wall that was already full of cracks. The elven archers were always on the lookout for an opportunity to strike, so they naturally wouldn't let it off. They shot arrows at the gaps in its armor without regard for their lives. Chi-chi-chi-chi. In the blink of an eye, the Goblin General was shot into a sieve. But it was a quasi-boss with a strong physique, and the sharp arrows shot by the elves' archers, which were powerful enough to kill the goblin elites, only caused it minor injuries. The Goblin General seemed very proud. He pulled out the arrow from his body and then beat his chest frantically to protest against Yukin. Damn, I just like people like you who like to show off. Seeing this, Yukin immediately stepped out of the crowd. Buzz. At this moment, the Precision Strike skill was activated, and Yukin's mace smashed down fiercely on the Goblin General's head. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the goblin general's head was instantly smashed into a rotten watermelon. With a hammer in hand, "The world is mine." Yikin threw the mace onto his shoulder and said proudly, "Do you really think my 50-plus years of physique was given for nothing?" Chapter 16 Disgusting Boss, Furious Beauty. Whoosh, whoosh. Only two sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and Sudaji and Nuba flew to Yikin's side one after another. "Sir, don't put yourself in danger like this again." Sudaji and Nuba both looked serious. Just now, they were both killing the goblin general. Nuba had powerful skills and was distracted by controlling the dead souls to support Sheeman, so she didn't notice Yikin's movements for a while. By the time they came to their senses, Yikin had already rushed out. At that moment just now, they were really scared and broke out in a cold sweat. Sudaji was fine as she had had similar experiences before, but it was Nuba's first time, so she realized the seriousness of the matter. She was resurrected by Yikin from the heavenly demon Nirvana pool. From the moment she appeared, the fate of the two was intertwined. When Yikin's life is threatened, she will feel it. That feeling, like the sky was falling, was something she never wanted to experience again. "Don't worry, I have an estimate of my own strength and will not take risks easily. This quasi-boss can't kill me in 1 second. Yikin waved his hand. What's that? When Nuba and Sudaji were about to say something, Yikin's expression suddenly changed, and he looked at the fog outside the car door. Sudaji thought of the last attack by the Dog King, and her face suddenly changed. She stood in front of Yikin without thinking. When Nuba saw Sudaji's reaction, she realized something was wrong and immediately stood next to Yikin. Only then did they see clearly that there was a faint black color in the fog, and it seemed to be a person covered in a black robe. Behind him was a gray camel with 2 khaki boxes hanging on it. Strange, when goblins attack the city, the boss should be the Goblin King, but why is he a man in a black robe leading a camel? Yikin frowned, a little confused. However, the next moment, the man in black robe actually led the camel away. What happened? Did he give up? Sudaji looked at Yikin, her face full of confusion. The settlement has not yet appeared. Today's battle is not over. Yikin shook his head. Then this. Both Sudaji and Nuba were confused. Maybe he's not the siege boss, but a wandering merchant. Yikin said a little uncertainly. As a hardcore game fan in his previous life, he knew very well what profession this outfit represented. But aren't all the creatures hiding in the endless void monsters infected by evil spirits? How could there be wandering merchants? Won't they be infected by the evil energy of the void? At this moment, Yikin's heart was full of question marks. After the trial, I have to ask the teacher. Woo-woo. Just as he thought of this, a heavy horn sounded in the fog. Then, a chariot 10 times larger than the one the goblin general was riding appeared, and countless goblin elites guarded it. A giant goblin was sitting cross-legged on it, holding a beast leg in one hand and gnawing on it madly, while holding a female humanoid monster in the other hand, and touching it randomly with its big hand. Goblin King BOSS. Grade. Constitution. Spirit. Skills. Commander. Rampage. Trolls coming. Introduction. A disgusting monster formed by evil thoughts and evil spirits. It is greedy and likes women. No matter what race it mates with, the offspring it gives birth to are ugly goblins. It likes to bully human women the most. Fuck, kill it. Yikin was immediately furious when he saw this disgusting introduction. Because the humanoid monster in the Goblin King's arms was indeed a human woman, but she was infected by evil spirits and turned into a walking corpse. Yes, sir. Sudaji and Nuba were already furious. As soon as Yikin finished speaking, the two of them rushed out. When the Goblin King saw the beauty of Nuba and Sudaji, his eyes suddenly lit up and disgusting changes occurred on his body. It threw away the humanoid monster in its arms, then roared, cast Troll's Descent, directly to become more than 2 meters tall, and strode towards Nuba and Sudaji. Faced with such a disgusting monster, Sudaji really couldn't use her charm. Call. She directly raised a gust of evil wind to slow down the Goblin King, then swung the bloodbone whip and lashed it madly, venting the negative emotions in her heart. Nuba was not idle either. She used the flame of heavenly punishment to wrap up the Goblin King, wanting to wipe out this filthy monster from this world. Then, she waved her 10 fingers and resurrected dozens of goblin souls, letting them devour their king. Just like that, the king of the Goblin Kingdom was tortured to death by 2 furious beauties before he even got close to Yikin's territory. The goblin elites who were carrying it were also affected and were killed one by one. Some of the fish that escaped the net wanted to rush into the territory, but were frozen into blue by the Frost Tower, and then blasted into pieces by the Hellfire Turret. The very few who managed to sneak under the poisonous thorn wall during the turret's cooldown period were shot into sieves by the beautiful elf archers. Chapter 17, The Mysterious Wandering Merchant. Xinhui Academy. The moment the man in black robe appeared outside Yi Kan's territory, a red alarm suddenly sounded on the campus network. Alert! A cosmic aura has appeared in trial area number 3. Alert! A cosmic aura has appeared in trial area number 3. 3 lines of red text appeared on the intranet at the same time, scaring Lu Mingli so much that she suddenly opened her eyes. Because trial area number 3 is where the class she is in charge of is located. This area is protected by the Academy's divine weapon. We have checked it repeatedly. How could there be a cosmic creature? At this point, not to mention the teachers in the Academy, even the 3 elders were no longer calm. In Blue Star, in addition to the level division of lords, there is also a more authoritative hierarchical division. Those below level 10 are novice lords. Levels 10 to 19 are planetary lords. Levels 20 to 29 are star level lords. Level 30 to level 39 are domain lords. By analogy, after the domain lord comes the realm lord level, the universe level, and above that are the immortal and the venerable. As for higher levels, they are immortals and gods. As powerful as the 3 elders are, they are only realm masters. There is only one universe-level person in Xinhui Academy, the Dean, but the Dean is not in the Academy at all now. Alarm! The cosmic creatures have retreated. Alarm! The cosmic creatures have retreated. When the 3 elders were considering whether to notify the Dean immediately, an alarm suddenly sounded on the intranet. What's going on? He didn't attack the students. Is he a void monster? Now everyone was confused. Elder Lu, this matter is a bit strange. You should contact the Dean. After considering it again and again, the great elder threw the question to Lu Mingli. After all, Lu Mingli is in charge of the area where cosmic creatures appear, and she and the Dean are father and daughter, so communication is easier. Good. Lu Mingli did not refuse because she had thought of many things. If that cosmic creature is not a monster, then it must be one of the strange neutral forces in the endless void. There are still 8 days until the end of the trial. Just because the cosmic creature doesn't take action now doesn't mean he will never take action. Moreover, the fact that she was targeted by a being of this level meant that there really was an anomaly in her class. Such a good seedling must be protected. With the help of the Academy's artifact, Lu Mingli quickly contacted her father and quickly got the answer. The Dean has instructed that this matter be classified as an S-level secret of the Academy. Teachers in the Academy are not allowed to discuss or spread it. After Lu Mingli announced the results, she sent 4 words to the elders group, traveling merchants from all worlds. After seeing this, the first elder and the second elder also shut up. At the same time, he was also full of curiosity about the student who attracted the merchants from all worlds, because any student who can attract the merchants from all worlds will achieve great success in the future. As long as he doesn't die, it is conservatively estimated that he can reach the cosmic level. For example, the third elder of the Academy, Lu Mingli, is already a realm master at a young age. A person with a powerful background will certainly be envied and feared, but he will not win the respect and admiration of others. However, Lu Mingli is an exception because she not only has a strong background, but also has extraordinary talent and perseverance. Ding! The battle is over, and the settlement begins. Battle settlement. Enemies: 300 little goblins, 150 big goblins, 100 goblin elites, for goblin generals Quasibo SSCS, 1 goblin king boss. Campaign rating, SSS. Rewards for passing the level, 30,000 source crystals, 15,000 boundary stones. Rating rewards, 80,000 source crystals, 40,000 boundary stones, territory building, workshop, territory building, lake. When the elf archers killed the last goblin elite, today's monster siege finally came to an end. Not bad, just afternoon, the battle is completely over. When Yikan saw the treasure chests all over the ground, he was immediately relieved, but when he saw the black color in the mist, his brows frowned again. Sir, what should we do? Su Daji and Nuba both looked at Yikan worriedly, because they couldn't see through the black-robed man's depth. I don't sense any obvious hostility from him. Ignore him for now. Developing the territory and improving our strength are our top priorities. The 2 girls nodded in agreement. However, what was surprising was that when the elven archers and the elves flew out of the territory and began to clean up the battlefield, the man in black robe actually came back leading the camel. However, he did not approach Yikan's territory, but stopped in an open space outside the northeast corner of the territory and took off his 2 khaki boxes. Sir, he seems to be setting up a stall. Su Daji's eyes were wide open, and she looked as if she had seen a ghost. Although Nuba did not appear to be so surprised, she also looked stunned. It looks like he is really a wandering merchant. Yikan looked at Nuba thoughtfully and said, Sister Xian, please keep an eye on him. I will go open the treasure chest with Daji first. Okay, sir. Nuba smiled at Yikan. At this moment, except for Su Daji who could remain calm, the other beauties in the territory instantly lost their luster. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Yikan felt that Nuba's attitude towards him seemed to have changed a little, becoming less distant but more intimate. Sir, are you attracted to Sister Xian? Su Daji hugged Yikan's arm and rubbed his arm with her body intentionally or unintentionally. Any man would be moved. Yikan pulled out his arm, patted her buttocks, and said, Be careful, or you might accidentally discharge the gun. Humph. Young master is also a man who can only talk. Su Daji rolled her eyes coquettishly, and her coquettish look made Yikan unable to help but pinch her. Although he really wanted to execute this monster on the spot, when he thought of the current situation of the territory and the black-robed man outside with unknown intentions, he suppressed his anger. You go open the treasure chest first. I'll upgrade the territory. Su Daji also knew the priorities of the matter, so she stopped acting like a demon and turned around and walked into the ancient tree of life. Yikan directly called up the territory's panel and spent 50,000 world stones to upgrade the territory to level 3. Buzz. I saw the sun and moon fairy pod spray out a ball of gas as gentle as moonlight, covering the entire ancient tree of life. The ancient tree of life was nourished by this power and began to shake wildly. Then it made a cracking sound and began to grow wildly. In the blink of an eye, it grew to 100 meters high, covering the entire territory. Territory. Level 3. Area 2,000 square meters. Owned building. Ancient tree of life. Number of residents 32. Level epic. Territory features. The power of Xuansu. It is rumored that ancient ancestors learned the art of Xuansu from immortals and finally ascended to heaven with women, becoming immortals. The resentment of the Lord as a single dog for 2 lifetimes was blessed by the mysterious power, creating this ultimate characteristic. Xuansu Attribute 1. The resentment of being a single person in 2 lifetimes makes the territory suppress the male enemies by 50. Xuansu Attribute 2. The resentment of being single for 2 lifetimes increases all the attributes of women in the territory to 10 times the original. Xuansu Attribute 3. The resentment of being single for 2 lifetimes makes the probability of obtaining beautiful women when summoning heroes and soldiers in the territory 100. Xuansu Attribute 4. Insufficient level. Power of nature. After the collapse of the elf world, a world core was left behind, which contained the last power of the elf world and the seeds of the ancient tree of life. After being irrigated by the Lord, the ancient tree of life revived and the power of nature awakened. Natural Attribute 1. Can train elves, 20, to contribute to the construction of the territory. Natural Attribute 2. The ancient tree of life can communicate with territory buildings through its roots and can autonomously replenish the consumed inventory of territory buildings. Natural Attribute 3. In the range covered by the ancient tree of life, the residents of the territory are protected by the power of nature, and their injuries will slowly heal. The closer to the ancient tree, the stronger the healing power. Natural Attribute 4. Insufficient level. Very good. After Yi can read the properties of the ancient tree of life, his eyes suddenly lit up. Although the ancient tree of life did not evolve further, it unlocked 2 very practical attributes. From now on, he not only doesn't have to worry about the injuries of the territory warriors, but he also doesn't have to manually refill the defense tower's inventory. Chapter 18 Wildfire Divine Pearl. Ancient Tree of Life. Train 10 elves. Yes, master. At Yi Kan's request, 10 small holes appeared on the ancient tree of life again. As 10 beautiful and cute elves flew out, the team of battlefield cleaners doubled in size. Yi Kan thought about it and spent more than 100,000 source crystals to upgrade Su Daji, Nuba, 20 elf archers, and all the upgradable buildings to level 3. The combat power of the elf archers is a bit low. I hope the workshop can help. As he spoke, Yi Kan took out the building, workshop, and placed it next to the elf shooter training ground. Buzz. Under the entanglement of natural forces, the workshop was transformed into the elf workshop, as desired, and it was of perfect quality. Windsuit, elf crossbow. When Yi Kan opened the workshop and saw the forging list inside, he was overjoyed. It turns out that as long as there are soldiers in the territory, there will be a set of suits suitable for them in the elf workshop. This wind suit is the standard equipment for the elven archers, and the elven crossbow is an upgraded weapon. With this set of equipment, the overall strength of the elven archers will be raised to a higher level. Girls, come here. Thinking of this, Yikan could no longer hold back and immediately called out to the elf archers in the distance. When the beautiful elf archers heard Yikan's call, they immediately put down the work at hand and quickly gathered together. They lined up in 2 teams, each with their head held high and their chests puffed out, looking heroic. King, all the elf archers have been assembled. Please inspect them. The leading shooter captain stepped out and looked at Yikan with admiration. You are all excellent warriors of the elves. To reward you, I decided to change your equipment. After Yikan finished speaking, he threw 20 sets of source crystals into the elf workshop. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With a flash of blue light in the workshop, 20 sets of wind suits were soon refined. Try them all. Yikan winked at the elf archers. Thank you, King. The elf archers' eyes suddenly lit up, and they started changing their equipment in front of Yikan without any hesitation. Seeing that the girls treated him as a stranger, Yikan didn't know what to say except to feast his eyes. Fortunately, the elves were all wearing exquisite underwear. Otherwise, no matter how thick-skinned Yikan was, he would probably be scared and run away. Soon after, the refreshed elf archers lined up in 2 rows again. At this moment, they were wearing light blue wind suits, and the light and comfortable design made them intoxicated. Moreover, the wind suit is very slim-fitting, which can perfectly outline their curves and make them look noble and confident. You are worthy of being my people of the elves. Every one of you is a great beauty. From now on, the safety of the territory will be in your hands. Yikan looked at the 2 rows of slender and straight long legs in front of him, as well as the 2 rows of breathtaking snow-white breasts, and his mood immediately improved. Protecting the territory and the king is our greatest honor. The elf archers spoke in unison, looking at Yikan with fiery eyes. This is not wartime. Everyone can relax a bit and get busy. Yikan smiled and left. He first increased the poisonous thorn wall to a size of 5,040, and then took out the territory building, lake. It's a pity that the territory is still too small. Yikan looked at the lake with a look of regret. Although the number of card rooms has increased to 10 after the decomposition treehouse was upgraded to level 3, there will definitely be more and more people in the territory in the future. At that time, going to the toilet and taking a bath will definitely conflict, so he must solve this problem. We still have to raise the level of the territory as soon as possible. After Yikan finished speaking, he put away the lake and walked towards the ancient tree of life. Sir, I have opened the gold and silver treasure chests, but there are too many black iron and bronze treasure chests. I have to wait for you to come. When Su Daji saw Yikan returning, she immediately fell into his arms. Only at this time would she be so bold and upright, because it was for the future of her work and territory. Really? What did you get? Yikan immediately became interested. Look! As she spoke, Su Daji took out a scarlet bead. Wildfire Divine Pearl. When Yikan saw that the name of the bead was silver, he was suddenly shocked. Wildfire Divine Pearl. Type: Magical Weapon. Grade: Legend. Attributes: Constitution plus 100, Spirit plus 300. Skill 1. Wildfire Power. Passive: Fire damage increased by 100. Skill 2. Wildfire Guardian. Ignores fire damage. Introduction: A treasure born from the endless fire domain. As the fire domain was breached, the Wildfire Divine Pearl also drifted to the Sea of Void Realm and eventually fell into the hands of the Goblin King. Oh my god, this is a treasure tailor-made for Sister Cien. Yikan looked at this terrifying attribute and was suddenly filled with a sense of happiness. Nuba is strong enough in herself, and with this bead, she becomes a great fire wizard. If gods stand in the way, kill gods. If Buddhas stand in the way, kill Buddhas. Sir, Sister Cien is already strong enough, and now she has obtained such a precious treasure. With your current physique, it will not be easy to take her down. Su Daji hugged Yikan's waist and laughed so hard that her body shook. This is indeed a problem, but it seems that you can crush me now. Does that mean I can't defeat you? Yikan scratched her high nose bridge and asked. How can it be the same? Although Daji has not had sex with you, she slept with you last night. She has already been yours. When Su Daji said this, her pretty face immediately turned red again. You are such an annoying little goblin. Yikan didn't dare to continue talking to this goblin, but grabbed her jade hand and pointed to the mountain of treasure chests in front of them. Because if he continues to flirt like this, he won't be able to control himself. Chapter 19, Elf Hunter, Here I Come. Buzz. With the joint efforts of Yikan and Su Daji, the mountains of treasure chests in front of them opened one after another. Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining Source Crystal 166. Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining Boundary Stone 48. In the end, Yikan obtained a total of 60,000 Source Crystals and 30,000 Boundary Stones. In addition, there are Farmland 4, Arrow Tower 3, Element Tower 2, Barracks 1, and the military type symbol, Elf Hunter. You can place the defense tower without hesitation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. This time, the 3 Arrow Towers actually evolved into 3 vine plants named Poisonous Thorns. Each plant has 9 huge vines, like a 9-headed giant snake. Although they look like plants, Yikan knows that they are actually a defense tower. But unlike the Entangled Tower, this thing is not an auxiliary type, but a main attack type. So he placed 3 Poisonous Thorns at the south gate. Not surprisingly, the 2 Element Towers also underwent mysterious changes and evolved into high-fire artillery towers, which were placed by Yikan on both sides of the north gate. According to his estimation, the reason for this change was probably because the ancient Tree of Life had been upgraded. Perhaps it's because my territory is too heavily tainted with the spirit of elves, so I was given a troop symbol like Elf Hunter. What made Yikan happy was that Elf Hunter was actually purple, and like Manic Blood Dragon, it was of excellent quality. He was originally still struggling over whether or not to summon the Manic Blood Dragon when leaving the second barracks. Now it's okay, no need to worry about it. As long as there is a choice, he will definitely choose to summon a humanoid. After all, he has the blessing of the resentment of being a single man for 2 lifetimes, so no matter whether he summons heroes or soldiers, they are all beautiful women. Buzz. Then, under the influence of the fairy light emitted from the sun and moon fairy pot, the building, barracks, and the military symbol, Elf Hunter, merged together. Then it turned into a huge tree with a giant human face. The tree had 2 huge spikes in its mouth, like tusks, and a handful of green leaves on its chin. From a distance, the big tree looks like an old grandfather. More ancient tree. Level 1. Grade, excellent. Durability, 1000. Population, 20. Introduction. Only the most outstanding elves are qualified to receive instruction from the ancient war tree and become a member of the Elf Hunters. In the eyes of the Elf Hunter, the enemy is just a rabbit in the forest. They will evolve along with the evolution of the ancient war tree and become the most elite and brave warriors of the elves. Buzz. Yikan chose to summon without hesitation. Then, the huge ancient war tree emitted a brilliant light. Not long after, 20 beautiful women with graceful figures and black-eye masks appeared in front of Yikan. Meet my king. 20 elf hunters knelt on one knee and looked at Yikan excitedly, because they felt the breath of the elf king on Yikan. Before the elf world collapsed, they all followed the great king. Unfortunately, they were ultimately powerless to save the situation, and the elf world still collapsed. And they were buried in the long river of time along with their homeland and forgotten by the world. They thought that there would be no more elves in the future, but they didn't expect that when they woke up again, they would return to the ancient war tree and meet the king. Although his appearance had completely changed, they knew that the man in front of them was their king. Get up. This is your home from now on, and you will follow me to conquer the heavens and the worlds. Yikan felt the change in the elf hunter's moods and suddenly became full of energy. I would give my heart to my king. After a simple oath, Yikan immediately upgraded these newly joined beauties and changed their equipment. This time, the elf workshop has a green elf suit. In addition to the crossbow, there are also a crossblade and a black iron longsword. There are long, short, and long-range ones, worthy of being the almighty elf hunter. By the time Yikan finished all these, it was already late in the afternoon. Master, go find Sister Sien. I'm hungry. I'm going to eat something first. Sudaji was very sensible and knew that she needed to give Yikan and Nuba some time to be alone, so she stopped pestering him. You are the only one who is sensible. Yikan pulled her into his arms and kissed her hard before letting her go. Originally, Sudaji still felt a little disappointed in her heart, but after Yikan's simple and rough declaration of love, her only resentment disappeared. Everyone is watching. Although Sudaji was very happy, she still hit Yikan before running away. At this time, the elf archers were leading the elf hunters to familiarize themselves with the territory with a look of reverence on their faces, because becoming the elf hunter is their goal. Sister Sien, this bead is more suitable for you. Yikan came and sat down next to Nuba, then took out the wildfire divine pearl and handed it over. Nuba did not refuse because she had already felt the terrifying power contained in the wildfire divine pearl. With this magic weapon, her strength will be greatly improved, so that she can better protect the territory and Yikan. Sir, Daji is a good girl, but also a pitiful person. Don't let her down. Nuba suddenly looked at Yikan and said, It seems like you two already know each other's stories. Yikan smiled slightly and continued, In fact, I can feel her cautiousness and the inferiority hidden in her heart, but I have never looked down on her because of this. She once loved life and strived hard for the freedom in her heart, but she was ultimately too weak and ended up becoming a pawn of the powerful and was cruelly abandoned. In this life, I want to take her and you, Sister Sien, with me to see all the splendor in this world and gain true freedom. After Yikan finished speaking, he directly held Nuba's tender little hand. I'll wait and see. Nuba's gaze was calm, and the resentment hidden in her eyes was fading away. In her previous life, she followed her father to war and had no time to think about matters between men and women, so she was alone. Later, her divine power went out of control, and she was confined to the north of the Red River. Eventually, she was burdened by the people's resentment, lost her nature, and brought disaster to the people. Her father had no choice but to seal her away. She originally thought that her father had abandoned her, so she always resented him, but she learned from Su Daji and Yi Kan that this was not the case at all. After her father sealed her, he was heartbroken and wished he could take her place. But he is the leader of the human race, shouldering the fate of the entire human race, and he has no right to do whatever he wants. Maybe it's time to let it go. Whether you put it down or not, we will carry it together. Yikan pulled Nuba up and said, let's go and see where that man in black robe came from. I'm going to. At this time, Su Daji's familiar voice was heard from under the watchtower. Yikan looked back and found her standing below with a plate with 3 cups of soy milk on it. This silly girl actually learned how to make soy milk secretly. I don't know if she heard what I said just now. Chapter 20. Mr. Merchant, have you ever heard of Alone? Outside the territory, the man in black robe sat cross-legged quietly on the ground with his hands in his pockets, and the gray camel lay behind him. In the open space in front of him, 2 khaki boxes were placed side by side, and they were not opened. It was not until Yikan arrived with Su Daji and Nuba that he slowly stretched out his dry right hand and opened the box on the right. It was only then that Yikan discovered that the black-robed man's palm was actually a bone claw. Oh my god, undead? Yikan's expression froze, and he immediately winked at Su Daji and Nuba, then came to the stall with his hands in his pockets. Looking at his skillful posture, if you don't know, you would think that he and the man in black robe are brothers. Although the black-robed man's box was not big, the items inside had been reduced in size, so there was quite a lot of inventory. Yisanchin glanced at him and his eyes suddenly lit up. Because there were a lot of things he needed in the box, especially a soldier symbol called Elf Tree Spirit. Although the elf dryads are not a main attack type of troops, they are extremely agile, naturally immune to spells, and can dispel negative status for friendly forces. Moreover, the spears in their hands are poisonous. Once stabbed, the person will be poisoned and his movements will become slow. It can be said that this is the best auxiliary soldier among the elves. Most importantly, they can communicate with nature, give birth to spiritual plants, and are natural farmers. There are still more than a dozen pieces of farmland in Yikan's storage bag, which will definitely be used in the future, so summoning the elf tree demon is very necessary. How much are these 2? Yikan pointed to the elf tree spirit, S troop symbol and A barracks building. Upon hearing this, the man in black robe immediately raised his head. Buzz. 2 balls of ghostly light suddenly appeared under his black hood, revealing a vague outline of a skull. If a timid person saw this scene, he would probably be scared to death. Fortunately, Yikan was mentally prepared and managed to hold on. As for Su Daji and Nuba, who were used to big scenes, they didn't care at all. They only cared about Yikan's safety, so they stayed by his side from beginning to end. Buzz. The man in black robe stretched out his bone claws and drew a few times in front of his eyes. Then the words 300,000 source crystals appeared in the air. Oh my god, it's so expensive. Yikan looked at his purse and found that even with the boundary stone, he couldn't get together 300,000. Moreover, the boundary stone is bound and cannot be traded at all. The man in black robe glanced at Yikan and was about to put away the box. Wait, since you're a wandering merchant, you should be buying things, right? As he spoke, Yikan had already taken out Spearman and Manic Blood Dragon, as well as a bunch of miscellaneous equipment from his storage bag. As a result, the man in black robe didn't even look at the equipment. He just picked out 2 military symbols and wrote down the words 61,000 source crystals. Oh my god, the difference you make as a middleman is too much. Yikan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Sir, why don't we not buy it? There are still 8 days left, so there will definitely be a lot of things to drop, maybe even a elf tree demon. The housekeeper, Posadaji, pulled Yikan, seeming unwilling to spend so much money to buy a military talisman. Daji, we can't rely on luck. Only when we get hold of something, it belongs to us. Yikan patted her little hands, then pointed at the elf tree demon, and said, I want this. 200,000 source crystals. The man in black robe immediately wrote down the price. Although Yikan knew that he was raising the price, he had no choice but to take out almost all of his assets to pay the full price. The man in black robe seemed to know that Yikan had no ability to buy anything else, so he immediately closed the box and looked for the next buyer. As a result, Yikan reached out to stop him again. The man in black robe looked up at Yikan, and the will-o'-the-wisp in his eyes instantly took on a faint red glow. In an instant, an extremely dangerous aura enveloped Yikan and the other two. Sudaji and Nuba's expressions changed instantly, and they stood directly in front of Yikan. Unexpectedly, Yikan pulled them behind him, then looked at the man in black robe and said, "Don't be nervous. I just have a big business to discuss with you." Buzz. The red light of the black-robed man suddenly dissipated, but the flickering will-o'-the-wisp revealed a hint of contempt, as if saying, "With your poor appearance, what is there to talk about?" Mr. Merchant, have you ever heard of a loan?" Yikan didn't care about the black-robed man's disdainful attitude at all, but stared at him with shining eyes. Even if he didn't buy the barracks, he had to take the other item in the box. Because from the moment she appeared, Sudaji's eyes had been attracted by a weapon in the box, which was a pair of double swords, sun and moon blades. "I'll pay a deposit first, take the items away, and then I'll pay the balance after a while. At that time, you can charge me some interest based on the number of days." You can carefully explain to the man in black the concept of loan and the benefits he would get. As long as he waits here for 8 days, not only can he close a big deal, but he can also get a lot of interest. For him, there is no loss at all. At first, the man in black robe was a little confused, but as Yikan explained, his will-o'-the-wisp became brighter and brighter. After thinking for a while, he seemed to agree with Yikan and nodded seriously. "Very good." After Yikan finished speaking, he pointed to the sun and moon blade in the box and said, "I want this one." The black-robed man's ghost light flashed, and he actually revealed a feeling of joy. He directly handed the sun and moon blade to Yikan, and then wrote the words 1,000,000 source crystals. "Fuck, you were robbing me." Yikan felt his waist tremble, but he gritted his teeth, took it, and handed it to Sudaji. "Sir, this is too expensive." Although Sudaji wanted it very much, she was very worried. She was very clear about the situation of the territory. 1,000,000 source crystals was not a small amount. You can't buy what you love with money. I know you used twin swords in your previous life. Moreover, this sword contains the power of the moon and the sun. It is a rare divine weapon. Take it. You can stuff the weapon into Sudaji's hand without saying anything. Seeing this, Sudaji didn't know what to say, but she secretly swore in her heart that she must kill more enemies and help the young master pay off his debts as soon as possible. "Mr. Wandering Merchant, please stay here for a few days." You can wave to the man in black robe, then took Sudaji and Nuba to the territory. The man in black robe didn't care. After putting away the box, he led the camel into the fog, because he knew that Yikan would definitely stay here for 8 days. Moreover, even if Yikan ran away early, he could still catch up to Blue Star. Even the powerful people on Blue Star would not dare to break off with them, merchants from all worlds. Chapter 21. Daji confesses, thunder roars in the treehouse. "Thank you, sir." Sudaji stroked the sun and moon twin blades and was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. Although she was a 1,000-year-old fox spirit in her previous life, she was actually just a little demon with weak magical powers and did not even have a magic weapon worth using. Otherwise, she and her sisters would not have needed to use seductive means to seduce the king and would not have ended up being beheaded. What's the point of saying thank you to each other? Yikan smiled slightly and pointed at the sun and moon blades, and the attributes of this pair of magical weapons were immediately revealed. Sun and moon blade. Part, weapon. Grade, legend. Attributes, Constitution plus 200, Spirit plus 200. Skill 1. Power of the Moon, passive, increases damage to male enemies by 100. Skill 2. Power of the Sun, passive, increases damage to female enemies by 100. Introduction. Made of the lunar divine iron and solar divine iron, it draws on the power of the lunar and solar to forge, and when both blades come out together, even gods cannot stop it. Sister Daji, now even I am no match for you. When Nuba saw the attributes of the sun and moon blades, her eyes lit up. This is indeed a fierce soldier. He can kill both men and women. Sister, you're joking. You are strong because of yourself, but I rely on external things. Sudaji has a very clear understanding of herself. Compared with Nuba, her background is indeed a little shallow. These are not problems. As long as we keep working hard, we will have bread and milk. You can put his arms around the two girls' slender waists and walked into the territory together. The skin around Nuba's waist tightened instantly, and she seemed a little uncomfortable, but when she saw Yikan's sunny smile, her tense body actually relaxed. With the addition of 10 elves and 20 elf hunters, the territory became noticeably more lively. I've been busy for most of the day and I'm hungry. Let's eat first. Yikan's proposal was immediately recognized by the two beauties. In their previous lives, one of them was a celestial maiden and the other was a 1,000-year-old fox demon. They lived a life of eating clouds and drinking dew, and actually had little desire for worldly food. Now that they have been reborn and everything is starting over, they naturally need to eat. And after eating the food cooked by Yi Kan, they completely became foodies. If the food was not cooked by Yi Kan, they would not enjoy it. Let's have coconut chicken hot pot today. I don't know what the structure of the elf-flavored house is, but even coconuts can grow out of it. After Yi Kan's tinkering, the flavor house was soon filled with fragrance, attracting the elf shooters and elf hunters. Even the elves hiding in the ancient tree of life flew over to join in the fun. Fortunately, Yi Kan had prepared in advance and made 6 pots, 4 of which were extra-large pots for the elf shooters and elf hunters. One of the 2 small ones is for them to eat, and the other is for the elves. Master, do we have a share too? When the elves have nothing to do, they will wander around the territory, and they especially like to stay on top of the elf-flavored houses to eat fresh fruits, and rarely go into the houses. The main reason was that the hot pot made by Yi Kan today brought out the aroma of coconut, successfully arousing the appetite of the elves. Of course, everyone who sees it gets a share. Don't be polite, eat as much as you want. If it's not enough, we can add more. Thank you, Master. Thank you, King. The eyes of the elf warriors and elves lit up and they started eating like crazy. 2 cute elves even came over to Yi Kan and his friends, flying up from time to time to pick up food for Yi Kan, which made the elf warriors in the distance envious. While Yi Kan was partying with the beauties, 3 novice lords from the same area as him left the territory and successfully met each other. Every night after the monster's siege ends, there will be a window period in the outside area. If the territories are adjacent and both have something to guide each other, the novice lords can meet outside. At this time, Huang Xingxing, with a team of 20 broadsword fighters, looked aloof and arrogant. His younger brothers Shi Laojin and Li Huaishui also managed to survive the second day and trained a team of light infantry and archers. The 3 of them together make 60 people. Boss, tell me, how do we do it? Shi Laojin and Li Huaishui both looked at Huang Xingxing. They all knew that if they wanted to kill Yi Kan, they could only choose the period between nightfall and early morning every day, and the sooner the better. Because as the trial progresses, even during the monster-free period, it may not be safe outside. The landing locations in the trial area are usually arranged according to the student registration numbers. That guy should be nearby. Let's check the location today and take action tomorrow. Huang Xingxing was fully armed, his eyes full of hostility. He hated those who refused to accept their fate the most, especially those lowly poor people, not to mention a little beggar who tried to be on equal footing with him. So he must die? Yi Kan naturally didn't know that he had been targeted by 3 little scoundrels. After having a good meal and a good drink, he was standing on the elf watchtower, looking at the empire he had built and planning his future. I hope we can open the barracks tomorrow so that we can get the training of the tree demons on the agenda. Although Yi Kan has determined his path as a warlord, he will not give up the road of farming. After all, he inherited the legacy of the elven world and is the new generation of elven king. He can train extraordinary soldiers such as elven tree spirits. If he remembered correctly, the building for training elf tree spirits should be the ancient tree of knowledge. This kind of living building is exclusive to the elves. In other words, even if others obtain the 2 types of military symbols, elf hunter and elf dryad, they would not be able to train these 2 types of warriors. Unless their territory also possesses the origin of the elven world and cultivates ancient trees of life. Because the ancient tree of life is the foundation of the elves. Without the ancient tree of life as the mother tree, the elves are like rootless water, and everything is empty talk. The battle on the second day was so huge, tomorrow's battle should be even more difficult. We need to rest well. He can jump down after saying this. When he took a shower, changed his clothes, and returned to the ancient tree of life house, he found Su Daji and Nuba, who had already finished bathing, were whispering. When the 2 saw him coming back, their pretty faces blushed slightly, and then Nuba walked out. Sister Xian, where are you going? Yi Kan scratched his head, a little confused. I'm sleeping in the hall tonight. Nuba smiled at Yi Kan and closed the door directly. Sir, do you still want to hug me left and right? Su Daji threw herself into Yi Kan's arms, looked at him eagerly, and then obediently undressed him. Daji you. Yi Kan seemed to understand something, and his heart began to beat wildly. You are a lord with great potential. In the future, there will definitely be more and more sisters as powerful and beautiful as Sister Xian around you. Regardless of the past life or this life, Daji is just a little demon. The only one who can show off is me. I hope you don't mind him. Before Su Daji could finish her words, Yi Kan embraced her in his arms and covered her mouth. That night, The tree house was filled with spring. Then there was a loud thunder, and the waves crashed against the shore, blowing up thousands of piles of snow. Fortunately, Yikin is the Lord and can use his power to isolate the treehouse. Otherwise, the huge noise would definitely shake the entire territory. Chapter 22. Yi Gongzi walks out with the help of the wall. The next day, Yikin was still in a dream, but he felt a soft and boneless little hand touching him, and he couldn't help but open his eyes. Sir, it's time to get up and have breakfast. Su Daji lay beside Yikan and breathed gently into his ears. When did you get up? Yikan looked at Su Daji, who was neatly dressed and looking at him lovingly, and couldn't help feeling dazed. They fought fiercely until dawn last night, but in the end he couldn't hold on any longer and fell down first. It was also at that time that he realized that with a physical fitness of only over 70, how could he possibly be a match for Su Daji, the sixth oldest with a physical fitness of over 600? Their physical fitness is not even on the same level. I got up a long time ago. My lord, you are still too weak. You need to eat more. Su Daji kissed Yikan on the face and then pulled him up. I haven't washed up yet. Yikan couldn't help but touch her waist, then slapped Su Daji on the buttocks and said, Damn it, I will take revenge. Hee hee, I'm waiting for you to take revenge. While Su Daji was helping Yikan put on his clothes, she was rubbing him with a sweet smile, being extremely naughty. At this moment, Su Daji was more radiant and charming than yesterday, and it was obvious that she had been blessed by the relationship. How's the situation today? Are there any monsters attacking the city? Yikan held her in his arms and lowered his head to rest his forehead against hers. Su Daji felt the masculine aura on him, and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. She couldn't help but put her arms around his waist. However, when she thought of Yikan's physique, she immediately restrained herself a little. Sir, today seems a little strange. Not only are there no monsters attacking the city, but the area around the territory seems to be even calmer than the past 2 days. After Su Daji calmed down, she immediately showed a puzzled look. Calm? That means it's coming soon. Yikan kissed her and then rushed out of the treehouse. As a result, he walked too fast, his breath was cut off, his legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, he grabbed the wooden wall in time, thus avoiding embarrassment. Seeing this, Su Daji, who was behind, couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, then followed him out with breakfast. After Yikan finished washing up quickly, he took the spring roll handed to him by Su Daji, put it into his mouth, and climbed up to the elf watchtower. Su Daji chased after him with soy milk and millet porridge, like a young woman worried about her hungry husband. Don't worry, I'm watching. Nuba turned around and smiled at Yikan with a hint of teasing in her eyes, but when she felt the heat in Yikan's gaze, her face suddenly turned red. After Yikan reacted, he couldn't help but secretly curse himself as a scumbag in his heart. Because just now, he couldn't help but think of what happened last night, and then he inexplicably compared Nuba's figure with Su Daji's. But Nuba was such a smart person that she could see through his little thoughts, so the situation became awkward. Buzz. Fortunately, the long-awaited storm finally arrived, and tall figures suddenly rushed out from the fog all around the territory. They were 4 elite bull monsters with bull heads and human bodies, holding heavy hammers. Each of these big guys is more than 4 meters tall, and they are obviously powerful people who are good at breaking through cities. Moo! The barbarian bull monster elite roared towards the sky, with 2 streams of white air spewing out of its huge nostrils, and it spread its legs and ran wildly towards the territory. Boom boom boom. The heavy cow hooves stepped on the ground, making a deafening sound. At the same time, countless smaller bulls suddenly rushed out from the fog, holding spears in their hands, and charged towards the territory like a tide. If no one stops them, these tough-skinned guys will be able to tear down the poisonous wall of thorns in just a few breaths. Fortunately, Yikan's territory is no longer what it used to be. There are 11 defense towers alone and 40 brave and skilled elven warriors. Add to that 2 beautiful ladies who are obviously mages but are armed like tanks, and Yikan can just lie back and enjoy the life of a gigolo. Sir, just leave these guys who only know how to rush around to the side to take care of us. You just stay here and have a good meal. Sure enough, before Yikan could say anything, Su Daji handed over the breakfast, then turned into a purple light and rushed towards the east gate. In her opinion, the endless demands last night had drained Yikan dry. Letting him go to the battlefield at this time would be tantamount to sending him to his death. Moo! The bull monster became furious when he saw that Su Daji, a weak female human, dared to challenge it head-on. It swung the sledgehammer, which was bigger than Su Daji's body, and smashed it hard into Su Daji's face. Swish! Su Daji smiled coldly, suddenly pulled out the moon blade, and with a casual move, She chopped out a bright streak of moonlight. Moo! The bull monster showed a look of disdain. In its opinion, Su Daji's soft attack was not even worthy of tickling it. Then, it was tragic. Laugh. With just a slight sound, the huge hammer of the bull monster was split into two halves, and it was also cut in half from the middle. My lord, Daji is right. You don't need to fight today. When Nuba saw this situation, she instantly estimated the strength of the bull monster. She smiled at Yi Kan and rushed towards the north gate. Alas, I was underestimated. It's all the fault of that evil monster Daji. I must get back at her tonight. Yi Kan had a helpless look on his face and could only turn his grief and anger into food intake, starting an eating frenzy. Soon, Su Daji and Nuba eliminated 4 elite bull monsters. Although there are still a lot of monsters left, there is no need for the 2 of them to take action. The defense towers and elf warriors can handle them. I still need 33,100 world stones to upgrade my territory to level 4. By then, my attributes will increase by 50 points, and the area of my territory will reach 5,000 square meters. Yi Kan began to arrange the matters of farming the territory in his mind. Of course, after his attributes are enhanced, he will continue to plow the fields tonight to regain his ground. Master, let us rub your shoulders. At this time, 2 crisp voices sounded in Yi Kan's ears. It turned out to be the 2 elves who picked up food for him yesterday. They were waiting to clean up the battlefield and came to Yi Kan because they had nothing to do. Thank you for your help. Yi Kan looked at these 2 sweet and lovely little guys and did not refuse. Upon hearing this, the 2 elves were overjoyed and began to massage Yi Kan's shoulders attentively. In the eyes of the elves, it is a great honor to be able to stay with the noble king, especially for them, the lowest elves. Yi Kan didn't think so much about it, because he liked the elves in his previous life. Now I am fortunate enough to inherit such a similar race in another world and become their king. Wouldn't I be a fool if I didn't enjoy it? Wong, we have to go to work. Soon after, the battle was over and the elves became busy. Sir, I can open the treasure chest with just 1 click. At this time, Su Daji suddenly rushed up to the watchtower with excitement, but she immediately regretted it after she said it. Because now that she can open the treasure chest by herself, she can no longer use this as an excuse to stay in Yi Kan's arms. Silly girl. How could Yi Kan not see her little thoughts? He immediately pulled her into his arms and said with a smile, Don't call me master anymore. Call me husband. Chapter 23. You will regret not having enough money when you need it. Isn't this bad? Su Daji's eyes were blurred and her emotions were fluctuating. She looked very excited, but she immediately restrained herself. Because she is very clear about her position. Now she is not only herself, but also Yi Kan's woman. Everything must be considered for Yi Kan and their family. No? What? Yi Kan couldn't help but frown when he heard her words. Shouldn't this be a good thing? My lord, it is a great fortune for Daji to be favored by you, but Daji is of humble origin after all. If she behaves like this, I am afraid she will not be able to win the support of the people. Wouldn't this affect your dignity in the territory? Su Daji thought about it and decided to express her concerns. What the hell is authority? I have the final say in my territory, but showing affection in front of Sister Xian is a bit unkind. When Yi Kan thought of Nuba, he couldn't help but feel a little conflicted. Well, so we can just call you that in private. When there are others around, Daji will still call you master. Su Daji was indeed Yi Kan's sweetheart. She immediately got into Yi Kan's arms and said coquettishly, Husband, what do you say? I'll listen to my wife. When Yi Kan was preparing to have some sweet time with Su Daji, the fog surrounding the territory began to stir again. Then, 4 huge bull monsters over 6 meters tall, holding maces as tall as their bodies, walked out. Bull Giant, Quasi-Boss. Grade. Constitution. Spirit. Skills, Savage Charge, Bull Strength. Introduction. The strongmen of the barbarian bull tribe. They gave up the evolution of their brains and transferred all nutrients to their muscles. They are the most brutal siege machines. Moo. At this moment, the barbarian bull giant let out a huge roar, and white air spewed out of his big nostrils, like the reincarnation of the bull demon king. Boom. With a loud bang, the 4 giant bulls turned into a gust of wind and rushed towards the 4 city gates. With this situation, not to mention the tender and delicate elven warriors, even the poisonous wall of thorns would not be able to withstand it. My husband, the elf warriors can't hold on any longer. I'm going. Su Daji stood on tiptoe and touched Yi Kan's lips, then floated out of the east gate on the evil wind. On the other side, Nuba had already rushed out of the territory and intercepted a giant bull halfway. Buzz. She moved her jade fingers, and the flames of heavenly punishment immediately turned into flaming ropes that bound the limbs of the bull giant. The bull giant is indeed a siege tank. With its level advantage, even spells as powerful as Nuba were broken by half by its brute force. Fortunately, Nuba's powerful attributes made up for the lack of level, and she was able to stop it after all. Under the horrific flames of divine punishment, the bull giant, relying only on brute force, could not change his fate of being roasted into beef jerky. On the other side, Sudaji was much simpler and more brutal. She blew out a gust of wind, slowing down the speed of the bull giant, and then she used the sun and moon blades together to perform a cross-shaped lightning slash. Swish, swish. The huge body of the bull giant was instantly split into 4 parts. However, Sudaji didn't even look at its corpse and went straight to another city gate. Since Yikin had piled all the good equipment he had obtained in the early stage on her, she was now almost equivalent to 2 Nuba. This is also the real reason why Yikin walked out with the help of the wall. It can be said that he brought this fate upon himself, who made him give all the good things to Sudaji and only keep the worst mace for himself. As there was no strong resistance at the 2 southwest gates, the 2 giant bulls had already broken through the poisonous thorn wall and were now pushing up the defense tower. The situation on the west gate was relatively smooth. Because of its thick skin and strong flesh, the entangling tower, lightning chain tower, and hellfire turret fired at the same time, but they were unable to kill it in the first place. Instead, it was able to destroy half of the entangling tower. It was not until the arrival of Nuba that the entangled tower, which was on the verge of collapse, was saved. The south gate is in a tragic situation because it faces 3 poisonous thorns. It didn't even have time to break through the poisonous thorn wall before it was entangled by the vines with highly poisonous thorns. Moreover, these vines are not just for wrapping around. They have suction cups on their bodies and can transform into spikes to pierce into the bodies of the bull giants, absorbing their life essence to replenish their own losses. By the time Sudaji arrived outside the south gate, the giant bull had been shot into a hornet's nest by the elf warriors and was dead beyond dead. Daji, open the treasure chest quickly. At this moment, Yikan's voice suddenly came into Sudaji's ears. Yes. Sudaji's heart and eyes are now full of Yikan, so she naturally knows what he is thinking. As the trial progresses, the number and quality of monsters will greatly increase, and an additional siege will be added every day. Yikan must promptly transform the resources generated by the battle into the strength of the territory so that they can hold out to the end. 58,000 source crystals, 36,000 boundary stones, 1 each of farmed field, stone wall, and black iron mace. Sudaji opened the treasure chest quickly. That's enough. Switch with Sister Sien. You take charge of the 2 northwest gates, and he will take charge of the east gate. I will take care of the south gate. Yikan took a glance at the properties of the mace, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Dark iron mace. Part, weapon. Grade, flawless, yellow. Attributes, Constitution plus 150. Skill, power of the giant bull, physical attack increased by 30. Introduction, the shaman of the barbarian bull tribe once traveled overseas and found extremely heavy deep-sea black iron. He then ordered his people to forge the deep-sea black iron into the most destructive black iron mace and gave it to the most courageous barbarian bull giant. 150 physical fitness. Great stuff. Yikan stroked the mace, and a light suddenly flashed in his eyes. With this thing, although he is still not as good as Sudaji and Nuba, he should have no problem guarding a gate. The most important thing is that he shouldn't have to lean on the wall to get out tonight. My dear, I'll go then. Sudaji also saw the properties of the mace, and she felt surprised but also shy. Obviously, she and Yikan thought the same thing. Go ahead, be careful. After Sudaji left, Yikan immediately spent 100,000 world stones to upgrade the ancient tree of life to level 4. Buzz. In an instant, the territory changed dramatically, directly from the original 2,000 square meters to 5,000 square meters. Yikan spent the 50,000 source crystals he had just obtained to upgrade Sudaji to level 4, and then expanded the poisonous thorn wall to a size of 10,050. You only regret not having enough money when you need it. Yikan looked at his empty wallet and suddenly felt a toothache. Thinking about the 1 million source crystals he still owed the wandering merchant, his heart ached. 5,000 square meters. The lake can be arranged. After Yikan finished speaking, he took out the territory building, lake, and placed it in the northwest of the territory. Buzz. Under the transformation of the magical power of the sun and moon fairy pot, the small lake that was originally only 100 square meters suddenly twisted and turned into a magical lake full of spiritual energy, covering an area of 300 square meters. Loon Lake. Level 1. Grade. Legend. Durability. 10,000. Introduction. A lake with mysterious power that can always remain clean and clear. It is the place where the moon goddess once bathed. Legend has it that if you bathe in the moon lake, you will receive the blessing of the moon goddess. Not only will you become more and more beautiful, but your magical powers will also become more and more powerful. Well, it's going to be hard not to watch girls taking baths from now on. After Yikan finished reading the introduction of Moon Goddess Lake, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The bathing problem of the beauties in the territory has been solved. Then he threw out the stone wall. Under the effect of the sun and moon fairy pot, the stone wall expanded into 2 layers, forming a city wall with a runway and stairs within the poisonous thorn wall. In this way, the elf warriors can stand on the runway to defend against the enemy and provide timely support to the 4 gates. The most important thing is that they no longer have to hide in the territory and shoot, but can now carry out precise attacks on monsters. It's time to upgrade our muskets to big guns. Now we can face the remaining 3 groups of monsters. Yikan was promoted to a higher level and changed his weapon to a black iron mace. His physical fitness increased by 200 points and his confidence soared immediately. Sure enough, the 3rd wave of monsters arrived as expected. This time the barbarian bull tribe learned their lesson and no longer sent brainless barbarian bulls to die. Instead, they sent shamans to lead the team in long-range attacks on the territory. Unfortunately, Yikan's troops are best at long-range attacks, and his attributes have greatly increased, so he is not afraid of the shaman's fireball and lightning chain, and goes straight out of the city to fight. By noon, the 3rd wave of monsters was completely wiped out. The 4th wave arrived in the afternoon, led by 4 barbarian bull chiefs and bosses. This time they seemed to have accepted their fate. There was no technical content in their siege, they just used ladders and human wave tactics. This war of attrition is Yikan's biggest headache now, because he has no source crystals left and cannot replenish the inventory losses of the defense towers. Fortunately, the 3 of them were strong enough. They collected and opened treasure chests while fighting, and thus managed to barely maintain the operation of the territory. It was also at this time that Nuba discovered her own shortcomings, because she is the only one who cannot open the treasure chest with 1 click. Sir, why can Daji open the treasure chest with 1 click, but I can't? After the 3rd wave of monsters ended their siege, Nuba couldn't help herself and came to Yikan. Yikan scratched his head, not knowing how to answer her for a moment. Because Sudaji suddenly leaned close to Nuba's ear and said something. Oh. After hearing this, Nuba's face turned red. She thought of many possibilities, but she could never have imagined that this was the way Yikan gave Sudaji this ability. At this moment, she, who was always steady and calm, wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Because in this matter, whether in her past life or in this life, she is a novice. Just when the 3 people had different thoughts, a golden light suddenly flashed in the fog outside the territory. As a lord, Yikan's perception within the territory is far beyond that of others. He sensed something was wrong the first moment. Boom. At this moment, the north gate suddenly exploded. Whoosh. A ball of golden light, like a burning little sun, rushed towards him fiercely. Chapter 24 The Boy Who Spreads Wealth, the Little Golden Divine Bull. What the hell? Yikan's expression changed drastically, and he threw the black iron mace out without thinking too much. When there was only a deafening explosion, and Yikan was actually knocked back dozens of meters by the ball of golden light. Young master. After Sudaji and Nuba reacted, they were immediately horrified. They were too careless and were distracted at such a critical moment. If the young master was injured, they would be blamed for it. Hateful. Nuba instantly ran wild on the spot, twisting the heavenly fire into a giant snake as thick as a bucket, and bit towards the golden light. Sudaji's hair was flying as she soared into the air under the support of the evil wind, with both the sun and moon blades unsheathed. Clank. I saw 2 blades falling from the sky, like the Milky Way falling from the sky, crossing each other and slashing down at the golden light. It was also at this time that Yikan saw clearly what the thing that attacked him was. It turned out to be a calf more than 1 meter tall, with golden light flowing all over its body, as if it was made of the purest gold. Golden little bull. Grade. Constitution. Spirit. Skills. Brutal charge. Power of the giant bull. Blessing of the divine bull. Bull fist. Introduction. The golden sacred bull cub is the embodiment of the power of the barbarian bull tribe's faith. After endless years of worship by the barbarian bull tribe, it has condensed a tangible body and possesses magical powers. It is a sacred bull that knows kung fu. Moo. The little golden divine bull turned around and roared at the giant sky fire snake, sending out waves of sound in an attempt to blow the giant sky fire snake away. However, Nuba was a person who refused to admit defeat, and she frantically activated the wildfire divine pearl to keep the giant sky fire snake from falling. While the little golden divine bull was restrained by the giant sky fire snake, Sudaji's lightning cross slash also came. TSK. TSK. In an instant, golden blood splashed out. Although the defense of the golden little divine bull far exceeds that of the leader of the barbarian bull tribe, its level also crushes Sudaji. But in front of Sudaji's absolute power, it was still a little bit weak and was directly chopped to pieces. The little golden bull was worthy of being called a golden monster. Instead of making it surrender, the flesh wounds aroused its bloodiness. Moo! It roared, stood up, and even imitated humans to make a boxing stance. This guy knows kung fu, you better be careful. Yikan immediately shared the information about the golden little divine bull with Sudaji and Nuba so that they could be mentally prepared. Sir, this guy's rank seems to be no lower than ours. You go to the side and hold us back. Sudaji was worried that Yikan would get hurt, so she stood in front of her. Daji, I now have a physical fitness of nearly 300, and whether it's fist fighting or weapon fighting, I may not lose to him. Yikan smiled slightly, then flashed out and rushed forward waving a black iron mace. His 6 years of survival in the wilderness were not in vain. Now that he has powerful attributes and a magical weapon in his hand, how could he be afraid of a mere calf, even if it is of a high grade? Ding ding ding. Yikan brandished the black iron mace and used the bull beating technique directly on the little golden divine bull. The golden little divine bull's bull punches are also very powerful. It dodges left and right and throws hooks, flying kicks, and sweeping kicks in great style. However, Yikan was not competing with it, but killing monsters to get equipment, so he would not talk about martial ethics with it at all. Moreover, the two angry beauties, Nuba and Sudaji, would not sit idly by and watch Yikan fight the little divine bull alone. Buzz. Nuba integrated the wild fire divine pearl into the giant sky fire snake, and then used the fire snake as a whip to frantically whip the little golden divine bull. Sudaji frantically activated the power of the moon and sun in the sun and moon blade, and directly used the little golden divine bull as a target. Humans, you have no moral principles. The little golden divine bull was so flustered that he was forced to speak in human language. It seemed different from other stubborn monsters. After finding that it was no match for its opponent, it actually wanted to withdraw from the territory and escape. Since you're here, why not stay forever? This was the first time Yikan encountered the golden monster, so how could he let it escape? When? He gathered all his strength and hit the little golden bull on the head with a blow, sending it flying. Then he manually controlled all the defense towers and summoned all the elven warriors. You don't need to get close, just stand on the city wall. If it dares to retreat, use the crossbow and crossblade to drive it back to the territory. I will control the defense tower to cover you. Yes, King. Although the elf warriors were not afraid of death, they did not want to affect Yikan's plan, and they all stared at the battle situation with wide eyes. The ancient tree of life also swayed its branches, releasing an even richer breath of life, supporting Yikan and the others. Ding ding ding. Snap, snap, snap. Chi-chi-chi-chi. Then, a strange scene appeared in the territory, with 2 women and 1 man besieging a golden calf. When the golden maverick tries to rush out of the territory, the elf warriors will attack desperately and cooperate with the defense tower to drive it back to the territory. Even though the golden little divine bull is of high level and powerful attributes, it cannot withstand this war of attrition. The more it fought, the more tired it became, but these guys became more excited. Now it regrets that it should not have entered the human territory so easily. It is too evil here. As soon as it came in, it found that half of its strength was sealed. Furthermore, these 3 people were obviously eccentric and possessed powers beyond their level. Even though its giant bull power increased its combat power by 30, it was still no match for them. Everything in this territory seemed to be aimed at it. Moo, what the hell are you? Finally, the golden little bull collapsed. So many of you are bullying a cute little calf like me. You have no moral principles and are not worthy of being human beings. Seeing this pitiful look, if it happened under normal circumstances, perhaps Nuba and Sudaji would have been soft-hearted. But it is useless now, because it has touched the reverse scale of these 2 women. It even dared to attack their men. This is a capital crime. Boom. Finally, the sky fire exploded and the cross lightning descended again. Originally, Yikan wanted to show off by performing the moves of spreading wings of the great Pung and flying dragon in the sky, But the poor little divine bull had already received his lunchbox, and 5 golden treasure chests were dropped. Fuck, this guy is simply a money-giving boy. Yikan looked at the golden ground, and his breathing became rapid with excitement. In the past, they fought hard, but even if they killed the final boss, they were only given a golden treasure chest. The sun rose from the west today, and I got 5 gold coins just by killing 1 golden monster. It was a huge profit. Now we have made up for the loss of the 4 barbarian bull bosses. Sudaji put away the sun and moon blade and hugged Yikan's arm with lingering fear. Even Nuba was frightened and stood beside Yikan, worried that another assassin would suddenly appear. It's okay. Yikan patted their little hands and comforted them. At the same time, the long-awaited battle settlement reminder sound finally sounded. Ding! The battle is over, and the settlement begins. Battle settlement. Enemies: 1,200 bull monsters, 4 bull monster elites, 4 bull giants quasi-boss, 4 bull shamans quasi-boss, 4 bull leaders boss, 1 golden little bull, golden boss. Campaign rating, SSS. Rewards for passing the level, 100,000 source crystals and 50,000 boundary stones. Rating rewards, 200,000 source crystals, 100,000 boundary stones, territory building, apartment, equipment, phantom sound pipa. Chapter 25. Here they come. They are coming with a large force. Although the difficulty is getting higher and higher, the rewards are also getting higher and higher. Yikan looked at the reward that had increased several times, and the fatigue in his heart was instantly swept away. He immediately placed the apartment next to the Loon Lake. The elf warriors can all live in their own barracks, but the heroes came out of the heavenly demon Nirvana pool and have no exclusive housing at all. He and Sudaji can live in the tree house, but what about Nuba? You can't let her live in the living room and sleep on the sofa forever, right? Although the sound of his fight with Sudaji would not be heard, Nuba would definitely know what they were doing. This will cause a certain amount of psychological pressure on both Nuba and them. Buzz. After being transformed by the sun and moon fairy pot, the apartment was suddenly surrounded by countless flowers, plants, and trees, becoming a palace, filled with the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Sir, even the temporary palace is ready. Are you planning to start a harem? Sudaji bumped into Yikan with her soft body, her eyes full of charm, which made Yikan's blood boil. Nuba standing by seemed to have thought of something, and her pretty face turned red, but she quickly suppressed it. Sister Xian, today's battle is over. There are many houses in the palace. Go and choose one first. Yikan seemed to notice Nuba's embarrassment and immediately changed the subject. Nuba felt relieved and walked towards the palace silently. Husband, it's not a good idea for you and Sister Xian to keep doing this. You are a man. You should take the initiative. When Sudaji saw the lonely figure of Nuba, she suddenly felt a little bit of pity. There's a long way to go. There's no need to rush. Besides, Sister Xian is a person with strong opinions. She has her own ideas. After Yikan finished speaking, he suddenly reacted and immediately scratched Sudaji's nose and said, "How can a woman urge her man to find a woman? What are you thinking?" Hee, because I know that my man is good enough and I can't control him by myself. In this case, why don't I find someone I can talk to be my sister? This way I won't be bullied in the future. Sudaji leaned into Yikan's arms and said very open-mindedly, "You are quite open-minded. By the way, I have a gift for you." After Yikan finished speaking, he immediately took out the phantom sound pipa he had just obtained. This is... The moment Sudaji saw the fantasy pipa, she was completely stunned, because she was so familiar with the shape of this pipa. "Thank you, husband." Sudaji burst into tears instantly. "Daji, since I can revive you, maybe I can also revive your 2 sisters. This phantom pipa may be a signal." Yikan ruffled her hair and held her in his arms. The 3 monsters in Xianyuan Tomb are not good monsters, but in fact, everything they do is instructed by Nuwa. At the beginning, Nuwa only asked them to enter the Shang dynasty to confuse the king, accelerate the corruption of the Shang dynasty, and prepare for King Wu's attack on King Zhou. She also added a sentence that innocent people should not be harmed, and nothing else was explained. The 3 demons were also stupid. They relied on Nuwa and did all kinds of evil things to her. As a result, both ends were caught in the trap and became victims of the conferred God tribulation and were cursed for all eternity. At the moment of death, the 3 demons finally woke up, but it was too late. Now Yikan has given Sudaji the opportunity to live again. If possible, Sudaji naturally hopes that both of her sisters can survive. But she had always kept this expectation deep in her heart and never said it out loud. Now that Yikan took the initiative to propose, she could no longer bear it and threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. Although Yi Qian is also her relative now, the nine-headed pheasant fairy and the jade peepa fairy have been dependent on her since childhood, and that kind of relationship cannot be replaced by anyone else. Okay, there are still 7 spots left in the heavenly demon nirvana pool. If I work harder, maybe your sister will show up. Now let's open the treasure chest first. Su Daji burst into laughter and pulled Yi Qian towards the ancient tree of life. As night fell, the area around the territory gradually became darker. Because the battle has been settled, there will be no more monsters attacking the city today, so neither Yi Qian, Su Daji nor Nuba are paying attention to the situation outside the territory. Only the elf warriors are still standing guard and patrolling, diligently guarding their territory and their homes. At this moment, 3 unfamiliar faces suddenly emerged from the fog. Boss, you are amazing. You actually found it. Shi Laojin looked at Huang Xingxing with admiration. It's a must, otherwise how can he be our boss? Li Huaishui also started to flatter Huang Xingxing. Stop talking nonsense and show me what that thing is. Huang Xingxing had long lost interest in the flattery of the 2 lackeys. He was tired of hearing the same thing all day long. Boss, those seem to be 3 plants. Could that guy be a farming lord? Slokin scratched his head, looking puzzled. Hee, that guy is just a poor fellow. Apart from farming, what else can he do? But this guy is so lucky that he got the wall on the 3rd day. Li Huaishui looked at the thorny wall with envy, because he was still using a wooden fence. It's nothing but a fence made of wood with some creepers planted under it. Huang Xingxing had a look of disdain on his face. Only 3 days had passed. How could he possibly believe that Yi Qian's development was even faster than theirs? Boss, tell me, what should we do? Shi Laojin and Li Huaishui both looked at Huang Xingxing. Now that the battle is over, he certainly wouldn't have expected someone to attack the territory at this time. In this way, Slokin's light infantry will be in the front, my broadsword soldiers will be in the middle, and your archers will follow behind. If they find something wrong, they will shoot arrows to cover us. Huang Xingxing thought for a moment and said, he originally planned to have his machete fighters follow behind, but if he did so, his intentions would be too obvious. No matter how dumb his 2 lackeys were, they could see that he was planning to run away at any time. Listen to the boss, let's go. As he spoke, Slokin walked ahead with the light infantry. The 2 of them also followed with their respective teams. And on the top of the wall of the south gate, the diligent elf archers had already discovered them. The king once told them that after the battle, it would be impossible for the enemy to attack. If anyone comes, it must be another lord. There is no need to be polite to such people. Anyone who dares to approach the territory will be killed without mercy. So she told the captain about the situation, and the captain reported it to the elf hunters. Look, in just a few breaths, the gunheads of the south gate were filled with heroic female elven warriors. Captain Cardan, do you want to inform the king? Elf archer Luna looked at elf hunter Cardan, waiting for her decision. They are just ordinary soldiers. Why bother our king? Let them come. When they reach the wall, we will annihilate them all. Cardan waved his jade hand with domineering power. Yes. The elven warriors were suddenly alert, raised their crossbows, and prepared for battle. Chapter 26. The Lord's wife is angry. 6 golden treasure chests. In the ancient tree of life, Su Daji looked at the dazzling array of treasure chests in front of her, and little stars suddenly appeared in her eyes. My dear, your charm that can't be placed anywhere is indeed my greatest trump card. He can put his arms around Su Daji's slender waist, his face full of happiness. The only one among the 4 barbarian bull leaders who dropped a golden treasure chest was the one killed by Su Daji. That's a must. Su Daji raised her little face, looking as proud as a proud little swan. Okay, open the box. After Yi Qian kissed her, she pointed to the yellow-level treasure chest with satisfaction. Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining 1,000 source crystals and equipping the sky crystal earrings. Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining 300 boundary stones and the equipment, cloud shoes. Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining 1,000 source crystals and the soldier symbol, heavy cavalry. Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining 300 boundary stones and the territory building, Tower of Judgment. Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining 1,000 source crystals and equipping the Thunderfire gun. Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining 300 boundary stones. 6 golden treasure chests, 5 items were opened. Husband, these are all legendary equipment. Su Daji looked at the 3 pieces of equipment shining with silver light in front of her, and seemed to be even happier than Yi Qian. The sky crystal earrings are for you, and the soaring cloud shoes and Thunderfire gun are for Sister Xian. Yi Qian just took a look, picked up the most beautiful pair of earrings, and put them on Su Daji. My husband is so nice. This time, Su Daji did not choose to hide, but showed the appearance of the Tianjing earrings. Because this piece of jewelry is not only powerful, but also beautiful. Tianjing earrings. Part: earrings. Grade: legend, silver. Attributes: constitution plus 100, spirit plus 300, charm plus 10. Skill: heavenly crystal guardian. When the master faces a fatal threat, the power of heavenly crystal will be activated instantly to protect the master. Obtaining this treasure is equivalent to having an extra life, and the cold cut time is 3 days. Introduction. In order to protect his beloved, a powerful person used his own blood and essence to condense the power of heaven and earth to create this jewelry. Husband, I can't have these earrings. When Su Daji saw the properties of the earring clearly, she took it off immediately. What's wrong? Aren't these earrings pretty enough? Seeing her serious look, Yikan couldn't help but feel puzzled. My husband, I am only a hero. Even if I die, you can still resurrect me in Valhalla. But you are a lord. If you die, you can't live again. Su Daji stuffed the earrings back into Yikan's hand with a determined look on her face. Yikan encountered 2 boss attacks. One was the Void Dog King, and the other was the Little Golden Divine Bull. He is the soul of the territory, and his life is the most important. He should have kept this kind of thing with life-saving skills for himself. Fool, that only works if we have Valhalla. Yikan put the earrings on her again despite her objections, and then said, before we get Valhalla, the sky crystal earrings are yours, and you are not allowed to say no. Oh, Su Daji originally wanted to refute, but when she heard Yikan's next words, she immediately shut up. After spending these few days together, she already knew Yikan's character. What he has decided cannot be changed at all. Unless you can convince him, he will never pay attention to you if you use his safety as an excuse. Then, Su Daji opened all the remaining silver, black iron and bronze treasure chests, and crystals and items exploded all over the ground. Tunyon shoes and Thunderfire gun. Take them to Sister Xian. I need to sort these things out. Boom. As a result, just as Su Daji left the ancient tree of life, 3 red beams of light suddenly appeared at the south gate of the territory. It was hard for Yikan not to hear that horrible noise. Whoosh. He flashed and rushed out of the tree house in an instant. Su Daji and Nuba were even faster than him and were already standing on the top of the city wall. Sir, what is that? The 2 looked at the figure outside the city wrapped in a red beam of light, their faces filled with nervousness. They are just 3 ignorant clowns. They are lucky. Yikan looked at Huang Xingxing, Shi Laojin, and Li Huaishui, whose bodies were broken and covered in blood, with a hint of regret in his eyes. This is a trial for new lords, so these students all have backup plans left by their teachers. Although the backup could not monitor their every move, it could sense their life status. If they are attacked in a life-threatening situation or fall into a desperate situation, the backup plan will be immediately activated to protect them. This is a benefit for the new lords. However, once the backup plan is activated, it also means that the newcomer has failed the trial and will be forced to return to the classroom. Enemy. When Su Daji saw Yikan's expression, her eyebrows immediately raised. If I hadn't been so lucky, I would have died at their hands dozens of times in the past few years. But that's all in the past. They're not even worthy of carrying my shoes now. After Yikan finished speaking, he nodded to the 2 of them and walked towards the ancient tree of life. Su Daji clenched her fists and could not calm down for a long time. How dare you clowns touch the man I cherish as my life? When Nuba saw her like that, she couldn't help but pull her aside and asked, Oh, our Lord's wife is angry. Sister Xian, those 3 people deserve to die. Su Daji still pouted, but she reacted immediately and said embarrassedly, What Lord's wife? Sister Xian, you are making fun of me. You know whether I am making fun of you or not. Nuba crossed her arms across her chest, deliberately putting on an expression of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Don't be angry, sister. I just found something good. The young master asked me to bring it to you. Let's go back and take a look. As she spoke, Su Daji pulled Nuba towards the palace in a flattering manner. Although she temporarily occupied half of Yikan's bed, she couldn't sleep there forever, so she still had to make a little nest for herself. On the other side, Yikan made a few statistics and found that the remaining treasure chests provided him with a total of 110,000 source crystals and 60,000 world stones. Not counting the treasure chests opened during the defense of the city, he saved a total of 410,000 source crystals and 210,000 boundary stones in this wave. Let the storm come harder. Yikan spent 200,000 boundary stones without hesitation and upgraded his territory to level 5. Call. In an instant, a storm of spiritual energy blew up in the territory. The ancient tree of life grew in the wind, and soon reached a height of 200 meters, while the area of its territory also expanded madly, soon extending to 10,000 square meters. Without saying a word, Yikan expanded the poisonous thorn wall and wall of elements to a size of 100,100. This time he did not upgrade the buildings blindly. Instead, he first spent 250,000 source crystals to upgrade Su Daji and Nuba to level 5, and then clicked on all the defense towers. Oh my god, in the blink of an eye there are only 10,000 source crystals and 10,000 world stones left. Yikan couldn't bear to look at his wallet, as his other buildings had not been upgraded yet. It seems that the plan to make money must be put on the agenda immediately. Yikan did not lose heart, but placed the Tower of Judgment that he opened from the golden treasure chest next to the ancient Tree of Life. Tower of Judgment is a perfect grade red building and an enhanced defense tower. After accumulating enough energy, it can release powerful energy bombs that can kill a large area with one shot. The disadvantage is that it takes too long to accumulate energy. After firing a shot, you don't know when it will be possible to accumulate energy for the second shot. The Sun and Moon Immortal Pod has detected an evolvable building. Do you want to evolve it? Evolution. Following Yikan's order, a large amount of misty air suddenly surged out of the Sun and Moon Immortal Pod, completely enveloping the Tower of Judgment. When Yikan saw this situation, he was shocked. Every time the Sun and Moon Fairy Pot does something big, it always manages to give him some surprises. Could it be possible that this Tower of Judgment could turn into a big tree? Yikan stared at the pagoda that was more than 50 meters high, his eyes full of anticipation. Chapter 27, Devil's Eye. Buzz. As the red light flashed, the Tower of Judgment began to grow taller, and in the blink of an eye it reached more than 100 meters. But it had no intention of stopping, and continued to grow wildly until it grew to more than 300 meters, far exceeding the ancient Tree of Life before it stopped. At this time, the Tower of Judgment had completely changed its appearance, like an upright tall tower formed by two giant dragons, one black and one red, entangled together. At the top of the tower, there are two dragon heads looking at each other, one black and one red. Zila, Zila. As two sharp electromagnetic sounds rang out, the black dragon and the red dragon simultaneously spit out electric light of the same color as their own from their mouths. Two balls of electric light intertwined together, forming a huge eye with a red pupil on the top of the tower. Devil's Eye. Level 1. Grade. Legend. Durability. 10,000. Skill 1. Devil's Judgment. Can emit black and red eyes to judge enemies within 1 kilometer of the territory, cooling time 10 minutes. Skill 2. Devil's Vision. Can observe the scene within a 10-kilometer range of the territory and see through the details of enemies below the epic level. Introduction. The Tower of Judgment, which has been eroded by the power of the devil, has since become the eyes of the devil. 666. Now I can finally see through the attributes of the boss. After Yikan finished reading the introduction of Devil's Eye, he stood up excitedly. In addition to the True Eye ability, this new turret can also pursue enemies outside of its territory. The next time he encounters a slippery boss like the Golden Bull, he will no longer worry about the other party escaping. The next step is to arrange for farming. Yikan picked up a few farmed fields and a barracks on the ground, and then took out the military-type symbol, Elf Tree Spirit. After saving for so long, he finally collected 20 pieces of farmland, and the area of his territory was expanded to 10,000 square meters, so he could finally consider farming. He brought the things to the southwest corner of the territory and directly through the barracks, and Elf Tree Spirit out. Buzz. The Sun and Moon Fairy Pot immediately spewed out a mist of air, wrapping the barracks and the military talisman. Soon after, the barracks was twisted into a short and fat ancient tree more than 30 meters tall. The leaves of the ancient tree are yellow and dry, the bark is dry and old, and 2 crystal lamps are hung on the 2 tallest branches. From a distance, this ancient tree looks like a dying old man, but if you look closely, you will find that its dry body contains powerful vitality. Ancient Tree of Knowledge. Level 1. Grade. Excellent. Durability. 1000. Population. 20. Introduction. An ancient tree that has suffered the ravages of time, but has survived tenaciously. It has experienced the changes of the times, watched the ebb and flow of the tide, and is a witness of the times. It has extensive knowledge. Over a long period of time, it has mastered the laws of nature and knows how to communicate with nature. Eventually, it passed these skills to the kind-hearted elves and tree elves, because these beautiful and innocent little creatures always came to tickle it and catch bugs. Respected Elder Ancient Tree, please train 20 elf tree spirits. Yikan looked at the ancient tree of knowledge, eager to see what the elf tree demon looked like. Yes, my king. Call. The wind suddenly blew, and the ancient tree of knowledge opened its cloudy but wise eyes. Its dry branches and the two crystal lamps began to sway. Hey, the enemy is coming. Isn't the forest destroyed? Yeah. How did we survive and come back to Grandpa Tree? Could it be that the king has returned and he resurrected us? Not long after, several crisp sounds were heard from the tree hole of the ancient tree of knowledge. Then, several little heads popped out of the tree hole. They were some lively girls with hair as white as snow and skin as white as jade, with confusion and expectation in their eyes. When they saw Yikan, their eyes suddenly lit up, and then their noses twitched as if they were sniffing something. The king, it's the breath of the king. The girls' eyes instantly turned red, and they all ran to Yikan. King, has the elf world revived? The tree elves were not as old-fashioned as the elf archers and elf hunters. They did not kneel down to worship, but just surrounded Yikan, with expectation and fear in their big eyes. It has been revived. From now on, this will be the home of the elves. Look, Yikan pointed at the ancient tree of life. Wow, the ancient tree of life has revived. The elves are saved. There are also the ancient war tree, the moonlight well, and the elf flavor house. Look, the powerful elf warriors are back too. The tree demons were like a group of lost children who suddenly saw their family. They jumped up and down for joy, which made Yikan frightened. Because the tree spirits' clothes were very avant-garde, they only used 3 leaves to cover the 3 key places. The most incredible thing is that although the 3 leaves have not been processed in any way, they can still be firmly attached to those 3 places. No one knows what the principle is. Okay, we'll have plenty of time to catch up later. Now I have an important task for you. After Yikan finished speaking, he immediately threw out the 20 pieces of farming land that he had saved with great difficulty. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Under the transformation of the sun and moon fairy pot, the farm field was suddenly wrapped in spiritual energy and evolved into the spirit field, full of spiritual energy. Wow, it's a spiritual field. Without Yikan's command, the tree monsters ran over happily and each chose a piece of spiritual field. Judging from the way they look, they seem to be planning what to plant. Dried sisters, I have some seeds here, but I don't know what to plant. You are experts in this area, so I'll give these seeds to you. After Yikan finished speaking, he handed them several bags of seeds that he had found in treasure chests during this period. It's magical rice, green millet, and magical beans. It's great. After the tree monsters took the bag, they threw aside the poisoned spears in their hands as if they had found some treasure. Yikan knew that he didn't need to worry about what happened next. So he walked towards the elf archer training ground. King, when Luna saw Yikan, she immediately knelt on one knee, her eyes full of fanaticism and admiration. Get up. The tree demons have just been resurrected and are not familiar with the territory yet. You will be the one to lead them to familiarize themselves with the territory. Yikan smiled and helped her up. Luna, obey your orders. Luna grabbed Yikan's hand. This girl actually took the opportunity to take advantage of him and made him unable to find fault with her. I don't know if she learned this from that evil Sudaji. Go ahead. Yikan waved his hand and walked towards Luna Lake. He had been busy all day and hadn't had time to experience Luna Lake, so now was the time. As a result, as soon as he arrived at the lake, his nose almost bleeds. It turned out that there were already people in Luna Lake, and there were more than a dozen beautiful women who had been stripped to their skin like little white sheep. The mist rising from Luna Lake gives people a hazy feeling and makes this place seem like a fairyland. When the elf warriors saw Yikan coming, they all stood up reflexively. That picture. Chapter 28 Husband. Who is Chow the thief? This is not wartime. Everyone just be casual and don't pay too much attention to me. Yikan's face turned a little hot. He waved his hand and jumped into the moon goddess lake. He didn't dare to take off his clothes by the lake, because there were more than a dozen pairs of big watery eyes staring at him in the lake. King, let Cardan help you bathe. At this time, the captain of the elf hunters swam over. Okay. Yikan looked around and did not refuse. So, Cardan swam behind Yikan and started to rub and massage his back. I have to say that as an elf hunter, Cardan really understands the structure of the human body. Moreover, she controlled the technique and strength just right, which made Yikan relax all over and almost fall asleep in the lake in a daze. He didn't wake up suddenly until something smooth and warm enveloped him. It turned out that Cardan had come to him and stuck close to him without him noticing. Cardan, you. Yikan's blood boiled instantly, and he looked at Cardan with a bit of disbelief. It is our honor to be favored by the king. Cardan is willing to do anything for the king. Cardan's eyes were moist, and he looked at Yikan eagerly. Although there was mist, the lake water was too clear. Moreover, Cardin was close to Yi Can at this time, so he naturally felt the changes in his body. Cardin, we'll talk about this later. Yi Can felt a little dry in the mouth. The elves are a race that produces many beautiful women. With the added bonus of the territory's characteristics, any one of these elf warriors is stunningly stunning. It's just that because of the existence of Su Daji and Nuba who transcend mortals, they seem not so outstanding. It is impossible to say that Yi Can has no feelings for them. Although he and Su Daji had already had sexual intercourse, it was a little difficult for him to accept another girl right away. King, the Cardan is waiting. You can summon him whenever you need him. Cardan is definitely not an ordinary person since he can become the captain of the elf hunters. She could see that Yi Can didn't dislike her. He was just a little shy and hadn't completely let go. However, Yi Can and Cadden didn't know that this scene of them getting along had already been seen by the two people sitting on the roof of the palace. Yi Can arranged the palace next to the Yuetian lake to make it convenient for the female members to bathe, which happened to be convenient for them. Sister Xian, if you don't take action now, even Cardin will be ahead of you. Su Daji bumped into Nuba who was beside her. From the moment the master resurrected us, we have been marked by his mark. It is only a matter of time before we are together. But acceptance requires a process. You can tell from his attitude towards Cardin that he is not the kind of person who rushes into things. He has just become the Lord, and many things are still in the process of transformation and adaptation. Since you have broken the boundaries with him, you should guide him well and let him adapt to his identity and our existence as soon as possible. After all, the trial is just a minor one, and the real crisis is still to come. As heroes, we cannot just enjoy ourselves, but also have to prepare for a rainy day. Because we are tied to this territory, this is our home. At the beginning, Su Daji listened with a smile, but later on, her expression began to become serious. Sister is indeed a goddess. She can see farther than Daji. Daji understands. Su Daji held Nuba's hand tightly and stopped trying to persuade her. Yi Can left the moon goddess lake, his heart still pounding. He did not return to the tree house immediately, but walked towards the spiritual field area in the southwest of the territory. At this time, the lovely tree fairies were still working in the fields. Some of them were sowing seeds, while others were standing by the spiritual fields with poisonous spears, seemingly chanting something. As they sang beautifully, Yi Can was surprised to find that the seeds in the spiritual field were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Yi Can couldn't help but open their properties. Elf Tree Fairy. Level 1. Grade, Flawless. Constitution, 20. Original Attribute 2. Territory Attribute 10 times Blessing. Spirit, 45. Original Attribute 4.5. Territory Attribute 10 times Blessing. Skills, Spell Immunity, Dispel, Poison Sting, Force of Nature. Introduction. The cute tree fairies are the darlings of nature. They can communicate with plants, animals, and even the land. The harvest of spiritual plants catalyzed by them can be increased tenfold, and there is a very high chance of growing special products that are far more valuable than the original species. Although the combat power is not good, the auxiliary ability is really amazing. Yi Can couldn't recognize it and sighed. King. When the tree spirits saw Yi Can, they immediately smiled sweetly and ran over happily, completely unaware of how seductive their outfits were. When you have nothing to do, you can go swimming in Luna Lake. Yi Can rubbed the head of the leading tree demon with a doting look on his face. With the help of these beautiful girls, the territory gained a huge amount of income. King, we are favored by the power of nature. We are naturally free from dust and dirt. We are very clean. If you don't believe me, smell it. As he spoke, the cute tree demon hugged Yi Can's arms and moved his whole body closer. At this time, Yi Can also smell the faint and pleasant fragrance. What are you thinking about? Moon Lake is where the moon god once bathed. There, you will have the opportunity to receive the moon god's blessing, and your strength will become stronger and stronger. In fact, Yi Can didn't want to use source crystals to upgrade their levels, but he was too poor now. The buildings and troops in the territory all needed to be upgraded, and he was also burdened with huge loans. Really? Then I'll go now. I'm going to. Although the tree fairies have hot bodies, their personalities are like those of innocent little girls, and they are happy all day long. Of course, all this is based on the premise that no one destroys their homes. Once their homes and companions are threatened, they will turn into brave warriors and throw their poisoned spears at you without hesitation. When Yi Can returned to the treehouse, Su Daji, who was taking a bath, was already waiting there. Husband. As soon as she saw Yi Can, her soft and boneless body fell into Yi Can's arms. Yi Can is now at level 5. As an epic lord, his original physique has reached a terrifying 181.2. With the addition of the black iron mace and the low-level equipment that he had stuffed to his chest, his overall physical fitness had now reached over 400. Monster, tonight your husband will avenge your previous humiliation. Without Nuba's protection next door, both of them relaxed a lot. That night, there were constant thunders in the treehouse, and Su Daji's charming moans that brought disaster to everyone echoed throughout the treehouse until dawn in the east, when they gradually stopped. My husband is so awesome tonight. Su Daji lay in Yi Kan's arms like a lazy little kitten. Although Yi Kan's physique is still slightly inferior to hers, he is almost on par with hers. She used all her strength to subdue the beast, but she knew that she would soon be unable to hold Yi Kan down. When I was young, I looked down on Chow thieves. When I grew up, I realized that everyone is a Chow thief. Yi Kan hugged the beauty in his arms with a smug smile in his eyes. My dear, who is this thief Chow? Su Daji looked curious. I tell you can, but don't think too much about it. As he spoke, Yi Kan leaned close to Su Daji's ear and told her the story of the thief Chow. Husband, you won't dislike me, will you? After hearing this, Su Daji looked at him aggrievedly. I've said enough, and I don't need to think too much. I'm so happy, why would I dislike you? As he spoke, Yi Kan pressed Su Daji against him. Su Daji was reborn from Nirvana, so her body was still intact, but she carried with her the experiences of her previous life. Any man who despises such a gorgeous monster is blind. Boom. When the two were being shameless and affectionate, the territory suddenly shook. Apparently, a new day has arrived, and the monsters are here to give away money again. Chapter 29, Why Rest? Only incompetent people rest. Xinyue Academy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 rays of light flashed, and Huang Xingxing, Shi Laojin, and Li Huaishui suddenly fell out of the void and fell to the ground. What's going on with you 3? Lu Mengli swept her phoenix eyes across the room, and her cold gaze fell on the 3 people. Teacher, it was Yi Kan. He violated the school rules and attacked us. Otherwise, we would not have been eliminated. When Huang Xingxing thought of this tragic experience, his face twisted with anger. He originally wanted to use the rules to kill Yi Kan during the trial, but he ended up losing more than he gained. They didn't even see Yi Kan's figure before they were shot to pieces by the female soldiers on the city wall. If the symbols that Lu Mengli had left on them in advance had not been activated, the 3 of them would have been dead long ago. Oh, you mean Yi Kan divided his troops into 3 groups, found your 3 territories at the same time, and attacked them simultaneously, but you 3 couldn't even defeat 1/3 of his troops? Lu Mengli asked in a cold voice. She doesn't hate those who dare to challenge the rules, but she hates those who are incompetent but still treat others as fools. Teacher, it's not. Huang Xingxing was dumbfounded. He originally wanted to turn the tables and slander Yi Kan, but he didn't expect that this teacher was so hard to fool. Teacher, don't blame us. It's that Yi Kan who is so weird. He planted 3 moving vines in his territory, and they wiped out 20 of my light infantrymen in one go. When Slokin saw the boss hesitating, he immediately stood up to defend him. Then the whole classroom went wild. It's really shameful. 3 people went to find 1 person and ended up getting killed by him. That's right. It would be fine if he just want to get killed, but he actually turned around and slandered others and attacked himself. He has no shame at all. I know that Yi Kan is a little beggar from the slums, and he condenses the heart of a lowly lord. On weekdays, he couldn't even afford to eat and wear clothes, and couldn't afford to buy buildings. This time, he only bought some of the cheapest food and water. Oh my god, this guy actually killed Huang Xingxing and the other 3 in seconds? It's unbelievable. These people were eliminated before Huang Xingxing and his team came out. They were originally feeling a little depressed, but after seeing the miserable appearance of Huang Xingxing and the other 3, they immediately felt better. People's sense of happiness is actually achieved through comparison. The rules of the Void Sea are different from those of the Blue Star. The time ratio between the 2 places is 10-1. In other words, if you stay in the endless void for 10 days, only 1 day will pass in reality. Huang Xingxing and his group stayed in there for 3 days, but in reality, it was less than half a day. These people just went in for a walk and then came out. Quiet. After listening to everyone's discussion, Lu Mengli's eyes suddenly flashed coldly, and the temperature in the classroom instantly dropped to freezing point. The students suddenly fell silent. Huang Xingxing and the other 2 also sat down obediently, no longer showing their previous arrogance. Because they finally remembered Lu Mengli's identity, the 3rd elder of the inner courtyard. This person is not just the most beautiful girl in the college. She is also a person who hates evil and would rather kill than bury. There was a family in Xinyue City that tried to harm her students, but she actually went straight to their house and wiped out the entire family. In the end, the matter was left unresolved. Since then, every parent has tried their best to send their children to her class. However, the college assigns teachers by drawing lots. Until the last moment, no one knows which class Lu Mengli will teach. Everything depends on luck. When the parents of Huang Xingxing and the other two found out that their sons had entered Lu Mengli's class, they were all very happy and thankful. Now that this has happened, if they knew, they would probably be on pins and needles. However, Lu Mengli did not think too much about it, but continued to look at the college intranet. The trial has now reached the 4th day, and it is incredible that the two SSS-level students can still maintain their grades. As an elder, she must always pay attention to avoid unnecessary problems. Yi can manage to survive 3 days with the heart of a lowly lord, and even killed the 3 sons of the stupid landlords. It was obvious that he had a fortuitous encounter. Could it be that the SSS-level student in my class is him? Lu Mengli immediately became suspicious. But when he thought of Yi Can's lord's heart level, he immediately shook his head. Even if there is a fortuitous encounter, it cannot change the quality of the lord's heart. On the other side, the trial ground. Roar! Roar! Outside Yi Can's territory, there were constant roars of beasts. Countless strong black bears rushed in from all directions like a tide. Behind them, the elite black bears with a circle of white hair on their necks stood out from the crowd, carrying all kinds of strange and heavy weapons, ready to charge the city. Archers, hunters, and tree spirits will be paired in 50s to guard the 4 city gates. Use the defense towers as support for attacking. Without my order, you are not allowed to leave the city. Although Yi Can didn't sleep all night, he was full of energy. The reason is simple, because he is too poor now and must convert these monsters into resources as soon as possible. Yes, the elven warriors were full of fighting spirit and immediately divided into 4 teams and stood on the city wall. Being able to follow the king and fight alongside him is their greatest honor. Sir, do you want to take a break? Su Daji looked at Yi Can with a little worry. Last night, in order to prove himself, Yi Can went crazy with her until dawn. She was a little worried that Yi Can was not getting enough nutrition. After all, Yi Can had the experience of leaning against the wall to escape before, and this matter was related to her lifelong happiness, so she had to take precautions. Why rest? Only incompetent people rest. Young people should work hard. Kill. Yi Can leaped suddenly and rushed into the north gate like a cannonball. Boom. Under his brutal charge, several black bears instantly flew into the air, then fell to the ground, leaving behind several bronze treasure chests. He is worthy of being the man that I, Su Daji, like. He is so handsome even when fighting monsters. Su Daji stroked her pretty face gently, looking intoxicated. Don't be so horny. The elite monsters are about to attack the city. When Nuba saw her lustful look, she couldn't help rolling her eyes. Then she took a step forward and instantly arrived at the east gate. Ever since she got the legendary equipment, Soaring Cloud Shoes, her speed has been doubled. Although it is impossible to walk in the air without using magic power, it is still possible to stay in the air for a short period of time. Buzz. She just waved her jade hand, and another piece of legendary equipment suddenly appeared in her hand. Thunderfire Gun, a terrifying weapon that can double fire damage. Roar. As Nuba stabbed out with her spear, a roaring fire dragon suddenly rushed out and directly engulfed a line of black bear monsters. It seems that Sister Xian is moved. I can't let her outdo me. Su Daji's sun and moon blades flew out of her body, and, lifted by the evil wind, she rushed towards the west gate. Swish. Swish. The lightning cross slashed out suddenly. Boom. Boom. Under the bombardment of the power of the moon and the sun, 2 deep grooves were immediately cut on the ground, and a large number of black bears were killed in an instant. Roar. Seeing this, the black bear elite who had been watching could no longer sit still and rushed over brandishing heavy weapons, screaming. Thus, the battle on the 4th day officially entered a white-hot stage. First came the black bear elite, then the grizzly bear leader, the brown bear leader, the white bear leader. The number of monsters today was extremely exaggerated and could be described as a beast tide, but the tired Yikan did not leave the scene the whole time. Su Daji and Nuba were very worried, but there was nothing they could do. Because they all knew that Yikan must have tasted the sweetness of the golden monster and wanted to use himself as bait to fish. Chapter 30 Sister Xian, I don't want to work hard anymore. Damn it, there is no golden monster. Yikan was holding a black iron mace, sitting on the elf watchtower with a look of unwillingness on his face. Today is the 4th day, and there have indeed been 6 waves of siege monsters, but the last 2 waves were led by red bear kings, 1 male and 1 female. Obviously, they were a pair of bears with deep affection, so they chose to commit suicide to contribute to the construction of Yi Can's territory. Ding! The battle is over, and the settlement begins. Finally, today's settlement has arrived. Battle settlement. Enemies, 2,000 black bear monsters for 100 black bear elites. Campaign rating, SSS. Rewards for passing the level, for 100,000 source crystals, 200,000 boundary stones. Rating rewards, 800,000 source crystals, for 100,000 boundary stones, territory building, element tower, soldier symbol, dark wizard, equipment, death scythe. Although there are no golden monsters, this reward seems pretty good. You can take out the elemental tower and threw it directly at the north gate. Buzz. After being transformed by the sun and moon fairy pod, the elemental tower immediately became the frost tower, which was just right to assist the two high-powered artillery towers at the north gate. As for the dark wizard, although it is a legendary military symbol, Yukon does not intend to use it. His territory follows the natural route. The elf girls like the vibrant nature and are naturally averse to darkness and death. As a lord and the king in the hearts of the elf beauties, Yukon would naturally not do such an unpleasant thing. The death scythe is quite difficult to operate. Yukon has never used this type of weapon and has no interest in it. Sudaji and Nuba both had their own exclusive weapons, so naturally he didn't look down on them. Sir, isn't the man in black still here? Why don't we sell these two things and pay off his debt? The economic situation of the territory has been worrying recently, and Yukon owes the man in black robe 1 million source crystals, so Sudaji is a little worried. Other items can indeed be sold, but this legendary item is too valuable. It would be a bit of a loss to sell it to him. There are still 6 days left in the trial, so there is no rush. Yukon held Sudaji in his arms, took a deep breath around her neck, and enjoyed her softness and warmth. Sudaji felt Yukon's infatuation with her, so she was naturally overjoyed and let him do whatever he wanted to her. After the two of them had been affectionate for a while, Sudaji reluctantly went to the warehouse and opened her treasure chest. Yukon waved his hand and upgraded the ancient tree of life to level 6, and the area of the territory was expanded to 20,000 square meters. Click, click, click. The ancient tree of life suddenly swayed and grew taller to 500 meters, much taller than the devil's eye. Unfortunately, the ancient tree still hasn't unlocked any new attributes. However, the number of trainable elves has increased to 50, making the territory a lot more lively. Ancient tree of life, when will you be able to undergo the next transformation and unlock new attributes? Yukon couldn't help but ask. When my king transforms, that will be the day I leap forward, and I will unlock new mystical and natural attributes. The ethereal voice of the ancient tree of life reached Yukon's ears. That's not far away. I'm looking forward to it. Yukon was shocked when he heard this. Then, he began to upgrade buildings such as the ancient tree of war, the ancient tree of knowledge, the moon lake, and the demon's eye, spending a total of 1.34 million source crystals. Fortunately, Sudaji offered him 500,000 source crystals and 190,000 boundary stones, otherwise the rewards would not be enough for him to squander. The money is still not enough. Yukon looked at the remaining hundreds of thousands of source crystals and boundary stones and couldn't help but feel a pain in his balls. No matter how much money it is, it seems to last forever. Being the master of the house is not an easy thing. At this time, a fragrant breeze blew over. Buzz. Nuba floated gently to Yukon's side like a fairy from heaven descending to earth. Sister Sien, I'm so tired. I don't want to work hard anymore. When Yukon saw her absolutely beautiful appearance, his heart was immediately moved and he couldn't help but hug her. Little rascal. Nuba's delicate body trembled, but she did not push him away. Instead, she stretched out her delicate hand and gently stroked his face with a little heartache. Don't worry, Daji and I will do our best to help you. I knew that Sister Sien still cares about me. Yukon was immediately moved. Did you always think I didn't care about you? When Nuba heard this, her eyebrows raised immediately, and she seemed to be getting angry. When Yukon saw her angry look, he immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing. Let's fight. Yukon made up his mind and stretched out his big hands to wrap around Nuba's slender waist, then held the back of her head and kissed her. Nuba had never experienced such a scene before. Her head suddenly made a boom, and she went blank for an instant. It was not until a few breaths later that she gradually regained consciousness and felt the warmth and sweetness coming from the cherry lips. It seems to be feeling good. Nuba closed her eyes and responded to Yukon awkwardly. At the foot of the elf watchtower, Sudaji stared blankly at the two people who were tightly pressed together on the tower. She felt sad at first, and then relieved. Finally, she took a deep breath and walked towards Luna Lake. After tomorrow, she and Nuba should be real sisters. Yukon on the tower did not disappoint Sudaji. When his love reached its peak, he picked up Nuba and returned to the treehouse. Although Nuba was a celestial being in her previous life, she had never experienced sexual intercourse, so her head was buzzing from the beginning until Yukon carried her back to the treehouse. It was not until they spoke frankly to each other that she realized she had been tricked by Yukon. Little rascal, be gentle. Nuba hugged Yukon's neck, with a hint of expectation in her anger. In fact, she had been prepared for this day, but she didn't expect it to come so soon. As a result, the temperature in the tree house suddenly rose. Two people who are deeply in love are entangled with each other fiercely, like the rolling waves, rising and falling continuously. The two of them stayed together until nightfall, neither showing any intention of opening the tree house. My husband, you really don't know how to control yourself. If you continue like this, how can your body bear it? Sudaji looked at the closed tree house and finally had to return to the room she'd chosen in the palace, hugging her quilt for comfort. The next day, elf flavor house. Husband, you must have consumed a lot last night. Eat more. Sudaji came to Ekin with a mountain of breakfast and picked up some food for him attentively. Since the elves team expanded to 50 people, Ekin began to teach them how to make food. So now the elf flavor house is very busy and there's no need to worry about food shortages. It's okay. Ekin took a bite of the dumpling handed to him by Sudaji, then took the beauty into his arms and fed the dumpling into her mouth. At this moment, Sudaji's resentment that had accumulated all night dissipated instantly. Chapter 31. The third hero, Hushime. Hey, didn't you always want me to take down Sister Sien? Why do you look resentful? Ekin ate the food Sudaji fed him while staring at her seductive eyes. I'm worried that my husband will start to despise me after he has Sister Sien. Sudaji pouted, looking aggrieved. What are you thinking about? You were the first woman to question the idea that the dragon was on top and the phoenix was on the bottom. How come you have become so unconfident? I've told you before that no one can shake your position in my heart. Have you forgotten? Ekin raised his eyebrows, pinched Sudaji's chin, and stared at her seriously. Husband, I was wrong. Please don't be angry. Under Ekin's sharp gaze, Sudaji felt guilty for no reason and immediately picked up food for him, as if to please him. At this time, Nuba, who had just selected the food, also came over. Like Sudaji, her plate was also piled with a mountain of food, and most of it was things that nourished Yin and Yang. Needless to say, it is also for Ekin. I say, you are treating me like an animal. When Ekin saw Nuba, his fierce gaze immediately subsided. Sudaji also breathed a sigh of relief. She was not such a woman originally, but for some reason, she was always worried and anxious in front of Ekin. When Nuba saw the expressions of the two men, she couldn't help but smile slightly, then sat down next to Ekin. Sir, no matter how smart and strong a woman is, when she truly falls in love with someone, she will do some ridiculous or irrational things. In the words of the young master, our sister Daji has a love brain. Nuba picked up a mulberry and stuffed it into Ekin's mouth, then looked at Sudaji with a playful expression. It's my fault. It happened suddenly yesterday. I didn't explain it to you in advance and ignored you. Ekin took Sudaji into his arms and hugged her tightly. Sir, I don't blame you. I was just being petty. I will learn more from Sister Skin in the future. Sudaji leaned on Ekin's arms, speaking softly and being as obedient as a kitten. She didn't care about the previous unpleasantness at all. It's good that you understand. Don't be angry anymore. You can embrace Nuba and enjoy the blessing of having two wives. At this moment, two well-behaved elves suddenly flew over. Master, we have already learned how to make the grilled oysters with garlic and the mutton soup you taught us yesterday. Do you want to try them? The elf's eyes flickered as he looked at Ekin with an innocent face. Puff. Ekin suddenly spit out the soy milk in his mouth and looked at the two elves in disbelief. Who taught you this? The master taught me. Grilled oysters are so delicious. Look, the sisters are about to fight. The elf pointed to a place not far away. Sure enough, the beautiful elves were gathered around the table, making a fuss and scrambling for food. Of course, this is all just fun. On weekdays, they are either on guard or patrolling or training, and bathing and eating are their rare leisure time. The elves are originally vegetarians, and when they were in the elven world, they only ate vegetables. Ever since you can introduce them to eat meat, it was like opening a door to a new world for them, and then they couldn't stop. Very good. Eat more to have strength. Ekin nodded awkwardly. She had indeed taught the elves how to make various foods, but she didn't know whether it was intentional or not. But most of the things they chose today were nutritious. Strange. Could it be that this little demon Daji ordered this? Ekin lowered his head and looked at the guilty beauty who was lying in his arms. Woo woo. At this moment, a long horn sounded suddenly from outside the territory. Boom. When the elf warriors heard the sound, they stopped fighting instantly, picked up the food on their plates, and rushed out of the elf flavor house. Master, just enjoy your meal and leave it to us. Sudaji instantly crawled out of Ekin's arms, her charming eyes full of fighting spirit. This war horn comes at the right time. Sudaji sighed in her heart. Sister Daji is right, young master. Just show up before the last wave of monsters arrives. Nuba also stopped feeding and took out her thunder and fire gun. Go ahead, be careful. Ekin nodded. Today is the 5th day of the trial, and there should be 7 waves of monsters attacking the city. Due to insufficient source crystals, he has not upgraded his heroes and his troops recently. But because he spent a large amount of source crystals to upgrade the moon goddess lake, the chances of everyone triggering the moon goddess's blessing increased significantly. It seemed that everyone in the territory, except him, the Lord, had triggered the blessing of the moon goddess. Especially Sudaji, perhaps because of her high charm, it was triggered several times. If her level had not been limited by the territory level, she would have been promoted to level 10 long ago. Lake Luna is such a great place, but it can only upgrade the levels of heroes and warriors. It would be great if even their grades could be upgraded. You can look towards the direction of Luna Lake with longing in his eyes. After enjoying the breakfast carefully selected by the two beauties, you can walk towards the heavenly demon Nirvana pool. He hasn't summoned a hero for a long time, and hopes his luck will be better today. Heaven and earth, please give us a beautiful hero. You can chant something towards the heavenly demon Nirvana pool, and then threw 1,000 source crystals into the pool at a time. Congratulations, Lord, for obtaining a wooden stick. Congratulations, Lord, for winning a bag of corn. Congratulations, Lord, for obtaining a belly band. You can perform 10 consecutive draws 100 times, spinning 100,000 source crystals. In the end, all they gave were some weird and useless things. Treasures like the purple ribbon fairy robe and the golden feather robe did not appear. I just don't believe it. Yikan didn't believe it, so he didn't do 10 draws this time. He just threw 100,000 source crystals in and did 1,000 draws. Buzz buzz buzz. The next moment, a large pile of messy things gushed out from the heavenly demon Nirvana pool, including women's underwear, which almost drowned Yikan. When he thought there was no hope, a light suddenly appeared in the pool. Then, a plump woman with long black hair and skin as white as cream stepped out. Skin like snow, face like morning glow, full of charm of crabapple, small cherry mouth, fragrant face and plump cheeks, radiant and charming, every color is attractive. When Yikan saw her, this description popped up involuntarily in his mind. Are you Hushime? Yikan's eyes suddenly lit up. Because the 9-headed pheasant spirit Hushime, like Sudaji, is also one of the 3 monsters in Shinyuan tomb. Sudaji was too sentimental and love-brained. Although she promised Yikan that she would not be angry anymore, Yikan was still a little worried. Now that Hushime is here, she is company. Even if he couldn't accompany Sudaji in the future, her little sister would be able to comfort her. Chapter 32 Goddess Set. Little demon Hushime greets the Lord. Hushime was stunned for just a moment, then quickly reacted. She was resurrected and became a subordinate of the young man in front of her. At this time, Yikan was looking at Hushime's attribute panel. Hushime. Race, human. Rank, legend. Level, 1. Constitution, 30, original attribute 3, territory attribute 10 times blessing. Spirit, 50, original attribute 5, territory attribute 10 times blessing. Bloodline, 9 Phoenix. Talent, Phoenix Nirvana, after dying in battle, there is a 10 chance of Nirvana rebirth. Skill, 9 Phoenix Fighting Spirit can increase teammates' combat power by 30. Introduction, he was originally a 9-headed pheasant spirit, one of the 3 monsters in Shinyuan tomb. He was once ordered by Nuwa to cause chaos in the palace and destroy the Shang dynasty. In the end, he was cruelly abandoned by Nuwa and died. Now that you have been reborn, you are no longer the little demon you once were. From now on, you can call me Master. Yikan looked at Hushime's voluptuous figure, which was no less voluptuous than Sudaji's, and her extremely tender skin. He couldn't help but feel his blood boiling and touched his nose awkwardly. Yes, sir. Hushime couldn't help but smile when she saw Yikan's embarrassment. Afterwards, she picked out a pink dress from the mountain of material next to her and put it on, then she walked in front of Yikan with ease. Hushime is different from Sudaji. Not only is she not love-brained, she is also the most rational one among the 3 demons. When the 3 sisters failed to rob Zhou camp and were hunted down by Yang Jian and others, she was the one who stood up and angrily denounced Yang Jian and others for being ungrateful. The reason why these 3 demons entered the palace was because Nuwa was humiliated by King Zhou, so she sent them to infiltrate the Shang dynasty, confuse King Zhou, and accelerate the demise of the Shang dynasty. Thanks to the unremitting efforts of these 3 people, the Shang dynasty indeed lost the support of the people, allowing Shichi to take over the world. Jiang Zia and others also achieved fame and success because of this, and the 12 golden immortals of the Orthodox school successfully completed the killing. At the same time, the conferred God's War was successfully completed, and the Heavenly Court also had workers. If we don't mention the 3 monsters who killed loyal people of the Shang dynasty, the achievements of these 3 sisters are actually greater than those of Jiang Zia. Moreover, the Shang dynasty was extremely powerful at that time. If they had not allowed King Zhou to favor villains and distance himself from wise ministers, Shichi would have had no chance of seizing the world. The reason why Nuwa wanted to wipe out Xian and the others was not because they did anything wrong, but because they themselves were Nuwa stains. If people knew that Manhwa sent 3 goblins to confuse the Emperor of Man and bring disaster to the human race for revenge, her reputation as the Mother of Earth would be ruined. There is no suitable equipment for you right now, so you can use this death scythe first. As he spoke, Yikin took out the last piece of legendary equipment in his collection. Wow, what a powerful weapon! The moment Hushime saw the Grim Reaper's scythe, her eyes lit up. Although they were fairies in their previous lives, they were extremely poor and did not even have a treasure worth showing off. Otherwise, the sisters would not have ridden on peach blossom horses and carried ordinary weapons to rob Zhou camp. If you like it, use it first. Yikin handed her the Grim Reaper's scythe, and then spent 30,000 source crystals to upgrade her to level 3. Thank you, sir. Hushime stroked the Grim Reaper's scythe and couldn't let it go. Go to the east gate of the territory. There's someone over there who's been missing you for a long time. She should be very happy to see you. Yikin said mysteriously. Who is it? Hushime became confused when she heard this. Apart from her 2 sisters, who else in the world would care about her? Go and see for yourself. After Yikin finished speaking, he walked towards the elf workshop next to him. After upgrading the elf workshop last time, he hadn't studied it carefully, but now the elf tree spirits are still attached to 3 leaves. Although it is pleasing to the eyes, Yikin is worried that if he looks at it too much, he will not get enough nutrition. Although the elf dryads are only auxiliary troops, it is still very dangerous if one lets the enemy get close by carelessly, so we have to get a set of equipment for them as soon as possible. Buzz. Yikin clicked on the elf workshop and took a look. His eyes immediately lit up. Sure enough, a new set of clothes appeared in the level 6 elf workshop. In addition to the vine armor set for the elf dryad and the cicada wing set for the elf, there is also a shiny slim set. Goddess suit. Excellent purple, universal type, adds an additional 10 of attributes, and can be used by all elven warriors. When Yikin saw this description, he spent all his source crystals without thinking, but unfortunately he only forged 13 sets. As a last resort, he could only walk towards the east gate and let her open the treasure chest as soon as possible. The monsters attacking the city today are no longer animals, but zombies with tattered bodies and skeletons with will-o'-the-wisp fire burning in their eye sockets. Skeletons can also blow horns. What's the principle behind this? Yikin looked at the monsters that kept attacking the city gate and couldn't help feeling confused. At this time, the monsters attacking the city had reached the second wave, and elite monsters accounted for more than half. However, with a level 6 defense tower and 3 heroes guarding the gate, they were easily blocked. In particular, the addition of Hushime directly increased the combat effectiveness of teammates by 30, making Sudaji, Nuba, and the elf warriors much more powerful. Husband. When Sudaji saw Yikan, she immediately killed the skeleton elite in front of her with 2 swords, and then dived into Yikan's arms. Her shy look made Hushime, who was holding a scythe and killing crazily, speechless. When did my sister become so cuddly? Is this still the same 1,000-year-old fox spirit that enchanted everyone and even made the gods bow down to her? Thank you. Sudaji cried with joy. She never thought that she would really have the chance to reunite with her sisters. That's nothing. When I have money, I will revive your little sister who likes to mess around. Then you 3 sisters can be reunited. Yikin waved his sleeves and said in a domineering manner. Sudaji nodded repeatedly. In the past, she wouldn't have dared to have such big fantasies. But now that Hushime has been resurrected, what is impossible? Oh, now it's time to get down to business. Hurry up and open the treasure chest. I need to save money to buy equipment for the elf girls. After Yikin finished speaking, he immediately gestured to the elves waiting in the distance. Here it comes. The elves shuttled back and forth on the battlefield all day long and had already formed a tacit understanding. They immediately took advantage of the gaps between the heroes and warriors fighting to snatch out all the treasure chests. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Then, under Sudaji's skillful hands, the territory suddenly shone brightly, and Yikin also harvested a large number of source crystals and boundary stones. Without saying a word, he spent all his source crystals on the elf workshop. The set has 14 parts in total, including a helmet, armor, leggings, shoes, wrist guards, gloves, belt, necklace, ring, amulet, and weapon. There are 2 rings, amulets, and weapons each. Each piece costs 2,000 source crystals, and a set costs 28,000. Yikin personally went into battle to kill the enemies and was busy until the afternoon. After killing the 6th wave of monsters, he was able to collect 60 sets of goddess suits for the elf warriors. Although they are the same set of equipment, the weapons of the dryad are different from those of the archer and hunter. They had short blades on their waists and held silver spears in their hands. However, the elf archers and elf hunters are now very unified, with both holding goddess crossbows in their hands and goddess short blades at their waists. As time went by, the elf archers also grew a lot and slowly transformed into elf hunters, because that was their original goal. In addition, the elf hunter training ground is originally the elf hunters reserve camp and is a non-upgradable building. You can plan to wait until the ancient war tree grew a little more, then dismantle the elf hunter training camp, and let them live in the ancient war tree. As for the future types of troops, he planned to use troop symbols for targeted summoning to avoid waste. Sir, will the golden monster come today? After the battle, the four gathered on the elf watchtower. Nuba and Sudaji leaned on Yikan, one on each side. Fushime was a little confused and stood quietly aside. It's been 2 days, hope it comes. Yikan looked at the fog in the distance, his heart full of anticipation. Whatever comes, make it come without return. Nuba held Yikan's arm tightly and looked around vigilantly. She has the cloud shoes, which allow her to move at the fastest speed. If any danger occurs, she will pull Yikan away immediately. At this time, Sudaji also noticed Hushime's discomfort. Sister, sit here. Sudaji reached out and pulled Hushime to sit down, and she herself snuggled into Yikan's arms like a kitten. Hushime was pulled sideways by her and fell directly on Yikan. Swish. Her cheeks turned red instantly. Elder sister. She immediately sat up straight, looked at Sudaji with a reproachful expression, and then glanced at Yikan. After she was reborn as a human being, she didn't know what happened to her. Not only did she feel shy, but she also blushed. The most incredible thing was that she actually developed a sense of attachment to this man she met for the first time. Even if she did nothing, she liked to be closer to him. Buzz. While Hushime was daydreaming, the fog outside the territory finally changed, and a golden light shone through. Seeing this, Yukan's expression suddenly changed, and he stood up abruptly. Chapter 33 The Golden Little Skeleton Attacks. Is it finally here? Seeing this, Sudaji and her 2 daughters also stood up. At the same time, a little golden skeleton with a hunched back and holding a golden staff walked out of the fog. Its movements were extremely slow, and it looked like a frail old man. Big sister, is this really the extremely powerful golden monster in the legend? When Ushime saw the funny slowness of the little golden skeleton, her cherry lips couldn't help but twitch. Second sister, don't be fooled by its appearance. None of these guys are simple stuff. Sudaji drew out the sun and moon blades, as if facing a formidable enemy. Nuba also grabbed the thunder and fire gun and stared at the little golden skeleton's every move. Seeing how serious both of them were, Fushime suddenly became nervous and couldn't help but tighten the Grim Reaper's scythe in her hand. At this moment, the fog behind the little skeleton began to surge again. No way, are there 2? Now even Nuba was a little worried. If it was just a golden monster, she would still be able to protect Yukan. If there were 2 of them, and they really started fighting, she would have no time to be distracted. After all, today is the 5th day of the trial, and this golden monster must be much stronger than the original golden little divine bull. However, to their surprise, what emerged from the fog this time was not the golden monster, but the man in black robe leading the camel. Strange, today is not even the last day of the trial. Why is he here again? Is he afraid that I won't pay you back? Yikan looked at the man in black robe, a little confused. The man in black robe ignored him, but led the camel to the place where he had set up his stall, and then stared at the little golden skull quietly. Whoosh. At this moment, the little golden skeleton took a step forward and disappeared. Buzz. When it appeared again, it had arrived under the elf watchtower. Space spell, teleportation? Yukan's pupils suddenly contracted. Upon seeing this, Nuba pulled Yikan up without saying a word and flew away from the elf watchtower. Sudaji and Hushime also had a tacit understanding and retreated together in another direction, while holding their weapons tightly, ready to attack at any time. Boom. The next moment, the durability of the elf watchtower was instantly reduced to 0, and it collapsed directly, turning into debris on the ground. Yukan also saw through the golden little skeleton's true colors with the help of the devil's eye. Golden little skull. Race. Ghost. Gender. Male. The resentment of being a single man in 2 lifetimes makes the territory suppress the attributes of male enemies by 50. Grade. Legend. Level. 10. Constitution. 400. Spirit. 500. Talent. Power of space. Skills. Space shifting, space blockade, ethereal blade, space storm, and breath of death. Introduction. The little skeleton who once fell into the turbulence of space turned out to be a blessing in disguise and was favored by the laws of space. He became a legendary monster and a holy son of the Ghost Clan with huge potential. A little skeleton who can use space magic? Fortunately, the territory suppressed half of his attributes, otherwise, we would be screwed. Yikan cursed as he looked at the golden little skeleton's attributes that had turned red. At the same time, he instantly distanced himself from Nuba, and then shared the panel of the golden little skeleton with him. Girls of the elven tribe, hold the wall, close the door, and beat the dog. Yes, sir. 60 elven warriors raised their weapons in unison, staring at the little golden skeleton intently. 9 phoenix fighting spirit. A faint light suddenly appeared between Hushime's eyebrows, as if a third eye had opened. Boom. The next moment, a powerful gust of air, centered around her, swept across the territory in all directions. Those who were hit by this air wave instantly felt their fighting spirit surge, and their combat power increased by 30. Ghosts are in nature and are most afraid of the yang energy. Use the flames of heavenly punishment and the sun blade to fight against the enemy. As soon as he can finish speaking, he felt the space around him tremble. When he wanted to leave, he found that a mysterious force blocked him, as if he was locked in a small grid. At the same time, the little golden skeleton took a step forward, instantly came in front of him, and then extended a bone finger. You could clearly feel that there was an aura of death lingering around the bone finger. If you let the aura of death corrode your soul, something terrible will definitely happen. Swish. At this critical moment, a heat wave hit us. The sun blade in Sudaji's hand shone brightly with white light, the power of the sun boiled, and she suddenly slashed at the little golden skeleton. At the same time, Nuba added the flame of heavenly punishment to the thunder and fire gun, and like waving a fire dragon, it suddenly stabbed at the head of the little golden skeleton. The little skeleton sensed the crisis and suddenly spun the golden staff in his hand. Boom. The space in front of it suddenly turned into a terrifying vortex, and countless ethereal blades swept wildly in all directions. This move not only blocked the attacks of Sudaji and Nuba, but also pushed itself away. With the attacks of Sudaji and Nuba, the space blockade that trapped Yikan was instantly broken. Yikan seized the opportunity, took a sudden step forward, jumped high, launched a brutal charge, and quickly crashed into the little golden skeleton. All this happened in a flash. The little skeleton was pushed away by the space storm he had created. Before he could stand firm, Yikan had already crashed into him. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the little skeleton was knocked away instantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The elven warriors were waiting for this opportunity, and they immediately attacked the little skeleton with the goddess crossbows and goddess spears in their hands without caring about their lives. Given the properties of the golden little skeleton, the attack of the goddess crossbow is nothing more than a tickle to it. But the spear of the goddess is different. You know, the elven tree spirits have skills such as spell immunity, dispel, poison sting, and natural force. The stinger has the effect of paralyzing the opponent and slowing it down. The little golden skeleton had never expected that such a powerful being like it would be ambushed by a few ants. It was filled with righteous indignation and wanted to take it out on the tree monsters first. However, at this moment, several fire dragons suddenly descended from the sky and turned into a cage that enveloped it. The little golden skeleton didn't say a word and directly used space teleportation to avoid Nuba's flame of heavenly punishment. But because of the influence of the stinger, its speed was eventually slowed down a bit, and its arm was burned by the flame of heavenly punishment. Hushime, who had excellent eyesight, caught its movement trajectory and suddenly swung the Grim Reaper's scythe, slashing towards a certain place. Bite. The little golden skeleton, who had just appeared, was chopped down immediately, and the corner of his eye was scratched by the sickle. Ah! Shockingly, under the attack of the Grim Reaper's scythe, the little golden skeleton actually let out a scream. This guy's spell seemed to have a recovery time. You can't use the same spell continuously. Moreover, the Grim Reaper's scythe can hurt his soul. Yikan saw it clearly and spoke loudly immediately. Daji and I will blockade, Shime will harvest. Nuba built the Skyfire cage again without saying a word. Yes. Sudaji and Hushime were not annoyed by Nuba's unauthorized arrangements, but were excited instead, because both of them recognized the position of Sister Nuba. After all, the sisters had once occupied someone else's father's grave, and they already felt guilty about it. Moreover, in terms of background and origin, the sisters cannot compare with Nuba. After all, she is the daughter of Huangdi and has an orthodox human identity. Fortunately, Yikan and Nuba did not look down on them because of these things. Instead, they took good care of them. Buzz. When Nuba, Sudaji, and Hushime worked together to encircle and suppress the little golden skeleton, something unexpected happened. The man in black robe who had been watching actually walked towards the territory. Chapter 34. What the ancients said really makes sense. What the hell? Yikan immediately left the battlefield and came to the north gate. Mr. Merchant, what's up? He looked at the wandering merchant who was covered in a black robe, his eyes full of vigilance. The wandering merchant did not say anything, but his soul fire flickered in his eyes as he quietly looked at the little golden skeleton that was being besieged by the three beauties. Yikan looked back and immediately understood. This wandering merchant had a skeleton body, with ghostly lights flickering in his eye sockets, and he was obviously a ghost. However, it didn't seem to target Yikan. Even if it showed hostility, it was only because it thought Yikan was going to do something bad to it. In other words, they are a neutral group. It was obvious at first glance that the little golden skull was a special being, and it might be of great use to the wandering merchant. It's just that due to its neutral status, it can't do anything out of line. After Yikan figured it out, he looked at it and said, "After I kill him, how about I sell his body to you?" When the wandering merchant heard this, his soul fire suddenly flashed. Understood. Although the wandering merchant did not respond, you can guess something. Although these wandering merchants appear to be free, they are certainly protected and bound by certain rules and cannot participate in or break the rules of the void. After confirming his thoughts, Yi can immediately return to the battlefield. Although he only has a savage charge skill and no spells, his physique is slightly higher than that of the little golden skeleton suppressed by the territory. If we join the war, we can still play some role. Moreover, he is a cunning person, and there are 2 players in the team who can restrain the golden skeleton, so this fight is sure to win. Sure enough, after Su Daji and the others learned that the little golden skeleton could not use the same spell continuously, they began to coordinate their attacks. With the tacit cooperation of Su Daji and Hushime, Nuba's flame of heavenly punishment finally found a flaw and rolled onto the little golden skeleton. Its soul fire flickered and it let out a shrill scream, trying to drive away the heavenly fire on its body. Who would have thought that as soon as its undead aura touched the heavenly fire, it turned into wisps of black gas and was evaporated. The flame of heavenly punishment will penetrate into the body as soon as it touches it, and can even burn the soul. In the end, the golden skeleton had no choice but to sacrifice his rook to save his king, and even cut off one of his own arms. But the flame of heaven's punishment finally had an effect on it, and Hushime seized the opportunity and swung the Grim Reaper's scythe again, trying to chop off its head. The golden little skeleton went crazy due to repeated setbacks and finally unleashed his ultimate move again. Space Storm. Boom. This time, it did not hold back, but chose to go all out, and the power of the space storm it unleashed was doubled. Not only did the ethereal blade turn into a strong wind that swept in all directions, but even the space around him showed signs of collapse. Danger, retreat. Yiken rushed over to Hushime, who was closest to him, and grabbed her slender waist before walking away. Boom. The next moment, the territory buildings came under indiscriminate attack, but the little golden skeleton had long disappeared, leaving only a spiral pit in its place. Oh no, it ran away. Nuba and Su Daji flashed and chased towards the north gate. They all knew how much Yiken valued the golden monster. If he paid the price of an elf watchtower and still let the golden little skeleton run away, he would definitely feel very uncomfortable. It can't escape. Yiken let go of Hushime and immediately communicated with the Devil's Eye. Buzz. The next moment, the Devil's Eye hidden among the branches and leaves of the ancient tree of life suddenly emitted black and red light. Then, a blazing black and red beam of light suddenly shot out and hit the little golden skeleton that had moved out of the territory. Boom. There was a loud bang, and the little golden skeleton was instantly knocked to the ground. With the obstruction of the Devil's Eye, Su Daji and Nuba finally caught up. Nuba said nothing and the flame of heavenly punishment dropped from the sky, transforming into a flaming cage that bound the little golden skeleton as it fell to the ground with its bones shattered. Su Daji wielded the sun and moon blades and slashed down fiercely. The golden little skeleton's soul fire was boiling, and it opened its little mouth and roared towards the sky, like a helpless child. Unfortunately, in front of the 2 women protecting their calves, all its struggles were in vain, and it was soon chopped into several pieces, contributing 7 golden treasure chests. At this time, Yiken and Hushime also rushed over. Yiken collected the treasure chests and crystals that exploded without saying a word, because he had noticed that the wandering merchant who had been watching from the side was walking slowly towards him. It raised its hand and pointed in the air, and a line of energy font suddenly appeared. Give me the body, and we'll be even. Make a deal. Yiken made way without saying a word. Anyway, after these void monsters die, if no one cleans them up, they will be swallowed by the void the next day. Now that the wandering merchant had offered to buy the property, Yiken was naturally happy to see it happen. After all, it was really not a pleasant feeling to be burdened with debts. The wandering merchant didn't waste any time. He stretched out his bone claws and grabbed the broken bones scattered on the ground. Then it led the camel and disappeared into the fog. And Yiken also welcomed the long-awaited sound of settlement. Ding! The battle is over, and the settlement begins. Battle settlement. Enemies: 2,000 zombies, 2,000 skeletons. Campaign rating: SSS. Rewards for passing the level: 900,000 source crystals and 400,000 boundary stones. Rating rewards: 1.7 million source crystals, 800,000 boundary stones, and territory building, Hall of Valor. It's finally here. Although there are more and more source crystals and boundary stones, what excites Yiken the most is Hall of Valor. This thing is a great treasure. With it, he no longer has to worry about Su Daji and the others. because even if they died in battle, Yikan could spend source crystals to resurrect them in Valhalla. Sir, this is your turn to wear. After seeing the Hall of Heroes, Sudaji immediately took off her Tianjing earrings and handed them to Yikan. Why is it that a grown man should wear earrings? It's so effeminate. And there's no reason to take back something you've given away. Yikan took the earrings and put them on her himself, then patted her buttocks and said, "Let's go open the treasure chest." Sudaji bit her lip and stared at Yikan with grievance. Only then did she realize that since Yikan gave her the earrings, he had never thought of taking them back. "Don't worry, if you're really afraid that I'll die, then just protect me well from now on." After Yikan finished speaking, he looked at Nuba and Hushime and said, "We've been busy all day. You guys go to Luna Lake to relax first. Daji and I will go open the treasure chest first." "Go ahead." Nuba smiled slightly and waved her hand generously. "My sister has really changed. Now she is more like a little girl who is in love." Hushime looked at the two people's backs as they left, with both relief and a little disappointment in her eyes. "Don't worry, it will be the same for you in the future. Our master will not leave a beauty like you alone. I wouldn't be so stupid. I hope you don't get slapped in the face by yourself. Come with me. I'll take you to see the moon goddess lake." When Hushime met Sudaji, Sudaji told her many things, including the magical moon goddess lake. When Yikan pulled Sudaji back to the ancient cave of life, he found that the girl was still unhappy. Yikan made up his mind and carried her back to the tree house. "Husband, what are you doing? It's still broad daylight." When Sudaji saw Yikan's hungry wolf eyes, she couldn't help but stare at him in disbelief with her eyes wide open. There's an old saying that when a woman is unhappy, it's okay to do it once. If that doesn't work, do it twice. Without saying a word, Yikan threw Sudaji onto the couch. "Who said that?" Before Sudaji could finish her words, her mouth was blocked. Soon there was gunfire in the tree house, and rhythmic sounds were heard. An hour later, Sudaji became as soft as a kitten again, nestling in Yikan's arms, being incredibly well-behaved. Is it still a perverted logic? Yichan pinched her chin in question. The ancients were not deceiving me. What they said really made sense. Sudaji smiled shyly, and suddenly put her arms around Yikan's neck and sat up again. "You are such a man-eating goblin." Yikan smiled slightly. Compared to Nuba, he indeed prefers Sudaji, the charming little fairy, because she can satisfy all the fantasies in his heart. Chapter 35, Heaven-Devouring Sword. "Husband, what do you think of my second sister?" In the tree house, Sudaji held Yikan's arm and went to the warehouse with him. At this moment, her face was rosy and radiant, like an 18-year-old girl who was deeply in love. Obviously, this was the result of Yikan's hard work for nearly 2 hours. When you look down, you can't see your toes. You are already a stunning beauty. Shime is only slightly inferior to you in appearance, except that she is plump. Moreover, when she was reborn, she also ignited the 9 Phoenix bloodline. This potential is so great that it is not inferior to your 9-tailed heavenly fox at all. Whether in appearance or strength, it is first class. Yikan did not just give Sudaji a perfunctory response, but expressed his true opinion. "I know my husband is giving me face. The 9 Phoenix bloodline is not only as good as the 9-tailed sky fox, it is simply overwhelming. But we are all family, I won't be angry." After Sudaji finished speaking, she suddenly leaned close to Yikan's ear and whispered. After Yikan heard this, he was shocked and looked at Sudaji and asked, "Madam, are you serious? When have I ever lied to my husband? Don't worry, my second sister will listen to me." Sudaji was full of confidence and pulled Yikan into the warehouse to the right of the tree house. There were actually not many treasure chests left from today's battle, because Sudaji had already opened most of them before the battle ended. Moreover, most of the source crystals were also used by Yikan to forge the goddess set, so the two of them stayed in the warehouse for a while and finished their work. In this battle, Yikan obtained a total of 8 golden treasure chests, one of which was provided by the blood skeleton of the 6th wave of monsters. "Husband, it seems our luck has run out." Sudaji looked at the pile of blue and purple things in front of her and couldn't help but look dejected. "Isn't there another one? Try again." Although Yikan was also disappointed, he did not blame Sudaji, because getting treasures from a treasure chest is a matter of probability. Even if your charm and luck are very high, it is possible to get garbage. Fortunately, this last one did not disappoint Yikan. As the light flashed, a black, bladeless long sword appeared in front of them. Heaven-Devouring Sword. Part, Weapon. Grade, Legend, Silver. Attributes, Constitution plus 500, Spirit plus 500. Skill 1. Devour Weapons. Can devour the essence of weapons and ores to grow. Skill 2. Soul Devourer. can devour the souls of others and enhance the owner's attributes. Introduction. It was once a dark magic stone bred by heaven and earth, and later fell into the depths of the endless fire domain. It was burned by the burning sky magic flame for endless years, and finally absorbed the burning sky magic flame and turned into a devouring blade. Fuck, I'm rich now, huh? Yikan was already happy enough when he saw that it was a long black sword. Because among many weapons, the sword with its wide opening and closing powers and domineering aura is his favorite weapon. And when he saw the skills and introduction of the heaven-devouring sword, he was so excited that he lifted Su Daji up and kissed her hard several times. Husband, what's wrong? When Su Daji saw Yikan so happy, she also became happy. With this sword, even if other treasure chests only give out blue and purple equipment, even if nothing comes out, we'll still make a profit. Yikan was so happy that he put away his sword and rushed towards Wanghua Lake, holding Su Daji. The battle outside had just ended, and they had a second, more intense battle in the tree house, and their bodies were already slippery. He couldn't bear it if he didn't wash it. Look at these two. They are doing this in broad daylight, and they are not afraid of being envied. Nuba sat on the roof of the palace, eating sunflower seeds roasted by the elves, and looking at the couple playing in the lake with a slightly annoyed look. Hee, Sister Sien is jealous? Then I will find my elder sister and ask her to sleep with me tonight, so that Sister Sien can teach the young master a lesson. Seeing this, Fushime immediately teased. Fuck you. Tomorrow I will have the master take you down, you slut. See if you dare to make fun of me again. Nuba waved her hands and threw melon seed shells all over Fushime. Master, you are really going too far. Even if you favor Sister Daji, you can't neglect Sister Sien. The elf holding melon seeds nearby saw Nuba's angry look and immediately winked at his companion. The two seemed to be in sync with each other. Her little sister understood what she meant with just a glance and flew out with a whoosh. Xiaoyu, where is Xiaofei? When Nuba saw the other elf flying away, her eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Her intuition told her that something bad was about to happen. I didn't do anything. The master only favored Sister Daji, which made Sister Sien angry. I asked Xiaofei to remind him. Xiaoyu said seriously. What? Nuba was so frightened that she stood up suddenly. In an instant, she lost her big sister's domineering aura and was replaced by a face full of shame and anger. Fushime sat on one side, holding her stomach and trying to hold back her laughter, looking quite painful. What's wrong? Xiaoyu's eyes flickered as she looked at the two sisters in front of her in confusion, wondering what had suddenly happened to them. On the other side, Xiaofei was hovering in front of Yikan and Su Daji. She assumed the same sitting posture and expression as Nuba before, and said seriously, Look at these two people, they are like this in broad daylight, and they are not afraid of being envied. Master, this is what Sister Sien said, please don't ignore her. After Xiaofei finished speaking, she obediently handed the melon seeds in her arms to Yikan and Su Daji. Hee, I didn't expect Sister Sien to have such a little girl's side. Su Daji sank into the water, with only half of her foxy face showing. She spit out strings of small bubbles and laughed nonstop. It seems that you will have to stay in the palace tonight. Yikan scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. After all, it was broad daylight. He had just finished a battle, and he stayed in the treehouse with Su Daji for several hours. Even a fool could guess what they were doing. After Yikan finished his bath, night had already fallen. He was not in a hurry to favor the beauty, but placed Hall of Valor, not far from the ancient Tree of Life. Buzz. Under the transformation of the Sun and Moon Fairy Pot, Hall of Valor instantly became the Temple of Nirvana. In general, the resurrected heroes and warriors in Valhalla will be weakened to a certain extent. Although the magnitude is not large, the frequent occurrences give the Lord a headache. The Nirvana Temple is different. In addition to being weakened, there is another possibility. That is, the warriors and heroes who are reborn from the ashes will have a certain probability of being enhanced or awakening new abilities. 666. This is the correct way to open Valhalla. Yikan nodded with satisfaction, then threw out 1,000,000 boundary stones to upgrade the ancient Tree of Life to level 7. Buzz. Wrapped in endless life essence, the ancient Tree of Life climbed higher and higher and actually grew to a height of over 1,000 meters. The area of the territory continued to expand, reaching 50,000 square meters. Afterwards, he spent more than 2 million source crystals to upgrade all the buildings that could be upgraded. The last time he looked at his balance, he only had 40,000 source crystals and 800,000 boundary stones left. Well, I'm poor again. Yikan smiled bitterly. But he didn't feel sorry at all. Money is something that will not produce anything if you keep it in your body. Only by spending it to enhance your own strength can you get more. Life is so hard. Yikan sighed bitterly, walked into the palace, and pushed open Nuba's door. Don't listen to Xiao Fei's nonsense. I never said that. You should stay with Sister Daji tonight. Nuba hid in the quilt and spoke calmly. Yikan ignored her and got into the bed. He slid his hand into the feather clothes and grasped a smooth ball. It's okay if you don't want to go to the tree house. We can build it here and let Daji and the others hear your screams. You are not only cunning, but also a rogue. Seeing that she couldn't win the argument with Yikan, Nuba simply closed her eyes. Then a gust of wind whistled past, and the two soon arrived in the tree house. Amid Nuba's delicate hums, the midnight symphony sounded again in the tree house. Obviously, this will be another sleepless night. Chapter 36. Orcs attack, elf beauty dies. Little dog, can you do this? In the tree house, Nuba hooked Yikan's chin and looked at him with a teasing expression. Damn it, you learn really fast. I shouldn't let you see my spiritual food. Yikan looked annoyed. In his storage bag were some cheap novels that he bought from street stalls in Xinhua City. He originally used them to kill time when he was bored. As a result, he was accidentally discovered by Nuba and Su Daji and was taken away. Yikan did not stop them, thinking of letting them learn more postures. No, it's knowledge, which is always good. Who knew that his unintentional action would actually open the door to a new world for these two female fairies? Compared with the Fujoshi on Blue Planet, they are just innocent little girls. What Yikan could not have imagined was that even though he had obtained the heaven-devouring sword and possessed a physical strength of over 1,000, he was still no match for Nuba. He didn't know until he saw it, and he was shocked when he saw it. Nuba's attributes actually broke through the 1,000 mark and were slightly higher than his. Sir, although I am only level 4, the territory has 10 times the attribute blessing for women. If you want to defeat us sisters, you have a long way to go. Nuba sat astride Yikan and looked at him provocatively. Alas, my little Daji is still caring. Even though her attributes are higher than mine, she still gives in to me and satisfies all my unreasonable requests. Yikan looked at Nuba's provocative expression and couldn't help but compare them in his mind. The next moment, Nuba transformed into a soft and gentle woman and lay on top of him, with tears falling onto his chest. It's all over. Yikan suddenly came to his senses. When he was with a woman, the most taboo thing was to think about another woman. It seems that the change in his expression just now has been captured by this clever big sister. Sister Xian, everyone has things they are good at and things they are not good at. You have been a virgin in your past and present lives. This is not your fault. Yikan made up for it in time and took Nuba into his arms. Only then did he realize that this usually strong beauty was actually in tears. Bang! Seeing her aggrieved and helpless look, Yikan couldn't help but slap himself. Okay, I know you don't mean that. I just can't control myself. Upon seeing this, Nuba immediately grabbed his hand with heartache. Sister Xian, if you are not good at martial arts, you can learn slowly, but once your temperament is formed, it is very difficult to change. In this regard, Daji is far inferior to you. Yikan hugged Nuba tightly and praised her from the bottom of his heart. You're the only one who knows how to praise people. Nuba looked at Yikan's sincere eyes and felt relieved when she knew that he was not lying. At this time, Yikan also reacted and couldn't help but feel scared. This sister seems to have the ability to see through people's hearts. Soon, the 6th day arrived. Yikan was shocked to find that the monsters attacking the territory were twice as powerful as those on the 5th day. Under tremendous pressure, he no longer had the heart to be affectionate with Su Daji and the others. When it comes to a dog's life, everything else has to stand aside. Because only by saving your life can you enjoy everything you have now. Otherwise, everything is empty talk. The army that came that day was also a large army of ghosts, with 8 waves of monsters, and no golden monsters. Although the opponents seemed ferocious, they were still easily defeated. On the 7th day, although it was still the ghost tribe that came, there were air forces, and countless gargoyles kept throwing stones towards the territory. When the last wave of monsters came, a group of powerful frostbone dragons suddenly appeared and almost froze the elf hunters to death. Fortunately, Nuba was able to release heavenly fire, which saved them. There were no golden monsters on this day either. The ghosts who came on the 8th day were all deformed, as if they were made up of bodies from different races. They were covered with tumors and looked extremely disgusting. Yikan and Nuba fought until dark before they finally destroyed the monster. There were no golden monsters that day as usual, but Yikan no longer wanted them to appear, because everyone was already very tired from dealing with the monsters. Fortunately, as the difficulty increases, the rewards are also huge. After 3 days of fighting, Yikan harvested a lot of resources and upgraded the territory level to 9. The current territory area is 200,000 square meters, which is equivalent to a small city. Moreover, The number of defense towers in the territory has increased from 12 to 32. As the level increases, the attack power of the defense tower is greatly improved. In addition, heroes and elf warriors have also been improved to varying degrees with the help of Luna Lake. Especially the outlier Su Daji, with the blessing of her charm, she can get the blessing of the moon goddess almost every day, and her level is close to that of the territory. At level 9, her physical fitness had reached a terrifying 3390, and her spirit had reached 3490. Although Nuba is only level 7, her physique has reached a terrifying 2770, and her spirit 2810. After all, Hushime came later, and although she was armed by Yi Kan, her level was still a little bit behind, and her attributes were just over 2,000. But no matter which one of them, Yi Kan can't contend with. Nowadays, he can rarely take part in the battles among 3 people and can only step aside and support the other elf warriors. It's the last 2 days. The monsters will definitely get stronger. Everyone be careful. Yes. Now Yi Kan arranges people to be on duty every night. Because monsters will no longer wait until early in the morning and often attack in the middle of the night. Woo-woo. Sure enough, the 9th day's battle began before dawn. Today, it was no longer the ghosts who attacked the territory, but the orcs. When the monster race changes, it also means that new challenges are coming, because the enemy's strength will make another great leap forward. This time, in addition to countless orc warriors holding axes and iron rods, there were also huge catapults, and those stone bullets were all blessed with fire magic power. Boom. There was a rain of fire all over the sky, coupled with the attack of countless orc warriors. Poisonous Thornwall only killed the first wave of monsters, and its durability was reduced to 0. When the orcs were feeling proud and triumphant, a beam of black and red light suddenly shot out from the branches of the ancient tree of life. Boom. A mushroom cloud suddenly appeared outside the north gate of the territory, and the orcs were wiped out in an instant, including the catapults. You 3, go and dismantle the catapults in the other 3 directions. Yi Kan said through gritted teeth. Yes. Nuba, Su Daji, and Hushime all looked solemn as they rushed out of the city gate. However, just as they were distracted by dismantling the catapults, a large number of orcs with long-range attacks emerged from the fog again. Leading the way were 4 shamans wearing wide robes. Their feet were off the ground, and they were moving very fast. As soon as they appeared, they quickly moved towards the city gate. Before the tower's attacks could reach them, they had already hurled out chains of lightning. Sizzle! Sizzle! Dazzling chains of lightning continuously flowed among the elven warriors. The dryad is okay, it's immune to magic. Archers and hunters were in trouble. Although the goddess suit blocked most of the damage, the terrible electric current still made them suffer. Especially the elf archer, who was dizzy after being electrocuted at the first sight. Because they are too weak. Then, a rain of arrows came like an overwhelming force. The archers were instantly pierced through the hearts by thousands of arrows and died on the city wall. The hunters were feeling better and regained consciousness, but they did not retreat. Instead, they stood firmly on the city wall to resist the enemy and avenge their dead sisters. But their bodies were affected by the lightning chain and could not recover at all, and casualties soon occurred. The dryads stood behind them to dispel the effects of the lightning chains for them, and then rushed forward, throwing spears at the orcs frantically. Their spears are recyclable and can be used indefinitely. Unfortunately, there were too many orcs and they began to suffer casualties. Fuck, it's only the 9th day and it's already this difficult. Is this still a trial? Yi Kan was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but he could only try his best to kill the shaman while manually controlling the defense tower to bombard the orcs who rushed to the foot of the city wall. But he was alone and could not take care of all 4 city gates at the same time, so he only rescued the elven warriors at the north gate. This tragic scene on the city wall made the 3 beauties, Nuba, Su Daji, and Hushime, burst into tears. You damned beast, give us our sisters back. The 3 of them roared, as if they had stimulated the primordial power in their bodies. Boom. I saw flames shooting up into the sky, sword lights flashing, and catapults in 3 directions exploding one after another. Nuba and her companions did not stop for a moment and rushed back to their territory angrily, wanting to avenge the dead elf beauties. Chapter 37 Yi Kan goes crazy. The heaven-devouring sword unleashes its power. Cardan. Above the north gate, Yi Kan held the dying elf hunter captain in his arms, his eyes filled with tears. King, Cardan is going to break his promise and cannot serve you anymore. Cardan stretched out his bloody jade hand and gently wiped away Yi Kan's tears. His clear pupils were filled with regret and reluctance. Don't worry, now that we have the Nirvana Temple, you won't die. Yikan watched as Cardan turned into a beam of white light and rushed towards the Nirvana temple, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. At the same time, boundless murderous intent emanated from him. Roar! Roar! At this moment, the fog in the distance rolled up again, and countless orcs riding on giant wolves and holding maces rushed out. Yikan, holding the heaven-devouring sword in his hand, suddenly jumped down from the city gate like a meteorite. Laugh! Blood splattered everywhere, and the wolf knight leader who was rushing in the front and the giant wolf he was riding were instantly split in half by him. Buzz! The sky-devouring sword seemed to have sensed its master's murderous intent and emitted a brilliant red light. Under the reflection of the red light, Yikan looked like a madman, like the reincarnation of the god of death, killing the wolf knights so badly that their limbs flew everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, the high fire turret, frost tower, and entanglement tower on top of the north gate were like crazy, attacking the wolf knight crazily. Sisters of the elven tribe, all support the north gate and protect the young master. Nuba was shocked when she saw Yikan being so crazy, but the three of them must guard the east, south, and west gates. Otherwise, without anyone to stop them, the monsters will surely break into the city, and there will be heavy losses. Yes. The elf hunters and tree spirits gathered at the north gate without any hesitation and coordinated with the 9 defense towers at the north gate to launch an attack, trying to reduce Yikan's pressure as much as possible. Yikan is now at level 9, with attributes comparable to an undrained boss. Ordinary elite monsters and quasi-BOSSES are naturally no match for him, but we can't handle the other side's large numbers. But now Yikan was like a madman, and he was waving the heaven-devouring sword in his hand like a heavy rain, and any monster that touched it would die. In fact, the reason why he is so crazy is not because he has lost his mind. Instead, the two skills of the sky-devouring sword, the weapon-devouring and soul-devouring, were activated, madly devouring his essence and replenishing his losses. As a result, Yikan entered a mysterious state and seemed to have comprehended the true meaning of swordsmanship. He didn't want to disrupt this state, so he remained crazy. As the battle continued, Yikan's physical and mental strength were slowly improving due to the soul-devouring skill of the heaven-devouring sword. Soul-devouring success, physical fitness, +1. Soul-devouring success, spirit, +1. Soldier-devouring success, heaven-devouring sword essence, +1. Such messages kept popping up in Yikan's head until this wave of monsters was completely eliminated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After killing the last monster, Nuba, Sudaji, and Hushime all flew to Yikan's side and looked at him worriedly. Don't worry, I'm just practicing the heaven-devouring sword. Yikan shook the black knife in his hand and said with a smile. But the three women still caught a hint of anger and sadness in his eyes. Of course they knew the reason. Yikan regards every resident of the territory as family, whether they are the heroes closest to him or the elves fighting on the front lines and in the rear. During the trials so far, although everyone got hurt occasionally, there had never been any casualties. As a result, after only the second wave of monsters today, more than half of the elven warriors were killed or injured. If there was no Nirvana temple, these people would really be dead. But even if they can be resurrected through the Nirvana temple, they cannot calm the anger in Yikan's heart. Sir, the next battle will be very difficult. We must do everything possible to strengthen the territory. Nuba said seriously. I know. After Yikan finished speaking, he patted Sudaji. Sudaji and he were in sync, so she nodded immediately and walked towards the warehouse of the treehouse. Nuba and Hushime didn't waste any time and walked towards the moon goddess lake. Although they are not as amazing as Sudaji who can receive the blessing of the moon goddess every day, there is still a chance that as long as they level up, their strength will be enhanced. Yikan didn't waste any time and asked the elf hunters to go to Moon Lake to relax and recover from their injuries. And he walked towards the Nirvana temple. Buzz. With the input of a large amount of source crystals, the temple suddenly flashed with light and finally gathered into a number of graceful figures. King. Cardan wakes up first. The moment she saw Yikan, she couldn't help but cry for joy and threw herself into his arms. After this battle, I will devote myself to the king without reservation. Cardan hugged Yikan tightly, looking at him with fiery eyes, not paying any attention to the whispers of the sisters behind him. Okay, as long as you survive. Yikan patted her perky breasts and made a promise to her. Yes. Cardan suddenly felt full of strength and left with his sisters. Yikan looked at Cardan's decisive and confident demeanor and nodded with relief. After this kid's rebirth, he turned a disaster into a blessing. He was directly promoted from the outstanding purple troop to the flawless yellow, becoming the true, strongest hunter. Among the other 41 resurrected elven warriors, 20 were promoted and 18 remained in their current state. The attributes of the remaining 3 people were slightly weakened, but the grade of none of them dropped. As expected, it is the Nirvana Temple. It is indeed more powerful than the Hall of Heroes. Yikan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that half of the elf archers had upgraded their grades and evolved into elf hunters. Even if our strength improves, we still have time to fight this battle. But next time, they must not let the long-range attacking boss get close to the city gate, otherwise they still won't be able to resist it. After resurrecting the elf warrior, Yikan breathed a sigh of relief, came to the heavenly demon Nirvana pool, and began today's routine card drawing. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the light flashed, things began to float out of the Nirvana pool. It looks like there won't be any new heroes today. Yikan snapped his fingers and called the elves to come and clean up the mess. Every time he draws a card, he leaves behind a bunch of weird things, and the elves are used to it. With the idea of using things and not wasting them, the elves will happily collect things and then put them into the warehouse according to categories. Now the ancient tree of life has reached level 9 and has become countless times larger than before. The space inside the tree also became a small summer world. How big the warehouse needed to be was just a matter of thought for Yikan. So you don't have to worry about having nowhere to put your things. Master, you didn't summon a new sister today? Xiaoyu and Xiaofei fell onto Yikan's shoulders and rubbed his face intimately. These elves are different from other elf warriors. They are not combat elves, but they love to take care of, repair, and collect various things. Every time Yikan used the heavenly demon Nirvana pool, they would wait excitedly by the side. Now the number of elves has reached as many as 80, and everything in the territory has been arranged clearly by them, saving Yikan a lot of energy. Xiaoyu and Xiaofei are the leaders of the elves and are very close to Yikan. There's nothing I can do. My luck isn't as good as your sister Daji's. Yikan smiled slightly and was about to leave, but the heavenly demon Nirvana pond suddenly began to boil. Chapter 38 Princess Longji. Yikan suddenly turned around and looked at the heavenly demon Nirvana pool in disbelief. After many attempts, he found that summoning a hero was not necessarily successful just by summoning it many times. Moreover, after succeeding once, it would be impossible to draw the hero again on the same day, so he decided to spend 10,000 source crystals every day to take a chance. What if he succeeded? I didn't expect to run into him today. Who could it be? It would be great if it was the Jade Peepa Fairy. That way, Daji and her 2 sisters could be reunited. Yikan was looking forward to it in his heart. According to his experience of reading novels and playing games in his previous life, usually when a set of heroes are gathered together, something wonderful will happen. For example, improving the overall attributes, or comprehending combined attack skills, or activating bonds, increasing certain attributes or abilities, etc. Crash. Under the expectant gaze of Yikan and the elf, a whirlpool suddenly appeared in the center of the pool. Then, a huge water lotus slowly rose. On the lotus platform, a holy and flawless body, surrounded by immortal spirit appeared. The delicate skin, the huge breasts, and the slender waist are so beautiful that they are breathtaking. However, under the support of that holy aura, people cannot have any thoughts of blasphemy. What a great man, with autumn water as his god and jade as his bones. Yikan couldn't help but sigh. He knew that this person was definitely not the Jade Peepa Fairy. Even if a demon is reborn from the ashes, it is impossible for him to have such fairy spirit. Besides, this girl has a pure appearance and an otherworldly air. Her clear big eyes reveal a hint of innocence and liveliness. She does not have the seductive aura of a fairy at all. Thank you for your praise, Lord. The holy woman on the lotus platform was stunned for a moment before responding in a soft voice. Wow. She took light steps and stepped out of the Nirvana pool. Buzz. At the same time, the mist was lingering, covering up her stunning beauty. Yikan remained calm and directly opened her attribute panel. Princess Longji. Race, human. Rank, legend. Level 1. Constitution, 50. Original attribute 5. Territory attribute 10 times blessing. Spirit, 90. Original attribute 9. Territory attribute 10 times blessing. Bloodline, fairy body. Talent, water control and ice condensation. Skill 1. Healing. Use the warmth of water to bring back the dead to life. Skill 2. Water dragon. Introduction. She was originally a fairy from Yaoqi, the daughter of Lord Haoyan and Yaoqi Golden Mother. When determining the names of the candidates for the conferred god list, Lord Haoyan set an example for the future of heaven by sacrificing his own daughter. As a result, Princess Longji was demoted to Qingwan Duk in Phoenix Mountain to practice on absurd charges. When the Battle of the Gods began, Princess Longji went down the mountain to assist Shichi, successfully joined the game, and finally married the unknown Hong Jin, and died in the 10,000 Immortals formation. Oh my god, it's this guy. After reading Princess Longji's information, Yikin was overjoyed. Princess Longji was the most beautiful, rich, and innocent girl in the three realms, but her ending was too tragic. Alas, it's just as I guessed. Princess Longji's tragic fate was arranged by those big guys above. Poor her. She didn't even know she was sold out by her father until she died. Thinking of this, Yikin couldn't help but pat the two elves who were already stunned beside him. Stop being in a daze. Take Sister Longji to change clothes. Good. Sister Longji is so beautiful. After Xiaoyu and Xiaofei reacted, they immediately flew forward and each held one of Princess Longji's hands. Thank you for your help. Princess Longji seemed to be still digesting the information in her mind. She looked at Yikin a little embarrassedly and said, Lord, Longji will be back soon. Go ahead. Yikin waved his hand. Shouldn't the ones who are resurrected in the heavenly demon nirvana pool be the demons with the potential to become heavenly demons? Sister Xian was once evil because of the public's misunderstanding, and she was also related to the demon. But Princess Longji is an authentic Yaoqi fairy, and it is too much to say that she is a demon. Yikin touched his chin and began to wonder if the word Yao in Tianyao Nirvana pool was a bit improper. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Nuba, Sudaji, and Hushime flew to his side. Sir, who is it? Sudaji asked curiously. Sister Xian definitely doesn't know her, but you sisters should have heard of her name. Yikin said mysteriously. My dear son, please tell me quickly. Sudaji directly hugged Yikin's waist and rubbed against him stealthily. Yikin knew that this evildoer was trying to take advantage of him again, but he couldn't refuse, so he could only say honestly, Princess Longji. Is it her? When Sudaji heard the name, her face suddenly turned ugly. Even Hushime, the beautiful lady who always thought highly of herself, had a rare grim look on her face. They knew that Hong Jin was once the general of Sanshan Pass in the Shang dynasty. Later, he surrendered to Shichi for Princess Longji. They also knew the true identity of Princess Longji. Sir, is Princess Longji very powerful? Nuba was a little disappointed when she found out that the person Yikin summoned this time was not from the same era as her. Now seeing the reactions of Sudaji and her sisters, his interest was immediately piqued again. See for yourself. Yikin directly shared Princess Longji's information with them. Oh my god, such a big shot. Nuba's delicate body trembled, and she suddenly felt pressured. Sudaji and Hushime looked strange, because they had never expected that Princess Longji, despite being a goddess, was actually an abandoned pawn. Compared to Princess Longji, we sisters seem to be quite lucky. Sudaji looked at Hushime. Yes, this sister probably won't know until she dies that the so-called destined marriage and her life and death were all planned by others. Hushime also had a complicated expression. It was indeed tragic that they were abandoned by manhwa. But compared with Princess Longji, who was abandoned by her parents and eventually died, they seemed to be much happier. Boom. At this moment, a deafening sound of iron hooves suddenly came from outside the territory. Leave the north gate to me. You guard the other 3 gates. After Yikin finished speaking, he flashed and went straight to the treehouse. At this time, Xiaoyu and Xiaofei came out with Princess Longji, who was dressed in a complete set. At this time, Princess Longji was dressed in white, and she was extraordinary and extraordinary. Although she is already a human, she still looks like a fairy from heaven, giving people a feeling of seeing light. Lord, what's wrong? When Princess Longji saw Yikan's dazed look, she couldn't help but stretch out her jade hand and wave it in front of his eyes. Although they had just met, for some reason she felt that this lord was particularly kind, giving her a strange feeling of wanting to get close to him. You are so beautiful. Yikan blurted out, and then immediately covered his mouth. Damn it, when did I become so shameless? Yikan was shocked. Puff. Princess Longji laughed, and then said seriously, since it's beautiful, let's take a closer look. Although this lord looks dull, his eyes are very sincere. He is much better than those so-called immortals in Shichi and that waste Hong Jin. There's no time. Come with me first. After Yikan finished speaking, he took out a big stick and handed it to Princess Longji. This is... Princess Longji was stunned when she saw the black iron mace in her hand. She is a pure and beautiful girl after all. What does it mean by giving her a big stick? Chapter 39, The Devil Maid. We don't have any extra weapons at the moment, so you can use this first. I'll give it to you when I find a better one. Without saying a word, Yikan pulled Princess Longji onto the city wall, and at the same time spent source crystals to raise her level to level 4. Amazing. he suddenly became stronger. Princess Longji felt the surging power in her body and was suddenly filled with confidence. Let's talk while we fight, just follow me. As they were talking, the two of them jumped off the city gate. Boom. Dust was flying, and countless orcs riding on giant wolves rushed over again. Yi Qian unsheathed his heaven-devouring sword and went into a state of madness again. Princess Longji was also very obedient. She followed him closely and summoned a water dragon from time to time that could swallow a dozen orcs in one bite. Yi Qian's mouth twitched when he saw the terrifying fighting power. Well, I am still the weakest. Then I leave? In the end, Yi Qian didn't leave. Although Princess Longji is very powerful, she is of low level after all and has no equipment. She can only kill ordinary monsters, but she has to deal with the boss when it comes. In the next few waves of monsters, catapults appeared several more times. Fortunately, after Yi Qian had his first experience, he was no longer so passive. As soon as the catapult appeared, he would activate the demon eye immediately and destroy the catapult at the north gate first. Su Daji and her companions were also paying close attention to the fog. As soon as they spotted the catapults, they rushed out without saying a word and blew them up immediately. The elf warriors have also learned their lesson and know not to create trouble for Yi Qian and his team. The moment the catapult appears, they will retreat to the center of the territory and out of the catapult's range. Only after the catapult was destroyed did they return to the city wall and continue clearing out the monsters. The demon's eye can be fully charged in 10 minutes, and Yi Qian has no intention of saving bullets. As long as there is a crisis on the battlefield, he will activate the demon's eye. In this way, they survived until the 8th wave, killed the first boss, and obtained a golden treasure chest. Sir, what do you think this is? After Su Daji opened the golden treasure chest, she unexpectedly found a blood-colored scroll that she had never seen before. Burning blood killing formation. Yi Qian was suddenly shocked. The elf warriors are actually not weak and can deal with ordinary monsters and elite monsters, but when they encounter quasi-BOSSES or above, they can only take the beating. Yi Qian has been thinking about how to combine their strength into one. Well now, the chance has come. Burning blood killing formation. Grade, Legend. Introduction. A killing array that can stimulate potential, enhance combat power, and condense a fighting spirit. It requires more than 20 people to activate it. More than 20 people? Doesn't that mean? Yi Qian suddenly discovered a bug and immediately gathered all the elf warriors and asked them to activate the blood-burning killing formation together. Then the 60 people regrouped and began to practice the formation. Boom, boom, boom. As the blood vaporized, a bloody shadow appeared in the sky above the three formations. What exactly is a fighting spirit? Yi Qian's face was full of anticipation. Sir, the fighting spirit is a fusion of faith and fighting spirit. It is usually the totem of the tribe, or something that the warriors worship. Nuba was the daughter of Huangdi. She once followed her father to war and knew a lot about what happened on the battlefield. Really? The elf girls should believe in the moon goddess. Yi Qian touched his chin, looking very confident. I don't think so. Nuba and Su Daji spoke in unison, then looked at each other and smiled in tacit understanding. Why? Yi Qian couldn't help but frown when he saw how mysterious they were. These two women must be hiding something from him. Sir, take a good look and you will know. Nuba did not say it explicitly, but pointed upwards to the three formations. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the light flashed, three phantoms condensed successfully at the same time, and then Yi Qian was petrified. This is a bit, ahem. Yi Qian scratched his head awkwardly and finally understood why Nuba and Su Daji looked so strange. It turns out that the fighting spirit condensed by the beautiful elves actually looks like him. With the king, we will win every battle and conquer every attack. Kill, kill, kill. The archer, hunter, and tree demon turned around and faced Yi Qian at the same time, raised their weapons, and shouted wildly. At this moment, not to mention Yi Qian and Nuba, even Princess Longji, who had just joined the group, felt her blood boiling and got goosebumps all over her body. Boom. At the same time, the fog rolled in and the orcs attacked again. Go ahead and show me your determination. Yi Qian waved his hand and said domineeringly. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the three phalanxes jumped up and landed neatly outside the territory. Keep an eye on them. Don't let anything happen to them. Just watch it, sir. Leave it to us. The four beauties looked at each other, then jumped up and rushed out. This is the life a lord should live. Yi Qian jumped onto the city gate tower, looked at the elf warriors killing people in all directions, and then lay down comfortably. Now that the warriors can stand on their own and there are four heroes together, he can finally live off his wife. However, the surprise was yet to come. When it came to the 9th wave of monsters, Su Daji opened a soldier symbol called Ghost Maid. This is not a combat type of soldier, but a household type. They are proficient in all kinds of housework and are especially good at cooking. Master, don't you want us anymore? Xiaoyu and Xiaofei have always been by Yi Can's side. When they learned about the maid's abilities, they immediately looked aggrieved. Who said that? Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. I can't rely on you for everything. From now on, you will be responsible for cleaning the battlefield, maintaining the territory buildings, and managing our treasury. Yi Can held the two little ones in his arms and gently tapped their little heads. Hee, I'll listen to the master. Upon hearing this, the little guy immediately became happy again and kept rubbing his little face against Yi Can with a look of enjoyment on his face. Yi Can brought them to the elf-flavored house, then took out the barracks and ghost-made military-type talismans and threw them out. Buzz! There was a flash of light, and an ancient house suddenly appeared before my eyes. The Oni clan-made house. Yi Can didn't say anything and immediately started full training, 20 of them. Squeak! As the heavy door opened, 20 long-legged beauties with slim waists, jade-colored horns on their foreheads, and wearing black and white-made outfits walked out. They held their heads high and stood in a row in front of Yi Can. The towering scene was spectacular. Owner! The ghost maids put their hands in front of them and saluted Yi Can respectfully. Yi Can clicked on their attributes and his eyes immediately lit up. Demon Maid. Level 1. Grade. Perfect. Constitution. 100. Original attribute 10. Territory attribute 10 times the blessing. Spirit. 100. Original attribute 10. Territory attribute 10 times bless. Skills. Cooking, winemaking, flower arranging, cleaning, repairing. Introduction. A perfect maid from the Oni tribe, absolutely obedient to her master and proficient in all housework. From now on, the elf flavor house will be handed over to you. If you have any questions, please ask Xiaoyu and Xiaofei. Now go prepare dinner. Yi Can pointed at the two little guys on his shoulders and said, Yes, master. The ghost maids bowed respectfully to Yi Can and then walked towards the elf flavor house. Master, we want to go and take a look. Xiaoyu and Xiaofei put their hands on their hips, looking unconvinced. Go ahead, but don't make trouble. The territory is our home, and it is also their home. Do you understand? Yi Can nodded their little heads again. Chapter 40 Young Master is good at scheming. It's so quiet. After Yi Can arranged for the ghost maid, he returned to the city gate tower again. Sir, we have killed all the bosses, and the monsters have been cleared out by the elf sisters, so it is naturally quiet. Su Daji flew to Yi Can's side and, like a loach, instantly slipped into his arms, enjoying his broad chest. That's what I said, but I always feel like the atmosphere is a little off. At this time, Nuba also came back, but her brows were tightly furrowed, without any relaxation. As expected of Sister Xian, you figured it out, didn't you? Yi Can nodded with relief. He was quite impressed with Nuba's perception ability. It really feels like the eve of a storm. Princess Longji was holding a black iron mace and looked alert. But it seems a bit incongruous for a pure and lively girl like her to hold such a big mace. When Yi Can saw her like that, he couldn't help but feel a little amused. Bang! He slapped Su Daji's buttocks and said, My beloved, go open the treasure chest and see what Longji has. The result was that his unintentional name made Nuba, Hushime and Princess Longji feel a sudden chill in their hearts. That's a stinging feeling. Nuba is fine. After all, she is Yi Can's real woman. But Hushime and Princess Longji were a little flustered and unbelievable, and didn't understand why this happened. Okay, we'll all listen to His Majesty. After Su Daji finished speaking, she stood on tiptoe and kissed Yi Can on the face, then ran towards the tree house with satisfaction. Yi Can's call of my beloved just now made her very happy. The 4 bosses that came in the 10th wave of monsters were all very strong and dropped 4 golden treasure chests. This time she must come up with something good to prove that Yi Can's favor towards her is not groundless. Sir, today's monster siege is so powerful. Tomorrow is the last day. It will definitely be even more terrifying. We can't let our guard down. Nuba took a deep breath and looked at Yi Can a little worriedly. So I'm going to arm all of you, especially Longji. Yi Can turned around and looked at Princess Longji and said, You can heal, and you are specialized in water magic. If you complement Sister Xian's sky fire, you should be able to kill everyone. Don't worry, sir. Longji will do his best. Princess Longji tightly grasped the mace in her hand and looked at Yi Can with some hesitation in her eyes. Longji, since you have come to the territory, you are one of us. No matter what questions you have, you can speak up. Yi Can sensed her mood and immediately held her hand. For some reason, when Princess Longji felt the warmth of Yi Can's big hand, her uneasy heart instantly calmed down. Is it true that I can't go back? Princess Longji asked a little embarrassedly. She was originally a fairy from Yaoqi, a genuine princess of heaven. Although she was demoted, she still longed to return to heaven. Princess, you've been sold out by your parents, and you're still thinking about going back. Hushime, who was outspoken, couldn't help but look over in surprise when she heard her words. You're talking nonsense. Father and mother are so kind to me. Although Princess Longji had some doubts in her heart, she was unwilling to face the reality and held on to a glimmer of hope. So she turned her attention to Yi Kan. Instinctively, she felt that Yi Kan would not deceive her. Longji, what do you think is the purpose of the conferred God War? Yi Kan did not answer Princess Longji directly, but asked her a question. Of course, we should follow the will of heaven, kill the tyrant, restore peace to the world, and select capable officials for the heavenly court through the conferred God War. Princess Longji said without hesitation. Tyrant, King Zhou has been on the throne for many years, and this is not the first time he has worshipped Nuwa. Why did he insult Nuwa that time? Even if he was a tyrant, the Shang dynasty still had capable generals such as Wen Zhong, Shang Rong, Bai Gan, and Huang Feihu to assist them. Wouldn't it be better to just change the king? What is the fault of the ministers? What is the fault of the people? Why did they start the war? Among the three realms of heaven, earth and man, the human emperor is number 99. He is protected by the way of heaven and is equal to heaven and earth. But after the conferred gods battle, the supreme being was reduced to 95, and the dignified human emperor became the son of heaven, forever inferior to others. Isn't it ridiculous? Another point is that since the original intention of the conferred gods war was to select talents for the heavenly court, the list of people on the list would definitely be discussed in advance. Your father is the boss, so he can't not participate, right? Since heaven is the ultimate beneficiary, it can't help but set an example and pay a price, right? Although Yi Kan did not say it explicitly, Princess Longji, as the strongest second generation in the three realms, how could she not understand the meaning of his words? It turns out that not only he is a victim, but the entire human race and all the people on the list are victims. She was originally wondering why she, a princess of noble status, was demoted to Qingluan Duk in Phoenix Mountain just because she said something wrong at the peach banquet. Now it seems that all this is a conspiracy. Princess, what about your marriage? What do you mean by destiny? You are the daughter of the Lord Haoyan. Who has the guts to decide your marriage? At this time, Fushime couldn't help but stand up. They were abandoned by Nuwa and naturally resonated with Princess Longji because they shared the same suffering. Sir, Princess Longji's eyes were red and tears were falling like pearls from a broken string. Seeing her tearful face, Yi Kan couldn't help but sigh and held her in his arms. That place is full of intrigues and deceptions. It's better not to go back. Besides, you have already achieved nirvana and cannot go back. Just stay in the territory with peace of mind. Yi Kan patted her back gently to comfort her. Princess Longji lay in Yi Kan's arms, crying her heart out, and I felt sorry for her. It was not until she felt the gazes of Nuba and Hushime that she reacted. She immediately broke free from Yi Kan's arms, wiping her tears with shame on her face. Longji lost his composure for a moment and made the two sisters laugh. All right, all the heroes who were resurrected by you must have had some unbearable experiences. Since we come from the same place, let's get closer. Hushime threw a coquettish glance at Yi Kan, then pulled Princess Longji aside and began to whisper. Nuba bumped into Yi Kan and said, Young master, you have a trick. You have deceived another innocent girl. My dear sister Xian, please don't wrongly accuse me. I am telling the truth. What's wrong with me taking in a homeless and innocent girl? Okay, I don't know what kind of person you are. Nuba rolled her eyes, but was pulled into Yi Kan's arms and touched all over her body. Nuba was trembling all over and became weak, but she didn't dare to scream too loudly for fear of being noticed by Hushime and Princess Longji, who were not far away, so she could only hum softly. That alluring voice made Yi Kan feel hot all over. Fortunately, Sudaji ran over at this time. When she saw the two people clinging to each other, she couldn't help but teasing. Hey, we just left for a while, and you're already stuck together? What greeted her was Yi Kan's palm. Stop it, the sisters are watching. Sudaji stopped Yi Kan's big hand that was about to do something evil and took out the treasure that had been opened this time. Buzz. In an instant, precious light shone in all directions, dazzling. Chapter 41. This woman is not a good person. A water-attributed sword? Isn't that a coincidence? Yi Kan took the sword handed to him by Sudaji and immediately felt a warm energy invading his whole body, which was cool and very comfortable. Xuanbing sword set. Part, weapon. Grade, legend, silver. Attributes, constitution plus 160, Spirit plus 260. Skill, Sunflower Water Power. Passive, restrains fire attribute enemies, doubles damage. Introduction. This peerless sword is forged with black ice jade and the essence of sunflower water. With this treasure, you can freeze thousands of miles in an instant. Bull Beep. You can stroke the sword gently and sighed repeatedly. Because this sword was the most beautiful sword he had ever seen. Even more beautiful than Rukia's Sodi no Shirayuki. Princess Longji, who was whispering nearby, immediately looked up as if attracted. The moment she saw the Xianbing sword, her beautiful eyes could no longer move away. Young master. She ran to Yi Kan with excitement on her face and stared at the Xianbing sword. The pain that had been almost healed by Hushime was immediately restored to most of its original state when he saw the sword. From now on, this Xianbing sword will be yours. Yi Kan handed the sword to Princess Longji without hesitation. This girl is good at water magic, and this sword is tailor-made for her. And this. At this time, Sudaji took out another piece of crystal-clear armor. Mysterious ice armor set. Part. Armor. Grade. Legend. Silver. Attributes. Constitution plus 200. Spirit plus 200. Introduction. This armor is forged with black ice jade and the essence of sunflower water. Legend has it that if you collect the complete black ice set, you can gain powerful strength and mysterious gifts. 2 legendary suits at once. Yi Kan looked at the armor in his hand, his eyes shining brightly. Daji, you are really my lucky star, huh? Yi Kan excitedly hugged Sudaji in his arms and laughed happily. Sudaji was also very happy. After all, she did not let Yi Kan down. At this time, the fog outside the north gate and south gate of the territory suddenly rolled up. Then, a man hidden in a robe holding a skull staff and a fat man floating in the air floated out. 2 golden monsters. Nuba and the others opened their eyes wide, as if facing a formidable enemy. Don't panic. While handing the mysterious ice armor to Princess Longji, Yi Kan peeked into the attributes of the 2 golden monsters through the demon eye and shared the attributes with the heroes. Golden Orc Prophet. Race, Orc. Gender, female. Grade, Legend. Level, 13. Physical fitness, 3000. Spirit, 5000. Talent, Fire Control. Skills, Fireball, Firewall, Fire Dragon, Hellfire, Blazing Fire. Introduction. The daughter of the former Orc Prophet, she hides her gender for the sake of the tribe and has always served as a prophet. Gold Troll Shaman. Race, Orc. Gender, male. The resentment of being a single man in 2 lifetimes makes the territory suppress the attributes of male enemies by 50. Grade, Legend. Level, 13. Constitution, 1400. Spirit, 2600. Talent, Lightning Control. Skills, Thunder Tempering, Thunder Flash, Lightning Chain, 5 Thunders. Introduction. The leader of the Orc Shamans, proficient in thunder magic and cruel. What the hell? Hiding your gender. What kind of a shady operation is this? Yi Kan was speechless. The attributes of this monster are a bit too abnormal. It is only 3 levels higher than the Golden Skeleton, but its attributes have increased several times. Yi Kan was a little confused about what the principle was. But when I think of my own beautiful heroes and their equipment, I seem to understand it a little bit. Sir, how do you fight? The women immediately stood in 4 directions, guarding him in the center. The 3 elves' formations merged into a 60-man formation to surround and kill the Golden Troll Shamans, and the heroes besieged the Golden Orc Prophets. Yi Kan looked at everyone's attributes and immediately assigned tasks. If it were just a head-on fight, the heroes would naturally not be afraid of these so-called golden monsters, but each of these guys is a pervert and has powerful area attack spells. If they were allowed to rush into the territory and kill indiscriminately, not only would the buildings be damaged, but the elves and the ghost maids would also suffer. Yi Kan must keep them out of his territory. Yes. Yes. The elven warriors immediately merged into a large formation of 60 people and then rushed towards the Golden Troll Shaman. Roar. When the Golden Troll Shaman saw these ants rushing towards him, he felt insulted and threw out a lightning chain after a roar. Drink. The elf tree spirits had long anticipated that it would use this trick and directly used the dispel skill on the warriors. After the lightning chain was thrown at them, it was exhausted after 1 circle, but they still moved forward safely and surrounded the Golden Troll Shaman in the center. They kept changing their formations and began to slaughter the Golden Troll Shaman with great patience. Although they are just ordinary warriors and do not have the powerful attributes of heroes, they have the blood-burning killing formation that can gather their strength together. With the king, we will conquer every attack and win every battle. Kill, kill, kill. The beautiful elven ladies surrounded the shaman and attacked him continuously, then took the damage together. Everyone was so excited that they were flying. Once upon a time, when they saw the golden monsters, they could only hide under the defense tower, but now they can also fight the golden monsters head-on. On the other side, the four beauties were also surrounding the orc prophet and attacking crazily. Boom. Suddenly, the earth cracked and endless magma gushed out, trying to burn Su Daji and the others to ashes. The prophet actually cast hellfire. But that's not all. After casting hellfire, she cast firewall to wrap herself up, then raised her staff high as if she was about to use a big move. Congeal. At this critical moment, Princess Longji suddenly thrust the Xianbing sword into the ground. Click. In an instant, the cold air spread everywhere and the burning magma was instantly frozen. Roar. At the same time, a water dragon roared out and rolled towards the wall of fire. Kill. At this time, Nuba took action. The flame of heaven's punishment transformed into a fire dragon and rolled towards the golden orc prophet, trying to trap her inside. However, the golden orc prophet was also good at controlling fire, and he actually blocked the flame of heavenly punishment with one hand. However, the heavenly fire is not something that ordinary people can withstand, and the fire shield she released is constantly melting. And she didn't care, because she was just delaying time so that the ultimate move of raging fire could be successfully performed. But Su Daji and Hushime will not just sit there and wait. Buzz. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Su Daji was lifted up into the air by the evil wind and drew out the sun and moon blades. She wielded the sun blade, using the power of the sun to devour the power of fire. Then he used all his strength to unleash the power of the moon, turning the moon blade into a sharp cone, which rotated and stabbed towards the crown of the golden orc prophet. Hushime was even more vicious. She added all her magic power to the Grim Reaper's scythe, then did a backflip and swung the scythe violently towards the crotch of the golden orc prophet. The horrifying scene made Yikan feel pain in his crotch. Hiss! This woman is not a good person. Yikan took a deep breath and couldn't help but cover his crotch. Master, we have prepared dinner, and we can eat anytime. At this time, a plump maid from the ghost tribe came behind Yikan, put her hands gently on his shoulders, and kneaded him intimately. Giving the master a massage and helping him relax is also one of the jobs of a ghost maid. Chapter 42. New attribute that makes people's backs ache. Damn human. The orc prophet's wall of fire was torn apart by Princess Longji and Nuba's double dragons of water and fire, and his ultimate move was suppressed by Su Daji's sunblade, which made him immediately furious. However, at this moment, the moon blade and the death scythe came whistling. Although the orc prophet was wearing armor and robes, how could he possibly withstand the all-out attack from Su Daji and Hushime? They were armed with legendary weapons, and except for their levels and attributes which were inferior to the orc prophet, they were no worse than her in other aspects. The orc prophet was instantly nailed through the head and the vital point under the crotch, and he let out a shrill scream. Even Yikan couldn't bear to watch that cruel scene. Orcs will never be slaves. Before her death, this powerful orc female prophet roared out the slogan for which she had fought all her life. We admire your courage, but we have a different stance. Rest in peace. Nuba performed a gun dance and sighed helplessly. As the war escalates, the opponents they encounter become increasingly powerful, and not all of them are monsters whose intelligence has been eroded by evil spirits. Boom. On the other side, 60 elf warriors achieved results and killed the first golden monster in their lives. Unconsciously, the elf girls have grown up. Yikan stood up, looking relieved. Ding! The battle is over, and the settlement begins. The sound of settlement suddenly rang out, announcing the end of the 9th day's battle. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Nuba, Su Daji, Hushime and Princess Longji flew to Yikan's side at the same time, with excitement in their eyes. Thanks for your hard work. Yikan put his arms around Su Daji and Nuba's slender waists, one on the left and one on the right. Hushime looked at her two sisters with envy, wondering what they were thinking. Princess Longji exhaled deeply and revealed a long-lost smile, which was extremely sweet. Although this territory is small, there is no intrigue or hypocrisy, which makes her feel very relaxed. As for this mysterious lord, she was more curious. Yikan hugged her left and right, but she was not disgusted. Instead, she felt a little envious of Su Daji and Nuba. This strange thought made her feel very incredible. Warriors, well done. Today's dinner is the debut of the Oni maids. Everyone go take a shower, change clothes, relax, and then have dinner together. Yikan looked at the rows of spirited and heroic elven beauties at the foot of the wall, his eyes full of approval and satisfaction. Yes, Upon hearing this, the eyes of the elf warriors suddenly lit up, and then they rushed towards the moon lake in an orderly manner. They all knew that the fall of the gold-level monster meant that today's war was over and there would be no more enemies. And even if someone really raids the territory, the defense tower can resist 1 or 2. Master, I will go and prepare first. The sexy maid who was massaging Yi Qin's shoulders was very moved. She bowed slightly and walked towards the elf flavor house. We went too. Nuba threw a coquettish glance at Yi Qin, then pulled Hushime and Princess Longji away. Husband, I'm going to open the treasure chest, and we'll go to Luna Lake together later. When Su Daji saw that her sisters had left, she immediately slipped into Yi Qin's arms, stood on tiptoe, and touched his lips, then walked towards the ancient tree of life with a blushing face. Yi Qin looked at the beauties in the territory and felt like he was in a dream. Not long ago, he was still a little beggar struggling in Xinhua City, and it was difficult for him to even make a living. Only a few short days had passed, and he already had his own territory, heroes, and soldiers. As long as I can survive tomorrow, I will have truly established myself in Xinhua City. Yi Qin took a deep breath and immediately opened the panel of the territory. Ancient Tree of Life, prepare to transform. Yi Qin spent all his boundary stones without hesitation and upgraded the territory to level 10. Boom. In an instant, the sky above the territory changed rapidly, and endless spiritual energy from heaven and earth swept over. The ancient Tree of Life made a joyful sound. Its body grew rapidly, and its territory continued to expand, soon expanding to 500,000 square meters. About 10 minutes later, the ancient Tree of Life became quiet. Now it is like a giant mushroom, sheltering the entire territory. The number of tree holes on its body also increased from 80 to 100, which are where the elves live. In other words, a level 10 ancient Tree of Life can already train 100 elves. King, I have successfully transformed, and the elves in the territory will be baptized. As the voice of the ancient Tree of Life rang out, endless light suddenly fell from its body and rushed into the bodies of every elf. Wow, my rank has improved. The elf warriors felt the changes in themselves and immediately danced with joy. It's the mother tree. The mother tree has transformed. The cute and lovely tree spirits are most sensitive to the power of nature and sensed the source of this power at the first moment. They looked at the ancient Tree of Life, then knelt down reverently, thanking the mother tree for its kindness. As the territory was upgraded, Yi Qin also felt a powerful force enveloping him, and his attributes suddenly increased. Buzz. He immediately opened the territory panel. Territory. Level 10. Area 500,000 square meters. Owned building, Eternal Ancient Tree. Number of residents 184. Level Epic. Territory features. The power of Xuansu. It is rumored that ancient ancestors learned the art of Xuansu from immortals and finally ascended to heaven with women, becoming immortals. The resentment of the Lord as a single dog for 2 lifetimes was blessed by the mysterious power, creating this ultimate characteristic. Xuansu Attribute 1. The resentment of being a single person in 2 lifetimes makes the territory suppress the male enemies by 50. Xuansu Attribute 2. The resentment of being single for 2 lifetimes increases all the attributes of women in the territory to 10 times the original. Xuansu Attribute 3. The resentment of being single for 2 lifetimes makes the probability of obtaining beautiful women when summoning heroes and soldiers in the territory 100. Xuansu Attribute 4. For every companion the Lord adds, his own attribute increases by 1. Xuansu Attribute 5. Insufficient level. Power of Nature. After the collapse of the elf world, a world core was left behind, which contained the last power of the elf world and the seeds of the ancient Tree of Life. After being irrigated by the Lord, the ancient Tree of Life revived and the power of nature awakened. Natural Attribute 1. Can train elves to contribute to the construction of the territory. Quantity 100. Natural Attribute 2. Every time the ancient Tree of Life undergoes a major transformation, all ancient trees and elves will be baptized and upgraded by 1 level. Natural Attribute 3. Insufficient level. It has indeed completed the leap in life and turned into a more powerful, eternal ancient tree. Yi Qin nodded with relief and continued reading. What the hell, a Taoist companion. Improving your own attributes. When Yi Qin saw the newly unlocked Xuansu attribute of the territory, his body was shocked, and he couldn't help but touch his waist. I really don't know whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. Yi Qin looked towards the Luna Lake, and seeing the white flowers, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Chapter 43. The Eve of the War. This newly unlocked attribute is simply amazing. When Yi Qin saw the second natural attribute, His worry about Yaozi instantly eased. As long as the ancient tree of life undergoes a major transformation, the ancient trees and elves in the territory will be able to upgrade their grades accordingly. For example, the elven dryads. Originally, they were just flawless soldiers, but now they have become perfect. If the eternal ancient tree transforms again, they will be able to be upgraded to the legendary level, on par with heroes like Sudaji. When Yikan thought of this, his breathing suddenly became rapid, and he looked at the vibrant tree in front of him with a fiery look. Eternal ancient tree. King, what's the matter? The gentle voice of the eternal ancient tree flowed through Yikan's heart like a clear mountain spring, instantly calming his restless heart. When is your next big transformation? Yikan calmed himself down and asked seriously. Life is full of mysteries, unpredictable, and I don't know either. The leaves on the eternal ancient tree swayed slightly, creating a breeze in the territory. Even you can't sense the time for transformation. It seems that you still have a long way to go. Yikan also knew that he was wishful thinking. How can something like a great transformation happen just like that? Buzz. With a wave of his hand, he directly spent 5 million source crystals to upgrade the level of Moon Goddess Lake to level 10. As the trial progresses, the monsters attacking the city become stronger and more numerous. The resources obtained by the territory will naturally increase as well. However, it is still a bit difficult to upgrade all the buildings. Every time Yikan upgrades his territory, he will give priority to upgrading the Moon Goddess Lake, because the level of Luna Lake directly affects the levels of all heroes and arms. Buzz. I saw a faint glow in Luna Lake, and the lake began to expand. At the same time, those faint lights gathered in the sky above the Luna Lake and condensed into a small moon, shedding rays of warm light and illuminating the entire Luna Lake. Wow, that's great. I can take a bath late at night now. The elf warriors looked at the little moon in the sky, jumping happily, not caring at all about revealing their spring light. After all, except Yikan, the rest of the people in the territory are women. What they have, everyone has, so naturally they won't have any scruples. As for Yikan, there is even less need to worry about him. Because Yikan is their king, as long as Yikan needs them, they are ready to offer themselves at any time, and without hesitation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yikan once again spent a large amount of source crystals to upgrade all the upgradable buildings, including defense towers, elemental walls, and ancient war trees. As the ancient war tree broke through to level 10, its training population limit also increased from 20 to 40. Yikan did not train new elf hunters, but directly demolished the elf shooter training ground and let the original elf shooters move into the ancient war tree to become real elf hunters. The Ancient of War is a growth-type building. As the quality and level of the ancient tree increase, it will also benefit the elf hunter. In the game, the elves' troops cannot be converted into each other. But the territory is different. Both the people here and the ancient trees can communicate and inherit. Yikan just communicated with the ancient war tree and made this happen. As for the ancient tree of knowledge, Yikan trained 20 elf tree spirits without saying a word. Then he took them to the elf workshop and replaced the 3 leaves on their bodies with the goddess set. Girls, go take a bath in Luna Lake first, then have dinner with everyone. Yikan rubbed the little head of the leading tree demon. Yes, sir. The tree monsters were lively and agile, full of curiosity about the territory, but they obeyed Yikan's orders and skipped towards the Moon Lake. Wow, there's a new partner. When Xingyao, the captain of the elf tree demons, saw the newcomers, he immediately rushed out with his men. Husband, I see the new properties of the territory. Sudaji suddenly appeared behind Yikan and hugged him gently. You are my Taoist partner, so you can see it naturally. Yikan turned around and hugged her, looking at her with eyes full of doting. You better be careful in front of the sisters in the future. If you pamper me too much, the sisters will definitely feel uncomfortable even if they don't say it. Sudaji hugged Yikan tightly, her eyes full of worry and fascination. Do you look down on your sisters so much? We all live our lives again. How can we be so petty? Besides, they know how important and special you are to me. Besides, once the new attributes are released, they will all become your real sisters, and I will spoil them then. Yikan scratched Sudaji's high nose bridge, then picked her up in a princess hug and walked towards the Moon Goddess Lake. Husband, how about I tell Shimei about that tonight? I promised Carden tonight. Let's talk about it tomorrow after we get through the trial period. Sudaji recalled the scene of Kadin dying in Yikan's arms and nodded immediately. There is a long way to go. There is no need to rush. The king is coming. With the appearance of the two, the elf girls suddenly became excited and kept scooping up lake water and pouring it on them. When Xiaoyu and Xiaofei, who were playing in the lake, saw this, they flew out immediately and brought 2 glasses of water. The water from the moonlight well can not only restore blood and magic power, but also beautify the skin. After each battle, the elf warriors would go for a drinking spree. You two clever guys, aren't you supervising at the flavor house? Why are you here? Yikan took the cup and nodded their little heads. Don't mention it, it's too discouraging. Xiaoyu hung her head. From now on, let's clean up the battlefield and protect the territory. Xiaofei also pouted, looking disheartened. Professional matters should be handed over to professionals. Just do what you are good at. Yikan rubbed their little heads, then opened his arms, and the two elves immediately happily undressed him. Soon after, Yikan lay comfortably in the moon goddess lake. The elf warriors also wisely swam away, leaving the opportunity to several powerful heroes. Soon after, the girls, having washed off their tiredness, arrived at the elf flavor house. The ghost maids dressed in black and white, made uniforms also took action and began to serve food to Yikan and the others. When the lid was opened, Yikan finally understood why Xiaoyu and Xiaofei were so shocked. It turns out that the Oni maids do not simply prepare food with ingredients, but select the ingredients and cook them using primitive cooking methods. The nutritional value of food prepared through scientific proportions does meet the standards, but how can the taste be compared with that of dishes with a wok flavor? The fragrant mapo tofu and braised pork with preserved vegetables alone are enough to crush Xiaoyu and the others. After the trial is over, I'll buy you some recipes to increase the variety of dishes in our flavor house. After Yikan tasted the maid's cooking, he immediately nodded in appreciation. The taste is even better than the food in those high-end restaurants in Xinhua City. She is indeed a professional maid. Thank you, master. When the maids heard this, their eyes lit up. The ghost people have a low status, and their living space and resources are extremely limited. They are selected from a young age and trained to do various housework, gourmet food, and how to please their masters. Because only in this way can they survive. In their eyes, maid uniform is sacred. Without professional level, beautiful face and figure, one is not qualified to wear this uniform. Yikan bought cookbooks for them, which showed that he recognized them. Moreover, the recipes can also improve their professional skills, so they are naturally happy. Our territory is different from other places. From now on, this is your home. No one will bully you anymore. Invite everyone to have dinner together. Yes. After dinner, all the warriors who did not receive the blessing of the moon goddess ran to the moon goddess lake. Because they all know that tomorrow is the decisive battle, and they must fight in the best condition and fight for the king. The elves and tree demons stepped up their training, hoping that the 20 new companions could be integrated into the formation as quickly as possible. The blood-burning killing formation is a formation that can only be comprehended after learning from a scroll, but it is not impossible to pass on. It is just that the speed of learning through a scroll and learning through others is different. Tonight, Su Daji and Nuba were very well behaved. They did not pester Yikan, but stayed in the palace and discussed tomorrow's battle. The captain of the elf hunters, Cardan, had already arrived at the tree house under Su Daji's arrangement. King. As Yikan stepped into the tree house, Cardan came up to him. Here it comes. Yikan smiled and took her into his arms. The elf hunter's daily tasks are either fighting or training. Yikan originally thought that their bodies were rigid. Unexpectedly, he guessed wrong. Cardan's body was not as muscular as he imagined, and was very soft. King. The main tasks of a hunter are actually concealment, pursuit, and assassination, so it requires a lot of body flexibility. I am not bad at it. Cardan was very bold. After he finished speaking, he began to undress Yikan. In that case, I must taste it carefully. Yikan smiled slightly, hugged Cardan, and fell onto the soft big bed. Soon after, a pleasant symphony was heard in the room, along with sweet moans that aroused endless reverie. Chapter 44 Demonic Attack. The next day, Yikan woke up to a soft touch. Husband. Su Daji lay on the bed, supporting her little face with her delicate hands, looking at Yikan lovingly, as if she couldn't get enough of him. Hey, why are you here? Yikan looked around and found that Cardan had already left, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Don't look at it. Today is the final battle. As the captain, Cardan has already gone to training. That girl is also very strong. She is still so energetic after being tormented by you all night. After Su Daji finished speaking, she suddenly climbed onto Yikan's body and asked, how does it taste like to be the hunter captain? Of course it is excellent, but compared to our great fairy Su, it is still far behind. Your mouth is so sweet. Did you drink honey last night? Stop making trouble. What's the situation outside? Yikan pinched Su Daji's nose, then hugged her and sat up. It's a bit strange. There's been no movement since the whole morning. But with Sister Xian and the others here, nothing will go wrong. Let's go have breakfast first. Su Daji took the clothes from one side, and began to change Yi Kan's clothes. Yi Kan had long been accustomed to Su Daji's attentiveness and enjoyed her service comfortably. Ever since he became the Lord, he has been living the life of a giant baby with everything provided for him, and the beauties are also enjoying it. Naturally, Yi Kan would not pretend to refuse. What is the purpose of working hard in life? Isn't it just to make yourself feel more comfortable? When they walked out of the tree house, they found 80 elven warriors sharpening their swords, eager to fight. Nuba, Hushime, and Princess Lonji were sitting cross-legged on the top of the city wall. When they saw Yi Kan coming out, they turned around and smiled sweetly at him. The 2 gold bosses yesterday were very wealthy and contributed a total of 18 gold treasure chests, which opened 2 mystic ice sets and some other equipment. I gave them all to Princess Lonji. In addition, there are 2 skill books. I gave Blazing Fire to my elder sister Xian, and I gave 5 Thunders to my second sister on my own initiative. Will my husband be angry? Su Daji hugged Yi Kan's arm and looked at him a little worriedly. You are truly my favorite. You are worthy of being my good wife. Yi Kan nodded approvingly. It goes without saying that the Mystic Ice Set and Fiery Blaze suit were in line with the attributes of Princess Lonji and Nuba. Hushime currently has only 1 inspirational skill, 9 Phoenix Fighting Spirit, which can increase the combat power of teammates by 30. She doesn't have any attack skills. It's really sad that a mage can only fight by swinging a scythe. There is no hero specializing in Thunder attribute in the territory now, and today is the decisive battle, so naturally we have to maximize the combat power of the heroes. It is just right for Hushime to be struck by 5 Thunders. My husband is so nice. As soon as the 2 entered the elf flavor house, the ghost maid took action and prepared various delicious foods for Yi Kan. Needless to say, under Su Daji's instruction, even the breakfast was nutritious, such as yam porridge, wolfberry snacks, etc., which made Yi Kan speechless. Fortunately, the maids of the ghost tribe are not only good-looking, but also have impeccable skills, otherwise Yi Kan would really have given up. Yi Kan had just finished eating halfway when he heard a familiar voice coming from outside the territory. That smell is definitely that of a villain. Is it finally here? Yi Kan's figure flashed, and he rushed out of the elf flavor house in an instant. Su Daji followed closely behind, but did not forget to take away the carefully prepared drinks on the table. What is that? She came to the top of the north gate, put the drink to Yi Kan's mouth, and looked in shock at the huge monsters emerging from the fog. Demon General, you come with a group of quasi-bosses at the beginning. You really think highly of me. Yi Kan took the drink and drank it all. He had anticipated the intensity of the trial on the last day, but he still underestimated the determination of the Void Rules to kill him. Owner. At this moment, Xiaoyu and Xiaofei suddenly flew onto his shoulders, holding a cup of steaming drink with a golden glow in the mist. What's wrong? Yi Kan looked at the 2 little guys in confusion. Although they are a little naughty at ordinary times, they are still sensible and will not make trouble at this critical moment. This is a new drink developed by the maid sisters. The main ingredient is the Hercules beans grown by the tree demon sisters. Master, you will know after you drink it. Xiaoyu handed the soy milk to Yi Kan, while Xiaofei handed it to Su Daji. Gurgle. Yi Kan didn't ask any more questions and just took a sip. Buzz. The next moment, he felt a burst of heat in his body, and a surge of strength suddenly emerged, and his combat power increased by 10. He couldn't help but open the soy milk panel. Delete soy milk. Grade, rare. Attributes, restore vitality, increase combat power by 10 for 1 hour. Introduction, grind the mutant Hercules bean into powder and add various seasonings to make soy milk, which can temporarily increase combat power. This is great stuff. Start mass producing it and send it to the soldiers. Just waiting for the master to say this. Xiaoyu and Xiaofei smiled at each other and flew towards the elf flavor house excitedly. Then, a group of elves flew out, holding a cup of steaming hot soy milk in their hands. The 4 heroes rushed out of the territory and blocked the demons that were more than 4 meters tall and had a pair of huge flesh wings. Soldiers, you will form a 20-man killing formation to support the 4 city gates. If you can't hold on any longer, retreat to the defense tower to recover. The elves will be responsible for resource supply. Yes. The elves roared loudly. Yi Kan drew out the heaven-devouring sword and rushed towards the area where Hushime was. Hushime had already understood the situation and withdrew from the battle directly to encourage the elven warriors. Under Yi Kan's instructions, Su Daji and the others did not choose to fight head-on, but instead controlled the distance and retreated within the attack range of the defense tower before counterattacking. Use the most labor-saving method to consume the enemy's combat power, because they all knew that today's battle would definitely be fierce. Human die. The demon generals wielded their swords, and the terrifying power was enough to tear space apart. Boom, boom, boom. The crazy output of the high-fire turret, hellfire turret, lightning chain tower, and various auxiliary defense towers blocked the demon general's steps. Sudaji's charm captivated everyone. Then a demonic wind was stirred up, sweeping up the demon general, and then the sun and moon blades came out of his body, harvesting lives madly. Nuba is even more arrogant. She has a true yang body and can control heavenly fire. The flames of heavenly punishment were under her control, as if they had self-awareness, wrapping around the muscular demon generals, and then the thunder and fire spear suddenly slashed. Boom. In an instant, the area outside the territory turned into a sea of fire, madly burning the demon generals. As they perished, the souls of the demon generals stood up one by one and began to counterattack their compatriots. It can be said that Nuba alone can stop thousands of troops. After encouraging the soldiers, Hushime returned to the battlefield and began to show her prowess. She had no combat skills before and could only engage in close combat. It's different now. When the five thunders struck, the demon generals were dizzy. Although he was not killed immediately, he had lost his fighting ability and could only watch Hushime take his life. Although Princess Longji joined the territory relatively late, with 4 pieces of Xianbing suits, her attributes are no worse than those of Nuba and Sudaji. She just stabbed with the Xianbing sword and the ground was frozen. And with the blessing of the power of Aoi water, her water dragon technique seemed to be endowed with a soul. It was so powerful that it could bite off the head of a demon general in one bite. The quasi-boss level demon general was completely unable to fight back against these heroes. Little human, don't be so violent. Before Yikan and his team had finished clearing the first wave of monsters, the fog began to surge, and this time the movement was even louder than that of the demon general. When those monsters leaned out, Lian Yetsan couldn't help but frown. They turned out to be magic dragons that were more than 20 meters long. As soon as they appeared, they spewed dragon breath towards Yikan and the others. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon's breath hit the ground, instantly creating a magma zone, which was extremely terrifying. Chapter 45, Daji's opponent, the charming demon girl. Little gecko, just because you put on a pair of little wings, you think you are a real dragon? Yikan was furious and stomped the ground hard. Boom. There was a loud bang, and Yikan rose from the ground. The sky-devouring sword drew a bright cold light in the air and suddenly slashed towards the leading demon dragon. Clang. The dragon stretched out its claws, and its hard claws were like 2 rows of saw teeth, which blocked Yukan's edge. Young master. When Hushime saw this scene, her heart trembled. You beast, you dare to hurt my son? I will destroy your entire clan. Boom. Hushime gave a delicate shout, and suddenly thunder rumbled in the sky. Endless lightning turned into silver snakes, madly bombarding the magic dragons that were preparing to besiege Yikan. Then, wielding the Grim Reaper's scythe, she rushed into the group of dragons without hesitation, and turned into a scythe warrior again. Who gave you the courage to even grab the heaven-devouring sword? Yukan's whole body was full of energy, and wisps of blood were steaming from his body. Die. He pressed down suddenly, and the dragon's claws were cut off instantly, and the sky-devouring sword also fell on the dragon's head. Soul-devouring success, physical fitness plus 10. Soul-devouring success, spirit plus 10. Successfully devoured the soldier, the heaven-devouring sword's energy plus 10. Several pieces of information suddenly appeared in Yikan's mind. TSK, the dragon claw can actually provide energy for the heaven-devouring sword. It seems that this is a good material for refining weapons. Yukan felt his body become a little stronger, and he immediately became energized and rushed into the pile of magic dragons again. Although Hushime is powerful, a swarm of ants can eat an elephant. It is really unwise for such a delicate beauty like her to go deep into the dragon group. Swish, swish, swish. Yutsanfei landed on a magic dragon and began to kill the magic dragons crazily using it as a mount. King, we are here to help you. At this time, the tree demon killing formation that had killed the demon general also freed up its hands. They were united as one through the bloody killing formation. It was no longer a single person attacking, but 20 people working together. As they finished accumulating strength and threw their spears, the phantoms of the fighting spirits above their heads also attacked at the same time. Laugh. Blood splattered everywhere, and the huge spear formed by the 20 spears gathered together instantly pierced through the head of a dragon. Buzz. With a flash of light, the spears returned to their hands. Laugh. Then, the second one, the third one, the fourth one. The quasi-boss level monsters could not cause any trouble in front of the blood-burning killing formation. After a fierce battle, all the demon generals and dragons were killed. Thank you for your hard work, sisters. As soon as the warriors returned to the territory, the elves came to greet them and offered them moonlight well water and Dolly soy milk. Sir, according to past experience, there should be 12 waves of monsters today. The first two waves are quasi-bosses, and the ones after that are probably. Nuba looked at the fog in the distance with a solemn expression on her face. If the enemy comes, we will fight back. If the water comes, we will block it with earth. If the next wave is still a quasi-boss, leave it to the soldiers and assist in the attack. After being proven by the previous two waves of monsters, the elf hunters and dryads can now stand on their own. In this case, you can wanted to let them gain more experience within their tolerance range. Okay, then I won't do anything for now. I'll just help them with their treatment. Princess Longji nodded. In addition to the water dragon technique, she also has a healing skill that can bring the dead back to life. With her around, the elven warrior's endurance will be greatly increased. I'm responsible for encouragement. Fushime also nodded. As Iken expected, the next two waves of monsters were all quasi-bosses. Even without Iken and the hero's participation in the battle, the elf warriors could still kill people in all directions, but the burning of blood was also a bit terrifying. Fortunately, Princess Longji traveled around to treat them, and the elves were there to serve them with water from the moon well and soy milk to ensure their physical strength. Buzz. Before the fourth wave of monsters came out, a hint of black appeared in the fog. It's him. Yuken raised his eyebrows when he saw that it was the homeless merchant leading the gray camel. Sir, this guy's appearance here means that the monsters attacking the city this time will be very strong, and they will definitely reveal good things, and they may even be what they need. Having experienced what happened before, Nuba immediately thought of this possibility. Yuken didn't say anything, but looked back at the various buildings behind him, and suddenly a plan came to his mind. Keep an eye on the fog and guard the gates. I'll be back soon. After Yuken finished speaking, he rushed towards the man in black robe without waiting for the beauties to reply. Mr. Merchant, how strong are you? Yuken came to the wandering merchant and ignored the goods in the box in front of him, looking at it with burning eyes. The wandering merchant tilted his head and glanced at Yuken, not knowing what he was up to, but he still stretched out his smallest skeleton finger and started writing in front of his eyes. One finger. I'll kill you all. Fuck. Big brother is awesome. Yuken's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he looked at the man in black robe and said, Brother, I have a big deal. Do you dare to take it? What business? The man in black robe thought of the last loan business and the golden skeleton corpse he obtained, and the soul fire in his eyes immediately flashed. These traveling merchants from all over the world also have business requirements. Only by completing their business can they obtain cultivation resources. Although the golden skeleton corpse that Yuken gave it last time was in pieces, it was of great benefit to its cultivation, equivalent to the income from completing a business cycle. The value is far more than the 1 million source crystals that Yuken borrowed from it, but it is impossible for it to tell Yuken about this. But it didn't know that the golden skeleton corpse was actually worthless to Yuken. Brother Merchant, have you ever heard of insurance? Yuken's eyes rolled and he immediately had an idea. What is insurance? The black-robed man's soul fire lit up immediately. He had already tasted the sweetness of the loan business, and now an insurance business had emerged, which must be a good thing as well. Insurance is like this. You don't need to spend any money, and I will give you a large premium, and then this. Yuken began to explain the concept of insurance to it, and then explained what he wanted to insure. After some haggling and weighing the pros and cons, the man in black robe felt that this business had potential, so he drafted a contract and accepted Yuken's insurance. After they finished their work, the fifth wave of monsters finally arrived. As Yuken expected, after such a long time, the one who came was no longer a quasi-boss, but the real boss. And there are 8 of them at once. Eyes of the Demon Princess. Level, 15. Grade, Perfect. Physical fitness, 3,000. Spirit, 3,500. Skills, Charm, Mind Arrow, Chaos Smoke. Introduction. The succubus leader is graceful and enchanting, charming everyone. She can make people lose themselves in her beauty and then die of joy. Daji, I've met my match. Yuken looked at Su Daji's charming face with a playful look on his face. They are so ugly, yet they still charm everyone. Look how capable they are. Su Daji looked disdainful, then turned back to look at Yuken and said, You are not allowed to fight. Leave these ugly monsters to us sisters. Yes, yes, yes. Nuba, Fushime and Princess Longji nodded vigorously like chicks pecking at rice, and agreed very much with Su Daji's opinion. The elven warriors were also filled with righteous indignation, their eyes filled with hatred. Shameless monster, actually used such despicable means to seduce our king. You are dead. In fact, it's no wonder that the beauties reacted so strongly. It's because those 8 beauties with charming eyes were too enchanting. Their skin is as white as snow, and they have curvy figures, and their figures are no worse than those of heroes like Nuba and Su Daji. What's worse is that they don't wear tops. Only a small piece of cloth is used to cover the sensitive area below, but it cannot block the entire scenery. The looming charming style is very inspiring. Brother, come and play. The charming beauties held long whips in their hands, but their jade fingers lightly stared at Yikin with charming eyes. Even though Yikin was surrounded by many beauties, he still got goosebumps. Damn, these seductive fairies are so awesome. He can handle one Sudaji, but this is 8 Sudajis, and they are all topless. Isn't this life-threatening? Damn it, sisters, kill them for me. The unscrupulous provocation of the charming beauties finally completely angered Sudaji. Boom. There was a flash of red light, and 2 foxtails suddenly rushed out from behind Sudaji. Then a demonic wind was raised, and she rushed out to kill him. Good job. At this moment, her bloodline broke through, and she grew a second foxtail. Chapter 46 Moon God. Oh my god, she looks so delicate on weekdays, but I didn't expect she would be so scary when she gets angry. Yikin looked at the furious Sudaji and the others and couldn't help but sigh. Although the charming demon girl was not suppressed by the territory because of her gender advantage, she still fell at the feet of Sudaji and others. If you want to fight, you should fight well. You're trying to seduce my man naked. You're looking for death. Sudaji stepped on the face of the charming lady, declaring her victory. Behind her, the elf hunters also had murderous looks on their faces. Especially Cardin. If her friends hadn't held her back, she would have probably drawn her short blade and rushed forward to practice her swordsmanship. The battle situation in other directions was similar to that of Sudaji. Especially the violent woman Hushime, who actually chopped off the head of the charming girl. It was so cruel. I'm so pissed off. Sudaji returned to Yikan, but she still felt a little unsatisfied. Everyone has been killed. Why should we be angry? Yikan held her in his arms and gently stroked her back to calm her down, but the woman still looked angry. Damn succubus, it's bad enough that you're shameless, but you're also so stingy. Sudaji looked at the only 2 golden treasure chests in her hands with a face full of anger. Among the 8 boss-level enchantresses, only 2 dropped gold treasure chests, and the rest were silver. It would be strange if she wasn't angry. No, I can't swallow this. I have to kill a few more waves later, otherwise I won't be able to sleep tonight. Yikan had just finished comforting Sudaji when another angry person came running over. Yikan had no choice but to pull Nuba into his arms. Hushime and Princess Longji had not yet revealed their relationship to Yikan, so they were naturally too embarrassed to act coquettishly. But looking at their gloomy faces, it was clear that these 2 beauties were also very unhappy. Alright, from now on, as long as it's not a golden monster, I won't interfere and let you guys vent your anger. Okay. Yikan reached out and held the hands of Hushime and Princess Longji, with a speechless look on his face. The 2 felt the warmth of Yikan's big hand, and their heaving chests slowly calmed down. It was understandable that Hushime had been thinking about Yikan for a long time, but Yikan was a little surprised that Princess Longji got into the role so quickly. It seems that this girl has accepted the reality, gradually integrated into the territory, and regards this place as her home. What is this? After Sudaji opened the 2 golden treasure chests, she obtained a military talisman called Bloodthirsty Butcher. In addition, there is a palm-sized ball that emits a faint light, as warm as moonlight. Isn't this just a miniature moon? Nuba looked at the hazy pattern on the ball and said curiously. It's true. The girls gathered around, all with a look of curiosity on their faces. At this time, the fog outside rolled up again. Then, 8 huge monsters stepped out. They were tall, with 2 huge horns more than 1 meter long on their heads. They looked very oppressive. Give me the stuff, and go vent your anger. When Yikan saw that the person coming was a male demon, he didn't bother to pay attention to him. Because of the suppression characteristics of the territory, he doesn't need to take action as long as it is not a golden monster. Okay. The women were furious, so without further ado, they jumped off the city wall and pounced on the group of punching bags that were more than 5 meters tall. Yikan gently stroked the ball and opened its attribute panel. In stone. Grade. Legend. Introduction. This wonder of the world was once a piece of stubborn stone in the Taiyin fairyland. It was only because it was stained with the breath of the moon goddess that it was transformed into the Taiyin stone. It seems that some secrets are recorded on it. From Taiyin Wonderland? Isn't that the territory of the moon god? After Yi can read the introduction of Taiyin stone, he was so excited that his hands began to tremble. This is not Earth, nor is it Azeroth. The moon goddess is actually the lord of the lunar wonderland, and all the moons in the world are her palaces. I didn't expect that the treasure chest dropped by the demon boss would actually contain a world wonder that had drifted from the Taiyin wonderland. Yi can gently stroke the mottled symbols on the Taiyin stone, trying to explore the secrets hidden on it, but the next moment he appeared in an unfamiliar environment. In front of him, a stunningly beautiful woman with skin as white as autumn water and bones as jade sat cross-legged on a cold jade bed with her eyes closed. There was a faint halo surrounding her, making her look quite mysterious. Buzz. She seemed to sense Yi Kan's arrival and suddenly opened her eyes. Not only does he have my karma on him, but he also got the Tian stone. Interesting. The stunning beauty smiled slightly. At this moment, the world seemed to be reborn, and crystal-clear flowers bloomed on the surrounding rocks and ground. Before Yi Kan could react, the stunning beauty suddenly raised her jade hand and pointed a finger at his forehead. Buzz. He just felt dizzy, and when he came to his senses, he was back on the top of the city. The lunar stone in his hand rose into the air, flew towards the moon goddess lake, and merged into the small moon above the moon goddess lake. Chapter 47. Yi Kan's Rise. Oh my god, what's going on? Yi Kan was confused. Buzz. At this moment, a mysterious scripture suddenly flooded into his mind. He was shocked after just a quick look. He immediately straightened his back and began to observe it with great concentration. As he entered the state, the bright moon above the moon goddess lake suddenly emitted strands of warm energy and connected to his body. In the dim light, he seemed to see the stunning beauty above the bright moon again. There seems to be something wrong with my husband. Sudaji suddenly stabbed the boss in front of her in the forehead with a knife and looked towards the top of the city wall with a little worry. Although she was fighting all the time, she was always thinking of Yi Kan and would look back at him from time to time. When she saw the changes in the bright moon over the moon goddess lake, and Yi Kan sitting still, a trace of worry flashed through her heart. In fact, Nuba and the others also noticed this situation. So, the beauties broke out again, killed the 8 bosses of the 6th wave of monsters in no time, and then quickly gathered around Yi Kan. At this time, Yi Kan entered a mysterious state and came to a strange space. There is nothing here, but there are endless stars shining. Isn't this the mysterious space I entered when I condensed the Lord's heart? When Yi Kan saw this familiar scene, a flash of enlightenment suddenly came to his mind. Buzz. The next moment, endless starlight condensed and slowly evolved into a bright moon, hanging in the center of the mysterious space. At this moment, Yi Kan felt that earth-shaking changes had taken place in his body. Congratulations to the Lord for condensing the energy core, breaking away from the status of a novice Lord and becoming a planetary Lord. Congratulations, Lord, for unlocking the hero template function. Following the pleasant prompt sound, Yi Kan suddenly opened his eyes and showed an excited smile. Sir, are you okay? The 4 beauties surrounded Yi Kan, looking at him with their big eyes blinking, their pupils full of worry. It's okay, I'm fine. Yi Kan opened his arms and hugged the 4 beauties, with a fiery light in his eyes. The hero template is the ability of planetary lords. It can directly apply the attributes and skills of the territory hero without affecting the lord's equipment bonus. In other words, with the hero template function, even if Yi Kan has not really grown up, he will always be stronger than the hero. Don't be fooled by the fact that he was fighting the boss in a loud and noisy manner before. In fact, his attributes are far inferior to Sudaji and the others. For example, now, with the continuous strengthening of siege monsters, he can only fight with quasi-boss level monsters. If he encounters a real boss, he will most likely be defeated. In addition, because of the difference in attributes, he was always beaten to a pulp in bed and often had to lean on the wall to get out. Sudaji was okay. She obeyed him in everything and was willing to meet all his unreasonable requests. Nuba was different. She always came to torture him. Now that he has a heroic template, he can finally regain his glory and take revenge. How can he not be excited? Generally, if a novice lord wants to enter the planetary level, he must first reach level 10, then practice appropriate skills and condense an energy core. Most of the skills suitable for lords to practice are in the hands of major academies. If Yi Kan had not had the adventure, he would have to pass the trial step by step like everyone else, and then return to the academy to be taught by the academy. But now he has inherited the legacy of a stunning beauty and can get what he wants in one step. It's so cool. That stunning beauty has a beautiful figure like ice and jade, and is so extraordinary that she even outshines Princess Lonji and Nuba in terms of temperament. Could she be the legendary Lord of the Moon Goddess? When Yi Kan thought of this possibility, his breathing quickened. That was a real big shot, an immortal being, and he actually came into contact with him. Sir, why do I feel that the moon over Luna Lake is rounder and brighter? Hushime looked towards Luna Lake with a puzzled look on her face. At this time, the beauties of the elves also came over. King, our strength seems to have improved. Also, the vitality of the ancient trees seems to have become stronger. King, the crops we planted in the spiritual fields are growing faster. The elf hunters and elf dryads spoke their speeches at once, with gleams in their eyes. At this time, Xiaoyu and Xiaofei also came to join in the fun. Master, the energy of the moonlight well has become stronger, and it's bubbling. Seeing everyone's happy faces, Yikan immediately stretched out his hand to suppress them, and then said, "This is all normal, because our territory has been favored by Lord Moon God." Moon God. King, have you seen the Moon Goddess? All the elf beauties held their breath and looked at Yikan seriously. Su Daji and the others looked at each other, and then looked at Yikan with anticipation, because they remembered Yikan's previous strange state. Yes, and Yikan smiled slightly and looked at the fog in the distance. At this time, the seventh wave of monsters arrived. They were huge goat demons wearing white robes and holding staffs. Yikan applied the hero template of Nuba without hesitation, then drew out the heaven-devouring sword and slashed it fiercely. Boom! I saw a ray of fire cutting through the sky and turning into a heavenly sword that slashed down suddenly. The leading goat demon also reacted quickly, swinging its staff forward. Buzz! As the golden light flashed, a huge golden shield covered with mysterious patterns instantly appeared. But under Yikan's terrifying flame sky sword, it couldn't even withstand a breath and shattered directly. The goat demon also had his forehead slashed by the remaining power of the heavenly sword. Although he did not die, he was seriously injured. My flame of divine punishment. Nuba opened her mouth wide and looked at Yikan in disbelief. Su Daji was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes lit up, and she threw herself into Yikan's arms, saying excitedly, "My husband is awesome." At this moment, she no longer remembered the private agreement with Yikan and directly called him husband in front of everyone. Chapter 48, Golden Demon Guard. That's nothing. Yikan had finally turned things around, so naturally he wanted to show off in front of his woman. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked the sky-devouring sword, then slashed again. Boom! The area outside the north gate suddenly turned into a sea of fire, blocking the goat demon's advance. A raging fire spreads all over the land. At this moment, Nuba was already numb. Then, Yikan showed off Su Daji's evil wind, Hushime's five thunders, and Princess Longi's water dragon technique, shocking the beauties. "Tell me the truth, what's going on?" Nuba suddenly came up to Yikan, bit his ear, and asked. "Hee, I'll tell you after we get through this ordeal. Don't run away then, sister, hee." Yikan pinched Nuba's chin with a smug look on his face. Although Nuba was a little confused, she was too competitive to admit defeat. She immediately whispered, "Little dog, you want to beat me? No way." As they were talking, everyone once again joined the battle. This time, the number of goat demons doubled to 16. But with the addition of Yikan, a new force, everyone was able to eliminate them easily. However, when the eighth wave of monsters arrived, Nuba and Su Daji could no longer laugh. This time, 32 bosses appeared at the same time, 8 in each direction. Even though everyone's strength has greatly improved, they will not be able to remain calm this time. Fortunately, Su Daji's bloodline broke through again due to the stimulation from the enchantress. She grew a second foxtail and realized a new skill called wind sweeping all the clouds. With strong winds, the bosses can always be repelled and kept out of their territory. Due to the pressure of the battle, Hushime activated her 9 Phoenix bloodline and comprehended the 9 heavens' divine eyes. This is an incredible skill that can see through everything about the opponent and attack his weaknesses. So although this battle was thrilling, it was not dangerous. "Sir, something is wrong." After the women retreated back to their territory, they immediately surrounded Yikan. The thoughtful elves also came forward and delivered supplies in a timely manner. The first 4 waves are quasi-bosses, the middle 4 waves are bosses, and this 9th wave might be a golden monster. It's really going to torture us to death. Yikan raised his eyebrows slightly, glanced outside the city, and then said with a smile, "But the greater the challenge, the greater the reward. Don't worry, we will be fine. I believe in you, sir." Su Daji and Hushime stood behind Yikan, one on each side, massaging his shoulders with a look of confidence on their faces. Only Princess Longi sat aside sullenly, with self-blame, unwillingness, and even a hint of grievance in her eyes. Nuba possesses the flames of heavenly punishment, soul-controlling skills, and raging fire. She has always been the most powerful person in the territory and can always keep monsters out of the city. Both Su Daji and Hushime activated their bloodlines in the battle and comprehended new spells, which also played a big role. However, she is the jewel in the crown of Lord Haotian and Queen Mother of the West, and a famous favored daughter of heaven in the 3 realms. But here, she is just an ordinary person. If it weren't for the blessing of the mystic ice set, she would not be able to compare with these sisters. If the young master had not acted in time this time, the monsters would have invaded the territory. When she was full of confusion, Yikan came to her and hugged her in his arms. "Sir, Yikan's sudden action made Princess Longi shy and a little nervous. After all, Her sisters were right beside her. As a result, when she looked up, she found that Su Daji and the others had disappeared. Don't look at them. They are all on alert. Yi can put his arms around Princess Longji's slender waist, bringing the two closer. My sisters are so nice. They always take my feelings into consideration. Princess Longji felt Yi Can's strong heartbeat and couldn't help but sigh. She was not a fool and knew that Su Daji and the others were creating opportunities for her. Because they were just like you before, but now we are a family, including you. Sir, I heard from Sister Daji that becoming your Taoist partner can increase the chance of triggering the moon goddess blessing. Is that true? Princess Longji turned around and looked at Yi Can seriously. Longji, there is a prerequisite for becoming a Taoist couple, and that is love and willingness. You are still a little confused now. Why don't we take it slow first? You like me, right? If I don't like you, why would I hold you? Are you kidding? A pure, sexy, and stunning beauty like Princess Longji would be liked by everyone unless they were blind. I don't know what love is, but when you hug me, I don't feel disgusted. I even feel a little happy inside. This must be love. Looking at her innocent expression as she was thinking seriously, Yi Can couldn't help himself and kissed her directly. Princess Longji is completely different from the coquettishness of Su Daji, the charm of Hushime, and the domineering nature of Nuba. She is just an innocent and kind little girl. These beautiful heroines satisfy all of Yi Can's fantasies about women. Now he is very fortunate that he did not give up 6 years ago, otherwise he would not be able to live the happy life today. Boom. While Yi Can and Princess Longji were being affectionate with each other, the fog outside the territory suddenly rolled up wildly, and bursts of thunder were heard at the same time. It's finally here. Yi Can stood up suddenly, and Princess Longji also drew out the Xianbing sword. Boom, 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 boom. For golden lights burst out from the fog and rushed towards the 4 gates of southeast, northwest, northeast, and southwest. Bang, 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 bang. With 4 explosions, the 4 defense towers were directly smashed, and the 4 golden lights also appeared. Golden Demon Guard. Race, Demon. Gender, Female. Grade, Legend. Level, 15. Physical Fitness, 7,000. Spirit, 5,000. Skills, Black Light Shield, Dark Magic Cloud, Magic Arrow, Blood Escape, Formless Magic Claw. Introduction. The powerful guards guarding the Heavenly Demon Palace have all been favored and instructed by the Heavenly Demon and have been contaminated with the Heavenly Demon's aura. They worship the Heavenly Demon and will not allow anyone to go against him. The Hunter Tree Demon merged, formed a blood-burning killing formation of 80 people, surrounded and killed 1 person. After Yi Can read the attributes of the Demon Guard, he immediately shouted. The last day was indeed terrifying. For golden monsters that were immune to territory suppression were sent out at the same time. This is specifically aimed at him. Yes, sir. The hunters and tree spirits sensed the seriousness in Yi Can's tone and took action instantly. After this period of actual combat, the elf warriors became familiar with the blood-burning killing formation and quickly became one with it, attacking one of the golden monsters. Heroes work in pairs, and leave the remaining one to me. Yi Can put on the template of Nuba, dragged the sky-devouring sword, and rushed towards one of the demon guards. Young master, Nuba, Su Daji, Hushime, and Princess Longji were all startled when they heard Yi Can's arrangement, but in the end they gritted their teeth and rushed towards the golden monster. They actually let the Lord fight alone, which was a dereliction of duty on the part of these heroes. They are too weak. Chapter 49. Human boy, you are indeed worthy of my help. Those who disobey the devil will die. When the golden demon guard saw Yi Can rushing towards him with great momentum, he immediately gave up attacking the defense tower. The formless claws. As she shouted angrily, a pair of extremely sharp claws filled with demonic energy suddenly gathered in the air and grabbed towards Yi Can. Little guard, how shameless. Yi Can's mind moved, and the heaven-devouring sword suddenly burst into flames. He jumped up with the knife in one hand, spun in the air, and swung the knife towards the devil's claws. Boom. In an instant, the sky-devouring blade's light was like a giant flaming dragon, slamming fiercely into the huge, formless devil's claw. With a loud bang, a red and black cloud suddenly appeared in the sky. The flame of heavenly punishment and demonic energy entangled together and began to devour and dissolve each other. The first collision between the two was evenly matched. As expected of a level 15 golden monster, it's really terrifying. Yi Can looked solemn and dared not underestimate the demon guards anymore. Nuba is now at level 10, and her basic attributes have reached a huge level of 3,000 with the tenfold blessing of the territory's characteristics. Combined with equipment such as the Wildfire Divine Pearl, the thunder fire gun, and the cloud shoes. Her physical and mental strength have reached a terrifying number of more than 5,000. Yikan applied her template and added his own equipment. His physique and spirit were about 1,500 higher than Nuba's, and were almost the same as the Golden Demon Guard. However, he still has a shortcoming, which is the level gap. Creatures of higher levels have a natural suppression on creatures of lower levels. The greater the level difference, the greater the suppression. Human, I sense a dangerous aura from you. I cannot let you stay here. After just a tentative fight, the Golden Demon Guards became wary of Yikan. Then it depends on whether you have the ability to do it. Yikan held the knife in both hands and frantically urged the heavenly fire. Buzz. In an instant, a huge fire dragon rose into the sky and swept towards the Golden Demon Guard. At the same time, Yikan also drew a huge circle with the sky-devouring sword. A raging fire spreads all over the land. Great flame ring. Yikan shouted loudly, and endless flames suddenly shot up into the sky. Under Yikan's control, these flames turned into a huge circle of fire like a tornado, and cooperated with the Skyfire Dragon to encircle the Golden Demon Guards. Can fiery blaze be used like this? Nuba, who was far away, turned around and saw this scene. She was shocked, and her eyes suddenly lit up. At this moment, she realized. She naturally didn't know that Yikan's move was actually inspired by Yin Emperor Ace. A trifle. Although the Golden Demon Guard was full of fear in his heart, he refused to admit defeat. Dark demonic cloud. She roared angrily, and endless demonic energy suddenly surged out from her body, enveloping her. At the same time, she crossed her hands, pointed at Yikan, and shouted, "Blacklight magic shield." In return, she actually wanted to trap Yikan and make him a target. But since Yikan took action, it was definitely not just his intention to trap her. Buzz. As he thought about it, a huge eye suddenly opened inside the eternal ancient tree in the distance. Although blocked by endless leaves, the light emitted by the red pupils was too dazzling to be blocked at all. Devil's Trial. Call out. I saw a black and red light shooting out and hitting the Golden Demon Guard with lightning speed. Impossible. The Golden Demon Guard never dreamed that she would see the demon eye in a human's place. Boom. With a loud bang, the Golden Demon Guard instantly turned into a bloody mist. Seeing this situation, Yikan couldn't help but frown. A level 10 demon eye is certainly scary, but it is still a little impossible to instantly kill a golden monster with a physique of 7,000. Buzz. Sure enough, the endless blood energy condensed again in the distance and soon turned into the previous Golden Demon Guard. It turned out that at the moment before being bombarded by the Demon Judgment, the Golden Demon Guard instinctively activated the blood escape technique and thus escaped. How can a mere human have the devil's eye of my kind? The Golden Demon Guard looked weak and angrily at Yikan. Yikan was too lazy to talk to her. When she was recondensing her body, Yikan had already switched to Hushime's template. Then a thunderbolt struck directly on the top of the head. Boom. Under the terrifying heavenly thunder, the Golden Demon Guard who had just recovered couldn't resist at all. His helmet was directly blown off, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. The demon really knows how to enjoy himself. Just a guard is a rare beauty. Although Yikan was surprised by the peerless appearance of the Golden Demon Guard, he did not stop his actions at all. Under the 9 heavens' divine eyes, he had already seen the weakness of the Golden Demon Guard. Buzz. The sky-devouring sword arrived in an instant and stabbed into the chest of the Golden Demon Guard. Blacklight magic shield. The Golden Demon Guard had just performed the blood escape technique when he was hit by 5 thunders. Now his whole body was paralyzed and he couldn't move. But she, who had been through many battles, was not at all panicked. She just made a gesture with her hands and directly cast the blacklight magic shield, condensing it into a magic shield to block in front of her. At the same time, she pointed her fingers at her temples. Buzz. The next moment, her eyes suddenly lit up with purple light. Demon Yuan killing arrow. Laugh. The moment Yikan's heaven-devouring sword pierced through the demonic shield and stabbed into the chest of the Golden Demon Guard, his soul was also hit hard. Ah! Yikan screamed, let go of the heaven-devouring sword, and fell to the ground. The sky-devouring sword emitted a terrifying suction force, madly devouring the life essence of the Golden Demon Guard. What's this? The Golden Demon Guard took a deep breath and tried to pull out the heaven-devouring sword, but at this moment she was already exhausted and had no strength left. Finally, she fell next to Yikan, dropping a bunch of crystals and several golden treasure chests. Damn it! He wants to drag me down with him before he dies. Yikan endured the pain and crawled to the side of the Golden Demon Guard and pulled out the heaven-devouring sword. Buzz. The heaven-devouring sword suddenly flashed with light, supplying Yi Kan with endless life essence. Call. Yi Kan took a deep breath and finally recovered. At this time, his body was soaked in sweat. Human boy, you are indeed worthy of my help. Suddenly, a domineering and arrogant voice sounded above the territory. Yi Kan raised his head and saw a palm as big as the moon goddess lake falling from the sky and slapping him. Chapter 50. With the king, we will win every battle and conquer every attack. Damn it, there really is a big guy here. Yi Kan felt the terrifying pressure from the giant hand and rushed towards the nearest moon lake without thinking. On the last day of the trial, he had expected there would be a big gift package, but he didn't expect it to be this big. Crash. The moment he rushed into the moon lake, the big hand also pressed down. Damn it, if you don't take action now, I'm going to be finished. Yi Kan yelled in his heart. Perhaps having heard his call, a dark shadow appeared outside the city in an instant. Buzz. Only a tremor that shook the 9 heavens was heard, and the black shadow actually blocked the huge palm with just one finger. You little traveling merchant, how dare you break the rules of the void? An illusory figure suddenly appeared outside the territory. He was shrouded in demonic energy, and his face was hazy and unclear. The man in black robe did not speak, but stretched out his hand and wrote a sentence in the air. The rules of the void did not attack me. The illusory figure was stunned when he saw this. Yes, the business alliance of all worlds is a neutral force, and they will never take the initiative to challenge the rules of the void. This small traveling merchant has a low status in the 10,000 Worlds Business Alliance, so he has neither the right nor the courage to break the rules. But what is the situation in front of us? Who are you? Yi Kan's head suddenly popped out from the moon goddess lake, interrupting the illusory figure's thoughts. The later this bastard figures it out, the better it will be for him. Even if he can't win, as long as he can survive 10 days, he can successfully survive the trial period. Human, why don't you tell me first? How do you make the merchants of all realms not violate the rules of the void and protect you at the same time? Not only did the illusory figure not answer Yi Kan, but he also tried to trick him into talking again. Guess. Yi Kan smiled coldly, directly switched to Su Daji's template, and then took out the several golden treasure chests he had just obtained under the lake. Su Daji activated the bloodline of the 9-tailed heavenly fox last time, and today she achieved a bloodline breakthrough, which also upgraded her natural charm. Her original charm is now 40 points. With the blessing of the territory characteristics and equipment, it has now reached a huge 420 points. Yi-chan uses her template and also enjoys the benefits of charm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the light flashed, several items suddenly appeared in Yi Kan's hands. Suzaka's suit. Yi Kan grabbed a fiery red armor and was immediately overjoyed. He didn't expect that not long after he got the Shinbing set, a second set would appear, and it was suitable for Nuba's fire attribute. Well, what is this? His attention was quickly drawn to a scroll. He opened it and was immediately shocked. He shouted, "Everyone abandon the battle and return to Luna Lake." At this time, the blood-burning killing formation formed by the elf warriors just killed the opponent. Although their strength was weak, the killing formation of 80 people, with the terrifying assistance of the elven tree demon, was able to kill people in all directions. Hateful. Nuba and the others looked unwilling. If they were given a little more time, they would definitely be able to kill their opponents. But they didn't dwell on it for too long, because in their hearts, nothing was more important than Yi Kan. When the illusory figure saw what Su Daji and the others were doing, he wanted to launch a sneak attack, but after looking at the man in black robe below, he withdrew his hand. In fact, Yi Kan was also sweating coldly. There are regulations for the merchants of all realms, and they cannot be hired to protect lords. Even though Yi Kan instilled the concept of insurance into the man in black robe, he was unable to convince him. In the end, Yi Kan settled for the second best and insured several important buildings in the territory. After weighing the pros and cons, the man in black robe felt that it was feasible. Because this is just a transaction, it does not involve the business of protecting people, and it was proposed by the customer. The fact that it was able to successfully come up with the contract means that the transaction did not violate the rules of the void. However, the illusory figure was unaware of the deal between Yi Kan, and it thought that the man in black was protecting Yi Kan, and thus missed the best opportunity. "Sir, what's going on?" Su Daji jumped into the lake with a group of beauties and surrounded Yi Kan in the center. "Look what this is." Yi Kan didn't say anything, but directly handed the scroll to her. "For elephants formation." After the four of them saw the contents of the scroll clearly, they were all shocked. Why are the elf warriors so powerful? Isn't it because they have obtained a killing formation that suits them and can combine their strength into one? If the power of these four heroes could be combined into one, not to mention the golden monster, even if it was a more powerful being, they would be able to pin it to the ground. Now, the opportunity is right in front of us. This four symbols formation can be used for both defense and attack. The four of you are equally strong, so it's just right for you to use it. Let me make the arrangements now. Yikan glanced at the four people and said immediately, Shimei Qinglong, Daji Baihu, Xinjie Zhuke, Longji Xuanwu. Good. Hearing this, the four of them all nodded. Yikan's arrangement corresponds to the attributes of most of them, and can just bring out the maximum power of the four symbols formation. When you can't win, hide in the moon goddess lake or the ancient tree, and the man in black robes will protect you. Sir, you are too cunning. Only then did the four girls react and couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Stop talking nonsense, and quickly activate the four symbols formation. You will surround and kill in the center, and the elf warriors, and I will assist you. Yes. After the four girls finished speaking, they immediately activated the four symbols formation scroll. You can open the panel of the illusory figure through the demon's eye. Demon shadow. Race, demon. Gender, male. The resentment of being a single man in 2 lifetimes makes the territory suppress the attributes of male enemies by 50. Level, epic. Level, 15. Physical fitness, 10,000. Spirit, 8,000. Skills, black light magic shield, dark magic cloud, magic arrow, blood escape, formless magic claw, heavenly demon handprint, myriad magic shadows. Introduction. One of the 12 heavenly demons in the heavenly demon palace. Although he is only a phantom that is suppressed to the extreme by the rules of the void, he can still overturn mountains and rivers with just a wave of his hand. It is extremely terrifying. Damn it, you are indeed a big shot. When Yikan saw the word epic, he was suddenly shocked. Fortunately, I have suppressed the resentment of being a single dog for 2 lifetimes. Otherwise, with a physique of 20,000, there would be no point in fighting. Epic monster, so scary. After Su Daji and the others saw the attributes of the demon's phantom, they were also frightened. If the demon's phantom had launched a sneak attack just now, perhaps none of them would have survived. Although the Nirvana Temple can resurrect them, Cardan, who had died once told them that death is a very scary thing. Unless it is absolutely necessary, such as protecting the king, don't die easily. Sister Xian, put this on. After Yikan handed the Suzaku armor to Nuba, he opened his arms and gathered them in front of him. Are you all ready? Don't worry, sir. We will definitely be able to kill him. The 4 girls had determined eyes, all ready to die. Okay, let's go. Yikan originally wanted to give some instructions, but sensing everyone's strong fighting spirit, he didn't know what to say. Boom, 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 boom. As soon as Yikan finished speaking, 4 bright beams of light in blue, white, red and black shot out from the moon goddess lake. Afterwards, Hushime, Su Daji, Nuba and Princess Longji stood in 4 directions, then rose into the air as a whole and charged out of the city. Interesting. When the demon phantom saw this, instead of retreating, he looked excited. He was just worrying about how to destroy this human and take back the strange demon eye, but he didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to attack. Warriors, move out. Kill, kill, kill. The elf hunters and elf tree spirits were immediately filled with fighting spirit. With the nourishment of the moon goddess lake, they have recovered their vitality. Buzz. As the blood-burning killing formation was activated again, the fighting spirit in the image of Yikan appeared above them again. Yikan looked at the phantom of the fighting spirit that was countless times larger than himself. Suddenly, he took a step forward and rushed directly into the phantom. Buzz. In an instant, he merged into one with the shadow of the fighting spirit. At this moment, his mind was actually connected with the elf warriors. He could feel the soldiers' will to fight, and the soldiers could feel his voice. This change boosted the morale of the elf beauties. With the king, we will win every battle and conquer every attack. Kill, kill, kill. Amidst a terrible cry of killing, Yikan and 80 beautiful elves merged into one and rushed out of the city. Chapter 51. Human boy, you are too naive. Anyone who offends Lord Demon will die. When Yikan led the elf beauties out of the city, 2 golden figures suddenly fell from the sky and blocked their way. Yikan looked closely and found that they were the 2 golden demon guards who had luckily escaped with their lives. They were seriously injured and had no time to stop Su Daji and the others, so they had to settle for the next best thing and target the elf warriors. You don't know your own limitations. Now Yikan is in telepathic communication with the elves. As soon as he thinks, the elven warriors can react in time. Yikan's mind moved and he directly switched to Hushime's template. After finding out the weakness of the golden demon guard, he launched a 5 thunder attack without saying a word. Boom. The 2 golden demon guards only felt their whole bodies go numb and were hit directly. As swift as thunder is not just a saying. Even the golden demon guards in their prime could not avoid the bombardment of the five thunders without using the blood escape technique, let alone those who were seriously injured. Bus. After Yikan threw the five thunders, he instantly switched the template to Sudaji. Clouds follow the dragon, wind follows the tiger. Bus. With the help of the evil wind, the fighting spirit with Yikan's body as its core suddenly broke away from the blood-burning killing formation and instantly appeared in front of the golden demon guard. Laugh. The sky-devouring sword, which had been magnified countless times, suddenly stabbed forward. Puff. Before the knife arrived, the terrifying knife energy had already shattered the magic core of the golden demon guard. How was that possible? When the other golden demon guard saw his companion being killed instantly, his pupils suddenly contracted and he performed the blood escape technique without even thinking. Bang. Following a loud bang, a bloody mist was left at the scene. Yikan had already expected her to do this. After killing the first golden demon guard, he communicated with the demon's eye to capture the blood escape trajectory of the other person. Laugh. When the other golden demon guard was condensing her physical body, Yikan was waiting beside her and stabbed her in the heart with a knife. If it was the golden demon guard in its prime, Yikan would not have succeeded so easily. Unfortunately, these two had been worn down by Nuba and Sudaji before, and they couldn't recover in a short period of time. In addition, since five thunders had taken the initiative, it would be hard for them to survive. King, even with this demon phantom included, this is only the 10th wave of monsters. Cardan couldn't help but worry as he watched the other side of the battlefield gradually turn to the interior of the territory. What's going to happen will happen. There's no point in worrying. Just do your best. Besides, our territory is not weak either. Yikan brought the elves back to the territory and stared at Sudaji and the others who were colliding wildly like five beams of light. Boom, boom, boom. After the four beauties formed a battle formation, they were indeed extraordinary. Although the four symbols formation did not combine the attributes of the four of them, it was able to combine their strength into one to fight the enemy together. Bushime's nine heavens divine eyes can see through the opponent's weaknesses, and Sudaji's wind-sweeping and demonic wind can block enemies and support teammates. Both Nuba and Princess Longji have equipment that enhances their own attributes. Their flame of heavenly punishment, raging fire, and water dragon technique are directly transformed into powerful killing skills. For a while, the five men were in a fierce fight. If it were an ordinary opponent, even if he had extraordinary attributes, he would definitely be in a mess under the siege of Sudaji and the other four. But the heavenly demon is not an ordinary demon. Even if he is weakened to the limit, it is still a dimensionality reduction attack for Sudaji and the others. Because he has an ultimate understanding of magic and extremely rich combat experience. This guy, fighting hard is not the solution. We must find a way to fucking kill him. Yikan did not act rashly, but lurked aside like a hungry wolf, quietly waiting for an opportunity. Now that the demon has not escaped the surveillance range of the devil's eye, even if he does not switch to the Hushime template, he can still see everything about the demon. I didn't expect that among the novice lords of mankind, there would be someone like you. Tianma seemed to sense something and couldn't help but glance at Yikan. Buzz. Suddenly, endless demonic energy emerged from his body and instantly formed a rolling demonic cloud that blocked everyone's vision. Then, a huge devil's claw suddenly appeared and directly tore through the defense of the four symbols formation. Even though Hushime saw through Tianma's actions, she still couldn't stop him. Young master. When the four girls saw the movements of the demon, they were horrified and rushed towards Yikan frantically. Yikan has been paying close attention to Tianma's actions, and with 80 beautiful elves backing him up, he will naturally not be caught by him easily. Moreover, Yikan himself is also an epic lord, and his attributes are not low. However, as a lord, Yikan would not put himself in danger before he had enough information. Buzz. There was only a buzzing sound, and suddenly a black and red light shot out from the center of the territory. The speed is so fast that it is even faster than a bolt of thunder. The demon could have used the blood escape technique to dodge, but as one of the 12 demons, he also had his own pride. If he was forced by a small novice lord to use the blood escape technique to escape, he, the 12 heavenly demons, would lose all face. 10,000 demonic shadows. The moment the black and red light hit him, his body suddenly exploded and turned into phantoms all over the sky. What a powerful spell! Yikan peeked through the demon's eye and found that the auras of these phantoms were exactly the same, and he could not tell which one was the real one. Under the bombardment of the devil's judgment, 7 or 8 phantoms were evaporated in an instant. Buzz. However, before Yikan and his men could attack, those demonic shadows instantly condensed together and turned into the original demons. His aura was hardly weakened. This human kid is really cunning, haha. After this tentative attack, the demon's phantom seemed to have discovered something and immediately flashed and rushed towards Yikan's territory. The great hand seal of the heavenly demon. As he shouted, a palm even larger than before took shape again and slammed into the north gate of the territory. Grass. When Yikan saw this, his eyes suddenly turned red with anger. Buzz. He immediately drew the aura of 80 elven beauties and suddenly slashed out a blade of skyfire. Sudaji and the others also rushed over at this time, and the four of them worked together to perform the seal of four symbols. Roar. Roar. The shadows of the four guardian beasts, the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, suddenly appeared and roared as they charged towards the giant handprint that covered the sky and the sun. Boom. Yikan's skyfire blade, which was condensed from 80 elves, was indeed powerful. It directly split the sky demon's hand seal into two. At this time, the seal of the four symbols arrived as promised, but it only blocked half of the hand that was cut in half, and the remaining half hit the wall of the north gate of the territory. Boom. Flames flew everywhere, the city walls collapsed instantly, and 7 of the 9 defense towers were demolished. As expected, haha. When the demon shadow saw this, he laughed crazily. He flashed and gave up Yikan and rushed towards the territory. Because he had seen through the agreement between Yikan and the man in black, he did not attack the core buildings of the territory, but instead destroyed the defense towers. The attacks from these defense towers were no different from itching to him, but the negative status of the auxiliary defense towers annoyed him greatly. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, he destroyed more than a dozen defense towers. Oh shit. Yikan was furious when he saw that his hard work was being destroyed. He shouted angrily, picked up his sword, and rushed out of the blood-burning killing array. King, no. When the elf warriors saw Yikan acting alone, they were immediately frightened out of their wits. Sir, calm down. Sudaji and the others were also frightened when they saw this situation. Kill them and protect the young master. They frantically activated the four symbols formation, transforming into 4 phantoms of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, and pounced on the demon like crazy. Human boy, you were too naive. When the demon's shadow saw that Yikan was so angry that he lost his mind, he immediately smiled with a look of success. If Yikan had been hiding in the building protected by the man in black robes, he really would have been unable to do anything to Yikan. Now, Yikan not only gave up the protection of the man in black robe, but also took the initiative to leave the blood-burning killing formation. As long as he dies, this territory will no longer be a threat. However, he did not notice that a layer of warm glow had appeared on Yikan's body at some point. And in the distance, above the moon goddess lake, the bright moon was much brighter than before. A hazy shadow also appeared inside the moon. Chapter 52, A Ruthless Man with Few Words. Die, haha. The shadow of the devil laughed wildly and directly grabbed Yikan with an enhanced version of his formless devil claws. He gave up on Yikan and turned to attack the territory in order to anger Yikan and lure him out to kill him. Fuck you. Yikan's eyes were bloodshot, and he moved forward quickly following Sudaji's template. When he was about to run into the claws of the formless devil, he suddenly switched to Princess Lonchi. Buzz. A warm and cool light instantly spread over his whole body, and his angry eyes also turned cold. Cold moon frost. Yikan raised the heaven-devouring sword, pointed it at the enhanced version of the formless demon claw, and cast a spell from the Tyene Sutra. Click, click, click. Only a crisp sound of rapid freezing was heard, and the ferocious devil's claws were instantly frozen, then exploded, turning into energy fragments and dissipating in the air. Pure Tyene power? The demon's phantom sensed the dangerous aura from Yikan, and suddenly felt a chill in his heart. As everyone knows, the pure power of Tyene can only be wielded by the moon goddess. Could this kid be related to the moon goddess? But he is just a lord who has not yet left the novice village. When the shadow of the demon was in doubt, Yikan did not say anything to him, but raised the sky-devouring sword high. Buzz. The next moment, the bright moon above the moon goddess lake suddenly cast down endless moonlight, which gathered on the heaven-devouring sword. In the blink of an eye, the black heaven-devouring sword turned silver. However, beneath the holy appearance of the heaven-devouring sword, there lurks a violent and bloodthirsty power. Buzz. Without saying a word, Yikan dragged the sky-devouring sword and turned into a silver light, killing the shadow of the sky demon. I still don't believe it. Would the moon god be interested in a little novice lord like you? The demon's phantom felt Yikan's terrifying aura, and his heart was shaken a little, but he still didn't want to believe this fact. Stupid. Yikan didn't waste any words. At this moment, he was a beast with cold eyes and crazy actions. Swish, swish, swish. He swung the heaven-devouring sword like a gust of wind, madly covering the vital parts of the heavenly demon's phantom. Ding, ding, ding. Tian Moxu was inexplicably shocked, and he frequently attacked with the black light magic shield, dark magic cloud, and formless magic claws, constantly colliding with Yikan's heaven-devouring sword. What surprised him was that the power Yikan displayed at this time far exceeded his own level and attributes. However, Misfortunes never come alone. At this time, the four angry daughters of Sudaji also caught up. When they saw Yukan's unusual behavior, they were all extremely anxious. Boom, boom, boom. They began to burn their blood and essence at all costs, frantically activating the four symbols formation to block the four directions, trying to trap Yukan and the demon's phantom in a fixed area. The elf warriors were not idle either. They maintained blood connection and stood guard beside the four symbols formation. Boom, boom, boom. I saw rich blood energy rising into the sky, and they actually began to burn their blood and essence, adding their own strength to Yukan through the killing array and fighting spirit. Yukan felt the elf warrior's fearless determination to sacrifice themselves to save him, and his heart trembled suddenly. Even for the sake of these beautiful and kind girls, he must live well. Kill. He roared, and his movements became even faster. The light of a firefly dares to compete with the sun and the moon. Even if you are lucky enough to get the fortune of the Titan fairyland, you are still an ant in the end. The demon's phantom sensed Yukan's determination to die and knew that he could not delay any longer, otherwise he would most likely capsize in the ditch. Buzz. He suddenly opened his arms and then pressed them down hard. Boom. In an instant, evil clouds rolled, and except for the moon goddess lake, the sky above the entire territory fell into darkness. However, at this moment, Yukan also triggered the devil's eye. Buzz. I saw a black and red light cutting through the sky, instantly splitting the darkness and hitting the phantom of the demon. Crash. At the same time, the eternal ancient tree swayed in the wind, dispelling the evil cloud in the territory in the blink of an eye. During this gap, Sudaji, Nuba, and Hushime finally blocked this space with the four symbols formation, cutting off the retreat of the demon's phantom. How could such a small novice territory have so many heaven-defying bloodlines? When the demon's phantom saw that the space was really blocked, his expression suddenly changed. In the previous battle, although he felt that Sudaji and the others had good talents, he could not see through their bloodlines. After all, he was only level 15. Now that Sudaji and the others were burning their blood without regard for their own safety, he finally understood. Each of these delicate beauties actually possesses legendary bloodline. Among them there is even an immortal body, which is simply out of the ordinary. Moon Soul's soul. Yukan took advantage of the blocked space and immediately held the knife in front of him, stroking the blade with his fingers. Buzz. The next moment, a huge shadow of a bright moon enveloped the space where they were. In the shadow of the bright moon, a faint figure stood with a knife in his hand. It was Yukan, who was magnified countless times. It's just that this Yukan is a little different. His temperament cannot be said to be exactly the same as the original one. It's simply unrelated. He was wearing a moon-white robe and looked down at the shadow of the demon below with a cold expression, giving people a feeling of contempt for all living things. This was so exaggerated that not only the demon shadow and Sudaji, but even Yukan himself couldn't stand it. Damn it, how can you be so pretentious? Yukan knew that now was not the time to complain, so he pointed his knife at the demon and shouted, "Seal." Behind him, the huge figure also pointed. Buzz. In an instant, the shadow of the bright moon suddenly shrank and pressed down towards the shadow of the devil. Human boy, do you think you won? The demon's shadow smiled coldly, and his eyes suddenly turned blood red. Buzz. A faint blood energy vibrated out, and Yukan suddenly felt the blood energy surging all over his body, and he felt dizzy. At the same time, a terrible force rushed into the sea of consciousness, as if to tear his soul apart. Buzz. Tien Xingxin Mantra. At the critical moment, Yukan summoned Wewa and cast a spell from the Tien Sutra, which instantly suppressed his heart and dispelled the evil arrows that the demon phantom had launched during the chaos. How is it possible? When the shadow of the demon fell into self-doubt, Yukan suddenly raised the sky-devouring sword. The moon falls for 9 days. With his roar, the entire territory fell into darkness in an instant, and even the bright moon above the moon goddess lake lost its luster. If you want to kill me, then let's die together. The demon's phantom knew that the game was over, so he stopped hiding and directly performed a forbidden technique. Blood explosion. The space surged and his whole body shrank into a ball, turning into a huge blood ball. At this moment, Yukan's final blow just happened to fall. Young master. When Sudaji and the others saw this scene, they were frightened out of their wits. They didn't have time to think, and their bodies instinctively pounced towards Yukan. The elf warriors also reacted and urged their fighting spirits to wrap up Yukan and the others. Boom. With a deafening roar, a huge mushroom cloud suddenly appeared above the territory. Under the terrible energy impact, except for the important buildings ensured by Yukan, the rest all disintegrated and turned into ashes. The 80 elven warriors standing in the outer circle were also pushed out by the terrible energy impact, and many of them even turned into blood mist in the first moment. Chapter 53 Ancient Witch Tree, Elf Witch. Ding. The battle is over, and the settlement begins. As the settlement prompt sounded, Yukan's consciousness was finally brought back. It's finally over. You can let out a breath of foul air. If the demon shadow is not the strongest boss, then he can only choose to withdraw from the trial. Fortunately, the rules of the void did not kill him completely, leaving him a chance. He did not check his trial results immediately, but helped Sudaji and Princess Longji who were lying in front of him. My dear, Sister Xian and my second sister are dead. Sudaji fell into Yikan's arms, tears streaming down her face, crying heart-wrenchingly. Princess Longji was also in tears, her eyes full of self-blame. When the demon's phantom self-destructed, she should have been the first to be hit, but at the critical moment, Nuba pulled her behind her. Don't worry, the Nirvana Temple is still there. I will revive them soon. You guys should recover first. After Yikan finished speaking, he hugged them one by one and walked towards the Luna Lake. At this time, the elves and the ghost maids also came out of the treehouse. Without Yikan's orders, they rushed towards the elf warriors in the distance and sent them into the Moon Lake skillfully. Then they brought them water from the Moonlight Well and various beneficial foods that had been prepared long ago to heal their wounds. They are non-combatants, and Yikan had already made various arrangements for them before the battle started. After Princess Longji recovered a little, she began to use her healing skills to heal everyone's injuries. At this time, the man in black robe who had been guarding the territory also came out. Mr. Merchant, thank you. Yikan clasped his fist towards the man in black robe. The man in black robe nodded, then left the territory in a flash. However, it did not leave immediately. Instead, it returned to its stall and sat cross-legged, as if waiting for something. Yikan didn't care and walked straight to the Nirvana Temple. Due to limited funds at the beginning, he did not buy insurance for all the buildings. Apart from the ancient tree with life, the only buildings he insured were the Moon Goddess Lake, the Nirvana Temple, the Heavenly Demon Nirvana Pool, the Demon's Eye, and the Moonlight Well. In this final battle, the palace, the elf workshop, the elf flavor house, and the demon-made house were all destroyed. Not a single spiritual field or defense tower was left, not to mention the elemental wall. Although we won, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Yikan sighed helplessly and walked into the Nirvana Temple. The amount of source crystals needed to revive heroes and soldiers is not much, just a few tens of thousands of source crystals. But Yikan didn't dare to delay. Because Cardan once told him that there is a great terror between life and death. The dead will be trapped in a continuous cycle of endless illusions, experiencing the most fearful things in their hearts, and will suffer a mental breakdown if they stay there for too long. By that time, even the Nirvana Temple would not be able to be resurrected. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the light flashed, graceful figures appeared on the stone platform of the Nirvana Temple. Nuba and Hushime were still a little confused when they woke up, and they only came to their senses when they saw Yikan's familiar face. Young master. The two of them threw themselves into Yikan's arms regardless of anything and hugged him tightly, refusing to let go. In the illusion of Wujian, they saw Yikan die tragically at the hands of the demon phantom in order to save them. They can never forget that scene until now. It's okay. Yikan also hugged the two of them tightly, smelling the fragrance between their hair, feeling extremely satisfied. Fortunately, he had the foresight to buy insurance for the Nirvana Temple, otherwise he might have lost these two beauties forever. When the resurrected elven warriors saw this scene, they burst into tears, but they did not step forward to disturb their king. Instead, they walked out of the Nirvana Temple with a smile. As long as the king is alive, nothing else matters. Okay, the territory is a mess now, let's get out first. After the three of them walked out of the Nirvana Temple, Nuba and Hushime went to Moon Goddess Lake to help. Yikan looked at the results of this battle. Enemies, 400 demon generals, 200 demon dragons. Campaign rating, SSS. Rewards for passing the level, 15 million source crystals and 7.5 million boundary stones. Rating rewards, 45 million source crystals, 20 million boundary stones, territory buildings, mysterious tavern, and territory buildings, magic academy. The territory has been destroyed like this, and it can still be SSS ranked? Yikan was stunned when he saw the rating. However, when he thought of the powerful shadow of the demon, he felt relieved. He was a new lord of level 10, and he actually encountered a super boss that was stronger than the golden monster. It was already difficult for him to save his life. Now, not only has he saved his life and territory, he has also killed the phantom of the heavenly demon. It would be abnormal if his rating is not high. Two special buildings? When Yikan saw the mysterious tavern and the magic academy, his eyes lit up instantly. The mysterious tavern is a place that can open the door to the dimension and recruit heroes from all walks of life. As for the rank of the hero that appears in the tavern, it depends first on the lord's luck, and then on the rank of the wine that the tavern uses to entertain the hero. As for the magic academy, it is a building for training magicians. I wonder what these two special buildings will become after being transformed by the sun and moon fairy pot. Yikan looked at the empty territory and immediately threw the Magic Academy away. Boom. Originally, the Magic Academy was a huge castle-like building, But after being transformed by the sun and moon fairy pot, it was entangled by endless branches and finally turned into a short and fat giant tree. Ancient Witch Tree. Level 1. Grade. Legend. Durability 10,000. Population 20. Introduction. This is an old tree that has existed for as many years as the ancient tree of knowledge. Unlike the ancient tree of knowledge, it is gentle and is proficient in all kinds of overbearing witchcraft. People covet its power, but are also wary of its existence because it can train powerful elven witches. Great. After all, the elf dryad is good at planting and assisting, but is still a little weak in terms of lethality. The elf witch can make up for the shortcoming. After reading the introduction of the ancient witch tree, you can immediately become excited. He immediately spent source crystals to upgrade the ancient witch tree to level 10 and increase the population to 40. Senior Ancient Witch Tree, train 40 elven witches for me. Yes, sir. After the ancient witch tree finished speaking, its mottled branches suddenly swayed, and endless spiritual energy from heaven and earth enveloped the trunk. Soon after, the tree hole opened, and 40 slim witches, with their private parts covered with sparse cloth, walked out. Elf women are blessed with natural beauty. All of them are long-legged, thin waist, and amazing curves. Although Yikin was no longer surprised, he still felt dry mouth and his heartbeat quickened when he saw the long white legs and jade rabbits in front of him. Elf Witch. Level 1. Grade. Legend. Constitution 20. Original Attribute 2. Territory Attribute 10 times Blessing. Spirit 55. Original Attribute 5.5. Territory Attribute 10 times Blessing. Skills: Refreshing, 5 tigers chasing the wind, Magnificent, Blood Poison, Corpse Poison. Introduction. The elven witches, who have been carefully taught by the ancient witch tree, are proficient in various witchcrafts, but they each have their own strengths. To fully exert their power, they need to play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. You can glanced around casually and found that the witches were indeed a little different. In addition to being proficient in offensive poisons, some of them are good at treatment, some are good at assistance, and some are good at strengthening. Although their growth potential cannot be compared with that of heroes, their starting points are the same in terms of grade. If used properly, this would be a powerful army. Chapter 54. Change Your Husband's Taste. Meet my king. All the elven witches knelt on one knee, looking at Yikin with fiery eyes. The symmetrical movements, the dazzling long legs, and the thrilling white waves almost made Yikin spit out 2 streams of blood. Few LSBs can withstand this scene. Fortunately, after this period of training, Yikin is no longer the novice he used to be. Otherwise, he would really not be able to hold on. Elf witches are legendary soldiers. When they are summoned, they already know everything. Both the ancient witch tree and them are ghosts that have long disappeared in the long river of history. It was this new king who gave them new life and pulled them back from the long river of ancient times. Everything they have belongs to the king. It's a pity that the elf workshop has been destroyed and we can no longer forge equipment. So, you guys go to Moon God Lake first. There are tribesmen you are familiar with. They will show you around the territory. Yes. The elven witches did have many questions, but when they saw the devastated territory, they were speechless. Obviously, the territory had just experienced a fierce battle and the king was in a bad mood. Now it's time to check out the Mystic Tavern. Yikin came to the heavenly demon Nirvana pool and through the mysterious tavern, out. The mysterious tavern took root, and then under the transformation of the sun and moon fairy pot, it became a red pavilion with the words Dream Rouge Pavilion written on it. That's an interesting name. Yikin couldn't help but smile when he thought of the characteristics of his territory. Other people's mysterious taverns might be able to attract all kinds of heroes, but with the blessing of his resentment as a single dog in 2 lifetimes, all this changed. Anyone who is qualified to enter the Rouge Pavilion must be a great beauty. There are already a bunch of them now, so what's the harm in having a few more? Yikin, who was giving up, walked straight in. The dreamy Rouge Pavilion is a hollow building with 3 floors and a hall in the middle that leads directly to the top of the building. The hall is very spacious, with a faint mist flowing on the ground, which makes people feel refreshed, as if they are in a dreamland. There are 4 huge stone tablets standing in the hall, namely the list of beauties in the universe, the list of Dream Rouge, the list of nearby beauty, and the attic directory. After Yikin finished reading the introductions of the 4 lists, 3 black lines suddenly appeared on his forehead. He could understand both the beauties list of all heavens and the Fantasy Rouge list. The former was a ranking of beauties in all heavens and worlds, while the Fantasy Rouge list was a ranking of beauties in his territory. As for the attic directory, it contained the names of those who had entered the Dream Rouge Pavilion but had not yet been recruited by him. But what does the nearby beauty ranking mean? What? Can he just shake it and then ask the pretty girls nearby if they want to date him? Husband, what's wrong? At this time, a soft and charming voice sounded in Yikin's ears. Before he could turn around, his body was wrapped softly, and a pair of gentle jade hands wrapped around his waist. Nothing. I just feel like this Dream Rouge pavilion is a little bit unorthodox. Yikan pulled Su Daji into his arms and looked at the list with her. Dream Rouge list. This is interesting. After Su Daji finished reading the description of the list, she immediately reached out and pressed on the list. Buzz. There was a flash of light, and her name soon appeared on the list. Hee, I'm at the top of the list. When Su Daji saw her name, she danced with joy. Of course, her natural charm is real. Yikan nodded in agreement. In her previous life, both the name Su Daji and her beautiful appearance were stolen from others. But in this life, all of this truly belongs to her. In terms of appearance, many people can compete with her, but in front of her charming figure, almost no one can beat her. Although the 8 charming beauties of the demon clan were extremely enchanting, their charm was too explicit and lost its charm. Husband, how about we take a look at the beauties around here? After Su Daji finished speaking, without waiting for Yikan to agree, she reached out and pressed on the nearby appearance list. Buzz. What made Yikan speechless was that the stone tablet actually shook, almost like shaking a mobile phone. Then, 2 names appeared on the list, Lu Mingli and Li Jiqing. Who are these 2 people? Su Daji directly pointed at Lu Mingli, who was standing in front of her. Buzz. The next moment, the ice goddess Lu Mingli, dressed in ice blue hanfu and with an elegant temperament, appeared in front of them. Although it is just an image, it gives people a chilling feeling. If it were in the past, Yikan might have been intimidated by Lu Mingli's cold aura, but now he was unmoved because he had seen even colder people. The Lord of the Taiyin Fairyland, the Moon God. My dear, all the sisters in our territory are passionate. This girl has a cool temperament, which is just right for you to cool down. How about we recruit her? Although Su Daji was asking for Yikan's opinion, she took advantage of Yikan's distraction, pulled his hand and pressed it behind Lu Mingli's name. What are you doing? After Yikan reacted, he trembled all over and woke up. Nothing, just a change of taste for my husband. Su Daji said as a matter of course. What the hell, you think I have 6 kidneys, and this person can't be moved. Yikan slapped himself on the forehead, feeling like crying but without tears. In fact, kidneys and other things are not a problem. Now he can apply the hero template, with incredible attributes, and he is young and strong, with a sharp arrow from 100 paces away, so he is not afraid of any enemy coming. The problem is, Lu Mingli is her teacher. If his invitation was received by the other party, would he still be alive? Can't move? Who is she? When Su Daji saw Yikan like this, she realized that she might have been in trouble, and her face turned pale with fright. Because in her impression, Yikan is the most powerful. She is my teacher, a very powerful lord. At least now, she can kill me with just 1 finger. Yikan was a little speechless. Now he could only pray that the gap in strength between him and Lu Mingli was too big, and that the other party did not receive his invitation. But reality is cruel. In the classroom of Shinwei College, Lu Mingli had been staring at the internet. Because this is the final stage of the trial and the novice lords have entered the final battle, she must monitor their status at all times. However, at this critical moment, she received an invitation message. Planetary Lord Yikan invites you to join his territory. If you agree, you and your territory will become his vassal, and he has the right to merge your territory. Planetary Lord? What the hell? Lu Mingli was stunned. She had lived for so long and had never encountered such a bizarre thing. A small planetary lord actually dared to invite her, a realm master-level strongman, to become a vassal. Was he really that bold? Chapter 55 The Mysterious 3-Life Stone. Wait, Yichan. Lu Mingli reacted quickly. Isn't this the new lord who embodied the hearts of inferior lords, was targeted by Huang Xingxing and the other 2, but finally killed the other side? He is still in the trial and hasn't even practiced the skills yet, so how can he become a planetary lord? Moreover, a newbie like this simply doesn't have the ability or opportunity to invite her. But what is happening now? This incredible situation made Lu Mingli fall into deep thought. A mere inferior lord's heart was not only able to kill 3 lords whose backgrounds were countless times stronger than his, but also allowed him to break through the planetary level in the trial and get the opportunity to invite a high-level lord. This Yikan has a big secret. Could it be that the SSS-level student in my class is him? While Lu Mingli was making all kinds of guesses, Yikan had already pulled Su Daji away from the Dream Rouge Pavilion. Su Daji's ferocious actions made him lose his composure, and he didn't even bother to check on Li Jiqing. Husband, why don't we go open the treasure chest? I heard from Xiaoyu that they found something special. Seeing that Yikan was a little uneasy, Su Daji felt full of guilt and wanted to divert his attention. Something special? Yikan was stunned at first, then his eyes suddenly lit up as if he thought of something. Elbow. He pulled Su Daji up and rushed towards the eternal ancient tree without saying a word. Master, Sister Daji, you are here. Xiaoyu and Xiaofei were busy in the warehouse with a group of elves. When they saw Yikan and Su Daji coming, they immediately came to greet them happily. Stop keeping us in suspense and bring out all the good stuff today. You can rub the heads of the two little guys, his eyes full of doting. Because these little guys don't have much fighting power, they work very hard. Looking at them, it seems like they would feel sorry for everyone if they don't do something for the territory. So whether it is Yikan, Sudaji, or the elf warriors, they all dote on these little guys very much. Higi, master, look. Xiaoyu smiled sweetly at Yikan, then took out a treasure chest as if presenting a treasure. The treasure chest is inlaid with crystal clear diamonds. At first glance, it is full of dazzling light and is very eye-catching. Diamond chest. Yikan and Sudaji's eyes lit up, and they showed a look of surprise. And this. Xiaofei took out another purple crystal. When Yikan took it and looked at it, he immediately felt a violent and evil force surging towards him. Crystal. Introduction. The crystals left behind after the fall of the heavenly demon contain the purest source of magic energy. The things left behind by the demon shadow at that level must be good. Yikan suddenly remembered the devil's eye. Since the sun and moon fairy pot can produce the things of the demons, perhaps I also have some cause and effect relationship with the demons. After all, everything he has now is obtained by integrating the heart of nature. After the elf world collapsed, the heart of nature drifted into the endless void. What exactly it experienced and what it integrated in the vast void, even its owner Yikan was unable to figure out. Husband, this is the first diamond treasure chest in our territory. Let's open it together. Sudaji took Yikan's hand, her eyes full of excitement and anticipation. Yikan nodded. Then, the two of them joined hands and pointed to the diamond treasure chest. Buzz. There was a flash of precious light, and then a simple object fell out. Yikan and Sudaji both had great expectations for the territory's first diamond treasure chest. When they saw what came out, they were both stunned. It turned out to be an ordinary stone. You must be kidding. A broken stone appeared in the diamond treasure chest? Sudaji looked at her own jade hands, her face full of disgust, as if she was blaming herself for why they smelled so bad today and for wasting the diamond treasure chest that she had worked so hard to get. However, after Yikan opened the properties of the stone, his expression instantly became serious. 3 Life Stone. Introduction. It began when the world was first created, condensed from the sand counted by manhwa, and then absorbed the essence of the sun and the moon, and gradually became spiritual. On the day when the stubborn stone awakened its spiritual wisdom, 2 divine patterns suddenly appeared on it, with the intention of devouring the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and man. It was later sealed by manhwa, who gave her the immortal magic 3 life secrets. The 3 sections separated by the divine patterns are connected by the line of marriage drawn by manhwa, and are named the previous life, the present life, and the next life, which is the 3 live stone. In order to restrain his evil nature of devouring the 3 realms, manhwa placed him on the banks of the Wanchuan River at the gate of hell in the underworld, to control the reincarnation of 3 lives. However, San Xingxi was unwilling to give in, and took advantage of the chaos in the underworld to cut off a second body and escape into the vast void. Finally, he fell into this demonic world, but his wisdom was obscured and he turned into stone again. Is the Sanxing stone a building, or a wonder of the world? You can look through the 3 live stone, but couldn't figure it out. Husband, is this really the 3 live stone? Sudaji took the stone and looked at it, then shook her head. Although she had never seen the 3 live stone, she was sure that the 3 live stone would definitely not be so ordinary. Never mind for now. The territory needs to be rebuilt. Let's open the remaining treasure chests and consume some resources at the same time. Yikan tried it for a while and found that there was no change in the Sanxing stone, so he put it away. So, Yikan and Sudaji worked together to open all the treasure chests they had accumulated today. This time the golden treasure chest was pretty good, revealing 2 pieces of Xianbing suits and 3 pieces of Suzaka's suits. In addition, a large number of buildings have been opened, including Gnome Workshop, Elf-flavored house, palace, elemental tower, and farmland, etc. Combined with the inventory from the previous days, restoring the territory to its original state is not a problem at all. What surprised Yikan was that, under the transformation of the sun and moon fairy pot, the goblin workshop was transformed into the forging tree, and the elf flavor house was transformed into the cooking tree. The most incredible thing is that the temporary palace actually turned into the elf palace. Eternal ancient tree. What's going on? Yikan looked at the 2 giant trees waving in the wind in front of them, feeling surprised but also puzzled. King, with the upgrade of the territory, the sun and moon fairy pot, which is the core of the territory, has also evolved and unlocked a more powerful power. The beautiful and gentle voice came from the eternal ancient tree again. I see. Yikan nodded. Compared to before, the sun and moon fairy pot now seem to have become even purer. Rather than saying that it is transforming the territory, it is more accurate to say that it is using the territory's buildings to release the complex energy hidden in its body. King. Owner. The beauties in the territory sensed the presence of the newly emerged ancient tree and all gathered around. Yufei, the maid house of the ghost tribe no longer exists. From now on, you will live in the cooking tree and be responsible for the meals of the territory. You can touch the little corner on Yufei's forehead and said, "Thank you, master." Yufei's pretty face was flushed like a ripe red apple. The small horns on the heads of the ghost people are very sensitive, and they can feel the intentions of the person who touches them through the small horns. Yukin had just praised her in his heart, but he also had some embarrassing thoughts. She was shy and worried about being seen through, so she ran away with her sisters. The elven witches stood in front of the forging tree, their faces full of excitement and anticipation. Although they didn't mind showing their perfect bodies to Yikan, they felt a little unbalanced after seeing that the other tribesmen had beautiful equipment. Don't worry, the forge tree is much better than the elf workshop. There must be equipment suitable for you. After Yikan finished speaking, he opened the panel of the forging tree and saw the witch's exclusive equipment, elven ropes. Without any hesitation, he made 40 sets in one go. After taking care of the girl's equipment, he threw out 40 pieces of farming that he had accumulated during this period to meet the needs of the elves and tree monsters. Finally, it is the defense of the territory. What shocked Yikan was that after the transformation of the sun and moon fairy pot, all the defense towers turned into guardian trees. These big trees are no different from ordinary trees on weekdays, but as soon as there are enemies attacking, they will change their form and become movable tree people to deal a devastating blow to the enemy. This is the correct way to open the elves. Yikan looked at the territory surrounded by the guardian tree and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Young master. At this time, the 4 female heroes gathered together and looked at Yikan with burning eyes. It's time to go. Yikan nodded. After the trial, the Lord will not be expelled, as long as he leaves before the next day. Yikan was worried about changes in the territory, so he had been making various arrangements. Now that he has no worries, he naturally wants to go out and explore. What if one accidentally gets a heaven-defying fortune and descends directly to heaven? Chapter 56, The Beauty is Peeping, the 3-life stone is flying. If anyone dares to approach our territory, no matter who they are, we will kill them immediately. Yikan glanced at the elf captains in front of him with a serious look on his face. Please rest assured, my king, we are in the city. Cardan and the others knelt on one knee and spoke in a loud voice. I believe you. Yikan smiled slightly, waved his hand, and walked out of the territory with the 4 beautiful female heroes. Buzz. As the fog rose, they appeared in an unfamiliar place. In the open space outside the territory, the man in black robe saw Yikan leaving, so he put away the box and led the camel away. Sir, that merchant has helped us so much. Why don't you pay attention to him? Princess Longji looked at Yikan in confusion. Longji, these traveling merchants don't have the complex emotions of humans. They only have profit in their hearts. They took action before because they reached an agreement with me, not because of friendship. You have to remember that this world is very realistic and cruel. You must never be soft-hearted in front of outsiders, or you may die without knowing how you died one day. Yikan looked at her watery eyes, more serious than ever before. I see. Although Princess Longji is simple and kind, she is not stupid. After living a new life, she has seen many things clearly, but she still needs some time to adapt and adjust. Sir, there's someone. At this time, Nuba suddenly opened a blood-red umbrella. This is one of the Suzaku sets that Yikan and Sudaji had opened before, the Suzaku umbrella. Nuba has a true young body, and Suzaku's equipment is a fire attribute, which suits her physique and talent, so naturally she snatched them all. Now, she has the highest attributes among the 4 heroes. After all, in addition to the 4 pieces of Suzaku's suits, she also has 2 legendary equipment, the Wild Fire Pearl and the Tingyun shoes. As for the disgraced Thunderfire gun, she naturally threw it to Yikan. She preferred this beautiful umbrella to the spear. I won't offend anyone unless they offend me. Don't bother with them. Just keep moving forward. Yikan held the Sky Demon crystal in his hand and followed the faint sensation to find the source of the demons. Sudaji and the other 4 beauties were like Guardian Vajra, standing in 4 directions to prevent accidents from happening. Damn, who is this guy? There are so many beauties surrounding him. The Lord in the distance looked at Yikan, then looked at the rough man beside him, and his face suddenly twisted. He was very lucky to summon 2 powerful heroes at the beginning. It was the protection of these 2 heroes that allowed him to survive until the end of the trial. But there is no harm without comparison. In front of such stunning beauties as Sudaji, the heroes around him suddenly lose their appeal. My lord, no matter if it's a hero or a soldier, they can all betray us. As long as we kill that lord, his men will become rootless duckweed. That's right. If they don't want to be corroded by the evil spirit of the void and become zombies, they have no choice but to accept our recruitment. When the 2 bearded men saw Sudaji and the others, their eyes lit up. Heroes are not emotionless machines, they also have emotions and desires, and cannot resist the temptation of beauty. TSK. What are you waiting for? Kill that pretty boy. Young people are full of vigor and do things without considering the consequences. The Lord obviously lacked self-control and had no opinion of his own. He was persuaded by the two bearded men in just a few words. Walk. The two bearded men looked at each other, immediately drew their weapons, and moved towards Yukan and the others. Young master. Fushime raised her eyebrows and immediately took out her 40-meter-long Grim Reaper scythe. This girl has the blood of the 9 phoenixes and the skill of the 9 heavens' divine eyes. Her perception ability is the strongest in the team. She immediately understood the actions of the novice lord. When Yukin was exploring the neutral zone, he was following her template and naturally felt the hostility of those people. Kill those two bearded men. If they still don't know how to advance or retreat, kill them all. Yukin carefully sensed the demonic crystal in his hand and said without raising his head. Yes. Fushime was overjoyed and immediately rushed towards the two bearded men waving the Grim Reaper's scythe. She moved as fast as lightning and her movements were decisive and quick. TSK. The two bearded men didn't even catch sight of her before she chopped them in half. But Fushime was still not satisfied, so she directly activated her magic power and pointed forward. Boom. There was a flash of lightning and thunder, and the novice lord and his subordinates fell to the ground in an instant, with their hair standing on end and their clothes torn. Although he is not dead, he is almost dead. Second sister, didn't the young master say that he would only kill heroes? Why did you kill him so harshly? Although Sudaji blamed Fushime, her eyes were full of approval. Anyone who dares to set his sights on these sisters is simply asking for trouble. These guys have dishonest eyes. I wanted to teach them a lesson, but I didn't expect them to be so weak. It's so disappointing. Fushime put away the scythe, looked at Yukin with seductive eyes and said, Sir, you won't blame me, will you? It smells like tea. Yukin pinched her crystal-clear chin, smiled slightly, and walked to the front right. Seeing this, the 4 girls immediately followed excitedly. After they left, another group of people emerged from the fog in the distance, led by a young man wearing white hanfu. Although she was dressed like a man, her delicate features and seductive thin lips could not deceive anyone. She was a pretty girl of the same age as Ikan. Sister Lord, that woman was able to kill the opponent instantly in a 1-on-2 situation, and she also had area spells. She is not weaker than us. A young girl with a delicate figure walked out from the little beauty. She was as quiet as a beautiful flower reflected in the water, and moved like a willow swaying in the wind. If Yukin saw her face, he would definitely exclaim, fuck. Because he was so familiar with this person. Sister Lord, should we follow them? At this time, another girl with fair skin and plump figure also came out. Forget it. Even if we can win, it will definitely be a Pyrrhic victory, and time is limited. Let's just do our own thing first. The little beauty waved her folding fan and walked in another direction. Yukin didn't know that he had missed out on something that was regretful in his heart due to some accidental mistake. At this time, he had already brought Sudaji and the others to a surging light gate. This is the space gate leading to the Demon Clan's residence, opened by Shinwei Academy for the novice trial. These portals will not disappear until the trial is over. Walk. Yukin took the lead and walked in front, and Sudaji and the others were too late to stop him. However, to their surprise, there was calm and peacefulness behind the space gate, without a single monster. At this moment, something magical happened. Buzz. There was a flash of light, and the Sansheng stone hidden in Yukan's storage bag suddenly flew out. Before Yukan and the others could react, the Sansheng stone flew forward at an extremely fast speed. Chase. Seeing this, Yukan's expression suddenly changed and he rushed out like a madman. Chapter 57. The name of the territory, Fairy Forest. Stop. Yukan chased to the edge of a cliff and suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Sudaji almost bumped into Yukan, so she simply hugged his waist and slid into his arms like a loach, which made Nuba and the others roll their eyes. This monster, she is the one who spends the longest time with the young master, yet she dares to show off in front of them. She is simply not a human being. Someone got there first, let's wait for a while. Yukan put his arm around Sudaji's slender waist and smiled. At this time, Sudaji and the others also noticed that a group of people were besieging several thunder pterosaurs deep in the valley. Those thunder pterosaurs were surrounded by electric light, as if they were guarding something. Sudaji and the others looked carefully and discovered that what they were guarding was actually a pond. The pool was about 2 meters wide and was made of irregular purple crystals. Mist was rising in the pool and an ancient stone was floating in it. 3 life stone. After the 4 girls saw the appearance of the stone clearly, they raised their eyebrows and looked at Yukin at the same time. Don't worry, those people are no match for the thunder pterosaur. Yukin saw it clearly. Those 5 thunder pterosaurs were not simple at all. The strength of the smaller ones was between the golden monsters and the boss. As for the big one, its strength is almost the same as that of the golden monster. Unless the lord leading the team is a cheater like him, He will never be a match for these thunder pterosaurs. Sure enough, those people's crazy attacks completely angered the pterosaur leader. It roared and spit out a lightning chain as thick as a thigh. Judging from its power, it was at least 10 times more powerful than the lightning chain tower. Boom. Just as you can expect it, under the pterosaur leader's ultimate move, those who besieged them fell to the ground one after another and then turned into ashes. Only the Lord who led the team managed to survive, but he was also frightened and fled frantically out of the valley. However, the enraged pterosaur leader did not intend to let him go and chased after him with his brothers. Action! How could you miss such a good opportunity? He immediately rushed down with the 4 beauties. Damn it! How dare you cut my beard? The fleeing lord was obviously equipped with acceleration equipment. He looked back when he had distanced himself from the pterosaur and happened to see Yi Kan and the others landing by the pool. When the pterosaur leader heard his words, he turned around and looked at the pool. Human, how dare you? When the pterosaur leader saw Yi Kan, he immediately gave up on the lord and flew towards the pond frantically. Yi Kan was too lazy to pay attention to it and reached out to grab the Sanshing stone. As a result, the Sanshing stone seemed unwilling to leave and sank directly into the pool. Yu Chan reached out to grab the pool, but a prompt appeared. Upgrade. The guardian monster is not dead, and the magic well cannot be peeled off. Damn it. Yu Kan cursed angrily, looked at the 4 beauties around him and said, kill them. Yes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Sudaji and the others shouted in unison, then soared into the air, instantly forming a 4 symbols formation and charging towards the 5 pterosaurs. As a lord, Yu Kan would naturally not let his woman fight alone. After he changed into the template of Nuba, he stomped on the ground suddenly. Boom. There was a loud bang, and he arrived first and stabbed the strongest pterosaur leader with a knife. Court death. The pterosaur leader was confident of his own powerful strength and did not take Yi Kan seriously at all. However, when it actually collided with Yi Kan, it discovered that the tiny human in front of it actually possessed strength that was no less than its own. But it had no idea that Yi Kan, who had dressed up as a hero, had dared to confront the demon's phantom head-on, and even gained the upper hand after using the Tying Sutra. Now he is using the template of Nuba with greatly enhanced attributes, so why would he be afraid of a small pterosaur? Human, you cannot touch the magic well. It is not too late to stop now, otherwise you will be hunted down by my demon clan endlessly. After learning about Yi Kan's strength, the pterosaur leader began to become afraid. You're talking as if I don't want this magic well, you demons will let me go. Yu Kan smiled coldly, directly switched to Princess Longji's template, and then used the Lang Yu Han Shuang from the Tying Sutra. Click, click, click. With a crisp sound of freezing, the pterosaur leader was instantly frozen into an ice dragon. Before it could unseal its lightning, you can use the moon falling from the sky move to chop off its head. When you can kill the pterosaur leader and a pile of golden treasure chests dropped, Sudaji and the others also dealt with those little pterosaurs. The lord who was watching from a distance and trying to find the right opportunity to take advantage of Yi Kan's misfortune was instantly scared when he saw Yi Kan's terrifying fighting power. Since we are both students of Xinhua, I will spare you this once. Go away. Thank you so much for not killing me. The lord was immediately grateful and ran away crawling. Sir, what should we do with this pond? Nuba and the others gathered around and looked curiously at the magic well in front of them. They just stood by the pool and could clearly feel the magic power in their bodies recovering. The guardian beast is already dead, so we should be able to take it away. After Yi Kan finished speaking, he reached out and touched the magic well again. Buzz. There was a flash of purple light, and the magic well instantly shrank into a model and fell into his palm. Magic well. Grade. Legend. Introduction. A magical well that can restore magic power and nurture rare objects is a treasure coveted by all races in the heavens. Yi Kan carefully sensed it and found that the Sansheng stone was still lying at the bottom of the model, and he immediately felt relieved. After the trial is over, there will be some resources left in those monster settlements. Let's go and search for them. Then, Yi Kan took the 4 beauties to search everywhere. However, there seemed to be quite a few lords who had passed the trial, and after their plundering, many settlements had become empty. Yi Kan and his men looted more than a dozen bases, and except for a few defense towers, everything else they got was of little value. These settlements are too poor. We might as well kill some monsters. Sudaji was a little bored. One magic well is enough to crush most people. We can't expect too much. It's almost time. Let's go back. Yi Kan knew that if he couldn't find anything in the front, he would have no chance in the back. Of course, he can also kill people and steal treasures. But those lords all have methods passed down by their teachers. If he really does this, he will most likely be expelled from the academy, which is not worth the loss. After all, he is an orphan with no identity and no place to stay. If something really happens, no one will stand on his side. After Yi Kan returned to the territory, he immediately came to the eternal ancient tree. The higher the level of the core building, the greater its impact on the territory. Excluding the upgrade expenses in the past few days, he now has more than 70 million boundary stones, which are enough to upgrade the territory to level 12. Buzz. You can put 70 million world stones into the sun and moon immortal pot, and then he heard a prompt sound. In order for the core building to break the 10th level limit, the territory must be named first. Then let's call it the Fairy Forest. Yeekin remembered a game that he liked very much in his previous life. The place where the elves lived was called the Wonderland. He liked the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers there very much, and he often ran around in the bushes alone with a small axe on his back, teaching those ignorant little goblins a lesson. Boom. As soon as he can finish speaking, a huge stone tablet rose up at the entrance of the territory, with 3 big words Zeinzonglen written on it. And with Yeekin's naming, the eternal ancient tree suddenly swayed in the wind, and the rich life essence swept across the entire territory like a storm. Afterwards, all kinds of flowers and plants emerged from the ground, and the other ancient trees regained their vitality. The elf warriors felt this life force and immediately ran out excitedly. What a nice view. It feels like returning home. Sure enough, where the king is where we belong. The elf beauties looked at Yeekin under the eternal ancient tree, their eyes full of fanaticism and admiration. At this time, the gentle and pleasant voice of the eternal ancient tree sounded again. King, I sense the aura of the magic well in you. If you place it on your territory, there should be a surprise. Chapter 58, The Well of Eternity and the 3-Life Marriage Tree. Surprise. When Yeekin heard this, he immediately became energetic. The hero's mana is still sufficient now because their levels are not high and their skill levels have not been upgraded. When their levels and skills are improved, more mana will be consumed, and the value of the magic well will be reflected. Where should I put it? Yeekin glanced at the territory and began to ponder. Sir, what's wrong? After Nuba and the others came back, they felt a little worried, so they went to patrol around the territory. As a result, the eternal ancient tree was upgraded twice, and its territory area expanded from 500,000 square meters to 2 million, a direct 4-fold increase. Moreover, countless flowers and plants suddenly emerged in the territory, turning it into a paradise with singing birds and fragrant flowers. They knew that Yeekin must be doing something big, so they ran back. I'm thinking about where to put the magic well, Yeekin said, touching his chin. Put it next to the moon goddess lake. It can restore chi, blood, and mana. The 2 buildings stacked together will have a better effect. Nuba thought for a moment and said, That makes sense. Yeekin nodded and brought them to the moon goddess lake. In the moon goddess lake, a group of beautiful elves who had no missions at the moment were swimming in the lake. When they saw Yeekin appear, they immediately surrounded him excitedly, not caring at all about the bikini on his body. King, what are you doing? Luna looked at Yeekin curiously. She used to be the captain of the archers, but now she has been promoted to hunter and is the 2nd captain. She is Cardin's good sister. Let me show you a big treasure. After Yeekin finished speaking, he threw the magic well out. Buzz. The magic well suddenly swelled up in the wind, and soon returned to its original size and fell to the edge of Luna Lake. Ding. The Sun and Moon Fairy Pot has detected an evolvable building, the magic well. Do you want to evolve it? The pleasant reminder sound of the Sun and Moon Fairy Pot rang out in time, and Yeekin naturally chose to evolve without hesitation. Buzz. There was another buzzing sound, and a cloud of mist floated out from the Sun and Moon Fairy Pot and fell onto the magic well. Afterwards, the magic well twisted wildly, from 2 meters wide to 10 meters wide. The stagnant water in the pool turned into running water and began to bubble up. The mist on the water surface became several times thicker, escaping from the pool and slowly spreading into the distance, making the territory look like a fairyland. Such a rich spiritual energy. Sudaji and the others took a deep breath and immediately felt refreshed and happy. However, at this moment, an ancient stone suddenly emerged from the pond. Kaka. Under the shocked gaze of Yeekin and the others, the stone actually cracked in the middle and a green sprout grew out. Afterwards, the bud began to absorb spiritual energy frantically and grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 2 minutes, it turned into a tree more than 30 meters high, with countless green branches hanging down. One branch hangs down into the moon goddess lake, while the other hangs down towards the spiritual fields of the tree demons. Oh my god, a stone can actually turn into a tree? Whether it was the 4 heroes including Sudaji, or the beauties of the elves, they all covered their mouths, shocked beyond words. Our territory has inherited the powerful natural force of the elven world, and has also absorbed the mysterious power of the void. It is no surprise that we can turn stones into life. Yeekin smiled slightly and did not explain too much. Instead, he directly opened the attribute panel of the magic well in the big tree. Well of Eternity. Grade. Myth. Introduction. The source of natural energy, able to draw energy from the endless void to replenish itself. While providing energy for the territory, slowly transformed the territory's cultivation environment. Living creatures can speed up the recovery of life and mana by sitting cross-legged by the well, and drinking well water directly can quickly replenish energy, but it must not exceed the body's capacity, otherwise it will suffer backlash. 3 Lives Marriage Tree. Grade. Myth. Introduction. The Sanqing Stone, whose spiritual consciousness has been lost, is reborn under the transformation of the natural power of the territory and transformed into the Sanqing marriage tree. All the Lord's companions who practice under the 3 Lives marriage tree have a certain chance of improving their own level, bloodline, and skills, and there is a very small chance of improving their own grade. Boom. After reading the introduction of these 2 things, Yikin was completely stunned. Myth? What grade is that? The epic is of 9th grade gold. Is there something else above the epic? The Well of Eternity can slowly transform the territory, so the impact on him is not that great. It is not too surprising that there is a chance to improve one's level, bloodline, and skills by practicing under the 3 Lives marriage tree. But the chance of improving his own grade did stimulate him. Is this a hallucination? Yikin rubbed his eyes, fearing that he had seen it wrong. Sudaji and Nuba are Yikan's Taoist companions and meet the conditions for enabling sharing. Yikan has already granted them the authority to view all attributes of the territory. So the 2 of them, like Yikan, were stunned for an instant. Sister? What's wrong? Hushime shook Sudaji. Sister Sien? What did you see? Why do you look like this? When Princess Longi saw the dazed Nuba, she was also confused and didn't know what was going on. Heroes also need to stick together. Sudaji and Hushime have a deep sisterly love, and Nuba and Princess Longi, 2 lonely people, naturally come together. Gurgle. See for yourself. At this time, Yikan finally reacted. He directly shared the attribute panels of Well of Eternity and Tree of 3 Lives marriage with the 2 of them. After reading it, Hushime and Princess Longi opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Then her beautiful eyes turned red and her face was full of sadness. Finally, the 2 of them came to Yikan tacitly and hugged his arms on the left and right. Shime, Longi, what are you 2 doing? Yikan was a little confused when he saw their eyes, which showed a hint of grievance and anger. Sudaji and Nuba couldn't help but frown when they saw their 2 sisters' abnormal behavior, but they soon understood what was going on and covered their mouths with a look of disbelief. Originally, the 2 of them wanted to say something, but when the words came to their lips, they couldn't say them. Yikan looked at the guilty look on Sudaji and Nuba's faces, and suddenly his body trembled. Then he looked at Hushime and Princess Longi in shock and said, "Ahem, that. Sir, there are still 3 hours until dawn." Hushime seemed to know what Yikan wanted to say and immediately took the initiative. Longi, you have always been well-behaved and considerate. Sir, Sister Shime and I have the same attitude on this matter. There is no room for negotiation. These words coming from the mouth of the gentle and simple Princess Longi instantly made Yikan feel irritated. Well, 3 hours is a bit short. There is still a long way to go. Can we come back tomorrow? The corners of Yikan's mouth twitched. It was just a benefit for a Taoist companion, but it turned the simple and kind Princess Longi into this state. So what? Yikan fell into self-doubt. But he had no idea that after the life and death battle with the demon shadow, Hushime and Princess Longi had long wanted to hand themselves over to him, but they just didn't have the chance. Now that the 3 Lives marriage tree has appeared, it is a perfect opportunity, and even Nuba and Sudaji can't find fault with it. If they don't seize the opportunity, they'd be fools. No room for negotiation. As they were talking, Hushime and Princess Longi carried Yikan away. The moment they turned around, they both smiled in tacit understanding, and then their faces turned red. Especially Princess Longi, her little face was as red as a blooming peony. Fortunately, she leaned closely against Yikan and was not seen by others, otherwise she would have been so embarrassed. These 2 girls, in broad daylight, snatched people right in front of us. How arrogant. Nuba put her hands on her hips, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Sudaji covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Only a group of beautiful elven ladies were petrified on the spot. They simply couldn't believe what they saw. Oh my god, you can actually do this? Chapter 59 Epic Hall. It's almost time. Yikan stretched and walked out of the treehouse. 2 hours of passionate fighting did not make him feel tired, but made him more energetic. However, Hushime and Princess Longi were already exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. Sir, please come back as soon as possible. We are waiting for you. When Sudaji saw Yikan, she immediately stepped forward and hugged his arms tightly, wishing she could stick herself to him. Silly boy, I've always been here. I've just left the territory temporarily. Yikan pulled her into his arms and kissed her on the forehead lovingly. Sir, today, my sister Daji and I tried the combined effect of the 3 Lives marriage tree and the Moon Goddess Lake, and it is indeed extraordinary. At this time, Nuba also came over. However, unlike the docile Sudaji, her expression was quite serious. Then what? Yikan knew Nuba. When this sister got serious, she talked about serious matters. When we were practicing, the sisters from the elves also came to join in the fun, but in the end, only Cardian felt the mysterious power of the Three Lives marriage tree. So everyone understood. Although Nuba did not say it explicitly, you can already understood what she meant. At this time, the beauties of the elves seemed to know that their king was about to leave, and they all gathered around. King. The beautiful elf girls' eyes flickered, and they looked at Yikan with eyes full of reluctance. Yikan felt the heat in their gazes and couldn't help but touch his waist, feeling a little pain for some reason. It looks like I'll be busy in the future. Yikan was a little helpless. Don't be so ungrateful after getting such an advantage, beast. Nuba and Sudaji saw Yikan's complicated expression of pain and joy, and couldn't help but pinch his waist. The difference is that Nuba really kills. However, Sudaji was afraid of hurting him, so she just pinched him lightly symbolically, which made Yikan feel both amused and distressed. Who can not love such a caring girl? Let's go. Yikan stretched out his hand and patted the two people's breasts, and with a thought, he left the territory directly. Buzz. Buzz. With his and many other students' return, two long rainbows covering the sky suddenly appeared above Shinwei Academy. A long rainbow penetrated the night sky, illuminating Shinwei City like a mythical city, magnificent and incomparable. What is that? Is the legendary palace going to appear again? That's right. That was the sign before the legend hall appeared. The last time such a phenomenon appeared was when the ice goddess became the lord. I didn't expect to see it again in my lifetime. No, the rainbow was only silver back then, but now it is shining with golden light, and the silver has become a foil. You're kidding me. The Lord's heart is only of the 8th grade silver. Is there a higher grade above the 8th grade? At this moment, the entire Shinwei City was in an uproar. Even the elders, teachers, and students of the academy couldn't help but rush out of the classroom and look up at the strange sight in the sky. Sure enough, after the light flashed, the shadow of a tall tower appeared deep in the sky. Yikan was wrapped in golden light and appeared directly in front of a magnificent palace with 4 ancient characters, Epic Palace, written on it. Legend has it that when the ice goddess became the lord, a silver rainbow phenomenon occurred, and the Hall of Legends appeared. My Hall of Epics should be even better. Yikan muttered to himself and walked into the Epic Hall. Buzz. When he arrived at the center of the Epic Hall, a golden light suddenly descended from the sky and enveloped him in the center. And his name also appeared on the list in the Epic Hall. Epic number 17, Yikan. Then, a golden package fell from the sky and landed in Yikan's hands. I didn't expect there would be a big gift package. I made a profit this time. Yikan smiled slightly and put away the gift package. Buzz. Then, a flash of golden light swept him away. When he appeared again, he had returned to the classroom of Shinwei Academy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Dozens of people returned with him. Lu Mingli didn't stand up from the futon until all the students returned. In order to create a good competitive environment, the academy has decided to redivide the classes according to the trial results. Now I will distribute network base stations to everyone. After receiving the base station, everyone can place it in the territory and connect to the internet and log into the campus network. You only need to upload the battle rating data of the trial. No need to upload the detailed data of monsters and rewards. Lu Mingli finished speaking and waved her hand. Hundreds of pagoda-shaped architectural models flew out and landed in the hands of every student. Without saying a word, you can place the network base station next to the eternal ancient tree. What surprised him was that the sun and moon fairy pot could even transform the network base station, directly transforming the Dragon Kingdom network into the All Heavens network. All Heavens? What do you mean? Can I even connect to the network outside a blue star? Yikan looked at his territory through God's vision and couldn't help but exclaim 666 in his heart. But now is not the time to do this. Yikan quickly logged into the campus network, registered a personal account, and then uploaded the rating data. He originally planned to conceal the data temporarily. After all, the first bird to stick its head out will be punished. He is a powerless person, yet he has achieved such an outrageous result. If he is targeted by someone with ulterior motives, he might be doomed. What he didn't expect was that the academy would do this, making it impossible for him to cheat. Now he could only hope that he was lucky enough not to be assigned to an unscrupulous teacher. Okay, now let's start assigning classes. Everyone, go find your classroom according to your assigned student numbers. After Lu Mingli finished speaking, a screen of light suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. She stretched out her hand a little. Buzz. The next moment, a light screen appeared in front of all the students in the class, showing each student's class and teacher. Fortunately for Yikan, his class and teacher did not change. It was still Class 3, Lu Mingli. Alas, I didn't expect that we would be separated. The students received their student numbers and started to take action, including Huang Xingxing, Shi Laojin, and Li Huaishui behind Yikan. Little beggar, the matter between us is not over yet. Huang Xingxing glared at Yikan fiercely, while Shi Laojin and Li Huaishui were a little afraid and did not dare to look Yikan in the eye. Stupid. Yikan moved his lips slightly and uttered 2 words lightly. You. Huang Xingxing was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. But feeling the 2 cold gazes from the podium, he could only leave the classroom in disappointment. No matter how powerful his family is, he dare not provoke this famous ice goddess, otherwise his father will not be able to protect him. What's going on? Yikan looked back and found that Lu Mingli was staring at him, and he couldn't help feeling guilty. Because he remembered what happened in the Dreamy Rouge Pavilion. Could it be that she really received her own invitation? Yikan was a little nervous. Chapter 60, Summons from the Ice Goddess. The academy took 10 minutes to divide the students into 20 classes. Only more than 300 people successfully passed the trial and were divided into 3 classes, each led by 3 elders. People like Yikan, who were already in Lu Mingli's class, naturally stayed. Moreover, even if other teachers, or even elders, had any ideas about Yikan, an SSS-level student, they would not dare to compete with Lu Mingli for him. Everyone has been busy in the trial area for 10 days. I guess you are all tired. Go back and have a good rest today. The class will officially start tomorrow, and I will teach you the skills. Get out of class dismissed. Lu Mingli waved her jade hand, and the tense bodies of the students relaxed instantly, and then they rushed out of the classroom frantically. Yikan was also mixed in the crowd, wanting to get back to his doghouse as soon as possible, but he felt as if his body was restrained by something. Then, a pleasant voice sounded in his ears. Yikan, come to my office. Fuck, it's over. Yikan suddenly felt cold all over, because that was Lu Mingli's voice. But he soon calmed down. Lu Mingli didn't necessarily look for him because she received the invitation sent by Su Daji. Perhaps because his SSS level results were too outrageous, Lu Mingli wanted to ask him about it. With this thought in mind, Yikan followed the subtle force and came to an ancient palace. Come in. Before Yikan could knock on the door, Lu Mingli's icy yet pleasant voice rang in his ears. At the same time, the heavy door in front of him automatically retracted into the wall. Student Yikan, nice to meet Teacher Lu. Yikan walked into the office and saluted towards Lu Mingli. The Dragon Kingdom is different from the world he lived in his previous life. It has not been westernized and still retains the traditional etiquette of the Dragon Kingdom. Sit down. Lu Mingli pointed to the cushion in front of the low table, then sat down cross-legged and began to slowly make tea. Although high tables and high chairs have been popular among the people for many years, Shinwei Academy still retains many ancient things, all of which are futons and low tables. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Yikan calmed himself down and slowly sat down. Although Lu Mingli is a beauty with a figure that is no worse than those stunning female heroes like Su Daji. But after 10 days of extravagant nightlife, Yikan has developed an extraordinary resistance to beauty. Although Lu Mingli's long legs and jade-like breast right in front of him were very attractive, Yikan was still able to maintain a normal heart rate and did not show any nervousness. His calm reaction surprised Lu Mingli. A hot-blooded 16-year-old boy can actually remain calm in front of a beauty like her. This boy is truly extraordinary. There are no outsiders here, so I'll be frank. Have you ever entered the Hall of Legends? Lu Mingli looked straight into Yikan's eyes. Hall of Legends? No. Yikan scratched his head, looking confused. He entered an epic hall, so how come a legendary hall suddenly appeared? However, he soon realized that there must be other outstanding people among today's students, and they have successfully entered the Hall of Legends. Really? Lu Mingli frowned slightly, and there seemed to be a hint of disappointment in her eyes. I'm sorry to disappoint you, teacher. Really not. Yikan shook his head firmly. He had always intended to hide his strength, and now that he had the opportunity to expose himself, he would naturally not be foolish enough to reveal his cards. What a pity. I thought that today there would be 2 students from Shinwei Academy who would enter the Hall of Legends. Lu Mingli shook her head regretfully, and after thinking for a while, she said, I have a general understanding of your situation. This is the housing I applied for you. As she spoke, Lu Mingli took out a piece of purple crystal and placed it on the coffee table. It was the key to the house. Teacher, this. Although Yikan also wanted to have a house of his own, he hesitated when he thought of a certain possibility. This is a benefit for SSS-level students. The house is in the Red Leaf Forest. There is no manipulation. The ownership of the house has been transferred to your name. You can live there without worry. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Only then did Yikan take the key. Having lived 2 lives, he is very clear about the tricks of capital, and he does not want to become a pawn in the hands of capital. However, Lu Mingli looks like a proud and arrogant person and would not bother to do such a thing. Okay, go back. Lu Mingli waved her hand. Yes. Yikan did not stay any longer. After leaving the academy, he ran towards the slums where he lived. Although he already has a big house, there are still things in the doghouse that he can't bear to give up. In the office, Lu Mingli stretched out her jade finger and tapped lightly. Buzz. A screen of light suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. She stretched out her hand and moved it across the light curtain a few times, and a projection of a tall and thin middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of her. It was the dean of Shinwei College, her father Lu Chanfeng. Haha, my dear daughters, you have made me proud today. Before Lu Mingli could report the situation, Lu Chanfeng burst into laughter happily, leaving Lu Mingli confused. Dad, you know everything? It's a pity that the student who entered the legendary sequence is not in my class. Lu Mingli thought of Li Jiqing and suddenly felt a little discouraged. In front of her father, she rarely put aside her arrogant attitude and became a daughter. Just a legendary student, nothing. Lu Chanfeng waved his hand, looking calm and composed. Dad, you don't have a fever, do you? Legend has it that students are nothing. Lu Mingli rolled her eyes. Okay, I'll tell you about this when I get back. Just lead your students well. After Lu Chanfeng finished speaking, he turned off the projection. What's going on, old man? Is there some hidden secret behind what happened today? Lu Mingli knows her father very well. Something that can make him so happy must be something extraordinary. At this moment, she couldn't help but think of today's vision and Yikan's invitation to her. Could it be that today's vision really has something I don't know about? Then it's not a coincidence that Yikan invited me? But looking at his expression, he doesn't seem to know anything about it. Lu Mingli was puzzled because no young man had ever remained calm in front of him. But he reacted quickly. Doesn't this just prove that Yikan is different from others? While Lu Mingli was making all kinds of guesses, Yikan had already returned to his slums. Unfortunately, there are people who are faster than him. They are his mortal enemies Huang Xingxing, Shi Laojin, and Li Huaishui. In addition, there was a young man in his 20s. His muscles bulged all over his body, and he looked like a battle lord. Hey, the little beggar is finally back. When Huang Xingxing saw Yikan, he immediately revealed a grim smile. He will never forget that it was this guy who destroyed all his troops and eliminated him early. Because of this incident, he was unable to continue staying in Lu Mingli's class, which greatly disappointed his parents and might even affect his future inheritance rights. You guys did all this? Yikan looked at the badly destroyed little house and couldn't help but clench his fists. When he saw a broken clay figurine in the corner, his eyes instantly turned red. Although it was an ordinary clay figure, it was the only ray of light that shone into his heart since he crossed into the other world. I did it. What's wrong? Huang Xingxing felt Yikan's anger and suddenly became excited. Due to the crushing of the world's rules, low-level lords cannot summon heroes and soldiers from their territories to help in the real world, and can only use hero templates and equipment. This is also the reason why Huang Xingxing is fearless, because he has invited a planetary lord today. Even though Yikan has reached level 10, he has not practiced any martial arts and cannot apply the hero template, so he has no chance of being a match for a planetary lord. Chapter 61, The Villain's Revenge, From Morning to Night. Stop talking nonsense and do it. The planetary lord was obviously impatient and had great confidence in himself. Buzz. There was a flash of black light, and his body was suddenly covered with a layer of black. A long pointed horn grew on his head, like a beetle. Whoosh. A pair of black wings appeared behind him, and he rushed towards Yikan in a flash. In the moment he made his move, Huang Xingxing also threw out a white crystal. It is a treasure called the Townstone, which can seal off an area. Not only can it prevent outsiders from spying on the scenes inside the blockaded area, but it can also suppress the area and prevent the Lord from escaping back to the territory. In peace mode, the Lord can return to his territory at any time. However, once you enter combat mode, you must leave combat for 10 seconds before you can perform this operation. Although the suppression stone used by Huang Xingxing is only of the first level and can only suppress lords below the planetary level, its price is not low. In order to deal with Yikan, he not only invited experts, but also paid a price of a domain-suppressing stone. It can be said that he took great pains. But he didn't know that Yikan had already become a planetary lord, and this domain-suppressing stone could not restrict him at all. Seeing that the man was so decisive, Yikan naturally would not indulge him. Whoosh. He switched to the Nuba template without hesitation and rushed towards the man without even taking out his weapon. He had already seen through the man's true colors through Hushime's 9 heavens' divine eyes. The planetary lord, level 19, has a level suppression of 7 levels on him. Since the lord's rank is linked to the territory, Yikan can only see through his level and attributes but not his rank. In order to avoid being noticed by someone with ulterior motives, Yikan did not use the legendary weapon, the heaven-devouring sword, but he did not hold back at all in this brutal charge. Bang! There was only a loud bang, and under Yikan's elbow, the man flew backwards like a cannonball. Puff! The man's chest was sunken and blood was gushing out. He flew more than 80 meters before falling to the ground. Yikan, who had lived at the bottom of society for 6 years, understood one thing. Since he had chosen to take action, he must not give the other party a chance to turn the tables. He didn't stop at all, nor did he say anything pretentious or mocking. Instead, he rushed out quickly, directly activated the flame of heavenly punishment and stepped towards the man's chest. "Brother, spare me." Snap. However, Yikan did not give him a chance to beg for mercy and simply stepped on his chest and crushed it. At the same time, endless sky fire spread out, enveloping his entire body. Afterwards, Yikan stepped on the heavenly fire and walked towards Huang Xingxing and the other two, killing a level 19 lord instantly. How is this possible? He is a demon, a devil. Don't come over here. Yikan's terrifying appearance of walking alone in the fire instantly scared Huang Xingxing, Zhi Laojin, and Li Huaishui to death. They shouted and ran frantically towards the outside of the slum. They looked so embarrassed and frightened, as if they wished their mother would give them a few more legs. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, but a villain's revenge takes place from morning till night. The karma of the past 6 years should also come to an end. Yikan took a sudden step forward, rushing into the sky like a huge fireball, and then suddenly stretched out his hand and made a move. A raging fire spreads all over the land, great flame ring. Boom. The ground suddenly turned into a sea of fire, and then swirled into a huge ring of fire, enveloping Huang Xingxing and the other two. Yikan looked at the three people wailing in the raging fire and gradually turning into ashes, and suddenly he felt relaxed, as if something that had been pent up in his heart had dissipated. Over the past 6 years, Huang Xingxing and his two companions had plotted against him countless times, such as cutting the rope while he was picking herbs on the cliff, causing him to fall off the cliff. For example, when he enters the cave to look for animal cubs, throw a hornet's nest into the cave and then seal the entrance. For example, poisoning his food. If he didn't have the experience of surviving 2 lives as a human being and had a strong enough life, he would have died dozens of times. But even so, he almost died once. Fortunately, he met a kind little girl who pulled him back from the brink of death. Later, the two of them lived together for almost a year. Unfortunately, the little girl disappeared later, and the little clay figurine that was smashed by Huang Xingxing was the only memory the little girl left for him. Call. You can return to the house, put away the broken clay figurine, then open the campus network and send a private message to Lu Mingli. Teacher Lu, Huang Xingxing and the other two found a planetary lord to seek revenge on me, but I killed him. When Yikan thought he would have to wait a long time to receive a reply, Lu Mingli sent a message. I'll arrange for someone to take care of the aftermath. You don't have to worry about this matter anymore. Thank you, Mr. Lu. After Yikan replied, he couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the ice goddess, she is really domineering. But what he didn't know was that this scene in the previous battle had already been seen clearly by Lu Mingli, who even recorded it on video. A level 12 player counterattacked a level 19 player, and the opponent also used a defensive diamond beetle template. Although I cannot estimate the correct value, but conservatively estimate that this kid's attribute is at least around 8,000. But how is this possible? Lu Mingli watched Yikan's videos repeatedly, and the more she watched, the more frightened she became. On the other side, Yikan, who had no worries, had arrived at the Red Leaf Forest. With the help of the crystal key, he entered his information. From now on, even without the key, he can enter and exit freely through Hongya Lin's scanning system. What shocked him was that the house Lu Mingli was talking about was actually a 3-story elegant villa. And the yard is not small, there is even a swimming pool and a garden. The lives of the rich are so simple and unpretentious. I never thought that one day I would be able to own my own villa in Xinwei City. However, for the Lord, the actual residence is not that important, because they spend most of their time in their territory. The territory is hidden in the heart of the Lord, but after the novice Lord descends into the endless void for the first time, the territory will be stored in the void. After the trial is over, the elders of the academy will control the artifact, transform the trial area into a safe zone, and make the time in the safe zone equal to reality. Students who are taking the same trial will become neighbors. When the Lord does not choose to descend to an area outside the safe zone, students can still visit each other. That's the benefit of joining the academy. A lord without any power behind him will most likely appear in a dangerous area when he descends into the endless void for the first time, and it will be difficult for him to survive. And after that, the area where the territory is located will not become a safe zone because there is no protection from the artifact. As for fallen lords like Huang Xingxing, Zhi Laojin, and Li Huaishui, their territories will be retained for one day. If no one comes to collect the spoils, their territory will soon be swallowed up by the endless void and turned into void resources, and heroes and soldiers will also become void monsters. That's all. After walking around the villa, Yikan felt bored and went straight back to his territory. Anyway, the villa is taken care of by intelligent robots, so there is no need to worry at all. Sir, you're back so soon. As soon as Yikan appeared in the territory, Sudaji came to meet him. Isn't this missing you? Yikan pulled Sudaji into his arms for a while, feeling a sense of happiness of being home. Just think of your little goblin. At this time, Nuba's pretendingly sour voice was heard nearby. Of course I want to offer my sister too. That's more like it. Nuba pinched him, feeling a bit like a love-hate relationship. Okay, I have something important to do this time. You can hug the two beauties on the left and right and said, do you remember those three losers who attacked our territory last time? Of course I remember. They are just a bunch of clowns. They can't even beat Luna and the others. What's wrong? Sudaji and Nuba looked at Yikan with confusion, wondering why he suddenly brought up this. They hired a master to take revenge on me, but I defeated him. Didn't they plan to target our territory last time? Now it's time to collect the debt. You mean? Sudaji and Nuba's eyes lit up. That's right. You two each bring a team of soldiers, and we will split into 3 groups to plunder their territory. Yikan waved his hand with a domineering aura. Chapter 62. Lindayu falls from the sky. Yes, sir. Upon hearing this, Sudaji and Nuba were suddenly shocked and straightened their bodies seriously. The sight of the surging mountains made Yikan's mouth dry. At this time, Hushime and Princess Longji, who had almost rested, also came out. After tasting the forbidden fruit for the first time, their skin became moisturized and smooth, as if they had eaten a magical fruit, which also made Yikan's heart beat fast. Sir, you're back so soon. But what happened? Hushime and Princess Longji came to Yikan's side, their eyes as gentle as water. That shy look is just like a young bride who has just married into the family. It's not a big deal. You two have consumed too much energy, so you should stay in the territory and slowly recover. Daji, Sister Sien, and I will go out to collect some debts and come back soon. Yikan took them both into his arms and kissed them hard before letting go. This time Yikan did not take it lightly, but took away 40 hunters and 40 witches. Before the trial began, Huang Xingxing and the others deliberately approached him in order to plot against him during the trial. Yikan speculated that their territory should not be far from him. Daji, Sister Sien, we will split into 3 groups. Regardless of whether we find their territory or not, we will all meet here in half an hour. In the end, Yikan only chose 10 hunters and witches to stay with him, and left the rest to Nuba and Sudaji. With his current strength, he will not be in danger unless he attacks the territory of a lord above the legendary level. Among this batch of novice lords, only one can pose a threat to him. He is the one Lu Mingli once mentioned, a powerful man who has entered the Hall of Legend. Yikan couldn't believe that he was so lucky that he could meet a legendary player the first time he went out to collect debts. The territories of Huang Xingxing and the other 2 were indeed nearby. Although Yikan and his team misplaced their location several times, they finally found the place. During this period, they entered several wrong territories, causing dissatisfaction among some lords. But after feeling their strength, the other sides all retreated into their territories and did not dare to provoke them. Fortunately for those lords, Yikan seemed to be looking for something and had no intention of attacking them. In fact, they were completely overthinking it. They were all students from the same school and had no life and death feud. How could Yikan be so stupid as to attack them? Sir, this territory is too simple. There is nothing to gain from it. Sudaji looked at Huang Xingxing's simple territory, not hiding the disgust on her face. He attacked us before he even developed anything. It would be strange if he could get anything good. But no matter how rubbish it is, it's still a territory. We'll know if it's profitable or not if we try. After Yikan finished speaking, he immediately pointed to the core building in front of him, which was a simple stone house. Unknown territory detected. Should it be demolished? Tear down. Boom. At Yikan's order, Huang Xingxing's territory collapsed instantly, leaving behind a small pile of crystals and a barracks. In addition, there is a ball of faint blue energy. Rare Lord's heart. When Yikan saw this ball of energy, his eyes suddenly lit up. Without its master, the Lord's heart would return to nothingness in no time if no one devoured it. This Huang Xingxing is really lucky. He actually condensed a rare 4th-grade Lord's heart. If he had developed it well, he might have been able to take off. What a pity. Yikan shook his head, put away the things, and waved his hand and said, let's go. Next one. Then they dismantled Slokin's territory. This is the last one. Let's finish it quickly and go back to sleep. I have classes tomorrow. Yikan cheered himself up and prepared to go to the next place. My dear sir, are you sure you can sleep well? Nuba glanced at Yikan, and her charming look made Yikan want to kill her right there and then. Wang, I'm a little uneasy. Will something happen? At this moment, Luna, who was following behind Yikan, suddenly spoke. What do you mean? Yikan looked at Luna in confusion. The operating rules of this world are different from those of the Earth. Since Luna has this feeling, it is definitely not groundless. I train with Sister Cadden every day in the burning blood-killing formation. If the distance is not too far, there will be some induction. Daji, speed up. After hearing this, Yikan raised his eyebrows and looked at Sudaji. Sudaji understood and immediately started a strange wind. Call. Enveloped by the evil wind, the team instantly became as light as a swallow, and their speed increased several times. When they rushed into Li Huaishui's territory, they saw Cadden and the others activating the blood-burning killing formation and fighting with a group of women. Those women wore scarlet armor and red feather crowns, and they looked no less heroic than the elf hunters like Cardan. The woman leading the team was even more charming and pretty. Although she had a slender figure and looked like a six-she's sure, her moves were extremely powerful, carrying the sound of wind and thunder, seemingly able to shake mountains and split rocks, and tear the sky apart. How dare you bully our sisters? You're seeking death. Upon seeing this, Nuba became furious. She rose from the ground and crashed into the two camps. Boom. Without saying a word, she urged the heavenly fire to strike out with a fiery palm. The pretty woman felt the power of Nuba and did not dare to be negligent, so she used her ultimate move directly. In an instant, the cold air raged, and an illusory huge ice palm print swelled up in the wind and slashed towards Nuba's fiery palm. Boom. There was only a loud bang, and Nuba did not move at all, but the pretty woman retreated 7 or 8 steps. It was also at this time that Yikan saw the woman's face clearly, and a passage from A Dream of Red Mansions popped up in his mind. 2 curved eyebrows that seemed to be frowning but not frowning, a pair of eyes that seemed to be happy but not happy but full of emotion, an expression that shows sorrow on both cheeks, a delicate body that seems to be sick, tears in the eyes, and a slight gasp. When she is idle, she is like a beautiful flower reflected in the water. When she moves, she is like a willow swaying in the wind. She is more intelligent than bygone, and when she is sick, she is 3 times more severe than she's sure. Sister Lin. Yikan looked at the woman in front of him in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Although Lin Daiyu is no longer the sickly beauty she used to be, the temperament that is deeply rooted in her bones cannot be concealed. Who are you? Now it was Lin Daiyu's turn to be confused. In this world, no one knows her except the Lord's sister. Why did this person recognize her identity as soon as they met, and seemed so happy? At this time, both sides seemed to realize that something was wrong and stopped fighting, but instead kept their distance. Sir, what's going on? Do you know her? Nuba returned to Yikan and looked at him in confusion. Sudaji also had a strange look on her face. This person is obviously a hero to other lords. Apart from completing the trial and returning to the academy last time, Yikan has never left the territory. How is it possible to know heroes from other territories? Her name is Lin Daiyu. She is a character I have loved since I was a child. I once fantasized about descending into her world and rescuing her. I didn't expect to meet the real person here. Yikan looked at Lin Daiyu's face and figure, which seemed to have walked out of a painting, and felt like he was in a dream. After hearing what Yikan said, Lin Daiyu covered her mouth with her hands, looking incredulous. Young master, do you also know about the Red Tower? Lin Daiyu was silent for a long time before she asked the question in her mind. Chapter 63, For Cultivation, the Beauties Fought Hard. Of course I know, and I should be the only one in this world who knows of your existence. Yikan looked at the living Lin Daiyu in front of him and couldn't help pinching his chin. At the same time, he also thought of many things. The characters in Dream of the Red Chamber and Investiture of the Gods can all be summoned to become heroes, so does that mean that these books are actually one world? Could the blue planet he's on now also be a world written by others? Could it be that he traveled through time and space into a book? Daiyu didn't know this place belonged to you before. I'm sorry for offending you just now. I hope you can forgive me. Lin Daiyu bowed slightly and saluted Yikan. She couldn't even beat a woman under Yikan's command, so naturally she wouldn't be arrogant enough to think she had the ability to challenge Yikan. And Yikan just said that he once liked her very much and once wanted to descend into her world and rescue her. Although she does not have the ability to see through people's hearts, she has lived 2 lives and can see some things. Yikan's words just now were not meant for her to hear, but were to explain to the 2 beautiful sisters that there was no need to lie. No problem. Yikan waved his hand generously. It's not that he was attracted by Lin Daiyu's beauty, but he really liked the book Dream of Red Mansions and felt very sympathetic towards Lin Daiyu. Then Daiyu will take her leave first. After Lin Daiyu bowed slightly, she led the red-armored army towards the fog. Sister Lin, could you please tell me the name of your lord? When Lin Daiyu was about to walk into the fog, Yikan suddenly turned around and looked at her. Daiyu is just a hero. I dare not make decisions on my own. I hope you can forgive me. After saying this, she led the red-armored army and disappeared into the fog. Okay. Yikan was slightly disappointed. Am I the only traveler on Blue Star? Or is it? Yikan thought of a possibility and his face suddenly changed. A few years ago, he had told someone the story of the Red Mansion, but that person later disappeared. Could it be her? If she came back, why didn't she come to find me? Yikan was a little dazed. Sir, time is a ruthless thing. Don't be too persistent. Nuba seemed to have heard something and couldn't help but grab his hand. Maybe. Yikan did not refute. Having lived 2 lives, he has seen too much of human nature. Don't be afraid, sir. You still have us. We will be together forever. Sudaji took the opportunity to get into Yikan's arms and hugged him tightly. This little goblin is always omnipresent, considerate, and able to comfort people, which makes Nuba envious but also a little angry. But she couldn't turn into a sticky monster like Sudaji. Sir, who on earth is Lindayu? She looks ordinary. How can she be worthy of your love? Sudaji straightened her proud breasts and deliberately rubbed Yikan. Ahem. Yikan coughed, pretending not to understand what she meant, and said, she, like you, is a character in the story. Stories? But we really exist. Sudaji and Nubo were both a little confused and didn't know what Yikan meant. Oh, don't worry about these details. Just think of her as someone from the future who comes from the same world as us. Yikan knew that the explanation would be endless. So he ended the topic directly and walked towards Li Huaishui's territory. Boom. With a roar, the territory disappeared in an instant. Yikan also obtained a lord's heart, but unfortunately it was only a green and excellent one level lower than Huang Xingxing's. After returning to the territory, Yikan threw the 3 lords' hearts into the sun and moon immortal pot. Buzz. There was a flash of light, and the eternal ancient tree began to sway. Although its level and grade did not increase, Yikan could clearly feel that it had become stronger. Moreover, the sun and moon fairy pot also underwent some subtle changes, and some fine patterns appeared on it. So he directly clicked on the territory panel. Territory. Level, 12. Area, 2 square kilometers. Owned building, eternal ancient tree. Number of residents, 244. Grade, epic 4/10,000. Territory features. The power of Xuansu. It is rumored that ancient ancestors learned the art of Xuansu from immortals, and finally ascended to heaven with women, becoming immortals. The resentment of the Lord as a single dog for 2 lifetimes was blessed by the mysterious power, creating this ultimate characteristic. Xuansu Attribute 1. The resentment of being a single person in 2 lifetimes makes the territory suppress the male enemies by 50. Xuansu Attribute 2. The resentment of being single for 2 lifetimes increases all the attributes of women in the territory to 10 times the original. Xuansu Attribute 3. The resentment of being single for 2 lifetimes makes the probability of obtaining beautiful women when summoning heroes and soldiers in the territory 100. Xuansu Attribute 4. For every companion the Lord adds, his own attribute increases by 1. Xuansu Attribute 5. Insufficient level. Power of nature. After the collapse of the elf world, a world core was left behind, which contained the last power of the elf world and the seeds of the ancient tree of life. After being irrigated by the Lord, the ancient tree of life revived and the power of nature awakened. Natural Attribute 1. You can train elves to contribute to the construction of the territory. Natural Attribute 2. Every time the ancient tree of life undergoes a major transformation, all ancient trees and elves will be baptized and upgraded by 1 level. Natural Attribute 3. Insufficient level. So that's how it is. Devouring the hearts of other lords can improve the quality of the territory. Yikan suddenly realized. I couldn't help but think of a possibility. If I devoured the hearts of all the lords in the trial area, would my level be directly upgraded? But he was just thinking about it. It's okay for someone like Huang Xingxing who seeks death, but if someone slaughters students in the academy for the sake of advancement, I'm afraid his body will be hung outside the school gate the next day. Then, Yikan came to the heavenly demon Nirvana pool and carried out today's regular card drawing. Buzz buzz buzz. After throwing in 100,000 source crystals, it was no surprise that I got a bunch of garbage. Xiaoyu Xiaofei, get to work. Yikan greeted the leader of the elves and walked into the Dream Rouge Pavilion next door. At this time, the Rouge Pavilion was already filled with beautiful girls. However, these people are not heroes from the outside world who entered the Dream Rouge Pavilion, but beautiful elves. I'm the captain and I am ranked 5th on the Fantasy Rouge ranking. If you don't agree, come and fight me. Cardin put one hand on his waist, struck a cool pose, and looked at his sisters provocatively. At this moment, Yikan, who had just walked in, happened to see this scene. Cardin trains all day long and has no extra fat on his body. His proud figure, with a golden ratio, is extremely attractive. The king is coming. When the beautiful elves saw Yikan, their eyes suddenly lit up and they surrounded him. It was only then that Yikan noticed that the elf beauties were competing for a place on the Fantasy Rouge list. There's no need to argue. In fact, there are no ugly people in our territory. Even if there is a difference in appearance, it's not that big. Cardin ranks higher than you because her cultivation is profound, which affects her body shape and temperament. If you want to surpass her, you must work hard on your cultivation. Yikan was hugging the second hunter Captain Luna and the tree demon Captain Qingyao at the same time, with a smile on his face. King, Cardin can practice under the 3 lives marriage tree, but we can't. Luna leaned on Yikan, looking aggrieved. Yes, King, we also want to practice under the 3 lives marriage tree. Qingyao also joined in the fun. The beautiful elves around him looked at Yikan with burning eyes and pitiful expressions. Even the few demon maids standing on the periphery showed eager expressions. Although they were not combat-type soldiers, they also wanted to improve. I'll go. You guys wait here for me. Yukan's body trembled, and he immediately understood. Chapter 64, The Little Cat and the Big Bad Wolf. I have agreed on behalf of the young master. I will take care of this matter. You all can get out now. While Yukan was thinking about how to respond to the beauties, Sudaji walked in with her 3 sisters. The 4 of them had complicated expressions, and no one knew what they were thinking. Thank you, Sister Daji. Upon hearing this, the beauties were immediately overjoyed. They all knew that Sudaji was Yukan's favorite hero. As long as she opens her mouth, things are basically a sure thing. So, all the beauties quickly rushed out of the Dreamy Rouge Pavilion, as if they were afraid that Sudaji would change her mind. Daji, too much is as bad as too little. Just let nature take its course. Yukan did not blame Sudaji for her usurpation of power, but he frowned. Being surrounded by beautiful women every day certainly makes people happy, but there must be a limit. Beyond that limit, it is no longer a happy thing but a burden. Sir, we browsed the internet with your account and found out some things. Now is far from the time to lie down. Sudaji came to Yukan, with a hint of worry in her affectionate eyes. After Yukan installed the network base station, he opened some permissions to Sudaji and others, giving them the opportunity to learn about the outside world. After all, they are still protected under the territory, and Yukan's level is not enough to summon them to the real world. Daji is right. In addition to the competition within the academy, there is also competition between academies and between countries. These are important ways to obtain territory resources. Even if you don't value fame and fortune and don't want to be in the spotlight, you have to upgrade the core buildings. Nuba also put away her usual frivolousness and looked serious. Competitions between classes, colleges, and countries can obtain resources such as building models, source crystals, troop symbols, and equipment, but there are no boundary stones required to upgrade core buildings. There are only 2 ways to obtain boundary stones. One is to farm, and the other is to descend to the Void Sea and search for them yourself. Even though Yukan had 40 elven tree demons and they were all cultivating spiritual fields, even if he accumulated for 100 years, he would not have enough boundary stones to upgrade to a star-level lord. So he had only one way to go, and that was to descend into the Sea of Void. However, the Void Sea is a place full of dangers. Although the place you descend to is generally not too far beyond your own strength, there will be special circumstances. If one accidentally lands near a powerful insect nest or a Jedi, without strong power, one might be gone in the blink of an eye. Therefore, it is urgent to enhance the strength of the territory. Although Sudaji and Nuba both wanted to enjoy Yukan's favor alone, at this stage, everything had to give way to improving the strength of the territory. Sir, the 2 sisters are right. Apart from Cardin, there are only 139 beauties in the territory who need your love. Just be patient. At this time, Hushime also came out to join in the conversation. But looking at the way she was trying to suppress a smile, it was obvious that she was gloating. Princess Lonji didn't know what to say, so she could only walk silently to Yukan and wrap his big hand with her small hand. Just do as you say. Yukan also knew that what they said made sense, so he stopped struggling in vain. So, under Sudaji's arrangement, Luna and Qingyao moved into the treehouse that night. The other side. After Lin Daiyu returned to the territory with the Red Armor Army, she reported her encounter with Yukan to her lord. That is the beautiful girl who loves to dress up as a man and enter the legendary hall, Li Jiqing. Did that person really say that? Li Jiqing widened her eyes and looked at Lin Daiyu in disbelief, thinking she had heard it wrong. Yes, he did say that he should be the only one who knows of my existence. Lin Daiyu frowned slightly, also puzzled. The reason why Li Jiqing was able to summon them was, on the one hand, because she had obtained a mysterious power that could transform buildings. On the other hand, she had heard the story of the Red Mansion, which enabled her to use the mysterious power to transform the hero's altar into the Red Mansion. But why did the Lord just now also know of her existence? She doesn't belong to this world at all. It's the big bad wolf. It must be him. Li Jiqing was so excited that she was shaking all over. She couldn't help but grab Lin Daiyu and asked, "Where is he? Take me to see him right away." "Sister Lord, I met him in someone else's territory, and he didn't tell me his name, so I couldn't ask." Lin Daiyu was a little surprised. Why was the Lord's sister so excited? Did they really know each other? No matter what, I must find him. Li Jiqing clenched her jade hands tightly. The reason why she returned to this remote Shinwei city was to find the big brother who always called her Little Cat, but always stood in front of her when she was in danger. If it weren't for him, I would have died 6 years ago. The next morning, Luna and Qingyao woke up early. They lay on the edge of the bed, gazing at their king lovingly. Although they also wanted to stay a little longer and serve the king, they had their own duties and dared not slack off in the slightest. At this moment, Sudaji just walked in. "Sister Daji." The two men immediately bowed to Sudaji. Although Yikan did not give Sudaji a specific status, it did not affect Sudaji's position in the territory at all. Go do your own thing. Leave this to me. Yes. After Luna and Qingyao left, Sudaji jumped onto the bed and got into Yikan's quilt. My dear husband, are you still okay? Sudaji stretched out her furry foxtail and woke Yikan up in a few strokes. Little demon, you learned this from Sister Xian, right? I'll show you if you can do it. As he spoke, Yikan directly pressed the charming little goblin under him. Before he knew it, another hour had passed. Yikan saw that the time was almost up, so he stood up. Sudaji knew that he was going to class, so she immediately got up to help him change his clothes, and then pulled the wind chimes outside the window. Buzz. After receiving the signal, the elf immediately flapped its wings and flew towards the cooking tree. When Yikan and his friends arrived at the cooking tree, the attentive ghost maid had already served them an exquisite and delicious meal. The territory today no longer uses soulless food that is prepared according to a formula. Instead, they provide raw materials to the cooking tree, which does the cooking, while the focus of the ghost maid's work shifts to housework and researching recipes. There is no loss of nutrients, and the fragrance of the ingredients is preserved. The cooking tree is indeed worthy of its reputation. Yikan exclaimed in praise while eating the exquisite breakfast. The king's praise is my highest honor. At this moment, a soft and joyful voice echoed in the space inside the tree. This cooking tree is actually a mother tree. It's indeed delicious, but the dishes at the cooking tree are mostly vegetarian, and the rest are basically recipes using insects as ingredients. There is too little meat. Sudaji couldn't help but complain. This is easy. There are countless recipes on the internet. I will unlock the permissions for you and Sister Xian. You can browse online and buy whatever you need. As he spoke, Yikan stretched out his hand, and a curtain of light appeared in front of him. Seeing this, the maids of the ghost tribe all gathered around curiously. And above them, a pair of light eyes appeared. It was the cooking tree peeking at them. There are shopping malls, auctions, and private trading platforms here. Whether it's daily necessities or strategic materials, they're all here. You can decide for yourself. You can also clean up the clutter in the warehouse and sell some unnecessary items, but the transaction of valuable items must be approved by me. There is a reason why Yikan chose Sudaji and Nuba. Sudaji seemed to know nothing and was innocent, but in fact she was very considerate. She just didn't want to think too much because she was by his side. Needless to say, Nuba seems unreasonable on weekdays, but she is actually a remarkable woman who understands right and wrong. Otherwise, how could he have rushed to the front and defeated the god of wind and god of rain invited by Chiyu? I'll leave this to you guys. I'm going to class. Yikan combed Sudaji's hair, then left the territory amid the admiring and loving gazes of the maids. Today is the first class of the Ice Goddess. You can't be late. Chapter 65 Jiang Daily and Li Xiao. I haven't felt this way in a long time. After Yikan left the Red Leaf Forest, he walked towards Shinwei Academy in the morning glow. The Red Leaf Forest is located in the northeast of Shinwei College, connected by a greenway, less than 2 kilometers away. There are birds singing and flowers blooming on the roadside, and there are few pedestrians on the road, just like walking in nature. This strange experience reminded Yikan of his first time going to school in his previous life, and he couldn't help but hum his favorite nursery rhyme from that time. Little boy, carry your school bag to school. Don't be afraid of the sun or the wind and rain. After Yikan traveled to this world, he had no friends until the little cat appeared because he had no parents and no power. Even the shabby house left by the previous life's parents was occupied by a few thugs. It was not until he was 14 years old that Yikan used his fearlessness and ruthlessness to drive away those thugs and take back the leaky house. Looking back on the past 6 years, he feels as if it were a lifetime ago. But what he didn't know was that from the moment he left the villa, his every move had been seen by someone with ulterior motives. From the moment she received the invitation inexplicably, Lu Mingli noticed Yikan. Lu Changfeng's meaningful words made her lock her target on Yikan. Originally, the scene of Yikan, a boy of almost 17, jumping around and singing nursery rhymes should have been very funny. But Lu Mingli just couldn't laugh. Because after she went back last night, she retrieved all of Yikan's information. The initial grade of the Lord's Heart is related to bloodline and luck, while the adventures triggered by the first advent are related to personal experience and character. This guy was able to turn the tables with the heart of a lowly lord. He must have had some extraordinary adventure. In the Yunding Palace, Lu Mingli was dressed in a light gauze, lying lazily on a tiger-skin sofa. She looked at Yikan in the light curtain, her heart full of questions. This old man is really abominable. Why don't you just tell me directly? Why keep me in suspense? After saying this, Lu Mingli walked into the bedroom. Not long after, she changed her clothes and gently tapped with her delicate hand. Snap! The space in front of her eyes suddenly cracked and turned into a gate of light. She walked into the light gate without hesitation, and when she came out, she had arrived at the office of Shinwei Academy. What's your name, buddy? My name is Jiang Daly. Dao means reason, and Li means courtesy. As soon as Yikan sat down in the classroom, a fat boy with curly hair came over. For some reason, when Yikan saw him sitting on the mat, he couldn't help but think of the panda cub sitting on the ground with a wrong look on its face. This body shape cannot be said to be similar, it is exactly the same. Yikan clasped his fist towards him. Do you plan to be a farming lord or a warlord? Jiang Daly was a very outgoing person. When someone finally came to him, he started talking. We are the class led by the ice goddess. How can we possibly farm? Yikan looked at the little fat boy with a little disbelief. Those who were able to stay in class 3 had at least successfully passed the trial. In Yikan's opinion, how could a person with such strength be willing to be a farming lord? After all, the chance of a farming lord coming to the fore is pitifully low. To say the chance is 1 in 10,000 is no exaggeration. How is it impossible? Fighting and killing is so dangerous, so I choose to farm. Otherwise, who will inherit my father's billions of wealth? Jiang Daly patted his chest, looking as if it was a matter of course. Bull beep. Yikan gave him a thumbs up. It turns out he is a second-generation rich. No wonder he is so fat. Thank you so much. I'm the only child of my father, and he's afraid that I'll die. Besides, I have the trait of doubling my territory by farming. It would be a shame if I don't farm. Only then did Yikan realize that this boy came to Versailles. TSK, you coward. I don't know how you passed the trial. At this time, a contemptuous voice came from the side. Yikan looked back and found a little girl holding a koala, wearing a Lolita style and with 2 ponytails. Although she is the same age as them, she looks like a little girl of 13 or 14 years old. Li Yuzi, don't go too far. Would I tell you that I got a rare item that weakened the monster's attributes by 90 for a full 10 days at the beginning? The little fat boy put his hands on his hips and his nose turned to the sky. I was wondering, with your appearance, how could you possibly pass the trial? Turns out you just got lucky. The little girl's mouth corners drooped, not hiding the disgust in her eyes. Then, as if she had thought of something, she pointed at Jiang Daly and cursed, Fatty, who are you talking about? My name is Li Xiaoyu. After Li Xiaoyu finished speaking, he suddenly threw the koala in his arms and hit the fat boy on the forehead. TSK, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. Jiang Daly touched his forehead and didn't care at all. The koala was extremely soft. Not only did it not hurt when it hit my body, it also felt a little comfortable. Hey, Li Yuzi, don't blame me. How did you pass the trial with your delicate and ordinary appearance? Jiang Daly was a man who couldn't stand loneliness, and he seemed to be very familiar with Li Xiaoyu, so he soon started chatting with her shamelessly. My territory restrains the Zerg, but it turns out that the ones attacking my territory are all Zerg. Li Xiaoyu held his chin high, looking like the sky is the boss and I am the second. Tisk, so you're just like me. I thought you were so great. Jiang Daly curled his lips. Are you looking for death? Yikan looked at the fighting couple and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Damn, what kind of a Huang is this? Am I the only one who fought my way out with punches and kicks? But he seemed to have forgotten his abnormal mysterious power and natural power. If the boys in the classroom knew that his territory was full of beauties, they would probably beat him to death. As for whether we can win or not, that's another story. Snap. As everyone was whispering to each other, the classroom suddenly lowered and a space door appeared above the podium. As a result, you could hear a pin drop at the scene. Lu Mingli was dressed in ice blue attire as always. Her stunning beauty and snow-white long legs were equally alluring, but no student in the class dared to have any evil thoughts. Because they had already been baptized by their parents' saliva for several hours yesterday. In Shinwei Academy, you can offend anyone, but you must never offend the third elder, otherwise we will sever our father-son relationship. Thinking of the excitement and fear on his parents' faces when they found out that his teacher was Lu Mingli, no one dared to joke about what they said. Of course, there is one exception. Because Yikan's understanding of Lu Mingli was limited to the introduction on the campus website. Therefore, he was the one with the least psychological pressure in the classroom, and he continued to look straight at Lu Mingli. Of course, he wouldn't have any strange thoughts. After all, any one of his 4 favorite concubines is no worse than Lu Mingli. Chapter 66. Damn it, the moon goddess becomes the ice goddess. Classmates, from today on, you are the students of my class 3, so I have to say some ugly words in advance. Lu Mingli glanced around the classroom and stated her request. I allow you to compete, but you are not allowed to seek revenge in private, and you are certainly not allowed to attack your classmates' territories in the safe zone. If there are really unsolvable conflicts, we can enter the virtual battlefield to fight. If we are really tired of living, there is also the life and death arena in Shinwei City. Did you understand everything? Lu Mingli's cold gaze was like 2 sharp knives, piercing into the eyes of all the students present. I understand. Everyone trembled suddenly and shouted in unison. Very good. Now let me ask you, as lords who explore the mysteries of the void, What are the basic qualities we should possess? Lumingly suddenly changed the subject and asked a strange question. Be fearless and move forward. After everyone was silent for a long time, a brave student finally stood up. What else? Obviously, Lumingly was not satisfied with this answer. Good judgment and the ability to adapt to changing circumstances. Absolute control over the territory. Excellent physical and mental qualities. With the first person to speak out, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became lively, and the answers given were varied. However, after hearing their answers, Lumingly shook her head slightly. They are all newcomers. There was another person who had the same reaction as her, and that was Yi Kan, who had remained silent. Yi Kan, you are shaking your head. Obviously you have other opinions. What do you think? Lumingly looked at Yi Kan, and the coldness in her brows instantly dissipated a lot. At this moment, the students felt that the whole sky was bright, and they felt like they were bathed in a spring breeze. Cherish your life. Yi Kan said calmly. As a low-level person in Shinhwa City, Yi Kan has 6 years of experience in surviving in the wilderness. He knew very well that no matter what you wanted to do, the prerequisite was to stay alive. Only when you have saved your life are you qualified to talk about other things. That's right. Lumingly nodded approvingly and looked at everyone. The Void Sea is the starting point of all heavens and the burial ground of all spirits. This is not an exaggeration. Although there is a high probability that one will appear in a ruined realm with strength comparable to one's own when descending, it is also possible that one will fall into a dangerous place that is far beyond one's strength. For example, near an insect nest, in a void vortex, or encountering lords from other worlds, etc. In this situation, the first thing you need to do is to save your own life. Only in this way will you be qualified to explore the void and imagine the future. Although our class is the top class, I will not force you all to develop in the direction of warlords. As soon as Lumingly finished speaking, all the students were stunned. Most of them, like Yi Kan, thought that Lumingly would ask them to develop in the direction of warlords. After all, the one who taught them was the powerful third elder of the academy. If they were to become a farming lord, it would be really embarrassing if people spread the news. Teacher, isn't it said that it is difficult for a farming lord to become successful, and that there can only be 1-star level lord among 10,000 people? At this time, the bold Li Xiaoyu couldn't help but stand up. Then do you know why the proportion of powerful people born from warlords is relatively high? Lumingly glanced at Li Xiaoyu, then scanned the entire room and said, because most of the warlords are dead, and those who were able to come back alive from the Void Sea, who doesn't have some skills? This. Li Xiaoyu was stunned. The others were also stunned. In fact, this is a very simple truth, but they have never thought about it carefully. Of course, I'm telling you this not to persuade you to give up on becoming a warlord, but to make you face the reality and make the choice that suits you best. Okay, you can think about these questions slowly when you go back. Now I will summon the artifact Phantom to help you break free from the shackles and enter the planetary level. After Lumingly finished speaking, she suddenly made a hand gesture. Buzz. The next moment, a projection of a scroll appeared in the classroom. Wow, is this the heritage of our Shinhwa Academy, the Songhai Mingwei too? All the students stretched their necks, trying to see more clearly. Yes, Dragon Country has 36 academies, each in charge of the 36 Celestial Powers artifacts, and my Shinhwa Academy is in charge of the Songhai Mingwei too. There is a technique hidden inside, called the Bright Moon Rising Over the Sea, which has the effect of clearing the mind and exorcising evil spirits. It can help you maintain a clear mind in desperate situations and increase your chances of survival. After Lumingly finished speaking, the painting of the bright moon over the sea suddenly opened. Crash. In an instant, the classroom disappeared and everyone suddenly found themselves on the ocean. This sudden change caught the students off guard. Some people with thalassophobia are so frightened that their legs go weak and they fall to the ground and tremble continuously, not even daring to open their eyes. At this moment, a bright moon suddenly rose from the sea and hung behind Lumingly. Buzz. In an instant, the soft moonlight falls. All the students suddenly felt relaxed, their minds were clear, and they let go of all their worries. Even those students who suffered from thalassophobia opened their eyes, calmed their minds, and overcame their psychological problems in an instant. Is this the moon rising over the sea? How magical! Everyone enjoyed the caress of the moonlight, and all of them showed happy and relieved smiles. Only Yi Kan had a strange look on his face, because this bright moon over the sea was too similar to the Taiyin Sutra he was practicing. And he also discovered a problem. The quality of this, the moon rises over the sea, seemed to be even lower than his Taiyin Sutra. But Lumingly didn't know this. She looked at everyone and said, keep calm and watch carefully. Yes. Everyone immediately sat up straight and looked at this charming painting attentively. In order to clarify the doubts in his heart, you can also carefully observe the painting of the bright moon over the sea with everyone else. However, what shocked him was that he had already understood the technique of the moon rises over the sea after just a few glances at it. Why does it feel like this? The moon rises over the sea is a censored version of the scripture of the moon. Does the Dragon Kingdom also believe in the moon god? No, the Dragon Country has 36 divine artifacts, and this is just one of them. Even if there are people who really believe in the moon god, it is only the people of Shinwei City who believe in it. What is going on here? This time, Yukin was completely confused. Could it be that the moon goddess intends to march into Blue Star and develop it into her kingdom of God? Forget it. These are not things I should worry about. I'd better try this technique. After Yukin finished speaking, he also calmed down and began to practice the bright moon rising over the sea. Buzz. Soon after, a bright moon appeared behind him. But for some reason, when he was practicing the moon rises over the sea, the Taiyin Sutra came out to cause trouble. It felt like Yukin had taken the wrong path and the Taiyin Sutra was about to jump out and correct him. The result is a seesaw situation. When Yukin was practicing Taiyin Jinjing, a shadow of the moon would appear behind him, and a blurry human figure would appear above the shadow. Yukin guessed that it should be the moon goddess who taught him martial arts, so he always wanted to see the moon goddess's face clearly, but he never succeeded. This time when practicing the bright moon rising from the sea, due to the interference of the true classic of Taiyin, a human figure also appeared on the shadow of the bright moon. Yukin habitually wanted to see the face of the moon goddess clearly. As a result, the scene he saw when he was observing the painting of the moon over the sea appeared in his mind for some unknown reason. At that time, Lu Mingli was sitting cross-legged in front of the huge bright moon. Then, the figure in the bright moon behind Yukin began to become clearer and clearer, and it turned out to be Lu Mingli. Both her face and long legs were clearly visible. And this scene happened to be seen by Lu Mingli. What is this brat doing? Lu Mingli suddenly raised her eyebrows. I asked you to observe the projection of the magic weapon to practice martial arts, but you actually observed me. Who gave you the guts? Chapter 67. The artifact moves, the dean appears. It's over. Is it possible that Lu Mingli and I are born to be incompatible? Why do I always provoke her? When Yukin sensed his own condition, he was so frightened that his whole body turned cold. That ruthless woman is now sitting cross-legged under the bright moon. If she saw me observing her, wouldn't I be doomed? But what Yukin didn't know was that in addition to Lu Mingli, there was another big boss who was angry. In the Taiyin Wonderland, the moon goddess suddenly opened her eyes and looked towards the blue star. You put aside the good Taiyin Sutra and didn't practice it, but spent your energy to practice a fragment of it, and even turned me into an ordinary woman. Are you trying to rebel? However, just when Lu Mingli and Yushin were about to take action, Yukin took a step ahead. In order to cover up his crime, he simply gave up the moon rises over the sea and turned to practicing the true classic of Taiyin. Buzz. Sure enough, under the pure power of the moon, the shadow of the bright moon behind him suddenly shone brightly. Lu Mingli, who was sitting cross-legged on the bright moon, also disappeared and turned into the vague human-shaped shadow again. What surprised Yukin was that after this operation, not only did the human-shaped shadow become clearer than before, even the shadow of the bright moon became much more solid, and delicate lines appeared on it, just like looking at the moon up close. Lu Mingli, who was about to hold Yukin accountable, stopped immediately when she saw this situation. Since the students were immersed in their cultivation with their eyes closed, they did not see the bizarre scene just now. Now that there is no evidence, Lu Mingli can no longer blame Yukin. Should I question him? You kid, instead of practicing hard, come to observe this super invincible beauty like me, and observe her so carefully, are you attracted to me? But if Yukin didn't practice well, why did the shadow of the bright moon behind him gather and not disperse, and the light was so bright? No, the pattern of the bright moon is clear, and even the phantom of the moon god has appeared. I have been practicing for so long but still cannot reach this level. How can this kid, who is only at the planetary level, do this? After Lu Mingli reacted, she couldn't help but cover her mouth. There's no doubt about it. The old man's mean attitude must be because of this guy. On the other side, the moon goddess saw Yukin pull back from the brink of danger and withdrew her hand of punishment. Since you have found the heart of nature and brought the elves back to the world, I will not bother with you. Logically speaking, at the level of the moon goddess, she should not notice he can, a mere ant. But when Yukin was practicing Taiyin Sutra, he turned her into an ordinary woman. This was tantamount to blasphemy to the moon goddess, which is why she felt it. Yukin naturally didn't know that he had been through the gates of hell. As he gradually got into better shape, he discovered that practicing here was faster than practicing in his own territory. So he focused more. What he didn't know was that the Taiyin Sutra in his body had already resonated with the projection of the Tsang Hai Ming Yu Tu. He was absorbing the energy from the projection to practice, which in turn affected the main body of the Tsang Hai Ming Yu Tu deep in the academy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, the totem of the bright moon over the sea rose into the air and hung above the Shinwei Academy, shedding endless energy and covering the entire academy. At the same time, a long river of moonlight fell from the sky and rushed towards Class 3. Whoosh, whoosh. Sensing the change, the first and second elders of the academy suddenly changed their expressions and appeared outside class 3 in a flash. The other teachers also walked out of the classroom and rushed over here. Third elder, what's going on? The great elder and the elders looked at Lu Mingli, who had walked out, and their expressions suddenly became solemn. However, before Lu Mingli could speak, the sky began to tremble. Then, a middle-aged man with his hands behind his back walked slowly towards them. Although he was walking in the air, it felt like he was walking on flat ground. Don't panic. I am activating the divine tool to investigate the student's situation. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Dean. When everyone saw the middle-aged man, they straightened up immediately with a look of awe on their faces. Because the person who came was none other than the Dean, Lu Chanfeng, who had just returned from reporting to the Xanadu of Longhua. A powerful cosmic being. Okay, everyone, go and do your own thing. Lu Chanfeng waved his hand. Yes. Although everyone was confused, since the dean had said so, they naturally didn't want to ask too many questions. Dad, what's going on? Lu Mingli looked at her father. This old guy can fool others, but he can't fool his own daughter. This is a serious matter. Let's talk about it when we get home. Just focus on your class. After Lu Chanfeng finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and pressed down. Buzz. The picture of the bright moon over the sea above Shenwei Academy suddenly dimmed its light and returned to the depths of the academy. Without the energy support of the Tsong Haiming U2, Yikan's cultivation speed suddenly slowed down. Why did it suddenly slow down? Yikan opened his eyes and looked around in confusion. At this time, the projection of the picture of the bright moon over the sea also disappeared, and the scene of the bright moon rising over the sea naturally disappeared as well. Everyone returned to the classroom. I've reached the planetary level and can use the hero template now, haha. Jiang Daily jumped up and patted his belly continuously, happy as a bastard. TSK, you make it sound like you're the only one who's made a breakthrough. Li Xiaoyu had a look of disgust on her face, but she couldn't hide the joy in her heart. After all, breaking through the planetary level is a new starting point for novice lords and a sign of them getting rid of the title of rookie. At the same time, it is also the beginning of their difference from ordinary people. Applying the hero template, each of them would be like a superhero if placed in the world of ordinary people. Quiet. At this time, Lu Mingli returned to the classroom. Today's class ends here. After you go back, you can create a group and exchange cultivation experiences with each other. I will send you the next courses via email. You can take the theory class directly in the virtual classroom or not, but you must be present for the practical class. Only after passing the practical assessment can you descend into the void. After Lu Mingli finished speaking, she opened the space and left. The power of space is so convenient. I wish I could be as powerful as the ice goddess. Li Xiaoyu looked at the disappearing space gate with envy and longing on her face. Come on, the teacher is a realm master, at least level 40, 3 levels higher than us. Stop dreaming. Jiang Daily poured a basin of cold water directly on Li Xiaoyu's forehead and ended up getting beaten again. In fact, not only Li Xiaoyu, Yikan was also envious. Apart from anything else, at least using the power of space to travel can save a lot of time. Brother Yikan, don't leave yet. Let's add each other as friends. If you have any strange seeds in the future, you can trade them to me. When Jiang Daily saw Yikan was about to leave, he immediately pushed Li Xiaoyu aside and ran up. Good. Yikan nodded. He did not reject people like Jiang Daily, whose everything was written on their faces. Although he also farms, he is not a professional. Maybe he has some seeds that he doesn't need, and he can sell them to this little fat guy. Well, we finally made it through. How about we get together today and bond? Jiang Daily took the opportunity to invite Yikan. As a rich second generation, he naturally has his own small circle and has made appointments with his friends before class. Forget it. I still have a lot of things to do in my territory, so I won't go. After Yi Kimwan rejected Jiang Daily, she left the academy. Fatty, why do you think so highly of this guy? Is he special? Li Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Daily in confusion. Are you blind? Don't you see that the ice goddess looks cold when she looks at everyone, but when she looks at him, her expression is much better. There was a gleam of wisdom in Jiang Daily's small eyes. Chapter 68 Big Bad Wolf. Is it really you? Oh my god, it's true. Li Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly lit up when she thought of the previous situation. Bang. While the two were talking in a low voice, a person suddenly rushed in from outside the door. Excuse me, who is the SSS level lord of class 3? The person who came over had obviously rushed over after class. I don't know if he was too anxious or too nervous, but his breathing was a little unstable. Who is this? It's so sad. Why isn't such a pretty girl in our class? I know. Her name seems to be Li Jiqing. She is the one who caused the strange phenomenon and entered the Hall of Legends. What did she say just now? Is there an SSS level lord in our class? The students who had not left yet looked at Li Jiqing curiously and started discussing in low voices. Li Jiqing, aren't you the only SSS level student? Are there also students in our class? Li Xiaoyou's eyes suddenly widened as if she had thought of something horrible. That's right, there is one in your class too, and he's a boy. Li Jiqing swept her eyes across the male classmates present, trying to find a trace of familiarity on their faces. After not seeing him for several years, the big bad wolf must have grown up. But no matter what, his face definitely still retained some traces of those years. However, she was disappointed. None of the people here are like that. Male. Upon hearing this, Zhang Daili and Li Xiaoyu couldn't help but look at each other, and then their eyes suddenly lit up. Did you think of anything? When Li Jiqing saw their expressions of sudden enlightenment, hope was immediately rekindled. In order to find the big bad wolf, she did not hesitate to expose her identity and ask the Great Elder for information. But the Great Elder was a principled man and refused to reveal his name. He only said that he was in the third shift and asked her to find him herself. So, the scene just now happened. Actually, we are not sure either. We just have some doubts. You can go and try it. Zhang Daili thought about it and decided to tell Li Jiqing Yi Can's information. Anyway, the teacher said that classmates should not seek revenge on each other privately. Although Li Jiqing is a powerful person who has entered the Hall of Legends, he certainly would not dare to risk the condemnation of the world. If Brother Yi Can is really another SSS level, even if Li Jiqing takes action, she will definitely not be able to do anything to him. And looking at Li Jiqing's anxious look, it seems that she is not looking for trouble with the SSS level person, but rather looks like she is looking for her relatives. Yi Can naturally didn't know about the episode in the classroom. At this time, he had already returned to the villa. He did not return to the territory immediately, but took out the broken clay figure and carefully restored it. Since he could use the hero template, it didn't take him much effort to restore the little clay figure to its original state. I'll use you to guard the house from now on. He can place the little clay figure in the center of the table, then return to his territory with satisfaction. Since there was no war, the territory was peaceful at this time. The three captains, Hushime, Princess Longji, and Kaden, are all at the Moon Goddess Lake, enjoying the dual blessings of the Moon Goddess Lake and the Three Lives marriage tree. Su Daji and Nuba entered the virtual space of the Jutian network and were surfing the internet and going on a shopping spree. The rest of the elf warriors, except those on patrol, were training. The beautiful and hard-working Oni maids are diligently researching new dishes in the cooking tree. As for the elves, they flew out of the territory. Chasing among the vast flowers, plants, and trees, clear and pleasant sounds can be heard from time to time. Very nice. Yikan looked at the fairy forest that seemed like a paradise with a face full of pride. This is the little world he created. Now he only has 500,000 world stones, and upgrading his territory is a long way off. He is not worried about the level of the troops. After all, he can let the elf beauties take more baths. Even if they cannot get the blessing of the moon goddess every day, their levels will definitely go up with long-term accumulation. If all the beautiful elves could become his companions, they could also enjoy the benefits of the Three Lives marriage tree, and upgrading would not be a problem at all. But there are still 137 people in line, so he will have to work hard for a while. Now that I have used the template of Nuba, my physical fitness has exceeded 10,000. It is no problem for me to handle 10 of them in one night. I must complete this difficult task as soon as possible, Yikan said to himself. Now the only thing he needs to worry about is the level of the buildings and the equipment of the heroes. Now, except for the eternal ancient trees and some special buildings that cannot be upgraded, other buildings are basically level 10. The higher the grade of a building, the more source crystals it will require to upgrade it. It would cost 5 million source crystals to upgrade a perfect grade guardian tree from level 10 to level 11. There are now 36 guardian trees in his territory, and it will cost 180 million source crystals to upgrade all of them to level 11. Such a huge amount is simply not affordable for ordinary people. Next, it is the daily card drawing from the Heavenly Demon Nirvana pool. Unfortunately, Yikan pulled out a bunch of garbage again. After the trial, my luck seems to be running out. Yikan looked at the 5 empty stone platforms on the Heavenly Demon Nirvana pool with a look of helplessness. He has always wanted to extract the Jade Peepa spirit so that he could complete the 3 monsters in Xianyuan Tomb. According to his experience, when the 3 monsters gather together, they will definitely be able to unlock some special abilities or bonds. Young master. At this time, Sudaji and Nuba came over from behind. How was it? Did you enjoy the shopping spree? Yikan sat on the steps of the Heavenly Demon Nirvana pool and pulled the 2 of them into his arms. This time, not only was Sudaji well-behaved, but even Nuba was very cooperative, leaning quietly in his arms and talking to him. We cleared out some things in the warehouse, bought recipes, meat, and seasonings for the cooking tree, and didn't buy other expensive things. Sudaji said softly. Yikan knew Sudaji's concerns. Now that the territory is still in the development stage, she doesn't want to waste the territory's money. What a virtuous and thoughtful daughter-in-law. Yikan and Sudaji looked at each other, and everything was said without words. Sir, there are very few legendary troop symbols on the auction house and the mall, and each one is priced sky-high. Don't we still have two? Do you want to sell them? Nuba stretched out her jade finger and poked Yikan in the chest, as if she was dissatisfied with his eye contact with Sudaji. Legendary items are hard to come by no matter when. It's a pity to use them to exchange for source crystals. Yikan shook his head. He knew very well that the quality of the soldiers was more important than their quantity. The territory's current combat troops include hunters, dryads, and witches, which are more than enough. The strength of a unit is composed of 4 parts: level, equipment, building bonus, and territory characteristic bonus. The territory characteristics and equipment are fixed, while the territory's own level and building bonuses are growth-oriented. If the building and its own level cannot be upgraded, it will be useless. If not the source crystal, what should I exchange for? Sudaji and Nuba lay on Yikan's chest and looked up at him. The core strength of the territory has always been the heroes. During this period of time, you should pay attention to the suits. As long as the Mystic Ice suit and the Suzaku suit appear, use the soldier-type talisman to exchange them. However, the value of the suit is not as good as the troop-type symbol. After all, the troop-type symbol can summon 20 warriors when used, so when exchanging the troop-type symbol for a suit, it must be at least 1 for 2. If the other party doesn't have that much, let him make up the difference. We must not suffer a loss. Yikan tightened his grip on the 2 of them and said, I'll listen to you, master. Ding dong. When Yikan wanted to take the 2 back to the tree house for a deeper discussion, a wave suddenly came from his mind. Yikan stretched out his hand, and a screen of light suddenly appeared in front of him. A private message from Li Jiqing? When Yikan saw the name, he couldn't help but frowned. Isn't this the girl who appeared on the nearby beauty list? Sudaji was surprised. It's her? Why did she find me? Does she also have a building like the Dream Rouge Pavilion? Yikan was confused and opened the private message. But after seeing the content of the private message, he stood up suddenly with a look of disbelief on his face. Because it says, Big Bad Wolf, is that really you? Chapter 69 Rich Woman Li Jiqing. Big Bad Wolf. When Sudaji and Nuba saw the news, they looked at Yikan with strange expressions. What kind of name is this? Why does it feel a bit insulting? Yikan looked at the content of the private message and was stunned for more than 10 seconds before he calmed down. Little cat. He stretched out his trembling fingers and replied to the message. Where are you? I'll find you right away. Red Leaf Forest number 28. After Yikan replied to the message, there was no movement from the other party. He knew that Li Jiqing should be on the way, but was she really the little cat from that year? Sir, since the person hasn't arrived yet, just tell us. Sudaji couldn't hold back her curious heart and began to use her charm. Hushime and Princess Longji, who were sitting under the 3 Lives marriage tree, seemed to sense something, so they interrupted their practice and came to Yikan. If it's really her, you will definitely meet in the future, so I'll tell you about it. Yikan smiled slightly and began to talk about what happened 5 years ago. It was a sunny afternoon. He was picking herbs on the cliff, but Huang Xingxing and his 2 companions who followed him cut the rope and he fell into the abyss. Although he was not killed by the fall because of the cushioning effect of the vines, he was seriously injured. Given his injuries at the time, it would have been a luxury for him to even survive, let alone climb out of the abyss. When he was completely hopeless and thought his life was coming to an end, another person fell from the cliff. She was a girl about his age. Perhaps because her body was lighter and there were more vines over there, the girl did not fall. Instead, it was tightly wrapped by vines and even hung in the air. Coincidentally, she was hanging more than 10 meters away from Yikan, only 1 foot from the ground. At that time, Yikan had disheveled hair and was covered in dust. In the dim light, the girl mistook him for a big bad wolf and was instantly scared and burst into tears. Unfortunately, the vines were too tight and the girl couldn't break free at all. She could only close her eyes and wait for death. However, the horrific scene that the girl imagined did not happen. Instead of eating her, the big bad wolf crawled under her body and cut off the vines that were entangled with her. It's all right, little cat. It was not until Yikan's voice rang out that she realized that the big bad wolf in her eyes was actually a person. When she met her own kind under this dark and terrifying cliff, she immediately regarded Yikan as her support. Later, under Yikan's guidance, the girl helped him find herbs and bandaged his wounds. In the days that followed, Yi Kan taught her how to find food to fill her stomach. In this way, the two survived under the cliff. Perhaps both of them had some unknown reasons in their minds, and they tacitly did not ask each other's names, but just called each other based on the impression they had when they first met. Yi Kan's understanding of this world and his knowledge of the Lord were basically what the girl told him during that period. I see. Looks like we have to thank this Li Jiqing. After Su Daji and her other daughters finished listening to Yi Kan's story, they looked at him with heartache in their eyes. Life is like this. It's bitter before it's sweet. The past is in the past. We should look to the future. Yi Kan played with Su Daji's flowing hair, feeling extremely calm in his heart. After we left the abyss, we lived together for more than half a year, and then she disappeared. I thought something had happened to her, so I searched for her frantically for a while. I even had a fight with Huang Xingxing and the others because of this, but I still couldn't find her in the end. At that time, I even thought she was dead, so I worked even harder to improve myself, thinking that after I became a lord, I would definitely find out her whereabouts. If she was really murdered, I must avenge her. I didn't expect that after I became the lord, she would come back. Buzz. As soon as Yi Kan finished speaking, the crystal key in the storage bag lit up. That was a message sent to him by Hong Yalin's system, indicating that a visitor was coming. Sir, go quickly, don't keep people waiting. Seeing this, Su Daji immediately urged. Yeah, there are already more than 100 of them, so we don't mind having one more. Nuba was also very understanding, but she secretly reached out and pinched Yi Kan hard under the body. Yi Kan naturally would not suffer any loss, so he reached out and grabbed her fiercely, and then he left the territory. Damn it, I'm going to make you pay for it tonight. Nuba bit her lips with a ferocious look on her face, but the next moment 3 pairs of dirty hands reached out from behind her. You sluts, are you rebelling? Ah, the other side. Shortly after Yi Kan unlocked the door, a beautiful figure arrived at the door of Villa number 28. The moment Li Jiqing saw him, she burst into tears, like a lost child who suddenly saw her loved one. She threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. The reunion between the two was free of the melodrama and romance dramas, nor did it contain the various mindless arguments and misunderstandings in new media novels. The two hugged each other tightly, saying nothing. I'm sorry, Big Bad Wolf. I should have recognized you earlier. After a long time, until Yi Kan's clothes were wet with tears, Li Jiqing slowly raised her head and looked at Yi Kan with her watery eyes. Recognize me? When have we met before? Yi Kan felt Li Jiqing's body that was developed beyond her age and wanted to pull the girl out of his arms. But Li Jiqing looked stubborn and held him tightly, refusing to let go. When the trial was over, you took a few beautiful heroes out to hunt for treasure, and I hid in the fog nearby. At that time, I only saw your profile, and I didn't expect to meet you so easily, so I didn't think much about it. I didn't expect to miss you just like that. After Li Jiqing finished speaking, she leaned on Yi Kan and started crying again, her heart filled with fear and relief. You're all grown up, but you're still so fond of crying. Yi Kan pinched her nose and pulled her out of his arms just like he did back then. I'm happy. After saying this, the girl wanted to get into his arms again. Yi Kan didn't indulge her, but held her little head and asked, Tell me the truth. Why did you suddenly abandon me and run away? I was found by my family at that time. The housekeeper said that if I looked for you again, I would most likely harm you. If I wanted to meet you again, I had to wait until I turned 16 and became a lord. So, you are still a rich woman? I guess so. Li Jiqing nodded. Same person, different fate. Yi Kan couldn't help but sigh that reincarnation and time travel are indeed technical jobs, but it's a pity that he doesn't have that blessing. Fortunately, God opened his eyes and allowed him to obtain the heart of nature. Otherwise, he would still be that little jerk with no power or background, struggling at the bottom of society. The things our parents left behind are only a help at most. In this world, you still have to become stronger on your own. Besides, isn't what's mine yours? Li Jiqing held Yi Kan's hand, looking as if it was a matter of course. Although the two hadn't seen each other for many years, their appearances had changed dramatically. But in Li Jiqing's heart, Yi Kan is still the big bad wolf from that year. He hasn't changed at all. Chapter 70. The Eternal Ring Against Heaven. Tell me, what's going on with your sister Lin? Yi Kan pushed Li Jiqing onto the sofa and asked her to sit down. As a result, the girl pushed him down directly, then snuggled into his arms and lay comfortably. Only then was she willing to talk properly. What I condensed was the flawless lord's heart, but when I entered the territory, I obtained a world wonder called the Heart of Fortune. After I used the Heart of Fortune, my territory became legendary, and I also gained a territory feature called the Kingdom of Daughters. Li Jiqing blinked her eyes, looking very proud. According to her, the Heart of Creation possesses the power of creation, which can reshape the territory's buildings according to her ideas, but each building only has one chance. The quality of the renovated buildings will not be lower than the original ones. When she was renovating the hero's altar, she suddenly remembered the story of the Red Mansion that Yikan had told her. As a result, the hero's altar directly turned into the Red Mansion, and the first hero she summoned was none other than the sick beauty Lin Daiyu. As for the characteristics of the Kingdom of Women territory, 3 attributes were unlocked for her. First, no matter what heroes and soldiers she summoned, she would get females. Second, the basic attributes of all territory members will be increased 5-fold. Third, except for the Lord's Companion, the strength of any man who enters the Kingdom of Women will be reduced by 30. After hearing this, Yikan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The characteristics of this country of women are somewhat similar to his Xuansu power. Doesn't this girl want to start a harem? However, when Yikan thought of Li Jiqing's personality, he immediately denied this guess. Even though this girl seems to be attached to him as soon as they meet, this guy actually hates men extremely. This is probably the origin of the characteristics of the territory of the Kingdom of Women. If it weren't for the bizarre encounter under the cliff, I'm afraid Yikan would not be in her eyes. What about you, Big Bad Wolf? And what's with all those fierce beauties? Li Jiqing's eyes flickered as she looked at Yikan seriously. She saw it with her own eyes that day. Each of the beautiful heroines around, Yikan was no weaker than Lin Daiyu. Later, the conflict in Li Huaishui's territory also verified her idea. She still underestimated the strength of Yikan's heroes. They were actually able to suppress Lin Daiyu. You must know that after Lin Daiyu was reborn, she saw through everything in her previous life and realized how ridiculous her devotion to Jia Baiyu was. So, she decided to change herself and no longer be a sick beauty, but to become a peerless master who can shake mountains and destroy cities. Mine. Yikan did not hide anything and told Li Jiqing the situation of his territory. After all, in this strange world, Li Jiqing was the first person he regarded as a relative. As for Su Daji and the others, they are currently trapped by the rules of the Void and cannot come to Blue Star, so they can only live in the territory. Oh my god, it's golden epic level. With 10 times the basic attributes of females, adding a Taoist companion can also improve the Lord's attributes. And there are also heaven-defying things such as the Moon God Lake and the 3 Lives marriage tree, and there are elves? This is simply. After listening to this, Li Jiqing felt that all her 3 views had been overturned. She always thought that she was the chosen one of God, and her Kingdom of Women was already amazing enough. Otherwise, she would not have been able to enter the Hall of Legends. As a result, in front of Yikan's Heart of Nature, her Heart of Creation was simply a joke. That's not right. Then why did the elder say that I was the only one who entered the Hall of Legends? What about you? Li Jiqing reacted quickly and looked at Yikan in confusion. Because I entered an epic hall. Speaking of which, I haven't even opened the gift bag I got at that time. Yikan suddenly remembered that he received a package when he entered the epic hall. What are you waiting for? Open it and show it to me. It's an epic gift package. Li Jiqing's eyes suddenly lit up, and she kept pushing Yikan, completely unaware of the stimulation her soft body was causing Yikan. Stop. Yikan took a deep breath and forcibly interrupted her seductive movements. As for Su Daji and the others, he could unlock various skills and postures with them without any hesitation, because the territory was equivalent to his private space. There, he is the supreme king, without any constraints. But Li Jiqing is different. She is a living person from Blue Star and lives under the rules of Blue Star. Moreover, her background is likely to be not ordinary. If he and Li Jiqing do anything excessive, her family will most likely notice it. At that time, he would still be weak and would most likely be captured and sacrificed to the gods. He didn't want to ruin everything he had worked so hard to get because of a momentary impulse. Humph, Big Bad Wolf, you've changed. At this time, Li Jiqing also felt that Yikan was deliberately keeping a distance from her, and suddenly felt a little aggrieved. Turn into a hammer. If you don't want me to be caught by your family and set on fire, then behave yourself. After Yikan finished speaking, he took out his epic gift package. Attracted by the brilliance of the big gift package, Li Jiqing did not bother about Yikan's alienation. And at this time, she also realized that the reason she hadn't come to see Yikan in all these years was because she was worried that the family would harm Yikan. If they really did something beyond the limit, the family might really send out experts. Buzz. As Yikan lightly tapped, the big gift bag in front of him opened immediately. At the same time, 2 small objects also revealed their true colors. They were a pair of pure and flawless white jade rings. Eternal ring. Heart ring. Grade myth. Attributes. Constitution plus 1000. Spirit plus 1000. Charm plus 100. Luck plus 10. Skill 1. Inseparable. Can teleport to your partner across time and space. Skill 2. Telepathy. No matter where they are, the couple can sense each other's thoughts and communicate without obstacles. Skill 3. Heart to heart. As long as you are with your partner, you will be blessed with the heart-to-heart aura. All attributes will be improved by 10, and the recovery speed will be increased tenfold. Skill 4. Live and die together. When the Taoist partner dies, the soul will be protected by the ring of eternity. You can consume half of your life to revive the Taoist partner. Introduction. The first gem that was born when the heaven and earth were divided into yin and yang, after absorbing the yin and yang energies, turned into a pair of eternal rings. Any couple who obtains it will be blessed by heaven and earth. Whoosh. After reading the properties of the eternal ring, Li Jiqing suddenly took action and grabbed one of them in her hand before Yi Can could react. I want this. Her face was flushed, and she held the ring tightly in both hands. There was a hint of nervousness and fear in her eyes as she looked at Yi Can. She was afraid that Yi Can would take the ring back. You are so stupid. This ring is for your partner. What's the point of taking it? Yi Chan rolled his eyes. Then we will become Taoist couples. Li Jiqing was waiting for Yi Can to say this. He's a little devil. After Yi Can finished speaking, he stretched out his hand. Buzz. A screen of light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. It was the floor plan of the safe zone where they were. After the trial, the school sent them the map of the area where their class was located. I'm at 9527, Zone E. Where are you? Yi Can looked at Li Jiqing, who looked guilty. Zone 6239. Li Jiqing was like a frightened little cat. She hid her hands behind her back and looked at Yi Can with caution. Only when she was sure that Yi Can would not try to snatch her ring did she reveal her white teeth. Chapter 71. The Determination of the Little Cat. It's still the same little cat from back then, but now it's turned into a big white tiger. Yi Can pinched Li Jiqing's little face and looked at her beating herself, as if time had gone back to 5 years ago. Okay, you go back first. I'll visit your territory when I have time. After Yi Can let Li Jiqing go, he began to order them to leave. Big Bad Wolf, please don't chase me away. We haven't slept together for a long time. Li Jiqing held Yi Can tightly and refused to let go, even using the tricks she used when she was a child. Behave in a spoiled manner. Nonsense. Back then we were young and didn't know anything. So of course we could do whatever we wanted, but now we're all grown up. How can we still act so shamelessly? Also, don't call me Big Bad Wolf anymore. It's too ugly. Yi Can gently tapped Li Jiqing's smooth and flawless forehead and said in a vicious tone, How about I call you Little Gray? Li Jiqing grabbed Yi Can's hand and looked at him playfully. The Big Bad Wolf was still the same as he was back then. Even though he wanted to teach her a lesson, he couldn't bear to do anything harsh. What a crappy name. It's even worse than Big Bad Wolf. Call me Brotherkin from now on. It sounds better. As he spoke, Yi Can was about to push her out the door. There are still many important things waiting for him to do in the Wonderland Forest, so how could he waste his time here outside? Brother, why don't you move in with me? My place is big, and I'm alone with my housekeeper. It's too lonely. Li Jiqing pressed down Yi Can's hand. Although she was still a little uncomfortable with it, she obediently changed the name to the more intimate brother. Where do you live? The Cloud Top Palace. Oh my God, you're trying to support me. Yi Can couldn't help but move his eyes slightly when he heard this. Yunding Palace stands on the other side of Shenhua College and is the highest mountain here. A powerful formation was set up there, which not only had abundant spiritual energy, but also had amazing defensive power. It was the safest place in Shenhua City. Those who are qualified to live there are local dignitaries and bigwigs from other places. If you don't have connections and channels, no matter how rich you are, you won't have a place to stand in Hentang Palace. This girl Li Jiqing actually bought a big villa there, which shows how powerful her background is. You said I'm a rich woman, so what if I support you? Li Jiqing held her head high and chest out, trying hard to act like a wealthy woman. Forget it. You are a legendary lord. You should understand how many resources are needed to upgrade buildings. Yi Can shook his head. He knew the situation very well. Li Jiqing might be able to afford him now, but as his level continued to rise, the resources required would become an astronomical figure. At that time, no matter how rich Li Jiqing's family was, they could not withstand his extravagance. Therefore, his final fate is still in the Sea of Void. Shaoqing, the Ring of Eternity, is my exclusive item. It will only be effective if I personally put it on the other person. It will be useless even if you take it. And you should understand what this ring represents. If you give up now, I won't ask you how many Taoist partners you find in the future. But if you accept the ring, you will only have me as your man in the future, and you have also seen the characteristics of my territory and special buildings. It is impossible for me to have you as my only woman. This is very unfair to you. Although Li Jiqing is still a little immature now, she has developed beyond her normal size and is already a rare beauty. In Shenyue City, only the ice goddess Lu Mengli can surpass her. But to say that Yi can really desire her body is nonsense. Because they were only 11 years old when they met, they didn't understand the relationship between men and women at all, and both sides just regarded each other as relatives they could rely on. Of course, now that Li Jiqing has grown up and wants to take a further step with him, he will not resist. After all, they haven't seen each other for several years. And if he really wants to find a Taoist partner on Blue Star, he can also hope that this person is Li Jiqing. Brother, I don't want anyone else except you. No matter how many women you have in the future, this ring must be mine. Li Jiqing hid the ring behind her back with a determined look on her face. The ring of eternity is unique in this world. As long as she holds the ring, no matter how many people appear around Yi Can in the future, she will be the biggest one. You still have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Let's go back. Yi Can naturally knew what she was thinking, but he did not expose her. Then I'm leaving. Li Jiqing looked back every few steps and warned, you should also be more restrained. Don't ruin yourself by not marrying me. I don't want to be a widow. What do you know, little brat? Go. Yi Can was a little speechless and pushed her out of the door. At such a young age, he speaks vulgar words without stopping. I don't know who taught him such bad things. You said it so casually, but you still kept the little clay figurine until now. Li Jiqing stood outside the door, cursing and pouting. She had noticed just now that the little clay figurine she made when she was a child was still on Yi Can's desk. We must become stronger as soon as possible. Li Jiqing recalled the time when she was forcibly taken away, and she gritted her teeth and said, no matter who it is, don't even think about taking me away from him again. She took out a silver chain from her storage bracelet, put the ring of eternity on it, and hung it around her neck. Then he reached out and pressed it, and then he showed a satisfied smile. This is an exclusive item. She is not qualified to equip it now, but she believes that the day will not be too far away. Chapter 72. The demon maid shows her power. It's still comfortable at home. After Yi Can returned to the territory, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. The master is back. When Su Daji, Nuba, Hushime, and Princess Longji saw Yi Can, they were overjoyed and surrounded him happily. I've been so busy that I haven't had time to appreciate the scenery of our territory. Come on, let's go for an outing. Yi Can waved his hand and led Su Daji and the others out of the territory. Today, the area of the Wonderland Forest has reached 2 square kilometers. It is equal to a huge rectangle that is 2 kilometers long and 1 kilometer wide, and its area is slightly larger than 280 football fields combined. Yi Can is now a wealthy landlord. They left the protection range of the guardian tree and came to the vast area outside. There are birds singing and flowers blooming everywhere, and it is full of vitality, giving people a sense of prosperity. Yi Can pulled Su Daji and the others to lie on the thick green grass, enjoying the breeze and feeling extremely relaxed. After a long time, he reached out and opened the network panel. 500 million? Legendary level military talismans are actually this expensive. He looked at the light screen floating in front of his eyes and could hardly believe his eyes. Sir, a legendary lord can enter the Hall of Legends. A legendary troop talisman shouldn't be expensive. Nuba lay beside Yi Can, browsing the mall with him, but her little hands were not honest and were seeking revenge for the last time Yi Can scratched her. That's right. Fortunately, I didn't sell them to the merchants from all over the world, otherwise I would have lost a lot of money. Yi Can nodded, not caring about Nuba's little tricks at all. He would get back double the gain when enforcing the family rules anyway. Afterwards, he looked for the Xianbing set and the Suzuka set, but unfortunately, he didn't find either one. Sir, the forum said that the suit is extremely rare. Once it appears, it will be taken away by the big forces and big families. It is very difficult to get it. Su Daji lay on Yi Can's chest like a well-behaved little pet. In that case, let's auction off the Dark Wizard and the Bloodthirsty Butcher. There's no use keeping them anyway, so why not exchange them for source crystals to upgrade the buildings? After Yi Can finished speaking, he looked at Su Daji and said, Daji, make some arrangements. I want to fight 10 of them tonight. Sir, 10 is too many for one night. How about we split into 2 groups? Although Su Daji believed in Yi Can's ability, she still felt sorry for her husband. Moreover, she didn't want the elf beauties to have a bad experience. After all, they were all sisters and they would see each other every day in the future. All right. When Yi Can saw Su Daji's expression, he didn't say anything else. In the following days, Yi Can's daily schedule was clearly arranged. Apart from attending classes, he works hard in his territory. His conscientious attitude is even more diligent than that of an old ox. And those beautiful elves who were nourished by his dew did not disappoint him. They were upgraded one after another under the dual blessings of the moon goddess Lake and the Three Lives marriage tree. There was even one person whose luck exploded, triggering a great upgrade. This person is the captain of the hunters, Awang Kardan. During the trial, she died once to save Yi Kan, and then she embarked on the path of Ohuang. Not only did she rise in rank, but she also gained the favor of the king. Later, the Eternal Tree underwent a great transformation, and she broke through one level again, becoming the captain of the perfect hunters. And now, she has directly become a legendary hunter, the envy of all her sisters. In addition, under Yi Kan's care, the cute and lively tree spirits also changed. The general natural power in their attribute panels actually evolved into two life skills, namely planting and domestication. Perhaps due to their professional advantages, their two life skills are already level 6 at the beginning, making them simply a super force born for farming. In order to let them become big bosses in the farming world as soon as possible, Yi Kan asked Su Daji to adjust the list of concubines and put these lovely tree fairies at the front. The tree spirits lived up to everyone's expectations and grew new varieties of jade rice and golden millet. According to the maid of the ghost tribe, these two special grains can be used to brew high-grade wine, which can be used to summon heroes in the Dream Rouge Pavilion. Yi Kan naturally strongly supported this. Time flies, and a month passed quickly. During this period of time, Yi Kan learned a lot from Lu Mengli. As we all know, the levels of the heroes, arms, and buildings in the territory are all limited by the core buildings. Yi Kan had always thought that the Lord's level was also limited by the core buildings. It was not until today that he understood that although the levels of lords and territories were synchronized, there was no restriction on each other. In other words, whether it is the Lord upgrade or the core building upgrade, it will be synchronized to the other party. That's what I said. Since core buildings can only be upgraded with boundary stones, why would the Lord learn such a stupid technique? It turns out there are such wonderful uses. After listening to Lu Mengli's explanation, Yi Kan suddenly understood. At the same time, I also understood why Lu Mengli and the others could reach such a high level. It turned out that it was related to their own practice. Students, after a month of systematic study, I believe that everyone has a full understanding of the Lord. Tomorrow is the mock exam for novice lords. Whether you can enter the void and venture out will be decided once and for all. I hope you will show all your strength and prove yourself. After Lu Mengli finished speaking, she glared at Yi Kan fiercely. Isn't it just that I used the life force to participate in a simulated battle yesterday? Is it necessary to hold such a grudge? Yi Kan felt Lu Mengli's warning and the corner of his mouth twitched. Brother Yi, during yesterday's mock duel, the teacher wanted to assess our strength, but you asked the maid to join the battle with a spatula. How could the teacher not be angry? At this time, the little fat man, Jiang Daily, came over. It's fine if you use the life force, but you actually won every time you fought. Are you trying to tell the teacher that everyone in our class is a loser? Li Xiaoyu also had a look of gloating on his face. After half a month of hard work by Yi Kan, all the beauties in the fairy forest became his Taoist companions and obtained the qualification to practice under the Three Lives marriage tree. Although the ghost maids are living soldiers, Yi Kan did not leave them behind. These beautiful maids are perfect level soldiers. Although their basic attributes are only 10 points, their attributes will be stacked in multiples of 4 with each level up. The basic score is 10 points, and level 2 adds 4 points, which is 14 points. Level 3 plus 8 points equals 22 points. Level 4 plus 12 equals 34 points. When the demon maid reaches level 10, her basic attributes have reached 190. After the territory's tenfold increase, that would be 1900. Add to that some junk equipment, and their attributes have reached a terrifying level of over 2000. At this time, combat troops of the same level without tenfold blessing only have a few hundred attributes. Yi Kan didn't want to bully others too much, so he asked the weakest ghost maids in the territory to bring their spatulas to join the battle. What he didn't expect was that these beautiful maids, who were usually gentle and obedient to him, suddenly became unusually brave and brave. Although they have no fighting skills, they are all extremely beautiful, with slim waists, thick waists, and long legs. Just by standing there in a coquettish manner, the male soldier opposite was already nervous. Needless to say, it was a one-sided fight. The more they fought, the braver they became, completely forgetting that they were not actually a combat type of soldier. It was not until the 11th game that the maids encountered female soldiers and were defeated. Yi Kan was already very satisfied with the result. But what he didn't know was that yesterday's mock battle was actually organized by Lu Mengli specifically for him, with the purpose of finding out his strength through the mock battle. This guy actually brought in a bunch of soldiers to make up the numbers, which directly ruined her plan. This brat actually used the life force to fool me. How despicable. After Lu Mengli returned to the office, she lay down on the sofa with her legs spread out. Then with a thought, the drink on the table turned into a silky stream of water and slowly entered her mouth. If outsiders saw this behavior, they would definitely drop their eyes to the ground. Is this still their cold and aloof ice goddess? Yikan is a very good guy. I think if you want to know something, just ask directly. Lu Changfeng sat in front of the coffee table, shaking his head as he looked at the light curtain in front of him. Then why don't you ask? Lu Mengli said angrily. I don't want to know. Lu Changfeng spread his hands and smiled without saying anything. His daughter finally gets upset sometimes, which is a good thing. Chapter 73, even the cosmic level ones don't work. I just want to see how strong the guy who starts at the epic level is. Lu Mengli bit her lips lightly, with a hint of unwillingness in her eyes. When Yikan accidentally invited her, she sneered at this planetary weakling. Later, after learning that he was another student with SSS level grades, his opinion changed a little, but he didn't take it too seriously. It wasn't until her father said those ambiguous words that she began to pay attention to Yi Chan. As a result, after Lu Changfeng came back, he told her that Yikan was the first student in the history of Xinyue Academy to enter the Epic Hall. He is also one of the most promising students among the 36 colleges of Dragon Country this year. Although she was not a jealous person, she still felt a little dissatisfied in her heart. After all, she was the only one who had entered the Hall of Legends in the past 10 years of Xinyue Academy. She had always thought that the legendary level was the pinnacle of lords. As a result, a guy who is superior to her appears now, so she is naturally a little unconvinced. Even if that person is her student. To condense the heart of a lord, one must have blood as the foundation and rule fragments as the guide. Ye can condense the heart of an inferior lord, which shows that he is indeed a grassroots person. The fact that an inferior lord's heart can jump from the 1st grade to the 9th grade during the trial means that he had an adventure during the trial, and it was not an ordinary adventure. This was probably the reason why the traveling merchants from all over the world suddenly appeared in his area. After all, those guys have the most sensitive sense of smell. Things that can fundamentally change the quality of the Lord's heart are generally extraordinary wonders from the world, which exist when the Lord's heart is condensed. There are many factors that lead to the emergence of this kind of wonder in the world, including soul strength, understanding, character, will, experience, and luck, etc. Which one do you think Yikan belongs to? Lu Changfeng turned off the intranet screen and looked at his daughter with interest. Although his experience was tragic, there are many miserable people in the world. Luck is too ethereal and unreliable. Obviously, Lu Mengli attributed Yi Kan's adventure to elements such as his soul strength and his own character. In fact, she was only half right. Yi Kan's adventure was indeed related to the strength of his soul. After all, as a human being who has lived 2 lives, his soul is indeed stronger than that of ordinary people. But the most important thing is the experience of 2 lives. Everything he is now was caused by the resentment of being a single man in his 2 lifetimes. If the Lu family father and daughter knew this inducement, I'm afraid they would both vomit blood on the spot. Because it's just too weird and too unfair. On the other side, Yikan had just walked out of the classroom when he was pushed against the wall by a girl. Little cat, you are rebelling. When Yikan saw that it was Li Jiqing, he couldn't help but pinch her nose. Humph, you said you would come to my territory to play, but you haven't been seen since then, and you won't let me go to your place. What do you want to do? Li Jiqing stared at Yikan fiercely, with a look of grievance on her face. There are too many things to do in the territory, and the mock exam will be tomorrow, so I naturally have to seize the time to develop the territory. Yikan said as a matter of course. What he said was actually the truth. After all, favoring the beauty in the territory was also for the development of the territory. This is not the place to talk. Let's talk inside our territory later. Should we go to your place or mine? Li Jiqing held Yi Kan's hand tightly, with a hint of anxiety and seriousness in her eyes. Something happened? Yi Kan frowned, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. There was an accident. Li Jiqing lowered her head, her big eyes a little red. When Yi Kan saw her like that, he felt as if his heart was stabbed by something, and it hurt a lot. Follow me. He did not ask any more questions, but put on Su Daji's template, pulled Li Jiqing up and rushed towards the red leaf forest at lightning speed. Li Jiqing looked at Yi Kan running in front of her and couldn't help but think of her childhood. When Huang Xingxing and the other 2 were chasing them, he pulled himself and ran away in the same way. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, they all grew up. But he is still the same as he was back then. As long as he is bullied, no matter what the reason, he will stand by his side unconditionally. Soon, the 2 returned to the Red Leaf Forest Villa. Go back to the territory first. I'll come find you right away. Li Jiqing nodded. Yi Qian watched her disappear from his sight before returning to his territory. Sir, what's wrong? Every time Yi Qian came back, Su Daji would run over to greet him no matter what she was doing. This time she noticed that Yi Qian's expression looked a little strange, and she couldn't help but worry. It's okay, I'll go to the little cat. You guys just wait for me at home. Yi Qian took Su Daji into his arms, kissed her on the forehead, and then left the territory without looking back. Li Jiqing, like him, is in Area E. Although there are many territories between the two places, the territories are shrouded in fog, like small summer worlds, and the distance to the outside is actually not very far. In just over 10 minutes, Yi Qian found Li Jiqing's territory according to the number. Li Jiqing was already waiting at the door with two super beauties. Here I come. When Li Jiqing saw Yi Qian, she immediately smiled and grabbed Yi Qian's hand. You were the one who introduced these two to me, so there's no need for me to introduce them to you. Li Jiqing looked at the two beauties in front of her and said, Daiyu and Baochai, of course I recognize them. Yi Qian nodded to the two of them. Meet Master Yi. Lin Daiyu and Shui Baochai both bowed to Yi Qian. At this moment, although the two of them looked at Yi Qian with a hint of shyness in their eyes, they were very calm and did not act coyly. It is a great honor to meet you two sisters in this world. However, Shaoqing and I still have something to discuss, so we can only talk in detail another day. My sister, the Lord, has already told you about the relationship between you and my sister. You don't have to be polite. Lin Daiyu and Shui Baochai looked at each other and both covered their mouths and chuckled. When Yi Qian wanted to say something, he was pulled away by Li Jiqing. The core building of her kingdom of women is called Warm Heart House, a white jade building shrouded in mist. The Bayou Tower is very delicate and exquisite, which complements Li Jiqing's temperament. Li Jiqing pulled Yi Qian into her boudoir without saying a word. Tell me what's going on. Yi Qian looked at Li Jiqing sitting on the couch, and his expression suddenly became serious. There are spies from the family in the academy. The housekeeper who has been taking care of me since I returned was also arranged by the family to monitor me. In this month, the family has already investigated your and my past thoroughly. Li Jiqing lowered her head, looking remorseful. Yi Qian did not blame her, but sat next to her, pulled him into his arms and asked, how many high-end combat forces does the Li family have? 1 cosmic-level ancestor, 3 realm masters. I don't know how many domain masters there are, but there are at least hundreds of them, and countless star-level ones. At this point, Li Jiqing naturally would not hide it from Yi Qian anymore. Wow, this is as good as Shunyue Academy. Yi Qian knew that Li Jiqing's family was awesome, but he didn't expect them to be so awesome. With our strength, we can't handle it. It seems we can only ask the Ice Goddess for help. Will she help us? Li Jiqing was a little worried. Don't forget, we are the first and second place this year. Yi Qian opened Lu Mingli's dialogue box without saying a word. Teacher Lu, if the Xanadu Li family attacks me and Li Jiqing, can the academy protect us? Lu Mingli was originally leisurely drinking her cup of coffee and reading a chilling picture book, but when she saw Yi Qian's message, she spat out a mouthful of coffee. What trouble have you gotten yourself into again? Did you kidnap someone's little princess? Lu Mingli replied, while suppressing her anger. The teacher is so smart, he actually guessed it. Yi Qiantian replied shamelessly. This brat. Lu Mingli was so angry that she gritted her teeth, but she couldn't just sit there and watch, so she could only look at her father. Tell them that as long as they are in Shunyue City, even if the universe-class people from the Li family come, it will be useless. Lu Changfeng waved his hand, exuding a domineering aura. Damn it, my Shunyue Academy has finally produced a good seedling. I will be angry with anyone who dares to touch him. Chapter 74. The Rebellious Li Jiqing. The teacher is awesome. The dean is awesome. After reading Lu Mingli's reply, Yi Qian immediately felt relieved. The dean has spoken, so there should be no problem for now. Tell me in detail what happened. Yi Qian pushed aside Li Jiqing's falling hair and looked at her seriously. There was nothing innocent between him and Li Jiqing, and he didn't believe that the Li family didn't know about it. Therefore, there must be something else behind this. My family knew that I had entered the Hall of Legends, so they wanted me to leave the Academy's safe zone and enter the family's sheltered zone. In order to maximize the role of a top-level player like me, they also arranged for me to marry a talented person from another family. Li Jiqing hugged Yi Qian tightly, like a frightened little rabbit. Only now did she realize that in such a big world, the only person she could truly rely on was Yi Qian. Oh my god, this is so ridiculous. The corners of Yi Qian's mouth twitched. He was wondering if he would encounter a plot from a melodramatic drama. Then he immediately reacted and asked in shock, is your Li family so powerful? You even have a shelter. After 1 month of systematic study, he is no longer the newbie who knew nothing at the beginning. At least he knew that in order to create a safe zone in the endless void, he must have a divine weapon in his hand. Of course, the Li family is a well-known family in Dragon Country. They have businesses in the 36 main cities and the 72 secondary cities. They have a deep foundation. As long as a lord of the excellence level or above appears in the family, he will be required to return to the family and enter the sanctuary to facilitate unified resource allocation and management. It sounds nice, but it's actually for restraint, right? Yekin curled his lips, a little disapproving. Of course there are constraints. For example, people like me who disobey the family's arrangements will definitely be punished accordingly, and they won't even think about taking the family's resources. Some who seriously violate the family's interests may even be forced to demolish their territories and become ordinary people. However, the benefits of returning to the family are also great. For example, before descending to the Void Sea, you can rent equipment, rare items, etc. from the family treasury. If you have enough contribution points, you can even exchange them for the buildings, troop symbols, and equipment you need. Many people in the family are trying their best to enter the sanctuary. After Li Jiqing returned to the Li family, the old guys instilled a lot of things in her in order to cultivate her sense of belonging to the family. Unfortunately, because of her parents, Li Jiqing has been looked down upon since she was a child. Later, he was framed by his own people and had to flee, and finally he almost died in Xinhua City. All this made her extremely disappointed in her family. Moreover, the half-year she lived in Xinhua City had allowed her to see the true sufferings of the world and the ugliness of human nature. Now she is no longer the kind of person who is easily brainwashed. It can be said that the Li family's hard training over the years not only failed to make her feel a sense of belonging to the family, but instead fostered a rebellious nature in her. If the family could maintain respect for her and not interfere with her life and choices, she might still stay in the Li family. But now the Li family has made their intentions clear and wants to control her fate. How could she possibly give in? Tell me, what are you going to do now? Yekin pulled Li Jiqing up and looked into her eyes seriously. When I was little, you told me that my fate is in my own hands, and I have always kept it in mind. I don't want to follow in my parents' footsteps and put my fate in the hands of someone else, unless that person is you. Li Jiqing did not avoid Yi Can's gaze and said seriously, you must break through to the star level as soon as possible, so that my daughter kingdom can become your affiliated territory. If a lord wants to acquire a subordinate territory, he must reach the star level. If you want to merge someone else's territory, you need to reach the domain master level, and it must be a merger at the same level or a downward merger. This is also the reason why Mengli reacted so strongly when she received Yi Can's invitation, because she was 3 levels higher than Yi Can. Subordinate territories are too troublesome. Why don't we just merge the territories directly, so that you can also enjoy the blessing of Luna Lake? Without the constraints of the family, we can become Taoist couples directly, and you can also practice under the 3 lives marriage tree. Yekin sniffed her flowing hair with a serious look on his face. In fact, his heart is not as calm as it seems on the surface. Although he is now under the protection of the academy, he is still uneasy about leaving his fate in the hands of others. The Li family has been operating in Xanadu for so many years, who knows if they have any other tricks up their sleeves. Merge? You. Just as Li Jiqing was about to say something, the virtual network on Yi can receive the message. Buzz. As soon as he thought about it, a network light screen suddenly appeared in front of him, and the source of the message showed that it was the Hong Yellen access control system. Catch. As Yekin spoke, the light curtain suddenly switched to the entrance of the red leaf forest. There stood a young woman in a tight skirt and a pink shirt. She has a graceful figure and wears gold-rimmed glasses. Her bright eyes revealed 2 words, shrewd. It's the housekeeper's sister. When Li Jiqing saw the woman, she suddenly became nervous. Yekin did not project his own image, but asked directly, what is it? Yekin, I know you are another SSS-level student of Shenhua Academy, but you did not enter the Hall of Legends, which means you have not reached the legendary level. Then what? Yekin disagreed. The power of the Li family is beyond the imagination of a poor boy like you who came from the slums. Whether for yourself or for Miss Nine, you should let go, otherwise the consequences will be something you cannot bear. The woman pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses and clicked on her own internet screen, on which the image of an old man suddenly appeared. Boy, you finally got your chance to turn over a new leaf, so cherish it and don't think about getting rich overnight. The Li family's plan is not something that an ant like you can defeat. In the picture, the old man was sitting upright on the armchair, looking condescending, as if looking down at Yekin. Xiaoqing, who is this stupid old man? This time, Yekin did not block the call, but asked Li Jiqing directly. I've seen photos of him. It seems that my dad's biological father is an old man who can even sell his own son. He's so old that he's like a dog. Li Jiqing poked her head out from Yi Kan's arms, took a look, and said directly. She didn't know that Yi Kan didn't block the call, so she spoke directly about her thoughts. Old man, you are so shameless. In this case, I can't hand Xiaoqing over to you. Yi Kan said with a smile. You little bastard, you. When Li Jiqing's grandfather, whom she had never met, was about to lose his temper, Yi Kan simply cut off the call. What the hell, I'll make you mad. It was only then that Li Jiqing realized that Yi Kan had not blocked the call at all. However, instead of being angry, she showed an excited smile. Because she had long wanted to scold the old man in person, but had no chance. What about the merging of territories you mentioned just now? Aren't you only at the star level? Follow me, you will know soon. Yi Kan didn't explain. He pulled Li Jiqing and rushed out of the warm house. Chapter 75 Harem Leadership. Xanadu, Li family. Hateful. Li Pashan slapped the table, turning the teacup into powder. At this moment, he felt like he had taken 18 kinds of poison, and was so angry that his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys all ached. This little bastard is just like her father, a rebellious person. Dad, now is not the time to talk about this. You should think about how to respond to the elders' questions. At this time, a middle-aged man at the bottom couldn't help but remind him. I'll go and take the elder away. I'll leave the wild girl to you. You must bring her back no matter what. I'll try my best. The middle-aged man sighed, with a hint of worry in his eyes. Zongying, this is our last chance. You are the eldest brother. Don't be as useless as your useless brother. Li Pashan saw the reluctance in his eldest son's eyes, and his expression turned cold. Dad, I know what to do. Upon hearing this, Li Zongying's expression immediately returned to normal. On the other side, Yi Kan brought Li Jiqing to the fairy forest. Wow, is this your territory? It's so beautiful. Li Jiqing looked at the fairy forest, which was covered with lush green and looked like a paradise, and suddenly she was as happy as a big child and started running on the grass. With the upgrade of the eternal ancient tree, the fairy forest also underwent some subtle changes and began to produce some simple creatures. Today, the Wonderland forest is full of birdsong and flowers. Although it has not yet become a real elf world, it has already taken shape. Young master, when Su Daji and her 4 daughters, who were cultivating in the territory, heard the commotion here, they immediately rode the wind over. Wow, your territory is really full of beautiful women. When Li Jiqing saw Su Daji and Nubo again, she immediately became interested and rushed over excitedly. I guess this girl is the little cat that our young master has been thinking about. Hee, you guys know it too? Yes, I am Li Jiqing. While Yi Kan was thinking about how to introduce the 4 beauties to Li Jiqing, they were already chatting happily. Instead, he, the Lord, became a spectator. Finally, Nubo walked to Yi Kan and lay down on the grass with him. Don't worry, the sisters are very sensible and know their place. They won't make things difficult for you. It's great to meet you. Yi Kan held Nubo in his arms and felt at ease. Although Nubo would act recklessly occasionally, she was never vague when it came to serious matters, which made Yi Kan very worry-free. It should be the influence of the territory's characteristics. Yi Kan thought in his heart. What are you doing? After a while, 4 delicate faces suddenly appeared above his head. It turned out that Li Jiqing and Su Daji had finished chatting and were coming over hand in hand. Nothing, just taking you to a nice place. Yi Kan stood up and pulled Li Jiqing towards the territory. When they were about to enter the center of the territory, several large trees in front of them suddenly twisted and turned into several tree men more than 10 feet tall. They smiled and saluted Yi Kan and the others. This is our Wonderland's powerful guards, the guardian trees. They are welcoming you. Yi Kan explained to Li Jiqing. Although the guardian trees are combat units and their intelligence is not very high, as members of the fairy forest, they can feel the king's joys and sorrows. They could see that the king had special feelings for this woman. Hello everyone. Thank you for your hard work. Upon hearing this, Li Jiqing immediately smiled sweetly and waved towards the guardian trees. After entering the center of the territory, Li Jiqing was shocked again. The spiritual energy condensed into mist and floated in the territory, making it look like a fairyland. A clear and bright lake is located in the northwest of the territory, and a group of young and beautiful elf beauties are swimming in the lake. A tree more than 30 meters high grows in a 10-meter-wide pool by the lake, with its slender green branches hanging down only 2 or 3 meters away from the lake surface. Under the shade of the trees, there are more beauties floating in the water, seemingly in meditation. Buzz. Suddenly, a hazy light appeared on the body of one of the beauties, and she actually upgraded directly. Is this the Moon God Lake and the 3 Lives marriage tree? How magical! Li Jiqing looked at the strange buildings in Yi Can's territory like a curious baby, exclaiming from time to time. Yi Can then showed her the ancient tree of knowledge, the ancient tree of war, the ancient witch tree, and other architectural life forms, and finally brought her to the dreamy Rouge Pavilion. Sir, this is… Su Daji seemed to sense something and couldn't help but look at Yi Can. Yi Can nodded, then pulled Li Jiqing into the dreamy Rouge Pavilion. Nuba, Hushime, and Princess Longji looked at Su Daji, not knowing what had happened. It's just as we expected, but there have been some changes. From now on, this person may not only be our sister, but also half-master. As he spoke, Su Daji also stepped into the dreamy Rouge Pavilion. At this time, Yi Can had already pulled Li Jiqing to the 4 huge stone tablets. The list of beauties in the universe, the list of dreamy Rouge, the list of nearby beauties, the list of attics. After reading this, Li Jiqing couldn't help but widen her eyes and looked at Yi Can in disbelief. Brother, are you going to take all the beauties in the world into your harem? I'm a planetary ant. Do you think it's possible? Yi Can shook his head and reached out to click on the nearby appearance ranking list. Buzz. The next moment, the names of Lu Mengli and Li Jiqing appeared on the list again. In addition, there were a few more unfamiliar names. Hee, I'm actually ranked 2nd. That's pretty good. Li Jiqing still admired Lu Mengli. After all, Lu Mengli has already grown into a mature big sister, and she is only 16 years old and still has room to grow. By the time she is fully established, it is still unclear who will be number 1. At this time, Yi Can reached out and pressed the invitation button behind Li Jiqing's name. Then, Li Jiqing received an invitation message. Planetary Lord, Yi Can invites you to join his territory. If you agree, you and your territory will become his vassal, and he has the right to merge your territory. Oh my god, you can actually merge territories. This time, Li Jiqing was really shocked. She knew that Yi Can was an epic lord and must be more powerful than herself. So she wasn't too shocked when she saw all kinds of strange buildings outside just now. But now Yi Can not only swipe the beauties from all over the world, but also swipe the beauties nearby, which is a bit scary. You have to know that the characteristics of his territory are all aimed at women. Under such circumstances, who can refuse his invitation? No, the leadership of the harem in this wonderland forest must be in my hands. Li Jiqing clenched her fists and suddenly felt a sense of urgency. How about it? Do you still dare to take the eternal ring? Yi Can looked at Li Jiqing. Chapter 76, Fusion of the Kingdom of Daughters. What are you talking about? Once something falls into my hands, it's naturally mine. As she spoke, Li Jiqing took the ring of eternity from her neck, handed it to Yi Can, and then stretched out her fair and tender right hand. It's so domineering, I like it. Yi Can smiled slightly, took the ring of eternity, and put it on the ring finger of Li Jiqing's right hand. This scene, set against the backdrop of the dreamy fairy mist surrounding it, is like a beautiful painting. This is probably the romance of modern people. Su Daji and her other 3 daughters watched from a distance and did not disturb them. Nuba was right, they all knew their place. They are just heroes resurrected by Yi Can through the heavenly demon nirvana pool and are restricted by the rules of the void. There are some things they can't do for the time being, but Li Jiqing can, such as having children. Both the 4 heroes and the more than 100 soldiers have been shamelessly having sex with Yi Can for more than a month, but none of them is pregnant. I agree to join the Wonderland. After Li Jiqing put on the ring of eternity, she immediately revealed a charming smile. Following her announcement, Yi Can also received a prompt. The Lord of the Kingdom of Women, Li Jiqing, has agreed to join the fairy forest. Will she choose to merge the territories or establish a subsidiary territory? Yi Can looked at the prompt, then looked at Li Jiqing and asked, do you want to keep the independence of your territory or merge it with my territory? The people are all yours. Why do you still want to keep the territory? And if we don't merge, how can Lin Mimi and the others enjoy the characteristics of your territory? Li Jiqing put her hands behind her back and looked at Yi Can with a playful look on her face. As you say, Yi Can scratched her nose and chose fusion directly. Boom. The next moment, the fairy forest began to tremble. Then it expanded madly, and in just a few breaths, it expanded from 2 square kilometers to 3.2 square kilometers. The buildings of the Kingdom of Women also appeared in Yi Can's territory. Buzz. As the warm heart building collapsed, a ray of white light suddenly rushed into the eternal ancient tree and fell into the sun and moon fairy pot. Yi Can opened the territory panel and found that the territory's grade progress had increased from epic /10,000 to epic 1004/10,000. 1,000 experience points have been added. It would be great if I could fuse 10 legendary lords. I can take off right away. Yi Can's face was full of emotion. You really can think about it. Besides me, Who in this world would be willing to give up his legendary territory to be with you? That's true. Hey, weren't the territories merged? Why am I still the Lord? Li Jiqing took a look at her panel and made a surprised sound. Is that true? Let me see. After Yi Kan finished speaking, he opened the Lord panel. The Great Lord, Yi Kan. Race, human. Level, 12. Constitution, 6150.1. Spirit, 6152. Charisma, 100. Luck, 10. Gongfa, Tying Sutra. Skill, Brutal Charge. Items, omitted. Introduction, an epic Hall of Fame player, powerful but low-key. I want to beat 10 of them. Second Lord, Li Jiqing. Race, human. Level, 10. Constitution, 5610. Original attribute, 361. Territory attribute, 10 times blessing. Equipment, plus 2000. Spirit, 5820. Original attribute, 362. Territory attribute, 10 times blessing. Equipment, plus 2200. Kung Fu, bright moon rising from the sea. Skills, plant catalysis, entanglement. Items, omitted. Introduction, a legendary Hall of Fame player, agile and passionate, a very tough opponent. Grand Lord, Sublord, can you really do this? Yi Kan was overjoyed when he saw that there were indeed 2 people in the Lord's information. King, although I have integrated the origin of her territory, her Lord's heart remains in the Sun and Moon Fairy pot. In this way, she can still use the hero template to assist you in managing the territory. At this time, a gentle voice came from the Tree of Eternity. Great. Thank you, Eternal Ancient Tree. Thank you, Sun and Moon Fairy pot. When Li Jiqing heard the voice of the Eternal Ancient Tree, she immediately hugged Yi Kan excitedly. Yi Kan's mouth twitched, and he felt like he was shooting himself in the foot. Because Li Jiqing hasn't applied the hero template yet, her attributes are more than 1,000 higher than his. And this is when Li Jiqing hasn't activated the Ring of Eternity. If the Ring of Eternity is activated, won't he be defeated in minutes? Hey, why can I only use the template of Daiyu and the others, but not Daji and the others? At this time, Li Jiqing finally discovered the problem. Although the territories have been merged, there are still some restrictions. This should be to ensure the absolute authority of the Great Lord. Yi Kan thought for a moment and said, it doesn't matter. At least my original attributes have increased tenfold, which is stronger than before. Besides, I can use Moon God Lake in the future. But this 3 lives marriage tree. Li Jiqing seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly felt shy, and buried her face in Yi Kan's chest. Yes, since you can use the characteristics of your territory, then I can also use your power of creation. Thinking of this, Yi Kan looked at the territory panel again, and indeed found that a new characteristic had appeared under the power of Xuansu and the power of nature. Power of creation. The Emperor of Creation once left a drop of blood in the void, which eventually absorbed endless power and evolved into a heart of creation. By integrating the heart of creation into the territory, you can transform all the buildings in the territory once. Successful buildings will be upgraded, while unsuccessful buildings will not be reduced in quality. Then what are you waiting for? After Yi Kan finished speaking, he walked straight into the tree house and placed his hand on the Sun and Moon Fairy pot. Sun Moon Fairy pot. Whether you can enjoy delicious food and drink spicy drinks in the future depends entirely on you. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Sun and Moon Fairy pot seemed to understand Yi Kan's words, and suddenly it churned out clouds of misty fog, rolling in all directions. The buildings wrapped in fog soon began to shake. The next moment, the ancient tree of knowledge, the ancient tree of war, and the 36 guardian trees were directly upgraded to the legendary level. Moreover, other legendary and mythical buildings remained motionless. The power of creation comes from you. It seems that the upper limit of the grade that can be improved temporarily is legend. Yuchan sighed. This new ability still needs to be cultivated. Afterwards, he used his natural power to transform the building brought by Li Jiqing. Not surprisingly, all 20 defense towers turned into guardian trees. The Yiksha military camp and Ashura military camp were directly transformed into the Yiksha temple and Ashura temple, entangled by vines. As for the Red Mansion, because it is a special building, its grade and appearance cannot be changed. The territory's defense has been upgraded to a higher level, and the tree demons and hunters have also been strengthened. You can look at the territory that had changed drastically and nodded with satisfaction. Well, this way our chances of descending into the endless void are a little better. Li Jiqing nodded. But before that, we have one more thing to do. You can look at Li Jiqing seriously. What? Activate your eternal ring and become the true mistress of the Wonderland. But it's not dark yet. Li Jiqing poked her little head out from Yi Kan's arms and said a little shyly. How about we wait until tomorrow? Yukin asked in a low voice. No, let's do it now. After Li Jiqing finished speaking, she immediately shrank back into Yukan's arms, looking as if she was too embarrassed to face anyone. After eating several bowls of dog food, Su Daji and the others simply turned a blind eye to it and ran to the Three Lives marriage tree to practice. Chapter 77. Sharing Honor and Disgrace, Life and Death Together. Sister Bao, has our daughter country been annexed? Under the eternal ancient tree, Lin Daiyu looked up at the giant tree that towered into the clouds, feeling mixed emotions. In her previous life, both her parents had passed away, and she had to live under someone else's roof. In the end, she met a scumbag and was heartbroken to death. I finally have a home in this life, but am I going to lose it again? Sister, there is no need to think too much. We have a great connection with Master Yi, and the Lord's sister has a close relationship with Master Yi. It's more than that. Shui Baochai holds a palace fan in her hand, and her snow-white skin is as delicate and smooth as that of a baby's. She has a very sharp mind and sees things much more clearly than Lin Daiyu. But such a weak woman has extraordinary powers and is good at controlling ice and snow. It was she who taught Lin Daiyu the ice poem. What are the two sisters talking about? At this time, Li Jiqing just happened to be walking over with Yukan. When the women soldiers from the Kingdom of Women saw Li Jiqing, they immediately surrounded her nervously, wanting to get a definite answer. They were all a little uneasy about the sudden big changes in the territory. Everyone cherishes the new life that they have finally gotten. Don't think too much. The Fairy Forest and the Kingdom of Women are not annexed, but integrated. As for why the Fairy Forest is the main area, it is because the Fairy Forest is a higher-level epic territory. Li Jiqing glanced at everyone and explained seriously, that is to say, our current level cap is level 12, and you can go swimming in Luna Lake. If one of you accidentally gets the blessing of the Moon Goddess, you can still upgrade on the spot. As for the purpose of the Three Lives marriage tree, you should ask Daji and the others. Whether there are any subsequent arrangements is up to you to decide. Li Jiqing kept the topic in suspense and didn't elaborate, then pulled Yukan towards the eternal ancient tree. Yukan turned around and looked at the beautiful Lin Daiyu and Shui Baochai, with a complicated look in his eyes. Then he looked at the 80 graceful and beautiful Yaksha and Shura soldiers behind them and shuddered. What does that look mean, Master Yi? Even though Lin Daiyu is extremely smart, she still can't see through things. Shui Baochai covered her mouth with her palace fan, her face slightly red as she said, You'll know later. Come on, let's go and experience the Moon Goddess Lake with me. Well, compared to the Wonderland, our Kingdom of Women is indeed a bit poor. We even have to queue up to take a bath. Lin Daiyu looked at the Moon Lake under the moonlight and suddenly laughed. On the other side, Yukan took Li Jiqing into his exclusive treehouse. Compared to your Wonderland, my Kingdom of Women is just a deserted village. Li Jiqing looked at the decoration of the treehouse and felt as if she was in a dream. The lighting system of the Wonderland forest is not modern electricity, but some glowing plants and flowers. The position of the plants can be changed at will according to the owner's wishes, and the light can also be adjusted according to the owner's wishes. Although it is bright, it is not dazzling. Moreover, the layout and size of the treehouse can be adjusted according to the owner's wishes. The heart of nature contains the origin of the elven world. I am born close to nature. All of this fits my heart. Yukan knew that everything he had now was probably the result of many factors coming together. Although the first 6 years after he arrived on Blue Star were extremely miserable, it was all worth it. Now, he is ahead of many people. Brother, can the eternal ancient tree see everything in the treehouse? Li Jiqing seemed to have thought of something and suddenly became a little nervous. Don't worry. In the fairy forest, I am the supreme king. No one can spy on my independent space, not even the eternal ancient tree. Hiki, then I feel relieved. Then let's get started. Yukan pulled Li Jiqing into his arms. Be gentle. Li Jiqing's face turned red. Are you ashamed of yourself for having such a high physique? Yukan was a little speechless. Let's make it clear first, neither of us are allowed to use hero templates. Okay, you have the final say. Although Yukan had already felt Li Jiqing's figure through her clothes, when the two of them were facing each other frankly, he couldn't help but breathe rapidly. Li Jiqing's figure is somewhat similar to Lin Daiyu. The difference is that Lin Daiyu is ordinary, but she is a little devil. Judging from her body proportions, she can be considered to have a baby-faced bunny. Although Yukan knew that Li Jiqing had powerful attributes, he was still cautious, worried about hurting her. In the end, Li Jiqing couldn't stand it anymore and took the initiative. But she is a novice after all. Even with powerful attributes, she is still no match for the battle-hardened Yukan. In the end, little white Li Jiqing was bullied to the point where she had no power to fight back. Of course, she also had a strong learning ability, and before long, her unwillingness to admit defeat caused her to burst out with great power. This night is destined to be sleepless. The next morning, under Su Daji's arrangement, all members of the fairy forest gathered at the cooking tree and held a grand welcome ceremony for the beauties from the kingdom of women. The ghost maids also took out the best food and the fine wine they had just brewed, condensed dew. When Yikan and Li Jiqing arrived at the cooking tree, the welcome ceremony officially started. The members of the Wonderland Forest and the Kingdom of Women have officially merged into one. Compared to the simple and desolate Kingdom of Women, the fairy forest is indeed like a paradise on earth. Lin Daiyu is of the nature type, while Shui Baochai is of the ice and snow type. The environment of the fairyland forest is very suitable for them. After witnessing the blood-burning killing formation of the elf warriors, the Yiksha army and the Shura army were full of admiration and wanted to learn from them. Thus, the two territories merged together harmoniously. Sisters, the fairy forest, and the Kingdom of Women are just code names. From today on, we are one family. Let us drink this cup together. You can raise the glass cup in his hand. That's right. From now on we will share honor and disgrace, life and death together. Li Jiqing also stood up. Although she had consumed a lot of energy last night, she was fully revived after soaking in the Moon Goddess Lake for a while. Because now she has activated the Ring of Eternity. With the triple blessing of Moon Lake, the Well of Eternity and the Three Lives Marriage Tree, even if one suffers a serious injury, one can recover in a very short time. After all, the one who was hurt the most was Yikan. After all, there are only cows that die from exhaustion, but no land that is damaged by plowing. Fortunately, Sudaji was as considerate as ever and prepared a lot of nutritious and delicious food for him. Although Sudaji's position has been replaced by Li Jiqing, Yikan did not ignore her and still pulled her to his side during the meal. Li Jiqing naturally had no objection to this. During last night's sage time, Yikan had told Li Jiqing everything about the development of the territory so far. Therefore, she knew what Sudaji meant to Yikan. Daji, the rest is up to you. Today is the mock exam for novice lords, and we cannot be absent. After the exam, our official battle will begin, so everyone should be mentally prepared. Yikan reached out and tidied Sudaji's hair and said, "Don't worry, sir. We are all ready to fight and are just waiting for your order." Good. Chapter 78 Exam begins. On the greenway, Yikan and Li Jiqing walked hand in hand in the morning light. The beautiful scene filled with youthfulness made the elderly people doing morning exercises on the roadside envious. Once upon a time, they had such a good time. Unfortunately, they are mortals after all and cannot escape the blade of time. Hey boy, your girlfriend is so beautiful, you must cherish her. All right, sir. Girl, you must keep an eye on this handsome guy. Don't let a vixen abduct him away. Don't worry, Grandma, it won't happen. Li Jiqing's eyes were smiling like two crescent moons. It makes her happier when others praise Yikan than when they praise her, because that proves that she has good vision. As for the vixen, there is nothing we can do about it. After all, there is a 1,000-year-old fox spirit hiding in the fairy forest, and it has already taken away Yikan's soul. Fortunately, she came back in time, otherwise she would not have been able to take the position of the mistress of the fairy forest. However, this warm scene did not last long, as an uninvited guest suddenly stood in front of them. Uncle. When Li Jiqing saw the person coming, she trembled all over. Yikan also instantly changed into the template of Nuba, ready to draw out the heaven-devouring sword at any time. Because the person who came was none other than Li Zongying, Li Jiqing's half-uncle. A powerful domain lord-level expert. Li Zongying is 1.9 meters tall and wears a black leather coat. He is like a small mountain, blocking the sunlight. That huge figure put tremendous pressure on Yikan and Li Jiqing. Looking at you, you probably don't plan to return to the family. Li Zongying stood still as a mountain, looking at Li Jiqing expressionlessly. Then, he looked at Yikan and said, "You are at the planetary level, but your aura is stronger than my niece's. It seems that everyone has underestimated you. What do you want?" Yikan suddenly took a step forward and stood in front of Li Jiqing. This place is only a few hundred meters away from Shinwei Academy. He didn't believe that Li Zongying would dare to take action, but the distance between the two sides was too close. If this guy suddenly attacks, he really won't be able to stop him. After all, the gap in strength between the two sides is like a natural chasm. Boy, Lu Chafeng can protect you for a while, but he can't protect you forever. There are still many things in this world that you cannot imagine. Even if you enter the Void Sea, you may not be able to escape the pursuit of the Li family. You better take care of yourself. Li Zongying patted Yikan on the shoulder and turned away. Xiaoqing, what does this guy mean? I don't know, but my uncle was pretty nice to me. He often came to see me during the years I was back. Li Jiqing was also a little confused. Li Zongying came all the way to see them, just to intimidate them? This doesn't look right at all. Take the test first, and we'll deal with the rest later. Yikan's life in 2 lives is naturally not as simple as Li Jiqing thought. Through the brief contact just now, Yikan felt that Li Zongying seemed to have no hostility towards them. Then his sudden appearance this time cannot be viewed with common sense, but Yikan still has no idea what he wants to convey. On the other hand, Lu Chanfeng and his daughter saw it clearly. It seems that Li Zongying is also a traitor, Lu Chanfeng said with a smile. It is rumored that the Li family has an ancient bloodline altar. Is the rumor true? Lu Mingli turned off the network screen and looked at her father. Yes, over the years they have used the bloodline altar to not only kill some of their own geniuses, but also eliminate many dissidents. The higher-ups have already noticed them. It's a pity that there's no evidence for this kind of thing, and since you're free to descend into the endless void, the higher-ups really can't do anything about it. Lu Chanfeng looked at Yikan in the light curtain and suddenly laughed. This kid might be a breakthrough. Dad, this wasn't the idea you had in mind from the beginning, was it? Lu Mingli suddenly had an idea and looked at Lu Chanfeng in disbelief. The higher-ups do have this idea, and things aren't that simple, but they will definitely not intervene in the short term. As for Yi Kan, it would be good to give him a sense of urgency. Lu Chanfeng didn't say much, but Lu Mingli already understood. Yi Kan suffered a lot when he was a child, and he never received any favor from the Dragon Country before entering Shinwei College. I hope you are not playing with fire and getting burnt. Lu Mingli shook her head and said nothing more. Have you heard? The top 3 in this mock exam will be rewarded with legendary items. Legendary item? This is a rare item. Every time it appears, it will be snapped up by people from all major forces. Even if you have money, you can't buy it. I'll try my best. Even if I can't make it into the top 3, I'll definitely make it into the top 10. At least I'll get a perfect item. As soon as Yikan arrived in the classroom, he heard his classmates talking. Therefore, he immediately communicated with Li Jiqing through the telepathy of the Eternal Ring. Shaqing, it seems we can't keep a low profile anymore. Well, we must get the legendary item. In order to avoid being discovered, you should use the troops from the former Kingdom of Women. Yikan thought for a moment and said, although the Kingdom of Women has now been integrated into the Wonderland Forest, its coordinates E6239 and the safe zone have not disappeared. Lu Chanfeng and Lu Mingli would not deliberately activate the artifact to check the students' coordinates, and they could not see the situation inside the territory. That's what I meant. Li Jiqing nodded. As soon as the two of them finished communicating, Lu Mingli came into the classroom. Students, this mock exam is divided into 2 rounds. In the first round, the Academy's magic weapon will create an illusion to make a reasonable assessment of your combat power. In the second round, a virtual battlefield is created by a magic weapon. The top 500 students will be matched and compete against each other until the champion emerges. Others can choose to watch. Now I declare that the mock exam will be held now. As she spoke, Lu Mingli waved her hand. Buzz. The classroom disappeared in an instant, and everyone appeared directly above the ocean. A bright moon slowly rose. Afterwards, everyone felt dizzy. When they woke up, they found themselves on an empty plain. The Lord can choose a team of soldiers to fight. At this moment, a prompt sound appeared in Yikan's mind. Yikan's mind moved. Buzz, buzz, buzz. There was a flash of light behind him, and 40 elf hunters suddenly appeared behind him. Young master. Cardin and Luna were overjoyed when they saw Yikan. This is a virtual illusion created by a divine weapon. It asked me to send out my troops first. I think it will create enemies with corresponding strengths based on our strengths. Be careful. Yes. Upon hearing this, the elf beauties immediately looked serious. Ouchie. Ouchie. Sure enough, a group of giant wolves suddenly appeared in front. These giant wolves are wearing silver armor, and you can tell at a glance that they have amazing defensive capabilities. In front of the wolf pack, a huge humanoid wolf was holding a mace and staring at Yikan coldly. Kill. Yikan didn't hesitate at all. He drew out the heaven-devouring sword and charged towards the giant humanoid wolf. Chapter 79, The Spirited Young Man versus the Seafood Fatty. King, this is too weak. Cardin put away the short blade, his beautiful big eyes filled with excitement. At their feet were the corpses of 40 giant wolves. The giant humanoid wolf also had its head chopped off by Yikan, making it deader than dead. That's right, I haven't even warmed up yet. Luna wiped her nose, and her playful and cute look made Yikan in a good mood. You are elf hunters, and killing animals is your specialty. How could they be your opponents? But don't get complacent. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a level-breaking game, and there must be more powerful enemies behind. Yikan's guess turned out to be correct. Not long after, they met another team. This time, the cheetahs that appeared were famous for their speed. They were as fast as lightning and finally caused damage to Cardan and the others. However, under the blood-burning killing formation, these cheetahs were ultimately unable to defy fate and were killed one by one. Then the third wave comes, the flaming lions that can spit out flames. The fourth wave, the thunderbolt demonic tiger, can release electric light. By the fifth wave, no more small monsters appeared, but golden monsters such as giant wolves, cheetahs, mad lions, and magic tigers appeared. This time, the artifact allows Yikan to summon a hero. Buzz. Yikan's mind moved, and Hushime, holding the Grim Reaper's scythe, suddenly appeared behind him. It's rare that the young master thought of Shimei first. Shimei threw a coquettish glance at Yikan, her eyes full of tenderness. Don't underestimate yourself. You are no worse than anyone else. Let's go and make a quick decision. You can directly put on Princess Longji's template, wave the sky-devouring sword and rush towards the most powerful demonic tiger golden monster. Shimei directly used the 9 Phoenix fighting spirit to increase the team's combat power by 30. Then he used the 9 Heavens divine eyes to see through the weakness and took on the Mad Lion golden monster. Cardan and Luna directly divided into 2 teams, using the blood-burning killing formation to surround and kill the cheetah and the giant wolf golden monster respectively. On the other side, on the campus intranet, Lu Chanfeng, the 3 elders and many teachers were watching the battle in the illusion, and their focus was naturally on Yikan and Li Jiqing. The territories of these 2 people should have extraordinary characteristics. The heroes and soldiers are all beautiful women. Looking at this combat power, it must have reached the legendary level. I can understand the legendary level of heroes, but why do I feel like this type of soldier is almost at the legendary level? The teachers watched and discussed. Originally, they could see the level and grade of heroes and soldiers through the illusion, but in order to keep it secret, Lu Chanfeng directly blocked the information of Yikan and Li Jiqing. This drove the teachers crazy, but they were facing the dean, and there was nothing they could do. Amazing. It only took 1/10 of the time to complete the game. I'm afraid that this level will be able to eliminate 90 of the students. While the teachers were discussing, Yikan and Li Jiqing had already entered the second battlefield and started fighting at the second level. This time, what appeared were no longer beasts, but undead. Moreover, the heroes and arms selected in the first level cannot be selected again, so Yikan chose the elf witch and Sudaji. When he finally passed the level with ease, he found that half of the people in the classroom still had their eyes closed. Those who opened their eyes all looked dejected. Needless to say, they were all badly tortured. Brother, take a look at the rankings on the campus network. At this time, Li Jiqing suddenly contacted Yikan through telepathy. When Yikan heard her words and opened it, the corner of his mouth twitched suddenly. We've been tricked. We shouldn't have fought so hard. Yikan was speechless. It was no surprise that he and Li Jiqing took the first and second places in the combat power rankings, and there was nothing wrong with that. The problem lies in the gap between their combat power and the third place. First place, Yikan, combat power 236885. Second place, Li Jiqing, combat power 189633. Third place, Chao Ritian, combat power 78576. Fourth place, Dong Bud, combat power 77665. It's no use saying anything now, just wait for the second round of matches. Li Jiqing was also a little speechless. Can you little dogs show some fighting spirit? You are actually more than 100,000 short of combat power. We can't lead you even if we want to. About an hour later, the first round of combat power assessment finally ended. Those with a combat power value below 10,000 were assessed as unsuitable to descend into the endless void, and as many as 30% of them were eliminated. Of course, the artifact is just a more rational assessment and is not necessarily accurate. After all, there are still lucky people in this world. Therefore, the Academy only gave a conclusion, advising students to cherish their lives and not to rashly descend into the endless void to avoid death. Whether to comply or not is up to the students themselves. Of course, they are also responsible for the consequences. After a lot of busy work, the second round of matching finally arrived. This battle is not a one-on-one one, but a battle against living people, so it is presided over by the dean and the 3 elders who simultaneously activate the magic weapons. It is absolutely fair and just. 500 students are matched at the same time, and 250 can be eliminated in the first round. In this kind of competition, besides strength, luck is also a factor. For example, if you have the ability to enter the top 10, but meet perverts like Yikan and Li Jiqing in the first round, you can only blame yourself for being unlucky. Fortunately, the college still had a conscience. After some discussion, it decided to remove Yikan and Li Jiqing. When the top 10 appears, we will add them both in for the final competition. Therefore, contestants 501 and 502 became the lucky ones and were added to the big team, replacing the vacancies of Yikan and Li Jiqing. Life is so lonely like snow. Yikan sat cross-legged on the cushion, with a look of emotion on his face. Brother, if you meet me in the top 10 finals, hit me lightly. At this time, the little fat boy Jiang Daily came over again. As a result, Li Xiaoyu immediately hit back. With your poor condition, you still want to enter the top 10? Don't be eliminated in the first round. Don't underestimate me. Although I decided to farm, my lizardmen are not vegetarians either. Jiang Daily waved his big fist at Li Xiaoyu, but it was not convincing at all. Yikan was too lazy to join in their flirting and directly watched the battle between the top 500 through the virtual network. Chao Ritian, this name is quite interesting. Yikan smiled slightly and directly opened his battlefield screen. My name is Chao Ritian. I came first and then heaven. Hurry up and get killed, kid. Chao Ritian is a spirited young man with an afro. He looked so arrogant and deserved a beating that even Yikan wanted to rush into the battlefield and beat him up, not to mention the fat guy sitting opposite him who was covered in seafood. Fuck it, I can't stand it anymore. Brother Pang swung the swimming ring around his waist and rushed towards Chao Ritian dragging his dragon-headed crutch. The 40 gangsters wearing sunglasses behind him also took out 3-foot-long machetes and rushed towards Chao Ritian's team of men with afro hair. The two heroes' representative appearances were similar to theirs, and they also fought together. Who knew that Chao Ritian, the spirited young man, had no moral principles and suddenly scattered powder all over the sky, just like 3 bags of cement. Even the gangsters' sunglasses couldn't block it. Then, the BGM of Funeral Family sounded, and the energetic guys instantly became like chicken blood and rolled on the ground. The monkey stealing peaches, the 2 dragons playing with the pearl, and the 1,000-year killing were all used, and the scene was as disgusting as it could be for the eyes. Oh my god, there are also spirited guys and seafood guys on Blue Star? Yikan was so shocked by the lightning that he was smoking. He had the illusion that he had returned to Earth. Chapter 80. Yin and Yang are born, thousands of leaves and flying flowers. Brother, are you watching the game? That Chao Ritian is such a pervert, haha. Yikan was watching with great interest when Li Jiqing's clear and pleasant voice suddenly rang in his mind. So you're also looking at these 2 weirdos? Yikan couldn't help laughing. Yeah, these 2 guys are so funny, just like street thugs. How did he get a combat power of over 70,000? Li Jiqing couldn't help but become curious. Don't judge things by appearances alone. The spirited guy spreading cement might be a skill that can confuse or weaken the enemy. Look at those gangsters. Although they are holding machetes, they have no power to fight back. These spirited young men's shocking appearances might be intended to show weakness to the enemy. Look, they haven't even taken out their weapons. Yikan was currently applying Hushime's template and could see things more clearly than Li Jiqing. No matter if they're showing weakness to the enemy or not, if they meet us, we will kill them directly. Li Jiqing clenched her fists, looking extremely domineering. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. There's too much water in that ranking. Don't take it too seriously. Although Chao Ritian is good, he is not at the 3rd level. Don't forget that besides the 2 of us, there are some SS and S-level players in the trial. Yikan had already had doubts about the difference in combat power on that ranking list. When he saw Chao Ritian take action just now, he figured out the trick. The key to this mock exam is not the first round, because the first round is only a combat capability assessment and does not involve the final ranking and rewards. Therefore, in the first round, many people began to hide their abilities after they were sure that they had qualified for the second round. This will not only confuse the opponent, but also maintain the sense of mystery and make a splash in the finals. Oh my god, these guys are so sneaky. At this time, Li Jiqing also reacted. But when she thought about it carefully, she understood that there were mock exams every year, and the process had long been studied thoroughly by these guys' parents. She and Yikan both joined Shinwei Academy halfway through, and no one had ever told them these details, so naturally they didn't know the tricks involved. But Li Jiqing didn't care at all, because she knew that in the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy or trick was just a paper tiger. Soon, after 2 rounds of matching, only 125 people were left. It's easy to add 1 more person, just let him match with the 60 winning people again. If you win, you will naturally take over. If you lose, there is nothing to say. Next, you can watch a few more games. He could see that there were still many people who maintained their strength to ensure their victory. TSK. Judging from the situation, there are many people who are dissatisfied with us. Yikan looked at the fighting inside the light curtain with a look of anticipation. If they don't obey, then beat them until they obey. Faced with such a situation, Li Jiqing was not worried at all, but instead looked excited. Finally, after half a day of competition, only 15 people were left. Brother, they let me compete. You have to cheer me on. At this time, Li Jiqing's voice sounded again. Go ahead, don't hold back, kill them all. That's exactly what I meant. Yikan had already anticipated this result. Let Li Jiqing join, and select the top 8 out of 16. The 8 eliminated players will then go through 3 more rounds of matches to select the 9th player. Including him, there are exactly 10 people. As the match began, the rankings on the campus website began to change. The current ranking no longer shows specific combat power values, because the strength shown by the students in the first round of single-player competition is only a part of it. At this time, Yikan is no longer the top of the list because he has not participated in the second round. First place, Tangshan. Second place, Xiaohuahua. Third place, Wang Ding. Fourth place, Wu Tianda. Li Jiqing was very lucky. As soon as she joined the top 16 match, she met Tang Can, who was temporarily at the top of the list. Oh my god, is this such a coincidence? When Yikan saw the troops led by Tang Qian, he couldn't help but laugh. Because the soldier holding a magic wand, covered in black mist and shrouded in a black robe, was exactly the dark wizard he auctioned off. The hero following behind Tang Qian was a middle-aged man with a pale face and a wretched appearance. His outfit is similar to those of the dark wizards, but his robes are more high-end and he doesn't wear a hat. Could this be the legendary evil soul master? Jiang Daili and Li Xiaoyu saw Yikan watching Li Jiqing's game and immediately came over. Both of them are quite strong and have made it into the top 500. Unfortunately, Jiang Daili was eliminated in the first round, while Li Xiaoyu made it into the top 60. She is a terrifying lowly. Now in this huge class 3, the only ones who can talk to Yikan are this pair of enemies. As for the others, they looked down on Yikan from the beginning because of his background. Now that Yikan's SSS level identity has been exposed, it would be difficult for them to approach him flatteringly. After all, everyone loves to save face, and all lords have their own pride. What is an evil soul master? Yikan looked at Jiang Daili curiously. Although this guy is not very strong in combat and is determined to become a farming lord, he has a wealth of theoretical knowledge. A soul master is a profession that can use martial souls and soul rings. This evil soul master is naturally the evil one among soul masters. I have seen illustrations of evil soul masters on the internet. These guys have very perverted methods. Some of them like to use living souls to refine spirit rings, some like to use newborn babies to create vengeful demon children, and there is another kind. Jiang Daili glanced at Li Xiaoyu beside him and immediately changed his words. Anyway, there are many different methods. Seeing his fearful look, Yikan did not continue asking, but looked at the light curtain. This time, Li Jiqing summoned Lin Daiyu and the Scarlet Yiksha army. Being able to enter the Hall of Legends only means that your starting point is high, not that it is impossible to surpass. Today I will let you see the power of darkness, haha. When Tang Qian faced Li Jiqing, a Hall of Fame player, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he was very excited and felt that this was a good opportunity to clear his name. Noisy. Li Jiqing raised her hand and a long green whip suddenly appeared in her hand. Her amiable expression was unique to Yikan. When it comes to others, especially a self-righteous and despicable guy like Tang Qian, she doesn't want to say a word. Dark demonic cloud. Tang Qian didn't waste any more words and just swung his staff to kill. Just looking at the heroes and arms he summoned, you can tell that he is taking the dark, demonic route. Buzz. Suddenly, a large black cloud appeared in the virtual battlefield. It twisted into a ferocious demon and pounced towards Li Jiqing. However, facing this ferocious monster, Li Jiqing was not panicked at all. Yin and Yang are born, and thousands of leaves and flowers are flying. She just flicked the whip and endless leaves appeared in front of her. These leaves kept flying, forming countless thin snakes, and suddenly crashed into the fog, crushing the evil cloud in the blink of an eye. On the other side, Lin Daiyu was stunned when she saw Li Jiqing's moves. When did the Lord's sister comprehend such a powerful move? In fact, it wasn't just Lin Daiyu who was dazed, even Yikan was a little numb. Chapter 81. Revive, my love. Oh my god, 10,000 leaves flying flowers flow. Isn't this Sha Siming's unique skill? Yikan was stunned and once again had the illusion of traveling back to Earth. The 10,000 leaves flying flower flow can transform the magic power in the body into leaves to attack. When it is performed, all the leaves fly out at once, and the sharpness is intimidating. In addition, he can also control flowers, plants, and trees, restore their vitality, turn leaves and vines into weapons, and kill people everywhere. You can remember that yesterday Li Jiqing only knew the two skills of plant catalysis and entanglement, so how come she had mastered the 10,000 leaves flying flowers flow today? Is it because of their passionate fight last night? Last night, Li Jiqing was officially promoted to the mistress of the Fairyland Forest and activated the mythical Eternal Ring. The origin of the Wonderland comes from the world of elves and contains the power of nature. Li Jiqing, like Lin Daiyu, follows a natural path, which fits perfectly with the Fairyland Forest. It is not impossible for her to become enlightened overnight. However, just as Yikan had calmed down, a bolt of thunder struck out of nowhere on the battlefield. Buzz. The evil soul master who was facing Lin Daiyu suddenly floated up, and a soul ring emitting a strong evil spirit appeared behind him. Rise up, my love. Following his loud shout, an enchanting figure suddenly rushed out from the soul ring. It was a young woman in a black gauze dress. She was surrounded by black mist, her eyes were red, and her face was hideous. Die. She opened her bloody mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, and pounced towards Lin Daiyu. When Yikan heard the words, rise again, my love, he was almost shocked to the ground. What the hell is this? Yikan was a little speechless. Gurgle. At this time, the little fat boy Jiang Daili swallowed his saliva and said, I wanted to say it just now, but I was afraid that Yuzi would hit me. If you have something to say it now. If you have something to say, fart now. Li Xiaoyu kicked Jiang Daili. Obviously, she also wanted to know what that thing was. There are many kinds of evil soul masters, and the most vicious one is the guy on the battlefield, named the resentful soul master. They would peel off the soul of their beloved one, and then use the technique of curse to make it absorb all kinds of resentful and evil spirits, refine it into resentful and evil love souls, and then integrate it into the soul ring. Although such a soul has lost its intelligence, it still retains the love it had for its partner during its lifetime and will spontaneously protect its master. At the critical moment, the master can also sacrifice the evil spirit to protect himself from disaster, which is equivalent to having an extra life. When Jiang Daily said this, he looked at the evil soul master with a look full of contempt. Such a cruel person will be looked down upon no matter how powerful he is. He can even kill his loved ones. What else can't he do? Yikan was simply stunned. In his previous life, this was just a joke. I didn't expect that such a thing actually exists in this world. Men are really not good things. Li Xiaoyu curled her lips, her eyes full of disgust. Yuzu, don't start a gender war. There are also female soul masters who are resentful. Jiang Daily was immediately dissatisfied when he heard this. TSK, you said everything, and I was talking about the evil soul master in the field. Li Xiaoyu pointed at the light curtain and said, okay, let's talk about him. Putting aside the facts, that woman actually fell in love with such a scumbag. Isn't she at fault at all? Jiang Daily put his hands on his hips and looked at Li Xiaoyu with a righteous face. This punch, which contained the power of the ancient times, directly shocked Yi Kan to the point that he was burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. He turned around, gave the little fat boy a thumbs up and said, brother, you are awesome. That's a must. The little fat boy stretched out his thumb and wiped his nose with a very arrogant look on his face. After arguing with Li Xiaoyu for such a long time, he also realized the truth. When your strength is not strong enough, you must know how to use magic to defeat magic. On the battlefield, the two sides were still fighting. Needless to say, the battle between the two lords was epic. Before the Kingdom of Women merged into the Fairy Forest, Li Jiqing was already a legendary player. After the two territories merged, she became the deputy lord of the Fairy Forest, and her rank naturally rose to the epic level. The most important thing is that her original attribute bonus was only 5 times, but now it has become 10 times. The territorial characteristics of the Kingdom of Women conflict with the Wonderland Forest, so it was covered by the Wonderland Forest. Li Jiqing and Tang Shun are at the same level, but Li Jiqing is 2 levels higher than the other. Coupled with the incredible equipment like the Ring of Eternity, it would be extremely easy for her to beat up a wretched man like Tang Shun. As for Lin Daiyu, although she cannot use the 10,000 leaves flying flower flow yet, she also has the skills of catalytic plants and entanglement. With the ice and fire palm she learned from Xue Baochai, she was able to suppress the resentful and evil soul master. After all, the tenfold attribute bonus is not a small amount. But the Yiksha army is very powerful. They learned the blood-burning killing formation from the elf hunter overnight. Although the degree of compatibility is still very low, they have been able to condense the fighting spirit. The dark spells released by the dark wizards could not even create a splash of water, let alone tear the blood-burning killing array apart. Kill! The Yiksha army roared angrily and moved their spears, instantly blowing up the front row of fragile dark wizards. How is that possible? Only then did the dark wizard feel the gap between the two sides and wanted to distance themselves. Unfortunately, it was too late. The Yiksha army was ruthless and rushed towards the dark wizard like a moving ball of fire. As one side gained strength while the other side lost strength, they were the first to end the battle. Impossible! How could the gap be so huge? Tang Shun collapsed directly after enduring the thousands of cuts from the Wanya Feihua flow. He is the number 1 on the list. Moreover, they have legendary heroes and soldiers. Even if they cannot defeat legendary lords, they should not be suppressed like this. TSK, the power of darkness, ugh. When Li Jiqing saw Tang Shun's ugly look, she immediately lost interest and shook his hand. Bang! With just a loud bang, Tang Shun in the virtual battlefield exploded directly, and the battle came to an end. So, the top 8 appeared, and Li Jiqing temporarily ranked first. Tang Shun was defeated and could only run away in shame to compete with 7 other losers for the last spot. Brother, how's my mini Fei Waliu? After Li Jiqing exited the virtual battlefield, she immediately communicated with Yi Kan through telepathy. Xiaoqing, did you travel here from Earth? Yi Kan couldn't suppress his curiosity after all and asked directly. Earth? Traveling through time? What the hell? Li Jiqing was confused and didn't know what Yi Kan was asking. Then do you know the Yinyang school among the 100 schools of thought? Do you know a beautiful lady named Xiao Siming? Yi Kan still didn't give up and asked seriously. I don't know. Bro, are you okay? Li Jiqing felt that Yikin was acting strange and couldn't help but feel a little worried. No, it's okay. Yikin frowned and said to himself, is it really a parallel space? Impossible. Chapter 82. Fighting Qi transforms into horse. While Yikin was full of doubts, the competition was going on quietly. By the time he came to his senses, the last spot in the top 10 was decided. Tang Xin chopped melons and vegetables along the way and won the final victory. However, after being beaten by Li Jiqing, he no longer had the same high spirits as before. Now, the competition among the top 10 begins. Please enter. As Lu Chongfeng's voice sounded, Yikin also began to calm his mind and entered the virtual battlefield under the guidance of the Zhang Hai Mingyu too. The opponent he was matched with this time was a guy named Wu Tianda. I give up. When Yikin summoned Nuba and the elf hunters to prepare for a big fight, Wu Tianda actually raised his hands in surrender. So scary. It's okay that the hero is legendary, but the one leading the army is also legendary. This is simply too bullying. Wu Tianda looked at Yi Kan as if he had seen a devil. Although his rank is not very high, he has a skill called True Vision, which allows him to see through opponents who are no more than 10 levels above him. Waste of expression. Nuba ran out excitedly, but she couldn't find anyone to vent her fighting spirit that had been brewing for a long time, and she looked unhappy. Don't be angry. I'll call you next time. Yikin smiled at her and directly exited the virtual battlefield. After a fierce competition, the top 5 were finally born, namely Yi Kan, Li Jiqing, Xiao Huahua, Tang Kan, and Wang Ding. At this stage of the game, matching is no longer necessary. Because no matter whether it is 1st to 5th place or 6th to 10th place, everyone has to play all 4 games. Yi Kan's first opponent is Xiao Huahua, who is currently ranked 3rd on the list. Don't look down on young people just because they are poor. Today, I, Xiao Huahua, will prove that even if I don't enter the Hall of Legends, I am still the best in this year's academy. As soon as Yikin entered the scene, he heard this familiar line. He couldn't help but take a breath and muttered to himself, a Dozong strongman is so terrifying. Classmate Xiao Huahua, are you sure your name is Xiao Huahua, not Xiaoyan? Yikin looked at the young man opposite him who was carrying a black door panel on his back, with a string of question marks in his eyes. If this is really a parallel dimension, he has to be careful, because there is a high possibility that an old man lives in the ring of the guy opposite, and he is a master at playing with fire. My classmate, please stop talking nonsense. Although the time of the trial is far less than 30 years, I am no longer the same person I was before. There is only one person who is qualified to be my opponent, and that is Li Jiqing. You are not worthy yet. Xiao Huahua removed the door panel and pointed at Yi Kan with disdain, acting like a boss who thinks everyone is second to him. Good job. It was only then that Yi Kan realized that what he was carrying was actually a kitchen knife the size of a door panel. As expected of a weakened version of Emperor Yan, their arrogance is just like that of the original. Yi Kan gave Xiao Huahua a thumbs up, then suddenly pointed it down. Roar. In an instant, cold air swept across the earth, and a ferocious water dragon appeared out of nowhere, roaring and biting towards Xiao Huahua. Yikin had a preconceived notion that Xiao Huahua was good at fire skills, so he used Princess Longji's template. Whoosh. As a result, the next moment Xiao Huahua flashed and dodged the attack of the water dragon technique. He instantly appeared above Yi Kan's head and chopped him down with a knife. He even learned 3,000 thunder movements. Awesome. Yikin spun around, took out a mace and smashed it out. Clang. With a loud bang, Xiao Huahua suddenly turned into a cannonball and flew backwards in an instant, leaving 2 lines of blood in the air. That was the liquid that was spilled when his palm was cracked. Damn it! Why is this guy's power so terrifying? Xiao Huahua stabbed the ground with his knife and retreated dozens of meters before he could barely stop. Only then did he realize that this guy was not a simple character either, and his attributes were far higher than his. Then, Xiao Huahua raised his right hand directly. When Yikin thought he was going to surrender like Wu Tianda, he actually yelled, "Fighting Qi turns into a horse." Buzz. I saw a flash of white light, and endless energy gathered and soon condensed into a white horse. Whoosh. Xiao Huahua jumped up, rode on the white horse, and started circling around Yi Kan. If we can't compare the attributes, then let's compare the speed. With the blessing of 3,000 thunders, Xiao Huahua's terrifying speed was like a white circle surrounded by lightning, and his figure could not be seen at all. Fighting spirit turning into a horse. Can it be any more outrageous? Yikin was beginning to feel a little overwhelmed as he looked at these familiar elements from his previous life. He held his stomach and tried to suppress his laughter. Although you have powerful attributes, you can't catch up with me because you are not as fast as my horse. Xiao Huahua thought Yikin was hit, and suddenly looked smug. However, the next moment, Yi Kan, who had switched into the template of Sudaji, was lifted up into the air by the evil wind. Student Xiao Huohua, do you know anything else, such as transforming fighting spirit into wings? Don't you think this horse transformation is a bit too lame? It doesn't match your status as a master at all. Yi Kan looked at Xiao Huohua, who was running with great interest, and wanted him to demonstrate the transformation of fighting spirit into wings on the spot. It's just a wing transformation, no big deal. Xiao Huohua seemed to be unable to sense Yi Kan's teasing, and he patted the white horse and shouted, "Unrestrained imagination." Buzz. The next moment, the white horse's head shone with white light, and its ears began to rapidly grow larger and longer. In just a few breaths, the white horse's ears were stretched into a pair of huge wings. Oh my god, this is so out of this world. Yi Kan looked at the extremely ugly white horse, and his face suddenly turned dark. When he was about to hit this idiot to death with a stick, there was someone who was faster than him. Laugh. A blood-red umbrella fell from the sky and pierced through Xiao Huohua's neck, nailing him to the horse's head. It killed 2 birds with 1 stone and also nailed the white horse to death. Let's fight. Why are you talking nonsense? Nuba took back the umbrella and looked at Xiao Huohua and Bai Ma, who were gradually turning into energy and disappearing with disgust, then glared at Yi Kan. It was only then that Yi Kan discovered that Nuba and Kaden had already finished the battle. He was the only one who was leisurely escaping his opponent, and Nuba chose to take action because she couldn't stand it anymore. My fighting spirit turns into wings. Yi Kan looked regretful, then glared at Nuba and said, "You are so rebellious. You dare to snatch my opponent. You will be punished by the family rules tonight. Tisk, I'm afraid of you." Nuba acted like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. If it wasn't the wrong occasion, Yi Kan would have wanted to execute her on the spot. Chapter 83, The Deepest Hidden Person. This guy is so unlucky. After Yi Kan withdrew from the battlefield, he immediately opened the light curtain to watch Li Jiqing's battle. What left him speechless was that the first person Li Jiqing met was her defeated opponent Tang Shen. Logically speaking, after learning the lesson from the last time, Tang Shen should have given up. As a result, this guy was too concerned about his reputation and wanted to get back at his enemies, so he started fighting with Li Jiqing again. But this time he was much more careful, and finally seized the opportunity to sacrifice his soul ring and release the vengeful soul of a woman. It was only then that Yi Kan realized that Tang Shen was also a resentful and emotional soul master. This bastard, he wouldn't really sacrifice his girlfriend. Jiang Daily and Li Xiaoyu, the 2 old guys, could obviously open their own network screens to watch the game, but they both liked to hang out with Yi Kan. They even brought out melon seeds and drinks. They were very well prepared. In response, Yi Kan just shook his head and didn't care much. When watching a game, what you want is the atmosphere. It shouldn't be that serious. If I'm guessing correctly, the one he turned into a vengeful spirit should be the heroine in his territory. Yi Kan thought for a moment and said, "What a scumbag. The Academy doesn't care about such anti-human behavior." Li Xiaoyu clenched her fists, raised her eyebrows, and was filled with righteous indignation. That's his own territory's business. Dragon Nation's laws have no control over it. The Academy naturally can't say anything either. The most we can do is condemn him on a moral level. Jiang Daily shook his head. There are countless such things on Blue Star, but they are not made public. Some territories are even more perverted, even using heroes and military units for research, which is simply inhumane. If this kind of person doesn't die, each of us is responsible. Li Xiaoyu gritted her teeth. Don't worry, he'll take it. As soon as Yi Kan finished speaking, Tang Kan on the battlefield started muttering to himself. The resentful soul wrapped in evil energy suddenly let out a shrill scream. Afterwards, her body began to vaporize, and in the blink of an eye she merged into the demonic energy, turning into a demonic cloud that swept towards Li Jiqing. Flower cage. Li Jiqing was not panicked at all when facing the terrifying demonic cloud. I saw her making hand gestures. Chi-chi-chi-chi. Endless flying flowers gathered together and in the blink of an eye turned into an octagonal cage, directly trapping the evil cloud. No matter how the evil cloud struggled, it could not escape from the cage. Impossible. Tang Shen was now in despair. Sacrificing the resentful souls was his ultimate weapon, but he still couldn't do anything to Li Jiqing. Finally, under Li Jiqing's 1,000 leaves flying flowers, Tang Shen died again in the northwest. And this time he died a miserable death, being directly tortured to death by Wanya Feihua. Good death. Li Xiaoyu and Jiang Daily let out a breath at the same time. Then in the second game, when Yi Kan and the others saw the list of opponents, they were stunned and then laughed. It turns out that this time it was Yi Kan against Tang Kan, and Li Jiqing against Wang Ding. Brother, beat him hard and humiliate him by all means. Jiang Daily clenched his two little fat fists, more excited than if he were participating in the competition himself. As long as you kill him, my koala will give you a hug. Li Xiaoyu also looked excited. Forget it. You should just keep it for yourself. Yikan looked at the poor koala bear that was squeezed against Li Xiaoyu's chest and couldn't help shaking his head. Holding it like this every day? I guess you've gotten used to it. Then I'll give you a hug. Yuzu. When Jiang Daily heard this, his body trembled and he looked at Li Xiaoyu as if she were an alien. I don't dare. How about letting Xiaobang take my place? After Yikan finished speaking, he entered the battlefield while Jiang Daily and Li Xiaoyu were stunned. Yuzu, keep your word. Jiang Daily is ready to go. Fuck you. I didn't agree to let you take his place. Li Xiaoyu's pretty face flushed. She turned away and opened her own network screen. Jiang Daily shamelessly moved closer and wanted to watch it with her, but she kicked him away. Women are so hypocritical. Jiang Daily rubbed his big, but that weighed almost 100 pounds, with a look of unwillingness on his face. In the virtual battlefield, Tang Qin was staring at Yi Kan with a ferocious look on his face. I can't beat Li Jiqing who entered the Hall of Legend, so how can I beat you? A little beggar who has turned over a new leaf? When Tang Xin thought about it, he immediately regained his confidence and released his small circle again, while also releasing balls of black mist. The domineering dark style really added a lot of momentum to him. However, our handsome guy, you didn't even look at him and just waved his hand. Buzz. Hushime stepped out carrying a large sickle, and beautiful witches holding magic wands and wearing slim robes also appeared. Young master. Hushime was summoned again and was overjoyed. The young master still cares about her. Clear out those miscellaneous soldiers. Yes. Hushime immediately used the 9 Phoenix fighting spirit to increase everyone's combat power by 30, then rushed towards the hero under Tang Xin's seat, waving the Grim Reaper scythe. The elven witches were even more direct. They instantly activated the blood-burning killing formation, and then a barrage of thunder struck down. The Dark Army was most afraid of thunder magic, and with the extraordinary attributes of the elven witches, Tang Xun's dark wizards were wiped out in just a few rounds. Tang Qin saw that Yi Kan destroyed his men with just a wave of his hand, and he never even looked at him directly from beginning to end. This blatant contempt made him feel extremely humiliated. This is too much. Tang Xun activated the small black circle and rushed towards Yi Kan with a trident filled with black light in his hand. As a result, before he could get within 10 meters of Yi Kan, a huge sickle fell from the sky and hooked his shoulder. Laugh. Blood splattered everywhere, and Tang Qin was turned into a one-armed old man. Tang Xun was so angry that he rushed towards Hushime, waving his trident in one hand. Hushime had obviously received some hint from Yi Kan and did not kill him. Instead, she started playing the Lingqi game, cutting Tang Xun's body piece by piece. Tang Xun had been so humiliated that he had already gone mad, and all he wanted was to bite Hushime to vent his anger. In the end, he was cut into a human pig and fell to the ground. At this time, Yi Kan walked up to him and said coldly, "How you manage your territory is your own business, but a person who has lost his humanity will eventually suffer the consequences, so you'd better take care of yourself." After Yi Kan finished speaking, he immediately withdrew from the battlefield. From beginning to end, he didn't make a move. It was also at this moment that the people at Shinhua College knew. The strongest freshman this year is not the legendary player Li Jiqing, but this guy named Yi Kan. After Yi Kan opened his eyes, Jiang Daily and Li Xiaoyu immediately came over. Li Xiaoyu's pretty face flushed, and she seemed to want to say something, but stopped herself. Jiang Daily's face was full of anticipation. However, Yi Kan didn't take the previous joke to heart at all. Instead, he directly opened the light curtain and clicked on the battle between Li Jiqing and Wang Ding. But what he saw was Li Jiqing's serious face. Not far from her, Wang Ding was suspended in the air, as if standing on the tip of the wind, with his long robe fluttering, looking very majestic. It turns out that this guy is the one who hid the deepest. Yi Kan's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly, like an old fox. Chapter 84. The Frustrated Wang Ding. Li Jiqing, do you think my weapon looks familiar? Wang Ding performed a gun dance, and suddenly a silver light appeared on his body, and his ordinary clothes instantly turned into armor. How did the kamikaze suit end up in your hands? After Li Jiqing saw clearly the equipment he was wearing, her eyes almost spit fire. Because this set of equipment was a relic of her father and was originally left to her. She had asked about it when she returned to her family, but the family said that the equipment had been lost, but now it appeared in this guy's hands. The kamikaze set is a set of legendary equipment, with a total of 14 pieces. After collecting them all, You can not only obtain a set of kamikaze gun techniques known for its speed, but also activate the kamikaze power of the suit, allowing you to walk in the air as if it were flat ground. Guess. Wang Ding smiled coldly and used a move called Rainbow Piercing the Sun to pierce Li Jiqing's throat. So fast. Li Jiqing tapped the ground with her toes and dodged sideways like a fairy. Then he gathered endless leaves into a whip and fought and retreated. If she had not had the tenfold attribute blessing of the fairy forest, and had not comprehended the 10,000 leaves flying flowers flow with the help of the power of nature last night, she would definitely not be able to withstand Wang Ding's violent attack at this moment. It's a legendary set, and the attributes of each piece are already incredible. When you gather all the parts, the properties are not as simple as 1+1, because some hidden properties will be activated. Kamikaze gun technique and kamikaze power are two of them. With the power of the divine wind, Wang Ding was like a silver, ferocious beast, determined to tear Li Jiqing into pieces. Li Jiqing was not afraid either. She kept flying above the battlefield like a nimble butterfly. While flying, she continued to cast plant catalysis and entanglement. Chi-chi-chi-chi. Wherever her toes passed, countless vines sprouted out. These vines were soft yet powerful, like twisting long snakes, madly wrapping around Wang Ding. When it comes to dealing with brute force, a soft knife is naturally the most effective. At this time, Li Jiqing also thought of Wang Ding's identity and couldn't help but sneer. I know, you are the puppy raised by the Li family? Court death. When Wang Ding heard this, his eyes suddenly turned red and filled with murderous intent. Their ancestors were once worshipped by the Li family. Unfortunately, after the death of the ancestor, the Wang family fell into decline and eventually even became servants of the Li family. In order to make a living, his parents had no choice but to send him to the Li family wolf den, and he was trained to become a wolf cub who only knew how to bite people. Wolf cubs is what the Li family calls them, which is full of the Li family's arrogance and contempt. Outside, their reputation is even worse, and they are called bastards. This is a shame branded on them, so no matter who it is, if they dare to call them bastards to their faces, they will be enemies forever. Originally, he planned to defeat Li Jiqing. After all, Li Jiqing was half his master. But he couldn't blame this bitch for humiliating him like that. Roar! Wang Ding roared angrily, and his muscles suddenly bulged, diffusing with a faint layer of blood. Whoosh! The next moment, he turned into a bloody shadow, smashing the vines along the way and rushing towards Li Jiqing. There is actually a secret technique to improve strength. Although Li Jiqing's speed is not slow, it pales in comparison to the power of the divine wind. She tried to keep some distance, but Wang Ding rushed in front of her in the blink of an eye. Die! Wang Ding swung his gun suddenly and stabbed Li Jiqing in the heart. As a mage, being approached by a warrior is fatal. However, at this critical moment, Li Jiqing took out a blood-red spear and suddenly pointed it at Wang Ding's kamikaze spear. Bite! There was only a tremor heard, and the two of them immediately distanced themselves from each other. How is that possible? Wang Ding felt Li Jiqing's terrifying power and was stunned. He was wearing a complete set of legendary equipment. Even if Li Jiqing was extremely wealthy, it would be impossible for him to collect a set of legendary equipment in just 1 month. But Li Jiqing's strength is actually comparable to his? Is this the true strength of a legendary lord? However, Li Jiqing did not waste time talking to Wang Ding, but took advantage of the moment when he was distracted to distance herself from him. At the same time, they frantically urged the plants to surround him with a desperate attitude. Although her attributes are almost the same as Wang Ding's due to the blessing of the characteristics of the fairy forest, she has no melee skills and does not know how to use a gun. If she fights with this wolf cub with a gun, she will definitely lose. Yin and Yang are born, and thousands of leaves and flowers are flying. When the endless vines wrapped Wang Ding into a big ball, she began to use the 10,000 leaves and flying flowers flow, trying to torture Wang Ding to death with the leaves and flying flowers that could penetrate every pore. Xiaoqing, if this wave fails, admit defeat immediately. At this moment, Yikan's voice suddenly sounded in her heart. The Ring of Eternity is a mythical equipment, the only one in the world. Its telepathic skill can ignore time and space, allowing couples to communicate without obstacles, even under the cover of the picture of the bright moon over the sea. Bang! As soon as Yikan finished speaking, the huge ball on the battlefield exploded. Wang Ding was covered in blood, and his blood was boiling. Like a mad beast, he rushed towards Li Jiqing in an almost self-mutilating manner. I give up. When Wang Ding's kamikaze spear was about to touch Li Jiqing, she suddenly raised her hand to admit defeat. Her body then turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. Wang Ding had accumulated endless anger and hatred, and when he saw that he was about to kill Li Jiqing, he released this anger and hatred. As a result, the person is gone. People who have not experienced this kind of blow cannot understand how painful it is. Wang Ding let out a shrill howl and ran away on the spot. The frustration and anger contained in the cry were no less than being cuckolded 18 times, and the 3 children were not her own, but she had to raise them for others until they were 20 years old. So much so that after Wang Ding returned to reality, he was still howling in the classroom and pounding the floor frantically. Upon seeing this, the second elder of the academy pointed his finger and confined him to the cushion. In the next match, you will play against Yi Can. If you still want to fight, calm down. The second elder's cold voice entered Wang Ding's heart. Yi Can and Li Jiqing are both the proud children of Shenyue College and are favored by the dean. This guy has good talent and territorial characteristics, but it's a pity that he is a dog raised by the Li family and can never be a member of the academy. Harmful. The second elder couldn't help but sigh when he thought of this. Both SSS-level talents were snatched away by others. He finally found a good talent, but he turned out to be someone who was against the academy. It's so fucking infuriating. Teacher, I know I was wrong. Under the second elder's domineering aura, Wang Ding finally calmed down. He was ordered to enter Shenyue College this time, just to monitor Li Jiqing. As a result, he received a mission last night, which was to kill Yi Can and Li Jiqing during the competition and prevent them from getting the competition rewards, so as to enhance his strength. As long as he can successfully complete the task, he can get rid of the identity of Wolf Cub and enter the Li family sanctuary. Although I failed to kill Li Jiqing just now, at least I defeated her. If we can kill Yi Can this time, the mission will be accomplished. As for Li Jiqing, as long as she doesn't return to the family, she will be the enemy of the Li family, and there will be plenty of opportunities to kill her in the future. When Wang Ding thought of this, he immediately regained his confidence. Yi Can, wait for death. Chapter 85. You are a man, don't give up. It's a pity that this is a virtual battlefield, otherwise we could have taken the kamikaze suit back. After listening to Li Jiqing's story, Yi Can couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Wang Ding should have a secret method of burning blood to increase his combat power. You have to be careful. He just missed the opportunity because he was too confident. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have the chance to admit defeat. Li Jiqing was worried that Yi Can would underestimate the enemy, so she reminded him immediately. Don't worry, I've seen your fight just now. It's not a big problem. Wang Ding's troops and heroes are all legendary and are evenly matched with Li Jiqing's troops, so the outcome of the battle between them depends on themselves. But Yi Can's is different. He is strong enough both as a soldier and a hero. How about Xiaohuahua? Li Jiqing's third battle was against Xiaohuahua. He's just an idiot. He has a skill that's as good as Flash. Just be careful with him. As for the rest, you can do whatever you want. Now that you say that, I have a clue. After the two chatted for a while, the third battle finally arrived. The third battle is about to begin. Everyone hurry up and place your bets. After Yi Can killed Tang Can, the clever Jiang Daili took over the market in the class group. Although Yi Can has shown his strength to the world, there are still many people who are not optimistic about him. Because Wang Ding not only possessed a complete set of legendary suits, he also defeated the only Lord of Shenyue Academy who entered the Hall of Legends. Buzz. As the light flashed, Yi Can appeared in the virtual battlefield with Su Daji and the Elf Witch. I'm just a little beggar who almost starved to death in the wilderness. Why are you pretending? Wang Ding felt unhappy when he saw Yi Can's calm look. That's better than being someone else's dog. Yi Can's light words directly caused Wang Ding to suffer a critical hit of 100,000 points, and it was the kind that caused bleeding effects. You? Sure enough, Wang Ding was choked and his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys all ached. People who are dogs hate it most when others call them dogs. Especially for a young guy like Wang Ding, what he values most is face. What do you mean by you? Come and bite me if you dare. If you hadn't wagged your tail to get a piece of skin from your master, do you think you have the right to stand in front of me? Yi Can originally wanted to use the Heaven-Devouring Sword, but after thinking it over he decided not to. The Heaven-Devouring Sword is a growth-type weapon with extremely powerful attributes. It should be exposed as little as possible. So he took out a huge black iron mace. He got a lot of this stuff from treasure chests, so it's no problem for him to throw one in each battle. Humph, you want to irritate me? I won't do as you wish. Wang Ding swung his divine wind spear and flew into the air, falling from the sky like a flaming meteor and crashing into Yi Can. Although this kid is arrogant, he is not stupid. He learned the lesson from the battle with Li Jiqing and did not waste any more time. He immediately used his secret technique to inflict heavy damage on Yi Can with lightning speed. Water Dragon Technique. Yi Can pointed his mace in the distance, and a water dragon suddenly roared and rushed towards Wang Ding. Boom! Wang Ding collided with the water dragon, destroying it with ease, turning the water dragon into splashes of water. At this time, Yikan had already switched from the Princess Longji template to the Hushime template. After he put the 9 Phoenix fighting soul on everyone present, his body was suddenly covered with a layer of faint moonlight, and his temperament also changed accordingly. Cold moon frost. With Yikan's pointing, the water splashes that were shattered by Wang Ding instantly condensed and turned into an ice cage, trapping Wang Ding inside. A trifle. When Wang Ding swung the kamikaze gun and shattered the ice cage, Yikan suddenly raised his mace and muttered to himself, "Moon soul ice soul." Buzz. In an instant, a huge shadow of a bright moon appeared behind Yikan, and in the shadow stood a young man wearing a moon-white robe and holding a huge mace. The young man has a cold and aloof temperament and looks down on others, giving people a feeling that he looks down on all living things. And the face of this young man was exactly Yikan. This strange yet sacred scene instantly caused an uproar in the academy. Puff. Lu Changfeng sat in the dean's office, drinking tea leisurely while maintaining the operation of the Tsang Hai Mingyu too. As a result, after seeing this scene, he spat out a mouthful of old tea. "Dad, did you see that?" At this time, Lu Mingli suddenly contacted Lu Changfeng. "Pure Taiyin power. Even if you practice the bright moon on the sea to the extreme, it may not have this effect." Lu Changfeng nodded. "You mean to say that he is not performing the bright moon rising from the sea?" "The bright moon on the sea has existed for countless years, but I have never heard of anyone being able to comprehend magical powers like cold moon frost and moon soul ice soul from it." Then Lu Mingli looked excited. Because the magic skills that Yikan displayed at this moment were very consistent with the bright moon rising over the sea. Everyone has their own secrets, and they can't be forced. Lu Changfeng shook his head. "I see. Yikan, accept your fate." Wang Ding finally tore apart Yikan's frost cage and was about to push the blood-burning secret technique to its extreme to give Yikan a fatal blow. As a result, Yikan pointed the mace in his hand forward and said, "Seal." Buzz. The moment the human-shaped shadow behind him moved in sync with him, a huge shadow of the bright moon suddenly enveloped him. "What's this?" Wang Ding, who was sprinting rapidly, suddenly felt that he was stuck in a quagmire and his speed was slowed down by dozens of times. Then, the shadow of the bright moon suddenly shrank extremely, trapping him inside. But this is not the end yet. The shadow of the bright moon continued to shrink and finally disappeared into Wang Ding's body. What's going on? Wang Ding felt that he suddenly couldn't control the power in his body and fell directly to the ground. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't fly again. The demon shadow is much stronger than you, and it almost couldn't withstand this move. "Who do you think you are?" Yikan came to Wang Ding with a mace and hit him on the forehead with it. "How dare you bully my wife? Who gave you the guts? Damn it, if you have the guts, let me go and let's fight for 300 rounds. Wang Ding swung his gun at Yikan, but unfortunately, because his power was blocked, his weak attack was not even enough to tickle Yikan. Bang, bang, bang. Yikan was not polite either. He hit Wang Ding with a few big sticks, making him doubt his life. So, he fell into a vicious cycle of madness again, and remembered the frustration he felt when Li Jiqing teased him. "The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Yikan, you lowly little beggar, if you have the guts, just kill me. I will never submit to you until I die." Wang Ding started to speak sweet words to Yikan and refused to admit defeat. On the other side, Su Daji used her charm to bewitch the muscular hero under Wang Ding. In the end, he died peacefully under Su Daji's double blades of sun and moon. The elf witch is even worse. They first used skills to increase their agility and defense, such as 5 tigers chasing the wind and strong mountains and rivers. Then he used blood poison and corpse poison to kite Wang Ding's giant sword soldiers. Giant sword soldiers are a legendary type of soldiers, with superior defense, physical strength, and combat effectiveness. Unfortunately, compared to the agile elven witches, their speed is too slow. In this way, they never got to touch even a corner of the witch's clothes until they died, and their deaths were so miserable. "Girls, come here." Yikan waved to Su Daji and the witches. "Sir, what's wrong?" Su Daji came to Yikan's side, and the witches looked at him expectantly. "This guy is a little bit unconvinced, but he's unwilling to surrender. You guys should think of a way to cure his bad habits." Yikan pointed at Wang Ding on the ground. "King, I have a poisonous insect called the flesh-eating and bone-drying insect. Once you are infected with this poison, you will have to endure the pain of being eaten away by evil spirits and must stay awake at all times. King, I know a skill called 10,000 pains. Although it is not fatal, It can make every part of a person's body feel a different kind of pain until death. The witches began to talk at once and introduced their skills of torturing people to Yi Kan. The more Yi Kan listened, the brighter his eyes became. That's amazing. What are you waiting for? Use it on him right away. After Yi Kan finished speaking, he looked at Wang Ding and said, "You are a man who will never give in to me until death. Don't admit defeat. The whole school is watching you." Chapter 86. The game is over. Arrange for the snake girl. In the virtual battlefield, Wang Ding fell to the ground and rolled around. The elven witches holding staffs formed a circle and threw poison or negative skills at him from time to time. When he was about to die, he immediately used his healing skills to bring him back. This Wang Ding is such a jerk. Why doesn't he just admit defeat? Why does he have to pretend? This is called dying for dignity and suffering in vain. Do you think he doesn't want to admit defeat? It's just that he's already said it. If he doesn't hold on for a while, he won't be able to get over it. What kind of troops are those female mages of Yi Kan? They are so pretty. It would be great if I could have one. Look at their strange methods. Are you sure you can bear it? The duel between top players like Yi Kan and Wang Ding is a rare event in a century, so there are a lot of people watching. Under the control of the artifact, the battle will not end unless the opponent dies or surrenders. So Wang Ding could only hold on. At this point, it is no longer a question of whether to admit defeat or not. Although Wang Ding did not reveal his identity, his words in the virtual battlefield were overheard by someone who knew that he was Li's dog. If he admits defeat now, it would be a slap in the face of the Li family, and he would never be able to gain a foothold in the Li family in the future. But he didn't think that his ugly behavior at this moment was throwing the Li family's face to the ground for Yi Kan to trample on. The bones are pretty tough. The elven witches were enraged when they saw that Wang Ding was so ignorant, and they used dozens of kinds of poisons at the same time. Wang Ding let out a shrill scream, as if he was experiencing the most cruel punishment in the world. He felt as if there were millions of worms wriggling and biting inside his body, and he could even feel his body melting away inch by inch. The pain that went straight to his soul made him collapse. I give up. In the end, the tough guy Wang Ding couldn't hold on any longer and succumbed to the poison of the elf witches. The moment his body dissipated, he was liberated. He swore that he would never have to face this devil Yi Kan again in his life. He was simply not a human being. Good job. Yi Kan gave the witches a thumbs up and left the virtual battlefield. In the next fourth game, Yi Kan didn't have to fight at all. Because his opponent was Li Jiqing, and Li Jiqing didn't want to waste her energy and just gave up. Everyone had expected this result. After all, Li Jiqing couldn't even beat Wang Ding, but Yi Kan was able to completely defeat Wang Ding. Buzz. As the competition came to an end, the Academy's sacred artifact, the picture of the moon over the sea, suddenly emitted an infinite amount of light, enveloping the entire Academy. And all the people in the Academy were instantly pulled into a huge virtual square. Now I announce that in this mock exam, Yi Kan ranked first, Wang Ding ranked second, and Li Jiqing ranked third. Lu Changfeng waved his hand, and a huge list suddenly appeared on the platform. Next, it was the award ceremony. The top 3 prizes are all legendary items. Yi Kan obtained a legendary building called Regeneration House, and 2 legendary equipment. Li Jiqing obtained a legendary military symbol called Magic Eye Snakeman. Of course, everything in the virtual space is an illusion, just a formality, and the real objects will be delivered by respective teachers. Fortunately, the effort was not wasted. On the way home, Yi Kan gently stroked the Suzaka gloves and the Xianbing belt in his hands, with a strange look in his eyes. He guessed that Lu Changfeng must have known about his collection of these 2 sets of items. Otherwise, the Academy would not have arranged these 2 items for him. Should we use this Demon Eye Snake Man? Li Jiqing looked at the military symbol in her hand, feeling a little hesitant. After all, the fairy forest already has 3 combat-type troops: hunters, tree elves, and witches. Together with her Yiksha army and Shuro army, the number of combatants has reached as high as 200 people. Although adding a Snakeman unit to the territory is harmless, if you want to unleash their true strength, you still have to create equipment and upgrade buildings. Last time, Yi Kan auctioned 2 legendary military symbols and received 1.2 billion source crystals. Together with his inventory, it amounted to a total of 1.3 billion source crystals. Unfortunately, he squandered more than half of his funds just by upgrading a few ancient trees, the Demon's Eye and the Moon Lake, to level 12. Yi Kan originally planned to use the remaining money to upgrade the Guardian Tree. But after the territories were merged, the number of Guardian Trees has reached 56. If you want to upgrade all of them from level 10 to level 12, you will need 1.68 billion source crystals. When Yikan saw the terrifying number, he decisively chose to give up. The Demon Eye Snake Men are water-attributed soldiers, and they are fast and have high defense. We have a vacancy in this area in our territory, so let's keep them. Yikan thought for a moment and said, although he is indeed short of funds now and cannot upgrade all buildings to their maximum limit, he must keep things that are suitable for the territory. After all, who wouldn't want to have 40 Medusas? What are you thinking about? You're suddenly smiling so obscenely. Li Jiqing saw Yikan almost drooling and felt that there was something wrong with this guy. It's okay. I'm a little excited just thinking about the fact that we're about to descend into the endless void. Yikan said seriously, don't worry. Although the Li family has been on guard against me over the years, they still gave me some business in order to keep me stable. I have saved some money over the years. I will take it out when I return to buy equipment for our warriors and upgrade the guardian tree. Li Jiqing didn't think much about it and started planning for the future. She may not have realized how much money it would cost to upgrade the building. Hentang Palace, Li family villa. Wang Ding knelt on the ground, his body shaking constantly. Li Zongying sat in front of him without saying a word. The dull and solemn atmosphere frightened Wang Ding, because the person sitting in front of him is a terrifying domain lord. Forget about the family sanctuary for now. Your mission from now on is to monitor Yi Kan and Li Jiqing. If they make any unusual movements, you must report them to me immediately. Yes. Hand over the kamikaze suit. Yes. Wang Ding thought that he would also be in trouble this time. Unexpectedly, the Li family only took away the kamikaze suit and did not even take the 2 legendary items he won in the competition. On the other side, after Yi Kan returned to the villa, he took Li Jiqing back to the territory. For lords like them, the house in the real world is just a stronghold, and the territory is their real home. Brother, where should we put this demon-eyed snake man? Li Jiqing took out a barracks from the treehouse warehouse, obviously intending to deploy the evil-eyed snake men. Since the demon-eyed snake man is near the water, let's place him near the moon goddess lake. Yikan thought for a moment and said, good. Li Jiqing immediately took out the demon-eye snake man's military-type symbol and threw it out along with the barracks. Buzz. There was a flash of light, and the military-type symbol suddenly merged with the barracks. At the same time, the sun and moon fairy pot spewed out a cloud of misty air, which completely enveloped the barracks. Buzz. Not long after, a lake slightly smaller than Luna Lake appeared not far from Luna Lake. By the lake is a circular building entwined with endless vines, dozens of meters high. On the top of the building is a giant half-human, half-snake female sculpture. The dazzling crown and scarce fabric were exactly the same as Yi Kan's impression of Queen Medusa. Snake Man Lake, that's a good name. Yikan saw the building full of natural atmosphere and nodded proudly. Hee, let me see what the beautiful snake people look like. Li Jiqing smiled slightly, first paid out of her own pocket to upgrade Snake Lake to level 12, and then directly chose full training. Chapter 87 Weird Questions. Buzz. Suddenly, the circular building lit up with colorful light, and some slender figures could be vaguely seen swaying inside. As the door opened, a group of beautiful women with human upper bodies and snake lower bodies walked out, twisting their waists. They have beautiful hair and a piece of cloth around their chest and waist that just covers their sensitive parts. Other than that, there was nothing on him. Greetings to the 2 lords. When the snake women saw Yi Kan and Li Jiqing, their eyes lit up. He immediately put his hand over his heart and bowed his head. God is indeed fair. Even though he is half human and half snake, his beauty is truly amazing. Yikan looked at these snake ladies whose beauty was comparable to that of Queen Medusa and nodded with satisfaction. Li Jiqing pinched him hard, then waved to the snake girls and said, we are sisters from now on. Get up. Thank you, lords. The snake girls looked at each other and smiled excitedly. Because they are half human, half snake, they are ostracized by both humans and demons, and finally have to flee to the hot desert to survive. But even so, both the human and demon races did not let them go, and often captured their members and sold them to the nobles as slaves. In order to protect their people, they all died in the war. Unexpectedly, after the dream, they were resurrected and came to a paradise with singing birds and blooming flowers. Although these 2 lords were human, they had no hostility towards them and seemed to like them very much. Yi Kan and Li Jiqing looked at each other, then opened the Snake Girl's attribute panel at the same time. Devil-Eyed Snake Man. Level 1. Grade, Legend. Constitution, 35. Original Attribute, 3.5. Territory Attribute, 10 times Blessing. Spirit, 40. Original Attribute 4. Territory Attribute, 10 times Blessing. Skills, Soul Capture, Mist Hiding, Water Prison, Water Shield. Introduction. He was originally a carefree snake man, but was eventually ostracized by both the human and demon races and wandered in the desert. Finally, he awakened his magic pupil and became the most powerful warrior of the Snake Man clan. I'm curious, what are your magic pupils? Yekin looked at the snake girl standing in the front, with a strong desire for knowledge in his eyes. My lord, it is a pupil technique. The snake girl's pretty face turned slightly red, and then 3 magatama-shaped green spots of light appeared above her pupils. The 3 spots of light continued to grow larger in Yikan's pupils, and then he felt himself lose consciousness for a moment. So this is the art of soul stealing. Yikan suddenly realized. My subordinates are weak and the Lord is too powerful, so the soul-stealing technique cannot work. Don't underestimate yourselves. You are already amazing. Yikan waved his hand. The snake girls are only level 1 and have no equipment. But he is already level 12, fully equipped with equipment, plus the attribute bonus from his Taoist partner. There is simply no comparison. Then, Yikan moved his eyes downward, and a strange question suddenly popped up in his mind. The lower body is a tail. How do they reproduce? Li Jiqing seemed to see Yikan's doubts, and immediately said to him through telepathy, Actually, I'm curious too. I'll take them to Luna Lake tonight. As expected of you. Yikan nodded, and then spent more than 30 million source crystals to upgrade all the snake girls to level 7. Shao Qing, gather everyone together. Let's change our equipment. Yikan looked at Li Jiqing and said, Okay. Li Jiqing nodded, then gestured to Lin Daiyu and Xueb Baochai in the distance. The 2 beauties understood and quickly came over with 80 brave female warriors. The murderous aura coming towards them from the Yiksha army and the Shura army frightened the snake women so much that they took a step back. Follow me. Yikan strode forward. He had just checked the forging tree and the cooking tree. The last time the 2 territories merged, he used the power of creation. The forging tree and the cooking tree are legendary buildings, so they cannot be upgraded. However, they have undergone some subtle changes under the transformation of the power of creation. For example, a new set of equipment appeared in the forging tree. The suits used to be of excellent level, and each piece only required 2,000 source crystals, so a set could be made with 28,000 source crystals. Now there is a flawless set. Each piece costs 50,000 source crystals, and a set costs 700,000. Yikan counted carefully and found that there were 6 major combat types of troops in his territory. Hunters, tree spirits, witches, yakshas, asuras, and snake girls, a total of 240 people. The living troops include ghost maids and elves, a total of 120 people. Fortunately, the maids only wear their maid uniforms, and the elves only have 1 set of cicada wing uniforms, so they don't need to change. But even so, 240 sets of flawless suits would still cost him 168 million source crystals. Don't worry, I told you I still have some savings. Li Jiqing held Yikan's arm. Originally, Yikan still had doubts and thought Li Jiqing was bragging. As a result, when Li Jiqing opened her purse, he realized that he had never wronged Li Jiqing. This woman is indeed a rich woman. There are 2 billion source crystals hidden in her storage bracelet. It feels so good to be supported by a young, beautiful, considerate, and wealthy woman. Yikan leaned on Li Jiqing's shoulder, then waved his hand, invested a large amount of source crystals, and created flawless suits for the 6 major types of soldiers. Elf Hunter, Purple Spirit Set. Elf Banshee, Being Suit. Elf Witch, Black Witch Set. Demon-Eyed Snakeman, Water Spirit Suit. Yiksha Army, Flame Suit. Shura Army, Bloodthirsty Suit. This is the correct way to open the Wonderland. Yikan looked at the 6 new arms and couldn't help but feel excited. The Elf Hunter was wearing lavender armor, carrying a long narrow sword and a crossbow on his back, and a row of boomerangs and a dagger on his waist. It was only then that Yikan realized that the Hunter's Purple Spirit Suit actually consisted of 16 items, with 4 types of weapons alone. The being suit of the elf banshees is very close to nature. If they hide in the bushes without knowing it, it would be difficult to be discovered. The elf witch's black wizard suit is very powerful. It is a black robe with a high slit. Whether it was the top or the bottom, the openings were very exaggerated, and the faintly revealed whiteness was enough to make countless old snakes bleed from their noses. After putting on the equipment, the demon-eyed snake man seemed like a different person, and his temperament soared. Words like cool, charming, and seductive are not enough to describe their enchantment. The Yiksha army and the Shura army are more in line with the temperament of a soldier. Whether it is the flame suit or the bloodthirsty suit, they hide their perfect bodies. Those exposed eyes were filled with bloody murderous aura, as if they could choose anyone to bite at any time. Almost there. Li Jiqing nodded and waved her hand. Buzz. She actually burned 1.68 billion source crystals and upgraded the 56 guardian trees to level 12. Thank you, my king. Thank you, my queen. The leaves and branches of the guardian tree tumbled, and soon they turned into 56 giant tree men several dozen meters tall, all kneeling down towards Yi Kan and Li Jiqing. The fairy forest is about to descend into the endless void. You have the responsibility to protect the territory. Please make sure to keep the enemy out of the territory. Yes, sir. After the tree people stood up, they transformed into giant trees again and guarded the territory. You go ahead and do your thing. I'll take the snake girls to take a bath first. Li Jiqing winked at Yi Kan and left with the beauties. Yi Kan gave her a thumbs up and walked towards the heavenly demon Nirvana pool. Jade Peepa Fairy, you've been hiding for so long. It's time for you to come out. Chapter 88 Master, there are thieves in our territory. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yi Kan came to the heavenly demon Nirvana pool and acted as ferociously as a tiger. As a result, the elves spent the whole afternoon cleaning up the garbage. Damn it, he didn't come again. After Yi Kan cursed, he walked towards the Dream Rouge pavilion next to him. The elves waiting on the side didn't waste any time. They flew over and started sorting the garbage. It was not until they finished their work and left that a few small bubbles appeared in the heavenly demon Nirvana pool. Then the fifth stone platform beside the pool began to light up, gradually condensing into a lively and lovely girl. Then the girl emerged from the pool. Her eyes are big and twinkling, full of spirituality. Lord, could it be that old man Jiangxia? I don't want to be hit again and then be burned to reveal my true form. After muttering a few words to herself, the pretty girl shrank into the corner, carefully observing the outside world. Yi Kan never dreamed that the hero he summoned with so much difficulty turned out to be a coward. He had clearly been reborn into Nirvana, but he was still hiding in the pool and dared not come out. At this time, he was sitting in the center of the Dreamy Rouge Pavilion, surrounded by Su Daji, Nuba, Kushime, and Princess Longji. Master, you are biased. I am the only one who has no chance to compete in this mock exam. Princess Longji looked at Yi Kan with unwillingness. Nonsense. Didn't I use your template when I defeated Wang Ding? We have always been together, okay? Yi Kan pulled her into his arms, then took a sip of wine and fed it into her mouth. Su Daji and the others were no longer surprised by this. They are all sisters, so they naturally won't be jealous or anything, but teasing is inevitable. Oh my, when did our Yao Qi fairy start to learn to act like a spoiled child? Before Su Daji could say anything, Kushime spoke first. You are allowed to moan all night long, but I am not allowed to act like a spoiled child once in a while. After Princess Longji got familiar with them, she gradually relaxed and was no longer so shy. Have any heroes appeared in Rouge Pavilion in the past few days? Yi Kan pressed Princess Longji back into his arms, then looked at Su Daji. After the ghost maid brewed the condensed dew, she also developed a new wine called spiritual juice. There are quite a few stored in the Rouge Pavilion, which should be able to attract heroes. A few did come, and their attributes were not bad, but I knew that the young master would definitely not like them, so I sent them away directly. Su Daji seemed to have thought of something and suddenly smiled. Ugly. Upon hearing this, Yi Kan immediately became interested. They're not ugly, but one of them has 8 legs, another has a wet face all the time, and another has 3 heads. Oh, forget it then. Yi Kan's mind was suddenly filled with black lines. Damn, are the ones coming an octopus or a spider spirit? 3 heads. 3 hellhounds. Forget it. I can't afford to offend you. Master, it's bad. There are thieves in our territory. At this moment, the elf sisters rushed in from outside. Thief! Yi Kan and the 4 beauties were suddenly shocked and looked at the 2 sisters in confusion. Area E of Shenyue Academy is full of this year's novice lords. And Yi Kan is the undisputed number 1, and no one dares to act wildly in his territory. There are also 56 huge guardian trees outside the territory. With such tight protection, it is difficult for even flies to fly in, let alone people. Really? Xiao Fei and I prepared some snacks, and we're going to go to Luna Lake to meet the snake girl. But who knew that the snacks disappeared when we were only halfway through preparing them? Xiaoyu looked at Yi Kan, who looked so serious that he didn't seem to be lying. How come? Su Daji and Nuba looked at each other and saw disbelief in each other's eyes. Go out and take a look. Yi Kan suddenly thought of the Li family and became nervous. If someone from the Li family could really sneak into the fairy forest without anyone noticing, then he and Li Jiqing would be in danger. After Yi Kan walked out of the territory, he heard the voice of the eternal ancient tree. Don't worry, King. These are not external enemies. Who is that? Upon hearing this, Yi Kan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Come to think of it, what kind of existence is the eternal ancient tree? Even people who are several levels higher than it may not be able to avoid its detection. Third sister. At this moment, he suddenly heard the voices of Sudaji and Hushime and was shocked. Third sister? There could be no one else who could be called that by Sudaji and Hushime except the Jade Peepa Fairy. Oh my god, you're hiding from me. Aren't you a bitch? After Yikan finished speaking, he walked towards the heavenly demon Nirvana pool. At this time, the Jade Peepa Fairy, who had been covered with clothes by Sudaji, just walked out. Yuqing greets you, sir. When Yuqing saw that Yikan was not Jiangxia, she immediately revealed 2 cute dimples. Since you have been reborn, why are you hiding from me? Yikan looked at this cute and lovely girl with confusion. After hearing this, Sudaji also covered her mouth and laughed secretly. She rubbed her sister's head and asked, in order to let you be reborn into Nirvana, the young master has to go to the Nirvana pool and draw thousands of times every day? If you hide from him like this, he will be sad. I'm just scared. Yuqing rubbed the corner of her clothes and lowered her head a little embarrassedly, but she couldn't help but look up and glance at Yikan. Afraid. Sudaji, Hushime, and Yikan looked at each other in surprise. Back when he was in Chaoga, this kid did a lot of mischief. She even dared to play tricks on Jiangxia, a disciple of the Chan sect. In the end, she was hit on the head and bloodied, and then burned on a pile of fire. Yes, I was knocked unconscious by Jiangxia, and then my true essence was sealed, and my original form was burned out. After I woke up, I ended up here. Yuqing touched his forehead, and his body trembled suddenly when he thought of the situation at that time. You came here from that time. Sudaji and Hushime were both shocked when they heard this. Yikan was also stunned. The timing of this kid's rebirth seemed a little wrong. Chapter 89. 3 demons gather together. The Jade Peepa Fairy. Yeah, what's wrong? Yuqing looked at her 2 sisters, and then at Yikan, her face full of confusion. She didn't know why they were so surprised. I haven't been infected by the filthy air of the world yet. That's good. Yikan thought of the silly boy in function and couldn't help laughing. The Jade Peepa Fairy who had just left Xianyuan tomb was still an innocent little demon who did not understand human nature. She was curious about everything, and did things according to the code of conduct of demons without any scruples, so she was pinched by the straight old man Jiangxia and died. Now that she is reborn in the Wonderland, it is a perfect time to reshape her. It's pretty good. Sudaji and Hushime also understood. In their previous lives, they were all beheaded under the conferred God platform. Since Yuqing has not experienced all that, let her keep her innocent heart. Here, this is what the young master has been saving for you. As she spoke, Sudaji took out the fantasy sound peepa that she had obtained during the trial. Thank you, big sister. Yuqing is actually a Jade Peepa spirit, and is good at spells such as light and sound, and the peepa is the most suitable for her. At this time, you can also open her attribute panel. Jade Chime. Race, human. Rank, legend. Level 1. Constitution, 30. Original attribute 3. Territory attribute 10 times blessing. Spirit, 50. Original attribute 5. Territory attribute 10 times blessing. Bloodline, Holy Spirit. Talents, music, holy light protection, immune to negative effects, resisting the erosion of evil spirits. Skill 1. Confusing magic sound, emits sound waves to attack the soul, causing people to fall into a state of confusion and do incredible things. Skill 2. Holy light purification, which can purify the negative status of yourself or teammates. Bond 1. Sisterly love, 3 demons gather together, original attributes increased by 100. Bond 2. Stab each other in the back. When any of the 3 monsters is attacked, the other sisters will automatically activate the power of their bloodline and double their combat power. Bond 3. 3 talents demon formation. The 3 demons activate their bloodline power and besiege the enemy in the 3 talents formation. They can cross levels to besiege powerful enemies and remain invincible for 10 seconds. Introduction. A carefree and innocent little demon was drawn into the vortex of conferred gods because of the summons of a saint. Later, he was beaten to death in Chaoga City for teasing Jiangxia, a disciple of the Chan sect. She has not yet been contaminated by the filth of the world, still retains her innocent heart, and is full of curiosity about everything. Oh my goodness, this is too outrageous. After Yi can read the properties of the Jade Chime, his breathing became rapid. The holy light protects the body, making it immune to negative effects and resisting the erosion of evil spirits. Doesn't that mean that this girl can run rampant in the endless void? Of course, Hung Xing Wuji only said that she didn't have to worry about being eroded by evil spirits and turning into a void monster, but she still had to face the dangers of the void. In addition, When the three demons gathered together, they actually unlocked their bonds, which directly increased the strength of the three sisters. Especially the third one, the three talents demon formation. Let's not talk about whether it can challenge higher levels. Just the 10 seconds of invincibility is already amazing. Yikan looked at Sudaji and Hushime again and found that they had also unlocked the same bond attributes. 10 seconds of true manliness. Even the king of heaven and earth has to lie down. Awesome. Yikan couldn't help but sigh. Sir, I am a beauty, not a real man. Sudaji and Hushime pressed against Yikan's body from the left and right, and the soft touch made Yikan's heart flutter. When Yuqing saw the charming looks of the two sisters, she was immediately curious and came over. As a result, when Yikan saw her cute appearance, he couldn't help but reach out and ruffle her hair into a big bird's nest. Snort. Yuqing immediately pulled his arm apart angrily and bit his palm. However, seeing that her two sisters liked Yikan so much, she felt a little reluctant and instead seemed to kiss Yikan's hand. Haha, Yikan was in a good mood. He rubbed her head and said, well, it's rare for you sisters to get together, so just reminisce about the past. Tomorrow we will start our real journey into the void. Yes, sir. Sudaji and Hushime were overjoyed and ran away with their younger sister. With these three sisters together, our chances of survival are much greater. At this time, Li Jiqing, who had returned from Manhwa Lake, came to Yikan. Yes. Yikan said with emotion, this world is really amazing. What you think in your heart can become reality. These beauties who walked out of the book seem to have been strengthened. Why is it that even though you have summoned 5 heroes, my red tower has not responded yet? Li Jiqing remembered that she had only drawn 2 heroes, and she suddenly felt a little unbalanced. Don't be so ungrateful. There are the 12 beauties of Jinling in the Red Mansion, but there are only 9 spaces for heavenly demons in my heavenly demon nirvana pool. Perhaps it's because I don't understand it well enough. Why don't you tell me more about Dream of the Red Chamber and the 12 beauties of Jinling? Li Jiqing immediately became interested. Okay, I also want to ask about the snake girls. You have to tell me about it. I knew you couldn't help asking. Let's go. So, the two of them walked towards the treehouse hand in hand. Chapter 90, Descending into the Endless Void. Sir, I also want to listen to the Dream of the Red Chamber. What should I do? As soon as Yikan and Li Jiqing arrived in front of the treehouse, Nuba and Princess Longji appeared. However, looking at Princess Longji's embarrassed look, it is clear that she was forcibly dragged here by Nuba. Sister Xian, if you don't get punished for 3 days, you're itching to get ripped off. Yikan pulled her into his arms, pinched her crystal chin, and asked. Because Li Jiqing was nearby, Yikan couldn't do anything too outrageous. If it were any other time, if Nuba behaved like this, Yikan would have dragged her into the small dark room and punished her. It's a bit itchy, come and hit me. Nuba looked at Yikan provocatively. Seeing her attitude, Yikan couldn't help but feel puzzled. Although Nuba likes to do things in a disorderly manner on weekdays, she is not the kind of person who does not know her limits. What happened today? He looked at Princess Longji. Upon seeing this, Princess Longji immediately glanced at Li Jiqing. Yikan looked back at Nuba and found that this beautiful woman was actually winking at him. At this moment, Yikan seemed to understand something and immediately said, then let's go together. In this fairy forest, whether it is the Lord Yikan or the heroes and soldiers like Nuba, they have basically been human in 2 lives. Only Li Jiqing is still a simple girl with fantasies and full of longing for the future. They wanted Li Jiqing to slowly adapt to the customs of this territory and then accept and approve of it. This was a well-intentioned move. That night, Yikan told them the stories of the 12 beauties of Jinling, especially the alliance between wood and stone and the marriage between gold and jade. Although Nuba and Princess Longji were also touched by the story, they could only sigh quietly. Only Li Jiqing cried loudly and finally fell asleep in Yikan's arms. Although Xiaoqing is still young, she is not unreasonable, and she is also clear about the characteristics of the territory and will not care about these things. But Sister Xian's idea of preparing for a rainy day is also good. Now that you know the origins of Daiyu and Baochai, it should be easy for you to get along with them. Yikan stroked Li Jiqing gently, looked at Nuba and Princess Longji, and said, Sir, according to what you said, the 12 beauties of Jinling should all be weak women, but I think Daiyu and Baochai's methods are not weaker than ours at all. Princess Longji is good at controlling water and freezing ice, which is similar to Shue Baochai's ability, so the two have competed with each other before. The Red Mansion is a huge tomb, hiding too many obsessions and unwillingness. It's not surprising that people who have been reborn from the ashes would have any kind of sparks with this fantasy world. Go to sleep. We will set out on a journey tomorrow, so keep your energy high. That night, Yekin held the beauty in his arms, but, which was rare, he did nothing. He fell asleep holding Li Jiqing in his arms. The next day, after recuperating, everyone in the fairy forest, except for the living troops, entered combat status. Yekin defeated the tree demons and witches and dispersed them into the teams of hunters, Yaksha army, Shura army, and demon-eyed snake people, with 60 people in each team. Led by Nuba, Princess Longji, Lin Daiyu, and Xue Baochai, they guarded the 4 directions of the territory respectively. The 3 demons of Xianyuan Tomb stood in the Sankai formation, guarding Li Jiqing in the center. Yekin put on Princess Longji's template, held the heaven-devouring sword in his hand, opened the panel of the territory, and directly chose to descend. Boom! In an instant, the sky of the fairyland forest changed and the stars moved, as if it had left its original world and entered the long river of time, flowing upstream. After a few breaths, the darkness receded and the sky of the fairy forest turned gray. Chi-chi-chi-chi. The next moment, the land outside the territory suddenly broke open. Endless black shadows rushed out from underground and suddenly stabbed towards the fairy forest. Those were black tree roots as thick as buckets. They seemed to have life and wanted to devour the vitality of the Wonderland forest. When the guardian tree saw that these evil creatures dared to attack its home, it instantly went berserk. Click, click, click. Only a burst of intensive growing sounds were heard, and the branches of the guardian tree began to grow rapidly, then turned into sharp thorns and pierced the black roots. The endless void is indeed full of dangers. Li Jiqing looked solemn. If before last night, Yekin let the 3 monsters of Xianyuan Tomb protect her like this, she would definitely get furious, but after experiencing what happened last night, she seemed to have changed a lot. Yekin and Nuba both thought she was asleep, but in fact she was just pretending to be asleep. If a normal lord descended upon a place like this, he would probably be destroyed the first moment. Su Daji and the other 2 women held weapons in their hands and did not dare to slack off in the slightest. The Guardian Tree is a legendary defense unit and was upgraded to level 12 by the wealthy woman Li Jiqing. Whether it is for support or attack, its power is incredible. Although the black roots came with great force, they were unable to break through their defenses. Don't act rashly. Let me take a look first. After Yekin finished speaking, he immediately communicated with the demon's eye and began to scan the situation around the territory. The demon eye has 2 skills, demon judgment and demon vision. When the demon eye reaches level 1, the demon judgment can judge enemies within a 1-kilometer radius outside the territory. Now the demon's eye has been upgraded to level 12, and the distance of judgment has become 12 kilometers. When the demon's vision reaches level 1, it can observe the scene within a radius of 10 kilometers outside the territory, and can also see through the details of epic enemies. The current observation range is as high as 120 kilometers. With this incredible building, Yekin will have the upper hand as long as he is not in a desperate situation as soon as he descends. Chapter 91 Evolved Demon Eye. Xanadu, Li family. Li Jiqing's grandfather, Li Pasan, was standing in the hall with a fawning look on his face. On the throne above the hall, an old man with white hair and beard was meditating with his eyes closed. White air surged from his mouth and nose as he breathed, and it was obvious that he was practicing some extraordinary martial art. Pasan, does the boy you mentioned really have the strength to surpass the lords of the same level? The old man opened his eyes and looked at Li Pasan. Replying to the 3rd elder, this is the video I had recorded. You will understand once you see it. As he spoke, Li Pasan directly opened the network screen and played the video of Yekin fighting against Wang Ding. After the 3rd elder finished reading, his eyes narrowed immediately. You said that he condensed an inferior lord's heart. Have you confirmed it? Someone has been sent to confirm. It's absolutely true. If this is true, the fortune he obtained must be extraordinary. If this fortune falls into the hands of my Li family, there is no need to worry about the family's prosperity. What the 3rd elder said is true. It is said that the boy will come today. Li Pasan hesitated to speak. Use the bloodline altar? Sure. Thank you, 3rd elder. Endless void, fairy forest. Yekin used the devil's vision to look along the black tree roots, trying to find the source. Suddenly, a bright green light came into his field of vision. Buzz. It was also at this moment that the sun and moon fairy pot in the eternal ancient tree suddenly shook. As the Lord, Yekin naturally felt the changes in the sun and moon immortal pot. He couldn't help but retract his gaze and look back at the sun and moon immortal pot. What's going on? Yekin looked at the sun and moon immortal pot in confusion. Buzz. The next moment, the piece of heavenly demon crystal that he had hidden in his storage bag flew out. Afterwards, the sun and moon fairy pot suddenly spewed out endless demonic energy, wrapping up the heavenly demon crystal. Eternal ancient tree, you appeared in the world with the sun and moon immortal pot. Do you know what's going on? Yi Ken looked at the eternal ancient tree. King, the sun and moon fairy pot is the embodiment of the Lord's heart and the heart of nature. It is the heart of the territory and is connected to you by blood. If you feel it with your heart, you will know what is going on. Good. Upon hearing this, Yi Ken immediately closed his eyes and carefully felt the sun and moon fairy pot. Buzz. Not long after, his consciousness was pulled into a space with a diameter of about 50 meters. In the center of the space, an olive-shaped crystal stands. The crystal has 3 colors, white, green, and purple, but in the middle of these 3 parts, there is a ball of black gas hidden. At this moment, the black air is being peeled off bit by bit. I see. Yi Ken carefully felt the power inside the 3-color crystal, and suddenly he understood. The 3 colors represent the mysterious power, the natural power, and the power of creation respectively, and the black air is the turbid air absorbed by the heart of nature when it drifted in the sea of void. These turbid air are mainly demonic energy, which has been suppressing the mysterious power and natural power. Originally, the 2 sides were evenly matched, but as Yi Ken merged with the kingdom of daughters, Xianzong Forest gained a 3rd power, the power of creation. The arrival of the power of creation broke the original balance. Yi Ken observed the tree demon through the devil's eye, and he didn't know what triggered it, which allowed the 3 major forces to find an opportunity to deal with the evil spirit. The heavenly demon crystal is a catalyst for purifying demonic energy. Buzz. As the sky demon crystal continues to absorb demonic energy, its shape is also constantly changing. After the 3 forces expelled the evil spirit, the sky demon crystal turned into the shape of an eyeball and even had a captivating pupil inside. Whoosh. The next moment, 3 beams of white, green, and purple light suddenly rushed out of the sun and moon fairy pot, rolled up the black eyeball, and rushed towards the devil's eye. Buzz. The demon's eye began to twist after it devoured the black eyeball. Roar. The black and red dragons that originally served as the tower pillars suddenly came to life. They rushed high into the sky, roared like dragons, and chased the devil's eye continuously. Finally, the devil's eye turned into a huge black sphere with 2 black and red dragon patterns on it, and a crack in the middle. As the crack opened, the blood-red pupil inside was revealed. This strange scene left Li Jiqing and the others stunned. Yi Ken was still calm, and he immediately opened the panel of the new eyeball. Eye of the Devil. Level, 12. Level, Epic. Durability, 999,999. Skill 1. Demon Judgment. Can emit black and red eyes to judge enemies within 120 kilometers of itself. Cooling time 10 minutes. Skill 2. Demon's Vision. Can observe the scene within 600 kilometers of the territory itself, and see through the details of enemies below the myth level. Skill 3. Demon God Space. Can store things including life into the Demon God Space. Collecting life requires voluntary. Introduction. The Tower of Judgment, which absorbed the power of the devil, has since become the eye of the devil for the Lord to use. Can life be taken away? When Yi Ken saw this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and immediately communicated with the eye of the demon. Buzz. Sure enough, the demon's eye heard his call and flew in front of him. How terrible. Both Li Jiqing, the sublord, and Su Daji and other heroes felt their scalps tingling and could not help but take a few steps back. Because this eyeball is more than 10 meters in size. It's okay when it's not open, but it's really scary when it opens. Yi Ken seem to have reacted as well. With a thought, the huge eyeball quickly became the size of a fist. It was originally fixed to the high-end defense tower of the territory, but now it has become a movable treasure. It's incredible. Yi Ken gently stroked the eye of the demon, feeling extremely happy. This demon's eye will become a great killer weapon in his hands. Chapter 92. Searching for the Ant Nest. Brother, can I use this demon eye? Li Jiqing was a little scared at first, but after figuring out the function of the devil's eye, she immediately became eager to try it. Try it. Yi Ken pushed the eye of the devil to Li Jiqing. Since he, the great lord, can use it, Li Jiqing, as the deputy lord of the territory, should also be able to use it. It really works, I saw it. Li Jiqing immersed her mind into the eyes of the devil, and indeed saw the scene outside. She immediately jumped up excitedly. What did you see? Ants. Each one is as big as an adult. There are so many of them, and they are rushing towards our territory. Prepare for battle. Upon hearing this, Yi Ken immediately waved his hand. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 major military formations immediately merged into one, activating the blood-burning killing formation. Su Daji and her two sisters rushed to the east gate first, while Lin Daiyu went to the south gate to assist Shui Baochai. Princess Longji went to the west gate to meet Nuba, while Yi Kan and Li Jiqing came to the north gate. This was a strategy they had discussed long ago. If they encountered monsters attacking the city when they arrived, they would meet the enemy in this way. When encountering an extremely powerful boss, let the three monsters go first, test their strength, and then discuss countermeasures. They were lucky and didn't encounter any super powerful boss. However, the ant attack on the city is no small matter, because there are so many of them, so densely packed, like the sea. We haven't landed in an ant nest. No matter if it's an ant nest or not, our skills are suitable for group fights. After Yi Kan finished speaking, he put on the template of Nuba and rushed out. After the Kingdom of Women was incorporated into the fairy forest, Li Jiqing's rank became the same as Yi Kan's, and she also received 10 times the attribute blessing. It was becoming increasingly difficult for Yi Kan to face her. He must make full use of the soul-devouring advantage of the heaven-devouring sword to improve his attributes to the greatest extent possible. Otherwise, if Li Jiqing is led astray by Nuba and the others one day, he will definitely be the one to suffer. Chichichichi. Under a huge sense of crisis, Yi Kan turned into a killing god and rushed into the ant pile. Boom. With one move, a raging fire spread across the prairie, and a large number of ants were burned. However, the shells of those ants are hard, and although the fire can hurt them, it cannot burn them to death immediately. Just what I want. Yi Kan waved the heaven-devouring sword, continuously reaping their lives. Soul-devouring success, physical fitness, +1. Soul-devouring success, spirit, +1. Unfortunately, the only ones whose essence could be absorbed by the sky-devouring sword were those 2-meter-long ant leaders, which made Yi Kan feel pity. So he left the other ants to Li Jiqing and the elf hunter behind him, and concentrated on hunting down the ant leaders. Xiaoqing, I found the entrance to the ant nest. You stay in the territory while Daji and I go take a look. But Li Jiqing was obviously a little unhappy. Obedient, Yi Kan stretched out his hand and shook the ring of eternity in his hand. All right. Li Jiqing understood what Yi Kan meant. Two lords cannot leave the territory at the same time, at least not to the same place. Because they are the guarantee of each other's lives, they can communicate with each other through telepathy at any time. If you encounter danger, you can bring people to support the other party in time. Even if one party is in life and death crisis, they can use another skill of the eternal ring, inseparable, to teleport to each other's side. If they act together and really encounter some irresistible danger, they will be wiped out together. Sir, these ants don't seem to be very intelligent. Are there really treasures in their nests? On the way forward, Su Daji couldn't help but ask a question. Just now, I looked through the demon god's eye and followed the black tree roots, and found that the green light source was in this anthill. The light source contains a rich vitality, which is incompatible with this lifeless world. I just took a look and attracted ants to attack the city. Do you think there are any treasures in it? Yi Kan said with a burning gaze. Then there must be some incredible treasures. But if that's the case, there must be some powerful monsters guarding it. Sir, follow us later. When Hu Shimei heard this, her eyes lit up. Yuqing said with a smile. It's a treasure hunt. How exciting. Third sister, this concerns the life and death of the young master. No joking. When Su Daji saw her younger sister's curious look, her expression became a little serious. Big sister, you told me this 800 times last night. I remember it all. Don't worry. Seeing Su Daji's serious look, Yuqing no longer dared to laugh. At this time, they came to a huge tree stump with a hole about 10 feet wide on it. Sir, follow us closely. Su Daji looked back at Yi Kan and walked in with her two sisters. Chapter 93, Bloodthirsty Ant Queen, the opponent appears. When Yi Kan and his team entered the ant nest, a group of people appeared thousands of miles away. These people are extremely powerful, and the ant colony cannot stop them at all. Is this a remnant world or a lost territory? Why are there so many ants? It all depends on luck to reach the void. Since there are living creatures, it means there was civilization. Maybe there are fragments of the origin. Should we look for the fortune here first, or go find that kid Yi Kan first? That guy was able to easily defeat Wang Ding in a kamikaze suit. His strength should not be underestimated. Let's search for him first. If we can obtain the good fortune here, we will be more confident in dealing with him. Good. In the other direction of this team, there was also a group of people heading towards the ant nest. Although Li Jiqing is not as powerful as Yi Kan, she is still a palace-level lord after all. Everyone, be careful. I heard that the people sent to deal with Yi Kan this time are Fu Xin and his gang. We can't lose to those bastards. It's just a few levels higher than us. What's the big deal? As long as they haven't broken into the star level, what's the difference between them and us? Hee hee, it would be great if we landed in the same place as Fu Exine, so we can kill him when he and Yikan are both injured. These two groups were none other than the Wolf Cub team, which was chasing Yikan and Li Jiqing through the Li family bloodline altar. They did not move alone, but came in groups and then acted jointly. However, they did not know that Yikan and Li Jiqing's territories had been merged, so they did not know that they were in the same place as their mortal enemies. On the other side, the ant colony was still frantically attacking the Wonderland forest. But because they did not deploy high-end combat forces, they could not even break through the defense line of the Guardian Tree. Li Jiqing also discovered something interesting. After the black tree roots that attacked the territory were torn apart, black ants fell out. I was wondering why these tree roots were so lifeless. It turns out they were controlled by an ant colony. After Li Jiqing figured out what was going on, she immediately contacted Yikan through telepathy. Brother, the tree roots are dead things. They are controlled by the ant colony. Got it. We have entered the ant nest and are inside the tree roots. Don't be impulsive. The ant soldiers and leaders are already level 10. The ant generals must be even more powerful, not to mention the queen ant. After hearing this, Li Jiqing suddenly became anxious. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing, and with Daji and the others here, nothing will go wrong. Just wait for me. After Yikan cut off the connection, he asked Su Daji and the others to stop. Sir, what's wrong? Su Daji and the other two surrounded Yikan. The jade chime and jade hand were placed on the phantom sound pipa and gently plucked. The next moment, pearls big and small fell on the jade plate. Squeak. The ants attacking them from both sides instantly fell into chaos and began to bite each other. I feel like there's a terrifying aura deep in this ant nest. Let's figure it out first. After Yikan finished speaking, he closed his eyes and controlled the demon's eye to explore the situation inside the ant nest. This time the distance was close enough, so he could see it particularly clearly. The eyes of the devil passed through the winding tree root passage and came to the stump of the long-dead giant tree. Only then did Yikan realize that the place they came from was not a tree stump. Instead, it was a broken tree root exposed on the ground. The source of these tree root channels is a huge circular tree hole. Roughly estimated, its diameter is hundreds of meters. It is simply an underground world. Countless strong ants stood there. Although they still retained the appearance of ants, they stood like humans and held weapons in their hands. Yikan once again activated the demon's eye, broke through the green light in the center of the tree hole, and saw the scene inside. The green lights came from an emerald green crystal. The crystal is 3 meters tall and is covered in a layer of green wood membrane, with only a small portion of its body exposed. But even so, it still exudes a rich vitality. Essence of plants and trees. Introduction. The essence left behind by a tree life that has grown to a certain size and dies contains the essence and life source of the tree life. If the time is right, the essence of plants and trees will regain vitality and be reborn from the ashes. Although Yikan didn't know the specific effects of this essence of plants and trees, since it was something left behind by plant life, it would definitely be of great use to the ancient trees. This thing must be taken away. Yikan fell silent as soon as the thought came to his mind, because there were dozens of sturdy ants squatting under the crystal. The aura of these ants is much stronger than those ant generals outside, especially the giant termite in the middle, who is obviously the boss of the ants. Bloodthirsty demon, ant, queen ant. Race, demon. Gender, female. Grade, legend. Level, 20. Physical fitness, 17,000. Spirit, 19,000. Skills, Ant King's Roar, Toxic Aqua Regia, Ant Colony Control, Sacrifice. Introduction. She was once a powerful king of the Ant Kingdom. The erosion of the void evil spirit failed to defeat her, but instead allowed her to be reborn from the ashes. After its rebirth, it was determined to lead its people to break through the void cage and return to the demon land. Fortunately, it discovered a ruined tree world, and with the help of the spirits of plants and trees, its strength continued to recover and grow. Damn it, a level 20 legendary is a bit difficult to deal with. Yikan was about to look away, but he discovered something unusual. There were humans appearing on the other two sides of the tree stump. Judging from their appearance, they should also be lords. There's actually a competitor? This is going to be interesting. After Yikan withdrew his gaze, he looked at the eye of the demon in front of him and began to think. Chapter 94. Poorly Family Wolf Cub. Daji, the three of you go to the entrance of the anthill and wait for me. After Yikan looked at the eye of the devil for a while, he suddenly had an idea. No, it's too dangerous for you to be alone. When Su Daji heard this, she shook her head like a rattle. If it were in the past, she would definitely obey Yi Can unconditionally, because no matter which template Yi Can fit into, he would be stronger than heroes like them. But now it's different. The three sisters unlocked their bond, and their fighting power is more than twice as strong as before. Moreover, they also have the hidden weapon of the three talents demon formation, which makes them invincible for 10 seconds. With this magical skill, even if Yi Can is in desperate situation, they can protect him for 10 seconds and give him a chance to escape. Don't worry, I'm not going to fight this time. Just wait and watch the show. Yi Can put his arms around Su Daji's slender waist and gave an evil smile. Then sir, be careful. We are waiting for you outside. When Su Daji and Hushime saw Yi Can like this, their pretty faces suddenly blushed. After looking at each other, they pulled Yuqing away. They have been with Yi Can for so long that they naturally have a thorough understanding of him. When he shows that signature smirk, it means he's about to do something bad. Of course, the bad things he is going to do now will definitely be different from before. It's all for a living, I'm sorry. After watching the three monsters leave, Yi Can changed into the template of Nuba and performed a soul-controlling technique. Buzz. A soul suddenly crawled up from the ant corpse in front of him, and that soul turned into an energy coat that he put on. Then, he controlled the demon's eye and rushed towards the ant's nest. Boom. Not long after, a black and red beam of light tore through several tree root channels and blasted into the ant's nest. Dozens of the ant generals holding weapons were killed directly, and even a hole was blasted in the green light shield. Inside the light shield, a giant ant was also blown away by the aftermath of the light column and hit the queen ant. Squeak. The queen ant's training was interrupted, and she immediately let out an ear-piercing scream. In an instant, a circle of invisible sound waves vibrated out, like ultrasound, spreading in all directions. Yi Can was wearing the soul of an ant and avoided the queen ant's scan. However, the demon's eye, which was rushing towards Fu Xin and his gang, was captured by the invisible sound waves. Also captured at the same time were Fu Xin and his gang of wolf cubs. Damn humans, it's you again. After the queen ant saw Fu Xin and the others, she actually spoke in human language. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The next moment, hundreds of ant generals rushed out, and even half of the giant ants in the light shield rushed out. What's going on? Why did the ants explode their nest? Fu Xin was confused. They just killed some small ants and didn't do anything else, so why did they get so angry? However, the ant generals and giant ants would not listen to their explanation. The order they received was to kill these humans. Could it be that Yi Can has discovered us? And is he the one driving these ants? One of the clever ghosts suddenly said. Yi Can still felt a little guilty towards these people. After all, it was he who diverted the trouble and caused the ants to launch the attack. However, after hearing these words, the guilt in his heart disappeared, and at the same time a series of questions arose in his mind. Targeting him? Li family. But this is the endless void. How did they follow us here? Forget it. Let's just grab the stuff first. Yi Can controlled the demon's eye and hid it in some rotten tree roots. After the group of ant generals and giant ants had passed, he controlled the demon's eye to fly out and headed in the direction of the other team. Boom. When the cooldown period of the demon god's judgment was over, there was another loud bang. The black and red beam of light was like the light of annihilation, hitting the green light shield. This time, Yi Can controlled the direction well, avoided the ant general and the giant ant, and directly hit the queen ant. Squeak. The queen ant was provoked twice and finally got angry. You despicable humans, you deserve to die. Without any hesitation, it spread its wings and rushed out. The companions also took away most of the giant ants, leaving only 4 or 5 to guard the crystal. Done. Yi Can once again controlled the demon's eye, closed his eyes, and hid among the rotten tree roots. After the queen ants passed by, they immediately controlled the demon's eye and rushed towards the green light shield. At the same time, he was also approaching the light shield. The cooldown period of the demon god's judgment is 10 minutes, and Fu Xion's team can hold back the ant general and the giant ants for 10 minutes. Another team may not be able to hold the queen ant back for so long. Since the demon god's judgment cannot be used in a short period of time, he can only split the light shield himself. This time, Yi Can use the Princess Longji template. Roar. With a dragon roar, a huge water dragon appeared out of thin air and slammed into the green light shield. The moment a big hole was blasted in the light shield, Yi Can summoned the Eye of the Devil. Then he activated the third skill of the demon's eye, the demon space. Buzz. There was a flash of black light, and the demon's eye instantly turned into a small black hole. Before the giant ants could react to what was happening, the 3-meter-high crystal was stolen by the demon's eye. Squeak. Squeak. The giant ant made a sharp chirping sound and rushed towards the demon's eye and Yi Kan, waving the black spikes in its hands. Thank you for the treat. Yi Kan grabbed the demon's eye and instantly switched to the Sudaji template. Whoosh. With the help of the evil wind, he rushed out of the ant hole like a cloud of smoke. Chapter 95. Demon Yi Kan's Development Plan. Young Master. Sudaji and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Yi Kan coming out. Let's go, let's leave first. Without saying a word, Yi Kan took the three of them and left the entrance of the ant nest. He did not return to the territory immediately, but went around in another direction and got into a position where he could see the locations of Fu Xin and Fu Fei's teams. They actually send out 2 teams of lords close to the star level, and there are as many as 10 legendary heroes. They really think highly of me. You can observe the battle between the 2 teams through the demon's eye and couldn't help but be a little shocked. Sir, what's going on? Sudaji heard something was wrong and immediately became alert. So Yi Kan told them what he had just seen. That's not right. This is the remnant of the Void Sea. No matter how powerful the Li family is, they can't be stronger than the rules of the Void, right? You're right. So I'm also curious about how they caught up with us. As he spoke, Yi Kan's mind moved, and he directly opened the network light curtain. It really works. When Yi Kan saw this, he was immediately surprised. He had specifically found out that the Dragon Country network base stations distributed by Shunyue Academy were only applicable to Blue Star and would become ineffective once entering the Void. However, he never had the chance to verify whether the network of all heavens, transformed from the Sun and Moon Immortal Pod, was useful in the Void. Just now he was just trying it out, but he didn't expect that it would actually succeed. So he began to search for methods to enter the endless void to pursue his opponents, and as a result he found the bloodline altar and soul tracking. Xiaoqing, do you know about the bloodline altar and soul tracking? After reading the introduction, Yi Kan immediately communicated with Li Jiqing through telepathy. I've heard of the bloodline altar. It seems to be an altar that uses blood essence as a guide and descends into the endless void. What's wrong with that? Li Jiqing didn't think much about it, but was just curious why Yi Kan asked this at this time. Does the Li family have a bloodline altar? I haven't heard of it. The Li family is chasing us. At this time, Li Jiqing finally reacted. Yes, 2 teams of puppies have arrived, led by Fu Xin and Fu Fei. After Yi Kan finished speaking, he brought up the matter of him diverting trouble to others. Since they are unkind, don't blame us for being unjust. Wait for me there. I will bring people over right away. The soldiers are too conspicuous, so just take our heroes with you. Hee, that's what I planned. Li Jiqing smiled playfully and went to organize people. Back then in Shunyue City, Li Jiqing was still a simple little girl. The reason why she became what she is now was because she was led astray by Yi Kan. At that time, Li Jiqing was stranded in Shunyue City and mingled with Yi Kan in the streets. She saw that when Yi Kan encountered a bad guy, he would take action instead of talking nonsense, and if he couldn't beat him, he would pull her away and run away. While she felt sorry for Yi Kan, she also felt that Yi Kan was wrong. So, little Jiqing pretended to be a little adult and recited the principles her parents taught her. It narrates the classic dialogue between Hans Han and Shirtu. If someone in this world slanders me, deceives me, insults me, laughs at me, looks down on me, despises me, hates me, or cheats me, how should I deal with it? Just tolerate him, let him be, avoid him, endure him, respect him, ignore him, wait a few more years, and then you will see what happens. After Xiao Jiqing finished speaking, she pretended to be very proud and waited for Yi Kan's praise. What is that? Yi Kan's mouth twitched, and he sneered, saying that Li Jiqing was a little fool. As a normal person, how cowardly, useless, and aggrieved would you be to endure such bullying? The fish was pressed on the chopping board. One hit from the hammer would kill half of it. One cut from the knife would send it spiraling into the sky. There was no time to visit him for a few years. Then, Yi Kan began to instill his own ideas into Li Jiqing. If a bad person bullies me, I will kill him. If God oppresses me, then I will overthrow him. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, but a villain's revenge begins from morning till night. We don't want to be gentlemen, it's too tiring, and we don't want to be villains, it's too disgusting. But as long as we have the ability to take revenge, we will immediately end the cause and effect. This is a happy life. After Li Jiqing heard Yi Kan's words, her 3 views collapsed. So much so that even after so many years since the Li family took her back and sent out several groups of old guys, they still failed to brainwash her. Now, this girl has directly rebelled against the Li family and thrown herself into the arms of the devil Yi Kan. Xiaoqing, Fu Fei's men have escaped, and the Queen Ant is approaching Fu Xion's team. Go around from the right. And let's get rid of Fu Fei first. Yes, here it comes. Yi Can only waited for more than 10 minutes before he saw a water dragon coming with the wind, with 5 beautiful women standing on it. After Li Jiqing comprehended the 10,000 leaves flying flower flow, she could speed up, which was really good. Full speed ahead. Yi Can jumped up with the 3 monsters. Buzz. Under the blessing of Su Daji's evil wind, the water dragon flashed away like a flash of lightning. Chapter 96. Female bandit enters the village. I see, they are right in front, 8 of them. After Yi Can led everyone to chase for hundreds of miles, Li Jiqing saw Fu Fei and the others through the eye of the demon. Don't worry, let them lead us to the territory. This is good, I like it. Li Jiqing reacted immediately. Compared to killing a few people, it is more satisfying to raid the opponent's lair and destroy the opponent's territory. Brother, they separated. Not long after, Li Jiqing spoke again. The territory should be in a different place. Remember the direction and kill them one by one. After Yi Can finished speaking, Princess Longji controlled the water dragon and rushed towards the direction where one of them left. Soon after, a territory surrounded by a stone wall more than 3 meters high appeared before their eyes. Fuck him. Yi Can jumped up without saying a word. A raging fire spreads across the land, and fire from heaven descends upon the world. As he shouted loudly, a huge spinning fireball suddenly fell from the sky and hit the gate of the territory directly. Boom. There was a splash of flames, and the stone gate was blown up directly, taking the 2 defense towers next to it with it. Boom. Then, the second wave of Nuba came. It directly blew up a nearby wall, along with 3 defense towers. Then, there came Su Daji's sweeping power, Hushime's thunderbolts, Yu Qing's enchanting magic sound, and Princess Longji's water dragon technique. In addition, there are Li Jiqing's flying leaves and flowers, Lin Daiyu's revival of all things, and Xue Baochai's world of ice and snow. This group of people entered the village like robbers, destroying everything in their way and killing everyone until they reached the core building of the Li family wolf cubs. What kind of demon did the Li family provoke? The wolf cub looked at the completely destroyed territory with a look of despair on his face. They are both lords, and he is 4 levels higher than the other party, so why is he unable to fight back? No, how come you are here at the same time? When the wolf cub saw Yi Can and Li Jiqing appear at the same time, he was as if he had seen a ghost. Before breaking through to the realm lord, the lord cannot bring other lords to descend into the endless void. Even those who descended through the blood altar would not appear in the same place. At most, they would be in the same remnant world or several connected remnant worlds. But there is clearly no bloodline altar in Shenhua City. How did these 2 people do it? You? The wolf cub seemed to have thought of something, but before he could say it, a cold black knife pierced his heart. So much nonsense. Yi Can drew out the heaven-devouring sword, harvested 20 points of physical fitness, and then winked at the girls. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Li Jiqing immediately led everyone to disperse and began to plunder the resources in the territory. After the search, Yi Can directly demolished the territory and obtained a flawless lord's heart, 2 element towers, and a piece of arable land. How stingy. Next place. Damn it, it's actually a level 20 demon ant queen. Why would it suddenly attack us? Could it be that Li Jiqing has discovered us? After Fu Fei returned to the territory, he immediately resurrected the dead hero. But he still couldn't figure out where the problem lay. With their level and means, it was impossible for them to be discovered by Li Jiqing first. You guessed it right. When he was at a loss for words, several balls of fire suddenly fell from the sky, along with endless flying flowers and snowflakes. Li Jiqing. When Fu Fei saw that it was Li Jiqing, his eyes suddenly turned red with anger. He originally wanted to use this pursuit to clear his name, but he didn't expect that not only did he lose the initiative, but he was also beaten by the other party. Deploy the formation and kill the enemy. Following Fu Fei's order, the sound of weapons clashing suddenly rang out in his territory. Then, for teams of muscular men wearing silver armor, holding shields and broadswords, rushed out. In addition, 3 tall men appeared, showing off their huge pectoral and abdominal muscles. Hey, a legendary gladiator, so awesome. With a glance of the demonic vision, Yi Can could tell the ranks of the 3 heroes of Fu Fei. With 4 teams of perfect grade soldiers and 3 legendary grade heroes, no wonder he can lead the team. Muscle men are disgusting. When Hushime saw a group of muscular men, she immediately looked disgusted, and without saying a word, she swung her scythe and killed them. Clang. As the sound of weapons colliding rang out, Su Daji immediately stretched out 2 fox tails, and her aura doubled. The jade chime exudes holy light all over, like a god descending to the earth. After the 2 of them joined the battlefield, Fushime was also surrounded by divine light, and the shadow of a nine-headed phoenix appeared behind her. It's good to have a sisterly bond. Do we really need to do anything about this? Nuba looked at the three demons from Xinyuan Tomb who were displaying their mighty powers, her eyes filled with envy. Sister Xian, you still have me. Princess Longji hugged her arms and said with a caring look on her face. Longji is still close to me. While the two of them were being shameless, Lin Daiyu and Shui Baochai also rushed out and killed the real culprit, Fu Fei. Seeing this, Nuba and Princess Longji looked at each other and sighed deeply. Alas, another pair with a bond. Chapter 97. Pinder's Final Struggle. Nuba was right. Lin Daiyu and Shui Baochai did have a bond. Although they did not gather all the 12 beauties of Jinling to activate the powerful bond attributes and skills, as long as they add one more person, the basic attributes will increase by 20. Moreover, Lin Daiyu and Shui Baochai are familiar with each other and have a very high level of tacit understanding. When they join forces to fight the enemy, it's not as simple as 1 + 1. Pin or trap him. Shui Baochai descended like a snow girl, leaving icy footprints with every step she took. Wherever it passed, snowflakes flew and the ground froze. The scene was spectacular. Bah, don't call me Pinner anymore. Lin Daiyu spat at Shui Baochai and flew into the air, surrounded by flower petals. Ever since she learned the meaning of the character Feng from Li Jiqing, she has been disgusted with the character Feng, which has a similar pronunciation. Because her figure is really ordinary, anyone picked out from the elf warriors and Shuri Yiksha will be bigger than her. This made her feel very frustrated and even a little inferior. Moreover, the name Pinner was given to her by the coward Jiao Baoyu in her previous life, and now she is very disgusted with it. Okay, my dear sister, let's work together to trap him. As she spoke, Shui Baochai rolled up endless snowflakes and gathered towards Fu Fei. Lin Daiyu had flying flowers all around her body, like a fairy descending to earth. With just a wave of her jade hand, countless tender buds sprouted from the ground. These tender buds fluttered in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into vines all over the sky, wrapping around Fu Fei. This Fu Fei was able to lead a team into the endless void to hunt down Li Jiqing. He was indeed not an ordinary person. Buzz. There was a flash of green light, and he turned into a phantom and appeared in front of Lin Daiyu in an instant. Clang! There was a flash of cold light, and a fish-scale dagger appeared in his hand, which suddenly stabbed into Lin Daiyu's heart. You dare! When Shui Baochai saw this, her hair flew into disarray, and she clenched her hands suddenly. Click, click, click. The air was filled with cold air, and Fu Fei was instantly frozen in the air, turning into an ice sculpture. Die! Lin Daiyu almost fell for it and became furious. She clasped her hands together, and endless flying flowers suddenly turned into sharp spikes, rushing towards Fu Fei like raindrops. Fu Fei was also amazing. At the critical moment, his body shook and emitted a circle of green light. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the ice crystals on his body shattered instantly. He instantly turned into a phantom and disappeared in front of Lin Daiyu. Sister Xian, Long Ji, you two take care of the miscellaneous soldiers. Xiao Qing will attack with me. Let's finish this quickly. When Yikan saw Fu Fei's phantom-like movements, his eyes suddenly became hot, as if he had thought of something. Yes, sir. Nuba and Princess Longji are blessed with sets of equipment and have powerful attributes. Moreover, one of them plays with fire and the other plays with water, so they are most suitable for group battles and are most suitable for dealing with those muscular male soldiers. But Fu Fei is a bit troublesome. Yikan was not worried about anything happening to Lin Daiyu and Shui Baochai. But Fu Fei's speed was too fast, and he was worried that this guy would leave the battle and take the opportunity to exit the void. If he brought back the news here, the people of the Li family would definitely be able to infer that he and Li Jiqing had merged their territories. They are still weak now and don't want to reveal their cards. Brother, since you are coming for me, let me handle it. Li Jiqing put on the template of Shui Baochai, with the breeze blowing around her body, walking on the flowers like a fairy. Her speed seems slow, but in fact it is extremely fast. Call. Li Jiqing just flashed and appeared behind Fu Fei. Buzz. The 10,000 leaves flying flower flow was activated instantly, and endless leaves turned into a tornado, twisting and blasting towards Fu Fei. Fu Fei sensed the danger behind him. His body suddenly turned cold, and a phantom appeared in an instant, and his real body took the opportunity to retreat. At this time, he just wanted to get out of the battle and exit the void to save his life. But since Li Jiqing chose to take action, how could she let him go? Boom. The mosaic tornado strengthened again and bit Fu Fei like a shadow. Although Fu Fei's speed was very fast, so fast that Li Jiqing and Lin Daiyu could not keep up, it was a pity that these three beauties were only good at long-range attacks. As long as they look at something, they can use magic to attack. Especially Li Jiqing, she has powerful attributes, and the floral tornado she controls is like a living dragon. Every time Fu Fei got a chance to launch a surprise attack on Lin Daiyu and Xue Baochai, he was interrupted by the floral tornado. If that were the case, although Fu Fei would be anxious, he would not collapse. What made him most desperate was that there was a man standing next to him holding a black knife and with a murderous look on his face. Although Yikan hadn't made a move yet, the strong murderous intent and sense of oppression had already doubled his pressure. Too slow, Yikan suddenly swung the sky-devouring sword in his hand and inserted it into the center of the territory. Buzz! In an instant, with the heaven-devouring sword as the center, an extremely cold and gloomy air spread madly. Xue Baochai's ice and snow was blessed, and its power doubled. The three gladiator heroes and the beaten soldiers were in a state of stagnation due to the sudden drop in temperature. Chichichichi. Su Daji and Nuba seized the opportunity, attacked wildly, and directly took the opponent's life. On the other side, Li Jiqing's Wanya Feihua also turned into a long whip and pierced Fu Fei's eyebrows. Even the phantom suit can't resist it. What kind of power is this? Before Fu Fei died, he widened his eyes and looked at Yi Kan in disbelief. Unfortunately, he will never get the answer in this lifetime. Brother, this is great stuff. Li Jiqing stripped 5 pieces of equipment from Fu Fei's body, and stars appeared in her eyes. Phantom suit, legendary level. No wonder he's so fast. Yikan glanced at the equipment information and nodded with satisfaction. This time when I descended into the endless void, even if I only got these 5 sets of equipment, I would have made a fortune. He now has 2 sets of suits. The Xianbing set has 7 pieces, and the Suzaka set has 5 pieces. He didn't expect that a 3rd set would appear now. Sister Yuqing doesn't have any decent equipment except for a Huanin Pipa, so just give it to her. Li Jiqing thought for a moment and said, I am mainly a supporting role now. If you give me something this good, Yuqing looked at her 2 sisters and felt a little at a loss. Although she is usually quirky and mischievous, she does not mean she knows nothing. Give it to Daiyu. She takes the natural route and can both assist and attack. But as you have seen just now, speed is her shortcoming. But Li Jiqing felt a little embarrassed. No buts. Both Yuqing and Daiyu are members of the Xianzong Forest. They are our family members, so we can distribute things according to need. You too, from now on, in the territory, just say whatever you want, don't worry about it. Yikan made the final decision immediately. As you say, Li Jiqing smiled sweetly and handed the phantom suit to Lin Daiyu. Thank you, sir, and thank you, Sister Lord. Lin Daiyu didn't hesitate and picked up the things and started to equip herself. After spending some time together, she had a general understanding of Yikan's personality. This lord does not seem to like beating around the bush in front of his own people. He can openly conceal his preference for the lord's sister and Sudaji, but he will not neglect others. Even towards these sisters from outside, she never looked down on them, nor did she take extra care of them. Boom. Yikan dismantled Fu Fei's territory and obtained a perfect lord's heart, 2 barracks, and a hall of valor. Let's go. Continue to clean up the place. First get rid of the external enemies, then digest the fortune of this remnant world. Yikan waved his hand and rushed out again with a group of beauties. Chapter 98. The Queen Ant Goes Berserk. Xian Zonglin watches the battle. Boom boom boom. In the remnant world, smoke and dust rolled up, and black ants rushed in like a wave, surrounding Fu Xin and his group in the center. Fu Xin and his men stood in a circle and collided wildly with the queen ant. Their hero was fighting with the giant ants and ant generals, and half of them were dead. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Fu Xin still doesn't know what happened. The queen ant appeared inexplicably, and then fought with them inexplicably, as if she had a grudge against them for murdering her husband. Boss, let's retreat first. The mental attack and venom of this giant ant are too powerful. It can also summon ant colonies. If it continues like this, all our people will die. One of the wolf cubs became anxious when he saw that his heroes were almost dead. Go? Damn it. Fu Xin gritted his teeth and finally decided to retreat. Although they were only 1 or 2 levels lower than the queen ant, these 1 or 2 levels were like a mountain between them. Because the queen ant's current strength is equivalent to that of a star-level lord. If they didn't have a combined attack formation and a dozen heroes outside to resist the ant swarm, they would have collapsed long ago. Brother, what should we do? Li Jiqing, hiding in the dark, looked at Yikan. After they swept the territory of Fu Fei and his gang, they did not return to the city immediately, but came to the battlefield of the Queen Ant and Fu Xin and his gang. Seeing that the two sides had not yet decided the winner, Yikin wanted to hide aside and wait until both sides were defeated before coming out to take advantage of the situation. Who knew that neither side was willing to risk their lives, so his plan failed. The Queen Ant doesn't know yet that the crystal has been stolen. When she returns to her nest, she will definitely go crazy. By then, the ants will surely come out in full force to sweep the entire remnant world. Even we will not be spared. Let's go back to our territory first. When the women heard this, their expressions suddenly became solemn. Yikin thought for a moment, then raised his hand and threw the eye of the devil into the stone cave next to him, and then led everyone to rush towards the territory. He had already taken the essence of plants and trees out of the demon's eye, and just left this treasure here as a spy. Squeak. Humans, you will die a miserable death. Sure enough, just as Yikan and his companions returned to the gate of the fairy forest, a sharp and crazy scream was heard from afar. Boom. The next moment, a terrifying blood energy rushed straight into the sky. At the same time, dense black spots appeared on the distant horizon. Yikan remotely activated the eye of the demon and discovered that countless holes suddenly appeared on the ground, and swarms of black ants poured out like a tide. Only then did Yikan realize that the ant generals and giant ants he saw in the tree hole were just the tip of the iceberg. Terrible. Fortunately, our landing site is not above the ant nest, otherwise we would have to give up this landing. Yikan said with lingering fear. It's okay. The focus of their attack seems to be Fu Xin and Fu Fei. The ones running towards us are the low-intelligence soldier ants. Li Jiqing communicated with the demon's eye for a while, and her mind suddenly relaxed. That's good. After Yikan finished speaking, he turned to Carden, Luna, and the others and said, the territory is now in your hands. Please rest assured, King. We will never let even a single ant set foot into the fairy forest. Carden assured, patting his chest. And us. The Shura army and the Yiksha army also held their heads high and were full of fighting spirit. Go ahead. Yikan smiled slightly, turned around, and took Li Jiqing towards the eternal ancient tree. The heroes, now free, followed curiously, for they also wanted to see what the spirit of plants and trees was. This time the harvest is not bad. I got 1 perfect and 3 flawless lord's hearts. After Yikan finished speaking, he took out the useless light balls and threw them into the sun and moon immortal pot. Buzz. The sun and moon fairy pot suddenly emitted bursts of soft light, and then spewed out bursts of misty air, which merged into the eternal ancient tree. Seeing this, Yikan immediately opened the territory panel. Level 12. Area 3.2 square kilometers. Owned building, eternal ancient tree. Number of residents 367. Grade Epic 1134/10,000. Territory characteristics slightly. The level experience only increased by 130 points. The perfect lord's heart increased by 100 points, and the flawless was increased by 10 points. It's still a bit low. Yikan shook his head. When he saw the number of residents in the territory, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Unknowingly, his team had grown to more than 300 people. Of course, these more than 300 people do not include their 2 lords. Brother, Green Crystal. At this time, Li Jiqing couldn't help but bumped into Yikan. Yikan didn't waste any time and directly took out the essence of plants. Buzz. As soon as the spirit of plants and trees appeared, the eternal ancient tree began to sway. King, this thing will be of great use to me. I guessed it long ago, so I tried my best to get it back for you. After Yikan finished speaking, he was about to put the essence of plants into the sun and moon immortal pot. King, this is the essence of plants and trees. I can absorb it on my own without the need for the sun and moon immortal pot to process it. Understood. Yikan thought for a moment and placed the huge crystal directly in the living room of the treehouse. Chichichichi. The next moment, countless fine roots suddenly emerged from the ground, wrapped the entire crystal, and began to absorb its energy. King, level is just a quantitative accumulation, while quality is a qualitative leap. If I can find 4 more of these plant essences, I will make the next great leap forward in life. Is this thing more powerful than the legendary Lord's heart? After hearing the words of the eternal ancient tree, Yikan suddenly became excited. Even Li Jiqing's eyes sparkled as she looked towards the eternal ancient tree with anticipation. She is now also the lord of the fairy forest. As the eternal ancient tree undergoes a great transformation, her life level will also leap forward. Yes, I am an eternal ancient tree. High-level plant essences can help me transform. Upon hearing this, Yikan looked at the territory information again and found that the experience level of the territory had indeed increased from 1134 to 3134. Great. Now I don't have to rack my brains to find the Lord's heart, Li Jiqing said happily. Yikan nodded, then took out the storage bag and said, let's deal with the spoils first. Good. Li Jiqing also took out her storage bracelet and poured all the proceeds from this battle into the hall of the treehouse. Soon, a small mountain was piled up in the hall, including equipment of various grades, daily clothing, food, and various materials. In addition, there are a lot of bronze treasure chests and silver treasure chests, all of which are obtained by killing ants. Everyone, take a look and see if there's anything you need. Take it yourself. Yikan waved his hand, and all the girls gathered around him. Xiaoyu and Xiaofei had already been waiting by the side with a group of little sisters, flapping their little wings. The little ones like to clean up all kinds of treasures and then put them into the warehouse according to categories. No matter what Yikan needs, as long as he says it, the little ones will always find it for him the first time. Alas, ever since you got the eternal ring, you no longer need me. When Su Daji saw Yikan was about to open the treasure chest, she couldn't help but look resentful. Who said that? Yikan pulled her into his arms, put on her template, held her hand, and started opening the treasure chest together. Su Daji felt Yikan's warmth and immediately smiled. What she cared about was not opening a treasure chest, but the feeling of lying in Yikan's arms and opening a treasure chest with him. Chapter 99. My wife really has good intentions. There is war outside the remnant world, but there is peace in the fairy forest. Yikan took the beautiful heroes to soak in the Luna Lake, looking very happy. Beside them, the elves jumped up and down. Some of them were playing in the water, some were combing Su Daji and the others' hair, and some were bringing various foods and drinks from the table on the shore and serving them to everyone. The maids of the ghost tribe were also very dedicated and brought various delicacies from time to time. They have low fighting power and few opportunities to show their talents, so every time they prepare food, they are very dedicated and try to make it perfect. Yikan treated them no differently than he treated the combat troops, telling them to stop being so busy and come in and soak with him, but they just wouldn't listen. As the attacks outside the territory gradually weakened, the beautiful warriors slowly became free and joined the bathing group. To the fairy forest, the attack of the ants is actually no different from a tickle. Because they only sent out the lowest level soldier ants and leaders, they couldn't even break through the guardian tree, let alone attack the center of the territory. Yikan lay on his back in the lake, enjoying the tenderness of Su Daji and the others. Li Jiqing stayed beside him, controlling the demon's eye from time to watch the battle over there. Although she could not see the territory of Fu Xin and his people, she could judge which direction of the territory was the strongest by the number and strength of the ant reinforcements. Brother, when are we going to go into battle? If Fu Xin and the others can't stop them, and the queen ant destroys their territory, our losses will be huge. After Li Jiqing tasted the sweetness of having her house demolished, her restless heart could no longer calm down. In her opinion, the territory of Fu Xin and his guys has become the property of Xian Zonglin. Sister Qing, Fu Xin must have some skills to be able to fight the queen ant for so long. Now that the queen ant has entered his territory, maybe the queen ant will be the loser. Su Daji expressed a different opinion. That ant queen is a level 20 legendary monster. She will definitely drop a golden treasure chest. If it falls into Fu Xion's hands, it will be a waste. Nuba also joined in the fun. Although we have obtained 500 million source crystals and 50 million boundary stones by demolishing Fu Fei's territory, we are still 50 million away from upgrading the territory to level 13. The golden treasure chest must not fall into Fu Xion's hands. After hearing what Nuba said, Yikan immediately became motivated. You guys stay in the territory, I'll go explore the way first. Yikan jumped up, and Xiaoyu and Xiaofei immediately came up with clothes in their arms. Unlike equipment, casual clothes cannot be placed directly into the grid and still need to be worn normally. Brother, I'm worried about you being alone. Find someone to go with you. No, I'm just going to explore the way, not to fight. Bringing people with me would be a burden. Yikan shook his head. No. This time, Li Jiqing was very determined. She looked at Lin Daiyu, who was chatting with Shui Baochai, and said, Daiyu, you have 5 phantom suits and are the fastest. Go. Oh. When Lin Daiyu heard Li Jiqing's words, she was stunned. Because whether in terms of combat power or closeness, it seems that it is not her turn. But when Li Jiqing talked about speed, she really couldn't refute it, because with each additional piece of phantom suit, the speed increased by 20. And the suit also comes with a set of phantom body techniques. Although he only has the first 3 levels, when he uses it, he will turn into a phantom and be difficult to capture. Fu Fei relied on this set of body skills to fight with them. But she still had a strange feeling, because when she and Xue Baochai were summoned, the kingdom of women had not yet been incorporated into the Wonderland. So the two of them are different from the heroes in the Wonderland, and they don't have that kind of natural sense of closeness to Yi Can. However, they are not unrelated to Yi Can. Li Jiqing was able to create the dream of the Red Chamber because of the story of the dream of the Red Chamber that Yi Can told her when she was a child. In fact, they also envy Su Daji and others who can enjoy the benefits of the Three Lives marriage tree, but they still can't recommend themselves for the bed. Sister Bao. Lin Daiyu looked at Xue Baochai with questioning eyes. Both of them are extremely smart women. Just by looking at each other, they can understand what is in each other's eyes. Go ahead. Xue Baochai smiled slightly and patted Lin Daiyu's little hand. At the same time, Li Jiqing's voice also rang in Yi Can's mind. Brother, seize the opportunity. My lady, you really have good intentions. Yi Can couldn't help but sigh. Humph. Remember to hand in your homework when you come back tonight. Double, no triple. Yes, sir. After Yi Can finished speaking, he directly put on Su Daji's template, then raised a gust of evil wind, picked up Lin Daiyu, and rushed out of the fairy forest. Lin Daiyu was still a little uncomfortable, and her body swayed like a willow swaying in the wind. Are you okay? Seeing this, Yi Can immediately put his arms around her waist. Lin Daiyu had a slender figure, and Yi Can could hardly feel her weight as he held her in his arms. He couldn't help but feel a little sorry for this child. No, it's okay. Lin Daiyu's pretty face turned slightly red, but she did not struggle. On the contrary, in Yi Can's arms, she felt a sense of security she had never felt before. Eat more next time. Yi Can's words were so radical that Lin Daiyu was unable to react for a moment. You're too thin. This is not good. I can't do anything about it. Lin Daiyu looked at her breasts and couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Sir, you really care about this. What's the problem? I'll ask Yu Fei to prepare a nutritious meal for you when we get back. If you don't gain some weight, your body won't be able to handle it. Yi Can said seriously. After hearing this, Lin Daiyu looked up at him with a puzzled look on her face. Only then did she realize that Yi Can's eyes were clear, and he had no other thoughts at all. In other words, he was really talking about being thin and eating. Thank you. Thank you for your concern, sir. Lin Daiyu was suddenly embarrassed. It turned out that she was overthinking. That's right. Now that you've come to our fairyland, you must eat, drink, and have fun. I will also do my best to protect you. Especially you. Please don't be sad anymore. When I saw you die in my previous life, I, a grown man, cried my eyes out. It was so tear-jerking. Yi Can couldn't help but say, in the previous life? Lin Daiyu raised her eyebrows and looked at Yi Can in disbelief. Chapter 100. The demolition team is established. Hee hee. How should I put this? Shuqin should have told me your origins, right? Yi Can didn't know how much Lin Daiyu knew about his background, so he didn't give an answer immediately. Sister Qing said that we come from a world in a book, and that book does not exist in this world, but in the young master's mind. Lin Daiyu's eyes flickered as she looked at Yi Can curiously, although she didn't have that kind of natural feeling of closeness to Yi Can. But because of the cause and effect of the Red Mansion, she and Xue Baochai have always wanted to find an opportunity to get close to Yi Can so as to learn more. You can understand it this way. The person who wrote Dream of the Red Chamber and I come from the same world, so I have read that book. Yi Can thought for a moment and said, the one who wrote the Dream of the Red Chamber? Isn't that the creator? The young master and the creator are from the same world. Could it be that the young master is the legendary god? Although there is no way to verify Yi Can's words, Lin Daiyu believes it firmly. As for why this happened, she herself didn't know. God? Not yet, but who knows in the future, haha. Yi Can was in a good mood. He hugged Lin Daiyu's waist tightly and rushed towards her like lightning. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of the almighty moon god. The moon goddess is also a lord. If she can become a god and take the bright moon in the world as her own, why can't I? Yi Can took Lin Daiyu through the mountains, forests, and ruins, avoiding the sight of the ant general and giant ants, and flew to a cliff. And below the cliff is Fu Xian's territory. Boom, boom, boom. The blades below were dancing, and the black light was flashing. The queen ant holds a black spear in her hand, as if possessed by the god of war. Every time the spear thrusts out, it draws a black line in the air. The thick wall of Fu Xian's territory was blown away dozens of meters immediately after being hit by the black spear. Stinky ant, don't go too far. There was blood at the corner of Fu Xian's mouth, and his face looked hideous. He was also full of anger. He had just arrived in this remnant world and had not found any fortune yet, but he was besieged by a group of ants. As a result, just as they finished killing one wave, another legendary big boss came. Moreover, the other party started fighting without any reason. Looking at their attitude of fighting to the death, those who didn't know would think there was a genocide feud between them. Human, Hand over the essence of plants and trees, and I will spare your life. This time, the queen ant finally stopped being silent and stated her purpose. The essence of plants and trees? What the hell is that? Fu Xian was furious and started cursing. I haven't even entered your ant hole, so where does this damn plant essence come from? If you don't hand it over, you will die. The queen ant was surrounded by blood. She flapped her wings, raised her spear, and rushed towards Fu Xian and the other 4 people. Her speed was as fast as a flash of cold lightning. The bloodthirsty demon ants are not ordinary ants. Their queens are not the kind of bloated reproductive machines that lie deep in the nest until they die. Its body is covered with black scales, its forelimbs are like human hands, and the 2 tentacles on its head are as hard as iron whips. If an ordinary person were hit by this, his body would probably be split in half. Sir, are the people around Fu Xian also lords? Lin Daiyu stuck her head out and looked curiously at Fu Xian and the others who formed the battle formation. That's right. The queen ant is very powerful. Fu Xian can't deal with it alone. If they are all here, then wouldn't their territory be empty? Lin Duijui is indeed smart. He thinks the same as me. The battle here won't be over in a short time. Let's split up and scout the area. Whether we can find their territory or not, we'll meet up here in half an hour. Lin Daiyu nodded, but did not leave. Instead, she looked at Yikan and asked, Sir, what does Lin Duijui mean? After hearing this, Yikan almost stumbled and fell to the ground. I'll tell you next time. Without waiting for Lin Daiyu to ask any more questions, Yikan flashed away from the cliff. If you don't tell me, won't I go and ask Sister Qing? After Lin Daiyu finished speaking, she turned into a phantom and disappeared, her speed no slower than Yikan. Brother, what's going on? Li Jiqing started to worry as she hadn't heard from Yikan for a long time. Fu Xian and his gang are still fighting the queen ant, so their other territories must be empty. Sister Lin and I are scouting the area. Now that the elite ants have all gone out, the danger level in the fairy forest is very low. You can just leave some people behind to guard the house and bring everyone else out, and we will demolish it. Okay. Li Jiqing was waiting for Yikan to say this. This time, she only left the elven tree demon and the evil-eyed snake man to guard the territory and brought all the others out. Before half an hour had passed, Yikan met Lin Daiyu. Let's go find Xiaoqing and the others. Under the guidance of the demon's eye, they quickly joined up with the main force. The Lord is not dead. The territory cannot be demolished with one click. We can only destroy the core buildings by force. Divide into 4 teams. I will keep an eye on Fu Xian and the queen ant. Yikan glanced at everyone with a serious look. But both Li Jiqing and Su Daji were a little worried. No buts. Even the queen ant and Fu Xian in their prime couldn't kill me instantly, not to mention that they are seriously injured now. Go quickly. Yikan waved his hand. The ant queen's golden treasure chest must be his. Fu Xian's territory, as well as his equipment, killing array, and wealth, must also be his. Snap. When Yikan, Fu Xian and the ants were all harboring their own ulterior motives, a void gate suddenly opened in the north of this remnant world. Then, a dry hand stretched out from it, and at the same time a cold voice was heard. Hee. I have finally waited for this day. Chapter 101 The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Luckily we arrived in time. Otherwise we wouldn't even have a chance to drink the soup. Li Jiqing and Su Daji, with 40 Yiksha soldiers, quickly found one of the territories of Fu Xian's gang. This lord was very unlucky as he was besieged by dozens of giant ants and hundreds of ant generals. At this time, the territory wall had been demolished and half of the building had collapsed. The only 2 remaining heroes and a few defeated soldiers hid behind the core building, with despair on their faces. In this situation, even if Li Jiqing and the others didn't come, this territory wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Get it over with quickly so we can help others. Li Jiqing used the 10,000 leaf flying flowers, walked in the air, and rushed towards the 2 heroes who looked terrified. Su Daji waved her jade hand and led 40 Yiksha soldiers to attack the giant ants. At the same time, Nuba, Hushime and Lin Daiyu also found their targets and started their respective battles. However, their luck was not as good as Li Jiqing's. The defending force there was very sufficient, and the attacking ant army did not have so many elite soldiers. So far, those territories have been safe. On the other side, Yikan suddenly grabbed the eye of the devil, and the look in his eyes changed constantly. Because the red dragon pattern on the demon's eye suddenly lit up, and it seemed as if it wanted to tell him something. What do you mean? Yikan gently stroked the dragon pattern, trying to find any clues, but he had no idea. At this time, the battlefield below also changed. You stinky ant, since you're seeking your own death, I'll help you do it. Fu Xian was provoked repeatedly by the queen ant and finally couldn't hold it anymore. 5-heart mysterious thunder, open. He roared. and a white light suddenly appeared where his heart was. The white light surged wildly along his meridians and gathered towards his right hand. Click, click, click. I saw a flash of lightning, and suddenly a sharp lightning spear condensed in his hand. Boss, this is for dealing with Yikan. If that guy shows up now. When his 4 companions saw him use his trump card in advance, their expressions suddenly changed. This time, the Li family issued a death order, asking them to keep Yikan in the endless void at all costs. As long as they complete the task, all of them will be able to enter the Li family's refuge area, live a worry-free life from then on, and receive generous rewards. If the mission fails, their territory will be forcibly demolished, and the Lord's heart will become nutrients for others. So they are all very serious about this mission. What are you talking about? If we don't get rid of this ant, we will all be ruined here today. Can't you see that the territory is almost overwhelmed? Fu Xian roared. It was only then that his companions discovered that the city wall of the territory had been breached. Most of the thousands of soldiers were killed or wounded, and countless giant ants and ant generals swarmed in. If they continue to fight, they will probably end up being eaten by thousands of ants. Even the leader's territory is like this, then our territory. Fuck it, let's fight. At this time, the 4 of them finally remembered their own territory, and thunder suddenly surged on their bodies, and the same white light as Fu Xian appeared. They placed their hands on Fu Xian's body, and endless lightning suddenly surged out from their bodies and gathered into the lightning spear in Fu Xian's hand. The lightning spear became bigger and bigger, and its light became stronger and stronger. The queen ant looked at the lightning spear and trembled instinctively, because she felt a dangerous aura from the lightning spear. It knew that Fu Xian must be planning a big move, so how could it give him a chance? Buzz. I saw the blood surging in its body, flowing madly towards the black spear in its hand. Die! It roared and threw its hands away suddenly. Buzz. The black spear suddenly shot like an arrow and pierced Fu Xian's heart. What shocked it was that before the black spear touched Fu Xian, a dazzling shield of lightning appeared on his body. After the black spear pierced into the light shield, it was like it was stuck in a pool of sticky mud. It can neither be inserted nor pulled out. 5-heart mysterious thunder, slay gods and destroy immortals. At this moment, Fu Xian suddenly roared and threw the lightning spear in his hand. Buzz. The queen ant sensed danger and immediately flapped her wings and flew high, trying to avoid the attack of the lightning spear. But under Fu Xian's control, the lightning spear seemed to have consciousness and followed him like a shadow. No matter how the queen ant changed its flight route, the lightning spear with its long lightning tail always followed it, and its speed was getting faster and faster. Laugh. Finally, the lightning spear pierced through the queen ant's body and pinned it to the huge rock next to it. Sizzle. Fu Xian and the other 4 frantically activated the black thunder, using the thunder spear to construct a thunder cage, trapping the queen ant inside, trying to end its life. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared above the sky. A raging fire spreads all over the land. Great flame ring. Boom. Suddenly, a huge ring of fire fell from the sky, slammed onto Fu Xian and the others, and then spun wildly, wrapping them up. Sizzle. Fu Xian and the other 4 have already consumed a lot of magic power in order to deal with the queen ant. The black thunder shield was already shaky, so how could it possibly withstand Yikan's fire-based ultimate move? The great flame ring only spun a few times before completely destroying the layer of mysterious thunder shield. Yikan. Puff. Fu Xian finally saw the face of the person who came, and was so angry that he vomited blood. Only then did he realize that Yikan must have discovered them long ago, so he made arrangements in advance to provoke a fight between them and the ant tribe so that he could benefit from it. Unfortunately, he found out too late. In order to deal with the queen ant, they almost exhausted all their magic power and even took out the 5-heart mysterious thunder formation that they had kept in their bottom line. Now, they no longer have the energy to deal with Yikan in his prime. Fu Xian, don't be someone else's dog in your next life. Yikan appeared behind Fu Xian like a ghost and pierced his heart with a sword. Just as the other 4 were struggling to take action, 2 of them suddenly spurted blood and fell to the ground. Impossible, this is my territory. Obviously, their territory had been forcibly demolished, causing them to suffer backlash. Yikan chopped off their heads with a few slashes, took away their storage items, and then walked towards the center of the territory. The remaining heroes and soldiers under Fu Xinling were all wounded and held back by the ants, and were unable to resist Yikan at all. When the giant ants saw Yikan killing their enemies, they were unable to react for a moment and did not attack him. Unknown territory detected. Should it be demolished? Tear down. Boom. With the sound of collapsing buildings, Fu Xian's level 19 territory came to an end. He's actually a legendary lord, haha. When Yikan saw that Fu Xian's lord's heart was actually silver, he burst into laughter. The eternal ancient tree is undergoing a great transformation, and there is more and more hope for it. The level of Fu Xian's territory was obviously acquired through acquired growth and did not enter the Hall of Legend. Otherwise, the Li family would definitely not be willing to give it up. Obtained the building, Hero Altar. Obtained apartment. Obtained the soldier symbol, Shadow Killer. Obtained 400 million source crystals, and obtained 50 million boundary stones. TSK. No wonder so many bad guys like to kill and burn people. Yikan looked at the spoils he had obtained and couldn't help but sigh. Buzz. At this moment, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in the distance. It was moving at an extremely fast speed and was heading towards the dying queen ant in the distance. Damn it, that's my golden treasure chest. Seeing this, Yikan's eyes suddenly turned red with anger, and he threw the sky-devouring sword in his hands suddenly. Chapter 102, The Wretched Man in the Endless Void. Clang. With just a crisp sound, the sky-devouring sword flew back. Yikan switched to the Su Daji template, flashed away with the help of the evil wind, grabbed the sky-devouring sword, and slashed at the black shadow. Laugh. With just a crisp sound, the black shadow was instantly split into two halves. One half fell to the ground, and the other half continued to rush towards the queen ant. Escape. Yikan was shocked. Only then did he realize that what he had split open was just a cloak, and the black shadow had already rushed in front of the queen ant. Fight! At this critical moment, the sound of jade beads rolling on a plate was heard, and the black shadow suddenly paused. Only then did Yikan see clearly that it was actually a skinny old man wrapped in bandages. At the same time, a huge, rapidly spinning sickle flew in the air. Laugh! The sickle was extremely sharp, and with one stroke it cut off the dying queen ant's head, causing a burst of golden light to spread all over the ground. At this time, the bandaged old man's body also broke free from the confusing magic sound of the jade chime and regained his freedom. He ignored the golden light on the ground, but picked up the queen ant's body and ran away with a whoosh. Yikan was stunned by the obscene look. Sir, are you okay? Hu Shimei and Yu Qing came to Yikan and looked at him anxiously. Fine. Yikan's gaze turned to the demon's eye in his hand, and at this time the red dragon pattern on the demon's eye had dimmed. The one that the red dragon pattern warned just now turned out to be this old man. What kind of person is that? Sir, isn't that a hero from Fuxin's territory? Could it be that there are still living humans in the void, and they are thieves? At this moment, both Hu Shimei and Yu Qing were shocked. This remnant is not small. The ant tribe may be just one of the tribes. We have to be careful. After Yikan finished speaking, he collected the 5 golden treasure chests that the queen ant dropped. After a while, Li Jiqing returned with everyone. Only the Lord can do things like dismantling the territory. Since Yikan is not here, this job naturally falls on her. But did you gain anything? Yikan looked at Li Jiqing. Look, Li Jiqing immediately took out 4 lords' hearts, all of which were of perfect quality. In addition, there are 4 arrow towers, 3 farmland, as well as 800 million source crystals and 80 million boundary stones. As expected of a lord who is higher in rank than us. Yikan nodded, then took out the storage items of Fu Xin and others, which contained not only their treasures, but also equipment. Suzaku leggings and wrist guards. When Nuba saw the 2 pieces of blood-red equipment, she immediately snatched them away. She originally had 5 items, and now she had 2 more, and her strength immediately soared. Lin Daiyu also got a phantom suit, and there were 3 remaining legendary pieces. Yikan gave Xue Baochai 2 items and 1 jade chime. No one had any objection to this. Xue Baochai has always been the gentle representative of the territory, and she is tactful and considerate in dealing with people. The difference is that in this life, Xue Baochai is more sincere towards people and less worldly wise. In this regard, Yikan did not deliberately change anything. Xue Baochai's character was shaped by the environment in which she grew up. Although she has a family, she has no one to rely on. On the contrary, her family relies on her. Yikan believes that with the subtle changes in the people in the fairy forest, her girlish heart will slowly revive and become happy again. Okay, Sister Xian will take everyone back to the territory first. Xiaoqing and I still have to explore the ant nest. Yikan left behind a storage bracelet containing source crystals, boundary stones, and the Lord's heart, and gave the rest of the things to Nuba. Yes, my lord. Nuba took the storage item with a happy look on her face. This time, the gains from destroying Fu Fei and Fu Xian's gangs were quite large, and each of them could get a storage item. Sir, take us with you. At this time, Su Daji and her two daughters stood up. Good. Li Jiqing agreed before Yikan could say anything. Let's go. Yikan knew Li Jiqing's concerns and did not object. He summoned the demon's eye and activated the third skill, the demon's space. Buzz. There was a flash of light, and the black hole of the demon's eye swallowed the five of them, then rushed towards the ant nest. Sir, we have collected all the essences of plants and trees. Why are you still going to the ant nest? Yuqing had just been reborn from the ashes and didn't know much about this world, so he had always been a curious baby. In the endless void, there are lost territories and ruins everywhere. The reason these territories and ruins exist is because they are supported by the fragments of the origin. For the Lord, the origin fragment is the most precious thing because it can improve the quality of the territory. This remnant world has not collapsed, which means that there are still fragments of the origin. We must find it. Yikan said with a smile. Origin fragment? Is it the same as the Lord's heart we obtained by demolishing the territory? Yuqing reacted immediately. A territory is actually a small world, and the Lord's heart is the origin of the world. Most of the origin fragments we are looking for are actually the lost Lord's heart. In addition, there is another kind of fragment of the origin of the great world that is even more valuable. It is the origin that remains after the great world collapses. It is extremely rare. As he spoke, the demon's eye had passed through layers of passages and arrived deep into the ant nest. Last time, Yikan came and went in a hurry and did not explore the ant nest seriously. This time, without the obstruction of the queen ant, Yikan's exploration went very smoothly. He scanned the ant nest again and again with the demon god's vision, and finally felt a breath of original energy in a cave deep in the ant nest. Buzz. With a thought, he opened the demon god space and jumped out with Li Jiqing and the others. This should be the queen ant's habitat. Li Jiqing looked around and said, because this place is filled with crystals with rich spiritual energy, and there is even a round bed paved with white jade. No one else in the ant nest can be so luxurious except the queen ant. Yikan and Li Jiqing came to the bed and stretched out their hands at the same time. Buzz. As they pulled, a ball of white light suddenly rose slowly, containing a feather-like light fragment. Brother, I'll go first. Li Jiqing blocked Yikan's hand. Yikan smiled slightly and withdrew his hand. The origin fragments carry the luck of the remnant world. If you collect the origin fragments, you will be backlashed by the void evil spirit of the remnant world. When the Lord is 100 corroded by the evil spirit of the void, he must immediately return to the territory and escape from the void. Otherwise, it is easy to be swallowed by the void evil energy and become a void monster. At that time, the territory will become a lost territory. Of course, even if the Lord does not collect the origin fragments, as long as the person is still in the void, he will be eroded by the evil spirit, but the speed will be slower. Generally, it is eroded by 1% per day. Yikan's situation is a bit special because there are two lords in the fairy forest. Li Jiqing knew that her strength was relatively weak, so she chose to be the first to collect the origin fragment. In this way, even if the evil energy in her body reaches 100, she will not be swallowed by the evil energy or expelled by the void. Because Yikan is still in the fairy forest, as long as he remains clear-headed, Li Jiqing will be protected, but she can only stay in the territory and not go out. In the remnant world, the further you go, the harder it is to find the fragments of origin. Yikan is the great lord and the most powerful, so he naturally appears last. How does it feel? As soon as Li Jiqing collected the origin fragments, Yikan grabbed her hand and began to examine it. It has been eroded by 40. The origin fragment contains a lot of world origin. Li Jiqing smiled slightly. Obviously, the harvest this time exceeded her expectations. That's good. Let's go back first. Chapter 103 3 times, at least. Xanadu, Li family. Wolf King Zhao Wuji was sitting cross-legged in his territory practicing, but was interrupted by the prompt sound of the online video. As long as there is a network base station in the territory, you can connect to the network. In addition, the Lord can shop online, enter virtual battlefields, receive online information and express items, and set levels to filter information, etc. As long as the Lord opens the corresponding level of authority, he will receive a prompt as soon as a message arrives. Didn't I tell you not to bother me unless it's something important? Zhao Wuji opened the video and looked at the Wolf Den manager who was kneeling on the ground in the video with a sinister look on his face. Sir, Fu Xian and Fu Fei's life crystals are broken, the steward said with a trembling body. What? All broken? Zhao Wuji stood up suddenly, no longer in the mood to act like the Wolf King. The order to release the wolf cubs through the blood altar to chase Li Jiqing and Yi Qin was given personally by the third elder. If this thing fails, even if he is the wolf king who has trained countless evil wolves, he will not end up well. They are all broken into pieces, not a single one is left. The steward lowered his head and did not dare to look Zhao Wuji in the eyes. Got it. Don't make this public yet. I'll go see the third elder first. Zhao Wuji suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, sir. The other side. Yi Qin gained a lot and went to the tree house as soon as he returned to the Wonderland forest. Buzz, buzz, buzz. He took out the 5 lords' hearts that he had just harvested and threw them into the sun and moon immortal pot one by one. Buzz. I saw the mist surging, and the sun and moon fairy pot was suddenly swallowed up by the mist, and the patterns on the pot also lit up. Seeing this, Yi Qin immediately immersed his mind into the sun and moon immortal pot. At this moment, the 3-colored crystal in the pot was sparkling, madly absorbing the essence of the 5 lords' hearts. As the original energy continued to flow in, they became increasingly pure and brilliant. As the 3-color crystal continued to grow, Yi Qin was also undergoing some subtle changes. He found that his hearing and eyesight had become sharper, and his mind was clearer. Of course, besides him, Li Jiqing also got the same benefits. The girl placed her jade hand on the sun and moon fairy pot, with a hint of disbelief and excitement in her eyes. Now she was very glad that she had made the original choice to merge the 2 territories together. She was also glad that she was blessed with good fortune and had met a good man like Yi Qin. Although it's a bit too philanthropic, but facing such incredible territory characteristics and treasure attributes, even I can hardly resist being tempted. At this moment, the resentment hidden deep in Li Jiqing's heart also dissipated for the most part. Dealing with so many beauties, he must be very tired. Li Jiqing murmured to herself in her heart. Yi Qin had no idea what this girl was thinking. After he regained his composure, he looked at Li Jiqing and said, Shaoqing, strike while the iron is hot. Li Jiqing understood and immediately took out the piece of origin fragment she had obtained and threw it into the sun and moon immortal pot. Buzz. There was a flash of light, and the misty fog of the sun and moon fairy pot surged out again. After about a dozen breaths, the fog disappeared and everything settled down. Yi Qin looked at his purse and waved his hand. Buzz. In an instant, a large number of boundary stones surged out and rushed towards the sun and moon immortal pot like a long river. The sun and moon fairy pot was like a gluttonous beast with its bloody mouth opened wide, madly devouring the boundary stone and then releasing endless energy. After the eternal ancient tree absorbed these energies, it was like taking a tonic. It immediately began to sway and grew a lot taller. The area of the Wonderland forest was also constantly expanding and soon exceeded twice its original size. When Yi Qin saw this situation, he immediately opened the territory interface. Level 13. Area 8 square kilometers. Owned building, Eternal Ancient Tree. Number of residents, 367. Grade, Epic, 5534/10,000. Territory characteristics, slightly. Wow, the level experience increased by 2,400. Li Jiqing looked at the incredible data on the panel and couldn't believe her eyes. There are 5 Lord's Hearts, 1 is legendary, and 4 are perfect, which increase the experience by 1,400 points. In other words, the piece of origin fragment directly increases by 1,000. Even though 1,000 may not seem like a lot, it is actually because the amount required to upgrade the Xianzonglin is too much. And this time, Yi Qin was lucky as he met Fu Fei and Fu Xian and harvested a batch of Lord's Hearts. If these people had not appeared, even with the addition of that piece of origin fragment, the progress would only be 4,004. And the probability of encountering a living lord in the void is 1 in 10,000. If the Li family hadn't been seeking their own death and had sent out the wolf cub team through the blood altar to hunt down Yi Qin, the territory would not have received such a great fortune. Moreover, the strength of the lords who can descend to the same place generally does not differ too much. It is very difficult to kill the other person. If you are not careful, you will be the one who dies. Yi Qin didn't believe that after the Li family suffered a setback this time, they would be so generous as to send someone to deliver food to him. Of course, it's another matter if he breaks through to the star level. Because by that time, the place where he lands may be a stellar level place, and the Li family will send stellar level masters of level 20 to 29 to hunt him down. It's a long and arduous journey. Yi Qin sighed. Indeed, many people have descended into the endless void several times, but have not found a single fragment of the origin. Some of them have even lost their lives. We are considered lucky. As the darling of the Li family, Li Jiqing was aware of this information. Now that the queen ant is dead and the ants have returned to their nests, there is no danger for the time being. You should have a good rest first, and we will continue tomorrow. Although the void is full of opportunities, humans are not machines after all and cannot explore endlessly. Well, I'll wait for you in the treehouse. After Li Jiqing finished speaking, she walked towards the moon goddess lake. Good. Yikan nodded. Brother, don't forget what you promised me today, 3 times at least. Well, Yikan's mind was suddenly filled with black lines. Only then did he remember that he seemed to have really promised this when he took Lin Daiyu out. But that's not a big deal. Not to mention 3 times. Even calling 3 more would be no problem. But now with Li Jiqing as the housekeeper, Yikan can no longer do whatever he wants, at least not in the endless void. After sending Li Jiqing away, Yikan threw out 2 element towers and 4 arrow towers. Buzz. After being transformed by the sun and moon fairy pod, these 2 types of buildings unsurprisingly became guardian trees. The guardian tree transformed from the elemental tower is good at elemental attacks and belongs to the spell type. The guardian tree that the arrow tower turns into is good at throwing and belongs to the physical type, but it is better than the original one. Because they are alive, they can not only move, but also have their own thoughts and can dodge. Everything is done. Take a break first. When Yikan was preparing to relax at Luna Lake, he saw Cardin coming towards him with a large group of beauties. These people are the captains of each combat branch. King. The women bowed to Yikan, looking at him with eyes full of passion and admiration, including the captain of the Shuro army, Ouyang Lan, and the captain of the Yiksha army, Gong Sunyu. Although they came from the kingdom of women and did not have any special feeling of closeness to Yikan, both the Shura army and the Yiksha army admired the strong. Yikan himself is strong enough, and he has powerful soldiers and horses under his command. He had conquered these 2 groups long ago. What are you doing? Yikan glanced at everyone, and finally fixed his eyes on Cardin. Among these captains, the one with whom he had the closest relationship was Cardin. This girl is not only extremely beautiful, but also very courageous. In the early stages of the territory, she seduced Yikan in the moon goddess lake. And she is also the first soldier among all the arms to have a relationship with Yikan. The reason was simple, because Cardin was the first soldier in this territory to die while blocking an arrow for him. Chapter 104. Indeed grown up. King, the ruins are so vast that it would be too inefficient for you and the heroic sisters to explore them alone. We would also like to do our part. Cardin looked solemn and serious. Okay, Yikan agreed after a little thought. Cardin was right. If they just relied on themselves to explore, their efficiency would be a bit low. Now that the queen ant is dead, the only threats they can suffer are the giant ants. But when Cardin and his friends travel, they definitely won't act alone. And even if something really happens to them, Yikan can resurrect them through the Nirvana temple. Thank you, my king. All the girls smiled suddenly. Yikan descended into the void, but only brought heroes to fight. This makes them feel very depressed, like they are waste, so they have to prove their worth. Yikan had no idea of their little thoughts. After arriving at Moon Goddess Lake, he took off his clothes and jumped in. Young master. Without Yikan saying anything, Su Daji and her 2 sisters came over and rubbed his back and shoulders. They were so considerate. I can only accompany you tomorrow. Today, we must serve our queen well. Yikan pinched Su Daji's little face, looking apologetic. Ever since Li Jiqing came, Su Daji's position as the first mistress of the territory was replaced. Su Daji didn't have many complaints about this, but Yikan felt guilty. It's nothing between me and my second sister. It's mainly my third sister. Su Daji pointed at Yushir Pipa, who was massaging Yikan's legs in front of her, with a trace of heartache on her face. It's okay. I'll arrange it tomorrow. Yikan nodded. After Yuqing's rebirth, he indeed hadn't had time to flip the card. No matter what, as a hero, Yuqing cannot fall behind for too long. After all, if you spend one less day meditating under the 3 lives marriage tree, you will lose one more opportunity to upgrade. Everyone's level is limited by the level of the territory, but their quality is not. If one accidentally creates an epic hero, that would be really awesome. About half an hour later, Yikan returned to the treehouse. It turned out that the light in the room was adjusted to an ambiguous level. There were wine and dishes on the table, and Li Jiqing changed into gauze. She's a young girl, quite sentimental. Yikan smiled slightly, walked over, and took Li Jiqing into his arms. The 2 met when they were in humble circumstances. All they remembered were chasing chickens, fighting dogs, and surviving in the wild. There were few heartwarming moments like these. It was also at this time that Yikan realized that the little girl from back then had really grown up. I'm already grown up, okay. As she spoke, Li Jiqing deliberately puffed out the giant rabbit on her chest. He's really grown up. Yikan touched his nose, feeling a rare bit of embarrassment. When Li Jiqing saw his look, she couldn't help but smile charmingly, feeling a sense of accomplishment in her heart. Because Yi can never behaves like this in front of other beauties in the territory. So, the two of them picked up their wine glasses and drank the wedding wine. Soon, the two of them walked towards the bed with blurred eyes in the swaying light and shadow. Soon, the temperature in the room rose suddenly, and bursts of lewd sounds were heard, which lasted for a long time. Outside the fairy forest, under the leadership of captains such as Cardan, the 6 major combat arms were divided into teams of 5 people each, exploring in all directions of the territory. Now that all the ants have returned to their nests and it is extremely cold outside, there is no hindrance for them at all, and they are advancing very quickly. And in the north of the remnant world, the gate to the void moved again. An old man, wrapped in bandages with only his mouth and a pair of eyes exposed, walked out. However, what grew in the old man's eye sockets were not eyeballs, but 2 balls of emerald green ghost fire. This person was none other than the old man who had competed with Yi Can for the Queen Ant's corpse. But at this moment, his emotions seemed to be much more stable. Whoosh! He took a step forward and instantly turned into a black shadow, disappearing in a flash. Along the way, he saw Cardan and others searching in the remnant world, but he did not attack them. Instead, he hurried on his way, seeming to be in a hurry. And the direction he was heading was exactly where the fairy forest was. In the tree house in the fairy forest, Li Jiqing, who had fought with Yi Can for more than 3 hours, was finally defeated and fell asleep in Yi Can's arms like a lazy cat. And Yi Can has undergone the hard training by Su Daji and other evil spirits, and with the dedicated nutritional supplements provided by the ghost maids, he is now still in good health. He was bored for a moment, so he turned on the internet screen. Only then did he realize that Jiang Daily had pulled him into the class group. At this time, the group was chatting enthusiastically. Jiang Daily. Alas, my brotherkin has been here for such a long time and hasn't said anything. I don't know where he has been. Li Xiaoyu, are you stupid? A player of Brother Can's level must have descended into the void to make a fortune. Jiang Daily. That's right. Oops, I forgot to ask Brotherkin to get me some awesome seeds. Fatty, what kind of seeds do you want? When Yikan saw these 2 acquaintances, he couldn't help but smile and send a message. Fuck, my brother Chan is alive. What brother Chan? That's my Yishan, okay? Master Yi, take care of me. I can be salty or sweet, and I can wear black or white stockings. God Yi, do you need a girlfriend? You're such a hottie who can give birth to monkey cubs. Go away. Maybe she's fatter than me and can give birth to a monkey cub. When Jiang Daily saw someone trying to intercept him, he immediately became anxious. That's right. I am Brother Ken's beauty portal. If you can't compare to me, just stay aside. At this time, even the lowly Li Xiaoyu came out to join in the fun. Who said I was fat? As they were talking, a photo of beautiful legs suddenly appeared in the class group. Fuck. At this moment, the group exploded instantly, and countless old snakes swarmed in. After looking at it for a few times, Yikan felt it was boring. He told Jiang Daily that he would help him keep an eye on the seeds, and then closed the dialogue box. Just when he wanted to hug his darling and have a good sleep, his eyebrows suddenly raised, and he looked outside the territory. Although he was in the tree house, he could see everything in the territory at any time as long as he wanted. Just now, he sensed that the red dragon pattern on the demon's eye lit up again. What's wrong? Li Jiqing opened her confused eyes and arched her back in Yi Can's arms. It's okay, you go to sleep first, I'll go out for a walk. Yi Chan kissed her on the forehead. Then come back early. Li Jiqing was really tired, but she didn't care and continued to sleep hugging the pillow. Yikan rolled up his clothes and left the tree house in a flash. Chapter 105 Special Event. Triggering Hidden Mission. Boom boom boom. In the north of the Wonderland, more than a dozen guardian trees transformed into tree men, madly throwing out various fireballs, ice arrows, and stones. Anyone who trespasses into the fairy forest will die. The guardian trees attacked and scolded the invading enemies at the same time. Yikan put on Su Daji's template, walked in the air with the help of the evil wind, and hovered above the guardian tree. Heroes such as Nuba, who heard the noise, also rushed out. Sir, what's going on? All the women, holding sharp blades, gathered behind Yikan. It's him. Hu Shimei and Yu Qing recognized the wretched old man at the first moment. They couldn't help but frown and clench their weapons. What is that? Nuba and Lin Dayu looked at Hu Shimei. I don't know where the guy who stole the Queen Ant's body came from. After Yikan finished speaking, he looked at the guardian tree and said, Stop. Yes, my king. Upon hearing this, the guardian trees immediately stepped back, but still stood in a row, guarding Yikan. When the old man saw Yikan, the real culprit, appear, he stopped attacking and retreated to a safe distance. Then, an incredible scene appeared. The old man actually knelt on the ground. "Dear Lord, please save my people." The old man's eyes were flashing with soul fire, and he kept kowtowing to Yikan. "You are a void monster, but you haven't lost your mind?" Now, Yikan and everyone else were shocked. In the previous trials, the monsters they encountered, whether they were small monsters, elites, or bosses, had basically lost their minds. Even the golden monsters did not retain all their sanity. Of course, the golden demon guards and the demon phantoms are excluded. They didn't know why, but they were not affected by the evil spirit of the void. I have already become a dead soul, but due to some special reasons, my soul is still intact. However, under the erosion of the void evil spirit, I can no longer hold on. The old man held his head in his hands, seemingly in great pain. "You stole my queen ant's corpse just to devour its soul power and maintain your own clarity of mind." Upon hearing this, Yikan couldn't help but touch his chin. That's right. At that time, I was in a very unstable state, and the only thing that could restore me was the soul of a strong man. Then what happened to your people? Why do you want me to save them? Yikan is not the kind of saint who shows sympathy for nothing. He will not promise to help this old man just because he pretends to be pitiful. However, it is rare to encounter a monster that can remain clear-headed in the void. His commission should be a special event, similar to a hidden mission in a game. If completed, the reward will surely be generous. As for whether to accept it, it depends on the situation. Here's what happened. Then, the bandaged old man began to tell the story of him and his tribe. The old man's name is Tong Dan, and he is the patriarch of the Lingjing clan. He has been living with his tribe in a small, isolated world. They live a peaceful and happy life. However, things never happen as planned, and the big world that carried their small world suddenly fell into war. As the big world collapsed, the small world they were in also drifted into the endless void. Their small world collided with the other two small worlds in the void, and finally they merged together to form a chaotic remnant world. The remnant world is like an irregular space. Some spaces are separated by space barriers, but there are void gates running through the middle. The place where the Wonderland Forest is now is part of the original tree world. What happened to your people? Why do you want me to save them? In the end, the problem returned to square one. Originally, the tree tribe lived in this area. Then a powerful queen ant appeared. She summoned the ants and killed the chief of the tree tribe. The surviving tree tribe members moved to our side, and our Lingjing tribe has always been kind to others, so we accepted them. Everything was going well at first, but the good times didn't last long. One day, one of the tree tribe elders suddenly went crazy and snatched away our tribe's greatest treasure, the spirit mirror. It was not until then that we realized that this chaotic remnant world was composed of not 3 ethnic groups, but 4. The queen ant is actually not a native, but an outsider. The tree tribe elder who suddenly went crazy was controlled by the 3rd indigenous chief, which led to his crazy behavior. Unfortunately, by the time we knew it, it was already too late. It used a secret method to imprison the souls of all my people, as well as the tree people, and sealed them in a piece of origin fragment. Since then, that tribe has occupied our home. Although I escaped because of my secret skills, I have become a half-human, half-ghost appearance. From time to time, they devour the souls of others to maintain clarity. I hope you can destroy that evil tribe and rescue my people from the seal. After the bandaged old man's explanation, Yikan and the others finally understood the whole story. If his guess was correct, then the spirit mirror and origin fragments should be the rewards for this hidden mission. Grandpa, what exactly is that 3rd indigenous group? After listening for so long, Yuqing, the curious baby, finally couldn't suppress his curiosity. I'm not sure about the details, but they are a kind of soul, and ordinary swords can't do much damage to them. Moreover, they seem to be unaffected by the evil spirits, and can even grow stronger by absorbing the evil spirits. The bandaged old man thought for a moment and said, "Is it so against the will of heaven?" Yikan was shocked when he heard this. But the way that curious baby Yuqing thinks seems to be different from others. Grandpa, your people's souls are imprisoned, and their bodies have decayed. It's useless even if you rescue them. Why do you still spend the effort to save them? Miss, you don't know that according to legend, there is a world called the Underworld, and the ruler there is called the Lord of Reincarnation. As long as the fallen person's soul is not scattered, he will be guided by the rules of the Underworld, enter the reincarnation disc, and start the next life. When the bandaged old man said this, he knelt down and bowed towards the void, as if he was afraid of saying something wrong and angering the Lord of Reincarnation. Reincarnation? Upon hearing this, Yikan's body shook violently. He didn't expect that there is reincarnation in this world. Would the Lord of Reincarnation also be a lord? Open up the underworld, create the rules of reincarnation, and dominate the rebirth of souls. Isn't this too awesome? Chapter 106 Night Exploration of the Old Land of the Spirit Mirror Clan. Sir, do we really want to help him? After Yi sent the bandaged old man away, Sudaji, Nuba, and others looked at him. We'll talk about this tomorrow. You guys should have a good rest first and recharge your batteries. Everyone thought about it and realized that the worst outcome would be a war with the natives of the remnant world, which was no big deal. So, without giving it much thought, everyone went back to the Elf Palace and the Red Mansion. After Yi sent the beauties away, he did not return to the treehouse immediately, but came to the Three Lives marriage tree. The coolness from the Well of Eternity and the breeze from the swaying branches of the Three Lives marriage tree made his mind much clearer. So he took out the map left by the bandaged old man. What are you thinking about? At this moment, a fragrant breeze blew, and a plump figure floated down and sat in Yikan's arms. Yikan originally thought it was Sudaji, but unexpectedly, it was Nuba who came. I wonder how credible that old man's words are. Yikan hugged Nuba's fragrant body and began to play tricks on her with his big hands. Nuba had not been nourished for a while and was already extremely thirsty. She immediately took advantage of the situation and hugged Yikan and kissed him on the lips. The two of them stayed entangled like this until they stopped after more than 10 minutes. Sister Xian, calm down, this is not appropriate. Seeing that Nuba was unable to control herself, Yikan immediately held her down. It's been a long time since you last came to see me. Have you forgotten us sisters now that you have a queen? Nuba stared at Yikan with a resentful look on her face. There was such a charm in her eyes that Yikan could hardly control himself. There are more people here now. Please bear with me, Sister Xian. Yikan held her in his arms to prevent her from doing anything weird, and then asked, what do you think about what the bandaged old man said? He is just a poor man who is barely surviving. Why do you think so highly of him, young master? Nuba was a little confused. People's minds are hard to predict. I'm still a little worried. How about we go for a walk? Yikan waved his hand, and the huge eye floating above the fairy forest shrank to the size of a finger and floated in front of him. Just the two of us. Nuba's eyes lit up, and she immediately became interested. After Yikan finished speaking, he thought about it and directly opened the demon god space. Buzz. The two of them turned into two rays of light and rushed into the eye of the demon. Then the eye of the demon rushed into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Big sister, this is what you said, crying children get candy. On the roof of the elf palace, Yuqing swung her long white legs and her beautiful brows were furrowed. I guess so, but our master is a man of his own ideas. He won't be so biased. Hasn't he already promised us? Let's wait a little longer. Sudaji smiled slightly and held the jade chime in her arms. Wow, our third sister has really grown up. Sudaji felt the weight of the jade chime on her chest and couldn't help but tease it. Big sister, who can compare with you? You are a 1,000-year-old vixen. Ha! Yuqing stretched out his hands and scratched Sudaji's body, feeling extremely happy. After nirvana and rebirth, they all became human beings, but they were all barely at the level of adults, except that their blood talents were inherited from their previous lives. Sudaji's figure is indeed more plump than Yuqing's. After all, there is a big difference between being developed and not being developed. On the other side, Yikan hugged Nuba and sat cross-legged in a misty space. This is the small world of Sumeru inside the eye of the demon. Yikan shrunk the appearance of the demon's eye to the smallest possible size and moved as fast as a mosquito through the remnant world, heading towards the north of the remnant world. Aren't those Carden and the others? Since we have the map, why not let them go back? This can also reduce some unnecessary risks. Nuba looked through the demon's eye and saw Cardan and his four sisters fighting with several giant ants. Forget it. It's boring for Carden and the others to stay in the territory all the time. Let them come out for some fresh air. Not only can they train their troops, but it can also increase the territory's income. Yikan smiled slightly and stopped Nuba. Not long after, they arrived in the north of the remnant world. Through the eye of the demon, Yikan quickly found the door to the void that the bandaged old man mentioned. Buzz. With a thought in his mind, he controlled the eye of the devil and rushed into the gate of the void. Soon after, they came to a fantasy world that was like a psychedelic space. It is night here, but the magical thing is that this world is not dark. Because everything in this world, whether it is stone, grass, or fish swimming in the water, can actually glow. Sir, the energy in this world seems to be many times more dense than the tree world we are in, and this place doesn't look like a lifeless remnant world at all. Nuba looked at the bizarre scene outside through the eyes of the devil and couldn't help but sigh. Interesting. Yikan smiled slightly and immediately urged the demon's eye to move forward rapidly. Sir, I can sense the aura of that bandaged old man. Nuba suddenly pointed to the front left. Strange, why can't I sense it? After Yikan finished speaking, he immediately switched to the template of Nuba, and then something magical happened. In his perception, countless purple spots of light appeared in this world, and in front of their left, there was a red spot of light, like a ball of fire. Chapter 107. Gathering Intelligence, turning into a live broadcast in seconds. I know it's because of your true yang body. Yikan kissed Nuba fiercely and said, I made the right decision to bring you out this time. According to the bandaged old man, after the spirit mirror world was occupied by those souls, it became connected with the soul's original world. After such a long period of assimilation, this place has naturally become a world suitable for the growth of souls. And Nuba's heavenly fire can just restrain the soul. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's rare that I can be so useful. Nuba leaned on Yikan with a smug look on her face. Yikan had long been accustomed to this beautiful woman's rogue behavior and was too lazy to argue with her. He just held her in his arms and activated the demon eye to move forward. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at a small valley. That bandaged old man is actually hiding underground. No wonder those spirits haven't been able to catch him for so many years. Nuba looked at the deserted valley and immediately sensed the location of the bandaged old man. Not just him, there are some purple spots in there. Yikan said with a smile. Then what should we do? If we rush in forcefully, we will definitely alert the old man. Don't worry, just look at me. Yikan smiled slightly and directly urged the demon's eye to land on the ground, and then urged the demon's eye to sense carefully. Found it. It only took him a few minutes to find the entrance. Whoosh. Yi Sanji's mind moved, and he urged the demon's eye to rush into a pool of water deep in the valley. When they sank to the bottom of the pool, they found a cave under a huge rock on the stone wall. Without hesitation, he urged the demon eye to move forward. After passing through dozens of meters of waterway, they came to a cave sparkling with colorful light. Yikan urged the demon's eye, which was as small as an ant, and carefully came to the depths of the cave. Oh my God, what is this old man doing? Nuba looked at the bandaged old man who had taken off his outer robe and was hugging a woman's soul and kissing it madly, and she felt numb all over. He is absorbing souls to replenish himself. Look over there. Yikan pointed to the stone wall in front of the old man. Oh my God, so many. It was only then that Nuba discovered that there were 9 souls imprisoned on the stone wall, and they were all in the appearance of women. These souls all look good. Some seem to be condensed from smoke, somewhere between reality and illusion, such as the one being held in the arms of the bandaged old man and being inhaled. Some of them have already condensed into physical entities and are no different from human women. After the bandaged old man finished sucking a soul, his dry body actually swelled up a little, so he grabbed another one and continued sucking. Tong Dan, you are crazy. You eat so much at once. Aren't you afraid of being stuffed to death and then starving to death? The woman who had condensed into a physical body couldn't help but show fear in her eyes when she saw the bandaged old man going so crazy. She had finally managed to condense herself into a physical form, and she didn't want to die here. Hee hee, I will take back the spirit mirrors soon. By then, all of your souls will be useless. Now is the time for you to make use of your remaining energy. The bandaged old man looked crazy and absorbed 9 souls in a row. Buzz. Finally, his whole body became fuller and the bandages on his body fell off, revealing a body full of tendons and muscles. And his eyes, which were originally just will-o'-the-wisp, turned into pupils. However, his evil blood-red eyes were covered with a hint of light blue soul fire, which looked very strange. This is what it feels like to be in the flesh and blood. I haven't experienced this in years. The bandaged old man stretched his body and felt full of strength. You're lucky, I'm already full. The bandaged old man glanced at the last soul and said coldly, Call. Upon hearing this, the soul heaved a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, she suddenly felt cold all over, as if countless bugs were crawling on her body, which was extremely disgusting. She looked up suddenly and met the bandaged old man's fiery eyes. What do you want to do? The soul seemed to sense something and couldn't help but tremble all over. What are you doing? That year, when I was about to complete my mission, your soul clan attacked me with your entire clan, causing me to fail at the last moment. Today, I will collect some interest from you and completely activate this long-dormant body. After the bandaged old man finished speaking, he strode towards the soul and tore it apart with his hand. Ah, Zira. As the soul screamed, the clothes on her body suddenly turned into pieces, revealing her graceful body. Oh my God, this guy doesn't want to. Nuba hugged Yikan tightly, with disbelief and a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Ahem, it seems so. Yikin was also a little speechless. He just came here to gather some information. So how did it become watching a live broadcast? It's an eyesore, go back. Yikin held Nuba's little face and turned her head back. Sir, although this old guy is not serious, he knows a lot. Look, Nuba looked at him with fiery eyes, reluctantly, and seemed unwilling to leave. In her original world, love between men and women was very direct. No matter if it's a man or a woman, as long as they like each other, they can just knock them down with a stick and carry them home. Of course, the children of tribal leaders like them would not be so rude, but they would not hide anything either. If they liked someone, they would tell them to their face. If you agree, just take it home. If you don't agree, forget it. This was the first time for her to see someone doing something shameful in broad daylight. Chapter 108 Weird Knowledge. It seems I am still too conservative. Yikin looked at Nuba's eyes, which looked as if she had discovered a new world, and couldn't help but sigh. Looks like we can try some new tricks. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a pair of soft hands sliding into his robe. He looked up and found Nuba looking at him with seductive eyes. What are you doing? Yikin's body trembled. Sir, don't you think it's exciting here? Nuba moved her little face closer to Yikin and kissed him directly. Sister Xian, this is Tong Dan's territory. We don't know if he has other plans. Let's leave first. Yikin grabbed Nuba's mischievous hands, activated the eye of the devil, and left the cave. Along the way, the big demon Nuba harassed and teased him in various ways. Although Yikin had good concentration after such a long period of training, he was defeated in the end. As soon as the demon's eye passed through the gate of the void, his clothes were torn off by Nuba. The female tyrant has learned the softness of Daji, which makes people love and hate her at the same time. Yikin had no choice but to hide the eye of the devil in a secret place and decided to take care of this evil goblin first. That night, Yikin taught Nuba many strange postures, knowledge. These were all learned from the action movies in his previous life. They are precious inheritances that transcend time and space. The magnitude of the cause and effect is beyond the ability of ordinary people to bear. I have to say that Nuba's ability to comprehension is indeed very strong. Yikin only gave a little guidance, and this seductive big fairy understood everything. Although he was a little clumsy at the beginning, he quickly got into the state, allowing Yikin to experience what it means to be an emperor. The two had a thrilling battle in the eye of the demon, which took more than 3 hours. When Yikin brought Nuba back to the fairy forest and hurriedly washed off the sweat on his body and returned to the treehouse, Li Jiqing had already woken up. What have you been doing? It took you so long. Li Jiqing opened her mouth and stretched, fully revealing her delicate body, as white as mutton fat jade. The thief who stole the queen ant's body showed up. I was worried, so I went out with Sister Xian to investigate. Seeing that Li Jiqing was still sleepy, Yikin immediately took her into his arms and told her what had happened before. However, it omitted the ambiguity between him and Nuba on the way, as well as the absurdity before he returned. So, there's something wrong with Tong Dan? Li Jiqing lay on Yikin's chest and asked softly. That's right. He said before that an elder of the tree clan suddenly went mad, snatched their spirit mirror, and then used a secret method to imprison the souls of his people. But when he was absorbing the Soul Clan's energy, he said that as long as he retrieved the spirit mirror, the Soul Clan members would become useless. He also said that he was about to accomplish his mission, but the Soul Clan attacked with their entire clan, causing him to fail. So what exactly was the great mission he was talking about? Is the relationship between him and the Tree Clan and the Soul Clan really that simple? Although Yikin still couldn't figure out what the bandaged old man meant, his intuition told him that the old man was not a good person either. Brother, whether that old man really needs help or wants to use us, do we have to go to the Lingjing clan? In that case, why think so much? Go to sleep. After Li Jiqing finished speaking, she fell directly onto the bed, then pulled Yikin into the quilt and snuggled into his arms. Although she had slept for several hours, she was still sleepy. Because when she was fighting with Yikin, she didn't use the hero template at all, nor did she allow Yikin to use it. After Yikin asked her the reason, he found out that the girl had some reservations and felt that it was their intimate time and no one else should be allowed to participate. Even the hero template is not acceptable, because then it is not purely them. It was also at this time that Yikin realized Nizi's little thoughts and agreed to her request. The next day, all the soldiers in the Wonderland returned, bringing back a large number of bronze and silver treasure chests. In addition, Cardan also found the Void Gate in the north. Yikin had naturally anticipated this. In order to allow everyone to adjust to the best condition, Yikin did not organize people to take action immediately, but let everyone rest for another day. He secretly controlled the eye of the demon and went to Tong Dan's lair again to investigate. He also visited the old place of the Lingjing clan to have a general idea of the situation. That night, he kept his promise and moved into the elf palace. The one who slept with him was Yuqing, the youngest sister of the 3 demons of Xianyuan tomb. This cute little girl is ignorant and curious about everything. So no matter what Yikan asks her to do, she is willing to do it. She is very adaptable. It even made Yikan feel guilty. Wouldn't it be bad to teach a little sister like this? But Yuqing found it very interesting and had a lot of fun. In the second half of the night, Su Daji and Hushime also came to join in the fun, allowing Yikan to enjoy the blessing of having 2 wives. For the sake of their future happiness, Yikan also tried to teach them some strange knowledge. It goes without saying that the 3 evildoers are very smart, especially Su Daji and Hushime, who were reborn from the ashes with work experience. Day 3. At the bandaged old man's repeated calls, the fairy forest army finally set out. This time, Yikan only left Nuba and 40 elf tree spirits to guard the house. What shocked heroes like Su Daji was that Sister Xian, who was always domineering and mischievous, actually agreed. And before leaving, she gave Yikan a big sweet kiss, blinding everyone's eyes. Sister Xian, has your personality changed? Princess Longji looked at Nuba with a look of disbelief. She didn't change her personality, but was persuaded by our master. I would like to point out that the word Soa is a polyphonetic character. Su Daji said seriously. Oh. After Princess Longji thought for a long time, the light bulb above her head suddenly exploded, and her face was suddenly filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. At this time, Yikan had already opened the eye of the demon. Family, let's go. With a wave of his hand, he gathered all the heroes and soldiers into the demon god space, then turned into a black light and disappeared in midair. Chapter 109, Where did this thief come from? How dare he break into my fairy forest? Why haven't you come yet? Tong Dan paced back and forth outside the gate of the void, looking anxious. Now he is no longer the wretched old man in bandages, but a muscular man with long flying hair. What he didn't know was that Yikan had already driven the eye of the devil into the gate of the void and arrived outside the territory of the Soul Clan. Brother, is it really okay for us to leave Sister Xian alone at home? Li Jiqing was still worried about Xianzong Forest after all, because that was their base camp. If anything happens in Xianzonglan, they will be finished. Don't worry, there aren't many people in this remnant world who can pose a threat to our territory. Even Tong Dan can't break through the fairy forest guarded by Sister Xian in a short period of time. Even if something happens, not everyone can tear down the eternal ancient tree, and if anyone attacks the eternal ancient tree, I will sense it. Yikan looked straight ahead with a look of confidence. At this time, they could see the buildings in the distance through the demon's eye. This layout is a great terrain. Princess Longji looked at the architectural layout in the distance, and suddenly her expression became solemn. Yes, the Spirit Mirror clan does have something. It's a pity that the Soul clan that came later didn't seem to understand the mystery of the 8 diagrams and didn't fully activate it. Otherwise, we would have to waste a lot of effort. After Yikan finished speaking, he looked at the 3 demons from Xianyuan tomb and the 2 sisters from Honglu and asked, "Are you all ready?" Don't worry, sir. The power we display is definitely stronger than those half-baked people like Fu Xin. Su Daji and others had fiery eyes and were full of confidence. What Yikan got from Fu Xin was not only equipment, but also the formation diagram of the 5 Hearts Mysterious Thunder Formation. After this period of contemplation, everyone has basically mastered it, especially the 3 monsters in Xianyuan tomb and the 2 sisters in Honglu. After Yikan came back from his investigation yesterday, he asked them to practice for the whole afternoon, and the results were quite good. I have already inquired about it yesterday. This Bagua city is currently abandoned. Only the Yinyang temple in the center has been activated. If nothing unexpected happens, the origin fragments and the spirit mirror should be hidden inside. According to the Soul Clan members I captured, the Soul Clan's chief and the left and right elders usually hide in the Yinyang temple to practice, almost ignoring worldly affairs and preventing external enemies from invading. Yikan activated the demon eye, which was as small as an insect, and passed through the numerous rock buildings, advancing towards the Yinyang temple in the distance. The other side, Tong Dan finally lost his patience and took off into the air, flying towards the fairy forest. Anyone who trespasses into the fairy forest will die. Boom, boom, boom. The guardian trees said nothing and launched another indiscriminate bombardment. It's still the familiar lines and the familiar formula. Don't hit me, it's me, Tong Dan. Tong Dan walked out of the fairy forest and explained while pointing at his nose. Unfortunately, after he gave up the bandage, the loyal and honest guardian trees didn't buy it at all and continued to attack him recklessly. Hateful. When Tong Dan couldn't help but run away and was about to force his way into the fairyland forest, Nuba and the elf tree spirits finally arrived. Where did you come from, thief? How dare you break into my fairy forest? Are you tired of living? Nuba switched into the mighty and domineering Suzuka suit and walked on fire holding a blood-red umbrella. The domineering aura that filled the entire screen seemed to be able to swallow up Tong Dan. Don't misunderstand, fairy. I am Tong Dan, the leader of the Lingjing tribe who visited me the day before yesterday. I am here to pay my respects to your lord. Tong Dan was really stunned by Nuba's awesome look. Ever since he was plotted against by the Soul Clan's patriarch, he has turned into a creature that is neither human nor ghost, and survives by devouring souls. Over time, he began to develop some characteristics of the Soul Clan, such as fear of fire. In front of Nuba's true young body, he was naturally suppressed. Tong Dan is a wretched old man covered in bandages, and you are a muscular man, and you call yourself Tong Dan. As she spoke, Nuba suddenly raised her foot and stepped forward. Boom. A sea of fire suddenly appeared in the air. The scorching temperature frightened Tong Dan so much that he took several steps back. In fact, his strength was still above that of Nuba, especially after he recovered his physical body. But since Nuba had taken the lead, he did not even think about it. Fairy, I am really Tong Dan. For this decisive battle, I devoured all the imprisoned Soul Clan members just to restore my flesh and blood body. Tong Dan explained patiently. Finally, he even repeated what he had said during his last visit to the Wonderland. In response, Nuba was not impatient, but listened to him patiently. Because this was the task Yikan gave her, to try her best to hold back this wretched, lustful old man. Chapter 110 Attacking the Soul Clan. The Yinyang Temple is located in the center of the Lingjing clan's territory. It was a hill 100 meters high, with two semicircular buildings entangled together on the top of the hill. Looking down from the sky, you will find that the two buildings are actually two yin and yang fish. You can put on Hushime's template, activated the demon's eye and watched for a long time, then controlled the demon's eye to rush towards the hill. Although the entire Bagua terrain has not been activated, the energy in the Yinyang Temple is still richer than other places, especially the 2 points of the moon and the sun. You can guess that the origin fragments were most likely hidden there. My beloved concubines, I will use the devil's judgment to clear the way, and you will activate the 5 hearts mysterious thunder formation to follow up, and try to hit the soul with one shot and explode this Yinyang shield. Leave the Soul Clan leader to me and Xiaoqing, and the left and right guardians are up to you. Yes. Sudaji, Hushime and Yuqing were all excited when they heard this. After last night's madness, the 3 sisters are now united in purpose and have no grudges against each other. After Lindayu realized what was happening, she couldn't help but roll her eyes, but no matter how you looked at her, she looked like she was secretly delighted. Shui Baochai was stunned. Then her pretty face turned red and she covered her mouth with a fan. Wow, you're quick to get started. When did you seduce our sister Bao? Li Jiqing talked to Yi Kan through telepathy, then reached out and pinched him hard. If you pinch me again, I'll punish you according to family rules when I get home. Humph, who's afraid of who? Just keep talking tough. Yi Kan did not continue talking nonsense with Li Jiqing. Instead, he hovered the eye of the demon right above the Yinyang Temple and then suddenly launched the judgment of the demon. Boom. I saw a black and red beam of light falling from the sky and suddenly hit the light shield of the Yinyang Temple. In an instant, brilliant light and a terrifying energy storm swept in all directions. The power to destroy the heavens and the earth was even greater than that of heavenly punishment, and it could be seen clearly even from dozens of miles away. Boom. Then, another terrifying bolt of lightning struck. Snap. With just a crisp sound, the protective shield of the Yinyang Temple suddenly shattered. What is that? This terrible roar was like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of all the Soul Clan members. Could it be that the immortal old man from the Spirit Mirror clan has come again? Impossible. With his current strength, he can only hide in the dark and do some small tricks. He can't make such a noise at all. When the Soul Clan members thought of this possibility, they couldn't help but tremble all over. That old guy is no pushover. Ever since the clan leader ruined his plan, he has been holding a grudge and has been looking for opportunities to deal with the Soul Clan all the time. Could it be that a powerful being from outside the domain has arrived? Although the strong outsiders represent disasters, if we can defeat them, the disaster will turn into opportunities. The Soul Clan is not a good group either. When facing foreign invasion, some are fearful, but naturally there are also those who are fearless. So they immediately began to organize manpower to support the Yinyang Temple. On the hill, there was a flash of light, and 2 men and 1 woman suddenly rushed out from the Yinyang Temple. Who dares to disturb my soul clan? The middle-aged woman in the lead shouted angrily. She was wearing a white robe and had fair skin. She looked like an ethereal being, like a hermit from otherworldly realm. If people who don't know the details see it, they will definitely think they have seen a god. Kill. Yekin came here to steal things, and he wouldn't talk nonsense to them. Buzz. He simply put on the appearance of Nuba, and did not conceal the aura of his true young body at all. A raging fire spreads across the land, and fire from heaven descends upon the world. Yekin pointed his sky-devouring sword, and a sea of fire suddenly appeared above the sky. They condensed into countless fire dragons and surrounded the Soul Clan's patriarch and the elders on his left and right. Spread. The Soul Clan leader flashed and instantly rushed out of the range covered by the sky fire. But before she could even catch her breath, the endless flying flowers transformed into a blue dragon and swept towards her. Soul fire burns the world. In a hurry, she could only mobilize her original soul power to transform it into soul fire and meet Li Jiqing's 10,000 leaves flying flowers. At this moment, Yekin suddenly flashed over, and the sky-devouring sword covered with sky fire was thrust out fiercely, piercing into the back of the Soul Clan leader. Ah! The Soul Clan leader suddenly let out a shrill scream. His entire body exploded, and then recondensed in the distance. It seems that the heart is not the vital point. Yekin wielded the heaven-devouring sword again, and he and Li Jiqing besieged the Soul Clan leader. On the other side, the three monsters from Xianyuan Tomb cooperated perfectly and suppressed the left elder of the Soul Clan. As soon as Hushime's 9 Phoenix fighting spirit appeared, the combat power of all her people, including Yikan, was increased by 30. Under her 9 heavens' divine eyes, Elderswa was like he was wearing no clothes, and his weaknesses could not be hidden. Su Daji's charm and the jade chime's confusing magic sound made Elderswa upset, and he fell into the trap accidentally. Moreover, his soul skills were like decorations in front of the holy light purification of the jade chime, and were completely useless. Coupled with the bound attributes of the 3 monsters, Elderswa was beaten to the point of having no temper at all. The other team includes Lin Daiyu, Shui Baochai, and Princess Longji. Lin Daiyu is extremely fast, and all things are revived, and she can attack, control, and defend. Shui Baochai is in the territory. Under the ice and snow, the opponent's strength and speed will be reduced to a certain extent. Coupled with Princess Longji's fairy body, she can control water and condense ice, which directly brings benefits to Shui Baochai. Moreover, the black ice sword in her hand is extremely fierce. Once you are stabbed by it, your blood will be frozen. It is very scary. Protect the clan leader. At this time, the strong men of the Soul Clan finally arrived. Boom. As a result, before they could rush into the battlefield, 200 heroic and beautiful women suddenly fell from the sky. Call. 40 snake girls suddenly opened their mouths and spit. Buzz. Under the mist hiding technique, the hill was suddenly covered by smoke and became blurry. Soul poison. The elven witches waved their staffs, and a colorful light appeared out of nowhere and rushed into the fog. Ah! Ah! Soon, shrill screams were heard from the fog. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The elf hunter said nothing and fired a volley of crossbows. It's our turn. The Shura army and the Yaksha army refused to give in. They drew their spears, formed a battle formation, and rushed into the fog. They had already been put into a state by the elven witches, so they were not affected by the fog and could see everything clearly. Ah! Ah! The powerful Soul Clan members who rushed in had no idea what was happening, and a large number of their people died. On the other side, the fairy forest. Tong Dan talked for a long time and finally made Nuba believe that he was the wretched old man from 2 days ago. So you really are the leader of the Lingjing clan. I'm sorry. Nuba pretended to be enlightened, then put away the Suzaka suit and the Skyfire. Can you help me ask when your lord will send troops to the Soul Clan? Although Tong Dan had cursed Nuba hundreds of times in his heart, he could only put on a smile because he needed help from others. Ah, you mean my lord? He is eager to avenge your Spirit Mirror clan and has already set out. Didn't you see it? Nuba pretended to be surprised and looked at Tong Dan, as if she was looking at a fool. Impossible. I have been guarding outside the Void Gate. If your lord passed by, how could I not know? As the patriarch of a clan, Tong Dan is somewhat confident in his own strength. In his opinion, no matter how powerful Yikan was, it would be impossible for him to enter the Gate of Void silently with a large army. Anyway, I've already told you. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. After Nuba finished speaking, she led everyone back to the territory. Tong Dan looked at the fairy forest shrouded in fairy mist, his eyes changing constantly, as if he was considering whether to break in and take a look. Not good. A few minutes later, he seemed to have thought of something. His expression suddenly changed, and he turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Sisters, Tong Dan is not here, and the territory is no longer threatened. I will go to assist the young master, and you guard the territory. Yes, Sister Nuba. Nuba nodded, opened the Suzaku umbrella, and floated away. Chapter 111. The Dagger Revealed. Chief, save me. Under the siege of Su Daji and the three demons, the Soul Clan's left elder finally couldn't hold on any longer. Laugh. And just as he asked for help, Su Daji arrived in an instant, and the blazing sun blade suddenly pierced into his crown. Buzz. The terrifying power of the sun suddenly poured down on Elder's head, and it was as if his soul was sucked out of him in an instant. His body decayed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then turned into ashes. Call. Su Daji stretched out her jade hand and stroked forward, and one of the three most powerful people of the Soul Clan was reduced to ashes. Go help the young master. Su Daji winked at her two sisters and rushed towards Yi Kan. Daji, I leave it to you. Yi Kan and Li Jiqing had already done simulations on this battle. Everything that is happening now is proceeding in the direction they have deduced, without any omission. Don't worry, sir. I promise to complete the task. Without saying a word, Su Daji and her sisters surrounded the Soul Clan leader. A few little goblins who haven't even fully grown their hair want to stop our clan leader? When the Soul Clan leader saw Yi Kan being so arrogant, his eyes widened in anger. Unfortunately, Yi Kan was too lazy to pay attention to her. He left the battlefield and rushed into the Yinyang Temple with Li Jiqing. Although he didn't know what the magic mirror was used for, he had a hunch that this thing must not fall into the hands of the shameless old man Tong Dan. The thing is indeed here. Yi Kan rushed into the Yang fish and found the eye that represented extreme Yin. It was a 3-meter-high altar with 2 glowing fragments suspended above it. However, unlike the piece of origin fragment he obtained deep in the ant nest, these 2 fragments were filled with wisps of purple air and were not so pure. Yin is born from the extreme Yang. Put the origin fragments into the Yin eye and use the power of extreme Yin to nourish it. The Soul Clan has great plans. Yi Kan instantly thought of many possibilities. The Soul Clan must have some ulterior motive for offering the fragments of the origin here, and it is very likely related to the development of the Soul Clan. However, the Soul Clan's idea is ultimately wishful thinking, because from now on, the fragments belong to him. Yi Kan simply reached out and picked up the 2 pieces. Buzz. The next moment, he felt cold all over, as if a negative energy had invaded his body. The evil spirit erosion rate increased by 90, and the total erosion rate is 93. At this moment, an idea appeared in Yi Kan's mind. The origin fragments that have been nurtured by the Soul Clan are indeed different. It seems that I can't stay in this void for long. Yi Chan sighed. At this time, Li Jiqing's voice also rang in his heart. Brother, the spiritual mirror is really here. Come quickly. Well, put it away first. I'll be there soon. After Yi Kan finished speaking, he rushed directly towards Li Jiqing without any pause. At this time, Tong Dan, who had realized the situation late, finally arrived at the former ancestral land of their Lingjing clan. After he sensed the aura of the spirit mirror, he immediately went crazy and rushed towards the Yinyang Temple with full force. His target was very clear. It was the Jiang altar where Li Jiqing was. With the spirit mirror as a guide, the mist sprayed by the snake women could not stop him at all. Su Daji and the others were entangled by the Soul Clan chief and the Right Elder, and were unable to stop him. They could only watch him rush into the temple. Put down the spirit mirror. When Tong Dan saw Li Jiqing collecting the spirit mirror, his eyes suddenly turned red with anger, and he suddenly swung his palm towards Li Jiqing. Tong Dan, you dare! Yi Kan, who had just arrived, was immediately furious when he saw this situation. However, he was too far away, and it was too late to rescue Li Jiqing. He could only throw out a big flame ring to wrap up Tong Dan. This is the treasure of my Lingjing clan. How dare you get your hands on it? With the treasure in front of him, Tong Dan finally tore off his disguise and revealed his long-hidden fangs. Boom. I saw a wave of energy bursting out from his body, directly tearing the great flame ring apart. However, because Li Jiqing was trying to collect the spirit mirror, she suffered the backlash of the spirit mirror's power and was unable to move for a moment, unable to fight back at all. Inseparable. At this critical moment, Yi Kan suddenly activated the first skill of the Eternal Ring, Inseparable, and teleported directly to Li Jiqing's side. Swish. The sky-devouring sword, carrying endless sky fire, suddenly slashed towards Tong Dan's face. Clang. Tong Dan did not dodge or evade, but stretched out his hands and grabbed Yi Kan's blade, making a metallic vibration. For this day, I have endured countless years of hardship. Today, no one can stop me. Tong Dan seemed like a different person, with a hideous face and murderous eyes. At this moment, the spirit mirror seemed to be sensing something and emitted a blinding blood-red light, which was a resentful and evil aura condensed from endless vicious energy. Different from the evil energy in the void, this kind of resentful evil energy is caused by the unwillingness of the dead person who was killed. Suddenly, countless wronged souls condensed from the resentful and evil energy. Tong Dan, you beast, you actually have the nerve to come back. Chief, why are you killing us? Tong Dan, you are unworthy of being the clan leader. In order to save your own life, you actually sacrificed the entire clan. Tong Dan, you're a fucking beast. These wronged souls were covered in blood, with hideous faces, and they looked as if they were going to eat Tong Dan alive. If you stay in this endless void, you will die sooner or later. If that's the case, why can't you help me? This way, I can preserve the bloodline and heritage of my Lingjing clan. Tong Dan suddenly pushed Yi Qin away, stepped aside, and roared at the wronged souls. So that's how it is. The Spirit Mirror clan wasn't destroyed by the Soul clan at all. Instead, you, old man, sacrificed your own clansmen. After listening to the words of the wronged souls, Yi Qin finally understood what was going on. It turns out that in order to survive himself, Tong Dan took advantage of the Bagua terrain of the Lingjing tribe and sacrificed all the Lingjing tribe members alive, and even spared the allied tree tribe. However, before he could refine the wronged souls in the mirror and make himself successful, the Soul clan, who had smelled the scent, arrived. They ambushed Tong Dan and seized the spirit mirror and his home. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Little brother, just return the spirit mirror to me, and all the fortunes in this world will be yours. I don't want anything else. When Tong Dan saw the magic mirror fall into Yi Qin's hands, his expression suddenly changed. In a one-on-two situation, he opened fire at full strength and might have a chance to retake the spiritual realm, but now there was another ruthless man outside who could control the heavenly fire, and he couldn't withstand it. His feeling was correct, and the non-stop Nuba finally arrived. You little Soul clan dare to bully my sisters. As soon as Nuba appeared, she used the soul-controlling technique to pull together a group of soul clans. Kill. She controlled those dead souls to pounce on the right elder, and while the right elder was devouring the dead souls, she set a raging fire on the prairie and burned him to ashes. Sister Xian is mighty. Princess Longji, Lin Daiyu and Shui Baochai gathered around, looking excited. This guy has been beaten half to death by you guys. If I still can't kill him, then I'm such a loser. Nuba waved her hands, looking indifferent. To the Soul clan, she is a Bug, because not only can she restrain the Soul clan's true yang body, but she can also control the heavenly fire. The most outrageous thing is that she can control souls. Chapter 112. The Frustrated Tong Dan and the Desperate Soul Clan Leader. Go help Sister Daji and the others. Nuba looked at the battle situation of Su Daji and the other two and couldn't help but frowned. However, when he remembered that these three evil monsters had already activated their bonds and had also mastered the 3 talents demon formation and the 5 hearts mysterious thunder formation, he immediately felt relieved. My lord, what are you doing? Nuba, holding the vermilion bird umbrella, walked into the temple as if no one was around, and stood beside Yi Qin very naturally. When Tong Dan saw her, his eyes almost spit fire. It was because of this woman's delay that he missed the best opportunity to take back the spirit mirror. Otherwise, how can Yi Qin, a little thief, have a say now? Sister Xian, look at this mirror. Yi Qin handed the magic mirror to Nuba and confronted Tong Dan together with Li Jiqing. Now that this guy stops hiding his true strength, it's clear that he's strong. Conservatively speaking, he is at least a star level, and not the kind that has just reached level 20. Such a strong aura of resentment. Nuba made a hand gesture and suddenly clicked it. Buzz. The spiritual mirror suddenly shone brightly, as if the gates of hell had been opened, and countless wronged souls swarmed out and rushed towards Tong Dan. Damn it, you actually let these guys out. When Tong Dan saw this situation, his expression suddenly changed. Unfortunately, before he could escape, the endless wronged souls pounced on him and drowned him. We have nothing to do here, let's go. Yi Qin asked Li Jiqing and Nuba to walk in front, while he stared at Tong Dan and slowly left the Yin-Yang temple. Brother, there seems to be something wrong with Tong Dan. At this time, Li Jiqing's voice sounded in Yi Qin's heart. He thought he had covered it up well, but he didn't know that we had already seen through his heart and soul. So what should we do? What should we do? Now that we have everything we want, why bother playing with him? As long as we leave the void, No matter how powerful he is, it will be useless. As he spoke, Yikan winked at Nuba, then rushed towards the beautiful warriors with Li Jiqing. The wind is blowing. As soon as he gave this signal, Cardan and the others immediately relaxed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. There was a flash of light, and none of the 200 beauties were left. All of them were taken in by the eye of the devil. Walk! Yikan and Li Jiqing rushed into the sky hand in hand. The female heroes who had already received the reminder from Nuba suddenly exerted their strength and directly withdrew from the battle circle. Buzz, buzz, buzz. There was another flash of light, and they disappeared in an instant. Yikan, who was wearing the Lin Dayu template, turned into a phantom and rushed quickly towards the direction of the Void Gate. He didn't want to expose the eye of the devil in front of a master like the Soul Clan's patriarch. Where are you running to, little thief? The Soul Clan leader was besieged by the 6 beauties including Sudaji, and was so furious that he didn't notice that there was only one Yikan left. However, when he was about to give chase, Yikan suddenly came to his senses. Old woman, have you ever heard of Kamehameha? Yikan wanted to smile with a crooked mouth, but unfortunately he didn't have the talent of a crooked-mouthed god of war, so he could only open his hands obediently. Buzz. The demon's eye that he was holding in his palm suddenly opened and shot out a beam of black and red light. What is this? The Soul Clan leader was immediately frightened and turned sideways, trying to dodge, because it was this thing that blew up the light shield of the Yinyang Temple. But what she didn't know was that what blew up the light shield of the Yinyang Temple was actually a double attack. In addition to the judgment of the demon god, there was also the 5-heart mysterious thunder array. Moreover, the demon god's judgment can lock onto a target. You little bastard, give me back my mirror. At this moment, Tong Dan, who pretended to be devoured by the wrong souls, but was actually devouring the souls of his own kind to improve himself and break free from the shackles, rushed out. At this time, the Soul Clan chieftain who tried to avoid the judgment of the demon god was hit by the speed of light and crashed towards him. This pair of enemies who had hated each other for endless years finally hugged each other at this moment. The furious Tong Dan held the soft jade and warm fragrance in his arms, and suddenly his beastly nature was aroused, and he suddenly punched the Soul Clan leader in the chest. Over the endless years, he had been constantly thinking about how to seek revenge on the Soul Clan leader. He had even imagined countless ways to torture and kill this evil woman. The opportunity is now. But if he seeks revenge now, he will lose the chance to take back the spirit mirror. After thinking it over for a while, he decided to take back the spirit mirror first. With the clan's treasure, he could leave this hellhole. When the time comes, you can torture this evil woman however you want. Thinking of this, Tong Dan no longer hesitated and directly used the secret technique to seal the power of the Soul Clan leader. Tong Dan, what are you going to do? The Soul Clan leader's face was filled with fear. She knew very well what would happen if she fell into this guy's hands. Just wait. I will treat you well after I get the spirit mirror back, ha. When Tong Dan saw the frightened expression on the Soul Clan leader's face, he immediately became very happy. He grabbed her neck and rushed towards the Gate of Void. After Yikan got away from them, he rushed into the eye of the devil and escaped with everyone. Sir, this move of yours will probably make that wretched old man Tong Dan so angry that he will die. Nuba sat cross-legged on the ground in the demon god's space, her face full of gloating. A mere void monster actually wants to use us. This is a heinous crime and deserves to be killed. Yuqing waved his fist, looking fierce and aggressive. Don't underestimate that guy. His original intention of sacrificing his tribe members alive was probably to devour the souls of his tribe members who share the same roots and origins, so as to strengthen his own origin and break free from the shackles. Although we succeeded in stopping him, we also helped him in a disguised way. I'm afraid he has already broken through. We have to leave as soon as possible. Yikan said with a serious expression. He is not afraid of facing star-level players. But if they were to face a domain lord, they would have no choice but to flee even though they were outnumbered. Little thief, give me back my mirror. At this moment, Tong Dan's angry voice was heard faintly from a distance. Oh my god, I have such a bad mouth. Yikan immediately opened fire at full power, madly activating the eye of the devil, and rushed into the fairy forest. At this time, Tong Dan, who had already broken through to level 30, was coming from the air, as fast as lightning. Exit the void. At this time, Yikan smiled slightly and gave an order. Buzz. The fairy forest was suddenly enveloped by a soft light, as if it had suddenly emerged from this remnant world. However, people inside and outside can still look at each other from a distance. Come, say goodbye to our Mr. Tong Dan. Yikan released everyone, then waved to Tong Dan who was roaring helplessly outside the fairy forest, showing a friendly smile that was harmless to both humans and animals. Mr. Tong Dan, goodbye. The beauties also joined in the fun and, along with Yi Can, smiled and waved towards the outside. This beautiful scene, like 100 flowers blooming, was deeply engraved in Tong Dan's mind. You damned little thief, you shall die. Amid Tong Dan's hatred that could not be washed away even with all the water in the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, and the Soul Clan's despair of having no desire to live, the fairy forest gradually turned into white light and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 113. The Heaven-Defying Spiritual Mirror. Finally back. After Xian Zonglin returned to Area E of the Academy, Yi Can finally breathed a sigh of relief. After the breakthrough, Tong Dan's aura was so powerful that it made people feel palpitations from afar. Yi Can had only felt that feeling from Li Jiqing's uncle. If they had entered the fairy forest a step later, they might have been covered by Tong Dan's domain. It is hard to say what the outcome would have been. But what is certain is that there are no more fragments of the origin in the remnant world. And Tong Dan lost the magic mirror, so he was doomed to die. As for the fate of the Soul Clan leader, you can imagine that he will definitely become the target of Tong Dan's venting. Sir, this spiritual mirror is indeed a good treasure. It seems to be able to bless the power of nature. Nuba took back the heavenly fire and handed the brand new magic mirror to Yi Can. You've worked hard. Let's go to Luna Lake and relax. Nuba nodded, then waved her jade hand and said, Sisters, let's go take a bath. Thus, more than 200 beauties marched toward the moon goddess lake in a mighty procession. When the ghost maids and elves saw everyone coming back, they also became busy preparing all kinds of food and daily necessities for everyone. Now that Sister Lin has the phantom suit, this spirit mirror is just the right replacement for your Thunderfire gun. As he spoke, Yi Can open the attribute panel of the spirit mirror and handed it to Li Jiqing. Spiritual mirror. Type, magical weapon. Level, legend, growth possible. Attributes, constitution plus 200, spirit plus 500. Skill 1, spirit of all things. Passive, increases the power of natural spells by 100. Skill 2, spirit mirror world, can collect people into the spirit mirror and create a mirror image. Let the enemy fight with you, and can also raise the soul in it, otherwise the soul will be scattered. Introduction. A spiritual stone that existed at the beginning of the universe was later polished into a mirror by a powerful being. The mirror has 2 sides that can reflect the good and evil in people's hearts. After Li Jiqing finished reading the attribute panel of the spirit mirror, her mouth suddenly turned into an O shape. This attribute is incredible. With this spiritual mirror, who can resist my 10,000 leaf flying flowers? And it also has a mirroring function. It's simply amazing. The magic weapon handed down from the Spirit Mirror clan is naturally a good thing. The most important thing is that it is a magic weapon that can grow just like my heaven-devouring sword. Yi Can was also very happy. Li Jiqing has a perfect face and figure that surpasses Xiao Siming. She also uses the Wanya Feihua style, but her weapon is a Leihua gun. She is inferior to the heroes under Yi Can. As the hostess of the Wonderland Forest, this is totally unacceptable. Now, this problem has finally been solved. Brother, but how does this spirit mirror grow? The panel doesn't tell me. Li Jiqing gently stroked the spiritual mirror that looked like blue crystal, her joy beyond words. I don't know about that either. Anyway, we have plenty of time, so let's figure it out slowly. Yi Can ruffled her hair, his eyes full of doting. Li Jiqing suddenly remembered the introduction of the magic mirror, which could reflect the good and evil in people's hearts, and couldn't help but have the idea of playing a prank. Buzz. So, she directly activated the spirit mirror and shone it towards Yi Can. She looked at the scene in the spiritual realm and was stunned. Not long after, her big eyes were filled with tears, and she threw herself into Yi Can's arms. What did you see? Yi Can hugged Li Jiqing and asked in confusion. Nothing. Li Jiqing hugged Yi Can tightly. Tears kept falling, but she said nothing. It took her a while to calm down. Brother, our descent this time is considered extremely difficult, right? Perhaps because she was afraid that Yi Can would notice something, or perhaps because she didn't want Yi Can to worry, Li Jiqing took the initiative to change the subject. We are both at epic level, so this difficulty should be considered normal. Yi Can lowered his head, smelled the fragrance of Li Jiqing's hair, and gently stroked her back. Although he didn't know what Li Jiqing had just seen, he had no reservations about Li Jiqing and would never let her down in the future, so he was not worried at all. As for the evil in his heart and what kind of person he was, Li Jiqing had known it since childhood, so there was no need to worry about it. You can guess that Li Jiqing must have accidentally seen some bad things about him and felt distressed. In fact, he guessed correctly. Li Jiqing did see something about him. But it's not from this life, but from the previous life. Brother, Your evil spirit erosion is almost full. We won't be able to descend for a long time. What are you going to do during this time? The evil spirit of the void is corroding and needs to be eliminated by the world rules of Blue Star. Although Yi can has the holy light purification of the great treasure, the jade chime, the progress of its consumption is only slightly faster than that of others. What else can we do? We should work hard to develop our territory and make ourselves stronger. This is inevitable, but now that the territory has been upgraded to level 13, it is imperative to upgrade other buildings. Do we have enough funds? Li Jiqing is now the mistress of Xinzong Forest, so naturally she cares about the territory. You'll know after you see it later. After Yi can finish speaking, he pulled Li Jiqing towards the eternal ancient tree. The 2 pieces of origin fragments he obtained this time contained more origin energy than the one Li Jiqing collected, and he had high expectations for them. Buzz. As he threw the fragments into the sun and moon immortal pot, the eternal ancient tree indeed underwent some changes. He opened the territory panel and found that the grade progress had indeed changed from 5534/10,000 to 8034/10,000. Just let me kill 2 more Fu Zins. Yekin looked at the skyrocketing progress bar, his eyes full of longing. Chapter 114, Ways to Make Money. You think you are a legendary lord. Li Jiqing punched Yekin on the chest with her little fist. Even if no lord is hunted by us, as long as we work hard to search the void, it is only a matter of time before the territory is upgraded. I just don't know if I will be as lucky as this time in the future. Yekin shook his head. This was their first time descending into the void after the trial, and perhaps they had received preferential treatment from the rules of the void. Then, he opened the territory panel and began to upgrade the major buildings in the territory. The Ancient Tree of War and the Ancient Tree of Knowledge are now flawless grade buildings. It only cost 20 million source crystals to upgrade them from level 12 to level 13. Moon Goddess Lake, Snakeman Lake, Shura Barracks, Yaksha Army and various ancient trees are all legendary buildings and cost 500 million directly. The Demon's Eye is epic in level, and one building costs 100 million. As for the 62 Guardian trees, if they were all to be upgraded to level 13, it would cost 3.1 billion. A total of 3.7 billion. Yekin looked at the source crystals in stock and found that there were only 2.43 billion. Even if he opened all the treasure chests he got during this visit, he could only collect 2.6 billion. This fee is really horrible. It's not easy to get a high-level territory. Li Jiqing was shocked. There were not many buildings in her kingdom of daughters, and since she was a small wealthy woman, she never had to worry about money. Only now did she realize how much financial resources were needed to run a powerful territory. Resources are meant to be spent. Only when the territory becomes stronger can we get more. Yekin didn't care. After leaving 600 million source crystals for reserve, he spent the rest of the money. Boom. As the territory's buildings trembled, the territory's overall strength immediately increased. Especially the barracks. After they are upgraded, their attributes will be directly added to the soldiers. I'm stronger again. Me too. Cardan and the others felt a sudden surge of great power in their bodies, and they were so excited that they started a water fight in the Moon Goddess Lake. If conditions allowed, they would even want to fight Yekin for 300 rounds immediately. Yekin seemed to feel that desire as well, and his body couldn't help but shiver. At this moment, he didn't dare to go to Moon Lake, because it was very likely that he would go in vertically and come out horizontally. Brother, in fact, besides the void, there are many other ways to make money. Li Jiqing and Yekin arrived at the cooking tree, and the thoughtful ghost made immediately serve them exquisite tea and snacks, and then stood by to serve them obediently. Tell me more details. When Yekin heard about making money, he immediately became interested. When it comes to his understanding of this world, he naturally cannot compare with a gifted girl like Li Jiqing. The most common one is, of course, selling territory products. This is a common operation for farming lords. Another way is to open a virtual mall on the internet to purchase and sell things. That's great. Don't we have a lot of unused items in our warehouse? For example, the barracks, the hero's altar, and the hall of valor. After hearing this, Yekan's eyes suddenly lit up. Instead of letting those things gather dust in the warehouse, it is better to open a virtual mall to cash in on them. I've learned about this before. It only requires some startup capital to complete. I'll take care of it, and then you can let Yufei and Xiaoyu run it. Xiaoqing, it's great to have you around. Yekan held Li Jiqing's little hand, his face full of relief. Nowadays, the job of the ghost maids, in addition to studying recipes and brewing wine, is to pay attention to the situation at the Dream Rouge Pavilion. But such a long time has passed, and Fantasy Rouge Pavilion has not yet welcomed a suitable hero. In fact, There were many powerful heroes, but none of them could pass the levels of female heroes like Li Jiqing and Su Daji. You can just let it go. Anyway, there are enough heroes now, and he will go to the Heavenly Demon Nirvana Pool and the Red Tower every day. In addition to the Ghost Maid, there are also elves. Apart from taking care of the tree house's large warehouse every day, they also do odd jobs at the cooking tree, which is not a lot of work. If you find something for them to do, they will probably be happy to do it. The network of this world is completely different from the world Yikan lived in his previous life. The network base station in the territory is not just a signal transmitter, nor is it just a terminal for logging into the network, but a spatial building that integrates countless functions. For example, if you place an order to buy something online, the seller will send it to you via email. As long as you confirm that the email contains what you want and choose to receive it, the item will be transmitted to the network base station. It truly enables you to shop for all the best things in the world without leaving your home. Of course, if you want to truly stay at home, you must be rich enough. The virtual mall is even more amazing. As long as you pay the relevant fees, you can create a virtual space on the internet and put your own goods on it. Buyers can enter the mall directly through the network base station and experience the fun of on-site shopping. I'm the second on the list of Xinhua City. You can be happy if you marry me. When you were little, you complained that I was too thin and it was uncomfortable to hug me. When Li Jiqing received Yikan's praise, her heart suddenly felt as sweet as if she had drunk honey. But when she thought about her childhood, her little mouth pouted. She was timid at that time and had to hug Yikan before she could fall asleep every night. But Yikan disliked that she didn't have enough flesh and felt uncomfortable hugging her. She still remembers this incident. But what she didn't know was that Yikan said that on purpose at that time just to stimulate her to eat more. Because they had limited food at the time and often had no food to eat, how could Yikan, as a man, let a girl go hungry? What a vindictive chick. Yikan pinched her little face, turned her head back and asked, besides these two, are there any other ways to make money? Yes, and it's the fastest way to make money. When Li Jiqing talked about serious matters, her expression suddenly became serious. She originally didn't want to say this, but she knew very well that Yikan, who had joined the class group, would know sooner or later. Chapter 115, Crazy Demon Fighting Arena. Tell me now. Yikan suddenly became interested. I might as well take you to see it. Come with me. As he spoke, Li Jiqing pulled Yikan towards the network of all heavens, next to the eternal ancient tree. Zhutian Network. It doesn't look very big from the outside, but once you go inside you will find that the space here is actually very large. There were many storage spaces in the hall. When Li Jiqing saw a double storage space, she pulled Yikan over. Let's go. I haven't been to the virtual world for a long time. As she spoke, Li Jiqing lay down directly. Seeing how excited she was, Yikan didn't know what to say and just lay down next to her. In fact, after his network base station was transformed into the network of all heavens by the Sun and Moon Fairy Pod, he only needed to communicate with his mind to enter the virtual world, and there was no need to be so troublesome. However, Li Jiqing had just arrived and did not know the extraordinary nature of the Zhutian network. Buzz. Yikan only felt a flash of light, and then he came to a strange world, and Li Jiqing was standing next to him. Follow me. Li Jiqing pulled him into a light gate not far away, and then said, let's go to the Crazy Demon Fighting Arena. Mad Demon Fighting Arena? When Yikan heard the name, his eyes suddenly lit up. Guessed it. Li Jiqing smiled slightly, took Yikan's arm, and walked out of the light gate. Teleporting in the virtual world is no different from teleporting. There is just a flash of light, and they are there. In front of them was a huge square. In the center of the square was a giant circular building with 5 large scarlet characters written on it. Crazy Fighting Arena. Winning wealth through fighting? Yikan looked at Li Jiqing. It's not that simple. Li Jiqing shook her head. According to her, this crazy fighting arena was created by a powerful person with immense strength. The strength of this force has long surpassed that of other countries on Blue Star. No matter who you are or what your background is, as long as you step into the fighting arena, you are just an ordinary lord. In the fighting arena, you can choose to reveal your identity or remain anonymous. Here, you can completely let go and fight with abandon. However, if you want to challenge others, you must pay a challenge fee. If you lose, this fee will become the winner's wealth. Of course, the fighting arena will charge 1% as venue fee. It's a great place to train. After hearing this, Yikan's eyes lit up, and then he stepped into the first floor with Li Jiqing. As soon as they entered the hall, they saw a huge stone tablet. There is a shining planet on the top of the stone tablet, and below it are 100 glittering names. Obviously, this is the planetary ranking of the Crazy Fighting Arena. Only those who rank in the top 100 are qualified to appear on this most prominent list. Under the stone tablet, there is a circular base with densely packed names on it. Roughly estimated, there are thousands of names. Everyone below the top 100 is a stepping stone. Li Jiqing explained with a smile. How to challenge. Yikan looked at those names and was eager to try. Just click on your name, and you will enter the virtual battlefield, and the crazy demon fighting arena will directly deduct the challenge fee from your account. This was obviously not Li Jiqing's first time here, and she was very familiar with the procedures here. Being killed in the fighting arena, besides the challenge fee, is there any other price to pay? Although Yikan was a newcomer, he was still very familiar with some of the routines. It doesn't cost much. This is the internet, a virtual world. Even if you are killed, it will only cost you a little mental energy. As long as it's not excessive, you will be able to recover quickly. I see. Let's start from number 100. Yikan said seriously. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the planetary hall, which had been a little noisy, suddenly became quiet. Those around him who were also preparing to challenge or came to watch the fight all looked at him as if he were a fool. Who the hell is this idiot? Who does he think he is? He wants to challenge the top 100 in the first time he comes to the fighting arena. People have money to give, why don't you give it to them? You can tell at first glance that he is a boy who has never seen the world. Why bother with him? When Yikan came in, he was attracted by the huge list and didn't pay any attention to the people around him. Only now did he realize that the hall was full of people. In addition to those who came to challenge, some of these people came to watch. Brother, don't worry about these frogs in the well. Li Jiqing continued to introduce. This fighting arena is just a branch of the crazy demon fighting arena established in our dragon country. Its gold content is not the highest. Since there are branches, there must be a headquarters. I guess the Blue Star headquarters is on the world-class list. Yikan continued what she said. That's right. Only the big countries that are recognized by the crazy demon fighting arena are qualified to have branches. As long as you are in the top 100 of the branch, you will be eligible to challenge the overall list of Blue Star. The overall ranking list is different from the branch ranking list. Over there, as long as you can enter the top 100 and stay on the list for a month, you can receive a large sum of source crystals. Li Jiqing took Yikan's arm and explained to him carefully. Her gentle and considerate look, like that of a newly married wife, made the eyes of the surrounding lords red. Because Li Jiqing's otherworldly, gentle and considerate appearance is so charming. Chapter 116. Damn it, he tricked me. What are the rules of the challenge? The more Yikan listened, the brighter his eyes became. This is a challenge from the Lord. You are not allowed to summon heroes and soldiers. You can use equipment and hero templates, blur faces, and use fake names. Understood. Yikan nodded. Since the crazy demon fighting arena has surpassed all the countries on Blue Star, it means that their founder has already transcended and his hand may have extended beyond Blue Star. For such a person with such strength, it would be a piece of cake to simulate hero templates and equipment. Xiaoqing, I'll go then you. Hee, since I'm here with you, I naturally have to warm up as well. But we'll just play a few games and then go back. There's still a lot of time to go. Li Jiqing held Yikan's big hand and looked at him with eyes full of affection. I know. Yikan smiled slightly, kissed her on the forehead, and then sent out a divine thought to hit the name of the 100th person on the list. Buzz. The next moment, he was wrapped in a white light, rushed towards the name, and entered a virtual battlefield. This is a huge square platform held up by chaotic fog. It is larger than a football field and is surrounded by huge stone pillars tens of meters high. Yi Sanfei landed on the top of a stone pillar, and then with a thought, a mask suddenly appeared on his face. Outside, those people were furious when they saw Yikan really challenge the top 100. Fuck, what a ruthless person, he actually dares to challenge me. It's just that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, but you guys took it seriously. I don't care. Anyway, I've lost everything but my underwear. I'm going to put the 2 million on him. That boy is stupid, so are you stupid too? The 100th place is Feng Wuji from Gulan Academy. Fuck, I already pressed it. It turns out that in the fighting arena, as long as someone challenges the top 100, the fighting arena will open the market for spectators to place bets. The specific odds are determined by the person in charge of the fighting field branch. The current odds are that Feng Wuji's odds are 1-1 and 1-3, while Yikan's odds are 1-3. Because the branch manager of the fighting field had already seen Yikan's basic information, the student from Shunyue Academy was not the one who entered the Hall of Legends. Oh, if someone gives you money, you should refuse it. After Li Jiqing finished speaking, she directly placed 100 million source crystals on Yikan. It's not that she didn't want to bet bigger, but Yikan only added 100 million to each of their accounts, and the rest was in the territory. Besides, They had just arrived, and being too high profile didn't seem a good idea. Because Yikan taught her since she was a child to be low-key in life and high-key in work. As the most beautiful, best-behaved, gentlest, most considerate, and most frugal hostess in the fairy forest, she naturally could not let her brother Chan down. Then, she clicked directly on the 99th number on the list. Oh my goodness, that little beauty is even more ruthless. You're so good-looking, why don't you have brains? Look, what the hell are those odds? At this time, someone finally noticed Li Jiqing's odds. Her odds were only 2 times, while her opponent's odds were 1.5. Who is this little beauty? Does she have that ability? They still know something about the fighting arena. They will assess the strength of each challenger and then set appropriate odds. But the battlefield changes rapidly and involves too many variables, such as will, endurance, and accidents. It doesn't mean that the higher the level or the stronger the overall strength, the more likely you are to win. In the virtual battlefield, Yikan suddenly opened his eyes. Because his opponent appeared. At this time, the gamblers who had bet on them also entered the virtual battlefield and sat on the suspended positions outside the battlefield. You're just a rookie, and you're trying to be anonymous? Feng Wuji wore a conical hat and a black robe, and looked extremely cold and grim. He did not draw his sword, looked at Yikan coldly, and said, I can kill you with just one move. No need to draw the sword. Whoosh. As he spoke, Feng Wuji had transformed into a gust of black wind and slammed into Yikan at lightning speed. When a lion fights a rabbit, it uses all its strength. Yikan had just arrived and didn't dare to look down on anyone. So he did not hold back at all, and directly put on the template of Lin Daiyu, who was the fastest, then transformed into a phantom and crashed into Feng Wuji with a brutal collision. Laugh. A second later, the two passed each other and then stood still. The scene was just like the fighting between heroes in a TV drama, very vivid. Who are you? Feng Wuji asked in a trembling voice. Yikan looked solemn and put away his sword in a graceful manner, then said calmly, a lonely figure on the cold river, an old friend from the rivers and lakes. Why do we have to know each other when we meet? Damn it, he tricked me. Feng Wuji fell on the battlefield with a distorted face, then turned into ashes and disappeared. Chapter 117. Still being presumptuous? Do you really think you are a fairy? Congratulations to the Lord for defeating his opponent and being listed on the Crazy Demon Fighting Arena Dragon Country Branch Planetary Ranking, ranking 100th. Please give me a name. Just as Yikan was about to leave the virtual battlefield, a panel appeared in front of him. It's really hard for me, a person who is bad at naming, to come up with a name. Yikan didn't know what to write, but when he saw the heaven-devouring sword in his hand, his eyes suddenly lit up. So he simply wrote down the 2 words, Shirtian. At the same time, the list outside also changed, and the 100th place changed from Feng Wuji to Shirtian. I actually won. Shirtian, what a domineering name, but he does have some abilities. I don't care. From now on, I will be Brother Shirtian's diehard fan. The brother who lost everything except his underwear got 6 million in gambling money and was immediately in high spirits. Those who missed out on billions because they didn't think highly of Yikan were so angry that they beat their chests and stamped their feet, cursing themselves for being blind. You can't judge a person by his appearance, and you can't measure the depth of the ocean. We have to be more cautious in the future. Although there are indeed many fools and idiots in this world, there are also some rational people. Especially the gambler who just entered the virtual battlefield and watched Yikan's battle throughout. Feng Wuji is ranked in the top 5 in the planetary level of Gulen Academy, but he couldn't even withstand Yikan's move. In other words, Yikan did not use all his strength when fighting against Feng Wuji. So, as soon as Yikan came out of the virtual battlefield, those who had just watched the battle followed him like his followers. Huh? Why hasn't this girl come out yet? Yikan couldn't find Li Jiqing and couldn't help but frowned. Brother Shirtian, you are looking for your female companion, right? She has gone to challenge the 99th. Those who tasted the sweetness of Yikan's challenge immediately stood up. Yeah, that girl must be very powerful too. Since she hasn't come out yet, do you want to have another fight, brother? The brother in shorts had stars in his eyes and looked at Yikan with admiration. Can I bet on this? Yikan looked at them, then looked at the betting point next to him, and suddenly realized something. Sure. Everyone nodded vigorously like chicks pecking at rice. It's a pity that I can't place bets once I start the challenge. Yikan looked at the red name of the 99th person with a look of regret. Brother Shirtian, we are frequent visitors to the Crazy Demon Fighting Arena. We come here every day. If you trust us, leave this matter to us. The Pants brothers were now full of admiration for Yikan and immediately took on the responsibility. Brother, what this brother in pants said is right. You can deposit the money to the betting point in advance, and then authorize us to operate it. The people around immediately started to make a noise. There is such an operation. When Yikan heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately went to the betting point and deposited the 100 million yuan he had. My companion will come out later. No matter who she challenges, throw them all in. Fuck, Big Brother is awesome. Big Brother is awesome. As soon as Yikan finished speaking, the gamblers started shouting. Gamblers all like to gamble big money. Even though they are not the ones making the gamble, they will get excited when they see others making big bets. Thank you so much. After Yikan finished speaking, he turned into a beam of white light and disappeared. This time he chose the 90th place. Oh my god, this. Everyone was stunned when they saw Yikan jumping so fast. You have to know that the first 100 names on the list are not the same as the thousands of names on the stepping stone below. Those who are qualified to be on the planet list all have a certain background. Although they may not all be Hall of Fame masters, most of them have obtained some opportunities and upgraded their territories, and some have even obtained some incredible attributes. Most people who challenge contestants on the leaderboard will proceed step by step, even if they are extremely confident. Because this is not only safe, but also allows you to collect challenge fees one by one. You can jump to 10 people with this one jump, which really scared them. I don't care. Brother Shirtion is my bread and butter. I'm still betting on him. Brother Pants doesn't care about all that. Whoever makes him win money is his big brother. Since he entered the crazy fighting arena, he has lost almost every time he gambled. The appearance of Yikan reversed his luck, so he planned to fight Yikan to the end. Buzz. Yikan entered the square platform as usual and sat cross-legged on the stone pillar. This time, he didn't have to wait long before his opponent appeared. She was a charming woman wearing a bright red cheongsam and small socks. She had fair skin, plump legs, and long legs. Unfortunately, like Yikan, she had half of her face covered, revealing only her delicate snow-white forehead and a pair of watery eyes. Heaven Devourer? What an arrogant name. Can you bear it at such a young age? Shui Ling was wearing a pair of black boxing gloves and was floating steadily above the square platform. The condescending posture looks like an iceberg beauty. Her skin is as white as jade, and her eyes are as bright as water. She is indeed worthy of the name. It's a pity that I can't see her face. Is there any flaw on her face? There are so many beauties in the fairyland, and Yikan has seen true iceberg beauties like Lu Mengli, so when faced with beauties, he remains calm and doesn't even blink. His disdainful and even provocative look made Shui Ling furious. Normally, when those stinky men see her, which one of them doesn't have a face full of greed and fawning? This guy is just a newcomer. How could he have the confidence to look down on her like that? Presumptuous. Shui Ling shouted angrily, and a faint bloody aura suddenly rose from her body. A terrifying aura vibrated out, taking the lead. Oh my god. This feeling, could it be Shui Ling, the super rookie from Iceberg Academy? At this time, the gamblers in the stands were getting a little restless. Because of the victory in the first game, Yikan had a lot more supporters in this game, including some who wanted to get on the list and came in to get a feel for the situation. In addition, there are spies from some powerful forces. Iceberg College. Is that the weird college that only accepts girls? Yes, I heard that Iceberg Academy has a top-notch student this year, who won first place in the mock exam with a crushing momentum. That's not right. If she is a top-level player, how could she still be ranked 90th? Who knows? Anyway, Brother Shirtion is in trouble this time. Although there was a lot of discussion outside the field, the two people in the field turned a deaf ear to it. Still being so presumptuous? Do you really think you are a fairy? Yikan directly switched to the Su Daji template and dragged the sword forward under the support of the evil wind. Ignorance. Shui Ling suddenly spun around, and the black boxing gloves in her hands emitted two scarlet lights, as if an ancient ferocious beast had opened its eyes. Whoosh. Her red figure drew a red light in the air and suddenly rushed towards Yikan. Yikan originally thought that such a pretty girl should be a mage, but he didn't expect that she would take the close combat route. The atmosphere has been built up to this point. If I don't shout something out, it would seem uncool. As a man, Yikan doesn't want to be overwhelmed by a woman's aura. In this thousandth of a second, he thought of a terrifying move, and his body suddenly shook. So, he instantly switched to the Nuba template and roared towards the sky. Flame Division. Wave Devouring Ruler. Swish. The sky-devouring sword was wrapped in red sky fire and chopped down. Shui Ling's terrifying boxing gloves, as if waking up from a deep sleep, tore through the sky and suddenly punched Yikan. When, with a terrifying tremor that shook 3,000 miles, the two terrifying forces suddenly collided with each other. Chapter 118. Battle Arena appears, soft steps, and double iron fist. Boom boom boom. The collision between Yi Can and Shui Ling created circles of airwaves. If this wasn't a virtual battlefield, the surrounding environment would have been destroyed beyond belief. How is that possible? Shui Ling felt Yi Can's overwhelming power, and her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Her territory follows the path of martial arts and has the financial support of her family, so she collected a complete set of legendary equipment in a very short period of time. At the planetary level, ordinary people cannot withstand her attack. The reason why she is still ranked 90th on the planet list is not because she is not strong enough, but because she has been busy with the advent recently and has no time to challenge. But what she didn't know was that Yi Can was even more surprised than her. Yi Can owns an epic territory. With every level up, his basic attributes will increase in a step-by-step manner. The higher the level, the more upgrades you get. Moreover, this improvement will increase as the quality of the fairy forest increases. With the mysterious power of the fairy forest, his basic attributes would increase by 1 for every Taoist partner he added. The criterion for determining whether they are Taoist companions is whether the woman spends a good night with him. Now there are 120 elven hunters, tree elves and witches, all of whom are his companions. 20 maids of the ghost tribe, 5 heroes including Nuba and Su Daji, and Li Jiqing, the queen of the fairy forest. Now Yi Can's Taoist companions have reached 146 people, and their basic attributes have been increased to 2.46 times the original. Both physical and mental fitness are close to 7,000. Combined with the template of Nuba, his double attributes now exceed 15,000. With such incredible attributes, even if he is not invincible at the same level, he will definitely have few rivals. As a result, he just randomly picked a girl in the crazy fighting arena, but the other party was able to fight him on equal terms. How could he not be surprised? Are you a physical practitioner? Yi Can showed no moral integrity and suddenly started a raging fire that spread across the prairie. Boom! Boundless flames gushed out and wrapped around the water spirit like a tornado. Are you a wizard? The water spirit felt the terrible temperature of the heavenly fire. His expression suddenly changed drastically, and he suddenly stepped aside. Although her territory follows the path of martial arts, their family bloodline follows the water route, and she has even evolved ice attributes. It's just that very few people can force her to use this power. It depends on what you need. I can do whatever you want. Yi Can made some knife moves and glanced provocatively at Shui Ling's long legs that were exposed when her Cheongsam was blown up by the wind. You lecher, prepare to die. Shui Ling didn't know what she was thinking about, and her little face instantly turned red with anger. Soft steps twin lion's fist. She suddenly made a boxing stance, and boundless blood and energy immediately wrapped around the boxing gloves, and the gloves turned into the shapes of 2 flaming lions. When Yi Can heard this familiar move, the blood in his body suddenly boiled. Weight, bangs, red Cheongsam, long legs, big buns, plus the familiar soft step double lion fist. If you add a pair of big white eyes, wouldn't it be? Do you have a nickname called Hina? Before Yi Can could finish his words, the mad Shui Ling had already crashed over like a burning meteorite. Yi Can had no choice but to raise his sword to meet the enemy. Ding ding ding. The square platform was suddenly filled with the sound of metal colliding, which made the spectators excited. Fuck, you are worthy of being my big brother Shirtion. This is a fight between men. The Pants brothers were so excited that their blood boiled. They couldn't help but stand up and shout, Big brother Shirtion, capture her and bring her home to be your wife. Brother Pants, have you forgotten who that scary woman is? At this time, his companion couldn't help but remind him. What did I say just now? I was just cheering for brother Shirtion. After Brother Pants finished speaking, he immediately changed his tone and said, Come on, brother Tianshi, keep going forward and rush to the top of the list. No, such a wonderful battle must be seen by more people. That's right. So, Brother Pants and his brothers recorded videos and called their friends. With their operations, the number of people in the viewing stand gradually increased from a dozen to hundreds. However, the 2 people who were fighting fiercely on the field did not dare to be distracted at all, and the more they fought, the more solemn their expressions became. Both Yi Can and Shui Ling are the most powerful opponents in the same realm that each other has encountered since they became lords. Shui Ling discovered in despair that although she was following the path of martial arts, she also had a complete set of legendary equipment. But in front of this abominable scoundrel, she had no advantage at all, and the other party always maintained a nonchalant and scrutinizing attitude. That feeling was like an old man teasing a naughty child, which drove her crazy. In fact, she didn't know that Yi Can was not playing tricks on her at all. He was just using her as a whetstone. After all, after Yi Can obtained the heaven-devouring sword, he never practiced swordsmanship seriously. Every time you fight, you either rely on brute force or apply a hero template. Now that he has finally met such a powerful opponent as Shui Ling, how could he let her go easily? Since the war began, Yi Qian has always held the knife with one hand. He seemed to be nonchalant, but in fact he was trying to figure out the fighting method that best suited him and how to unleash the power of the heaven-devouring sword. He hates evil and behaves in a casual manner. During this battle, he slowly integrated this character into his swordsmanship, and it already took shape. You lecher, you actually used me to practice your sword skills. How despicable. At a certain moment, Shui Ling finally reacted and was immediately furious. At this time, there were more than 1,000 people on the viewing platform. There was also a familiar voice, that of Li Jiqing, who had already finished the first battle. After she came out of the battlefield, she saw the 100th owner and learned the name Yi Qian gave her. When she was preparing for another fight, she heard the discussions of people in the hall. The focus of the topic was Yi Qian's challenge to Shui Ling from Iceberg Academy. As the goddess of the Li family and a Hall of Fame player, she had naturally heard of Shui Ling's name. She was worried about Yi Qian, but couldn't suppress her curiosity, so she couldn't help but enter the viewing stand, and ended up seeing this exciting battle. What? Why don't you continue? Yi Qian was immersed in the battle, but was interrupted by Shui Ling's scolding. He immediately frowned. Hateful. Shui Ling became even angrier when she saw Yi Qian's confused look. Call. In an instant, a cold wind howled on the square stage, and wisps of ice floated in the wind. At the same time, Shui Ling's body was covered with a layer of white frost, and her aura also rose wildly. That feeling gives people a sense of fear, as if a wild beast has awakened. Yi Qian even saw a huge shadow behind her, which was a huge ice crystal phoenix. Ancient ice phoenix? She actually awakened the power of her bloodline during the battle. When Li Jiqing saw the shadow behind Shui Ling, her expression suddenly changed, and she stood up abruptly. Chapter 119. The Battle Between Dragon and Phoenix. Brother, the blood of the Shui family is not simple. Don't underestimate the enemy. When Yi Qian was in doubt, Li Jiqing's voice suddenly rang in his heart. The original form of the Eternal Ring was the first gem when heaven and earth were first separated. Baoyu absorbed the yin and yang energies and turned them into a pair of eternal rings. It has a built-in telepathic connection that can transcend time and space and can communicate normally even in the virtual world. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Yi Qian smiled slightly and directly switched to Princess Longji's template. On the other hand, Shui Ling was also surprised at the changes in herself. She was so angry at this playboy that she awakened the bloodline that her family had always dreamed of. At this moment, she didn't know whether to be happy or helpless. Ever since the death of the ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline of the Shui family, no one in the Shui family has awakened for thousands of years. Over the past thousands of years, the family has tried various methods, but all have failed. Not long ago, the family reached a deal with a mysterious force, prepared to use her as a price in exchange for the awakening of a genius in the family. After she found out, she escaped from her family overnight and joined Iceberg Academy. What's funny is that she, a discarded child, actually awakened the ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline in this virtual battlefield. It's really ironic. You lecher, surrender now. You are no match for me. Shui Ling has calmed down now. Although the boy in front of her was shameless, it was also a fact that he helped her awaken her bloodline. So Shui Ling planned to swallow her anger and give him a way out. As the Lord, I must suppress all enemies. How dare a little ice phoenix speak so arrogantly? Yi Qian held the sky-devouring sword in his hand and pointed it diagonally at the ice phoenix behind Shui Ling. There was no trace of fear in his eyes, but instead he was full of fighting spirit. Damn you, just go and die with your pitiful self-esteem. The water spirit is extremely funny. She gave this guy a chance with good intentions, but not only was he ungrateful, he even dared to speak wildly to her. His crime was unforgivable. In that case, let's trample on his dignity and see if he dares to be arrogant again in the future. Click, click, click. As Shui Ling scolded, the ice phoenix behind her actually began to solidify and turned into a solid ice crystal phoenix. TSK, TSK, TSK. I never thought I would be able to experience such a pretentious scene in my lifetime. Yi Qian smiled slightly, and a water dragon suddenly appeared behind him. Its huge size was no less than Shui Ling's ice phoenix. You are just a water dragon, yet you dare to compete with my ice phoenix? Who gives you the confidence? Shui Ling soared into the air, transforming into a real, icy beauty. Even her eyes were filled with a hint of coldness. However, as soon as she finished her words, the water dragon behind Yi Qian immediately transformed into a terrifying ice crystal dragon. The dragon's body was slightly black and filled with an extremely cold air. At first glance, it felt like staring into the abyss, and the spectators were so scared that they immediately looked away, not daring to stare at the dragon. What kind of move is this, Brother Shirtion? It's so terrifying. Brother Pants stretched his neck, his gaze constantly switching between the ice phoenix and the ice dragon, his eyes shining with excitement. As expected of the person he chose, it's really awesome, Klaus. I made a profit. I just came here to watch the fun, but I ended up seeing such a grand scene. A fight between a dragon and a phoenix. According to the plot in the novel, these two must love and hate each other, pull each other, and finally resolve their grievances, and then live a shameless life. Brother, this is a good idea. If you want to write it down, I will definitely be the first to support you. Thank you. Thank you. Shut up, everyone. Li Jiqing on the side finally couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but yelled angrily. It is enough for the fairy forest to have one queen. There is no need for any ice phoenix. Sister, we were wrong. Although Li Jiqing had covered her face now, Brother Pants and the others still recognized her by her clothes and hairstyle. People who came later didn't know who Li Jiqing was, and for a while they didn't dare to offend her. Brother Pants and the others explained in a low voice immediately, and then everyone shut up. Although the outcome of the fight is still undecided, after this battle, both Sky Devourer and Water Spirit will become famous and known to all the forces in Dragon Country. In the field, Shui Ling was still as confident as ever, looking down at Yi Qin coldly. Playing tricks. She couldn't believe that her luck was so good that she awakened her bloodline in battle and met a lord of the same period with the same bloodline. Stop talking nonsense, and win in one move. After Yi Qin knew that Li Jiqing was watching the game, he stopped talking nonsense. They originally came to learn about the crazy demon fighting arena and had no intention of staying for long. This battle has been delayed for too long. Then go to hell. Shui Ling comes from a big family and is naturally arrogant. She can't stand Yi Qin's tone. The ancient ice phoenix let out a sharp cry and rushed towards Yi Qin with the force of thunder. Yi Qin didn't waste any words. He used the Tying Sutra to activate the frost ice dragon and suddenly crashed into the ancient ice phoenix. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the two huge frost monsters collided with each other. The battle was thought to be evenly matched, but at this moment, a reversal occurred. The ancient ice phoenix was smashed into pieces like an ice sculpture. However, the giant frost dragon did not slow down and pounced on the water spirit behind the ancient ice phoenix. With Shui Ling's speed, she should have been completely defenseless, but because the ancient ice phoenix shattered at one blow, she suffered the backlash. Moreover, this shocking reversal was so exciting that it directly shattered her proud heart and made her unable to accept it. As a result, she was caught in the palm of the frost dragon's hand. Bang! As the giant dragon exerted its strength, the Cheongsam goddess, Shui Ling, died. This direct and brutal way of killing the enemy was so shocking that the people watching the battle were a little overwhelmed to react. Fuck, to be so cruel to such a delicate beauty. This brother is a wolf killer. She's a beauty, but how can she be delicate? That's right. How about you take over next time? Yi Qin was too lazy to pay attention to these onlookers and directly left the battlefield and came out of the hall. Hee, your majesty is so ruthless in destroying flowers. How powerful. Li Jiqing appeared at the right time and took his arm. You have to be a little cruel. My wife is watching me. I have to show my attitude. Yi Qin said seriously. You're smart, so I'll reward you with a sweet kiss. As they were talking, Li Jiqing moved her face closer, but found that they were wearing masks, so she had to give up. Go back and make up for it. Yi Qin didn't care and pulled Li Jiqing to the betting point. What a shame. I wanted Brother Pants to help you win, but I didn't expect you to be lazy and go watch me fight. Yi Qin scratched Li Jiqing's nose, but there was only doting in his eyes. It's okay, I bet on you to win, and I'll make a small profit of 200 million. There is great potential in this matter. Next time, bring Daji and the others with you, and let them use our account to operate. Li Jiqing nodded. Lords below the level of Realm Lord cannot summon heroes and soldiers into the world without protection. However, in the virtual world of the internet, there is no such restriction. As long as there is a lord leading them, heroes and soldiers can walk in the virtual world. Even without a lord leading them, they can still stay in the virtual air opened up by the lord and move freely, helping to sell living things, etc. As for actions in the real world, as long as your spirit is strong enough, you can also balance both worlds. Those who can achieve this level usually have to be at least at the stellar level. Chapter 120. The Frightened Moon God. What's going on? As soon as Yi Qin and Li Jiqing came out of the network base station, they felt a turbulence in the territory. Then, the sky suddenly turned red. When Nuba and others who were practicing under the Three Lives marriage tree saw this strange sight, their expressions suddenly changed, and they flew to Yi Kan's side. Young master. They surrounded Yi Kan and Li Jiqing, taking a defensive stance with nervous looks on their faces. Yi Kan was stunned when he saw this, but when he thought of the era in which they lived in their previous lives, he immediately understood. It goes without saying that Nuba, Princess Longji, and the three monsters from Xinyuan tomb were all born in the mythological era. Lin Daiyu and Xue Baochai were born in a feudal era when gods were revered, so they were particularly nervous about this kind of strange phenomenon in heaven and earth. Don't worry, it's okay. Yi Kan patted Nuba and Su Daji's hands and asked them to put away their weapons. Li Jiqing directly pulled out a light curtain, which was the area chat of Zone E of Shenyue Academy. When Yi Kan saw this operation, he couldn't help but be stunned. On weekdays, he was too lazy to even open the class group, let alone the regional chat. He only just now knew about the existence of regional chat. Chen Ergu, what happened today? Does anyone know? Sure Nanchi. I don't know. Maybe the sky has its own ideas. Qian Nanjing, ahem. I just heard some rumors. Do you want to listen? Go Bewley. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you have something to say, just say it now. Chen Ergu. Brother Zheng, don't pay attention to that bastard. Just speak quickly. I'm all ears. Qian Nanjing. I once saw a statement in the Chronicle of Blue Star's past and present events that the heaven and earth were in turmoil and the sky was red as blood, which was due to the invasion of foreign enemies. A Chronicle of Blue Star's past and present events? Yi Kan frowned and immediately opened the light curtain to check, but he only found a basic introduction to the book, but no detailed content. I've heard my uncle mention that there have been many far-reaching events in the history of Blue Star. Some of the truths were too horrific, so they were blocked and ordinary people couldn't find out. It seems that Qian Nanjing has something. The Qian family is a large financial group on Blue Star, with businesses all over the world. It is said that their goal is to expand beyond the region and become a force like the crazy demon fighting arena. When Li Jiqing talked about the Qian family, there was a hint of fear in her eyes. Obviously, the Qian family is not just good at doing business. Is it that powerful? After hearing this, Yi Kan's expression suddenly became serious. The information revealed by the children of such a big family might not be groundless. So, Yi Kan directly opened Lu Mingli's dialogue box. Teacher Lu, can you tell me something about the red light in the sky? It took a long time before Lu Mengli replied to him. This is not something you should be concerned about right now, but you have great potential. I can remind you that troubled times are coming. This is Blue Star's nightmare, but it is also an opportunity. Li Jiqing also sent a private message to the Great Elder and received a reply with almost the same meaning. After reading it, the two couldn't help but look at each other. This Qian Nanjing is really something. Li Jiqing looked solemn. Since both elders have said so, it means that even those of us at the bottom of the planetary level may be affected. The matter of the virtual mall must be put on the agenda immediately. We must cash in as much as possible on the items in the warehouse and improve the territory's strength as much as possible. After Yi Kan finished speaking, he glanced at the beauties around him, and finally his eyes fixed on Xue Baochai. I am willing to serve you, sir. Xue Baochai was very smart and understood it immediately. In her previous life, she managed many of the Xue family's businesses, so she does have experience in this area. Baochai, the virtual mall is very simple. You just need to get the framework ready. Leave the rest to Xiaoyu and the others. You can just take a look at it occasionally. If you want to be immersed in the world, you can also enter the virtual world through the position in the network-based station. It doesn't take much effort. You are a hero, and the focus should still be on the territory and yourself. Yi Kan thought of Xue Baochai's previous life and couldn't help but say a few more words. Thank you for your consideration, sir. Xue Baochai's eyes were slightly red. Li Jiqing saw all this and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Maybe it's time. Xiaoqing, you must be exhausted after coming back from the void and heading to the fighting arena right away. Take a good rest first. We can talk about other things tomorrow. Don't worry, I'm not that spoiled. But you, don't be too stressed. If the sky falls, there will be someone taller to hold it up. I know what's going on. Yi Kan took Li Jiqing into his arms and kissed her. When he was about to leave, he found that 5 beauties were looking at him eagerly. Okay, everyone gets a share. Yi Kan had no choice but to kiss everyone. Lin Daiyu and Xue Baochai turned away with red faces and were pulled away by Li Jiqing. Sir, what do you do next? One of Nuba and Su Daji took over one of Yi Kan's arms. I need to calm down. Let me sit under the Three Lives marriage tree first. That's great. We want to go too. So, the 5 people surrounded Yi Kan and walked towards the Three Lives marriage tree. Since everyone has to meditate under the tree every day, the place is already filled with cushions. Although Nuba and the others would occasionally play around with Yikan, they were never vague and never acted unreasonably when it came to serious matters. So as soon as they arrived under the Three Lives marriage tree, they stopped pestering Yikan. Maybe that person knows something. After Yikan finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged on a cushion under the tree. Buzz. As Yikan practiced the Tying Sutra, the bright moon above the moon goddess lake seemed to be activated. Its light suddenly became stronger and sprinkled endless moonlight. At the same time, Yikan's body glowed faintly, as if he was wearing a moonlit gauze dress, appearing otherworldly and peerless. As Yikan entered the state, a mysterious aura suddenly emanated from his body. The elven warriors who already believed in the moon goddess seemed to have an epiphany under the influence of this aura, and 3 of them even broke through their skill levels directly. Yikan knew nothing about this. Because his mind had long been immersed in cultivation, with the bright moon above the moon goddess lake as his eyes, he finally saw the figure in the Tying fairyland again. How did you find this several times at such a small planet level? This time, the moon goddess was sitting cross-legged in a palace that was as crystal clear as jade. It was freezing cold inside, but the moon goddess seemed like nothing had happened. Although Yikan saw the true form of the moon goddess, he could only see a vague outline and not her real face. I have something I don't understand, and I would like to ask Master Moon God to help me solve it. The moon goddess opened her eyes slightly and looked down at the bright moon floating above the moon goddess lake, and then she was shocked. Because she saw the Tree of Three Lives and the Well of Eternity. What was even more incredible was that, apart from being able to see that Yikan was at a planetary level, she couldn't see anything else. Moreover, the moon goddess lake was clearly the place where she used to bathe, but if Yikan had not taken the initiative to find the Tying fairyland through his skills, she would not have been able to sense the existence of that bright moon. Chapter 121. Covetousness from the Moon God. Tell me about it. At this time, the moon goddess had developed a strong interest in Yikan, so she didn't care about his irrelevant answer. The blue planet suddenly glows red, as if the world is ending. Why is this happening? As a time traveler, Yikan is very aware of the importance of having first-hand information. Let me ask you, the human race adds countless lords every year, and the lords have a long lifespan, but the living space on Blue Star is very limited. How can the human race survive? The moon goddess did not answer Yikan, but asked him a question instead. After Yikan heard this, his expression changed. Because he remembered some things from his previous life, some inhumane racial plan. The way of heaven is unpredictable, and human hearts are hard to predict, but they are not as dark as you think. The moon goddess seemed to see what Yikan was thinking. She directly denied his terrible idea and gave an answer. Although the way of heaven is ruthless, it will always leave a way out. As time goes by, the way of heaven will give birth to a new big world under the highest heaven and above the underlying universe where all races live, providing living space for all races. So far, the world of all races has given birth to 9 heavens. And that red light is the sign of the formation of the 9th heaven. Due to the enormous consumption of nurturing the world of all races, the way of heaven has weakened and the rules of the world have become chaotic. In the next period of time, void storms will hit the underlying universe. Won't that mean a lot of people will die? After hearing this, Yikan suddenly became nervous. His wonderful life had just begun, and he didn't want it to end halfway. The major tribes in the lower universe are indeed unable to protect all their people, and death is inevitable. But this is also an opportunity for you young lords. Go back, and when you are able to transcend, you can come to the heaven beyond heaven to find me. After the moon goddess finished speaking, she raised her flawless jade hand and wanted to cut off communication with Yikan. She was so happy to see the prey today that she said too much. However, at this moment, she seemed to have discovered something incredible, and her jade hands froze in front of her body. What's that in your hand? The moon goddess stared at the white jade ring on Yikan's hand, as if she had seen something extraordinary, and she was no longer as cold and calm as before. This is a small item, a token of love between me and my Taoist partner. Although Yikan couldn't see Yushin's expression, he was on guard in his heart. The Ring of Eternity is not an ordinary thing. There is only one pair in the world. However, the moon god is knowledgeable and may recognize it. He cannot reveal it easily. I see. Since you have practiced my Tying technique, you are also considered a disciple of my Tying school. I hope you will not bring shame to my Tying fairyland. Go back. After the moon goddess finished speaking, she waved her jade hand, and Yikan instantly came back to his senses. Sir, are you okay? When the beauties saw Yikan open his eyes and still look confused, they couldn't help but become worried. especially the beauties of the elves. Although they could not establish a connection with the moon goddess like Yi Can, because of their faith, they could feel Yi Can's state of mind just now. It's okay, I just met a big shot. Yi Can didn't say much, but closed his eyes and began to digest what the moon goddess told him. According to the moon goddess, the red light covered the sky because the ninth heaven of the myriad races world was taking shape, and then the void storm hit the lower universe, so the blue planet would definitely not be spared. Now their territory is still stored in the safe zone of Shunyue Academy. If the void storm strikes, they will definitely be the first to bear the brunt. How will the Academy deal with this? Will they let us be cannon fodder, or will they move to the ninth heaven and fight against all races? Yi Can frowned, then stood up and walked towards the treehouse. Nuba and Su Daji felt distressed when they saw his worried look. Sister Xian, what should I do? Su Daji wanted to share Yi Can's worries, but she didn't know how to do it. He didn't tell us anything. Obviously, we can't solve this problem. In that case, let's leave it to someone who can solve it. Nuba looked at Yi Can's receding back, feeling a little resentful and unwilling. Sister, is it because we are too weak to help the young master? Due to the wrong time point of Nirvana rebirth, Yuqing is still the carefree little demon in Xinyuan tomb. But even so, she could see that something was wrong with Yi Can. That is indeed a reason. If we were strong enough, you wouldn't be so worried. Su Daji nodded. But our limit has been reached. There's nothing we can do. Yuqing was a little discouraged. Who said this is our limit? In addition to level, there is still room for improvement in our grade, bloodline, and skills. Think about it carefully. I don't believe that we, the heroes, can't be better than Cardin's Barbie doll. When Nuba said this, she couldn't help but glare at Cardin in the distance with envy and jealousy. Sister Xian, this is plumpness, not muscles. Upon hearing this, Cardin was immediately dissatisfied and directly revealed his well-proportioned and straight long legs. His skin was as smooth as jade, without a trace of fat and no muscle outline. Shut up. At this point, let alone the 5 heroes, the other warriors couldn't bear to watch it anymore. This damn Oh Huang. Even though she knows that everyone is jealous of her, she still shows off. It's really shameless. On the other side, after Yi Can returned to the treehouse, he happened to see Li Jiqing chatting with the 2 beauties in the Red Mansion. When Lin Daiyu and Bao Chai saw him, they left in shame. What's going on? Yi Can was a little confused when he saw 2 beauties floating out close to the ground. Now, he is only concerned with the affairs of the world of all races and doesn't think about other aspects at all. What else could it be? Li Ji cleared Yi Can's name, then pulled him to sit on the bed. You look worried. What happened? Event. Then, Yi Can told Li Jiqing everything he had learned from the moon goddess. The world of all races? After listening to this, Li Jiqing stood up immediately and said in disbelief, I thought it was just a legend, but I didn't expect it to be true. What's going on? When Yi Can saw that Li Jiqing really knew it, he immediately became happy. The birth of the 9th heaven represents the advent of the struggle for hegemony among all races. In the early stages of this new world, only lords at the planetary level or below are eligible to enter. I see. Now Yi Can finally understood what loomingly meant. Hurry up and clear out everything in the warehouse in these few days. After Yi Can finished speaking, he seemed to remember something and immediately said to Li Jiqing, the eternal ring must be hidden from now on. This is the symbol of our love. Why should we hide it? Li Jiqing covered her hands and looked at Yi Can with confusion. Because someone has set their sights on your ring, and it's the kind that can kill you by pulling out a strand of your hair. Who? It can't be the moon god. Li Jiqing hid the ring immediately after she finished speaking. The ring of eternity is the first gem born when the heaven and earth were divided into yin and yang. Any couple who obtains it will receive the blessing of heaven and earth. The ring on Li Jiqing's hand contains the first ray of Taiyin energy when the world was born. This thing is a treasure of inestimable value to anyone. For the moon goddess, it can increase her foundation, match her destiny and fortune, and make her more worthy of the title of the Lord of the Moon. If she knew that this was the ring of eternity, she would have humbled herself to get it even if it meant tearing the sky apart. Are you scared now? Yi Can scratched her nose. Brother, if one day the moon goddess says that she is willing to be your Taoist partner, but on the condition that you give her the ring of eternity, what will you do? Li Jiqing held the ring of eternity against her chest and looked at Yi Can a little unconfidently. Fool, can a mere moon god destroy our relationship? Yi Can pulled her directly into his arms and patted her back to comfort her. Not to mention that Li Jiqing is back now. Even if Li Jiqing didn't show up, Yi Can would never agree to Yushin's request. The reason is simple. He is still too weak. It is not his character to put his fate in the hands of others. Chapter 122. What's up? Are you addicted to being abused? Taiyin Fairyland, Guanghan Palace. The moon goddess lay on her side on the jade couch, looking at the image of Yikan floating in front of her, wondering what she was thinking. The summons from my destiny is what I need, absolutely. The moon goddess suddenly sat up, and the shadow of Yikan floating in front of the couch also disappeared. Shinzuan, what happened? At this time, a peerless beauty dressed in palace dress floated in from outside the palace. Her hands were as soft as catkins. Her skin was as white as cream. Her waist was slender and her neck was thin. She had a cool and refreshing air, like a fairy from heaven. In fact, she is also a fairy, because she is the first priest under the moon god, Chang'e. Chang'e, let me ask you, if a believer has something I need in his hand, do you think I should take it? Although the moon goddess is high and mighty, she seems to be quite principled. Since he is a believer, as long as the immortal venerable issues an order, how dare he disobey? The worst that can happen is that he will be rewarded a little more. Chang'e was a little disapproving. But that person seems unwilling, and he is in the lower universe. It will probably not take long for him to enter the ninth heaven. Oh, Chang'e thought she had heard it wrong and was a little stunned. What? That's a little planetary lord on the blue star. When the moon goddess saw Chang'e's dazed look, she couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. But how could there be something that the immortal lord needs in that place in the lower universe? This doesn't make sense. Chang'e covered her forehead with her hands, looking a little innocent. The laws of nature are unpredictable. Who can tell for sure? All of this may be related to the appearance of the ninth heaven. If I force my move, it will definitely attract the attention of other immortals and gods, and I might end up doing harm to others. In the heaven beyond heaven, there are many immortals and gods, and the moon god is not the most powerful, so he has many concerns. Then the immortal venerable means to let that person deliver himself. Now it seems that this is the only way. On the other side, Yikan didn't know that he had been targeted by the moon goddess. He lay in the moon goddess lake with his eyes closed, enjoying the tenderness of Yu Fei and several ghost maids. During the days when he descended into the void, he was on edge the whole time. After coming back, he didn't even have a rest and rushed to the crazy fighting arena. After coming out, I thought I could take a rest, but I didn't expect the red light covering the sky to appear again. Now, he can finally relax. Master, is there anything bothering you? Yu Fei let Yikan lie on her body and gently rubbed his temples. It's no big deal. Yikan looked at Yu Fei's shy look and couldn't help pinching her little face and asked, now that the number of people in the territory has increased a lot, can you handle it? It's okay. It's basically the cooking tree that's busy. We sisters are just helping out. Look, we've all gained weight. After Yu Fei finished speaking, she playfully touched her companion. Sister Yu Fei, don't talk nonsense. I'm not as fat as you. The ghost maid refused to admit defeat and immediately touched it back. Yikan looked at this nosebleed scene and couldn't help but touch his nose and said, this is called slightly plump, which is the most popular body type, not fat. Hee hee, since the master said so, I won't lose weight. The maids looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Lord Sky Devourer, Shui Ling, the 100th on the Crazy Demon Arena planet ranking, is challenging you. Do you accept the challenge? When Yikan was enjoying a rare moment of peace, a thought suddenly came into his mind. There is a rule in the Crazy Demon fighting arena. If you refuse to accept the challenge once, your ranking will drop by 1. This crazy woman won't let me sleep at night. She must be crazy. Yikan gritted his teeth. Oh. Yu Fei and the ghost maids next to them turned pale in the face, thinking they had done something wrong. I'm not talking about you guys. Keep pressing. I need to go to the virtual network. As he spoke, Yikan simply closed his eyes and focused on communicating with the network of all heavens. Buzz. As the light flashed, Yikan appeared directly in the virtual battlefield of the 90th place on the planetary list. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Shui Ling, with long fluttering hair and a hot body, floating opposite him, staring at him with gritted teeth. What? Are you addicted to being abused? Yikan stood on the square stage, looked up with an unhappy look on his face, but ended up seeing something he shouldn't have seen. Damn it. Why are you standing so high for no reason? Do you want me to get sty? Yikan said angrily. You are courting death, you scoundrel. Shui Ling was already extremely furious, and after being provoked by him, how could she endure it any longer? Boom. She stepped suddenly, and like a red lightning carrying the power of Tying, it struck Yikan. Having learned from the last lesson, she did not hold back this time. She immediately used the power of her bloodline to empower herself and took the initiative with her most proficient martial arts. Yikan has lived 2 lives and has been on the battlefield for a long time. So how could he not see what her plan was? So he simply changed into Lin Daiyu's template, drew out the heaven-devouring sword, and started fighting her. Ding ding ding. In an instant, two phantoms, one red and one black, appeared in the air and collided madly at such a terrifying speed that it was impossible to see clearly. Oh my God, why are these two doing it again? Need I ask? It must be the eldest daughter of the Shui family who refuses to admit defeat. The battle between the dragon and the phoenix, love and hate. I seriously suspect that the beautiful Shui Ling has fallen in love with our big brother Shirtian. Brother Pants is worthy of being the one who lost everything but his pants, and he can still show up at this time. Chapter 123, You Just Covet My Body. You are a slut. When? Suddenly, a loud noise was heard in the field, and Yi Kan and Shui Ling suddenly moved apart. You damned little thief. Unleash the power you unleashed last time, or you're dead. At this time, half of Shui Ling's body was covered with frost, and even the breath she exhaled turned into cold mist, but her momentum was getting stronger and stronger. I overestimated you last time. You are not worthy of me giving you my best effort now. Yi Kan shook his head. Court death. Shui Ling knew that she couldn't gain the upper hand verbally, so she stopped talking and just let out an angry roar. Her entire arms and gloves were instantly covered in ice crystals, and there was even a long ice crystal tail trailing behind her shoulders. From a distance, half of her body shone like a diamond. Even Yi Kan had to admit that Shui Ling at this moment was the most beautiful girl in the virtual battlefield. Ice roar. Shui Ling's icy arm was like a super engine, and her icy tail actually spewed out a strong chill, and then she suddenly punched Yi Kan. And as her ice roar smashed out, countless ice crystal lotuses suddenly bloomed in the air. These lotuses pressed towards Yi Kan with overwhelming momentum. TSK, TSK, TSK. The children of noble families all like to do this kind of fancy things. Since you like to pretend so much, it seems disrespectful if I don't cooperate with you. At this critical moment, countless thoughts flashed through Yi Kan's mind. Then he instantly switched to the Nuba template and roared. Roar of fire. Roar. The next moment, endless sky fire spread and transformed into a fire lotus of the same shape, rushing towards Shui Ling's water lotus. I don't know whether it was stimulated by the flame of heavenly punishment or Shui Ling's ancient ice phoenix bloodline. This time, the ring of eternity on Yi Kan's finger suddenly lit up, emitting a trace of solar energy, which merged into Yi Kan's fire lotus. Yi Kan was caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. Then, the fire lotus seemed to be endowed with a soul, and its momentum soared. Boom. The fire lotus arrived later but was first to arrive, instantly engulfing Shui Ling's water lotus, and spread all the way. In the blink of an eye, it reached Shui Ling, the source, and swallowed her in one gulp. With a piercing scream, the beautiful Shui Ling died again in the northwest. Although the way of death was different, it was just as tragic as last time. Big brother is awesome. Big brother is awesome. The gamblers in the stands suddenly became excited. Although Yi Kan's odds were reduced to 1.2 due to his powerful kill last time, it was still enough to excite the gamblers. Brother Shirtian, even if it's the top 100 list, you can't jump more than 10 places to challenge. If you want to get rid of Shui Ling, you can fight a little further forward. When everyone saw Yi Kan was about to leave, they immediately stood up. If Yi Kan does not move forward to challenge, his odds will only get lower and lower, and eventually there will be no odds at all. This is not what gamblers want to see. Okay, it's not a big deal anyway. Yi Kan thought about it and agreed to them. He put the 100 million yuan in his account into the betting point and asked Brother Pants to help him operate it, betting on himself to win. This time, he directly picked the 80th one. Although the opponent's strength was good, it was actually slightly weaker than Shui Ling, so Yi Kan easily won the victory and made a small profit of 100 million. Considering that the strength of the 80 people is not as good as Shui Ling, this girl will definitely cause trouble for him if she comes up. So Yi Kan simply went up and picked the 70th and 60th place. It only took him more than half an hour to reach the 60th place and win 1.1 billion source crystals. Big brother Shirtian is so powerful, do you still want to fight? Those gamblers followed Yi Kan and made a lot of money. There's a long way to go, maybe next time. Yi Kan smiled slightly and directly exited the virtual network. When he opened his eyes, he found that there was another person in front of him. Xiaoqing, why are you here? I thought you fell asleep in Luna Lake, so I came to check on you. I didn't expect you to go to the fighting arena again. There's nothing I can do. That crazy woman Shui Ling won't let me go. I can only deal with her and win a little money at the same time. After Yi Kan finished speaking, he pulled out the light curtain and opened his own online account. The original funding was only 100 million, but now it has become 1.2 billion. Then watch me. After Li Jiqing finished speaking, she also opened her online account. The original 300 million yuan in funds had turned into 3.2 billion yuan. Oh my god, are you? That's right. Although I missed the match between you and Shui Ling, I bet on the next 3 matches, double, triple, and double respectively. But the fighting arena must have noticed you, and your odds won't be too high in the future, so it will be hard to make money. It doesn't matter. I won't be able to play for long anyway. Yikan thought of the events in the ninth heaven and couldn't help but shook his head. He walked out of the moon goddess lake with Li Jiqing. However, when the two returned to the treehouse, Li Jiqing broke free from his arms. I'm sleeping in the elf palace tonight. Yikan frowned, then immediately reacted, then pulled Li Jiqing into his arms and said, how about I come to find you later in the night? Stop it, we have a long way to go. We are sisters. How can we be so cold to each other? With such a virtuous wife, what more could a husband ask for? Stop being so mean and go. Li Jiqing pushed Yikan away, but he held her in his arms and kissed her for a long time before letting her go. It's all for the territory, right? Yikan originally wanted to find an excuse for himself, using the characteristics of the territory as an excuse, but he found that he couldn't even convince himself. At the same time, his own voice rang out in his mind. All right, you just covet my body. You're a slut. Oh, you are right. As he spoke, Yikan pushed open the door of the treehouse. And under the soft and warm light, a graceful woman wearing a phoenix coronet and a bridal gown was sitting upright on the bed, quietly waiting for her ideal husband. Chapter 124. Small things have their merits. Let's go for it. Yikan calmed himself down, walked forward and gently lifted the big red veil. Sir, you finally took action. I thought you were going to stand here all night. Lin Dayu's eyes flickered and she glanced at Yikan shyly. That look, that charm, made Yikan's heart melt. Yikan sat on the edge of the bed and held Lin Dayu's small hand in his palm, feeling a little nervous and restrained, which was unusual. What's wrong with you, sir? This is not like you. Lin Dayu couldn't help but feel puzzled when she saw Yikan's genuine nervousness. Back then in the void, this guy didn't behave like this when he put his arms around her waist. Could it be that he, who has seen countless women, would still be shy? When this thought came to Lin Dayu's mind, she herself found it incredible. Actually, what I want to ask is Sister Lin willing to give herself to me? Yikan gritted his teeth and asked directly. I thought it was something else. It turns out it's about this. Lin Dayu chuckled, then stretched out her other little hand to cover Yikan's big hand, and looked at him seriously. It is a great blessing for me to live again, and it is even more so that I can become your Taoist partner. I have used up all my luck in this life. Although the young master is a heartless man with countless young ladies in his heart, at least he is honest and knows how to care for others. Besides, the emperor has 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, and you are the master of a paradise like Xianzong Forest. How could you have only one Taoist partner? What Lin Dayu said was actually correct. Although the attributes of each territory are different, it is rare to find one as amazing as the fairy forest. Moreover, Yikan also has such heaven-defying buildings as the Moon Goddess Lake, the Well of Eternity, and the 3 Lives marriage tree. If he leaked even a little of these things, no woman would be able to resist the temptation. Even the female lords were willing to give up their own territories and join the fairy forest. I feel relieved if Sister Lin thinks this way. Although I liked you in my previous life and even dreamed of you a few times, you also know that I have no shortage of companions. If you are not willing, I will never force you to do so. Yikan took Lin Dayu into his arms and gently stroked her hair. He looked so cautious, as if he was stroking a rare treasure, as if he was afraid of breaking it by using too much force. Lin Dayu leaned against Yikan, feeling his emotions and pity, and was moved and full of curiosity. Sir, this is the second time I've heard you talk about your past life. It's also the second time I've heard you say you like me. Can you tell me in detail? I really want to know. Lin Dayu raised her little face and looked at Yikan with eyes full of desire. In fact, she gradually developed a liking for Yikan, and her curiosity played a big role in her willingness to devote herself to Yikan today. Okay, I haven't even told Xiaoqing about this. Since I can meet you in this life, I will tell you everything. Yikan hugged Lin Dayu and told her some things about his previous life, his experience of reading Red Mansions, and his understanding of the characters in the book. In the end, he even revealed the secret that he was a time traveler. We are both wanderers in this world. No wonder I felt that you were different when I first saw you. Lin Dayu snuggled into Yikan's arms and hugged him tightly. Yikan looked at her misty big eyes and charming cherry lips and couldn't help but kiss her. Sir, do you really not dislike me? Dislike? Where does this come from? That's it. Ahem. Being small has its advantages. Besides, you still have room to grow. Really? Although it was already late at night, There was no longer any barrier between the two of them, and everything went smoothly. On this day, Yikin's basic attributes increased by 1%. And Lin Daiyu also obtained the qualification to meditate under the Three Lives marriage tree. The next day, refreshed, Yikin returned to Shenyue College with Li Jiqing. Because they all received a message from the teacher that there was a big announcement today, and everyone had to be present. Brother Kan, Shenyue Academy has never had a precedent of temporarily changing courses. Do you know what is going on today? When Jiang Daily saw Yi Kan, he immediately came over. I'm curious too. The virtual mall was selling like crazy last night. People were constantly clearing out and buying up the goods. Looking at their actions, if you didn't know better, you would think the end of the world is coming. At this time, Li Xiaoyu also moved over. The end of the world is indeed coming. Before the teacher announces it, you should quickly throw away the things you don't need and buy some things that can improve the strength of your territory. Brother, I'm just a farming lord, don't scare me. Jiang Daily was so frightened that his face turned pale. Li Xiaoyu also pursed her lips and looked at Yi Kan with a look full of confusion and grievance. They all thought Yi Kan was teasing them. I'm not kidding you. Yi Kan shook his head and put his mind into the virtual network. Last night, when he was spending his wedding night with Lin Daiyu, Li Jiqing had already set up the virtual mall with Shui Baochai. Now, all the things in the warehouse have been scanned by the elves into the virtual mall. Moreover, Xiaoyu and Xiaofei personally took a group of elves into the virtual mall through the warehouse and personally recorded explanatory videos and voice for the products. Now, more than half of the things in the warehouse have been cleared out. 10 minutes later, the space door in the classroom opened again, and the pure, lustful, and cold ice goddess walked out. Students, I have called you here today because I have an important announcement to make. I tell you with great sorrow that the void storm is about to hit Blue Star, and countless people will die. But there is also good news. That is, a higher dimensional universe is about to open up, and the legendary ninth heaven has been born. In the near future, you planetary lords will become the first group of Blue Star people to descend to the ninth heaven and compete with all races for supremacy. Lu Mengli did not keep anyone in suspense and announced the big news directly. Because this is the decision of the top leaders of Manhwa. They all knew that with more time to prepare, they would have a better chance of winning after entering the ninth heaven, and the human race's living space might also be larger. The legendary world with higher dimensions actually exists. I thought Grandpa was lying. I'm just a farming lord. How can I compete with all the races? Most of the novice lords grew up under the protection of their parents and had never experienced anything like this, so they were stunned in an instant. However, some lords have unusual mindsets, such as those warlike warlords. The ninth heaven. Doesn't that mean that we can fight with all races there, snatch their resources, and then become the king and dominate? That's right. Every time I descend into the void, it takes a month to dissipate the evil spirit. It's too unsatisfying. The ninth heaven comes just in time. The students were talking about it, but Yikin was the only one who was as steady as an old dog. This kid, I didn't reveal much yesterday. Could it be that he already knows something? Seeing Yikan's calm look, Lu Mingli couldn't help but become curious. But she also knew that now was not the time to ask. Quiet. As soon as Lu Mingli's cold voice came out, the temperature in the classroom instantly dropped by 10 degrees, and the students finally calmed down. Teacher, I'm just a farming lord, can I not go? Jiang Daily pinched his little fat hands, his face full of grievance and fear. As the universe's myriad spirits continue to develop, the first thing to be solved is the problem of survival. Heaven is ruthless, but it will eventually leave a way out. And the world of higher dimensions is the kindness of heaven to all living things. Above the ninth heaven, there have already been eighth heaven. Countless ancestors of our human race have fought there to expand the territory for our race. For example, the senior who established the crazy demon fighting arena and the powerful people who established the virtual universe company and spread the network throughout the heavens. They were all chosen by the will of heaven at the planetary level, descended to the battlefield of all races, and then grew up step by step. You were born for a reason. You are the chosen ones. You don't need to stay to resist the void storm. You should be thankful and cherish it. As she spoke, Lu Mengli waved her jade hand, and a spot of light suddenly flew out and landed in front of everyone. This is the chip of the All Heavens network. As long as you integrate the chip into the network base station, you can connect to the virtual network even if you reach the ninth heaven. However, after reaching the ninth heaven, the material transmission between you and the blue star will be cut off. In other words, after reaching the ninth heaven, everything will depend on you alone. Lu Mengli's words were like a huge bomb exploding in everyone's hearts. Chapter 125. The Dean's Meeting, Yikan's Principles. Brother, Why are you here too? After class, just as Yikin was about to leave, Lu Mengli called him to the dean's office. To his surprise, Li Jiqing was also called over. There were also 3 more people in the office. Except Lu Mengli, Yikin had never seen the other 2. The one with the big beard is the great elder, my teacher. The one who is as thin as a bamboo pole is the second elder. All 3 of them are at the realm master level. Li Jiqing explained to Yi Kan through telepathy. Sharp. Yikin nodded. At this moment, Lu Changfeng suddenly stood up with a serious expression. His eyes were like lightning, and he glanced coldly at Yi Kan and Li Jiqing. Boom. At this moment, Yi Kan and Li Jiqing both felt creepy. It felt like everything between heaven and earth suddenly disappeared, leaving only the 2 of them standing in the void. And in front of them, there was a huge, ferocious beast. The 2 eyeballs of the ferocious beast were like the blazing sun, hanging high in the sky, looking down at them mercilessly. Fortunately, Yi Kan and Li Jiqing are not timid people, and their childhood experiences have made their wills stronger than those of ordinary people. With the protection of the Ring of Eternity, even though the cosmic level Lu Changfeng released a trace of pressure, he still couldn't break down their defenses. As expected of a chosen one who has entered the Hall of Legend and the Hall of Epic. Very good, very good. Lu Changfeng nodded with satisfaction. Lu Mengli and the other 3 elders also had shining eyes and were very happy. Especially the great elder. He originally thought that Li Jiqing would be weaker than Yi Kan, but he did not expect that the 2 were actually evenly matched. But what they didn't know was that the 2 guys had already become so entangled with each other that they could no longer be distinguished from each other. Yi Kan, Li Jiqing, do you know why I summoned you here? Lu Changfeng looked at the 2 of them. It's about the 9th heaven. Is there something you want to explain? Yi Kan thought for a moment and asked. That's right. Whether it's the humans on my blue star or the places where all the races in the heavens live, they all actually belong to the bottom universe. The resources here are limited. It is very difficult to break through the cosmic level and become the legendary immortal. Only by entering the world of higher dimensions can a breakthrough be possible. However, the world of higher dimensions is not always open, and not everyone can enter. Every time a new world opens, the will of heaven will give prompts to allow all creatures in the heavens to be prepared, such as the red light you saw yesterday. The only ones who are qualified to enter the new world are lords below level 20, that is, planetary level and novice lords. However, the students in your class have basically broken through to the planetary level, and novice lords are almost non-existent. So this time, I am relying on you. Lu Changfeng patted Yi Kan's shoulder with great expectations in his eyes. Then what? Yi Kan frowned, with a vague sense of foreboding in his heart. Of course, this does not mean that he has any opinion about Lu Changfeng or the 3 elders. Instead, he felt that Lu Changfeng seemed to be placing some heavy burden on him. He is not a saint either in his past life or in this life. He is not used to owing others, nor does he care if people he recognizes owe him, but he does not want to be a hero who sacrifices himself for others. He respects and admires those people, but he doesn't want to be like that. The world of all races is a big stage. It is no longer dominated by our human race alone. There are all kinds of brutal and evil races, as well as extremely powerful natives. In that place, no matter how powerful a person is, it is difficult to achieve anything. I hope that when you get there, you can unite the human race and carve out a world that belongs to us. How many people of our human race and Xinyue City can move to the new world depends entirely on you. After hearing what Lu Changfeng said, Yi Kan finally reacted and understood what Lu Changfeng wanted to express. How many people the myriad races in the universe can migrate to the new world is estimated to be based on the amount of territory they occupy. There are 36 colleges in the Dragon Country, and it is estimated that the people who moved here were also divided into colleges. Then it is not difficult to understand Lu Changfeng's expectations of him. Dean, I can only promise not to attack my own people, and to take care of the students of my Xinyue Academy as long as my strength allows. For the rest, I can't guarantee it. In addition, I am a person who holds grudges, but I am also grateful. I will always remember everything the college has done for Shaoqing and me. I will do my best to expand the territory and contribute to the relocation of Xinyue City. Yi Kan looked straight at Lu Changfeng with an extremely firm gaze. Me too. As soon as Yi Kan finished speaking, Li Jiqing stood up and agreed. That's enough. Lu Changfeng and the 3 elders smiled at each other. They all knew about the 2 little guys' childhood experiences and the conflicts between them and the Li family. The Li family used their connections to put pressure on Xinyue Academy, but they withstood the pressure. This is actually nothing in Xinyue Academy. This can be seen from the fact that Lu Mengli destroyed an entire family for the sake of a student. However, for Yi Kan, who had suffered all kinds of hardships and been despised since childhood. This was a huge favor. Therefore, he has always been grateful to Xinyue Academy, especially the father and daughter Lu Chongfeng and Lu Mengli. Although he is not a good person, his principle in life is to avenge a grudge and repay a favor. Dean, let's go back first. Now that everything has been talked about, there is no need to stay any longer. They still have their own things to do, etc. When they were about to step out of the office, Lu Chongfeng suddenly called them. Dean, is there anything else? Yikan looked at Lu Chongfeng in confusion. Have you been buying suits recently? Yes, the mysterious ice suit, the Suzaku suit, and the phantom suit. I said it was you. Upon hearing this, Lu Mengli immediately laughed, and Lu Chongfeng reached out and touched it. Buzz. A pile of equipment suddenly appeared on the table in front of him, all of which were legendary. Chapter 126. Unite as one and strengthen our dragon soul. Xiaoqing, we owe you a huge favor again. On the way back, Yikan played with Li Jiqing's little hand, feeling filled with emotion. We each take what we need. This is the college's investment in us. There's no need to think too much about it. Li Jiqing knew that Yikan was not used to owing favors to others. Just now, Lu Chongfeng did not hesitate to use the resources of the academy to assemble a complete set of phantom suits for them. In addition, 3 pieces of Suzaku suits and 6 pieces of Xianbing suits were also given. You have to know that the legendary suit is not cheap. It has been sold for more than 2 billion yuan each, and it is still in short supply. Even a strong academy like Xinyue Academy, one of the 36 academies of Dragon Country, does not have many complete sets. Moreover, before leaving, Lu Chongfeng allocated 10 billion source crystals from the college's funds to Yikan. The fact that 2 planetary lords gave out so many things cannot be explained by simple investment. The 9 major worlds are not simple places. It takes tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of years for those worlds to evolve from the beginning to the end. Life has long been born in it, and even a civilization that is no less powerful than the underlying universe has emerged. No matter how great the potential of a small planetary lord is, once he reaches the 9th level world, he will be like dust in the ocean and may be crushed at any time. Although the dean did not make any further demands based on this condition, we can't just pretend nothing happened. Brother, no matter what you do, I support you. Li Jiqing covered her mouth and laughed secretly. She has been Yikan's follower since she was a child and has a full understanding of him. Although Yikan usually seems indifferent to everything, when the time comes, he often cannot suppress his passion and ends up getting hurt. Li Jiqing was very curious about this, so she often pestered him to get to the bottom of it. So Yikan taught her many principles of survival in this world. For example, society is simple, but people are complicated. The world is unpredictable. People's hearts are hard to predict. The world is dangerous. If you can't do it, just retreat. But at the same time, he also told Li Jiqing that when the nest is overturned, no eggs can remain intact. There is no problem with fighting among the tribe, even to the death, but if there is an external enemy, they must unite to face the enemy. This is the basic quality of being a member of the same tribe. Anyone who dares to attack his compatriots at such a critical moment will be a mortal enemy and should be treated as an enemy. Li Jiqing has always kept these words in mind. This is also the reason why she was able to come back alive to find Yikan after returning to the family for so many years. Let's go back to our nest. Yikan smiled with relief, pulled Li Jiqing and rushed towards the red leaf forest. Although Yikan and Li Jiqing have the precious jade chime and can receive the baptism of purification of holy light every day, it is still difficult to eliminate the evil spirits in the body in a short period of time. So in the following days, they either practiced in the territory or went to the crazy fighting arena to hone themselves and improve their strength as much as possible. Time passed quickly and half a month passed. During this period, Xiaoyu and Xiaofei worked very hard and sold out almost all the inventory. Finally, they even set their sights on the crops grown by the elves and dryads. But he was stopped by Yikan. Xiaoyu, Xiaofei, thank you for your hard work during this period and you have done a great job. However, we are about to descend into the 9th heaven, and we don't know what the situation is over there right now, so we should save the food for now to be prepared. If you have nothing to do during this period, you can move into the Dream Rouge Pavilion and help welcome the sisters from all over the world. Yikan rubbed the heads of the 2 little guys, his eyes full of doting. Master, those so-called sisters from the Dream Rouge Pavilion are basically all weird-looking, or they look like Barbie dolls, and they don't conform to the aesthetics of our fairy forest at all. Xiaoyu pouted, looking dissatisfied. Yes, he's a big eater. He always drinks wine every time he comes. It's all brewed with great effort by the maids. Xiaofei also crossed her arms across her chest, looking indignant. The Dream Rouge Pavilion is a mysterious tavern-like building, different from directional buildings like the Heavenly Demon Nirvana Pool and the Red Mansion. Just treat it as an intelligence station and ask those sisters for advice. I see. I understand. Xiaoyu and Xiaofei looked at each other, and their eyes lit up. In fact, Yikan no longer had any illusions about the Dreamy Rouge Pavilion. Anyway, he still has the Heavenly Demon Nirvana Pool and the Red Tower, so he doesn't worry about not having heroes. Moreover, he now has 7 legendary heroes under his command, as well as Li Jiqing, his warm-hearted and virtuous wife, so he has nothing to worry about at all. Lord Sky Devourer, Shui Ling, the 20th on the Crazy Demon Arena Planet ranking, is challenging you. Do you accept the challenge? Yikan had just sent Xiaoyu and Xiaofei away when he received a thought. During this period, he made rapid progress and reached the 10th place on the planetary list. He thought he could completely get rid of Shui Ling, the troublesome, big-breasted girl. Unexpectedly, Shui Ling was so stubborn. With the awakening of her bloodline, her strength became stronger and stronger. She fought all the way up and held on to Yikan tightly. This crazy bitch. When Yikan gritted his teeth and prepared to enter the virtual battlefield to crush Shui Ling to pieces, the sky was suddenly covered with blood. Then, a faint voice sounded from the depths of the sky. The way of gods is vast. The way of immortals is vast. All races fight for hegemony. The strong are respected. The 9th realm of Tianyin has been completed, and the battle for supremacy among all races is about to begin. Young lords, I wish you good luck. As the ethereal voice disappeared, a huge gate of light suddenly appeared in the depths of the sky. Rays of blazing light fell from the sky and landed in every corner of the lower universe. The moment Yi Kan and Li Jiqing were hit by the light, the fairy forest suddenly turned into a golden light and hit Yi Kan's body, and then they slowly rose up under the wrapping of the light. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom, the presidents and elders of the 36 academies, and the mayor of the 72nd secondary city all flew into the air to witness this exciting moment together. Young lords, we will do our best to protect your families. We hope you will not forget your blood, unite as one, and strengthen our dragon soul. The king of Dragon Kingdom summoned a huge Dharma image, and the voice echoed in the sky above the entire Dragon Kingdom. Don't forget the blood of Yan Huang. Unite as one, and strengthen our dragon soul. The dean of the 36th Academy and the mayor of the 72nd secondary city also released their Dharma images, stood behind the king, and shouted loudly at the same time. Don't forget the blood of Yan Huang. Unite as one, and strengthen our dragon soul. Lord Mantion was infected and started shouting as well. Even Yikan was no exception, because he remembered his motherland that he missed so much. Chapter 1, 27 Shadow Pavilion. Boom. The light gate deep in the sky suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and the lords of the sky seemed to be summoned and rushed into the light gate like a torrent. At the same time, endless dark clouds appeared above the red sky. Then, countless black portals appeared in the sky above the blue star, and endless void monsters poured out like a tide. The top leaders of Longwa seemed to have anticipated this. Act as planned. The star-level farming lords will escort the common people to retreat into the bunkers. The star-level war lords will be responsible for landing the small monsters. The rest of you will try your best to intercept the domain lord-level monsters on the ground. Yes, Blue Star is in trouble, and almost all its people have become soldiers, but we are leaving it this time. Before Yikan entered the light gate, he saw the void storm coming. For some reason, he felt a little guilty. It's similar to how we made a living in the market back then. In the vast universe, the blue planet, which is at the bottom of the universe, is also another market. Moreover, we are only planetary lords, and we can play no role in a war of this scale. Li Jiqing held Yi Kan's hand tightly and fell into the light gate at the same time. Buzz. When they landed, boundless light suddenly emanated from Yi Kan's body. The wonderful forest also appeared on the earth. Welcome to the 9th heaven of Tianyin, the 17th district of Tiangang, village number 520. The All-Heaven Network has been detected, and the LAN has been activated. As 2 mechanical voices sounded, Yikan discovered that the territory's network of all heavens flashed. Brother, this should be the world will of the 9th heaven. Li Jiqing said in awe. That's great. Even the village number is in the shape of love for you. Yikan held Li Jiqing in his arms, not caring about the will of the world at all. Have we arrived in a new world? Nuba and Su Daji brought 6 large armies and came behind Yi Kan and Li Jiqing. They all heard the voice of the worlds will just now. Sister Lin, stay here. The rest of you, each bring a team of soldiers and 3 elves, and explore outward from the territory. When you encounter an enemy, you should act flexibly and kill them if you can. If they are not your match, let the elves bring back the information. Yikan waved his hand and made arrangements immediately. Yes. The 6 Nuba looked at Lin Dayu curiously, then led their men and rushed out. Among the heroes of the fairy forest, except Yuqing, who is still a little immature, the others are relatively stable and capable of taking on important tasks. Yikan was still relieved about them. Sir, why did you leave me alone? Lin Dayu looked at Yikan in confusion. Although she was very happy to receive Yikan's favor, it would be a loss if it made the other sisters suspicious. Don't think too much. After Yikan finished speaking, he took out a barracks and a card. This is the legendary soldier that he has always been reluctant to use, the Shadow Killer. In the fairy forest today, the scout troops include elf hunters, the farming and auxiliary troops include elf tree elves, and the spell output and auxiliary troops include elf witches. Facing the enemy head-on, the ones charging into battle were the Blood Warriors, including the Shura army and the Yiksha army. Now that all aspects are in place, there is naturally no lack of organizations that are skilled in assassination and espionage. Buzz. Yikan threw it lightly, and the barracks and the card instantly merged together. Buzz. The next moment, a stream of mist rushed out from the sun and moon immortal pod and enveloped the building. When the smoke cleared, an ancient building shrouded in mist revealed its true form, with 3 large, modeled characters written on it. Shadow Pavilion. Train 40 Shadow Killers. Following Yikan's order, a black light suddenly flashed in the Shadow Pavilion. Not long after, 40 graceful women dressed in black and with black masks on the lower half of their faces came out. They are all tall and have cold eyes. Your subordinate greets you, my lord. 40 people knelt on one knee in unison, moving quickly and efficiently. Buzz. Yikan directly spent more than 700 million source crystals to upgrade all the shadow assassins to level 10, then looked at Lin Dayu and said, "From now on, the Shadow Pavilion will be under your control." "Yes, sir." Only then did Lin Dayu react. It turned out that Yikan did not fail to assign her a task, but had other arrangements. Greetings, Pavilion Master. The Shadow Killers, like the Elf Warriors, were born in the Wonderland Forest and are naturally 100 loyal to Yikan. As long as it is Yikan's order, they will execute it unconditionally. Everyone get up. Gathering intelligence should be the Shadow Pavilion's strong point. The sisters in the territory have already set out, and we can't fall behind. Lin Dayu was in high spirits and was about to set off when Yikan stuffed something into her hand. Bring a few elves with you. Also, the killer is not good at direct confrontation, so take it easy. Don't worry, sir. I know. Lin Dayu did not refuse. She took the things and rushed out with the shadow beauties. In the past, he favored Sister Daji, but now he favors Sister Lin? Li Jiqing held Yikan's arm and looked at him with pretended bitterness. Others don't understand, but don't you understand me? Sister Lin is different to me after all. Yikan tapped Li Jiqing's nose and said, "Since you're new here, I allow you to be unrestrained for once. Go ahead. Hee. I've been waiting for you to say this." After Li Jiqing finished speaking, she immediately said to Xiaoyu, who was standing beside her, "Xiaoyu, come with me." Okay. Under Xiaofei's envious gaze, Li Jiqing took Xiaoyu and disappeared into the jungle outside the territory. Yikan came under the 3 Lives marriage tree and lay down on the recliner he asked Xiaoyu to prepare half a month ago. As a lord, how can you sit on a cushion every day? Buzz. He simply pulled open the light curtain and looked at the regional channel. Hello everyone, my name is Lianxiu Nana. May I ask if there are any sisters from my Sky Fox clan in Village 520? Sister Nana, if you are from the Sky Fox tribe, how about a big brother from the Blue Wolf tribe? My name is Di Xiao. And we, the Bull Demon clan, are so bold. Are there any brothers from my Blade Centipede clan? Yikan looked for a long time and found that they were all some strange races, and he couldn't help but frown. Are he and Li Jiqing the only 2 humans in this village? At this moment, a line of words suddenly appeared. Excuse me, are there any human beings? My name is Su Lingyu. The weak human race was actually assigned to the same novice village as us Blade Centipede. Just wait for death. Blade Centipede, huh? Dare you tell me your coordinates? Yikan finally found a fellow insect, but ended up seeing a bug talking nonsense. He couldn't bear it and just confronted it. Oh, there are really people who are not afraid of death. At -5914-0635, come and kill me. The Blade Centipede immediately typed out a coordinate. Yikan pulled up the territory panel and took a look, and found that his coordinates were also 2 negative numbers, and were not far from the coordinates of the Blade Centipede. So he immediately communicated with Li Jiqing. Xiaoqing, let the elf contact everyone. The 3 teams of Demon Eye Snake Men, Hunters, and dryads will return to defend the territory, and the rest of the people will advance towards the coordinates -5914-0635. Good. Then, Yikan communicated with the demon's eye and sent a message to Lin Dayu through the demon's eye. Go towards -5914-0635. Use the demon eye to figure out what species is stationed at this coordinate, but don't alarm them. Xiaoqing will be there soon. Receive. After Yikan distributed the tasks, he found that the blade centipede was still shouting in the regional channel. Bite. When Yikan was about to retort to it, he suddenly received a friend request. He clicked it and found that it was the human named Su Lingyu. Chapter 128. Didn't you ask me to kill you? Here I come. Hello, my name is Su Lingyu. I'm from Huanling Star. Nice to meet you. After Yikan accepted the friend invitation, Su Lingyu immediately sent him a message. My name is Yikan, and I'm from Blue Star. When Yikan saw Su Lingyu's words, he was greatly surprised, because he only now realized that in this world, the human race was not limited to the Blue Star lineage. The ancestors of the Blade Centipede were defeated by the human predecessors of my Phantom Star in the 8th heaven, so they regard us humans as their mortal enemies. You don't have to pay attention to them. Are these reptiles powerful? Blade centipedes are covered in iron armor and weapons, and they are also good at venom attacks. At the planetary level, we humans are no match for them. I see. Thank you. Don't be impulsive. I finally met someone like you. I don't want anything to happen to you. Su Lingyu was obviously a kind girl and was worried that Yikan would not take it seriously. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Besides, there are definitely more than just 2 humans in this village. We have just arrived in this new world, so everyone must be exploring. Yikan smiled slightly and ended the conversation. At this moment, Li Jiqing's voice rang out. Brother, this is a Zerg territory. The Lord is a giant centipede with shiny scales all over his body. He is level 15 and looks very powerful. How arrogant. The coordinates are not fake. Brother, what's going on? Li Jiqing frowned, realizing that something was not going on. You'll know after watching the regional channel. Don't act yet. Wait for Cardin and the others to come back. I'll fly over there right away via Inseparable. Okay. After Li Jiqing finished speaking, she immediately turned on the regional channel, only to see the Blade Centipede cursing. That human named Yikan, wasn't he very arrogant just now? I've sent you the coordinates. Come on, kill me. And that little human girl named Su Lingyu. I just happen to be in need of a female slave to serve tea and water. You humans have lowly blood, so you are the most suitable for this kind of job. Otherwise, you can send me your coordinates and I will visit them one by one, haha. When the Blade Centipede saw that Yikan and Su Lingyu did not respond, it became more arrogant. Brother Dao is awesome. Don't kill that human woman. You can sell her to me. I can use her to warm your bed, ha. At this time, a lord of the iron-armed mantis also spoke. Although there is competition among the Zerg, they often form alliances when facing foreign races. You rubbish bug, how dare you bully my fellow human beings? I will kill you. Li Jiqing was so angry when she saw the Blade Centipede and the iron-armed mantis being so arrogant and insulting the human girl that she gritted her teeth. Sister Qing, don't get excited. When Lin Dayu saw that the lady was about to lose her temper, she immediately grabbed her arm. Don't worry, I won't do anything until Brother Chan comes. At this time, Su Daji, Hu Shimei and Yu Qing just returned with a large army. Sir, we have only detected less than 100 miles and have not made any major discoveries. Why did you ask us to come back? When Su Daji saw that Li Jiqing was not there, she immediately threw herself into Yi Kan's arms, enjoying this rare embrace. Someone has provoked my fellow human beings. I have already asked Xiaoqing and the others to go over. I will leave this territory to you to guard for the time being. I will be back soon. Then come back early. Rest assured. Yikan held up Su Daji's smiling face and kissed her. Then he used his inseparable technique and instantly appeared beside Li Jiqing. Brother, this Blade Centipede is also legendary. It has 4 heroes, 1 legendary, 3 perfect, for combat troops, 3 perfect, and 1 flawless. Li Jiqing had already seen through the demon's eye everything about the Blade Centipede. Master, these are just bugs. The Yiksha army, and I can kill them. After Nubo arrived, she learned what was going on from Li Jiqing. She already had a hot temper, so how could she tolerate such a wrath? She was originally the daughter of Huangdi, and the people in this world also respect the blood of Yin and Huang. Although the Yin Huang blood here may have nothing to do with her father, even so, she would not allow a mere bug to insult this bloodline. Legendary lords and legendary heroes, don't underestimate them. After Yikan finished speaking, he looked at Lin Dayu and said, the Shadow Pavilion has just joined the Fairy Forest and has not yet made any achievements. This first battle is left to you. Yes. Upon hearing this, Lin Daiyu and the other Shadow Pavilion assassins' eyes lit up and they looked excited. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As the black shadows disappeared into the jungle, Yikan waved his hand, and Nuba and Princess Longji immediately led the Shura army and the Yiksha army to encircle the two wings. Sister Bao, when the battle starts, you will rush in with the witches and do whatever you want. I will not let you down, sir. Shui Baochai didn't expect that in her first battle in the New World, she would have the opportunity to display her skills. She immediately bowed to Yikan. I have never been disappointed in you. Yikan smiled slightly, put on the Lin Daiyu template, and directly pulled Li Jiqing out. Now Lin Daiyu has collected all 14 pieces of the Phantom set and obtained the complete version of the Phantom Body technique. Although I haven't mastered it yet, it can already be considered a planetary speed. Yikan applied her template and moved like a faint phantom, which ordinary people could not catch at all. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. However, before he and Li Jiqing could get around to the other side of the territory, the Blade Centipede's territory was in chaos. Kill. Yikan activated the Eye of the Devil without saying a word. Boom. A black and red beam of light suddenly shot down from the sky and landed directly on the Blade Centipede. Damn it, who is it? The Blade Centipede was originally half human, half insect, but after being attacked, it instantly turned into a big centipede as thick as a bucket. Didn't you ask me to come and kill you? Here I come. Yikan held the sky-devouring sword in his hand, and with a flash of his body, he instantly appeared behind the Blade Centipede. Clang. He suddenly chopped the Blade Centipede on its back, but only broke a piece of its shell without hurting its bones. The Blade Centipede suddenly stepped back, looked at Yikan in disbelief, and said, You are that Yikan. How did you find this place? On the other hand, Li Jiqing didn't do anything at all, but directly turned on the camera function. Chapter 129, Transaction from the Little Fox. Didn't you send out the coordinates yourself? Yikan smiled slightly, and his body turned into a shadow again. This time, he did not cut the iron armor, but instead targeted the gaps between the Blade Centipede's shells. Although the Blade Centipede's level is higher than his, he crushes the Blade Centipede in grade and attributes. Chichichichi. Yikan was extremely fast, and even though the Blade Centipede had legs all over its body, it could not defend against his heaven-devouring sword. On the other side, Nuba and Longji had already attacked with the Shura army and the Yiksha army. The elf which behind Shui Baochai was bombarding the territory crazily. They are experts in using poison. Although most of the soldiers under Blade Centipede are poisonous insects, they are just playing house in front of them. When Lin Daiyu saw that the war had begun, she took the Shadow Killer and hid in the darkness of the territory. They were clearing out the sentries just now, and it was going very smoothly. But who knew that the Blade Mantis could actually control the swarm of centipedes? There were too many of those little creatures, and the Shadow Killers couldn't clear them all, which gave them the opportunity to sound the alarm. Laugh. When a perfect level hero was about to attack Nuba, Lin Daiyu suddenly jumped up and killed the hero with one sword. Well done, Sister Lin. Nuba gave Lin Daiyu a thumbs up, then took the lead and snatched the legendary hero, a golden humanoid beetle. Damn it, Sister Xian robbed me again. Princess Longji arrived a step late and couldn't help but sigh. She could only go and find trouble with the remaining two perfect heroes. Shui Baochai still has her gentle personality and does not fight or compete. She just summons the realm of ice and snow to protect the elf witches. You stupid bug, weren't you very arrogant just now? Can you try to be more arrogant? In just a few minutes, Yikan stripped the Blade Centipede of its shell, and it turned into a large piece of white meat falling to the ground. Please spare my life. I know I was wrong. The Blade Centipede was no longer as arrogant as before. It huddled up in fear and kept begging for mercy. But Yikan ignored it and looked at Li Jiqing beside him. No problem. Li Jiqing made a scissors gesture with a smile on her face. Then, Yikan suddenly slashed with the knife. Laugh. The Blade Centipede's head was cut off in an instant. At this time, the battle on Nuba's side was also coming to an end. Two epic lords, with a group of legendary heroes and soldiers, attacking a legendary territory is simply using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. See how I'm doing? Li Jiqing sent the video to Yikan. Good. Yikan smiled slightly, cut out a photo from the video that did not show the face but could fully display the figure of Blade Centipede, and posted it to the regional channel with a caption. Excuse me, are there any tribes that like to eat centipedes? I just went out for an outing and accidentally stepped on one to death. The regional channel, which had been bustling with activity, suddenly fell silent. Liang Qiu Nana, Sky Fox, oh my god, it really looks like a Blade Centipede. Neo Dayton, Bull Demon Clan, brother from the human race, you are awesome. Lu Mu, Iron-armed mantis, TSK. The skin has been peeled off. Who knows if it was just a random centipede monster impersonating him? It had not been long since Blade Centipede and Yeekin had their dispute. Even if they were neighboring territories, it would be impossible to find them so quickly. Not to mention killing the other party. So the iron-armed mantis didn't believe it at all. At this moment, a golden light suddenly appeared in the sky. World announcement. Human Lord Yeekin successfully killed Blade Centipede Lord Gugang, becoming the first Lord in the 9th heaven to kill an alien race. He is rewarded with 100 reputation, and the 9th heaven reputation exchange system is unlocked. Wow! At this moment, the entire 520 village was blown up, and many divers began to emerge. Zhu Huifei, human brother Yikan, you are so great. Barbarian North, troll tribe, it has only been a short time since the advent. Can weak humans really accomplish such a feat? Bone Rock, Blade Centipede. How could I, Blade Centipede, lose to a weak human? That despicable guy must have used some despicable means. Hong Sanqian, human, get lost. You are just a reptile. You are nothing but food for Senior Hong Chi of our tribe. Liangxiao Nana, Sky Fox Clan, brother Yikan, can you approve my friend request? Nongying, Moon Shadow Cat Clan, and me. Jiang Daily, human brother, I finally see you. Just as Yikan was about to dismantle the Blade Centipede's territory, he received friend requests from Liangxiao Nana, Nongying, and Jiang Daily. I didn't expect this fat guy to be assigned to the same novice village as me. When Yikan saw his acquaintances, his mood immediately improved, and he directly accepted the friend requests of the 3 people. Is there really anyone who would buy this? Li Jiqing glanced at Yikan's panel and frowned when she saw a girl's name. Brother, I missed you so much. I didn't expect that after descending to the 9th heaven, we would be assigned to the same village. You must protect me in the future. As soon as Jiang Daily added his friends, he began to tell them about his miserable experiences with tears and snot. He is still hiding in his territory and dares not go out, for fear that he will be taken away by a monster. You're already a star-level lord. There's nothing to be afraid of. Let the troops explore slowly. There might be surprises. Also, remember to leave your coordinates. I'll come to see you when I have time. After Yikan replied to Jiang Daily, he opened the dialogue box between Liangxiao Nana and Nongying. Liangxiao Nana, brother Yikan, how much do you sell the Blade Centipede for? Nongying, brother Yikan, what grade is your Blade Centipede? The price of the legendary Blade Centipede is up to you to decide. It doesn't matter if you don't have enough money. We can trade it for something else. In fact, Yikan sent the Blade Centipede to the regional channel just to disgust those who looked down on the human race and never thought of selling it for money. Because legendary monsters on Blue Star are extremely rare, there is simply no flesh and blood of this level for sale on the market. Most of the void monsters were eroded by evil spirits and could not be eaten. Yikan had no idea about this at all. Wow, legendary level. Then brother Yikan's strength must be legendary. Are you sure? At this moment, both the little fox and Moon Shadow Cat were no longer calm. Not to mention the value of this legendary flesh and blood, the fact that Yikan found and killed a legendary lord in such a short time was enough to shock them. Yikan didn't say anything, but opened the panel of the Blade Centipede's corpse and sent a screenshot. Blade Centipede Corpse. Grade, Legend. Level, 15. Introduction. The recently dead Blade Centipede contains rich life essence and can be decomposed into food. Brother Yikan, I may not be able to afford the legendary flesh and blood. I have 2 dragon tooth rices. Can I exchange some for them? As they were talking, Liangxiao Nana sent over a photo of the Longya rice. Yikan opened it and swallowed immediately. Longya rice. Introduction. The grain of the ancient true dragon is pure white and crystal clear like jade. The rice grains are long and narrow like swords. It contains rich life essence. Long-term consumption can strengthen the body. Brother, change it, give it all to her. When Li Jiqing saw the introduction of Longya rice, her eyes instantly turned red. Chapter 130 Dragon Tooth Rice. Clear. Yikan was a novel fan in his previous life, so how could he not know about Longya rice? He has 40 spiritual fields in his hands, which can allow the Elven Tree Demon to cultivate dragon tooth rice as seeds and then produce it in mass production. A legendary centipede in exchange for 2 dragon tooth rice seeds. This deal is simply too good to be true. Change. After Yikan replied to Liangxiao Nana, he directly opened the transaction window and stretched out his hand. Buzz. The Blade Centipede's corpse suddenly turned into a ray of light and fell into the trading grid. That's great. Thank you, brother Yikan. Liangxiao Nana quickly put 2 grains of dragon tooth rice into the transaction box and completed the transaction impatiently. Yikan looked at the two sword-shaped rice grains 1 meter high in front of him and couldn't help feeling guilty. That broken centipede was exchanged for such a good thing, and he took advantage of the little fox. Brother Yikan, why did you give me the entire blade centipede? You are at a huge disadvantage. What made Yikan speechless was that he got a great advantage, but Liangxiu Nana actually felt that he was at a disadvantage. It's okay, you're the first person to trade with me, so just consider it as making friends. Yikan was extremely embarrassed. Brother Yikan, you are so nice. If you need Nana in the future, just let me know. Liangxiu Nana should not be very old. Although he couldn't see her appearance, Yikan could guess that she must be a cute little girl. There's already a 1,000-year-old vixen at home, so don't look for another little fox. Li Jiqing pulled Yikan and pointed to another dialogue box. Only then did Yikan remember that there was another girl who wanted the blade centipede. Sister Nongyu, the blade centipede has been bought by someone else, but I still have a legendary golden beetle. In addition, I also have a bunch of perfect venomous snakes, scorpions, spiders, etc. Do you want them? Anyway, it would be a waste to throw these insect corpses here, so Yikan thought it would be better to use them. So he took photos and sent them directly to Nongyu. Yes, but I don't have that much money. How about exchanging this for something? While speaking, Nongyu also turned on the video, but she did not show her face. She just took out an exquisite little bag and showed it to Yikan. What is this? Yikan and Li Jiqing looked at each other, feeling confused. The storage bags that my territory mass produces have about 2 cubic meters of space. If you give me all the insect corpses, I will give you 200 of these. Nongyu shook her cute white little hands, accidentally revealing a snow-white tail behind her. 400. Make a deal. As soon as Yikan finished speaking, Nongyu clicked on the transaction. Oh my god, it's too little. Yikan and Li Jiqing looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Who would have thought that just as you meet a cute little guy, a clever ghost would appear immediately? Because there were so many things, they traded several times before they were able to complete it. After Yikan got the things, he immediately opened the properties of the storage bag. Moon Shadow small bag. Grade, ordinary. Space, 2 cubic meters. Introduction. This small bag is made from the hair of the Moon Shadow cats. It is impervious to water and fire and is durable, but the only problem is that the space is too small. 2 cubic meters, that's enough. Yikan was worrying about what to do when he went out on the march, but now with this small bag, everything was solved. Young master. The Elven Witches, Azura Army and Yaksha Army all saw the introduction of the Moon Shadow small bag and couldn't help but gather around. The Shadow Killers also stepped forward under the leadership of Lin Daiyu, looking at Yikan with anticipation. Nothing to say, one for each. Yikan waved his hand, and everyone had a small Moon Shadow bag in their hands. As for the heroes, they already had larger storage bags on them, so naturally they didn't need them. Thank you, sir. Everyone thanked him immediately. Yikan waved his hand, put on the template and walked towards the core building of the Blade Centipede, which was a low stone castle covered with sharp stone nails. Unknown territory detected. Should we demolish it? Yes. Boom. As the territory buildings continued to collapse, a lord's heart shining with silver light suddenly appeared in front of Yikan. Congratulations to the lord for obtaining the legendary lord's heart, blood scorpion nest, arrow tower, for 100 million source crystals and 50 million world stones. How stingy. Fortunately, I got a few gold treasure chests, so it's not bad. After Yikan put away all the things, he waved his hand and said, Go back to the territory. If you see monsters on the road, don't be polite. If you can't beat them, call for help. If you can't use them as food, bring them back to the territory. Great. I just encountered a tiger monster, but I was in a hurry to get on the road and didn't have time to kill it. Now I have tiger meat to eat tonight. As she was speaking, Nuba had already rushed out with her men. Princess Longji, Xue Baochai, and Lin Daiyu looked at each other and rushed out as well. Yikan opened Zhang Daili's dialogue box and found that this guy's coordinates were 2 positive numbers, exactly in the opposite direction of him. It seems that it is impossible to meet Fatty in the short term. Yichan sighed. As long as we are still in the same novice village, we will always meet each other. We know too little about the new world. We must investigate it thoroughly when we return. Li Jiqing thought for a moment and said, Brother, you go back to the territory first. I'll go around and see if I can gather some information. Okay, be careful. If you encounter a monster you can't defeat, use inseparable immediately. Yikan took Li Jiqing into his arms and kissed her deeply before letting her go. It's time to get a flying unit. After Li Jiqing left, Yikan looked at the Ring of Eternity and couldn't help but sigh. Now his shadow has not yet been completely cut off, and the Eye of the Devil is in Su Daji's hands, so he can only fight all the way home. On the other side, the Lords of the Blade Centipede and Iron-Armed Mantis formed a group. Gu Gang is a legendary lord, and he has a legendary hero under him, but he was killed in such a short time. It seems that guy is not simple. The ninth heaven has just been opened. It is impossible for him to have a treasure like door to anywhere. He was able to find Gu Gang so quickly. His territory must be not far from Gu Gang. Brothers, just tell me what to do. We can ignore other tribes for now, but the human race must be eliminated first. The dominance of this village must be firmly in the hands of our two tribes. Agree. Yikan didn't know that he was being targeted by all the lords of the two major tribes, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. The world will of the ninth heaven is not so humane as to put people of the same ethnic group together. If the enemy were to march on a large scale, with the background of the fairy forest, they would definitely be able to detect it in advance, and it is not certain who would suffer the loss then. Wives are so cruel. On the way back to the fairy forest, Yikan saw several monster strongholds and killed them all. Owner. When Yikan was surprised, a tender and crisp voice suddenly came into his ears. He looked up and saw a little elf flying towards him. Xiaomei, why are you here? Although there were hundreds of elves and they all looked very similar, these little creatures were close to him and could be easily recognized. Sister Xian said there are treasures here and asked me to stay here and they will be back soon. Baby. Upon hearing this, Yikan immediately became excited. Take me to see it. Chapter 131. Damn. This new world is so painful. Master, look. Xiaomei pointed at the small hill in front of her, her face full of excitement. Yikan put on Hushimei's template and looked over. Source Stone Mine. Introduction. Small mineral veins born in the new world can be mined to produce source crystals and boundary stones, and there is a very low chance of mining higher-level minerals. Huh? Source crystals and boundary stones can actually be obtained through mining? Is this the benefit of the new world? After reading the introduction, Yikan was stunned. Isn't it amazing? At this time, Nuba led the Yiksha army out of the fog not far away. Many beautiful women in the Yiksha army had huge prey on their weapons. I don't know if it's magical or not, but at least there's hope for us to upgrade. Yikan was in a good mood and took a bite of Nuba while holding her. Don't be too happy too soon. We don't have miners, so we can't mine at all. We can't just use skills to blast it open, right? Nuba pressed her jade finger against Yikan's forehead to push him away, then winked at him. Most of the 40 Yiksha soldiers behind them kept their eyes on the nose and their noses on the heart, but the smiles on those pretty faces could not be concealed. Ahem, we do lack militia-type troops. This needs to be put on the agenda. Yikan smiled awkwardly and let go of Nuba. At this moment, a puffy little guy suddenly got in between the two of them. Master, have you forgotten us? Xiaomei glared at Yikan. How could I have forgotten that your best skills are logging, mining, and construction, and you do it more meticulously than other tribes? That's a must. Xiaomei received Yikan's praise and was so happy that she kept flapping her little wings. Next, Yikan left 10 Yiksha soldiers to guard the source stone mine, and he, Nuba, and Xiaomei returned to the territory. At this time, Shui Baochai had also returned with the elf witches. Everyone had a great harvest, all of which were flawless level or above prey, and there were also quite a few black iron treasure chests and silver treasure chests. Pauline, take the 4 sisters with you, pack enough dry food and water, escort Xiaomei and the others to mine the Originium mine, and stay there. Yes, sir. Pauline immediately selected 4 sisters and asked them to prepare to go. Now you also have storage bags. Remember to bring some eternal spring water in case of emergency. Clear. After Yikan had arranged everything, he was about to walk towards the eternal ancient tree when 2 rays of light suddenly appeared from the 3 lives marriage tree, 1 purple and 1 silver. I've been upgraded. Xiao Fei was enveloped by a purple light, and her tiny cicada wings were instantly dyed with a beautiful light purple color. I got promoted too. Yu Fei looked at her own white and tender hands, unable to believe that she, a domestic-type soldier, had the good fortune to be upgraded to become a legendary maid. What's going on? Yikan stopped and walked towards the 3 lives marriage tree. Heroes such as Nuba and Sudaji, as well as many soldiers, also gathered around. What tree did the peanuts grow? Lin Daiyu and Princess Longji, who had just returned, were a little confused, but when they saw the silver light lingering around Yu Fei and had not completely dissipated, they immediately understood. Damn it, I didn't expect that besides Cardin the cow, there are actually 2 Oh Huangs. Lin Daiyu's gaze swept across Cardin's chest, then looked at Yu Fei, and finally at Xiao Fei. Her blood-red eyes slowly returned to normal. Don't be envious. I think their situations are a little different from Cardin's. Yikan pulled Lin Daiyu to his side at the right time. What do you mean? When it comes to upgrading, both heroes and military branches take it very seriously. Because they all know that grade is just an accumulation of quantity, while grade is a qualitative leap, which represents their level. Especially heroes like Nuba. Now they are all only at the legendary level, but Yekin already has several soldiers under his command who are at the same level as them. If they don't make a breakthrough, their status will only get lower and lower, and in the end they may be on par with the military, such as Cardan Zohuang. Everyone hated and envied her, but they couldn't do anything about her. The 9 realms of heaven are the great worlds below the highest heaven and above the underlying universe. According to my understanding, the new world will produce countless rare treasures and blessed places during its gestation and evolution. In addition, there is the most precious world's origin energy. No matter who you are, as long as you get a trace of it, it is possible to change your life. Our territory has the eternal ancient tree that evolved from the ancient tree of life, and the eternal ancient tree's evolutionary direction is the world tree, or even the origin tree, which is naturally favored by the origin of the world. Add to that the 3 lives marriage tree, which is something that defies the heavens, and you can imagine it yourself. As soon as Yi can finish speaking, Li Jiqing came over stepping on flying flowers. In that case, except for the people who are mining the originium mine, no one should go out for now. Li Jiqing understood it all too well. Since the territory has such a great fortune, we must naturally seize it. Moreover, this kind of benefit will definitely not exist forever. It may fade away as the 9th heaven opens. What Xiaoqing said makes sense, but I will change it. The task of protecting the originium mine will be fully entrusted to the guardian tree. All of you will stay in the territory to comprehend. The guardian tree is a building-type life form, and the 3 lives marriage tree is useless to them. Moreover, they can move and transform into big trees to cover the source stone mines. If the enemy attacks, they can catch them off guard, which makes them much stronger than soldiers. After Yikin did all this, he took Li Jiqing to the eternal ancient tree. But when they were halfway there, Li Jiqing stopped him. When he turned around, he saw Xue Baochai coming over with the Shura army, the Yiksha army, and a group of snake girls. Oh my god, how could I forget about this? Yikin felt the fiery gazes of more than 100 beauties and suddenly shuddered. Damn, this new and tiring world. Chapter 132 Extreme Arms, Shadow Killer. Let me take care of this. Go do your own thing first. When Li Jiqing saw this scene, she quickly pushed Yikan. When she first came to the fairy forest, she felt a little jealous when she saw Yikan surrounded by beautiful women, but now she can't feel jealous at all. For the development of his territory, Yikan has to face the demands of so many beauties. Is this really a pleasure? But there was one thing she was very sure of. Next, she will have to stay alone in her empty room for a while. Yikan had a different idea about this. Although his attributes would increase by 1 with each additional Taoist companion, he didn't actually force it. After all, when it comes to love between men and women, you have to be sincere about it. If the territory troops had not taken the initiative to request it, he would have let it all take its course. But now he has strong attributes, and the demon made us put a lot of effort into his diet, so his body can still hold on. Buzz. You can put the legendary Lord's Heart of the Blade Centipede into the Sun and Moon Fairy pot, and the territory grade progress immediately changed from 8034/10,000 to 9034/10,000. Another step forward from the epic. He immersed his mind in the pot and found that the ratio of the 3 colors of the 3-color crystal had become completely balanced. Before, the power of creation could only create buildings of the highest legendary grade. Now, the power of creation is on par with the power of Xuanzu and the power of nature. Does this mean that the limit of creation has also caught up with the limit of the territory? Thinking of this, Yikan couldn't help but look at the Snakeman Lake and Shadow Pavilion in the distance. Buzz. Without saying a word, he directly mobilized the power of creation to cover the Snakeman Lake. Buzz. Buzz. 2 golden lights shot up into the sky, and Snake Lake and Shadow Pavilion transformed instantly. The circular building at Snakeman Lake suddenly grew larger, and the statue of Medusa on the top seemed to have turned into a real person, with skin texture that was unlike the real thing. What was even more incredible was that her eyes actually lit up. On the other side, the Shadow Pavilion not only became twice as large, but was also surrounded by a misty and mysterious smoke, like a pavilion in the clouds. Mysterious and powerful. These 2 buildings were actually successfully transformed into epic buildings. We've become stronger. The Demon Eye Snake Man and the Shadow Pavilion assassins felt the power surging out of their bodies and suddenly became excited. That's nothing. When you become my king's companions, you will become even more powerful. Cardan looked at the 2 with envy. She relied on her luck to fight back and become a legendary soldier. These guys were already at the legendary level when they first entered the territory, and now they have the blessing of epic buildings, which means they have one at the starting line. Compared with them, Oh Huang is actually nothing. At this time, Yi Kan and Li Jiqing heard a prompt sound. Epic-level barracks and extreme troops have been detected in the territory, and the extreme attributes are activated in advance. Extreme arms. Yi Kan was stunned. Just look at this and you'll know. At this time, Li Jiqing walked in from outside and pulled out the attribute panel of the Shadow Killer. Shadow Killer. Level 10. Grade Legend. Agility 3600. Extreme attribute. Original 360. Territory attribute 10 times blessing. Constitution 920. Original attribute 92. Territory attribute 10 times blessing. Spirit 940. Original attribute 94. Territory attribute 10 times blessing. Skills: Shadow Body Skill, Stealth Skill, Shadow Kill Skill, Burning Blood Strike. Introduction: An orphan who suffered from war entered the Shadow Pavilion and was trained to be an emotionless killing machine with absolute loyalty to his master. Agility is the ultimate attribute. You can look at the line of red text in the attribute column, looking puzzled. That's not the case. Li Jiqing shook her head and said, "You didn't receive any systematic training before becoming a lord, so you didn't see a lot of information. It's normal that you don't know." As she spoke, she opened the light curtain and checked something, then pushed a page in front of Yi Kan. That's some elaboration on properties. Regardless of lords, heroes, soldiers, or monsters, all attributes are expanded on the basis of physique and soul. Therefore, generally speaking, the Lord's heart will only analyze two basic attributes, namely physical and mental. This rule generally continues to the stellar level. When the Lord breaks through to the star level, if there are extreme troops in the territory, the extreme attributes will be activated. The ultimate attribute is analyzed based on physical fitness and spirit. It is not reflected in the equipment, but hidden in the body. The so-called extreme way means sacrificing some abilities and taking an extreme approach. I see. Now you can understood. The Shadow Killer excels at assassination and has practiced body skills to move in the darkness at extreme speeds. Their hit rate, dodge rate, and critical strike rate are the highest, but their lethality and defense will be weakened accordingly. In layman's terms, it's a squishy character who relies on speed, dodging, hits, and critical hits to survive. Besides Sister Bao, Shadow Killer will be given priority. After Yi Kan understood, he couldn't help but feel hot inside. Assassination of intelligence agencies, isn't that what we have? Chapter 133, Simple Life, Eternal Secret. Brother, please be more restrained this time. I don't want to be a widow. Li Jiqing rolled her eyes at Yi Kan and went straight to call the beauties to a meeting. Yi Kan walked towards the Three Lives marriage tree and greeted the smart and cute tree spirits. King, do you have anything good for us? Qingyao hugged Yi Kan's arm, jumping up and down, extremely happy. As the territory continued to develop, Yi Kan had less and less time to spend alone with them. Although the tree monsters are looking forward to upgrading their ranks, they are not as concerned as heroes like Nuba and other combat-type soldiers. Because from the beginning to the end, they just wanted to be carefree little tree elves in the forest. Of course, as long as the king calls them, they can become powerful warriors at any time and willingly sacrifice their lives. Especially now that they have a close relationship with the king. That's right. We are tired of eating ordinary spiritual rice and spiritual beans. This time I want to give you a different taste. Look, what is this? As he spoke, Yi Kan took out 2 grains of dragon tooth rice that he had exchanged from Liangqiu Nana. Wow, it's the legendary dragon Fong Mai. The tree spirits gently stroked the 2 1-meter-high dragon tooth rice plants in front of them, as if they had seen some rare treasures and couldn't let go. King, although these 2 dragon tooth rice seeds are not active enough and are almost dead, we have the moonlight well, so they can definitely be restored to life. After a careful examination, Qingyao gave a definite answer. Great. Then the arduous task of cultivating the dragon tooth rice will be handed over to you. However, the most important thing now is to comprehend and upgrade the quality. You can't lose sight of one thing while focusing on the other. Do you understand? Yi Kan rubbed Qingyao's hair, his eyes full of doting. Yes, sir. Qingyao suddenly stood on tiptoe, kissed Yi Kan on the face, then picked up Long Yami and ran away. Seeing this, the other tree monsters immediately chased after him. That's great. Yi Kan looked at the girls running on the ridges of the field, and a knowing smile appeared on his face. He likes these simple, kind and lovely girls who always keep their childlike hearts. When he had nothing to do on weekdays, he also liked to take walks among the spiritual fields, smell the fragrance of the grass, and feel the breath of revival of all things. That night, under Li Jiqing's arrangement, the last beautiful hero in Xianzonglan fell. Shui Baochai, wearing a phoenix coronet and a bridal robe, appeared in the treehouse, waiting for Yi Can's arrival just like Lin Daiyu did before. Sister Bao, the past cannot be changed, but the future can still be pursued. The past is gone. We should cherish the present and look to the future. It's time to untie your knot. Yi Can lifted the veil and looked at the extremely beautiful Shui Baochai and couldn't help but feel intoxicated. Sister Lin has told me everything about you. I don't care about anything else. As long as you don't abandon me, I will stick with you through thick and thin. Don't worry, Sister Bao. I will prove it with my actions. Then, Yi Can really started to act. In the following days, Yi Can once again lived a simple life with 7, 8, or 9 women a day. Li Jiqing did what she said and asked Yi Can to hold back a little, with one less person than before. And his guess was correct. With the blessing of the eternal ancient tree and the 3 lives marriage tree, the quality of the territory's troops was upgraded one after another. Especially the elves of the lowest level, they all made a breakthrough in just a few days, and some even directly rose by several levels. For example, Xiaofei, now she is a flawless elf. Master, Xiaoyu and I have discussed this, and we feel that while upgrading is important, the development of the territory cannot be left behind. So I decided to take some sisters to mine the source stone mine first. After 3 days, Xiaoyu will bring people to take over the shift. This intermittent meditation may be more effective. On this day, Yi Can had just inspected the territory through the eye of the demon when Xiaofei came to him with 10 elves. Okay, remember to bring enough food and water from the eternal well. Thank you, Master. Xiaofei flew forward, hugged Yi Can's face, and kissed him before leaving with her sisters. The elves are as innocent as the tree demons. Although they are not Yi Can's companions, they cannot enjoy the upgrade benefits of the 3 lives marriage tree. But they were born from the eternal ancient trees and are most in line with the origin of the Wonderland forest, so they are the biggest beneficiaries of this wave of benefits in the new world. Yi Can also thought of another possibility, which is the Well of Eternity. This magical well seems to have a special connection with the elves. Yi Can even suspected that the elves' Ohuang physique was closely related to the Well of Eternity. The upgrading of the elves may be due to the involvement of the Well of Eternity and some kind of interweaving with the Tree of 3 Lives. The eternal ancient tree, the Well of Eternity, and the Ring of Eternity. 3 eternities. Is there any connection between them? Yi Can frowned, but couldn't figure out the reason. King, I am at a relatively low level now, and the mark in my body is not yet fully awakened, so I know very little. However, I do have some vague impressions of the Well of Eternity and the Ring of Eternity. At this time, the voice of the eternal ancient tree sounded in Yi Can's ears. It seems that this world still hides many secrets. Yi Can muttered to himself. At this moment, he suddenly received a message. He opened it and found that it was sent by the little fox Lianqiu Nana. Brother Yi Can, my troops just went out to explore and found a group of Zerg heading towards the territory of the Blade Centipede. They might be looking for you, so be careful. Got it. Thank you, Nana. You're welcome. Nana can't compete for the position of village chief anyway, so she'll just follow Brother Yi Can from now on. Lianqiu Nana made a cute expression, which was very adorable. We have just arrived here, and there may be many hidden bosses. We will talk about this later. But if someone bullies you in the future, tell me. Whether Lianqiu Nana was deliberately acting cute or was truly innocent and kind, Yi Can would reciprocate her kindness. After all, Lianqiu Nana gave him the precious dragon tooth rice, and now she is tipping him off. Chapter 134 Ranking List opens. Zerg attacks. Announcement. The 9th level of Tianyan has been open for 10 days, and the 520 village rankings are now unlocked. The first unlocked list is the resource list, which will be settled after 3 days. The first place winner will receive a diamond treasure chest and 50 reputation points, while the second place winner will receive 2 gold treasure chests and 40 reputation points. The third place winner will receive a gold treasure chest and 30 reputation points. The 4th to 10th place winners will receive 3 silver treasure chests and 10 reputation points. Just as Yi Can arranged all the actions, a golden light appeared in the sky above Village 520, with large golden words inside. Oh my god, it's a good thing Xiaofei and Xiaoyu had the foresight, otherwise this list would be a bit difficult to deal with. Yi Can looked up at the sky and couldn't help but sigh. Xianzonglan is our home, so we naturally hope that this home will become better and better. Li Jiqing stood beside Yi Can, also looking relieved. At this time, 300 miles away from the fairy forest. Sir, the enemy has appeared. 2 Zerg lords, for legendary heroes, and 2 teams of legendary soldiers. Lin Daiyu stood in the demon god's space, urging the demon god's eye to retreat while looking coldly at the people below. The shadow killers stood behind her with murderous looks on their faces, ready to act at any time. Especially the one standing at the front of the line. Her name is Chu Qiao, and she is the shadow captain newly selected by Lin Daiyu. Because she is not only the strongest among the shadow killers, but also the second soldier in the Wonderland to break through to the epic level. As for the first one, it is naturally the number 1 Ohuang Cardan in the Wonderland. Cardan had also fought hard for this action. Because she was always the first one to upgrade, this caused extreme dissatisfaction among her sisters. She needed to gain credit through fighting to cushion her sister's hatred towards her. Otherwise, she was really worried that she would drown there the next time she went to Moon Lake. However, just when she thought that this Vanguard generalship was a done deal, Chu Qiao stood up. Cardan naturally refused to accept this. So, the two European beauties started fighting directly. Needless to say, under Chu Qiao's ghostly body movements, even though Cardan's lethality was greater, he still fell under the opponent's sword. In the end, Lin Daiyu led all members of the Shadow Pavilion to go out. Nuba led the Yaksha army, Shui Baochai led the Shura army, Princess Longji led the demon-eyed snake men to support, while the three major armies of the elves could only stare blankly. Sir, we have entered the territory within 100 kilometers. Lin Daiyu reported again. Take the Shadow Killer and get behind them and start hunting them. The rest of the troops will surround them and don't let any of them go. Yes. The 4 heroes and the 4 types of troops were dispatched instantly, as fast as lightning. Especially the Shadow Killers and Snake Ladies. Their movement speed in the jungle is not inferior to that of the elves. The Shadow Killer today is no longer the same as when he attacked the Blade Centipede. They changed into the shadow suits tailored for them by the Forging Tree, which not only increased their speed several times, but also greatly enhanced their lethality. Chichichichi. Only shadows flashed, and those Zerg warriors who fell behind died silently one by one. The noise caused by traveling at high speed through the jungle is quite loud, and in order to travel quickly, the Zerg advance in a single line as a team. It wasn't until 1/5 of the men and horses had died that they reacted. Damn it, what's going on? When they gathered together to count the men and horses, the Blade Centipede Lord discovered that so many men and horses were missing. However, before they could react, endless fog filled the jungle. Then, spears rained down from the sky. Chichichichi. Part of the Zerg was wiped out instantly. How dare you, a little reptile, covet my fairy forest? At this time, a domineering voice came from the sky. Then, a ball of red suddenly fell from the sky. Defense. The Blade Centipede roared, and the Zerg warriors reacted immediately, shrinking into a ball in an instant. Boom. The next moment, the surrounding soil and rocks suddenly rolled up, forming a huge mound of earth in an instant, wrapping them up. Boom. The fire from heaven only burned the bag of earth into dry lumps, but failed to explode it. However, at this moment, a dragon roar suddenly came from the sky. Boom. I saw a huge water dragon falling from the sky and suddenly crashing into the mound. Boom. Under the continuous bombardment of water and fire, the earth mound finally couldn't bear it and exploded. However, before they could react, snowflakes suddenly began to float from the sky. The accumulated water on the ground instantly froze into ice, and the temperature dropped suddenly. Chapter 135. The Zerg delivering food. What the hell is this? The bugs were stunned. Water and fire are fine, but ice and snow are what the Zerg fear the most. Kill. Kill. Just when they were frozen by the ice and snow, shouts of killing suddenly came from both sides. The Shura army and the Yaksha army were like two burning flames, attacking from both wings. And a group of red shadows rushed out in front. They were beautiful snake girls with enchanting snake tails. Their captivating looks and alluring eyes would make the Zerg warriors fall into a brief state of stagnation at a glance, and then have their heads cut off in a state of hallucination. Hateful. Upon seeing this, the Blade Centipede and the iron-armed Mantis Lord immediately flew into the air. Boom. At this moment, a beam of black and red light fell from the sky and directly hit them. 3 sisters, leave these 2 bugs to me. You guys deal with those bug heroes first. Lin Daiyu walked out of the Devil's Eyes. She stepped on the flying flowers, flew in the air, and walked towards the 2 Zerg lords in a domineering manner. TSK, TSK, TSK. The human race is really hopeless. They actually let such a delicate little girl take the lead. It's so funny. That's right. What else can a girl like this do except serve tea, pour water, and warm the bed, huh? When the Blade Centipede and iron-armed Mantis saw Lin Daiyu's delicate appearance, they immediately showed disdainful expressions. Although many of their Zerg warriors died, they did not think they would lose. The Zerg are different from the Terrans. They train their soldiers not using buildings, but using hives. As long as there are enough resources, they can send out as many soldiers as they want. Moreover, it is not as difficult for them, the Zerg, to upgrade their levels as it is for the Terrans. As long as they have something to devour, they can evolve and upgrade. This is also the reason why many ethnic groups hate the Zerg. They are invincible and can never be killed. Laugh. As a result, as soon as Blade Centipede finished speaking, he was hit by a sword in the weak part of his throat. Fortunately, it had powerful attributes behind it, so it was just injured. If it were an ordinary legendary hero, it would have been beheaded. The Iron-Arm Mantis was not in a much better situation. This time, Lin Daiyu not only stabbed the Blade Centipede with her sword, but also cut off one of its legs. How is that possible? This time, the two Zerg lords were frightened. When Nuba and the others saw how fierce Lin Daiyu was, they were no longer worried and rushed directly towards the four legendary Zerg heroes. Li Jiqing looked through the demon's eye for a while, and then looked away. Although they are both legendary, these bugs are still a little underwhelming. If all the bugs were of this quality, there would be no need to worry too much. This is just a small village. Even if there are strong opponents, there shouldn't be many. But even so, we can't take it lightly. We can underestimate them strategically, but tactically, we must take them seriously. Yikan took Li Jiqing into his arms and put a peeled grape into her mouth. What you said makes sense. Li Jiqing nodded and continued. The Zerg's revenge is nothing to worry about. Now we should focus on the ranking list. Don't worry, I haven't opened any treasure chests since I came to the new world. The treasure chests I got from killing monsters during this period are all in the warehouse. Did you know about the rankings a long time ago? Li Jiqing looked at Yikan in surprise. The affairs of the 9 worlds of Tianyin are confidential, and even a child of a big family like her doesn't know much. Yikan was born into a peasant family, so it is impossible for him to have such knowledge. I don't know, I just have a vague feeling. Yikan shook his head, but muttered in his heart. I played countless online games in my previous life, and I am already familiar with this kind of routine to stimulate consumption. It's just that this world doesn't stimulate consumption, but stimulates all races to fight for their lives. Sharp. Li Jiqing gave Yikan a thumbs up, then opened the friend list and pulled out a dialogue box. Su Lingyu. Sister, the Zerg have been going crazy lately, attacking our human territory everywhere. You better be careful. Hey, how did you become friends with this Su Lingyu? When Yikan saw this familiar name, he immediately became curious. Speaking of which, the conflict between him and Chongzi was because of this girl. Lung Yuran is actually quite nice, just a little shy. I read the chat history of the regional channel that day and added her as a friend. After Li Jiqing finished speaking, she immediately replied to Su Lingyu. Don't worry, the bugs that attacked my territory have been completely wiped out. Sister, you are awesome. Don't waste those Zerg corpses. Many Zerg groups are buying them. You can also sell them in the mall. I heard that the little fox exchanged the body of the Blade Centipede from Yikan. Although I don't know what price she paid, it must be a good thing. Oh. After reading it, Yikan was speechless. Forget it. I'll send a legendary Zerg to the little fox later. We can't bully a little girl, right? Li Jiqing couldn't help but smile when she saw him like that. Chapter 136 Jiang Daili's Discovery. Almost, you should leave. Yikan looked at the battle situation 100 miles away through the demon's eye, and then patted Li Jiqing on her butt. Give me a kiss first. Li Jiqing turned around and hugged Yikan, bringing her little face closer. Little guy, go and come back quickly. Yikan kissed her hard on the cheek, and the girl let go with satisfaction. Be good and wait for me at home. Don't go anywhere. After Li Jiqing finished speaking, she directly put on Lin Daiyu's template, then turned into a green shadow and disappeared. After Lin Daiyu collected the phantom suit, her strength increased dramatically and her speed far exceeded that of other heroes. In addition, she has a strong understanding and often meditates under the 3 lives marriage tree. She has cultivated the phantom body technique to the 4th level. Now she's like a BUG. Yikan and Li Jiqing both like to use her template. Master, all Zerg heroes and soldiers have been killed. According to your instructions, we opened a gap and let the Blade Centipede and Iron-Armed Mantis escape. Lin Daiyu conveyed the message to Yikan through the eye of the devil. Well, Shaoqing should be here by now. Let's start the action. Tell Chu Qiao and the others to be careful and not get discovered. Don't worry, sir. I promise to complete the task. Although Lin Daiyu tried her best to restrain herself, Yikan still felt her excitement. With the phantom suit, she is indeed the best person to chase the enemy. As for Li Jiqing, who used her template, there is no need to mention her. Harmful. Nuba and Princess Longji couldn't help but sigh as they watched Lin Daiyu and the shadow killer go away. Xue Baochai smiled slightly and said nothing, but she could not hide the envy in her eyes. Sister Baochai, the queen of Shaoqing, has taken away half of our young master's love, and now here comes Sister Lin, who is spoiled to heaven. What are we going to do in the future? When Nuba saw Xue Baochai's obedient smile, she immediately stepped forward and put her hands around her shoulders. This sudden action made Xue Baochai a little at a loss. Don't be afraid, Sister Baochai. Sister Xian is just like that. She treats you as a sister who shares the same suffering as her. Princess Longji was also a representative of gentleness, so she could naturally understand Xue Baochai's reaction. Sister Xian, you are joking. The young master is not that kind of person. Sister Qing has been with him through thick and thin when he was most lonely. She deserves all this. You just can't let go. Look at how arrogant your sister Lin is now. She doesn't even consider herself an outsider. After Nuba finished speaking, she put her hand on Princess Longji's shoulder and said, "Come on, let's go home and meditate. I don't believe that so many sisters like us can't defeat a cow, Cadden." Right, that's right. Nuba's words instantly resonated with Princess Longji and Xue Baochai. Even some Shura soldiers and Yiksha soldiers joined in the commotion. Only the snake girl and some Yiksha soldiers who had not yet been favored had dejected looks on their faces. After all, it's only 10 days, and even if Yi Kan is an Iron Man, he can't favor so many people. Besides, there is a mistress watching over him, not allowing him to overindulge himself. Your friend Zhang Daily wants to add you to the group chat. Do you agree? In the territory, Yi Kan was about to gather everyone together to arrange the next course of action when he received a message. When he saw it was Zhang Daily, he nodded his agreement without hesitation. My brother Chan is finally here. When Zhang Daily saw Yi Kan, he immediately sent out a series of crying expressions. Yi Kan, thank you for last time. It was so satisfying to kill that blade centipede. Su Lingyu also sent a cute expression. Welcome my brother Chan. Li Jiqing also came out to join in the fun, but she didn't show too much enthusiasm. The fact that they both belong to the same territory is their biggest trump card. The bugs seem to be very active lately. Is everyone okay? Yi Kan took a quick look and found that there were more than 100 people in the group. Obviously, almost all the human beings in the 520 Novice Village are here. Su Lingyu, it's okay. Although those bugs are arrogant, we humans are not vegetarians. Besides, it's not so easy to travel a long distance to attack other people's territory. Zhang Daily, brother, I've spent all my money on defense recently. I'm fine for now, but I don't dare go out. You have to take care of me. Don't worry. Even though it's far away, if the Zerg attack you, I will definitely help. The same goes for everyone else. If you find the coordinates of the Zerg, you can also tell me, and I will take care of it. Although Yi Kan used to like to protect himself, now it is not an internal conflict within the clan, so they must unite to face the outside world. And now the world will has unlocked the resource list. Whether it is farming, killing monsters, or attacking other people's territories, the resources obtained are within the scope of settlement. Well, my brother Kan is still the mighty one. Zhang Daily immediately became excited. Wang Ao. Humph. If he hadn't provoked the blade centipede for no reason, why would the Zerg target us? He caused the trouble himself, but we all have to bear the consequences together. Wu Ma Xiong. That's it. Wang Go, Wu Go Xiong. If you two don't talk, no one will think you are dumb. When Zhang Daily saw someone targeting Yi Kan, he immediately became dissatisfied. The battlefield of all races is not a game. The conflict between our human race and the Zerg has a long history. Don't you find it disgusting to say this? When it comes to the issue of ethnic stance, even the shy Su Lingyu couldn't help it. Don't be angry, Sister Lingyu. This Wang family member betrayed the human race when he was in the 8th heaven and colluded with the human-faced worms. It's not surprising that he would say such a thing. At this time, a man named Zhu Huifei suddenly appeared. Your Zhu family is quite powerful, but why did your 16th generation patriarch choose to commit suicide? Wang Ao hated it most when others brought up the dark history of his ancestors, so he immediately hit Zhu Huifei's sore spot. The emperor guards the country's gates, and the king dies for the country. I, the Zhu family, would rather die standing than live on my knees like those spineless creatures. What's wrong with that? Zhu Huifei spoke with great force. Hong Sanqian, brother Zhu is awesome. People live by their face, trees live by their skin. Some people just have no face or skin. I don't want to waste any more time. The battlefield of all races is a life and death struggle. I won't take the initiative to attack my own people, but if someone colludes with other races to harm my own people, I will never show mercy. Yi Kan didn't want to argue with the idiot, so he made his position clear. Is the blade centipede very powerful? At this time, Li Jiqing appeared at the right time and posted 2 pictures. One of the pictures showed her stepping on a blade centipede, and the other showed her demolishing the other party's territory. Oh my god, Sister Qing is so awesome. This blade centipede looks so familiar. It seemed to have passed through my territory not long ago. Oh my god, this is a legendary Lord's heart, sister. How did you do it? Great. With Brother Yi Kan and Sister Li Jiqing in the 520 Novice Village, we can accomplish great things. When the people in the group saw the photo, they were instantly excited. Wang Ao and Wu Maxiong chose to remain silent. They knew that if they acted like a demon at this time, it would definitely arouse public anger. Brother, should we kick those 2 out? They are the descendants of traitors, and they might become traitors in the future. Jiang Daily suddenly chatted with Yikan privately. So you are the group leader. Yikan suddenly realized, and then said, keep it. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Okay, I'll listen to you, brother. By the way, brother, there seems to be something strange outside my territory. Once, a Zerg lord came to cause trouble for me, and then disappeared inexplicably. Did another lord take action? No. Jiang Daily said confidently. I have an eagle-eye lookout tower that can see an area of 30 kilometers outside the territory. It can also see through the fog of war and make sure that no lord has taken action. Then how did they disappear? I don't know. There's a huge tree in that place, blocking the view. Okay, send me the exact coordinates. I'll go check it out after the rankings are calculated. Yikan stroked his chin and began to think. Buzz. At this moment, a light suddenly flashed beside him, and Li Jiqing came back. Chapter 137 Su Daji breaks out. Epic hero. Did you miss me? Li Jiqing threw herself into Yi Kan's arms. You're back before I even had time to miss you. Yi Kan scratched her nose and asked, is everything going well? Needless to say, there is nothing I can't handle when I take action. As he spoke, Li Jiqing had already taken out 2 lords' hearts from the storage bag, but unfortunately both were perfect. Strange, how can a perfect Zerg lord have so many legendary heroes? Yi Kan threw 2 lords' hearts into the Sun and Moon Fairy pot, and the territory level experience directly increased to 9234/10,000. As long as 1 more legendary lord is killed, the eternal ancient tree will undergo its second great transformation, and all the buildings and creatures of the elves will be upgraded. I don't know. There are so many Zergs. Maybe they can devour each other and evolve. That makes sense. That's just such an unreasonable race. Yi Kan agreed deeply. Oh, by the way, the blade centipede I killed is already level 14, which is higher than ours. This is not good. What if a level list is released in a few days? At this time, Li Jiqing raised a crucial question. Indeed, the list involves diamond-level treasure chests. Such important resources must not fall into the hands of the enemy. But don't worry, we can reach level 14 too. As he spoke, Li Jiqing took out a large amount of resources. Among them, there are 800 million source crystals, 100 million boundary stones, more than a dozen gold treasure chests, hundreds of silver treasure chests, and several Zerg nest buildings. Very good. Yi Kan waved his hand and took out 100 million boundary stones from the warehouse and put them together with Li Jiqing's 100 million into the Sun and Moon Immortal pot. Buzz. As the light flashed, the territory directly rose to level 14, and the territory area also expanded from 8 square kilometers to 16 square kilometers. It's been spent so quickly. Suddenly, there are only 30.5 million world stones left. Each on side. But our source crystals are about to explode, 15.45 billion. Li Jiqing looked at the resources in the treehouse and said, these things are never enough to spend. As he spoke, Yi Kan took out an arrow tower and used the power of nature to transform it into a legendary guardian tree. Then he used the power of creation again, but unfortunately his luck was not as good as he imagined, and the quality of the guardian tree was still legendary. Buzz. With a wave of his hand, 188,880,000 source crystals disappeared, and the guardian tree became level 14. Afterwards, he spent another 8 billion to upgrade the remaining level 12 and 13 guardian trees to level 14. Over 8 billion is gone in a flash. Do you think this money is worth spending? Yi Kan looked at Li Jiqing. Li Jiqing's face suddenly turned bitter, but she cheered up immediately. It's okay, there are so many Zerg territories, just destroy a few more. I just like your perseverance. You taught me well when I was little. Of course, my wife must have been raised by myself. Ahem. Yi Kan smiled awkwardly, changed the subject in time, and pulled Li Jiqing towards the 3 lives marriage tree. Li Jiqing looked at him strangely. Young master. When the heroes and soldiers saw Yi Kan and Li Jiqing moving out at the same time, they knew that there must be something big to be announced, so they all stood up. The matter of comprehension has come to an end. Now we must focus on impacting the resource list. Except for Yuqing and the tree demon, everyone went out to sweep the area, radiating 600 kilometers from the territory. As long as they are not human, kill them all. You can decide how to allocate manpower. Yes. The beauties felt Yikan's murderous intent and immediately became serious. Buzz. At this moment, Su Daji's body suddenly trembled as if she was stimulated by something. Buzz. Endless golden light burst out of her body, forming a dazzling beam of light that shot straight into the sky. Behind her, four large tails as white as snow emerged, which was a sign that her bloodline had broken through to level 4. With the breakthrough of her bloodline, her talent of natural charm also rose to level 4, and the charm bonus became 60. With the blessing of territory characteristics, it is 600. With the addition of the deep sea star and sky crystal earrings, Su Daji's total charm has now reached 620. I'll go. Envious. Envy. Hatred. Except for Hushime and Yuqing who looked excited, and Cardin who looked relieved, the rest of the beauties had complicated and aggrieved expressions on their faces. Why is the gap between people so big? It's okay that this guy occupies an important position in the young master's heart, but now he has become an upgraded hero. Daji. Seeing this, Yikan immediately stepped forward and held Su Daji's hand. The excitement in his eyes was self-evident. The reward for the first place on the list is a diamond treasure chest, but Su Daji upgraded her rank at this time. Isn't it just to prepare for opening the treasure chest? Thanks to you, sir. Daji lived up to everyone's expectations and won honor for our hero. Su Daji was also very excited. With the rise of various heroes and arms, she began to become less dazzling than before. Although the bond between her and her two sisters allowed them to always stand tall in the territory, she still felt a sense of urgency, but now she could finally let it go. Your upgrade is just what happened, but Xiao Yu and Xiao Fei are right. Working in isolation may not be useful. Going out for a walk may bring you greater gains. After Yikan finished speaking, he looked at the beauties and waved. Let's go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, all the heroes and soldiers formed into military formations in an instant, then rose from the ground and rushed out of the territory. In view of the different abilities of different heroes, Yikan assigned different types of troops to them. Wang, why don't we go? Yuqing and Qingyao looked at Yikan in confusion. Yuqing, you have mostly auxiliary skills, so it's more appropriate for you to guard the territory. After Yikan finished speaking, he rubbed Qingyao's head and said, the resources obtained from farming are also included in the settlement range. Just do what you are good at. How is the dragon tooth rice now? Rice ears have already grown, but our territory lacks a bit of dragon energy. I am just about to try using the water from the eternal well. Dragon energy? Yikan thought about it and suddenly understood. Legend has it that dragon tooth rice is the food of real dragons, and a trace of dragon energy is needed to cultivate it. However, the territory is only level 13 now. Although the Well of Eternity is used to continuously change the environment of the territory, it still cannot give birth to its own dragon vein. This dragon energy is indeed a bit difficult to deal with. By the way, can we use dragon blood instead? Yikan suddenly asked. Yes, according to legend, if you water it with dragon blood, you can grow even more powerful blood jade dragon tooth rice. Qingyao thought about it and nodded suddenly. I'll figure out a way to deal with this. You can take one to test the water from the eternal well first. Yes. After the elves and tree demons walked towards the spiritual field, Yikan sensed Lin Dayu's location through the Lord's heart and discovered that she had entered the territory within 600 miles. The last time he immersed his mind into the sun and moon fairy pod, while using the power of creation to transform the Snakeman Lake and the Shadow Pavilion, he also gained insight into a new use of the Lord's heart. The three-color crystal is formed by the fusion of Yi Kan and Li Jiqing's Lord's hearts. When the three forces of Xuanzu, nature and creation reach a balance, the Lord can use it to communicate with everyone in the territory. This kind of communication is different from the telepathic connection of the Eternal Ring and will gradually fade as the distance increases. But for a Lord at the Talent Star level, it is already incredible. Because ordinary Lords need to reach the Domain Lord level to obtain this ability. Yikan possesses the three powers of Xuanzu, nature and creation, so he skipped 2 levels to unlock. Brother, I have something good to show you. When Yikan was about to communicate with Lin Dayu, Li Jiqing suddenly took out a secret crystal portal. Anywhere door? Yikan's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 138. Provocation of the Invertebrate Zerg. Yes, that blade centipede contributed. Li Jiqing also looked excited. She also didn't expect that the first operation she led in the new world would yield such a good thing. In the past 10 days, Yi Kan and Li Jiqing have been cramming their knowledge of the 9 worlds of Tianyin, including this portal. This is a teleportation-type building that can only be opened by people who have certain permissions in the new world. The portals obtained by killing monsters or through other means are all disposable items and have limited transmission range. For example, the one in Li Jiqing's hand can only be used within the 520 novice village. It can be used to travel to any coordinates and keep the portal from disappearing for an hour. I was just worrying about how to get dragon blood. Now with this portal, it will be much more convenient. After Yi Kan finished speaking, he immediately sent a message in the human group. 10 million source crystals, seeking the coordinates of a dragon monster. No. No +1. No +2. When everyone in the group saw Yi Kan popping up, they all came out to join in the fun, but none of them had any useful information. Brother Chan, I think I saw a big black shadow at the place I told you about last time. It looks a bit like a dragon. When Yi Kan thought he would get nothing, Jiang Daily suddenly appeared. Are you sure? Not sure, but I took a video. You can see for yourself. As he spoke, Jiang Daily directly sent a 10-second video to the group. Yi Kan clicked on it and found that there was indeed a huge black shadow flashing by in the video. From the outline, it looked very similar to the legendary dragon. Hong Sanqian. Oh my goodness, Fatty, is this thing near your territory? Su Lingyu. Group leader, now I know why you don't dare to leave the territory. If it were me, I wouldn't dare to leave either. Zhu Huifei. Fatty, your luck is incredible. You encountered a dragon at the planetary level. Could that be a lair? Brother Zhu, are you interested too? At this time, Yi Kan finally spoke. What's the point of being interested? Dragons are legendary soldiers, and their physiques are as abnormal as those of epic lords. If someone accidentally encounters a dragon king, he will die without knowing how. If the dragon's nest was near my territory and I could get enough supplies, I might still be able to fight, but forget about it with the fat guy. Zhu Huifei obviously also wanted to attack the dragon, but his strength did not seem to allow it. You guys still want to chat here? Go check out the regional channel. At this time, Wu Maxiong suddenly popped up. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately switched to the 520 Novice Village channel and found that some human lords were arguing with the Zerg lords. Sakata Kento, human-faced turbot, you humans have an old saying, those who practice hard are heroes. Since you don't dare to gamble, get out of the 520 Novice Village as soon as possible. Ding Jin, human, fuck you, you soft reptile. You are such a spineless thing. How dare you shout like that? Minako Furuwei, human-faced turbot, then why don't you place your bets? Hong Jinwu, human, we have Zhu Huifei, a descendant of the Ming Queen, and Hong Sanqian, a descendant of Hong Qi. Would we be afraid of you soft reptiles? Bone Rock, Blade Centipede, what's the point of saying more? If you have the guts, place your bets. Don't let us Zerg look down on you. Liangxiu Nana, Sky Fox Clan, brother Yi Kan is already 5th, he won't lose to you. Nongying, Moonshadow Cat, I also think brother Yi Kan has a chance. He gave us a lot last time. Nongyu, Moonshadow Cat, my sister is talking nonsense. You guys keep going. Apparently, the little kitty named Nongying also wanted to support Yi Kan, but was interrupted by her sister. Only then did everyone react. It turned out that the human-faced Turbolarians had started a gambling game regarding the resource rankings, hoping to use it to strike back at the human race. Strange, I didn't see any human-faced Turbolarians before me. How did they appear? In the human group, Zhu Huifei sent a puzzled expression in the group. Hong Sanqian, Wang Ao, your family seems to be quite familiar with the human-faced Turbolarians. Do you know what's going on? Wang Ao, Hong Sanqian, stop slandering me. This has nothing to do with me. Hong Sanqian, I don't think I said it has anything to do with you. Zhu Huifei, oh, Su Lingyu, this. Hong Sanqian, I'll go. Wang Ao, fuck, stop accusing me of anything. It really has nothing to do with me. I know nothing. Wang Ao couldn't help but feel a little panicked when he saw everyone's reactions. Li Jiqing quietly opened the resource ranking list. First place, Kento Sakata, points 506324. Second place, Minako Furuwei, points 485,560. Third place, Zhu Huifei, points 368,825. Fourth place, Hong Sanqian, points 325,583. Fifth place, Yi Kan, points 289690. That's unscientific. How come we only got over 200,000 points after destroying 2 Zerg territories? Li Jiqing was a little unhappy. Part of these points are from the 2 territories you seized, part are from the source stone mines mined by Xiaoyu and her friends, and some are from farming by Qin Yao and her friends. But don't forget, We haven't opened the treasure chest in the warehouse yet. Yikan looked at the list and gave a weird smile. Brother, you are. Li Jiqing seemed to have thought of something and immediately snuggled into Yi Kan's arms, looking at him expectantly. This gambling game was initiated through the will of the world. Once it is opened, it must be fair and just. They are betting on the first place, and whoever wins can share the entire gambling money according to the proportion of the bet amount to the winning amount. We are not in a hurry to rush to the top of the list. We will open all the treasure chests when we are ready to settle the accounts. Yikan showed a smile like an old fox. You are worthy of being my man, awesome. Li Jiqing suddenly felt at ease. But just in case, we have to do one more thing. When Yikan said this, his expression suddenly became serious. Chapter 139, Dragon's Nest as the Guide, Undercurrent Surges. You mean, about the dragon's nest? Li Jiqing thought about what Jiang Daily said and understood it instantly. That's right, if you don't take what heaven gives you, you will suffer the consequences. If that is really a dragon's nest, the lowest type of troops is of legendary grade, and the ones that drop are at least golden treasure chests, so we must take them. In addition, with the dragon blood in hand, our dragon tooth rice can also be successfully cultivated, which will give us another wave of points. Yikan took the anywhere door from Li Jiqing and continued. I want to take both the anywhere door and the eye of the devil. You've seen what's going on in the group. The human-faced worms didn't say a word before, but now they suddenly show up and act like demons. It's very likely that they moved in recently using the city relocation order. These guys have been fighting against the human race since the 8th heaven, and now they suddenly appear here. They must have some unknown purpose. Li Jiqing recalled the conversation in the group and naturally saw some clues. Although Wang Ao denied it flatly, it was not difficult to tell from his previous overreaction that he knew about it, and that this matter was most likely related to their family. What other reasons could there be? Either the blade centipede and iron-armed mantis have found helpers, or the human-faced planarian sees that the human race here is weak and wants to take over this novice village. Maybe it's related to the appearance of the dragon's nest. Yikan had guessed it long ago. As for why the human-faced Turbolarians knew about the dragon's nest, needless to say, it must have been told by a traitor in the group. If that's the case, your trip will be dangerous. Li Jiqing looked worried. Don't worry, with Lin Daiyu's template, it will take a star-level epic lord to take me down. And don't forget, we are inseparable. As long as you are alive, I will not die. Yikan smoothed her hair and kissed her on the forehead. Whoosh. At this moment, a flash of light appeared outside the territory, and a shadow appeared in an instant. Buzz. As the demon's eye hovered, a light gate slowly opened. Lin Daiyu walked out with 40 graceful, capable, and heroic beauties. Sir, the mission has been successfully completed. Lin Daiyu flew to the ground, and the 40 beauties behind her immediately knelt on one knee. The scene looked very pleasing to the eye. Everyone, stand up. From now on, Xian Zonglin will abolish these empty formalities and replace them with fist-clasping formalities. Yikan waved his hand and took the eye of the demon. Buzz. As he urged, a mountain of corpses fell down from inside. All of them were Zerg. Xiaoqing, I'll leave these Zerg corpses to you to deal with. After Yikan finished speaking, he immediately opened the dialogue box of the little fox Liangqiu Nana, clicked on the transaction, and placed the body of the iron-armed demon mantis on it. Brother Yikan, what are you doing? Liangqiu Nana looked at the legendary Zerg corpse, and her big eyes suddenly lit up with little stars. But when she thought about it carefully, she didn't seem to have said she wanted to buy it. Last time you gave me 2 dragon fong rice, which is worth far more than a legendary Zerg corpse. I took advantage of you. This legendary mantis is my compensation to you. But this dragon tooth rice is just a one-time consumable. It can only improve a few properties. The little fox was touched, but also a little confused. Silly girl, dragon tooth rice can be grown as seeds. But the dragon tooth rice I gave my brother has lost its vitality and cannot be cultivated. Moreover, it requires expensive resources such as spiritual fields and spiritual springs. I have my own way of dealing with these things. Just take what you give me and be obedient. Oh, although the little fox was full of doubts, he still obediently signed the transaction. When they completed the transaction, Li Jiqing had already come to Yikan carrying a large bag of eternal well water. Safety first, don't be impulsive. Don't you know me yet? Let's go. Yikan took the spring water, put on Lin Daiyu's template, and rushed out of the territory. Sister Qing, what is this, young master? Lin Daiyu couldn't help feeling a little worried when she saw Yikan in such a hurry. I'm going to do something big. Please work harder during this period. You must take good care of the family. On the other side, the Zerg swarm. Wang sang, are you sure that Yikan would plan to attack the dragon's nest? Kento Sakata tagged Wang Ao. This guy is indeed a traitor to the human race, and he has even joined the Zerg group chat. If people like Hong Sanqian and Zhu Huifei knew about this, they would dig 3 feet underground to find him and then torture him to death. I'm not sure either. I'll take a screenshot of their chat history, and you can read it and make your own judgment. I have to say, although Wang Ao is a traitor, he is indeed smart. His action directly freed himself from the situation. Anyway, he has already received the money, so no matter what judgment the Zerg makes or what actions they take, whether they succeed or fail, it has nothing to do with him. From the incident with the Blade Centipede, it is not difficult to see that this human is a vengeful and resolute person. Since he took the initiative to inquire about the information of dragon monsters, he will definitely not let go of this place that is suspected to be a dragon's nest. Perhaps we can fight on 2 fronts. Minako Furue thought for a moment and expressed her opinion. The human-faced Turbolarians are the most disgusting race among the Zerg. Although they are human-shaped, they look a bit like mangy dogs walking upright. They are short, have slippery skin, and are similar to slugs, which is very disgusting. Since they have no backbone to support them, they can collapse into a mass at any time and turn into soft-bodied worms, which can disgust the opponent to death before they even attack. Although these guys look disgusting, they are very good at devouring other species and analyzing their genes. Then, through means such as pollution and radiation, terrible mutated soldiers were created, the most terrifying of which were the suicide soldiers. I agree with Minako's suggestion. Kento Sakata thought about it and made a decision immediately. They paid a considerable price to move into the 520 novice village this time. If they could capture a complete dragon's nest, everything would be worth it. Chapter 140. The Zerg are dispatched, and the killing intent surges out. Brother Chan, where have you been? Yikin was sitting cross-legged in the eye of the demon and moving forward rapidly, when he suddenly received a message from Jiang Daily. We still have half the journey to go. Wait a minute. Yikin looked at a valley in the distance shrouded in the fog of battle and was speechless. According to the map, this is already the center of the novice village. The fairy forest is in the southwest of the village, and Jiang Daily's territory is in the northeast of the village. Although the 2 territories are not on the border, even so, even if Yikin activates the demon eye at full speed, it will take half a day to reach Jiang Daily. Then hurry up, I feel a chill on my back. If the Zerg attacks my territory now, I will be dead. Jiang Daily stood on the Eagle Eye lookout tower, like a rolling ball, constantly observing in all directions. If you were so scared, why did you reveal the news about the dragon to the group? I didn't think so much about it at the moment. Jiang Daily is a little scared now. The human race is the most complex group in the world. Otherwise, there would not be such a saying as human hearts are hard to predict. From ancient times to the present, the human race has had countless heroes who are worthy of praise, but there are also many traitors who are condemned by thousands of people. Jiang Daily is an optimist and always does things in a carefree manner. After this lesson, he finally understood the importance of being careful in what he said and did. On the other side, the Zerg troops have also gathered. Master, we have found out the coordinates of the suspected dragon's nest and the approximate location of Yikin's territory. Not long after, a thin, slippery insect crawled in through the window. It squirmed and piled up, and soon turned into a dwarf only a little over 1 meter tall. Very good. Upon hearing this, Kento Sakata stood up excitedly. Sakata-kun, let's do what we agreed on before. Yikin's territory belongs to me, and the dragon's nest belongs to you. Minako Furue's eyes also flashed, and her face was full of excitement. Don't worry, I don't care about the human territory. I only want the dragon's nest. Kento Sakata waved his hand in a very generous manner. In its view, what else can it get from the human territory except a lord's heart and hundreds of millions of resources? Even if the other party has hidden some good things, can they compare with the dragon's nest? That's a building that can summon dragons. As long as it occupies the dragon's nest, it will not only obtain legendary dragon troops, but also obtain their genes and cultivate a more terrifying Zerg army. Mr. Sakata, I am willing to take the lead in this encirclement and suppression of Yikin. Blade Centipede Bone Rock hated Yikin so much. This time with the support of the human-faced turbulent Zerg, it felt that the outcome was no longer a suspense, so it decided to take action itself. Then I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Guyen. As long as we succeed in encircling and suppressing Yikin this time, I will definitely reward you greatly. Kento Sakata patted Guyan's armor with a look of relief on his face. It was worried that no one would be its cannon fodder, and this blade centipede had thick skin and flesh, making it the perfect candidate for death. I am also willing to give my life for Miss Minako. On the other side, The lord of the iron-armed mantis refused to admit defeat and directly joined Minako Furue's team, acting as the vanguard in attacking Yikan's territory. Set off. The two human-faced Turbolarian lords looked at each other and immediately jumped onto the back of the giant beetle next to them. Their Zerg heroes and soldiers jumped onto a flat, long Zerg and crushed it like an enlarged version of a steamroller at an extremely fast speed. Brother Can, this is terrible. I found a Zerg spy. Damn, a spotted snake as thick as a thigh. So fucking disgusting. Jiang Daily accidentally saw a giant snake under a huge rock and was so scared that he ran down the Eagle Eye lookout tower. Don't be afraid of a hammer. I'm already here. You can't die. Yikan stood in the demon god's space and walked around Jiang Daily's territory. He had already figured out the number and locations of the insect spies, but he did not take any action, fearing to alert the enemy. Really? Where are you? Jiang Daily suddenly became excited. He is a chatterbox and has been in the new world for 10 days, but he hasn't met a single familiar person. If it weren't for the regional channels and group chats, he would have been suffocated to death long ago. I'm observing the dragon's nest. Your luck is incredible. You actually landed in such a terrifying place. Yikan hid in the eye of the demon, observing the giant fortress surrounded by giant trees, and was also a little surprised. The area of this fortress is probably about 10,000 square meters. There were huge shadows swaying inside, and occasional sounds of dragon roars could be heard. It was obviously a dragon's nest. I'm a farming lord. This is going to kill me. After Jiang Daily confirmed that it was the dragon's nest, he was immediately trembling with fear. Fortunately, he didn't run around, otherwise he wouldn't know how he died. Buzz. After Yikan knew the situation in his mind, he no longer hid himself. Buzz. He jumped out directly from the eye of the demon, and then swaggered towards Jiang Daily's territory. Fatty, open the door, I'm coming. Okay. Jiang Daily immediately opened the north gate and welcomed Yikan into the territory. When the insect spy hiding in the dark saw this, he immediately took a photo and sent it to Kinto Sakata and Minako Furue. What's going on? Yikan actually went to the dragon's nest alone. After Kinto Sakata got the news, he immediately lost his composure and contacted Minako Furue directly. Sakata-kun, since we can all get the order to relocate the city, can't Yikan get the anywhere door? Just one message from Minako Furue dispelled Kinto Sakata's doubts. Indeed, if Yikan really wanted to attack Dragon's Nest, he would not be able to act alone. There is only one possibility for this situation to occur. That is, he is carrying a portal that can summon an army at any time. On the other side, after Yikan entered Jiang Daily's territory, he couldn't help but smack his lips. How afraid of death is this guy? They actually built 3 layers of walls, with a defense tower every 10 meters inside the wall, providing triple firepower coverage. In this situation, even if legendary troops come to attack, they will suffer heavy losses. Fatty, do you really plan to farm for the rest of your life? Yikan looked at Jiang Daily, who was getting fatter and fatter, and found it hard to imagine that this guy was a farming lord. What else can I do? I can't fight. Jiang Daily brought Yikan to the center of his territory, which was a small wooden building surrounded by wooden frames. Now the small wooden building is covered with lush green vines, hung with heavy grapes and passion fruit. Why does it look a bit like my elf-flavored house? Yikan looked at this familiar painting style and couldn't help but feel emotional. The elf-flavored house. That's an incredible building, but it's a pity I've never found it. You're worthy of being my brother Chan. Jiang Daily immediately gave a thumbs up, but Yikan's next sentence almost choked him to death. During the trial, it was smashed to pieces by the big boss. Oh my god, brother Can, please accept my condolences. Jiang Daily trotted over to Yikan and introduced. Look, these are the fruits of my labor during this period of time. Half of them are spiritual fields. Isn't it amazing? As a farming lord, this is really pretty good. There are 60 arable fields in Jiang Daily's territory, 30 of which are spiritual fields, planted with spiritual seeds. A group of orcs with antlers were busy in the fields. Obviously, this is a special type of soldier that specializes in planting, a bit like the elf tree demon in the Wonderland. Brother, enemies appeared 500 miles away from the territory, and the leader is the iron-armed mantis. At this moment, Yikan suddenly received a telepathic message from Li Jiqing. It seems that the traitor has indeed leaked the news. The other side is fighting on 2 fronts. I have also found the enemy here. Yikan observed through the demon's eye and found that enemies appeared 600 miles away. In addition to the old rival, the blade-shaped centipede, there are also some strange insects, some of which are very familiar to the human-faced planarian. Dwarfs? Why do they look a bit like a certain shameless tribe in my previous life? When Yikan saw these ugly yet somewhat familiar guys, a nameless murderous intent suddenly surged up in him. Chapter 141. Little Turbolarian, so ridiculous. Brother, how can you do this alone? Hurry up and open the door and come back. Li Jiqing was so worried about Yikan that she couldn't think about so many things. Silly boy, if I leave now, what will happen to the fat guy? Don't worry, I have a way to hold them back. The Originium mine is of utmost importance to our territory. First, let Xiaoyu and the others seal the mine, withdraw all of them back to the territory, and hide them. Then you open a gap, let the enemy into the territory, and then close the door to fight the dog. Any male that enters the territory will be weakened by half. With the strength of our territory, we should be able to deal with them quickly. When Yikan decided to travel, he had naturally already thought of a foolproof plan. Okay, then be careful. After Li Jiqing finished speaking, she immediately went to make arrangements. Fatty, you are not a warlord, so don't take part in this operation. Just watch the fun. Yikan waited until all the Zerg were in position before he used his phantom body technique to rush out of Jiang Daily's territory. Hey, Brother Chan. Jiang Daily wanted to hold Yikan back, but it was too late. Although I am a farming territory and my troops are not suitable for long-term battles, they still have some combat effectiveness. After Jiang Daily finished speaking, he snapped his fingers towards a large house in the distance. My lord, is there a war? The ball rolled, and a group of fat men similar in size to Jiang Daily rushed out of the house. Each of these men was big and strong, holding small wine barrels in their hands and carrying a huge cannon on their backs. Needless to say, they are all artillerymen. Everyone, get on the city wall. If my brother is in danger later, don't worry, just go for it. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing this, the fat gunners immediately became energized, drank up the wine in the small barrels, and rushed to the wall of the north gate. After Yikan threw out the mosquito-sized demon eye, he slowly walked towards the dragon's nest. It looks like this guy is going to open any door. The blade centipede bone rock actually transformed into 6 arms, holding 2 sharp knives, 2 axes, and 2 hammers. Don't be impatient. Wait until they and the dragon are both badly injured before we take action. Kento Sakata did not get off his mount, but sat on it and acted as the commander. Yes, Sakata-kun. The Zergs stared at Yikan, but they didn't know that Yikan was carefully observing their troop ratio through the eye of the demon. To deal with me alone, for lords were dispatched. Yikan opened the attribute panel of the human-faced Turbolarian. His eyes became bloodshot, as if they were about to burn. Sakata Takedo. Species, human-faced planarian. Gender, male. Level, epic. Level, 14. Physical fitness, 6533. Spirit, 5433. Skill, blood refining sutra. Skills, regeneration, devouring, toxin pollution, splitting. Introduction, a descendant of a famous human-faced planarian family. He is a bloody lord who is willing to kill even his own people for the sake of good genes. He likes to slaughter humans and collect their skins. You bastard, it turns out there's more to it than just looks like it. Yikan first switched to Hushime's template, put a 9 Phoenix fighting soul on himself, and then switched back to Lin Dayu's template. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. At the same time, the eye of the demon hanging above the Zerg army suddenly opened. Buzz. In an instant, a black and red beam of light tore through the sky and directly hit the dragon's nest. Roar! Roar! The next moment, endless dragon roars resounded through the sky, and huge figures over 20 meters long rose into the air and rushed towards the direction of the demon's eye. What the hell, what's going on? Who did it? Stand up for me. At this moment, not to mention Blade Centipede, even Sakata Kento, who prided himself on being wise, was at a loss. Damn it, they didn't do anything. At this time, Yikan calmly appeared on the top of a giant tree, peeking at the attributes of these dragons through the eye of the demon. Amethyst Dragon. Level, 20. Grade, Legend. Physical fitness, 10,000. Spirit, 10,000. Skills, Rip, Wind, Dragon's Breath. Introduction, powerful amethyst dragon warriors. They feed on various minerals, can shed precious amethyst stones, and their sharp claws can tear apart all invading enemies. As expected of a dragon clan, even at level 20, without any equipment, it has such incredible attributes. It looks like it will be enough to give these bugs a hard time. Yikan looked at these giant dragons, and his eyes gradually became hot. Although he has the perverted demon's eye in his hand, which can be used to transport troops. But there is only one of this thing, which is not enough. If you can train a team of dragons, then heroes and soldiers won't have to fight all the way when they travel in the future. Roar! Roar! Sure enough, the dragons did not disappoint Yi Can. With just a few breaths of dragon, they caused heavy casualties to the insect soldiers. These lowly bugs actually attacked the great amethyst dragon clan. Kill them. At this moment, a majestic voice suddenly came from the dragon's nest deep in the giant tree, scaring Yi Can so much that he got goosebumps all over his body. Oh my god, there really is a dragon king. Now Yi Can was a little uneasy. Ordinary amethyst dragons are already at the legendary level, so the dragon king must start at the epic level, right? As if to verify Yi Can's words, a huge figure suddenly rushed out of the dragon's nest. It was a 50-meter-long dragon. Its eyes are like lanterns, and its body is covered with purple crystals. It is very dazzling under the sunlight. Amethyst Dragon King. Level, 22. Level, Epic. Physical Fitness, 22,500. Spirit, 20,500. Skills, Domination, Shock, Tear, Wind, Dragon's Breath. Introduction. The powerful Amethyst Dragon King, whose blood power alone can shock all races, can also command all dragons and sweep across the world. Fortunately, although it is very strong, it is not so strong that it is invincible. After Yi can read the attributes of the Amethyst Dragon King, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Despicable human, I, the human-faced planarian, will never coexist with you. At this time, the flustered Kinto Sakata finally stabilized the situation. He used the insect sea tactics to separate the dragons and prepared to defeat them one by one. At this time, it also discovered Yi Can hiding on the top of the tree, and its face was distorted with anger. Little Turbolarian, how ridiculous. Yi Can stood facing the wind with his arms folded across his chest, looking down at Kinto Sakata with disdain. Crash. Kinto Sakata was so angry that bubbles appeared all over his body. He turned into a slippery, giant worm and flew into the air, rushing towards the big tree where Yi Can was. Fuck, bitches are just disgusting, ugh huh. Yi Can vomited out of disgust, then directly switched to the Nuba template and smashed down with a big fire ring. ZZ. As a puff of green smoke rose, Kinto Sakata suddenly let out a shrill scream. Chapter 142. What is that? So thick and long. Chichichichi. When Yi Can was about to finish off the bug, its body suddenly exploded. Self-destruction? No, it split. By the time Yi Can reacted, it was too late. Sakata Kinto had already turned into countless small insects and burrowed into the ground. On the other side, the Zerg army also changed its tactics. I saw several transport jellyfish open their huge mouths, and a group of deathly bats covered with lumps all over their bodies flew out. These guys are a kind of suicide soldiers of the Zerg. The killing power of a single one is not great, but the power of a group of them cannot be underestimated. They took advantage of the moment when the amethyst dragon finished spewing out its dragon breath and suddenly hit their eyes. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of loud noises, the death bats exploded one after another. The terrible impact force, along with the venom, instantly injured the amethyst dragons, causing them to lose their eyesight. Roar. The amethyst dragon couldn't see, so it could only instinctively spit out dragon breath to protect itself, but it accidentally hurt many of its own kind. At the same time, the Zerg's Hydralisk troops were dispatched. This is a type of soldier that hurts the enemy by spitting poisonous stings and venom. They surround the dragons that have temporarily lost their sight and start spitting poison wildly. Under the insect sea tactics, several purple crystal dragons were worn to death. We can't go on like this. The dragon's nest is here and we can find it anytime, but it will be difficult to deal with the Zerg if they escape. Thinking of this, Yi Can no longer hesitated and turned into a phantom and rushed into the battlefield. Now, with the attributes of his equipment, the soul-devouring, heaven-devouring sword, and the attribute bonuses from more than 200 Taoist companions, his physical and mental fitness has reached nearly 8,000. After Lin Dayu collected the Phantom set, her dual attributes reached nearly 13,000. Yi Can applied her template, and his attributes were comparable to those of the Amethyst Dragon King. Coupled with the advantage of Phantom body skills, he is now not afraid of a single-handed fight with the Amethyst Dragon King, and killing ordinary Zergs is naturally a piece of cake for him. Chichichichi. He looked like a ghost, constantly wandering among the Zerg. His sky-devouring sword was like a blade of death, madly reaping the lives of the Zerg. Soul-devouring success, Constitution +2. Soul-devouring success, Spirit +3. Under Yi Can's terrifying strength, the Zerg surrendered one after another, and the sky-devouring sword was also madly increasing his attributes. Why is this damn human so powerful? Kinto Sakata regrouped his body in the distance, looking at Yi Can with eyes full of hatred and resentment. Surround him with the devourers and death bats, and trap him in the sea of insects at all costs. Sakata Kinto gave the order through gritted teeth. Although the dragons are powerful, as long as the Zerg are given time and slowly worn down, they can be killed one by one. But Yikin is different. As long as he is not dead, the Zerg may be attacked at any time. This place is too far from the territory, and the supply cannot keep up. We must be prepared for a protracted war. Kinto Sakata suddenly turned around and looked at Jiang Daili's territory and instantly had an idea. Mr. Gu Yan, the purple crystal dragon has suffered heavy casualties. You guys hold out for a while. I'm going to take over the human territory as a base. Mr. Sakata, with our numerical advantage, the dragon clan can still hold out for a while, but Yikin is too terrifying. I'm afraid we can't hold out for long. When Gu Yan saw another heroic Zerg fall under Yikin's knife, his eyes suddenly turned red with anger. Don't worry, he's just a farming lord, he'll be gone soon. Good. Gu Yan gritted his teeth, put on the template of the golden giant insect, and instantly turned into a huge flying centipede. He and the other three lords rushed towards Yikan. Kinto Sakata didn't waste any time and rushed towards Jiang Daili's territory with a group of human-faced planarians. The difficulty of dealing with the human-faced planarian lies not only in its regenerative ability, but also in its terrifying pollution ability. When they go into battle, they usually bring an insect nest with them. Once they capture someone else's territory, they will release their insect nests to erode the opponent's territory and devour the opponent's resources. At the same time, the contaminated insects in the hive will also drill into the opponent's buildings and contaminate them. As long as the building pollution is successful, they can devour the territory's resources and train humanoid suicide soldiers. This way of fighting can support fighting by fighting, and it will be invincible. These bastards are really targeting me, fatty. Jiang Daili climbed up the Eagle Eye Lookout Tower at the beginning of the war. When he saw the human-faced planarian running towards his territory, he shouted loudly, "Brothers, get him!" Yes, my lord. The energy artillerymen have been on high alert and have long been accumulating energy for the energy artillery. Buzz, buzz, buzz. All that could be heard was bursts of energy roaring from the wall, and dazzling energy shells more than 3 feet long shot up into the sky and blasted towards Kinto Sakata. What is that? It's so thick and long. Many Zergs were a little confused when they saw the energy shells that looked like giant light tubes. Oh no, hide quickly. Kinto Sakata's expression suddenly changed as if he had thought of something. Boom, boom, boom. After a deafening roar, 20 small mushroom clouds suddenly rose from the ground. Except for Kinto Sakata, who escaped epically, most of the remaining human-faced worm soldiers died instantly, and the rest lost their combat effectiveness. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the second wave of energy shells arrived. Wang Ao, you bastard, didn't you say Jiang Daili was a farming lord? How could he have such a perverted army? Kinto Sakata was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Without caring about anything else, he directly used his decomposition skill, transformed into countless clones, and burrowed into the ground. But its heroes and soldiers were not so lucky, and were directly turned into ashes by the second wave of energy shells. Fatty is very good at this. I worried for nothing. Yi Kan, who was in the fierce battle, saw Sakata Kinto's actions and was planning to provide support, but Jiang Daili gave him a huge surprise. 40 energy artillerymen were divided into 2 teams and attacked alternately. This fat guy is still something. Chapter 143. Victory on both fronts. The Dragon King takes action. Wonderland Forest. Li Jiqing withdrew all the troops and asked the Guardian Tree to make way. Led by the vanguard iron-armed mantis, the Zerg rushed into the Wonderland Forest frantically without encountering any obstacles. Such a rich spiritual energy, but why is there no one here? The iron-armed mantis felt the same thing and immediately raised his hand to stop the sea of insects behind him. Crash! Suddenly, the woods surrounding the fairy forest began to surge. In the blink of an eye, those towering trees were twisted into giant tree men tens of meters tall. Without saying a word, they started attacking the Zerg army. Boom boom. Chi-chi-chi-chi. In an instant, endless boulders, flying needles, tree spears, ice arrows and fireballs poured down from the sky. At the same time, countless spikes rushed out from the ground, opening back doors for many soft-bodied Zergs and leaving them with lifelong shadows. What is this? Did we come to the wrong place and end up in the territory of a tree lord? No, this is not a tree demon. It's a living building. Oh my god, they're all legendary. When Iron-Armed Mantis opened the panel of the Guardian Tree, his lips turned pale with fright. This is a building with 63 life forms. At this moment, Li Jiqing came out with the beautiful heroes and warriors of the fairy forest. Kill! She waved her jade hand, and the guardian tree immediately stretched out its big hands and roots, blocking all the Zerg's retreat routes. Nuba, Princess Longji, the three demons from Xinyuan Tomb, and Xue Baochai led their respective troops and charged directly into the sea of insects. Lin Daiyu was even more ferocious, and she held down two iron-armed mantis lords by herself. The shadow killers hide in the body of the guardian tree. As long as there are any fish that slip out of the battle circle, they will appear like ghosts and reap the opponent's life. However, the guardian tree was worried about accidentally hurting someone, so it was a bit of a hindrance and couldn't attack with all its might. Guardian tree, transform into tree form and cooperate with shadow killer to kill the enemy. Yes, Queen. Under Li Jiqing's command, all the guardian trees turned into giant trees, forming a branch cage. They extended their sharp branches and pierced the bodies of the Zerg, devouring their life essence. At the same time, endless roots were released to pull the Zerg out of the battle circle for the shadow killers to hunt. Minako Furue, who was hiding outside the Wonderland forest, was frightened by the horrific scene. What's going on? Isn't this Yi Kan's territory? Why is there a female lord, and there are so many legendary heroes and arms? Is this really what a lord can have at this stage? Minako Furue's lips turned pale, and she fell into deep self-doubt. At this moment, Li Jiqing seemed to have thought of something. She suddenly took a step forward and smashed the head of an iron-armed mantis with a spiritual mirror. Sister Lin, take the shadow killer to scan the outer circle to see if there is any tail. Good. Lin Daiyu didn't hesitate at all and left the battlefield in a flash. Under her leadership, the shadow killers rushed out like an undercurrent in an instant. Hateful. Minako Furue felt a dangerous aura approaching and dared not stay any longer. She slapped the giant beetle under her seat and wanted to escape from this place. Target found. The shadow killer closest to Minako Furue discovered the target and immediately slashed out with a blade. Lin Daiyu and the other shadow killers sensed the fluctuations and reacted instantly, rushing towards her. The terrifying speed was like endless darkness gathering. Lin Daiyu has been meditating under the Three Lives marriage tree recently. Although she failed to upgrade her level, she successfully comprehended the 10,000 leaves flying flowers flow. Combined with her phantom body skills, her speed is so fast that even Minako Furue's giant beetle cannot match it. Whoosh. She took the lead and caught up with Minako Furue in a few minutes. Brush. There was a flash of green light, and one of the giant beetle's wings was cut off, and it fell headfirst into the forest. Whoosh. Minako Furue acted decisively and immediately transformed herself into a human-faced turbularian, a flat and slippery mollusk with a human face. After it transformed into its original form, its speed was even faster than that of a giant beetle. It is also very smart and specifically flees to damp places because that can speed up its movement. Unfortunately, its wishful thinking failed. Because the second European emperor of Xian Zonglin and the #1 killer of Shadow Pavilion, the beautiful Chu Qiao, has arrived. Clang. It directly used a flying sword of 100 steps to nail Minako Furue in front of her. Laugh. Minako Furue was going too fast and had no time to break, so a cut was immediately made on her flat head. But it just retracted its neck and the cut head healed. Roar. At this moment, a floral tornado fell from the sky, blasting a big hole directly where Minako Furue was originally lying. It is exactly Lin Daiyu's 10,000 leaves and flying flowers. Although Minako Furue dodged in time, she was still surrounded by more than 30 shadow killers. Epic Lord, be careful. Lin Daiyu looked at Chu Qiao and said, Master, don't forget, I am also epic. Chu Qiao raised her hand to grab the sword back, then turned into a phantom and killed Minako Furue. Dragon's Nest. After Zhang Daily successfully resisted Sakata Kinto's attack, Yikan no longer had any worries and turned into a bloodthirsty killer, frantically reaping the lives of the Zerg. He even secretly activated the demon's eye to steal the dragon's corpse. Since the demon's eye was shrunk to its smallest size by him and was obscured by the fluctuations of battle, the dragons thought that this was a trick of the Zerg. Everyone in the world knows that the Zerg covets the genes of other races, and even the amethyst dragon, a native of the ninth heaven, is no exception. How dare you, a lowly insect, slaughter my people? You must be killed. As a majestic voice sounded, the more than 50-meter-long amethyst dragon king finally could not sit still anymore. Call. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by, and countless Zerg were swept into the air. Chichichichi. The amethyst dragon king's giant claws flew across the sky, and with just a light wave, The Zerg were cut into pieces by the blades of its giant claws. Oh my god, it seems that this thing is not just high in attributes, its level is equivalent to that of a star. Although its grade is epic, its body is comparable to that of a higher-level human. Yikin did not choose to be the first to take action, but instead used his phantom body skills to exit the battlefield. Anyway, the Amethyst Dragon King didn't know that it was he who bombarded the dragon's nest just now. Moreover, he was just killing the Zerg. Even if the two sides cannot become allies, they should at least not be enemies, right? Sure enough, the Amethyst Dragon King just glanced at him and turned around to chase the Zerg. Yikin retracted the demon eye and searched the surroundings carefully, but he couldn't find Kinto Sakata, and he couldn't help feeling regretful. This guy is currently at the top of the resource list. If we can keep him here, there will be one less competitor on the resource list. At this moment, Li Jiqing's voice rang in his heart at the right time. Brother, I've finished my work, but it's a pity that Frue Minako was too cautious and didn't even follow the main force into the territory. Although Lin Mimi and the others chased after it, this guy actually fled to a swamp and split into countless small insects during the battle, and several of them escaped. Same here, Kinto Sakata has also escaped. This is our first time fighting these guys. There's nothing we can do about it. Yikin sighed helplessly. The regenerative ability of the human-faced worms is extremely terrifying. Even if only one small worm is left after splitting, they can fully recover. Now that Kinto Sakata and Minako Furue know their strength, they will definitely be more cautious in the future. Brother, don't worry. Sister Lin deliberately leaked the news before Gu Jing Minako escaped, saying that we had received the news a long time ago, so we formed an alliance to fight on two fronts. She is indeed Lin Daiyu, who is more thoughtful than bygone, and 3 times more sick than she's sure. I must praise her when I go back, haha. After hearing this, Yikin was immediately in a good mood. Lin Daiyu's finishing touch will definitely mislead the Zerg. Make them think that he and Li Jiqing were just allies and that they had really received the news in advance. In this way, the traitor who betrayed the human race will be suspected, and then the Zerg will deal with him without them having to do anything. Brother, at this time, the Zerg will definitely not have enough time to mobilize troops to counterattack, and after this battle, they will definitely not dare to act rashly. Let's take advantage of this free time to destroy the dragon's nest. Although they had only been apart for a short while, Li Jiqing had already begun to miss Yikan, and she also wanted to see the legendary dragon's nest. Chapter 144. How can the gap between people be so big? Okay, wait a little longer. The Amethyst Dragon will soon wipe out all the Zerg troops. Now Yikan has returned to Jiang Daili's territory and is sitting with him on the Eagle Eye lookout tower, admiring the battle in the distance. Oh my god, brother, you are driving a tiger to eat a wolf. Li Jiqing finally reacted. She was wondering why Yikan went there alone, and it turned out that this was his idea. Why should I fight them when I can win without doing anything? Yikan sat on the edge of the Eagle Eye observation tower, leisurely eating melon seeds. Looking at his calm and composed look, someone who didn't know him would have thought he was out on vacation. Brother Can, this is the sour plum wine made in my winery. It tastes pretty good. Would you like to drink some together? Jiang Daili poured wine for Yikan personally, and his fat face almost turned into a daisy with smile. He has been living in fear these days, fearing that a huge monster would suddenly rush out of the dragon's nest one day and slap him to death with one slap. Now it's good. Yikan is here. As long as this tough guy is there, he believes that Yikan can destroy the dragon nest, let alone the dragon kingdom. You really know how to enjoy yourself, but with a team of energy artillerymen by your side, you are actually stronger than many warlords. If you get 2 more mobile combat troops, you can completely sweep away the surrounding monsters. Yikan took a sip of sour plum wine and felt the sweet and sour taste in his mouth. It was very refreshing and thirst-quenching. He couldn't help but nodded. Then he took out 2 jars of wine from his storage bag and said, "Try mine." Brother Can's territory also has a winery. Jiang Daili looked at the 2 beautiful wine jars in front of him and immediately became interested. He just opened the lid and smelled the sweet and refreshing fragrance. Oh my god, this is great wine. Something of this quality must be fermented with high-quality spiritual rice and then brewed using superb winemaking technology to become wine. Looking at Jiang Daili's physique, you can tell how much he values food. After taking a sip of the wine, he felt dizzy. Gel is actually the worst wine in my territory. Spiritual juice tastes better, and my maids are researching new products. I believe we will be able to drink new wine soon. Yikan thought of those plump, charming, gentle, considerate, and hard-working maids and wives, and his heart suddenly felt happy. Oh my god, Brother Chan, it's fine that you have fine wine, but it's brewed by a maid? A housekeeping type of soldier? When Jiang Daily heard this, his eyes widened. My dear Lily is also very beautiful, but it has 4 legs and 2 arms. I can't bring myself to eat it. Jiang Daily looked at the beautiful Lushu girls who were busy in the spiritual fields and couldn't help feeling sad. It's really hard to know how to start with this, but where is your hero? From the time I entered your territory until now, I haven't seen your hero. Yikan looked at Jiang Daily in confusion. Here it is. Jiang Daily pointed to the south gate of the territory. Yikan followed his gaze and saw 2 burly men at least 2 meters tall walking in. One of them held up a 3-meter-long tiger, and the other held up a 4-meter-long fire rhinoceros. Oh my god, these 2 brothers look really tough. They are definitely fierce generals. Yikan gave Jiang Daily a thumbs up. Then he looked down along the thick chest hair of the 2 heroes. His eyes widened instantly, and then he spat out a mouthful of old wine. I held a maggot. That bulging thing doesn't look like a man's chest muscle. Yikan looked at Jiang Daily in disbelief. Jiang Daily had a sad face. The twins from the country of transvestites. Although they look rough, they have a girl's heart full of nails. Oh, my condolences. Yikan patted Jiang Daily on the shoulder, not knowing how to comfort him. At this time, the battle outside the dragon's nest finally came to an end. Without the experienced commander Kinto Sakata, the Zerg could no longer maintain their previous rhythm and soon fell into chaos. With the forced intervention of the Amethyst Dragon King, the Zerg were suddenly overwhelmed and killed in large numbers. They wanted to escape, but with the speed and powerful skills of the Amethyst Dragon, they had nowhere to hide and ended up turning into charred corpses. Okay, it's time for the fun to begin. Yikan enlarged the demon's eye to 3 feet in size, then stood on it and floated towards the dragon's nest. Whoosh, whoosh. When the 2 girls with hairy chests saw Yikan, they were immediately frightened. They rushed to the bottom of the watchtower in 3 or 2 steps, and then leaped to the top of the tower. My lord, who is that? The demon held a mountain axe in his hand and looked at Yikan's back with fear. Yaoer held 2 machetes and protected Jiang Daily behind him. Don't be nervous, he's my big brother. With his strength, he can beat up both of you with one hand, so don't provoke him. Jiang Daily himself could hardly handle these 2 hairy-chested girls. He was really worried that these 2 guys who had no idea of their appearance would bump into Yikan and then be killed by him accidentally. It's a bit ugly, but at least it can protect the house, right? On the other side, Yikan stopped 1,000 meters away from the dragon's nest. Then he thought about it and threw the door out. Buzz. The space was surging, and the portal suddenly swelled up in the wind, turning into a huge portal. On the other side, Li Jiqing was ready and was waiting quietly in the territory, but suddenly she saw the space in front of her crack and turned into a huge portal. When they passed through the portal, they saw Yikan waving at them. Husband. This time, Li Jiqing didn't call him brother anymore, but directly called him husband, then rushed through the light gate and threw herself into Yikan's arms. Nuba and the others also had smiles on their faces and walked through the door with ease. Only when they saw that Yikan was truly safe and sound did they feel relieved, because their worry about Yikan was no less than that of Li Jiqing. On the Eagle Eye lookout tower in the distance, Jiang Daily stared at the beauties that kept pouring out with his eyes wide open. How can the gap between people be so huge? Jiang Daily looked at Yikan surrounded by hundreds of beauties and couldn't help but shed 2 lines of tears. My lord, you still have us. Yaoda and Yaoer immediately stepped forward and took Jiang Daily's arms. Woo-woo. It would be better if they didn't comfort him. Once they did, Jiang Daily cried even more sadly. Chapter 145. The dragon has a reverse scale. Touching it will kill you. This is the dragon's nest. Li Jiqing looked at the huge fortress surrounded by a circle of giant trees through the eye of the demon, her eyes full of amazement. The dragon's nest is nearly a kilometer high and has a very rough and bold shape. It's like a mountain formed by countless giant trees and crystals fused together and stacked together. The dragon's nest is so tall, and there's no telling how many giant purple crystal dragons are hidden inside. Everyone, be careful. Yikan turned around and looked at Li Jiqing and said, let's fight the Amethyst Dragon King together and end the battle as quickly as possible. Li Jiqing nodded immediately. The portal can only last for 1 hour. You guys decide how to fight. This battle can only be controlled by one word. Fast. Don't worry, sir. Maybe we'll be done before your Dragon King is killed. Nuba floats in the air carrying the vermilion bird umbrella. Her soaring fighting spirit makes her look like a bloodthirsty and warmongering female devil. I'll wait and see. Yikan changed into Lin Dayu's template and stepped on the flying flowers into the air. Li Jiqing is the same as him, but she practices the way of nature and then applies the Lin Dayu template, which makes it a powerful combination. Coupled with the magic mirror that can amplify the power of nature by 100, Li Jiqing is now like the queen of elves in the world. Buzz. Yi Can threw out the demon's eye, enlarged it to a size of 100 meters, and hung it above the dragon's nest. The terrifying pressure instantly alarmed the dragons. Roar. You lowly bugs, you deserve to die. With roars, giant amethyst dragons rushed out of the dragon's nest one after another. The number of them was even greater than the last time they fought against the Zerg. From a distance, it looked like a hornet's nest had exploded. If you speak rudely, you shall be executed. Yi Can shouted angrily, and the huge ball floating above the dragon's nest opened its eyelids, revealing an eyeball like a small sun. Boom. I saw a black and red beam of light shooting out from it, like a river of blood falling from the sky, and it fell on the bodies of those giant dragons. This one strike alone was enough to seriously injure the hundreds of giant dragons that rushed out. The first few that were hit died instantly. After all, Yi Can was using all his strength this time, and the distance between the demon's eye and the dragon's nest was shortened countless times, so the power was naturally greater. Kill. Yi Can, holding the sky-devouring sword, rushed towards one of the dragons like a phantom. The giant dragon had no time to react and could only rely on instinct to swing its wings, trying to slap the ignorant insect to death. Laugh. As a result, Yi Can's sky-devouring sword cut off its dragon wings directly, like cutting melons and vegetables. On the other side, Li Jiqing did not choose close combat, but waved the magic mirror in her hand. Roar. Roar. With bursts of roars, several ferocious Zerg souls rushed out of the mirror. Among them are giant golden-armored insects, colorful giant snakes, and giant bulls that look like mammoths and wield 2 bone blades. This size and power clearly exceeds the scope of insects. They were all collected by Li Jiqing after she killed the legendary Zerg heroes. These Zerg souls seemed to be possessed by evil spirits, and they rushed towards the amethyst dragon fearlessly. Sisters, don't hold back. Just do it as much as you can. At this time, Nuba also responded. She stepped on the heavenly fire and spun the Suzaku umbrella in her hand suddenly, creating a huge vortex of heavenly fire. Boom. The breath of the amethyst dragon was extinguished before it could even create a ripple in front of the whirlpool of sky fire. Nuba was like a goddess descending from heaven, with the vermilion bird umbrella in her hand, sometimes turning into a stick and a spear, killing everyone in sight, and sometimes turning into a wind-fire wheel, cutting everything. An ordinary amethyst dragon would be destroyed in front of her. Although she failed to upgrade her level during her retreat, she made some breakthroughs in her skills, and her combat power increased dramatically. Princess Longji next to her was no less impressive, and she was an expert at using the water dragon technique. With the help of the mystic ice sword's icy power, the dragon was tortured by her. This is true for both of them, not to mention Lin Daiyu, who has collected the complete set of phantom suits, and Su Daji, who has been upgraded to an epic hero. Kushime has the 9 Phoenix Fighting Soul and the 9 Heavens Divine Eyes. Coupled with her 5 Thunders and Death Scythe, she directly turns into a life harvester. Her rough fighting style does not seem like that of a mage at all. As for Yuqing and Xue Baochai, these two people don't need to charge into battle at all. One who casts confusing magic sounds to confuse all living beings. One releases a field of ice and snow to restrain the opponent, and the effect played by her is no less than that of Nuba and others. The other beautiful soldiers did not disappoint. Their individual combat power was not as good as that of heroes, but a team of 10 could suppress the dragon. Damn you humans, it turns out you're the ones responsible for all this. At this time, the Amethyst Dragon King also recognized Yi Can, and immediately soared into the sky and killed him. Yi Can and Li Jiqing were waiting for this moment. Kill. One of them held the ink-black sky-devouring sword, and the other held the crystal-clear spirit mirror. Like 2 phantoms, they crossed and rushed towards the Amethyst Dragon King. Roar. The Amethyst Dragon King is a level 22 epic boss, so it is naturally not so easy to deal with. It roared and directly used the stun skill. In an instant, a terrifying pressure spread in all directions, with it as the center. Logically speaking, when an epic high-level monster uses its intimidation power, rookies like Yi Can and his group, who are only level 10 or so, should not be able to resist it. After all, Jiang Daily and the transvestite duo, who were watching from far away on the Eagle Eye Lookout Tower, were so scared that they knelt down. However, what shocked the Amethyst Dragon was that Yi Can and Li Jiqing just frowned slightly, without even freezing, and continued to rush towards it. As for the heroes and soldiers of the fairy forest, only the lower-level elf hunter paused for a moment and was slapped away by the dragon. The others were not hurt at all. Impossible. The Amethyst Dragon King was so angry that his blood was boiling, as if he had seen something incredible. Clang, clang, clang. At this time, Yikan's heaven-devouring sword had already chopped off its dragon claws, creating a series of sparks. Li Jiqing flew to the top of its head and hit its forehead with a magic mirror in her hand, making stars appear in its eyes. Despicable human die. The Amethyst Dragon had never been insulted like this before, and it was immediately enraged and went berserk. Boom. It let out an angry roar, and terrible blood energy suddenly rose from its body, forming a column of blood light that shot straight into the sky. A bloodline breakthrough at this time? Li Jiqing looked at the Amethyst Dragon King and found that its physique had increased by 30, and it also had an additional passive skill called Reverse Scale and an active skill called Wind and Thunder. A dragon has a reverse scale. If it is touched, it will kill you. And we have encountered it. After Yikan finished speaking, he suddenly shouted downwards. The 3 talents demon formation is in place. Chapter 146. The Dragon King falls, and the dragon's nest is in hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Yikan finished speaking, 3 figures flew to the side of the Amethyst Dragon King. 3 talents demon formation start. Sudaji gave a delicate shout and released endless demonic energy together with her 2 sisters. Roar. At this moment, the Amethyst Dragon King suddenly opened his mouth. Hiss. The blood and energy in the air and the surrounding energy of heaven and earth seemed to be attracted and rushed towards it madly, and were swallowed into its stomach in one gulp. Just when it was planning its ultimate move and preparing to spray Yikan and the others to death, some mysterious changes occurred in Sudaji, Hushime, and Yuqing. Boom, boom, boom. Pink was steaming from Sudaji's body, and 4 pure white tails emerged from behind her, along with the huge shadow of a 9-tailed celestial fox. Hushime opened a vertical eye between her eyebrows, and a huge 9-headed phoenix shadow appeared behind her. There was no shadow behind Yuqing, but she seemed to have transformed into a jade figure, her body shrouded in endless holy light, like a pure and flawless saint. The auras of the 3 people connected together, instantly forming an energy cage, locking the Amethyst Dragon King inside. Roar. The Amethyst Dragon King had no idea of the incredible power of the 3 talents demon formation. He suddenly pressed down his body that had expanded into a sphere and spewed out a terrifying dragon breath mixed with the power of wind and thunder. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying beam of purple and red light burst out and hit the energy cage. Yikan and Li Jiqing were terrified by the terrifying might, not to mention Nuba and Kaden, who were even weaker than them. However, what was shocking was that under the Amethyst Dragon King's incredible ultimate move, the 3 talents demon formation did not move at all, and the 3 demons in Xianyuan Tomb remained calm. 10 seconds of true womanhood, not afraid of gods and immortals, worthy of being the great fairy that my husband once loved the most. Li Jiqing flew to Yikan's side and looked at him with strange eyes. Girl, why do you change your name after only being apart for 1 day? Although Yikan felt comfortable listening to it, he was still a little curious. I'll tell you when we get back. Li Jiqing smiled slightly and did not explain. Yikan did not ask any further questions because it was indeed not the right time. Roar. After the smoke cleared, everyone looked inside the 3 talents demon formation. At this time, the Amethyst Dragon King was charred all over, and he looked at Sudaji and the others with eyes full of disbelief and despair. How is it possible, you ants? Kill. Without saying anything, Yikan switched to Shweb Baochai's template and pointed at the purple crystal dragon king. Moon Soul Ice Soul. Buzz. A shadow of a bright moon suddenly appeared behind him, and in the shadow, a giant with a face exactly like his stood there. Seal up. He and the giant in the shadow of the bright moon suddenly moved together. Buzz. The shadow of the bright moon suddenly shrank and compressed towards the purple crystal dragon. No, I won't. In the despair of the Amethyst Dragon King, Yikan suddenly drew his knife and chopped off its huge head. I know you're unwilling, but this world is so cruel, there's nothing I can do about it. After Yikan finished speaking, his mind moved, and the eye of the demon god suddenly opened, taking in the huge body of the Amethyst Dragon King, not even letting go of the dripping dragon blood. When the Amethyst Dragon saw the Dragon King being killed, it immediately became confused. Yikan thought that the battle would be very difficult, but it was over in just a quarter of an hour. It's time to go check out the dragon's lair. After Yikan and Li Jiqing cleaned up the battlefield, they led a group of beauties towards the dragon's nest. Jiang Daily was watching in fear from the Eagle Eye Lookout Tower. Seeing that the matter was settled, He could no longer suppress his curiosity and rushed towards the dragon's nest under the escort of the first and second demons. Brother Chan, can you take me with you? We are brothers. Why waste time talking? Let's go. Yikan smiled slightly and walked ahead. The outside of the dragon's nest is rough and bold, but the inside is hollow, and the ceiling is not closed. On the inner walls are huge nests. On the ground, there are countless glowing objects, including source crystals, boundary stones, and various rare minerals. Oh my god, even if I get this mountain, I will be rich. Jiang Daily was looking at the treasure mountain in front of him, and his saliva was almost flowing. You have made a great contribution to discovering the dragon's nest. You will take 1/10 of this treasure mountain. Yikan waved his hand and said very generously, Brother Chan, I just provided some uncertain information and didn't contribute anything. I feel a little guilty for taking 10. Jiang Daily felt a little embarrassed. Just take it if I tell you to. Why are you wasting time? There should be militiamen in your territory who are good at farming. I'll leave some dragon corpses for you later. You can make dragon meat, dragon bones, dragon skin, etc., but you must keep the dragon blood. Because there is a kind of top-grade seed that can only be planted with dragon blood. I will get you some later. Yikan said in an unfathomable way. Now that he has obtained the dragon's blood, growing dragon tooth rice is no longer a problem. As a good brother, he doesn't mind giving Jiang Daily a hand if there are enough seeds. This guy is keen on farming, and he has rare soldiers like deer and shu that are similar to elves and tree spirits, so he has all the conditions to grow dragon tooth rice. I always listen to Brother Chan. Jiang Daily took a deep breath and said with emotion. He knew very well that something that even Yikan called top-notch must be correct. In fact, he and Yikan are just casual acquaintances and cannot be called good brothers at all, but Yikan takes such good care of him. At this moment, he secretly swore in his heart that as long as Yikan asked for something in the future, he would help him no matter what. After Yikan had cleaned up the treasure mountain, he touched the dragon's nest. Building dragon's nest detected can be peeled off. Do you want to peel it off now? Yes. When the prompt sounded, Yikan had an idea. Buzz. The dragon's nest suddenly shone brightly and soon turned into an architectural model, falling into Yikan's hands. We're done. The anywhere door still has about half an hour left. Let's go back to the territory first. Yes. Yikan waved his hand, and the beauties rushed towards the door without any nonsense. Yikan followed Jiang Daily back to his territory, leaving him the corpses of 10 giant dragons. Oh my god, there are 10 giant dragons over 20 meters long. It seems like I have to get a lot stronger. Jiang Daily looked at the giant dragon corpse that was as big as a hill and was so excited that he couldn't close his mouth. Yaoda and Yaoer were also very excited. In addition to awe, they looked at Yikan with endless gratitude. Okay, I have something else to do, so I'll take care of you. But you have to fight for your dignity too. In this chaotic new world, it is impossible to farm peacefully. You must have the ability to protect yourself. Having no sword in hand and having a sword but not using it are two different things. Before leaving, Yikan couldn't help but say a few more words. Brother Chan, you are right. I have figured it out. Unfortunately, I don't have a good troop symbol, so I can only wait until the novice village successfully breaks through the domain and opens the passage back to Blue Star before making any plans. After seeing Yikan teasing the Zerg and killing the Amethyst Dragon today, Jiang Daily's thoughts had already changed. Break through the realm? Can we return to Blue Star? When Yikan heard this, his eyes lit up. Chapter 147. Anyone who invades our fairy forest will be punished no matter how far away they are. Brother Can, don't you know yet? When the Lord of the Novice Village grows to a certain level, a battle to break the domain will be triggered. The so-called breaking of domains means breaking the barriers between villages and connecting the maps together. The one who performs best in the battle to break the domain will become the village chief. At that time, the passage back to the Ancestral Star will be opened. As for the restrictions on returning to the Ancestral Star, I don't know either. Jiang Daily's ability to know everything is indeed not to be underestimated. Even after reaching the 9th heaven, he can still thrive. As expected of you, you know such things. Yikan gave Jiang Daily a thumbs up. Fake. I'm also the group leader of the 520 Novice Village, okay? Isn't it easy for me to find out some things? Jiang Daily finally showed his face in front of Yikan, and he couldn't help feeling a little proud. It turns out that he is not completely useless. My lord, keep going. I'm going back first. After Yikan finished speaking, he turned into a phantom and rushed towards the door in the distance. Husband. When the girls saw him coming back, they immediately surrounded him. Even the usually gentle and charming Oni maids came out, but each of them had their sleeves rolled up and held a sharp knife in their hands. Apparently, they also knew about the dragon hunting. Buzz. Without saying a word, Yi can open the eye of the demon and release the corpses of hundreds of giant dragons. Chi-chi-chi-chi. Without saying a word, the maids rushed forward and began to swing their knives at the dragon corpse, continuously decomposing the dragon skin, dragon tendons, dragon meat, dragon blood, and dragon bones. The idle elves were not idle either. They imitated the maids and helped. Yekin brought the remaining beauties to the west of Moon Goddess Lake, and then casually threw the dragon's nest on the open space. Buzz. A stream of mist suddenly rushed out from the sun and moon immortal pod and enveloped the dragon's nest. Soon, a brand new dragon's nest appeared in the open space. Although the appearance of the current dragon's nest is still as rough and bold as before, it is no longer lifeless. The huge trees on the building have all regained their vitality and sprouted new buds, making the entire building full of vitality. From a distance, the entire dragon's nest looks like a tall hollow tree stump. Wow, this dragon's nest already has the flavor of an ancient tree. Do you think it will become an ancient tree in the future? Carden suddenly looked at everyone. It would be great if it could really turn into an ancient tree. That way, when the eternal ancient tree undergoes a major transformation, the buildings and the dragons I train can also be upgraded. Yekin looked at this huge dragon's nest with his own ideas, and his heart was full of expectations. So, he directly opened the panel of Dragon's Nest. Amethyst Dragon Castle. Level 1. Level Epic. Durability 100,000. Population 20. Introduction. The lair of the Amethyst Dragon. Under the nourishment of the power of nature, the giant trees in the lair have regained vitality and merged into one, possessing the foundation to become a living building. The building can directly train 20 purple crystal dragons, and the number of trained soldiers will increase with the improvement of the building level. Caden, your little mouth is really blessed. Whatever you say is what it is. When Yekin saw the introduction of Amethyst Dragon Castle, he immediately laughed. Although it is now only said that the building has the foundation to be transformed into a living building, in Yikan's opinion, this is a foregone conclusion. The territory possesses the eternal ancient tree and the well of eternity, and it should only be a matter of time before this becomes a reality. King, you have the final say on consecration, and so on. When Carden heard the word consecration, she didn't know what she thought of, and her pretty face suddenly turned red. Damn big cow, I've tolerated you for so long. When the beautiful elves saw her frightened look, they gritted their teeth, rushed forward, held her down, and started scratching and touching her. You are jealous, blatantly jealous. The elves ignored her and continued to take advantage of her. Yekin glanced at the crazy elf beauty and couldn't help but observe 3 seconds of silence for Carden. Afterwards, he mobilized the power of the 3-color crystal to transform the Amethyst Dragon Castle. Buzz. I saw a flash of purple light and the dragon castle trembled, as if some mysterious changes had taken place, but the strange thing was that the grade of the building did not change. It's a bit weird that we don't talk about success or failure. Yekin was speechless and directly spent 388.87 million source crystals to upgrade the dragon castle to level 14. In this way, he can train 40 amethyst dragons. Full training. Following Yikan's order, the amethyst dragon castle suddenly emitted a brilliant purple light. Roar! Roar! Not long after, dragon roars were heard in the territory, and giant dragons with glistening scales and bodies shining with brilliant purple light flew out. Hey, why are these dragons more beautiful than the previous ones? And their aura makes me feel a little familiar. At this time, the beauties of the elves also stopped and looked at the huge creatures in front of them with curiosity. Greetings, Lord. 40 giant dragons fell to the ground and bowed their noble heads to Yekin in awe. Everyone get up. Yekin nodded with satisfaction, then opened the panel of one of the dragons. Amethyst Dragon. Level 1. Level Epic. Constitution 100. Original Attribute 10. Territory Attribute 10 times the blessing. Spirit 100. Original Attribute 10. Territory Attribute 10 times bless. Skills: Shock, Tear, Gale, Dragon Breath, Thunder, and Wind. Introduction. After being transformed by a mysterious force, divinity was born in the body of the Amethyst Dragon, transforming it into a more powerful and charming amethyst dragon. Even after cultivating into a human form, they are still top-notch beauties. This Xuanzu attribute is really a good thing. Even the dragons are all beautiful women. When Yekin saw the introduction of the amethyst dragon, he was immediately shocked. Husband, this is the dragon clan. They like that. And with your small body, can you handle it? Li Jiqing's voice rang in Yikan's heart. Ahem. Let's wait until they transform before we talk about this. Let's talk business first. Yikan smiled awkwardly, then waved his hand and directly spent more than 750 million source crystals to upgrade all the dragons to level 10. My dear ladies, the Zerg have evil ambitions. They not only want to kill me, but also want to destroy our fairy forest. What do you think we should do? Yikan pulled Li Jiqing and looked at the beauties and asked. Whoever invades our fairy forest will be punished no matter how far away they are. The beauties were immediately filled with indignation. This time, Yikan traveled alone, and each of them was terrified. The Zerg actually dared to touch their men. They are so bold that they must be severely punished. That's right. Before the portal closes, I plan to split my forces into 2 groups to chase the Zerg and completely destroy their territory. After Yikan finished speaking, he looked at Li Jiqing and said, if the Zerg finds this place, they will definitely leave traces. This time you bring Lin Daiyu and Bao's sister, plus 20 killers, 20 snake ladies and 20 witches. As for the dragons, 7 will be enough. Follow the trail. Regardless of whether we can find their nest or not, we must get back before dark tomorrow. After Yikan finished speaking, he handed the Eye of the Devil to Li Jiqing. I'll do whatever you say. Li Jiqing nodded and took the Eye of the Demon, because she knew that Yikan was worried about her safety. If she didn't accept, Yikan might not allow her to participate in this operation. The remaining assassins, snake ladies and witches follow me. After Yikan finished speaking, he looked at the remaining heroes and said, Sister Xian and Long Ji will go with me this time. Okay. The 2 girls looked at each other and immediately laughed happily. Daji, Xinzong Forest is our base camp. Now that you have been promoted, I am relieved that you and your 2 sisters will guard it. Don't worry, my dear husband. I'm here to help you. Just charge forward. Su Daji threw herself into Yikan's arms, hugged him tightly before letting go reluctantly. Move out. Yikan waved his hand and led Nuba and the others to jump onto the back of the amethyst dragon and rushed into the door without hesitation. Li Jiqing also led his team and followed the traces left by the Zerg. Chapter 148. Dragon Tooth rises out. Yikan succeeds. Wonderland Forest. Qingyao held a jar of dragon blood and brought the tree demon sisters to her spiritual field. Sister Qingyao, can it really succeed? The tree demon stood outside the spiritual field, looking at the 2 dragon tooth rice ears that grew like big trees, with excitement and anticipation in their eyes. The water from the moonlight well has revitalized the dragon tooth rice, and the eternal spring water has transformed the rice ears and strengthened their essence. All they lack now is a trace of dragon energy. After Qingyao finished speaking, she poured the dragon blood into the spiritual field. Buzz. The next moment, the giant tree-like dragon tooth rice ears began to sway, and a hint of red spread toward its branches at a speed visible to the naked eye. The originally slightly shriveled dragon tooth rice seemed to have gained infinite energy, gradually becoming plump and emitting bursts of strange fragrance. Success. When the tree demons saw this, they jumped for joy on the spot. The unique aroma of the dragon tooth rice attracted Su Daji and her 3 sisters, the ghost maids and the elves. Is this the legendary dragon tooth rice? Su Daji looked at the plump rice grains that were more than 3 feet long, her eyes filled with surprise. It smells so good even before it's ripe. How good will it be when it's ripe? The maids gathered around the spiritual field and were also very excited. Judging from the looks in their eyes, they seemed to be already thinking about how to use dragon tooth rice to brew new wine. The rice grains are so big, even 100 of us sisters may not be able to finish 10 of them. Xiaoyu led her sisters to fly above the rice ears and kept gesticulating. The 3 of them together were not even as tall as a grain of dragon tooth rice. Looking at this situation, it will be fully ripe tomorrow. By then, the king and queen will be back, and we can taste it together. Qingyao gently stroked the ears of dragon tooth rice, her eyes full of satisfaction and excitement. Then let's make dragon tooth rice tomorrow to celebrate the master's triumphant return. Yufei waved the sharp knife in her hand and called on her sisters to continue dissecting the dragon. Yikan stood on the back of the giant dragon and moved forward quickly, but Li Jiqing's voice suddenly rang in his mind. My dear, the fact that Kinto Sakata and Minako Furue were able to escape shows that they are not stupid. They may have guessed our actions. Do you think they will be one step ahead of us and dismantle the territories of those fallen lords? It is indeed convenient to have the Eternal Ring, as it allows for silent communication at all times. Probably not. I guess the first thing they would do when they return to their territory is to replenish their energy and reshape their true bodies. This process will definitely not be fast. After all, we killed many of their clones when they were decomposing, and their strength has been greatly reduced. Maybe they haven't returned to the territory yet. After Yikan finished speaking, he patted the dragon under him and said, "Anna, speed up." "Yes, my lord." Every time he trained a new type of soldier, Yikan would let that type of soldier choose a captain who could command the support of the others. Anna was the captain of the Amethyst Dragon. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Led by Anna, the dragons were like 7 black shadows, speeding through the air. When they encountered mining sites, territories, and powerful wild monsters along the way, Anna and her companions did not choose to take action. Because Yikan said that the main mission of this trip was to pursue, and as long as they didn't encounter Zerg territory or buildings in the wild, they would ignore them. At this time, Yikan suddenly received a private message from the little fox. "Brother Yikan, aren't you looking for dragon monsters? I just saw a lot of giant dragons flying over my territory." "Oh my god, where are you?" After reading her message, Yikan couldn't help but shudder. Could it be that the territory he just passed by belonged to Liang Xiaonana? 2766, 1260, "Brother Yikan is coming to see me?" Liang Xiaonana suddenly became excited. "We can talk about this later. I have something to do now. By the way, I still have a lot of Zerg corpses, both perfect and legendary. If you need them, I'll give you a 20 discount after I get back." "Okay, thank you, Brother Yetson." After Yikan closed the dialogue box, he was speechless. What he just passed by was actually Liang Xiaonana's territory. Her territory is to the west of the Dragon's Nest, not very far away. Moreover, along the way, Yikan discovered that the density of monsters around Liang Xiaonana's territory was 3 times higher than that of him and Jiang Daily. In addition, he also discovered 3 mines. Remember, he was walking in a straight line. There is a European emperor among the troops, but I didn't expect there is one among the lords. Yikan shook his head, without thinking much, and continued on his way at lightning speed. After going through untold hardships, Kinto Sakata and Minako Furue finally returned to their territory. Just as Yikan expected, they rushed directly into the blood pool of the insect nest after returning, frantically devouring blood and energy to reshape their bodies. They stopped only until their bodies gradually stabilized. "The blade centipedes that followed me out are dead. Immediately move everything in their territory back. Also, have Matsushita and the others come to my territory to protect me." Kinto Sakata transmitted messages throughout the territory through the blood connections between Zerg buildings. "Yes, master." After receiving the order, the Zerg troops immediately divided into several teams and left the territory. On the other hand, although Minako Furue also took the same action as Kinto Sakata, she was much more cautious. It divided its trusted men into 3 groups and ambushed in the southern part of the territory. Then let all the Zerg's life structures dormant, hide underground, and disguise the fungal blanket as a swamp. If there were really pursuers, they would definitely not expect it to be hidden underground. Moreover, even if the opponent sees through its plan in the end, its strength will surely have almost recovered, and by then it will be able to repel the opponent by taking advantage of the terrain. When Kinto Sakata and Minako Furue were fully prepared, Yikan finally arrived to the north of the 520 Novice village. "Sir, we have discovered a territory ahead. There are 2 teams of Zerg soldiers demolishing buildings." Chu Qiao jumped out from the dense forest in front and landed on Anna's back like a wisp of green smoke. "Kill." Yikan waved his hand, and the 7 giant dragons suddenly turned into 7 lightning bolts and crashed into that territory. Boom boom boom. Before Anna landed, she led her dragon companions to spit out dragon breath, pushing forward like plowing the land. Damn it, it came so quickly. The leaders of the Zerg are 2 legendary heroes, a flying hydra and a long-tailed scorpion. Buzz. Buzz. These 2 guys were smart enough to dodge the dragon's breath with the Zerg troops, but unfortunately they were chopped away by Nuba and Princess Longji the next moment. And those Zerg troops were also tortured like dogs by the sharp blades of the shadow killers, the soul stealing of the snake women, and the poison of the witches. The heroes and soldiers in our territory are so brutal. Anna and her sisters hovered in the air, supporting Yikan and the others while also checking for loopholes to prevent any fish from escaping. Boom. With Yikan's operation, the territory of Bone Yen, the most powerful lord of the Blade Centipede clan in the 520 Novice village, collapsed directly. No matter what the outcome of this operation is, the thing we want most is already in our hands. Yikan grasped the legendary lord's heart in his hand, his eyes flashing with excitement. Now, the Eternal Ancient Tree is only 700 experience points away from upgrading, and a legendary lord's heart can increase 1,000 experience points. The Eternal Tree once told him that as long as it was upgraded this time, it would undergo a great transformation. At that time, all the elven life in the entire territory will undergo a transformation and upgrade in quality. What makes Yeekin even more excited is that when the core buildings undergo a major transformation, some new attributes will be unlocked, and he is very much looking forward to it. Chapter 149, The Terrifying Amethyst Dragon. Wow, I think I saw a group of giant amethyst dragons with people standing on them. Don't brag. The purple crystal dragon is a wild monster in the myriad races world. It is a legendary troop and is at least level 20. Who can tame them at this stage? I lied to you that you were a puppy. If you don't believe me, just look. In the regional channel of the novice village, the news of the appearance of the dragon spread like wildfire. Some people even took photos and posted them, but fortunately the distance was far and it was difficult to see who was standing on the dragon. Xiaoqing, where are you? After Yeekin saw the photos in the regional channel, he immediately became worried. If the Lord of the Human-Faced Turbolarians saw this news, he would definitely associate it with him and might even make corresponding deployments. We've reached the northwest of the village. What happened? Li Jiqing immediately reported her coordinates. You have been photographed and sent to the regional channel. The Zerg should have mistaken you for me. With the help of that photo, it won't take long for them to figure out your route of advance and make corresponding deployments. For safety, you should move northeast now and get closer to me. Yeekin was worried about Li Jiqing and immediately asked her to change her route. Sister Qing, we discovered a Zerg ambush 600 miles ahead. At this moment, Lin Daiyu, who was activating the Eye of the Devil, suddenly shouted, "Go at full speed, push forward all the way, and don't let anyone go." Yes. Lin Daiyu, Shui Baochai, and all the soldiers were suddenly shocked. Husband, I found a Zerg ambush here. I'll take care of them first. After Li Jiqing gave the order, she immediately communicated with Yeekin. It seems that Furue Minako's location is close to the center of the village, and the distance between her and Sakata Kinto is about 2,000 kilometers. The queen insect thought of sending people to ambush you, which is indeed a bit more difficult to deal with. Be careful, I will meet you as soon as possible. Yeekin knew that once Li Jiqing took action, it would be too late to change the route. Don't worry, I won't let it get away this time. No need to work so hard. I have obtained a legendary lord's heart. The transformation of our territory is a foregone conclusion. If things cannot be done, stop the loss in time. I know. After Li Jiqing finished speaking, she put on Lin Daiyu's template and rushed into the battlefield. On Yeekan's side, he finally encountered an obstacle. After all, he was too late. The second Blade Centipede's territory had been completely destroyed and all the supplies had been cleared out. By the time he led his men to find the third one, the Zerg were already lying in ambush there, with 3 lords of human-faced Turbolarians and more than 1,000 Zerg heroes and soldiers. The Zerg's troops really can't be judged by common sense. Kill them. With a wave of his hand, Yeekin directly spent 2.59 billion source crystals to upgrade the 7-headed purple crystal dragon from level 10 to level 14. And their attributes also soared to 8550. Roar. Anna felt a sudden surge of power in her body, and her chest suddenly swelled up. Hiss. It took a deep breath, and then suddenly roared like a dragon. Boom. Only a terrible roar was heard, and then it actually used a powerful move of wind and thunder. Seeing their boss showing off his power, the other dragons naturally did not want to be left behind, and they also used their big moves. Boom boom boom. In an instant, 7 terrible energy storms swept through the Zerg territory one by one. Although its power is not as terrifying as the ultimate move of the Amethyst Dragon King, it is not far behind, not to mention that there are 7 layers of storms superimposed on each other. As a result, the Zerg territory was directly destroyed. The Zerg army ambushed inside was also beaten to a pulp. Even the powerful human-faced worm lords and heroes could not withstand the ultimate move of the 7-fold Amethyst Dragon. Keep searching and find that bitch Sakata for me. Yes. Nuba and Princess Longji looked at each other and rushed out with their men. Yeekin landed in the territory and took away the Lord's heart that fell out when the dragon demolished the building. It has to be said that although the Amethyst Dragon is a balanced type of soldier, its inherent advantages are too strong. At this stage, there are probably not many territories that can withstand the baptism of 7 levels of wind and thunder. Hateful. On the other side, when Kinto Sakata saw that his subordinates' portraits suddenly turned gray, he knew that those people had all been killed, so he dared not stay on the ground. But at this stage, without using the city relocation order, it can only take away the newly cultivated insect nests, but cannot take away the core mother nest, which makes it very embarrassed. It paid a huge price to move into the 520 novice village. The resource rankings will be settled tomorrow. If it leaves now, it will not only suffer huge losses, but also gain nothing. It seems like we have no choice but to go all out. After a fierce ideological struggle, Kinto Sakata decided to stay and fight to the death with Yikan. Sakata, didn't you say Yikan appeared on your side? Then what about the giant dragon on my side? At this time, Minako Furue suddenly contacted Kendo Sakata. How the hell should I know what's going on? My 3 confidants were killed, and more than 1,000 men under my command were wiped out. If it weren't for Yikan, who would have had this ability? Stop talking nonsense. Quickly deal with the people over there, and come to help me. Takedo Sakata said angrily. At this time, Minako Furue also discovered something strange. Not long ago, it led the Zerg to attack Yikan's territory, only to find that it was full of female soldiers, and the one in charge was a female lord. Now there are 2 teams of people with giant dragons. What is going on? Maybe we are all wrong. That Yikan is not a person at all. Minako Furue seemed to have thought of something and immediately sent out her soldiers, the 7-colored Kuin insects, which were specifically responsible for collecting intelligence. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as it had a thought, a group of strange insects suddenly rushed out from an insect nest in the distance. These Zerg have the head of a chicken but the body of a fish. Their upper body is black and their lower body is gray, and they look very slippery. The strangest thing is that they have a patch of fine silver tentacles on the top of their heads, which looks like a middle-parted hair from a distance. Go, find out the identity of the person who drives the dragon. Yes. Upon hearing this, the colorful Kuin insects immediately dived into the ground and soon disappeared. Chapter 150 The Empress comes to Earth, and the Sea of Flowers descends. What is this? Lin Daiyu used the 10,000 leaves flying flowers skill to frantically cut through a group of monsters with chicken heads and fish bodies and middle-parted hair in front of her. The strange thing is that the bodies of these monsters are like virtual entities, and no attacks can cause any harm to them. Xue Baochai used ice and snow, and found that these black fish could move freely between the ice and snow, and could also attack with a spherical energy body. Any soldier hit by them will feel dizzy and nauseous and want to vomit. How dare you, a little reptile, to cause trouble? Li Jiqing raised her eyebrows, and suddenly activated the magic mirror in her hand to take a quick look. Buzz. The dazzling speed of light instantly covered the black fish. What are you doing? The black fish suddenly felt like they were poured with hot oil, their skin festering, and they rolled and twisted wildly on the ice. Unfortunately, the black carps were too scattered to be caught all in one go, and some of them still escaped. Buzz. Li Jiqing retracted her spiritual mirror and immediately captured the soul of a black fish. She also understood the true face of this disgusting thing. Human-faced Turbolarian intelligence officer, colorful Kuin worm. It's so ugly, and it only has 3 colors, but it has such a nice name. What a joke. Li Jiqing's spirit mirror shook, and the soul immediately turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. Sister Qing, there are more and more Zergs. This place is full of water, and there is no shelter. It's not good for us. Lin Daiyu said a little anxiously. We are limited in number, and the timing and location are not favorable to us. After the 7-colored Kunworm brings back the information, Furue Minako will definitely do everything she can to keep me here. Then we can't stay any longer. Let's go now. At this moment, even Xue Baochai couldn't sit still. If they died, they could still be resurrected, but if Li Jiqing died, it would be all over. But what they didn't know was that Li Jiqing was wearing the Ring of Eternity. Even if she died, Yikan could consume half of his own life essence to resurrect her. Don't worry, we won't die. Li Jiqing gritted her teeth, suddenly looked at Aya in the distance, and said, Aya, mist shadow technique. Yes. Aya and her sisters immediately opened their mouths slightly and blew out a cloud of smoke. Buzz. In just a few breaths, the area was shrouded in white fog, and people could not be seen at all beyond 3 steps. You 2 lead everyone out of the fog, then retreat to the northeast and meet up with your husband. I will hold them back. Li Jiqing looked at Lin Daiyu and Xue Baochai. How can this be possible? You are the queen of the fairy forest, madam. Lin Daiyu and Xue Baochai shook their heads without even thinking about it. If Li Jiqing died here, even if they survived, they would not be able to face Yikan. What are you thinking about? You should know that I have a skill that can return to my husband at any time. And look. Li Jiqing suddenly shook the spirit mirror, and bursts of roars of giant dragons were heard from it. This. Lin Daiyu and Xue Baochai looked at each other and immediately showed joy. Okay, hurry up, I can teleport. I will probably be back to my husband before you are even halfway there. Li Jiqing waved her hand and told them to leave quickly. Lin Daiyu and Xue Baochai didn't waste any more time and called on everyone to jump onto the dragon, then roared towards the northeast. Because they knew that every minute of delay would put Li Jiqing in greater danger. Although Aya and Pauline didn't know what was going on, after seeing Li Jiqing nod affirmatively, they had no choice but to follow. Finally, I can fight without any worries. After Lin Daiyu and the others left, Li Jiqing changed from her usual gentle and playful self. Her whole body was covered in green light, and she floated in the air, like a peerless empress descending to the earth. Buzz! In an instant, the heaven and earth shook. The grass and trees within a radius of dozens of miles withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and endless life energy gathered towards Li Jiqing, making her look even more sacred and otherworldly. What she cultivates is the power of nature, with the powerful bonus of Lin Daiyu template. There is also the passive skill of the spirit mirror, spirit of all things, which increases the power of nature spells by 100. The gathering of such terrifying power made her dare not fight recklessly. Because her current level is too low and she is unable to integrate these powers, she is worried that she might hurt her own people by mistake. Now, with no one around, she can finally unblock herself. Rise. Following Li Jiqing's order, the seeds of plants and trees within a 10-mile radius took root, sprouted, and grew wildly as if they had received an imperial decree. At this time, Li Jiqing's eternal ring, which had hidden its brilliance, suddenly released a cold aura and merged into the light on her body, but Li Jiqing did not notice it. Chi-chi-chi-chi. Before the surrounding Zerg could understand what was happening, they were wrapped by the endless branches and vines, and then their bodies were pierced. Although they chopped and tore the vines and branches with all their might. But those vines and branches were like iron bars given life. They could not be cut or torn apart. They madly penetrated into their flesh and absorbed their life essence. This horrifying scene happened to fall into the eyes of Minako Furue, who came with a large army. After such a long recovery, she finally rebuilt her body. Moreover, it seemed that she had made great progress after being broken and rebuilt, and now she looked more like a human woman. Legend has it that their ancestors had already turned into real humans and were thriving in the eighth heaven, and they even changed the name of their tribe to the Vortex people. It is indeed this woman. What kind of monster is she? Minako Furue stared at the domineering Li Jiqing in a daze, with deep fear, envy, and jealousy in her eyes. Why are these guys born with the most perfect bodies and so smart, while they, the human-faced planarians, can only struggle with a human face? At this moment, Li Jiqing seemed to sense something and suddenly looked towards it. Want to know why? At this moment, Li Jiqing was like a fairy who could see through people's hearts, looking down at Furue Minako from above. Why? Minako Furue's face was filled with resentment and unwillingness. Because you were born as beasts. Although you have a human face, you do beastly things. Even if you become a human, you can't change the nature and hideousness of beasts. Li Jiqing was calm, as if she was talking about a very ordinary thing. You damn bitch, shut up. Minako Furue felt as if a sore spot had been hit. Her face suddenly twisted and her body turned into that ugly insect again. A beast is a beast. Even if it becomes a human, it is still just a monkey in human form. Li Jiqing waved her jade hand and shouted softly. The sea of flowers is coming. Chi-chi-chi-chi. The plants on the ground suddenly grew wildly as if they had drunk some tonic, and turned into giant trees that blocked out the sky and submerged an area of dozens of miles in radius. And those Zergs were turned into dry bones under the blockade of these giant trees. At the moment when Li Jiqing used the inseparable technique, the area within a radius of dozens of miles had turned into a sea of flowers, like a fairyland on Earth. It's a pity that my husband can't see it. Li Jiqing smiled slightly and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 151, Epic Killing, An Unexpected Surprise. After Yikan swept away the ambush of the Zerg army, he did not retreat immediately, but continued to move forward. Sir, we found a swamp ahead, and it's filled with a strong smell of blood. Chu Qiao jumped off the dragon's back and landed in front of Yikan. Swamp, smell of blood? Yikan raised his eyebrows, thinking of the Zerg fungus blanket in a game in his previous life, and immediately said, lead the way. Not long after, Yikan came to a vast swamp. The surface of the swamp is smooth, like an endless expanse of fine silt without a trace of impurities. Only a few bubbles popped up occasionally, emitting a strong smell of blood. Aren't they said that the human-faced Turbolarians are very cunning? Why are they so stupid? They don't think that others can't see that this is not a swamp, but a Zerg fungus blanket, right? The corners of Yikan's mouth twitched. Nuba and Princess Longji, who were standing on his left and right, looked at each other and said awkwardly, Sir, we thought it was a swamp, too. Maybe it's a matter of time, background, and vision. Yikan shook his head and didn't make fun of them. Then, he leaned close to Princess Longji's ear and said, Longji, use your ultimate move on them. Princess Longji felt Yi Can's hot breath, and her ears turned red instantly. In order to hide her embarrassment, she immediately drew out the Xianbing sword, then frantically mobilized her immortal power and stabbed the ground fiercely. Thousands of miles of ice. Princess Longji let out a tender cry. Click, click, click. With a crisp sound of freezing, the endless swamp before the eyes was instantly frozen. Damn human, how did he see through it? Kinto Sakata, who was hiding deep in a pool of blood underground, suddenly felt his whole body tremble. His body, which had not yet fully recovered, suddenly collapsed and showed signs of instability. It was first severely damaged by Yi Can, and then after using the decomposition skill, it was bombarded by the energy artillerymen, destroying many of its clones and recovering very slowly. The snake girl uses the fog hiding technique to blur the opponent's vision. The witch attacks at will. The killer ambush in the fog and hunts down the fish that escape the net. Yi Can made arrangements immediately. Yes. Sir, what about us? Nuba, Longji, and Anna looked at Yi Can. Ultimate move to plow the land, no matter how crazy you go. Yes. Upon hearing this, Nuba immediately stepped into the air, swung the Suzaku umbrella violently, and condensed a fireball in the air like a small sun, which smashed towards the frozen fungal carpet below. Disgusting bugs, let me show you the power of ice and fire. Boom. With just a loud roar, the fungal blanket exploded and countless Zerg were blasted out. Damn human, do you really think we are afraid of you? With the familiar voice of Kinto Sakata, the fungal blanket was instantly repaired, and densely packed strange buildings emerged from under the fungal blanket. These buildings seemed to have life, with thick veins all over them and blood flowing inside. Moreover, there are many large bulges on these buildings that are constantly bulging, which looks hideous and disgusting. Vomit. What the hell is this? It's so disgusting. When Nuba and Princess Longji saw these buildings that looked like giant biological organs, they felt inexplicably nauseous. At this moment, one of the buildings with a chimney suddenly spewed out a cloud of venom, bombarding Yi Can and the others. The Zerg really has something. This thing can actually fire at the air and lock onto targets. But Yi Can was not worried at all. Boom, boom, boom. Sure enough, under Anna's leadership, 7 amethyst dragons erupted at the same time, intercepting the venom with dragon breath. Nuba and Princess Longji also began to attack crazily. One of them was fire, and the other was water. They cooperated perfectly and tortured the Zerg very comfortably. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, some Zerg wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape, but they were killed one by Chu Xiao and the beautiful killers, and even Kinto Sakata's clone was not spared. However, at this moment, Yi Can suddenly felt uneasy. Then, a surge of light suddenly appeared around him, and a slender figure fell from it. Yi Can was shocked and hugged her immediately. Xiaoqing. When Yi Can saw Li Jiqing's face, his expression changed drastically. At the same time, boundless murderous aura emanated from his body. If anything happened to Li Jiqing, he would absolutely do everything he could to wipe out all the Zerg in the novice village. He would not hesitate even if it meant causing Xian Zonglin's overall strength to regress several levels. Fortunately, Li Jiqing's breathing was steady and she seemed to have just fainted. What's going on? Nuba and Princess Longji were frightened when they felt Yi Can's murderous aura and flew over immediately. It's probably just excessive consumption, nothing serious. You guys continue. Don't let that Jianren get away. Yes. Nuba also knew the priorities of the matter, so she stepped into the air again and continued the bombing. Princess Longji stayed. She poured out a bottle of eternal well water, then released warm water vapor, guiding the eternal well water to wrap around Li Jiqing, slowly repairing the damage caused by overdrawing her body. Sir, Sister Lin and the others wouldn't have already. When Princess Longji saw Li Jiqing like this, she couldn't help but worry about Lin Daiyu and the others. They are fine, they are on their way. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Can finished speaking, he heard Lin Daiyu's voice. Master, we are surrounded by the enemy. Sister Qing stayed behind to cover our retreat. Has she come back yet? Lin Daiyu's tone was full of anxiety and worry. Obviously, they have entered the 600-kilometer range of Yi Can and can communicate with Yi Can through the demon's eye. She's back. Speed up and move forward. We must not let Kinto Sakata escape this time. Yes. This time, there were indeed no accidents. With epic mounts such as the Amethyst Dragon, Lin Daiyu and her companions quickly arrived at the battlefield. They imposed a secondary blockade on Kinto Sakata's territory. Lin Daiyu's 1,000 leaves and flying flowers kills people without being seen, and Xue Baochai's ice and snow directly turns the entire fungal carpet into her territory, greatly weakening the Zerg's ability to move. After all the defensive buildings were destroyed, the Zerg no longer had the power to resist. Human, if you dare to kill me, my tribe will not let you go. Until his death, Kinto Sakata wanted to use his identity to threaten Yikan. But what it doesn't know is that its identity is the greatest sin for mankind. Moreover, because of the serious injuries suffered by Li Jiqing, Yikan was in a state of extreme unhappiness and was easily angered. Bitch just talks too much. Yikan put on the Nuba template, turned the sky fire into a rope, and hung Kinto Sakata up. Then it formed a cage of fire and burned him mercilessly. Kinto Sakata had never experienced such torture before, and he immediately let out a series of heart-wrenching roars. Although the Zerg are disgusting, I have to say they are indeed very difficult to deal with. Yikan led everyone to the center of the territory. Looking at the buildings that were badly destroyed and oozing blood, he felt something strange. The vitality is indeed strong. It can replenish itself by devouring other races, and it can also devour the opponent's blood power and decompose it to escape. Nuba nodded in agreement. At this time, Kinto Sakata was finally dried up and turned into a pile of ashes, which drifted away with the wind. Unknown territory detected. Should we demolish it? Yikan touched the mother nest. Tear down. Boom. With Yikan's order, Kinto Sakata's territory collapsed instantly, leaving behind an epic lord's heart, 4 billion source crystals, and 500 million boundary stones. At the same time, there was something that Yikan did not expect. Chapter 152, Legend is King, Myth is Emperor. What's this? Nuba and the others looked curiously at the architectural model in Yikan's hand. This is the Zerg hive. I didn't expect that dismantling their territory would lead to something like this. Yikan also looked surprised and carefully observed this strange building. Zerg? That's disgusting, right? Nuba and Lin Dayu immediately looked disgusted. Because in their eyes, Zerg is synonymous with filth and disgust. Don't be like that. This is a model of the mother nest. If we use our 3 divine powers to modify it, maybe it can still be used. Although Yikan felt a little disgusted by the Zerg, he still highly recognized their terrifying regenerative ability. Now that I have this thing, I might as well keep it and play with it. Maybe it will be useful. Well, now that Kinto Sakata is dead, our goal has been achieved. Let's go home. Yikan waved his hand, and all the beauties suddenly flew into the air and landed on the back of the amethyst dragon. Yikan, holding Li Jiqing, flew onto Anna's back together with Nuba, Princess Longji, Lin Dayu, and Xue Baochai. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The next moment, 14 giant dragons took off into the air and rushed towards the fairy forest. On the other side, the Zerg group chat. Damn it, Sakata-kuin's profile picture turned gray. Sakata-kuin is so powerful, who can kill him? It was Yikan. He teamed up with a female lord and attacked me and Sakata-kun in 2 directions. I am seriously injured now. I am afraid I can't leave the territory in the near future. A person suddenly appeared in the group chat. If Li Jiqing saw it, she would definitely be shocked, because this person was Minako Furue, who was killed by her ultimate move. 2 people who can fight against the epic lords have appeared among the human race. How is this possible? The Zerg were all stunned. Everyone, please don't underestimate humans. If I hadn't kept a trick up my sleeve and hidden my original clone in the blood pool, I'm afraid I would be in danger this time. Minako Furue still feels frightened when she thinks of the power Li Jiqing displayed at the last moment. In this expedition, all her trusted followers were killed or wounded, and the territory's military strength was lost by 90, returning to the situation before liberation. But compared to poor Kinto Sakata, it is already lucky. And it has a bold guess that Yikan and the female lord cooperate so well and are so trusting of each other. Could it be that they are from the same territory? Although it is not possible to merge territories at this stage, there are still some special cases. For example, the 2 sisters Nong Yu and Nong Ying of the Moonshadow Cat clan share the same territory and are both lords. The Sakata family should have known that Sakata-kun is dead. I wonder if they will seek revenge. This is not something we should worry about. Tomorrow is the settlement time for the resource rankings, so let's all work harder. Yes, the present matter is more important. Even if we can't get first place, getting into the top 10 is good enough. Just like the Zerg, all the major races are working hard for the resource rankings. Constantly search for resources, hunt monsters, wage wars, and increase your points. Today's rankings have changed a lot. First place, Minako Furue, points 1899541. Second place, Zhu Huifei, points 1786895. Third place, Yikan, points 1506689. Fourth place, Hong Sanqian, points 135 3215. Fifth place. Nongyu, points 1,097,766. Brother Yikan is so amazing. He has already rushed to third place. Brother Zhu Huifei is awesome. He got second place. What happened to Kento Sakata? He dropped to the bottom of the rankings. Brother Zhu, come on. We are only 200,000 short. Beat that damn bug. Baga, there's no way you can defeat our powerful goddess Minako. Mollusca, get lost. Damn human, die. In the regional channels of the novice village, people debate about the rankings every day, and everyone is used to it. But the people in the fairy forest don't have this kind of mood. After Yikan returned to the fairy forest, the first thing he did was to send Li Jiqing to the Three Lives marriage tree. Buzz. The crystal fence of the Well of Eternity suddenly emitted bursts of white light, completely wrapping Li Jiqing. The Tree of Eternity and the Tree of Three Lives of Marriage also stretched out their branches and gently stroked Li Jiqing's body. Buzz. Under the nourishment of the three original essences, Li Jiqing slowly opened her eyes. Husband. The first person Li Jiqing saw was Yikan. She was immediately overjoyed and threw herself into Yikan's arms. Finally woke up. If he doesn't wake up, our master will go crazy. When Nuba and the others saw this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Although they knew that Li Jiqing had a skill that allowed her to instantly teleport to Yikan's side, they did not know about another skill called living and dying together that allowed her to be resurrected. Master, dinner is ready. Today we are steaming dragon tooth rice. At this time, Xiaoyu and Xiaofei flew onto Yikan's shoulders, rubbing his face on the left and right. Is the dragon tooth rice really ready? Yikan was suddenly shocked. Not only did it work, but we also grew higher quality blood jade dragon tooth rice. Qing Yao came to Yikan, holding her little face high, as if she was about to give praise. Seeing this, Yikan immediately pulled her to his side and kissed her, then rubbed her little head and praised. As expected of you. You are amazing. Then he stood up and said, let's talk about dinner later. Now we have an important matter to do. Upon hearing this, Li Jiqing immediately got out of Yikan's arms. The two looked at each other, then held hands, and slowly walked towards the eternal ancient tree. Nuba and Su Daji also reacted at this time and followed behind them. The female soldiers of the elves were even more excited. They came to the Tree of Eternity as if they were on pilgrimage and knelt down devoutly. Even the 6 ancient trees in the south of the territory were swaying their branches, revealing their aged faces. Let's get started. Li Jiqing looked at Yikan. Yikan nodded and took out a legendary lord's heart. Buzz. Before he could make any move, the lord's heart slowly rose up under a suction force and fell into the sun and moon immortal pot. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, the sun and moon fairy pot shone brightly, and all kinds of flowers, birds, fish, insects, and patterns of ancient ancestors on the pot lit up, and then a series of incredible pictures appeared. Endless creatures were spinning and roaring around the sun and moon immortal pot. Countless ancient ancestors knelt down in front of the sun and moon fairy pot. They looked pious and fanatical, and seemed to be calling out something. As the sun and moon immortal pot vibrated, endless mist spread out, covering the eternal ancient tree, and then fell to the ground, spreading in all directions of the territory. Thank you, my emperor. I will advance. The eternal ancient trees, which have always been ethereal and calm, reveal excitement and joy in their voices. What surprised everyone in the territory was that this time the eternal ancient tree no longer called Yikan the king, but changed it to emperor. This sudden change not only confused Yikan, but even the elves were puzzled. The elves' ancestors have taught that those who are recognized by the elves' origin will become kings in legends and emperors in myths. The eternal ancient tree will transform into an ancient sacred tree this time, and it will be at the mythical level. At this time, the ancient tree of knowledge stretched out a branch, stroked its beard, and explained the reason. Chapter 153, Territory Upgrade, Ancient Sacred Tree. Buzz. The branches of the eternal ancient tree sway and continue to grow. Those trunks continued to grow larger and thicker, then extended outward, covering every part of the territory. As the main branches extend, the sunlight shines through, making the territory more transparent, like a paradise. Under the influence of the eternal ancient tree, the elf hunters, elf dryads, and elf witches all underwent a major transformation and were completely reborn. The most terrifying one is Carden, the European emperor. She ascended directly on the spot and became the first mythical warrior in the territory. As for the other elf hunters, except Luna, who was upgraded to epic, the others were upgraded from perfect to legend. All the elven witches advanced to epic level. The elf tree demons have been meditating under the Three Lives marriage tree recently, and many of them have been upgraded to the legendary level. This time, with the collective advancement, half of them became epics and half of them became legends. The ancient trees in the territory were also upgraded and all turned into epic buildings. Of course, they can only watch helplessly as to non-elf buildings such as the Shura Temple, the Yaksha Temple, the Snakeman Lake, the Amethyst Dragon Castle, and the troops trained there. In addition, there are powerful heroes such as Nuba, all of whom look helpless. Especially when they saw Cardin's smug look, they wanted to pounce on her and use their milking skills on her. Yi Kan and Li Jiqing didn't think too much about it. They directly opened the panel of the territory. Level 14. Area 16 square kilometers. Owned building, ancient sacred tree. Number of residents 447. Grade Myth 234/1000000. Territory features. The power of Xuansu. It is rumored that ancient ancestors learned the art of Xuansu from immortals and finally ascended to heaven with women, becoming immortals. The resentment of the Lord as a single dog for 2 lifetimes was blessed by the mysterious power, creating this ultimate characteristic. Xuansu Attribute 1. The resentment of being a single person in 2 lifetimes makes the territory suppress the male enemies by 50. Xuansu Attribute 2. The resentment of being single for 2 lifetimes increases all the attributes of women in the territory to 10 times the original. Xuansu Attribute 3. The resentment of being single for 2 lifetimes makes the probability of obtaining beautiful women when summoning heroes and soldiers in the territory 100. Xuansu Attribute 4. For every companion the Lord adds, his own attribute increases by 1. Xuansu Attribute 5. For each additional offspring, the Lord's attribute increases by 1, unlocked at star level. Power of Nature. After the collapse of the elf world, a world core was left behind, which contained the last power of the elf world and the seeds of the ancient tree of life. After being irrigated by the Lord, the ancient tree of life revived and the power of nature awakened. Natural Attribute 1. You can train elves to contribute to the construction of the territory, with an upper limit of 200. Natural Attribute 2. Every time the ancient tree of life undergoes a major transformation, all ancient trees and elves will be baptized and upgraded by 1 level. Natural Attribute 3. Guided by the power of nature, integrate the power of Xuansu and creation to baptize buildings and troops, reverse the origin of the two, turn buildings into life, and turn troops into elves. Power of Creation. The immortal Emperor of Creation once left a drop of blood in the void, which eventually absorbed endless power and evolved into a heart of creation. By integrating the heart of good fortune into the territory, all the buildings in the territory can be transformed once. If the good fortune is successful, the quality of the buildings will be upgraded. If the good fortune fails, the quality of the buildings will not be reduced. There is a very small chance of triggering a special event. Sure enough, it has advanced to become an ancient sacred tree, and there are even higher grades above it. When Yikan saw the progress of the experience bar, his eyes suddenly lit up. We worked so hard to get the previous 10,000 experience points. I don't know when we can get this 1 million experience points. Li Jiqing was also very happy, but when she saw that long string of zeros, her head buzzed, and she gave up immediately. Xiaoqing, take a look at the 3 major characteristics. At this time, Yikan pulled Li Jiqing. Offspring. When Li Jiqing saw the newly unlocked properties of the Xuansu power, her pretty face suddenly turned red. On Blue Star, 16 years old is considered an adult. In other words, she was old enough to be a mother, but Yi Chan said she was too young. So every time after the two of them had passionate sex, Yikan would ask Li Jiqing to use her own strength to digest the essence he left behind and not allow her to get pregnant. Although Li Jiqing had some opinions about this, as a husband-doting woman, she finally chose to obey. Because she knew that even if the person in front of her hurt the whole world, he would never hurt her. We are still young, there is no rush. We have to wait until we are 18, no? 20. Yikan nodded seriously. Hateful. Li Jiqing pinched him hard, but did not refute. Be obedient. This is all for your own good. Yikan suppressed her mischievous little hand, and then pulled her to face the beauties in the entire fairy forest. My dear heroes and warriors, I have great news for you. Yikan cleared his throat and looked at everyone seriously. What's the good news? Looking at Yikan's serious expression, everyone couldn't help but become serious as well. It's like this. Yikan did not continue speaking, but revealed the 3rd natural attribute of the territory. Using the power of nature as a guide, I will fuse the power of the mysterious element and the power of creation to baptize the buildings and the troops, and reverse the origins of the two, turning the buildings into life and the troops into spirits. After reading this newly unlocked natural attribute, all the girls fell into a daze. Very good. From now on, we can also transform along with the mother tree. From now on, we will really be sisters. After a few breaths, everyone at the scene went crazy, especially the female heroes like Nuba, as well as the Shura army, the Yiksha army, the demonized snake people, the shadow killers, the amethyst dragon, and the ghost maids. Although Yikan treated them equally, the elves also regarded them as sisters. Even the ancient trees in the territory treated them differently, but there was always a little gap in their hearts. Because the core building of the Wonderland Forest is the original mother tree of the elves. In other words, this is ultimately the territory of the elves, and they are all outsiders. Although they have integrated into this place, there is still something missing. And now, that little bit of meaning has also been resolved. After the madness, the beauties suddenly stopped and looked straight at Yikan. What's going on? Yikan felt the fiery gazes of the beauties, and couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling, and a storm was about to come. Husband! Suddenly, all the beauties shouted in unison. Oh my god, what's going on? Yikan was confused and couldn't help but look at Li Jiqing next to him. However, before Li Jiqing could say anything, Nuba and the 6 heroes rushed over, squeezed him in the center, and kissed him on the face one by one. Chapter 154, Heaven-Defying Dragon Tooth Rice. Xiaoyu presents a treasure. Okay, there's a lot of time to go. Stop messing around. There's still business to do. Seeing that things were getting out of control, Li Jiqing immediately put on Lin Dayu's template and pulled away this group of mischievous female demons. Call. Yikan escaped from the turbulent waves and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then my husband, do your business first. We'll wait for you at the cooking tree. Before leaving, Nuba did not forget to take advantage of Yikan and bid him. This female tyrant is becoming more and more outrageous. Yikan wiped his face, looked at Li Jiqing in confusion, and asked, Xiaoqing, what's going on? All the beauties in the territory suddenly called him husband. Although this feeling was great, it was also very stressful. You know without me telling you that due to the special nature of the Wonderland, they are destined to be your women. Although there is no so-called contempt chain in our territory, everyone is different in rank, combat power, and division of labor. Most of the combatants are proud and carefree in their daily lives, and tend to behave in an arrogant manner. However, logistical and auxiliary troops like maids and dryads feel that they are too weak and are a drag on the territory, so they are usually more humble. Once this mentality arises, it will only become more serious over time. So I think that at least we can treat everyone equally in terms of addressing them. This is a subtle psychological hint that lets them know that everyone is equal. This is the decision I made after discussing with Sister Xian and the others. Do you have any objections? Li Jiqing looked at Yikan straightly, as if to say, if you dare to disagree, this beauty will bite you to death. As expected of my most caring queen, this is a very good decision. I was not thoughtful enough. Yikan pulled Li Jiqing into his arms and felt extremely at ease. With such a sensible wife and a group of heroes who are considerate of him and understand others, what else could he be dissatisfied with? Damn it, we were too impulsive. Yikan didn't know what he was thinking about, and suddenly he said this. What's wrong? Li Jiqing looked up at him. We are still not steady enough. We should upgrade the territory first, and then upgrade the product. This way we can save a lot of source crystals and boundary stones. Yikan's face was full of bitterness. Oh. At this time, Li Jiqing also reacted and couldn't help feeling pain and self-blame. That's a small amount of money measured in billions. Forget it, the matter is done. There is no point in thinking too much. Let's fill our stomachs first. We can't let everyone wait for us. Li Jiqing is also a person who can take things easy. Since the matter has already been settled, it is too late to say anything. We might as well enjoy ourselves while we can. This is also what Yikan taught her back then. Well, but before that, we should train the new elves first. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as Yikan finished speaking, light flashed on the ancient sacred tree, and beautiful and cute little creatures flew down from it. Owner! Owner! The elves were spinning around Yikan and Li Jiqing, looking very happy. You guys finally made it. Come on, let's go eat with me. Soon, all the people in the Wonderland gathered at the cooking tree, and even the elves who were mining outside rushed back. In order to make it easier for the amethyst dragons to eat, the cooking tree thoughtfully opened 2 huge windows so that Anna and the others could gather together with everyone. It also used branches to form a huge platform outside to store food. Wow, it's actually the dragon tooth rice eaten by the higher dragon race. When the cooking tree placed the steamed dragon tooth rice on the platform, Anna and the others were stunned. Anna, you are from the dragon tribe. Haven't you ever eaten dragon tooth rice? Qingyao looked at these powerful dragons curiously. No, the purple crystal dragon is not actually a high-level dragon. We were transformed into dragons after being baptized by a mysterious power. This is also the first time we have seen a dragon tooth rice. Yes, but our elders have told us about this legendary food. The other dragons also had a greedy look on their faces. In that case, let's start eating. However, the dragon tooth rice is limited now, so everyone can try it today first, and we will have enough for you later. Although Yikan said he was just trying something new, in fact, everyone in the territory could get one. The elves are too small, and the upper limit of energy they can withstand is not high, so it is enough for all 10 people to eat one. Because the dragons were so huge, Yikan gave each of them 3. This time, 2 dragon tooth rice ears were cultivated in the territory, and both produced high-quality blood jade dragon tooth rice. Although the size of blood jade dragon tooth rice is the same as ordinary dragon tooth rice, it is fuller, contains more energy, and is easily absorbed. In addition to dragon tooth rice, Yufei and her friends also prepared many exquisite foods, including the legendary roasted dragon meat and dragon bone soup. Originally, Yikan thought Anna and the others would be taboo, but it turned out that these guys ate with great joy. According to them, they were summoned by Yikan from the dragon realm and are not of the same lineage as these purple crystal dragons. Moreover, they have evolved into divine dragons and are not the same species as these guys. Except for humans, other races are indeed the law of the jungle, and the word eat is literal. Yikan couldn't help but sigh. Eat blood jade dragon tooth rice, and your physical fitness will increase by 80. After the blood jade dragon tooth rice is cooked, it exudes fragrance and vitality. Once eaten, it turns into energy and is very easy to absorb. The first time Yikan ate it, his physical fitness increased by 80 points. 80 basic attributes, so amazing. The beauties felt the power surging from their bodies and cheered immediately. For Yikan, 80 points of attributes are harmless, but for them, it is a blessing from heaven. Although the effect of Lanya rice will decrease with each consumption and may eventually disappear completely, it is added to the basic attributes. With the help of territory characteristics, 80 will become 800. This attribute has surpassed the attribute added by a legendary equipment. There are gains and losses. Although the upgrade requirements have increased significantly due to the improvement in the quality of the territory, the strength of our territory has also been improved to a higher level. Yikan looked at everyone's excited faces and nodded with satisfaction. Master, is it that there are not enough boundary stones required for the upgrade? Xiaoyu and Xiaofei, who had been serving Yikan, flew onto his shoulders upon hearing this, their clear eyes full of questions. Yes, after the territory is upgraded, the multiple of boundary stones required for upgrading is reduced, but the huge base number is still there. Level 11 requires 100 million, level 12 requires 200 million, and now we are upgrading to level 15, which requires 500 million boundary stones. The current inventory is only enough for one upgrade. If the ranking list is released in a few days, it will be difficult for us to get the top spot. Yikan felt distressed when he thought about the diamond-level treasure chest falling into the hands of others. Master, maybe you don't have to worry. Xiaoyu and Xiaofei looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. When Yikan saw them like that, he immediately thought of the source stone mine and immediately shifted his mind to the warehouse. Only then did he discover that there were 3 billion source crystals and 400 million boundary stones piled up inside. So much. Yikan was shocked when he saw this sudden windfall. Although this wealth is not enough to upgrade the territory to level 16, the source stone mine has not been fully mined yet, so perhaps it can support the upgrade to level 16. Of course, Xiaofei and I had already reached the perfect level before you came back. When the mother tree underwent a great transformation, I broke through again and became a legendary level. And then, when Xiaoyu said this, she suddenly took out a small wooden box like a magic trick and handed it to Yikan as if presenting a treasure. This is a gift to celebrate the master's triumphant return. Wow, Xiaoyu has grown up and has learned how to give gifts. When Yikan saw Xiaoyu's serious look, he immediately became excited. These little guys are different from ordinary soldiers. They are born from the mother tree and are always happy and heartless. Moreover, they are stubborn. In their hearts, Yikan is always supreme. The curiosity of the beauties was aroused, and they all gathered around. Su Daji even stuck to Yikan's body without any scruples, with Li Jiqing on each side, which made everyone envious. Chapter 155. You are a scheming woman. Very bad. Buzz. As soon as Yikan opened the small wooden box, a faint light appeared inside, and a sacred breath filled his face. What's this? Su Daji, Nuba and the others all came over. The soldiers who were not visible from the outside took to the air and looked at the wooden box. There were only 4 translucent stones the size of a fingernail in the wooden box. 3 of them are as smooth as jade, as white as snow, and cold to the touch, and contain enormous energy. The remaining piece was light blue in color, surrounded by a subtle halo, and exuded a mysterious and sacred aura. These are higher-level source jades and divine stones. 1 unit of source jade is equal to 100 million source crystals, and 1 unit of divine stone is equal to 100 million boundary stones. Source jade is a resource that must be used to break through the major levels after level 29, while divine stone is a resource that must be used for the lord to advance from the star level to the domain lord level. Li Jiqing gently stroked the 4 stones, her eyes full of surprise. As a descendant of the Li family in Xanadu, she had some common sense, but it was also the first time she saw the real source jade and magic stone. Strange, doesn't it mean that we have to reach at least the star level to have a very small chance of collecting source jade and divine stone? We are only level 14, what's going on? Yikan took the magic stone with an incredible look on his face. I don't know the details, but how many planetary lords have legendary militias? Moreover, Xiaoyu and the others are not ordinary militiamen. They are elves bred by the mother tree of the elves, which gathers the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and absorbs the essence of the sun and the moon. Li Jiqing stroked Xiaoyu's head and said, "These little creatures are pure and flawless, without a trace of worldly dust. The more abundant and pure the spiritual energy is, the more sensitive they are. And unlike other ethnic groups that obtain resources in a rough manner, they can use their magic power to perform subtle operations and extract resources without damage. These 4 small stones are their masterpieces, very regular and round, and as beautiful as works of art. Xiaoyu Xiaofei, you are really my lucky stars." Yikan rubbed the heads of the 2 little guys with a doting look on his face. "Meeting the master is our greatest luck." That's right. There are still many source crystals and boundary stones in the mine that have not been transported back. If all of them are transported back, the boundary stones that the master needs should be enough. The 2 little guys squinted their eyes and really enjoyed Yikan's touch. This is easy. Yikan's mind moved, and the demon's eye, which he had placed near the source stone mine, immediately rushed to the source stone mine and began to collect the mine source crystals and boundary stones. The reserves of the Originium mine are only 1/3 left. It seems we have to look for a new source of ore. At this time, Yikan couldn't help but think of the little fox Liang Xiaonana. There are 3 mining sites around the little girl's territory. Judging from the situation, she seems to have not discovered them yet. Maybe we can make some moves. Anyway, the resources in the wild are ownerless and they only belong to you once you get them. After eating and drinking, Yikan did not assign any combat tasks, but asked everyone to have a good rest and relax, and plan the next steps after the results of the resource ranking list came out. So, except for the 10 elves who were still working diligently to mine, the rest went to the Luna Lake to take a bath. Yikan held Li Jiqing's hands and came to the tree house. Nowadays, the resources required to upgrade the territory and soldiers are too great. Let's invest our resources into the buildings. After all, they can upgrade by meditating under the 3 lives marriage tree. That's what I meant. Yikan smiled slightly, recalled the eye of the demon, and poured out 3 billion source crystals and 400 million boundary stones from it. Including those in the warehouse, this is already 2/3 of the reserves of the source stone mine. Buzz. As soon as he thought about it, the 1.1 billion boundary stones suddenly turned into a torrent and rushed into the sun and moon immortal pot. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the fairy pot vibrated, circles of energy ripples surged out like a tide, making the territory's spiritual energy even more intense. As the ancient sacred tree had risen 2 levels, it began to sway constantly and became even taller. The area of the territory was also constantly expanding, from the original 16 square kilometers to 32, and finally stopped when it reached 80 square kilometers. This face is equivalent to a town. Li Jiqing closed her eyes, feeling the drastic changes in the fairyland, with a happy smile on her face. Because this is her and Yi Kan's private territory, their exclusive world. The territory's grade has been upgraded, but the resources required have been reduced. What's the principle behind this? Yikan looked at the 16th level territory with a hint of confusion in his eyes. My emperor, please go and observe the well of eternity. Perhaps you will find the answer. At this moment, the ethereal voice of the ancient sacred tree suddenly sounded. Well of eternity? Is this sacred object finally going to work? When Yikan heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. However, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he took out the remaining 2 lords' hearts and put them into the sun and moon fairy pot, one legendary and one epic. Buzz. The territory level experience progress suddenly changed from 234/1000000 to 11334/1000000. Huh? Why is the increase 11,100? Yikan looked at the experience bar, a little confused. However, he soon thought of a possibility. When he was chasing Kinto Sakata, he was one step late, and one of his territories was demolished. Sakata Kinto should have integrated the legendary lord's heart into his territory. But if that's the case, shouldn't the experience be 12,000? Why is it 11,100? Husband, there is something you may not know. Li Jiqing suddenly grabbed Yikan's hand and looked at him with a sly smile. What are you doing? Yikan looked at the strange Li Jiqing, wondering why she suddenly showed an expression as if she had taken advantage of someone else. Do you know why I agreed to merge our territories with you so readily? Li Jiqing did not answer Yikan, but asked him a question that was not a question. We have slept in the same bed since we were young, and you still act like a hooligan to me every day. Do you have any other choice besides marrying me and being responsible for me? Yikan said as a matter of course. Go away, I'm serious. In fact, besides our relationship, I also value one thing. That is, your territory can completely absorb the hearts of other lords. What do you mean? Yikan immediately became interested. No matter how powerful other lords are, when they devour the hearts of other lords, they can only absorb 0.1 to 10 of the energy, but yours is 100. Oh, so you think I'm a potential stock, not that you love me. You're such a scheming girl, you're really bad. Fuck you, these are 2 different things. Li Jiqing didn't say anything and pulled Yikan towards the Well of Eternity. Chapter 156, The Unprecedented Changes of the Well of Eternity. Can an ancient well also take root? Yikan and Li Jiqing looked at the Well of Eternity, which had completely merged with the territory, with shock on their faces. This ancient well is a special building that Yikan obtained in the demon tribe's settlement after the novice trial. At that time, the Well of Eternity was just a magic well. It was transformed by the sun and moon fairy pot, and became this form by absorbing mysterious power from the void. The 3 live stone was reborn with the nourishment of natural forces, and seemed to be affected by the mysterious power, growing in the Well of Eternity. The miraculous power of the 3 lives marriage tree has long been demonstrated in Yikan's wives. However, the Well of Eternity was only slowly transforming the territory's environment and replenishing energy for everyone, and it had never shown any extraordinary power. But Yikan never looked down on it. The reason is simple, because the Well of Eternity is a mythical building, and like the Ring of Eternity, it carries the word eternity. My Emperor, I know something about the Well of Eternity. At this moment, the voice of the ancient tree of knowledge suddenly reached Yikan's ears. As the territory broke through to the mythical level, the ancient trees were also baptized and broke through to the epic level. Today, they have become more vicissitudes and ancient, but their life force has not declined at all, but has become more vigorous. In addition, Yikan guessed that they should have activated the ancient imprint in their bodies and awakened their memories. Especially the ancient tree of knowledge, which is the most knowledgeable old tree among the elves. Tell me in detail. Yikan was overjoyed. The origin of the Well of Eternity is unknown, but what is certain is that it is the source of a great world, even greater than the great elven world we had before. If our emperor obtains it, he will have the foundation to build a great world. After such a long period of stitching by the 3 lives marriage tree, the Well of Eternity has been completely integrated with the territory, forming an internal loop. Moreover, it can continuously draw energy from the void to nourish the territory. Although it cannot allow the territory to upgrade autonomously, it can greatly reduce the pressure on our emperor. As the circulation within the territory gradually improves, this power will slowly manifest itself in the emperor, and the name of this power is domain. The ancient tree of knowledge is indeed a living ancient book, and it really knows a lot. Field, Yikan was shocked when he heard this. The Lord's domain is different from Xue Baochai's innate domain. One must reach the domain Lord level to feel it. But now the ancient tree of knowledge told him that he, a most worthless planetary lord, was about to gain the power of the domain. Who would believe it if he told others about it? Will I also gain this power? Li Jiqing's hand that was holding Yikan began to tremble. Keep calm. We need to be steady and not get carried away. Yikan pinched her little hand and reminded her. Yes, I understand. No, I'm too excited. I have to go back and cool down. Cool down. Li Jiqing frowned slightly and looked at Yikan in confusion. The territory is warm in winter and cool in summer, so it's cool wherever you go. You'll find out soon, elbow. Without saying a word, Yikan pulled Li Jiqing towards the treehouse. Ah, bad guy, this is what you call cool. What else? Soon, the treehouse was filled with exciting moans and gasps. The next morning, Yikan got up early and felt refreshed and full of energy. My dear wife, get up and have breakfast. No, let me sleep a little longer. Li Jiqing hid under the quilt and refused to come out. Her lazy and cute appearance made people feel hot all over. You are a novice and you love to play. Let's see if you dare to act so arrogantly in the future. Yikan bent down and kissed her little face. When he was about to leave, he was stopped by Li Jiqing. You are too energetic. You should do everything you need to do in the next few days. Otherwise, the sisters of the Yiksha army and the snake people will be sad. I'll do as you say. Have a good rest. I'll have someone bring you breakfast later. After Yikan finished speaking, he went to the cooking tree. After some sweet time with Yufei, it was already noon. Husband. At this moment, Su Daji appeared beside him at the right time. I knew you would come. Let's go. When Su Daji heard this, she was overjoyed. The time for her to show off her skills had come again. Today is the day for settlement of resource rankings. The settlement will be made and the rankings will be announced at 12 noon. Now the rankings have been updated again, and Yikan has dropped from 3rd to 5th. First place, Minako Furuwe, score 3,096,828. Second place, Zhu Huifei, points 301,5598. Third place, Hong Sanqian, points 288,6627. Fourth place, Nongyu, points 248,3395. Fifth place, Yikan, points 209,5861. These guys are the real beasts. They must be working day and night to attack other people's territories, otherwise they can't run so fast. Yikan was a little speechless. If it weren't for the mountain of treasure chests stored in his warehouse, he would have been surpassed by this bunch of guys. Husband, that Furuwe Minako is not dead after all. Su Daji looked at the name at the top of the list and felt it was extremely annoying. Don't worry, as long as she stays in the 520 novice village, she will definitely not be able to escape, and it will be better for us to keep her. Why? Su Daji snuggled up to Yikan, enjoying this rare moment alone together. Look, Yikan opened another panel, which was the gambling table opened by Kento Sakata. Although he is dead, the bet is still there. First place, Minako Furuwe, bet on Yuan Jing, 1263-560-0000. Second place, Zhu Huifei, bet on Yuan Jing, 213-885-0000. Third place, Hong Sanqian, bet on Source Crystal, 225 million. Fourth place, Nongyu, bet on Source Crystal, 500,000. Fifth place, Yikan, bet on Source Crystal, 500,000. Wow, over 10 billion, more than the output of our entire Originium mine. Su Daji looked at the huge number, and her mouth instantly turned round. Minako Furuwe is the boss of the Zerg. If she is not alive, how can we reap the profits? Yikan hugged Su Daji's slender waist, looking very happy. Only the person who wins first place is eligible to share the source crystals in the gambling pool. Now someone is pressuring him to pay 500,000 source crystals, and Yikan estimates that it was the work of Liang Qiu Nana and Jiang Daily. Jiang Daily is one of his own, and the little foxes treat him well, so Yikan decided to be gentler later and let them have a taste of the sweetness. My husband is still far-sighted. Su Daji pressed herself against Yikan's body, and the two of them walked towards the warehouse. Chapter 157. The Fusion of the Three Secret Powers, the Reversal of the Origin. Husband, what's wrong? When Su Daji saw Yikan stop in front of the Sun and Moon Immortal Pod, she couldn't help but become puzzled. There's still some time before the rankings are settled, so I have to do one thing first. After Yikan finished speaking, he suddenly placed his hand on the Sun and Moon Immortal Pod and closed his eyes. Buzz. As he communicated, the white crystal in the pot suddenly lit up. Under its traction, the green crystal and purple crystal also emitted brilliant light, and then the three lights merged together. Buzz. With just a buzzing sound, Yikan seemed to have opened Pandora's box. Endless gray gas gushed out from the Sun and Moon Immortal Pod like a rolling flood, rushing out of the territory madly and spreading in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the fairy forest turned into a chaotic world. The ground was completely covered by chaotic fog, and only buildings floating above the fog could be seen. The scene looked like the original Wonderland. Like a dream, enshrouded in the chaos fog, non-living buildings such as the Snakeman Lake, Shadow Pavilion, and Shura Temple began to undergo changes. The wood and stone in the building are integrated together to form a whole. Although they are not as intelligent as the ancient trees of knowledge and war, they are full of vitality and have the aura of living buildings. Especially the Amethyst Dragon Castle. The last time it was transformed by the power of creation, it had already become a half-baked life building, and now it has completed the transformation naturally. Moreover, its growth rate is extremely high, and it already has a rudimentary consciousness. Non-elf soldiers such as the Amethyst Dragon, Shadow Killer, and Demon-Eyed Snakeman also underwent subtle transformations after coming into contact with the fog. Of course, heroes like Nuba, Su-Daji, and Lindayu also experienced the same thing. This transformation is not an appearance, but an origin. The fusion of the three secret powers of the fairy forest reversed their origins and made them perfectly compatible with the fairy forest. Although they did not evolve pointed ears, their five senses became much clearer. Husband, I seem to have turned into an elf. Su-Daji touched her ear and found no change, and couldn't help but look confused. The three-color crystal changes your essence, making you compatible with the territory. From now on, your fate is connected to the territory, and you will prosper together and suffer together. As the initiator, Yikin was naturally aware of this change. Because this is a new ability unlocked by the territory, the third attribute of natural force. After his operation, the ability of the three-color crystal has been completely activated. When he places new buildings in the future, the Sun and Moon Fairy Pod will automatically transform, and the trained soldiers will naturally belong to the elves. I feel as if I have merged into the Wonderland and can hear the sounds of the grass and trees. Me too. I feel like I can see things more clearly now. My figure seems to have improved a bit. With the occurrence of this change, the beauties in the fairy forest could no longer sit still and walked out of their homes one after another. After some attempts, they discovered something amazing. For those who have reversed their origins, their chances of receiving blessings have been increased, whether they are bathing in the Moon Goddess Lake or meditating under the Three Lives Marriage Tree. It can be considered as completing a task that I have been thinking about. When Yikin heard the beautiful wives talking, he immediately smiled knowingly. Husband, let's go open the treasure chest. Su-Daji was in a good mood and wanted to take advantage of the enthusiasm to open the treasure chest. Yikin nodded and pulled Su-Daji into the warehouse. Buzz. He waved his hand, and the treasure chests on the shelves suddenly swarmed in like a mountain collapse, forming several small hills in front of them. There are 412 gold treasure chests, 3,378 silver treasure chests, and 765 bronze treasure chests. Husband, that Furue Minako has 1 million points higher than us. Can we really beat her? Su-Daji was still a little worried, because she didn't know how many points she could get from opening the treasure chest. The ways to gain points are nothing more than farming, gathering, looting, hunting, and opening treasure chests. Apart from these, there is also cheating. Their points have increased so quickly, probably because they have been working overtime to kill monsters and conquer others, but the bulk of their points are still from treasure chests. Yikin could infer this from the increase in his own points. What is a hang-up? Su-Daji felt that this word was a bit strange and couldn't help but ask. It means that the Lord has some extraordinary abilities, such as 100 times the explosion rate, 100 times the enhancement, 100 times the critical strike, etc. It's like cheating. Is it the same as the tenfold attribute bonus of our territory? Then isn't my husband just a cheater? It's only 10 times, not too outrageous. Maybe other lords have similar territorial characteristics? Yikin touched his nose awkwardly and changed the subject. Let's get started. Open the gold treasure chests once every 10, the silver treasure chests once every 100, and the bronze treasure chests at will. Su-Daji's delicate hands had been thirsty for a long time, so she started to work immediately. Yikin was not idle either. After putting on Su-Daji's template, he began his unboxing journey. After he put on the template, his charm was 100 points higher than Su-Daji's, and he had 10 more points of luck. But opening a treasure chest is a rather mysterious thing. Charm and luck certainly have a big impact, but it also depends on your luck. Look, Su-Daji's first golden treasure chest opened a Xianbing suit, which was the one that Princess Longji was missing. However, you can only open one perfect-grade bulk item. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With bursts of buzzing sounds, the warehouse began to shine with light, and soon supplies were spread all over the floor. In addition to a Xianbing suit and 2 Suzuka suits, Yikan and Su-Daji also opened a new suit, Fengling. Husband, this is a wind suit, and it contains a set of skills, the Wind God Technique. Su-Daji was extremely happy holding the 6-piece set, because it contained the first 3 levels of the Wind God Technique. Needless to say, this Wind Spirit suit is yours. Yikan gently stroked her pretty face, his eyes full of pampering and pity. Thank you, husband. Sudaji immediately leaned forward and gave Yikan a sweet kiss. In order to develop his territory, Yikan has been busy favoring new people and has neglected Sudaji. Being aroused by her at this moment, how could he hold back any longer? He immediately held her in his arms and kissed her passionately, and did not let go until Sudaji's eyes became blurred and her body became limp. Daji, I'm sorry for neglecting you during this period. Yikan hugged the boneless Sudaji, wishing he could rub her into his body. You don't need to apologize, my husband. You are the one who has worked hard for the future of the territory. Sudaji felt Yikan's burning heart and naturally knew what he was thinking. She immediately stretched out her jade hands and took the initiative to undress Yikan. Chapter 158. Stop calling me Minako and change my name to No-Brain. My dear husband, what are you doing in the closed warehouse in broad daylight? When Yikan and Sudaji were entangled in passion and turned into white sharks in the waves, Li Jiqing's voice suddenly rang in his heart. My dear wife, wait a moment. It will be fine in a moment. Yikan responded awkwardly. Really? Are you not comfortable in bed? Why do you have to go to the warehouse to make trouble? Li Jiqing was a little speechless. In this situation, Li Jiqing could guess who Yikan was with and what he was doing even with his knees. I can't help myself. Please forgive me, my wife. Yikan is the great lord. Even the deputy, Lord Li Jiqing, cannot open the places he has blocked, unless he releases the permission voluntarily. So, even if Li Jiqing wanted to interrupt his good deeds, she couldn't do it. But Li Jiqing was too lazy to be jealous. Because her waist is still hurting and she's not in the mood. I'm going to eat first. Call me when you're done. Don't forget about the bed, or I'll never forgive you. After saying two harsh words that had no lethal power at all, Li Jiqing turned around and went back to her room. She still felt pain when she thought about how she upgraded her product yesterday without leveling up first. Only when you manage a household do you know how expensive food and fuel are. Now she understands that money is a good thing. My husband, the queen is so considerate. That's because my husband handed in his homework on time. The two struggled for another half an hour before finally calming down. When Yikan unsealed the warehouse, Li Jiqing also walked in. How much do you plan to bet? Li Jiqing came to Yikan and sat down leaning on him. Let's take a look first. After Yikan finished speaking, he opened the regional channel of the novice village. Jiang Daily. Human. Why does it take so long to refresh the rankings? It's too much of a torture. Miyamoto Taiga. Human-faced turbulent tribe. Refreshing now won't change the reality. Victory will eventually belong to our goddess Furue Minako. Hong Jinwu. Human. I bought a watch last year. Bugs be damned. Liangqiu Nana. Sky Fox Clan. I believe in brother Yikan. He will definitely be able to catch up and surpass you. Nongying. Moonshadow Cat. But brother Yikan is 1,000,000 points behind sister Chengzi. It's too hard to catch up. Nongying. Moonshadow Cat. You guys keep going. My sister is drunk. Yikan. Human. Minako Furue. Human-faced turbot. Yikan. You shameless human. Weren't you very arrogant before? Hurry up and place your bets. Li Jiqing. Human. Mom said, don't talk to those who have no nizi. Su Lingyu. Human sister. 666. Minako Furue. Human-faced turbot. Baka. You're not dead. Neo Dayton. Neo Mo Clan. Everyone stop arguing. The market is about to be closed. At this time, Yikan had already turned off the regional channel and was concentrating on the countdown and betting panel. Countdown to closing. 10, 9, 8, 7. Yikan looked at the constantly flashing numbers, and only when there were 3 seconds left did he bet his 2 billion source crystals. At the same time, the amounts placed by other lords also changed. By the time the market was closed, the total amount in the gambling pool had reached 28 billion, of which Yikan's was 2.212 billion. Oh my god, who bet me 11.5 million in the last 3 seconds? Yikan was dumbfounded. This amount of money won't have much impact. Sudaji was extremely happy when she saw the huge amount of money in the gambling pool. Li Jiqing also breathed a sigh of relief and murmured, who on earth has such a vicious eye? It should be a fat man, or a little fox. Yikan said, touching his chin. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light appeared in the sky above the 520 novice village. Now announced the top 10 520 novice village resource rankings. 10th place, Jiang Daily. 9th place, Liangqiu Nana. Fuck, I can actually make it into the top 10, huh? When Jiang Daily saw his name, he was instantly overjoyed. Liangqiu Nana, Sky Fox Clan, brother Jiang Daily. You are really amazing. Nana is only 9th, so lame. Jiang Daily, human little fox, you are 9th and I am 10th. You are humiliating me. Liangxiu Nana, Sky Fox Clan, Brother Zhang Daily. You are being unreasonable. Nana is a very good kid, so please don't say that. Di Xiao, Blue Wolf Clan. That's right. Nana is the best. Amidst a flurry of activity on the regional channel, the top 3 were finally announced. Third place, Zhu Huifei. Second place, Furue Minako. First place, Yikan. After the list was announced, a golden list also appeared in the sky, with each person's points listed behind it. First place, Yikan, points 104929295. Second place, Minako Furue, points 6501129. Third place, Zhu Huifei, points 5683221. Fourth place, Hong Sanqian, points 5226638. Fifth place, Nongyu, points 3685580. Liangxiu Nana, Sky Fox Clan. Oh, he is indeed the man that Nana likes. Brother Yikan is so awesome. Zhang Daily, Human Brother Can, my eternal god. Nongying, Moonshadow Cat. I told you Yikan would be able to do it, but it's a pity that my sister didn't believe me. Luckily, I secretly bet 1 million. Liangxiu Nana, Sky Fox Clan, Nongying, great minds think alike. Add me as a friend and chat privately. Nongying, Moonshadow Cat, Minako Furue, Human-Faced Turbot, impossible. How could this despicable human earn over 8 million points in just half a day? This must be cheating. Miyamoto Taiga, Human-Faced Turbolarian. That's right, these despicable humans are not as strong as us, so they like to use tricks. As soon as the list came out, Minako Furue was shocked. This time she had pressured herself for more than 10 billion, and her fellow tribesmen and allies combined had pressured her for nearly 10 billion. At this stage, this amount of money is not a small sum and can already affect the development of the territory. Why? Are you questioning the fairness of the world's will? Who gave you the guts? Yikan responded directly with one sentence. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky, which had been clear, suddenly darkened. That's not what we meant, don't talk nonsense. This horrible incident instantly frightened Minako Koi and Taiga Miyamoto. No matter how powerful they are, they dare not go against the will of the world. Sure enough, after they admitted defeat, the sky immediately became bright again. Little reptile, I think you should stop calling yourself Minako and change your name to No Brain. At this moment, Li Jiqing, a crazy husband-protecting woman, made a brilliant appearance. As soon as it appeared, it dealt 100,000 tons of damage. Su Lingyu. Sister, you are right. Some people don't know how much they are worth. A mere Wangzai Zaimanta dares to come out and shout. It's just asking for trouble. You damned human beings, just wait and see. You will eventually pay the price for your arrogance. In the end, the 2 human-faced Turbolarians left a few soft and harsh words and ran away in shame. Yikan didn't care, because he just earned more than 27.8 billion source crystals with tears in his eyes. In addition, you will also receive a diamond treasure chest and 50 points of reputation. On the other side, the sky above the 520 novice village suddenly shook slightly, and dozens of rays of light fell from the sky, like aliens, with a somewhat creepy aura. Chapter 159. The Queen's name is restored. Qi Lian appears. It has to be the Zerg, so consider it to send us warmth. Yikan looked at the mountain-like pile of source crystals in the warehouse, and for the first time felt that the rich were inhumane. Who will open this diamond treasure chest? Su Daji looked at the dazzling treasure chest in front of her, looking eager to try. Let me do it. Just as Yikan was about to speak, Li Jiqing brought the diamond treasure chest over. Xiaoqing, could it be that you? Yikan looked at Li Jiqing in disbelief, with excitement and anticipation in his eyes. My husband guessed correctly. When you reversed the origin of the army and injected vitality into the buildings to change fate, I received a reminder from the territory. I have been recognized by the elves' origin and officially become the queen of the elves. I can apply the template of all heroes in the territory. Li Jiqing stood in front of Yikan with her hands on her hips. Her cocky look was sweet, cute, and very proud. I was wondering why you were in such a good mood today. It turns out it's because of this. Yikan suddenly realized. That's a must. After Li Jiqing finished speaking, she immediately put on the appearance of Su Daji and pointed her finger at the diamond treasure chest. Buzz. I saw a flash of white light, and then a red glow suddenly shot up into the sky. When the light faded, a long whip as red as blood flew into Li Jiqing's hands. Chilean. Part. Weapon. Level. Epic. Gold. Attributes. Constitution plus 1000. Spirit plus 1000. Skill 1. Bloodthirst. Passive. Can devour the blood essence of others, turning it into one's own essence, and gradually grow. Skill 2. Snake transformation. The holder can attach divine thought particles to the weapon, transforming it into a red snake, which can be used as a clone. Introduction. It was once an extremely powerful red snake, but it was counterattacked for attempting to devour the blood spirit world and eventually died. Its corpse was nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and the moon, and was about to be reborn into a second life, but it was discovered by a powerful being, who eventually made it into a half-puppet weapon named Qilian. The Scarlet Whip can absorb the blood essence of all spirits to evolve and improve its own rank. Oh my god, it turns out you are the treasure chest killer. Yi can stroke Qilian gently, shocked beyond words. Because this is the first epic weapon obtained by Xian Zonglin, and the skills of this weapon are extremely powerful. In addition to being able to devour the blood and essence of others to grow, it can also be used as a puppet clone. It is a must-have artifact for home travel, murder, and arson. This attribute, this skill, is simply amazing. Li Jiqing and Su Daji looked at this beautiful and practical magic weapon, and both of them showed greedy looks in their eyes. Shaoqing, your spiritual realm is the same as Sister Xian's Wildfire Divine Pearl. They are both magic weapons and do not take up space for equipment. This Scarlet Snake is just right for you. It's a must, otherwise you'd still like to snatch it from me. Li Jiqing held Qilian in her arms and couldn't let go. These are newly opened in bulk. If you see something suitable, pick it up and change the ones you are wearing. After Yi Can finished speaking, he immediately communicated with Nuba and the others through the Lord's heart. My dear wives, come to the warehouse to get your equipment. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Nuba and Princess Longji rushed in, followed by Hushime and Yuqing. Lin Daiyu and Shui Baochai took small steps, neither hurried nor slow. Lin Daiyu is fine. She already has a complete phantom set. Shui Baochai doesn't have many decent pieces of equipment now, but she is still gentle and doesn't fight or compete. Husband, where is my suit? After Nuba came in, she jumped onto Yi Can's back, wrapped her soft arms around Yi Can's neck, and kept breathing into his ears. It was as if she was possessed by Su Daji. Wow, my Suzaka suit. When she saw the two sets of suits in Yi Can's hands, she immediately became as gentle as silk, slid directly into Yi Can's arms, and snatched the equipment away. Sister, slow down. No one is competing with you. Yi Can slapped her but hard, avenging the grab he made yesterday. Death face. Nuba glanced at him with such charm that Yi Can felt as if he was electrocuted, and his whole body felt numb. Needless to say, this guy must have learned some weird knowledge recently. Longji, this is yours. Yi Can handed the last Xianbing set to Princess Longji. Thank you, husband. When Princess Longji took the suit, her hands began to tremble with excitement. Then, her beautiful eyes lit up, and she looked at Lin Daiyu and said, Sister Lin, would you like to learn from me? That's exactly what I meant. Lin Daiyu has been feeling lonely lately and is itching to do something. Now that Princess Longji has issued a challenge, how could she not accept it? Whoosh, whoosh. The two men flashed and rushed out of the territory, then killed all the way and rushed out of the territory. TSK, 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 they are all beautiful ladies. How come they are warmongers? Yi Can looked through the window at the two people's receding backs and couldn't help but be shocked. You didn't teach me that? My wife is being unfair. The skills I taught them are not for fighting. What is that for? What do you think? Yi Can pinched her waist. Hate. When Li Jiqing saw Yi Can's ambiguous look, she reacted immediately, and her pretty face turned red. Okay, I have other things to do. This is the skill book that was open this time. You can discuss learning it with Sister Xian and the others. The rest can be sold in the mall. Why don't you learn a few skills to keep yourself safe? Li Jiqing looked at the thick stack of skill books and looked at Yi Can with some confusion. We can use the template. There's really no difference between what the heroes learn and what we learn. The most important thing is, I have this. After Yi Can finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill on his body and then walked out the door. Damn it, it must be because of the Tying Sutra, otherwise how could I lose to him? As soon as Yi Can left, Li Jiqing pouted her lips, her eyes full of dissatisfaction. Now she is as epic as Yi Can. And because she is a woman, she can also obtain 10 times the attribute blessing of the territory. Now with the addition of Qilian, the eternal ring of the spirit mirror, and a set of legendary gear, her attributes have exceeded 20,000, twice that of Yi Can. Under the pressure of such a huge physique, it stands to reason that no matter how energetic Yi Can is, he should not be able to cause her back pain. But this kind of thing happened. No, I must learn the Sun Sutra, otherwise he will not be able to ascend to heaven. Li Jiqing swore secretly in her heart. Chapter 160 The Well of Eternity. Please call me a money-saving expert. In the middle of the novice village, in Minako Furue's territory. Roar! Hiss! Suddenly, bursts of beast roars and neighs were heard outside the territory, as if thousands of troops were galloping. At the same time, a terrifying aura enveloped Minako Furue's territory. Is it finally here? Minako Furue sensed the terrifying aura and her expression suddenly became serious. She opened a hole in the territory's defense network. It's not that she is timid, she is just scared by Li Jiqing's beating. Now she is basically certain that Li Jiqing and Yi Qin are in the same group. Because Li Jiqing's strength is enough to crush her, but her name is not on the resource ranking list, which is very unreasonable. There is only one explanation for this situation. That is, she and Yi Qin belong to the same territory, and Yi Qin is the main one. If she wants to gain a foothold in the 520 Novice Village, she must get rid of these two stumbling blocks. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. I saw black shadows flashing, and several monsters of different shapes and sizes fell outside Minako Furue's territory. These monsters include half-humans, ghost warriors, vicious dogs, giant snakes, and all strange creatures, all filled with a weird aura. Minako, you must give us an explanation for Kento Sakata's death. Several wretched-looking dwarfs walked down from the monsters. Although the tallest of them is only 1.5 meters tall, they are arrogant and have the aura of a 2.8-meter-tall person. Master Sakata, let's talk in detail inside. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Snort. The few of them did not make things difficult for Minako Furue and walked into the territory with cold faces. Soon after, the angry voices of the dwarves were heard in the reception hall of the territory. Baga, are you all pig brains? You were manipulated by a despicable human. Lord Sakata, the Wang family once cooperated with my clan in the 8th heaven, and I never thought that he would betray us. But please rest assured, sir, I have already found the next insider, the Wu family from the 8th heaven. His family has been ostracized by humans and has long wanted to join us. Minako Furue said with confidence. The family of Wu Sangue, who led foreign tribes into the country and eventually forced the 16th generation of the Ming dynasty to hang themselves? That's right. I have heard of the Wu family. You have the nest of the 7-colored Kuan insects. From now on, the intelligence work will be handed over to you. You can't make any mistakes this time. Hi. With Lord Sakata's on my OG team, this 520 Novice Village will surely be in the pocket of our human-faced Turbolarian tribe. At this time, the human group chat became lively again. Jiang Daoli. Hey, that bastard Wang Ao's avatar is gone. Hong Jinwu. He was a traitor to begin with. Now that Kento Sakata is dead and Minako Furue is seriously injured, isn't it normal for those bugs to vent their anger on him? Su Lingyu. You deserve it. Zhu Huifei. All spies should die. Li Jiqing. Brothers, the resource rankings have been settled. I estimate that a new ranking will be released tomorrow. Let's find a way to improve the strength of our territory. Ding Jin. What do you think will be the next list? Liang Qiu Nana. Is Brother Yi Qin here? At this moment, a strange name suddenly popped up. Hong Sanqian. Hey, Nana, why did you come in? Liang Qiu Nana. Hee. I asked Sister Su to pull me in. Our Sky Fox clan has been on good terms with the human clan for generations. You won't dislike me, right? Jiang Daoli. No. Welcome Nana to join our human family. Su Lingyu. The Sky Fox tribe is very small in number. Nana is probably the only one in this village. Please take good care of her in the future. Liang Qiu Nana. Hee. Just treat me as a human. By the way, where's my brother Yi Qin? Everyone fell silent instantly. This kid seems to only have Yi Qin in his eyes. While everyone in the group was discussing Yi Qin, he came to the center of the territory. Now that we have enough funds, it's time to upgrade the building. Yi Qin couldn't help but feel deeply moved as he looked at the territory that had grown from a small mountain village to a big city. Fortunately, he did not give up when he was gathering the hearts of the inferior lords, otherwise he would not have the wealth he has today. Buzz. As soon as Yi Qin thought about it, the eye of the devil flew in front of him. This strange building was originally just a tower of judgment. After absorbing the strange energy from the sky demon crystal and the 3-colored crystal, it became what it is now. Now it is more like a magic weapon than a building. Previously, when Yi Qin activated the 3-color crystals to cleanse the territory's buildings and troops, the demon gods, I was also baptized. Now it is very spiritual, like a pet, and seems to have its own consciousness, but it absolutely obeys Yi Qin's orders. It is very strange. Buzz. Yi Qin's mind moved, and he clicked on the upgrade of the demon's eye. To his surprise, it only cost 220 million source crystals to upgrade the demon's eye from level 14 to level 16. Ancient sacred tree, do you know what's going on? Yikan looked at the giant tree behind him. Emperor, both the Well of Eternity and the Ring of Eternity have long transcended and are not bound by time and space. Even the 9th level of the heavenly evolution cannot restrain it. The energy it absorbs changes the entire fairy forest, not just me as the core building. After the ancient sacred tree transformed, it became more ethereal, but its attitude towards Yikan remained the same as before, and it answered every question. What about you? Have you transcended it? Yikan asked curiously. Because the ancient sacred tree was previously called the Tree of Eternity. I am different from them because I am a life that can grow and transform. As for whether I can transcend, it depends on the growth of my emperor. So, I am the one who is holding you back. Yikan reacted quickly. What kind of existence is the ancient sacred tree? If it were a free being, how could it be bound by ordinary rules? But because it was integrated into his territory and became the core building of the fairy forest, it was connected to his fate, and blessings and misfortunes were dependent on it, so it was bound here. Your Majesty, what you said is wrong. Every sip and every bite is predetermined. The orchid's fruit must have a reason. If I hadn't met the Emperor in the vast void, I would have turned into dust by now. Even if I were alive, I would just be a walking corpse in the endless void. You are right. Yikan nodded. If he hadn't obtained the heart of nature, perhaps everything would have been different. Then, Yikan spent another 16.39 billion source crystals to upgrade all the upgradable buildings in the territory to level 16. The Well of Eternity is indeed a good thing. At least it saved me tens of billions of source crystals. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as Yikan finished his sigh, 2 streaks of rainbow light flew over from afar. They were Lin Daiyu and Princess Longji, who had returned from their training session. However, at this moment, both of them looked solemn, and it did not look like the winner had been decided. What's wrong? Yikan couldn't help but frown when he saw that their faces looked strange. Chapter 161. The Elf Queen goes on an expedition, and the Snake Girl takes advantage of the opportunity. Husband, a territory suddenly appeared thousands of miles east of the territory. Princess Longji said nervously. Territory? Did they just migrate here? Yikan raised his eyebrows and immediately thought of this possibility. After descending to the 9th heaven for so long, there have been constant battles between tribes and between lords, and casualties have inevitably occurred. This is also what the world will likes to see. When people died, many places in the novice village naturally became vacant. Those lucky ones who received the order to relocate began to move to villages where they had acquaintances, preparing to huddle together for warmth. As for the children of the big families, especially those who have territories in the first 8 heavens, there is no need to say more. They must have received news about the opening of the 9th heaven in advance. They will certainly bring the resources from the upper level back to lower ancestral lands like Blue Star and hand them over to the descendants in the secular world, allowing them to expand the territory in the 9th heaven. In this way, not only can the family's power be developed, but it can also provide the family with an additional escape route. For example, Zhu Huifei, a descendant of Queen Ming, and Hong Sanqian, a descendant of Hong Qi, are all of this type. Husband, that territory is shrouded in battle fog. We can't see clearly, but we can vaguely see the silhouette of the transport jellyfish. Lin Daiyu thought for a moment and said, Transporting jellyfish? Zerg, it looks like they're coming for me. Yikan touched his chin and thought for a while, then put his arms around Princess Longji and Lin Daiyu's slender waists, enjoying the warmth of their bodies. Don't worry about this. While the territory has just undergone a great transformation, go to the 3 Lives marriage tree and meditate on it. Don't let Cardan get too arrogant. As he spoke, Yikan kissed everyone. Well, I'll listen to my husband. Their pretty faces blushed slightly, and they shyly kissed Yikan back before leaving. What happened? Li Jiqing suddenly came to Yikan's side. It's not a big deal. A Zerg tribe just moved into the village and became our neighbor. I plan to go take a look. I'll go with you. So the 2 of them entered the demon god's space, and soon they arrived thousands of miles away from the fairy forest. It's the Zerg, and this queen seems to be even more powerful than Kinto Sakata and Minako Furue. Yikan looked at the strange-looking Zerg in the Zerg territory with a hint of curiosity in his eyes, especially the little girl who was floating in the center of the territory like a queen. She was a lord who had almost lost all the special features of the Zerg. Normally, other lords cannot see the territory obscured by the fog of war, but Yikan has the incredible demon eye, so all of this is nothing but clouds in front of him. No matter how powerful it is, it can be stronger than us. Send out the entire Xianzonglan army and crush it in minutes. Girls, how can you just fight and kill all day long? Well, I have an important task for you. Yikan suddenly had an idea and remembered something interesting. But before doing this, he decided to send his wives away first because they didn't seem to like that thing. You say? After hearing this, Li Jiqing immediately became interested. She is the type of person who can't stay still. It's a good thing that Yikan is always with her, otherwise she would be bored to death. The last time I went after Kento Sakata, I passed by the little fox's territory. Yikan immediately told the story of the last time he passed through the little fox territory and discovered 3 mines and countless monster nests. So many mining sites and monster nests. Something's wrong. Li Jiqing was not stupid and immediately realized that the matter was not simple. Perhaps she was lucky to be born in a resource-rich land, or perhaps it was due to some other reason. This time you will investigate on my behalf. You can reveal our relationship appropriately, and then explain that we will be killing monsters and mining there. See how she reacts. If she has no objection, then cooperate with her. Good. When Li Jiqing heard this, her eyes lit up. For safety's sake, I'll give you the eye of the demon. As for the troops, apart from the maids and tree elves, you can just keep half of the elves. There are now 63 epic guardian trees in the Wonderland. As long as the enemy does not invade on a large scale, there is no need for troops to stay behind. If the tree demon didn't want to grow dragon tooth rice, and the maids weren't combat soldiers, Yikan would have wanted Li Jiqing to take everyone away. The eye of the demon god is needed for exploration and loading, so I will take it away. I will leave you 10 amethyst dragons, the snake lady, and the Yiksha army as well. As for the reason, I don't need to remind you, right? My dear wife, please rest assured. When you come back, except for the amethyst dragon and the elf, the rest of the people will definitely be your sisters. Yikan patted his chest and assured. Now in the territory, only the demon-eyed snake people and some Yiksha army have not become his Taoist partners and cannot enjoy the benefits of the 3 lives marriage tree. This matter really should be put on the agenda, otherwise the snake woman and the Yiksha army will probably attack the treehouse at night. Then there's no time to lose. I'll leave now, but we must keep in touch. If anyone attacks, you must tell me immediately. Yes, sir. Although Li Jiqing said that she would set off immediately, after returning to the territory, she still pulled Yikan into the treehouse and squeezed him for 2 hours before she was willing to get up. Then, the Fairy Forest Army began its second expedition. However, there was only one person leading the army this time, and that was Queen Li Jiqing. Although Nuba and Su Daji were full of doubts about this matter, this was a joint decision made by Yikan and Li Jiqing, so they couldn't say anything. Just like that, the territory was suddenly empty. Husband, I heard that if the child cries, he will get a lollipop. When Yikan was slightly distracted, a soft and sweet voice came into his ears. He looked up and found that Aya, the captain of the demon-eyed snake men, had come in front of him at some point, and Aya's snow-white and plump breasts just blocked his view. Aya, you really know how to take advantage of opportunities. Yikan smiled and pulled her into his arms. Isn't it my husband's specialty to take advantage of every opportunity? I won't do that. Aya's pretty face was instantly covered with a blush. However, she was not as shy as other girls. Instead, she boldly reached out and touched Yikan's body. Her nimble and smooth little hands were extremely provocative, and even a veteran in the world of women like Yikan was instantly aroused by her. Aya, I've always been curious about how you snake people, with your body structure, can make love with your partner and have children. Yikan couldn't stand Aya's teasing anymore and couldn't help but hold down her little hand and asked, Since you want to know, why don't you try it yourself? Aya's eyes are charming and her lips are moist, like a ripe peach. If you ignore the snake's tail, her charm is not much inferior to Sudaji's. Then let me solve this eternal mystery. Yikan smiled slightly, and under the envious gazes of many snake people in the distance, he pulled Aya into the treehouse. Chapter 162. The killing list is opened. Yikan builds the mother nest. Does my husband know now? In the treehouse, Aya was sweating profusely and nestled lazily in Yikan's arms. Then, a breeze blew in the treehouse, and the sweat on the 2 people disappeared instantly, and their wet bodies became refreshed. As the master of the territory, his abilities are so incredible. It turns out that when a snake girl is in love, she will temporarily transform into human legs. It's incredible. Yikan gently stroked Aya's snow-white, slender legs that were glowing with a faint fluorescent light and couldn't let go. Unfortunately, it can only last for an hour. If I cannot gain my husband's love again, I will turn back into a snake's tail. Aya looked at her beautiful legs, her eyes filled with nostalgia. She thought that Yikan was reluctant to favor them because he disliked that they did not have the charming legs like human women. However, after the intimate moment just now, she had already felt Yikan's heart. Not only did Yikan not despise her, but he was full of pity for her. Is there any way to turn you into human beings? Yikan looked at the beauty in his arms, his eyes full of pity. Don't worry, my husband. Evolution is nothing more than the accumulation of quantity and the leap of quality. Now our essence has been tempered to the epic level. What we lack is only the accumulation of quantity. As long as you can break through to level 20, you will complete the final transformation and become a true human form. When Aya said this, her beautiful eyes lit up. In that case, I'll let you keep it for another hour. As he spoke, Yikan turned over again. At noon the next day, the world will descend it again. Announcement. The second ranking list of the 9th level of Tianyin, the killing list is unlocked and the settlement will be made in 3 days. The first place winner will receive a diamond treasure chest and 50 reputation points. The second place winner will receive 2 gold treasure chests and 40 reputation points. The third place winner will receive a gold treasure chest and 30 reputation points. The 4th to 10th place winners will receive 3 silver treasure chests and 10 reputation points. Note: killing an excellent monster will earn you 100 points, a rare monster 500, an excellent monster 2,000, a flawless monster 10,000, a perfect monster 20,000, a legendary monster 100,000, and an epic monster 500,000. Kill monsters or lords in other people's territories and get 10 times the points. As soon as this list was released, there was an uproar on the regional channels. Ding Jin, human, oh my god, the world is showing its hand to us this time. Neo Dayton, Neo Mo clan, alas, the world is going to be in turmoil again. It would be great if everyone could be as diligent and conscientious as me, the old ox, and not fight with the world. Hong Sanqian, human, brave Neo, you are bound to get hurt when you are in the underworld. You'd better not be so honest, or you will be stabbed to death one day, and you won't know how. Nong Ying, Moon Shadow Cat, brothers and sisters, you can fight as you please, but if you have high-quality Zerg or monster corpses, remember to contact me. Nong Yu, Moon Shadow Group, sorry, my sister is drunk. Liangxiu Nana, Sky Fox Clan, sister Nong Yu, I want a drink too. Yumi Hata, human face Turbolarian, hunting time. Taichi Akaya, human face Turbolarian, this list comes at a very timely moment. Yi Kan, human, the two upstairs are idiots. Li Jiqing, human, +1. Liangxiu Nana, Sky Fox, +2. Zhu Huifei, human, +3. Baga, all of you humans are dead. When the people of the human-faced Turbolarian tribe saw the screen full of plus signs, they were immediately furious and started swearing all kinds of foul language. Unfortunately, when it comes to swearing, the human race dares to say it's number 1, and no other race dares to say it's second. As a result, the regional channel became an exclusive battlefield for the Terrans and the Zerg, and they began to count their 18 generations of ancestors. However, at this time, Yi Kan, who started the war, had already closed the regional channel and went to have a private chat with his little darling Li Jiqing. My dear, the world has opened the killing list to further stimulate the killing. The Zerg may very likely attack us. Hold on, I'm going back now. Li Jiqing contacted Yi Kan through telepathy. Bullshit, the territory is peaceful and calm. Nothing happened. Although you can get 10 times the points by attacking other people's territory, it is too unstable and it takes time to find the enemy. Just lead everyone to continue killing monsters at the little fox's place. This is the most stable way to gain points. Do you hear me? Yikan hasn't started doing anything big yet, so how could he let Li Jiqing and the others come back to ruin it? But you are alone. Don't worry, the Demon Eye Snake Man, the Yaksha army, and Anna are not vegetarians, and we still have 63 guardian trees. What are you afraid of? By the way, how is the mine going? Is the little fox willing to cooperate? Yikan didn't want to say more on this issue and changed the subject. The little fox is so heartless, he is obsessed with refining medicine and doesn't care about resources at all. As for the monster nests around the territory, she had long been fed up with them, but her strength was not enough to clear them out. Our presence is like timely help. She is so happy. Why would she be unwilling? Before Li Jiqing met the little fox, she had speculated whether the little fox was a scheming girl who wanted to take advantage of her husband. After seeing the real person, all her doubts disappeared. This is a silly and simple little girl, who is cute, sweet, and soft. Apart from refining medicine, she didn't care about anything else. All her actions, even her explorations outside, revolved around refining medicine. But her strength is not bad either. Once that terrible poison is released, even legendary monsters cannot resist it. Wife, she's very generous, so we can't be stingy. When we kill monsters, we can bring her people along so that she can also gain some points. She can do whatever she wants with the monster's corpse. Besides that, she will get 10 of the resources we mine. Tell her that this is my decision. If she doesn't want it, we won't be friends anymore. Yikan said seriously. My husband has thought it through thoroughly. I know what to do now. In the next 2 days, Yikan lived a simple life again. He either talked about human body with the beauties from Yaksha army, or talked about rhyme with the beauties from Demon Eye Snake army, which made the beauties from the two armies become much more beautiful. Apart from this matter, Yikan's whole mind was focused on a piece of trophy. That is the Zerg hive obtained from Kinto Sakata. He bought a large vat from the virtual mall, filled it with eternal well water, then soaked the mother nest in it, and then used the energy of the three-color crystal to continuously flush the mother nest. It seems to be of no use. Yikan looked at the mother nest whose color had faded and felt a little disappointed, so he left it and ran to play games with the snake girl. Oh my god, what is this? The next day, when he returned to the water tank again, his eyes were wide open. Chapter 163 Mutated Void Nest. Husband, what's wrong? Several sleepy beauties from the Yaksha army walked out of the tree house. You can tell from their slightly awkward walking posture that they haven't fully recovered from the injuries they suffered last night. It's okay. Go eat first, then go to the Moon Goddess Lake to receive a baptism. After you recover, continue patrolling and hunting. Yikan smiled at them and didn't say much. The Yaksha army has always taken the route of sweeping forward, and they are usually carefree, so naturally they won't pretend to be shy. Before they left, they boldly went up to Yikan and kissed him, then left satisfied. Is this still a hive? After the beauties left, Yikan began to appreciate the insect nest that had been completely transformed. The insect nest is now crystal clear, like a flower bud carved from pure colored glass, and is as beautiful as a work of art. What was even more incredible was that there was a wisp of tine energy lingering above the insect nest, making Yikan feel particularly at home. So he directly opened the panel of the insect nest. Mutated Void Hive. Level 1. Level Epic. Durability 999,999. Skill 1. Decomposition. The glass mat can decompose everything and obtain life energy and genes. The life energy can be used to upgrade soldiers, and the genes can be used to create things. Skill 2. Creation. Confuse various genes in the gene library to create soldiers. Skill 3. Evolution. Arms can devour each other and evolve. Introduction. It was originally the nest of void worms. Due to the fall of the Zerg overlord, it drifted into the endless void and was acquired by the human-faced vortex worms. Unfortunately, the level of the human-faced Turbolarian was too low. They failed to recognize the void hive and were unable to exert its power. They just used it as an ordinary backup hive. Under the cleansing of the mysterious power, the foul air in the void insect nest was completely removed, and a terrible change occurred. Oh my god, it turns out that this insect nest was picked up by Kinto Sakata. Now you can finally understood why he was able to obtain this insect nest. It turned out that the waste Kinto Sakata was not the original owner of this insect nest. It's better if it's not a human-faced planarian. At least it won't be so disgusting. Yikan breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he seemed to remember something, and suddenly looked at the ancient divine tree and asked, Ancient divine tree, do you know the voidworm? I have some impression of it. It seems to be a kind of insect race that wanders in the myriad worlds and survives by devouring other species. Legend has it that a mature void mother nest can destroy a world. Great. Now that the world has released a kill list, the points gained from attacking territories are 10 times that of killing wild monsters. The human-faced turbits will definitely not let go of this opportunity. I can just try my hand with them. Emperor, the void insect nest has a great background. Once it is recognized by a powerful force, I'm afraid they will target you. The ancient sacred tree was knowledgeable and immediately reminded Yikan. Strong men cannot enter the ninth heaven for the time being, and this insect nest has mutated, so it should be unrecognizable. Yikan was not afraid of this at all. By the time those big guys are qualified to enter the ninth heaven, he will definitely have grown up, and it will be hard to say who will be watching whom by then. By the way, calling you a tree is not a good idea. Do you have a name? Yikan looked at the ancient sacred tree. My name is Qing. The ancient sacred tree was silent for a while before saying its name. Obviously, if Yikan didn't mention it, it would probably not even think about this problem. It's a good name. From now on I will call you Qing. Good. When Yikan thought that the ancient sacred tree would consider it, it actually accepted the title directly, leaving Yikan at a loss as to how to respond. So he simply put away the mutated void insect nest and walked towards the cooking tree. Husband. As soon as Yikan entered the restaurant, 2 plump and charming ghost maids came to greet him. Good morning. After Yikan sat down, he directly took the plump and charming maid beside him into his arms, enjoying her tenderness and feeding. Yufei, help me go to the warehouse and get some unprocessed animal bones. I need some of all kinds. Okay. Yufei smiled sweetly and left. Although she was also curious about Yi Kan's strange request, as an outstanding representative who was capable of handling affairs in the living room, the kitchen, and the bedroom, she was not a talkative person. Does my husband also want to learn how to stew pork ribs? The beauty in his arms fed him and looked at him curiously. In the territory, the ghost maids are very humble in front of everyone because this is their professional quality. But in front of Lord Yi Kan, they were very relaxed. They even felt that being with Yi Kan was a rare opportunity to relax, so every time Yi Kan came to the cooking tree, they would rush over to serve him. Yufei was afraid that they would disturb Yi Kan, so she had to arrange them in order so that only 2 people could serve at a time. Today she is accompanied by her little sister named Yulu. I'd rather leave things like stewing spare ribs to professionals like you. I'm only responsible for eating. Yi Kan hugged the little beauty and ate breakfast while enjoying her beauty. Not long after, Yufei returned. After chatting with them for a while, Yi Kan came to the east side of the fairy forest carrying the big bag of bones. Go! He glanced around, took out the mutated void insect nest, and threw it out. Buzz! There was endless mist surrounding the nest, and the insect nest suddenly swelled up in the wind. By the time it fell to the ground, it had turned into a huge insect nest the size of a football field. The insect nest is crystal clear and smooth, as if it was carved out of crystal. It is extremely dazzling and magnificent. The insect nest is wrapped with some lush green vines, on which some small yellow flowers have bloomed, while the outer edge of the insect nest is a fungal carpet that extends more than 30 meters. However, these fungal mats are different from the dirty mud of the human-faced turbularians. They seem to be condensed from pure water and have the same structure as an insect nest. Looking from above, the appearance of the fungal blanket is a bit like a honeycomb, just like an artificial crystal floor, without a trace of filth. With this appearance and hygiene conditions, even if my wives knew, they probably wouldn't blame me. After Yi Kan finished speaking, he immediately mobilized the power of creation and wanted to give it a try. As a result, he failed unsurprisingly. Epic architecture, if it goes a step further, will become a myth, which is indeed not easy. Try your decomposition skills. As he spoke, Yi Kan threw all the bones he brought to the ground. Buzz. As a result, a faint light immediately appeared on the smooth honeycomb floor, covering all the bones. In a short while, the bones disappeared without leaving any residue. Well enough. Yi Kan nodded with satisfaction and walked into the insect nest with his hands behind his back. Click, click. As soon as he stepped into the door, he heard a crisp sound, like some creature eating potato chips. Chapter 164. The Queen of the Void, Fowl. Yi Kan followed the sound into the depths of the insect nest, and then saw a graceful figure. She was a young woman who was about 1.7 meters tall. Her hair was as white as a waterfall, her skin was as white as snow, her waist was thin and her legs were long. But most notably, she had a charming peach butt and a bust of at least 36D, which made Yi Kan a little stunned. So he opened the attribute panel of this beautiful lady. Zerg Queen Fowl. Race, Voidworm. Tier, Epic. Level 1. Constitution, 200. Original Attribute 20. Territory Attribute 10 times Blessing. Spirit, 150. Original Attribute 15. Territory Attribute 10 times Blessing. Bloodline, Voidworm. Talent, Space. Skill 1, Power of Space. Can release space blades to attack enemies. The ability will grow with the growth of the queen, and when it becomes powerful enough, it can tear the void. Skill 2, Poison Mist. Releases poison mist to paralyze the enemy and weaken their combat power. Skill 3, Parasitism. Can parasitize the void larvae on the enemy and gain the opponent's vision. Introduction. The Void Zerg wandering in the desolate universe encountered a powerful enemy and were eventually wiped out. The Void Queen Fowl used the last of her strength to tear apart the void and escape, but was ultimately severely injured and had no choice but to be reborn as an insect egg, waiting for her chance to be reborn. However, he fell into the hands of the dirty, human-faced turbularians and was nearly contaminated. Fortunately, he was rescued by a powerful human lord and was baptized by the mysterious power, breaking through and then rebuilding himself. Far. Yi Kan shouted tentatively. Oh. The Queen of the Void turned around, and the moment she saw Yi Kan, her scalp suddenly felt tingling. Far pays homage to the Lord. The Queen of the Void knelt on one knee and looked at Yi Kan with awe and fanaticism. Although she had been sleeping before, she woke up when Yi Kan invaded Kinto Sakata's territory and witnessed Kinto Sakata's death. She knew very well what Yi Kan had done during this period and how much he had given for her. Even without the baptism and assimilation of the territory's secret power, She had already recognized Yi Kan and was willing to work for him. Because if it weren't for Yi Kan, she would most likely have been contaminated by the dirty human-faced Turbolarians and turned into a spineless mollusk. Get up. When Yi Kan saw the face of the Queen of Void clearly, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it is a standard Oriental beauty face, not a Western face like the Queen of Blades Kerrigan. Yes, Master. The Void Queen stood up and stood aside respectfully, not caring at all about her perfect body being exposed. Master. Yi Kan smiled slightly, feeling a little unbelievable. Now, the relationship between him and Fal is indeed a bit like that between the Overmind and the Brainworm, but it is also a little different. Because Far has his own independent thoughts. Eat your eggshell first, and then we can talk properly later. Yi Kan looked at the perfect figure of the Void Queen and couldn't help feeling hot in his heart, but when he remembered that her true form was a Void Worm, he immediately suppressed the heat. He is not as brave as Senior Brother 11. Xiao Mei, I'm at the eastern edge of the territory. Bring some women's clothing right over. Yes, Master. Xiao Mei, who had been sitting on a tree swinging her legs boredly, suddenly became energetic and rushed into the warehouse with a whoosh. Not long after, she rushed to the east with several little sisters and a pile of colorful clothes. While in the insect nest, Yi Kan contacted Li Jiqing through telepathy. Wife, pick out one of each of the wild monsters you hunted, birds, beasts, fish, insects, anything is fine, and have the amethyst dragon bring it back as quickly as possible. I need it urgently. Huh? Why do you suddenly want these things? Is there not enough food in the territory? Li Jiqing frowned and immediately rejected her idea. The food reserves in the Wonderland are enough to last for a long time, just the dragon meat alone, so there is no possibility of food shortage. That's not the case. I have other uses for it. Just do as I ask. I'll tell you in detail when I come back. All right. After Li Jiqing cut off the connection, she immediately became confused. Sister Qing, what's wrong? Lin Daiyu saw Li Jiqing's doubts and walked over immediately. Did anything happen at home? Seeing this, Nuba and Su Daji, who were not far away, also flew forward. Because they all know that the Queen has the ability to communicate with Yi Kan. As for the principal, they don't know, but it's amazing anyway. Do you think that our husband's decision to send us out to fight this time seems a bit deliberate? Li Jiqing did not answer them, but asked a strange question. A little bit, but isn't this the decision you two made? Su Daji looked at Li Jiqing in confusion. That's true, but my husband's reason is impeccable. The density of monsters on the little fox's side is indeed much higher than ours, but I always feel like something is wrong. Li Jiqing now feels like a very smart person. Sister, given the temperament of the human-faced planarian, it will definitely not let go of our territory. My husband is home alone, and I am a little worried. Me too. Su Daji and Lin Daiyu both clenched their hands tightly. In fact, they have been thinking about Yi Kan these past 2 days, worried that he wouldn't be able to cope with it. How about this? The 3 monsters come back with me, and you guys stay here and continue to kill monsters. Our points must not fall out of the top 3. Li Jiqing thought about it and made a decision directly. Good. Although Nuba and Lin Daiyu were a little disappointed, they had no complaints. Because they all know the strength of the 3 demons. The bond attribute of these 3 guys is a king bomb, and the 3 talents demon formation is a life-saving skill at the critical moment. With the 3 of them around, Yi Kan's life can be guaranteed no matter what happens. On the other side, with the help of Xiao Mei, the Queen of the Void had changed into a jade-colored diamond-studded tights. This dress fully reveals the contours and beauty of her body. She exudes an ethereal and otherworldly aura. She looks like a goddess in the sky, noble and cold. Master, who is this sister? She is so beautiful. Xiao Mei circled around the Queen of the Void a few times with envy in her eyes. My name is Fal. I am the Queen of the Void Zerg, and also the servant of the Overmind. For said seriously. Hee hee, I don't know what it is, but it sounds awesome. Xiao Mei covered her mouth and giggled, then left with her little sisters. Far, I just replenished the gene pool. Try to create something, and see if you can create a useful type of soldier. Yi Kan sat on the throne of the insect nest, looking at the Queen of the Void calmly. Just now, he had almost digested all the information from the insect nest. However, he had never practiced it in practice, so he wanted to see how the Void Queen, as a professional, did it. Master, the level of the hive and me is too low. We can only produce worker bees at the moment. Far lowered his head, obviously a little embarrassed. I had forgotten that. After Yi Kan finished speaking, he immediately opened the insect nest panel and spent more than 400 million source crystals to upgrade the insect nest to level 16. Thanks to the Well of Eternity drawing energy from the void, the cost of upgrading buildings and troops has been greatly reduced. Afterwards, he spent more source crystals to upgrade the Void Queen to level 10. The upgrade of the insect nest is a little different from other buildings in the territory. Although buildings must also be upgraded with source crystals, there are two different ways to upgrade soldiers. One is using source crystals, and the other is using life energy. It's all right now. No problem. Fal felt the power surging from his body and the insect nest expanding further, and he was immediately overjoyed. Buzz. As she thought about it, the huge insect nest immediately began to operate, and then split into many spaces, turning into incubation pools and evolution rooms. Chapter 165. The queen came to check on Yi Kan. Was he caught in the act? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Under Far's jade fingers that were as sleek as a butterfly flying through flowers, endless spots of light burst out from the gene pool and then merged together. Then, the merged light spots rushed into the incubation pool. Not long after, worker bees, all covered in cold air, crawled out of the hatching pool. They are a little different from the worker bees that Yi Kan understands. Although it also has a pair of large claws and a bunch of compound eyes, there is no messy and disgusting color on its body. They seem to be carved from ice, very pure. Good. Yi Kan nodded, then connected his spirit to Fal. This is the basic ability of being a master. And with his strong spiritual support, Far's work will be much easier, and the spiritual connection will also allow him to understand Far's work in more detail. Far, try to create combat arms. Yi Kan looked at Far with fiery eyes, which made Far feel a little angry. Because of the spiritual connection, Yi Kan was not on guard, which allowed her to understand some of Yi Kan's thoughts and deepened her understanding of human beings. Master, what do you want? After a brief contact, Far already had a basic understanding of Yi Kan. This guy must be a beauty lover who likes beautiful things. I don't know much about you, Void Zerg, but I have come across some knowledge about the Zerg before. I will share that with you now, and you can do whatever you want with it. After Yi Kan finished speaking, he immediately recalled in his mind, and his understanding of the Zerg flashed through his mind like a movie. Is that clear? Yi Kan opened his eyes and asked, Master, you may have some misunderstandings about us Void Zerg. We are different from those Zerg. Fal twisted his hands together and looked at Yi Kan with a bit of loss and grievance. Now that you mention it, I feel more excited. Let me tell you. Yi Kan immediately became interested. My previous form was like this. Fal pointed with his jade finger. Buzz. A white light suddenly appeared in front of her eyes, and then condensed into the shape of a little girl with wings. Apart from having 2 legs, for arms, a pair of antennae, and 2 pairs of ice crystal wings, her appearance is almost the same as that of humans. Afterwards, Fal constructed the form of an ordinary void worm. It looks a bit like a little dragon with wings. Oh my god, these are 2 completely different civilizations. No wonder you are called void bugs. Your appearance is amazing. This is good. You can learn from each other's strengths and make up for each other's weaknesses. Let's work together. Yi Kan knew that now was not the time to waste time. Good. Buzz. However, as soon as Far finished his words, a white light appeared beside Yi Kan. Then, a graceful figure appeared. Oh my god, why are you back? When Yi Kan saw Li Jiqing returning, he couldn't help feeling a little guilty. TSK. I was wondering why you sent us away. It turns out that hundreds of wives weren't enough, so you're planning to expand your harem. After Li Jiqing opened the Eye of the Devil and released Su Daji and her 2 sisters, he circled around Fal, stroking his chin. It is indeed ethereal and extraordinary, like a rare jade sculpture. No wonder you are attracted to it. But there is no need to avoid me. There are already hundreds of them. Why would I care about this one more? Li Jiqing looked at Yi Kan with confusion in her eyes. The 2 sisters Su Daji stared at Far, constantly comparing themselves to him to see where they were lacking. What are you thinking about? Yi Kan grabbed Li Jiqing's hand, pulled her into his arms, and began to caress and kiss her, causing Li Jiqing to breathe rapidly before saying, Actually, I was mainly afraid that you would dislike me and stop me. Dislike it? And you're trying to stop it? Now Li Jiqing's brows furrowed even deeper. What do you think this is? After Yi Kan finished speaking, he immediately opened the panel of the insect nest. Oh my god, is this a bug nest? Li Jiqing was so frightened that her body trembled. If Yi Kan hadn't held her, she would have jumped up. How is that possible? Aren't insect nests dirty and slimy? Su Daji and her 2 sisters looked at the crystal wall of the insect nest that looked like a work of art around them and could not believe what they had just heard. Far pays homage to the queen. At this time, Fal, who received a hint from Yi Kan, suddenly knelt on one knee and bowed deeply to Li Jiqing. Are you the Zerg Queen? After Li Jiqing finished looking at Fal's panel, her mouth suddenly turned into a round shape. So this is why you asked me to bring back the monster's corpse. After some investigation, Li Jiqing finally figured out the whole story and breathed a sigh of relief. What else do you think it is? But can a single hive really withstand the attack of the human-faced worms? Regarding this issue, not only Li Jiqing, but Su Daji and the other two were also full of doubts. Don't worry, if I say yes, then it's fine. Since we've brought everyone back, then the three sisters Daji can stay here, and you can go back and take charge of the situation. Is it really okay? Li Jiqing was still a little worried. When have I ever lied to you? Aren't there still Yiksha troops and snake girls? Go back. In the end, after Yi Can's coaxing and deception, Li Jiqing finally agreed to leave. With so many troops on the little fox side, they really need a lord who can communicate with everyone so that they can mobilize troops at any time. However, she kept the three monsters from Xinyuan tomb. In addition, there were also monster corpses as big as a mountain. Without any orders from Yi Can and Fowl, the worker bees swarmed out. They quickly decomposed the huge mountain of monster corpses, stored the monsters' genes in the gene bank, and obtained a huge amount of life energy. Let's get started. Yi Can nodded to Far, and then the two of them connected their minds and began to create. Following Yi Can's suggestion, Fowl gave up the good-looking appearance of the troops and focused on their lethality. Soon she hatched a kind of ice springtail that was filled with coldness, had thick hind legs, sharp claws, and had 2 pairs of sickles and acceleration wings on its back. This springtail is crystal clear, as if it were carved from ice crystals. Although they lack the ferocity of the Zerg, they are more ruthless and cold. When the sickles on their backs are swung, they can even freeze the blood, which is extremely terrifying. Oh my god, that's fierce. When Yi Can saw the ice hopper easily kill a level 15 black wolf, he immediately smiled with satisfaction. The human-faced Turbolarian is right. It's time to hunt. Yi Can had an idea and immediately communicated with the troops in the territory, asking Aya to lead the demon ice snake people to follow him, and Gong Sun Yu to lead the Yiksha army to guard the territory. Afterwards, Yi Can directly put away the insect nest and came to a location 1,000 kilometers east of the territory. Mass-produce ice hoppers, clean up. After Yi Can relocated the insect nest, he gave the order directly. Yes, master. Under Fowl's command, countless ice springtails swarmed out and began to rush in all directions, constantly hunting various monsters. Even the spies from the nearby human-faced Turbolarian territory were hunted down. The energy pool and gene pool of the insect nest are growing like a snowball. The number of ice springtails is also increasing exponentially. One advantage of the Zerg is that there is not much limit on the number of troops. As long as you have money, it is entirely up to you how many troops you want to produce. In fact, the same is true for other ethnic groups. Even if your level is not high enough, as long as you have money, you can increase the number of barracks and continuously increase the number of soldiers as long as you can afford it. In just half a day, Yi Can's ice springtails had reached a terrifying number. In addition to the hunting of the springtails, the corpses of the monsters brought back by Li Jiqing played a big role. Of course, there is also Yi Canhao's inhumane Krypton gold. In order to increase the number of troops as quickly as possible, he directly invested tens of billions of source crystals. By the time the lord of the neighboring territory reacted, the ice hoppers were already at the gates of the city. What is this? Yumi Haru felt cold all over as she looked at the ice springtails that kept popping out beside her. Chapter 166. Let the bullets fly for a while. Sakata-kun, Akaya-kun, were the Zerg outside my territory sent by you? Yumi Haru looked at the densely packed ice springtails and felt inexplicably nervous. She immediately sent a message in the group. Dominate. In the void insect nest, Fowl looked at Yi Can with excitement. This was her first time attacking a lord who was equal to the overlord, so she was a little excited. Kill. Yi Can waved his hand. Yes. Fowl was waiting for this moment and immediately ordered the entire army to attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the ice springtails all over the mountains rushed into Yumi Haru's territory like tigers descending from the mountains. When Yumi Haru saw that the enemy was charging without any hesitation, her expression suddenly changed, and she immediately commanded her army to meet the enemy. Chi-chi-chi-chi. The ice springtails are fearless and like starving ghosts. They will eat anything. Wherever it passes, no grass grows. Although they are only about 1 meter in size, their huge numbers make up for their shortcomings. However, Yumi Haru's strength should not be underestimated. She has actually cultivated thousands of bone-thorn poisonous insects. No wonder this guy was so calm just now. It turns out he has such a trump card. Yi Can sat sideways on the throne deep in the insect nest, looking at the battlefield below through the mental link. Su Daji and the other two stayed beside him, massaging his shoulders and arms attentively. The void hive, like the demon's eye, is a special building that can be moved. In order to develop rapidly, Yikan adopted a method of fighting to support fighting and move the insect nest next to Hadi Yumi's territory. Now, the shining fungal blanket has spread into Yumi Haru's territory. The ice springtails were fighting in the front, while the worker bees were picking up the corpses and decomposing them in the back. The two sides have clear division of labor and tacit cooperation. As long as the life force accumulates to a certain level, Yikan will activate the hatching pool to hatch more ice springtails. Fal sat next to Yikan, paying attention to the situation of the Zergling army while fusing genes and deducing new types of troops. The knowledge that Yikan instilled in her gave her a lot of ideas and allowed her to have more choices. Later, in order to enrich Far's imagination, Yikan also shared with Far some images of insects and beasts that he had seen in his previous life through a mental link. Now, in addition to the frost Zerglings, Fal has fused another type of soldier. Self-destructing mosquito. This mosquito is also called the death bat, and is a type of soldier that will die together with the enemy. Although it is a disposable consumable, its power should not be underestimated. Now Fal has hatched hundreds of suicide mosquitoes. These guys are hovering outside Yumi Haru's territory, ready to serve their master at any time. Look, the opportunity is coming soon. Although Yumi Haru's bone thorn poisonous insects are powerful, they are restrained by the agile ice springtails. Because their main method of attack is to spit venom, close combat is not their forte. Once the ice springtails get close to them, they have almost no room for resistance. With the current situation, it is estimated that it won't be long before Yumi Haru will be left alone. As a result, at the moment when all the ice hoppers entered the territory, Yumi Haru suddenly used her ultimate move, releasing more than 300 flying dragons and several powerful Zerg heroes. In addition to the flying dragon, she even summoned her own Shikigami, a winged snake that can breathe fire. Boom boom boom. With the powerful addition of Zerg heroes and winged serpents, the bone-thorn venomous insect quickly gained a foothold. The flying dragon took the opportunity to bombard the swarm of jumping insects. Although the ice springtail has strong hind legs and flexible acceleration wings, it can only jump to a height of about 10 meters and cannot reach flying dragons and winged snakes at all. You lowly iceworm tribe, you actually want to target my human-faced worm. After this battle, I will destroy all of you, huh? Yumi Haru gained the upper hand and burst into laughter wildly. There is also competition among the Zerg. It was misled by the appearance of the frost Zerglings and thought that it was the ice Zerg attacking it. But what she didn't know was that the ones controlling the Zerglings were not the ice worms at all, but the humans they hated the most, Yikan, the sixth brother. Dirty Turbolarian, how dare you? When Fal saw the ice hoppers being killed one after another, he became angry. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Under her command, the suicide mosquito team was dispatched instantly. These monsters, which were as big as human heads, formed several straight lines and rushed into Yumi Haru's territory like javelins, and then fearlessly crashed into the winged snakes and flying dragons. Boom boom boom. Following a loud bang, blood and flesh flew everywhere in the flying dragon group, and half of them died in the blink of an eye. The arrogant winged snake also had its wings blown off and fell to the ground. No. Amid Yumi Haru's desperate cries, dozens of ice springtails pounced on the winged snake and bit it madly. After sacrificing the lives of more than a dozen of its companions, the ice springtail finally succeeded in killing the winged snake. At the same time, the group of human-faced Turbolarians was in an uproar. Naoto Sakata and Taichi Akaya kept tagging Yumi Haru, but received no response. Dear Yumi-chan, we haven't sent anyone over yet. What happened over there? The Zerg have descended upon your territory? Which group are they from? Yumi-chan, why don't you reply? Lord Sakata, why don't we act in advance? I have a bad feeling. At this time, Minako Furue jumped out. Humph, no matter which tribe it is, if they dare to mess with my human-faced Turbolarian tribe at this critical moment, they must pay the price in blood. Naoto Sakata had a cold expression on his face. This time, they spared no expense to purchase the city relocation order. In addition to avenging their brother Kento Sakata, they also had an additional mission, which was to seize control of the 520 Novice village. After arriving, they originally planned to kill Yikan first, but the killing list was unlocked at this time. So they decided to attack other territories first to rush to the top of the list, and then wait until half a day before the settlement to eliminate the humans on the list in order to achieve the effect of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. What surprised them was that the third place on the list was actually Yikan. So they agreed to besiege Yikan at the last moment, which would not only avenge Kento Sakata, but also earn them some points. However, ideals are full and reality is skinny. They never dreamed that Yikan, the sixth best player, would give up his chance to challenge the list but become interested in the insect nest and spend 2 days studying it. The fucking thing is, he actually figured it out. Not only did he obtain an incredible void insect nest, he also used the secret power of the territory to cause the nest to mutate. If this incredible thing were to be exposed, the entire ninth heaven would probably be in an uproar. If Naoto Sakata knew that this insect nest was given to Yi Kan by his stupid younger brother, he would probably vomit blood and die immediately. It would be fine if you didn't donate such a precious thing to your family, but you actually used it to help the enemy. He deserves to die. On the other side, the honeycomb-like fungal carpet continued to extend. The worker bees rushed into Yumi Hato's territory like ants moving house and constantly dragged the corpses back to the nest for decomposition. As time goes by, the reserves of the gene bank are constantly increasing, the energy bank is constantly being charged, and the waste produced by decomposition is broken down by the fungal mat and pressed under the ground. Under the crazy sacrifice of the suicide swarm, Yumi Hato's heroes and the Zerg could no longer resist and were defeated. Far wait. When Far was about to defeat Yumi Hata in one fell swoop, Yikin actually stopped her. Master, what's wrong? Fal looked at Yikin in confusion. Kill it while it's sick. Isn't this what the Lord said? Let the bullets fly for a while, so she has time to shake hands. Yikin smiled slightly and immediately contacted Li Jiqing through telepathy. Wife, I changed my mind. Chapter 167 Conspiracy. The Frost Dragon is born. Hee, you still can't leave me, right? After communicating with Yi Kan, Li Jiqing immediately smiled. Oh, my noble queen, what happened to make you so happy? Nuba suddenly appeared behind Li Jiqing, mischievously put her arms around her waist, and reached up to grab her twice. My sister is really gifted. She's almost catching up with me. Sister Xian, you have no moral principles and are trying to sneak attack. After Li Jiqing finished speaking, she suddenly reached back and instantly forced Nuba back out. What kind of trick is this? It's so terrifying. Nuba used her jade arms to block horizontally and vertically, defending the upper and lower points, and looked at Li Jiqing as if facing a great enemy. Sister, stop making trouble. My husband has nothing important to do. Go and inform Nana. I have something important to announce. Good. Seeing that Li Jiqing didn't seem to be joking, Nuba immediately flashed and rushed towards the little fox's territory. Li Jiqing communicated with all the heroes and soldiers fighting outside and asked them to assemble as quickly as possible. On the other side, Yikin had already stopped Fal's attack. At the same time, he also opened the kill list. First place, Naoto Sakata, 28.655 million points. Second place, Zhu Huifei, 22.367 million points. Third place, Yi Kan, 21.589 million points. Fourth place, Taichi Akatani, 21.202 million points. Fifth place, Hong Sanqian, 18.898 million points. Sixth place, Minako Furue, 15.02 million points. 10th place, Liangxiu Nana, 5.555 million points. I didn't expect that the little fox would also be on the list. It seems that she has been working hard these days. Yikin looked at the points on the list and was not surprised. In the past 2 days, he has not attacked any territory except the one he is attacking now, Hato Yumi. It's already incredible to be ranked in the top 3 in points. After all, the points gained from attacking lords, heroes and soldiers under them are 10 times that of wild monsters. From the name Naoto Sakata, one can tell at a glance that he has a close relationship with Kento Sakata. He must have attacked other lords a lot in recent days. As a descendant of the Ming Queen, Zhu Huifei has a strong sense of national honor. Naturally, he would not sit idly by and watch his own people. He must have killed a lot of soft-bodied insects during this period. Yikin thought about it and opened the group chat directly. Brothers, a few days ago our novice village suddenly had a bright light, and now there are a few unfamiliar insect names on the list. They must have just moved in. The ranking list will be settled at 12 noon tomorrow. There is still 1 day left. The bugs will definitely attack the human territory crazily, so everyone should pay attention to defense. Brother Yikan, you just realized it. I'm killing people like crazy. As soon as Yikan sent the message, Zhu Huifei showed up. I've been in seclusion these past 2 days and haven't been paying attention to the news outside. Is everyone okay? Zhu Huifei. Oh my god, the killing list is for warlords like us. You are in seclusion. What are you thinking? No, you are in seclusion and still ranked 3rd. FCK. Ding Jin. Brother Yi is awesome. He was among the top 3 in seclusion. Now he is out of seclusion. What do we have to do with him? Hong Sanqian. Brother Ding. You are talking as if you have nothing to do with Yi Kan if he doesn't come out. Also, Brother Zhu, watch out for your chrysanthemum. Zhu Huifei. Fuck. I suddenly feel a chill on my back. Lianxiao Nana. Brother Yikan is out. Thank you for taking care of me these past 2 days. Nana is doing great now. Su Lingyu, 2 days? Take care of? Nana, you guys. Fuck. Oh my god, what did I see in my eyes? Yikan, what on earth did you do to our lovely Nana? She is so cute. How could you have the heart to do that to her? As soon as the little fox spoke, the rough guys in the group immediately went wild. What nonsense are you talking about? Nana has been with me these past 2 days. You can just send out troops to help Nana kill monsters. Li Jiqing couldn't bear to watch anymore as people were talking more and more outrageous. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm attacking the territory of a bug called Hadayumi, and I'm almost taking it down. After I kill it, if any of you have any problems, I'll go and support you. Zhu Huifei. Brother Yi, you are not going to challenge for the top spot again, are you? Yi can, Could it be that someone else has opened the market? Hong Sanqian. Yes, those bugs are still determined to win back what they lost last time. Su Lingyu. Don't underestimate the enemy. This Sakata Naoto is no ordinary man. Legend has it that he is a powerful yin-yang master who can exert power beyond epic. Zhu Huifei. Sister Su, is the news reliable? Su Lingyu. Absolutely reliable. Husband, what do you think? After reading the chat in the group, Li Jiqing immediately contacted Yikan. It's not easy for that guy to earn nearly 30 million points in 2 days, but don't worry too much. We are not pushovers. We just need to act according to the plan. Well, we've already set off, and we expect to arrive at the scheduled location when the list is updated tonight. Okay, I'll make some arrangements here too. After Yikan finished speaking, he cut off the connection. Afterwards, he commanded hundreds of ice springtails through mental connection, spreading outward with Yumi Haru's territory as the center, and only stopped when they were 100 kilometers away. With the ice hopper as a base, he can check the surrounding situation through mental link. As long as there is an enemy attack, the ice hopper can give a warning. Foul, with the transition of the flying dragon gene, the void larva should be able to fuse with the amethyst dragon gene, right? After Yikan had arranged everything, he looked at the queen of the void who was sitting not far away and was like the creator. Master, the fusion has been successful, and this is the finished product. As he spoke, Far immediately activated the energy storage. Buzz. There was a flash of light, and an ice crystal ball in the incubation pool suddenly grew larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bang! As the ice crystal sphere exploded, a dragon-shaped void worm shrouded in cold air flew out. Its body shape is similar to that of an oriental dragon, but it has a pair of ice crystal wings, only 2 feet, and 4 pairs of cold eyes. Show me your strength. Yikan waved his hand, and the dragon-shaped void worm rushed out of the insect nest. Call. As it exhaled, the flowers, plants, and trees outside the territory were instantly frozen and turned into crystal-clear ice crystals. Within the ice crystals, the life force of flowers, plants, and trees was constantly dissipating, and they soon died. And with their death, the dragon-shaped void worm was like taking a tonic, and its body actually grew a little bigger. It's fine if it's just freezing damage, but it can actually deprive the opponent of his life essence for your own use. That's great. Yikan was overjoyed when he saw this incredible weapon, and immediately said, "Let's name it the Frost Dragon and put it into mass production immediately." Yes, Master. Far's spirit is still connected to Yikan, so she can feel Yikan's joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness. Although she is the queen of the Void Zerg, she is also Yikan's brainworm. To the brainworm, the overlord is God. Everything about the brainworm belongs to the Master. Even if the Master wants the brainworm to die, she will do it without hesitation. And getting the recognition and needs of the Master is the happiest thing for a brainworm. Of course, Far is lucky and special, because Yikan did not manipulate her thoughts, nor did he suppress her nature, but allowed her to grow freely. As a member of the fairy forest, no matter who he is absolutely loyal to Yikan. This is also Yikan's greatest reliance that allows him to do anything without restraint and without any worries. And below, in the territory surrounded by ice springtails, Yumi Haru was stunned. It had even prepared to use forbidden techniques and die together with these hateful insects, but the insects stopped attacking, leaving it a little confused. However, it reacted quickly and immediately opened a group chat to contact its partners. Sakata-kun, Akaya-kun, please come and save me. These Zerg have surrounded my territory, and they may launch a general attack at any time. Which ethnic group is it? Naoto Sakata became excited immediately after receiving a response from Yumi Hata. It looks like an ice worm, but it gives me a weird feeling. I'll open the video and you can judge for yourself. As she spoke, Yumi Hata directly turned on the video recording function. However, at this moment, an ethereal figure floated out from the huge ice crystal insect nest in the distance. She was a breathtakingly beautiful young woman, with a head full of snow-white hair and a pair of icy crystal wings as thin as a cicada's wings on her back. She looked like a fairy from heaven who had descended to the mortal world. At this moment, she was looking down at Hata Yumi coldly. How beautiful! Yumi Hata looked up at the pure, flawless, ethereal woman and couldn't help feeling a little inferior. Chapter 168. The Smart Guy and the Traitor. Oh my god, what kind of group is this? Humans. Humans don't have wings, and this kind of godlike ethereal aura is not something that lowly humans can possess. This is simply a work of art. Yumi-chan, is she a monster or a lord? The appearance of Fowl astonished the entire human-faced Turbolarian tribe in the novice village. Even Wu Maxiong, a human trader who had just joined the group, was captivated by Fowl's peerless beauty and began to have fantasies about her. Aren't all Zerg a vile and dirty group? When did such an alien appear? Wu Maxiong looked at the beauty in the video and couldn't help but complain. Because his ancestor Wu Xinggui invited foreign races into the country and harmed the dynasty of his own race, the entire human race now dislikes them. Moreover, he had been instructed to come into contact with the human-faced Turbolarian. Plus, Zhu Huifei has been targeting him recently, otherwise he would not be willing to cooperate with this group of dirty and despicable guys. However, if the target was the Zerg queen in the picture, he could tolerate it. Stop talking nonsense and come quickly, or I will be dead. This Zerg lord is epic, and the Zerg nest behind her is obviously not ordinary. If we can get it, we can open up a second territory. It is a sure win. Yumi Hata knew that the arrival of reinforcements meant that she would lose this great opportunity. But for the sake of her own life, she no longer cared about so much. In that case, let's not waste any more time. I want that insect nest. As a descendant of a prominent family, Naoto Sakata naturally knew what was of the greatest value. If you get the insect nest, you get the opponent's gene bank. As long as we can analyze it and put it to good use, we can create a powerful type of army. As for beauties, as long as you are strong enough, why worry about not having beauties? Then I want that Zerg lord. Taichi Akaya knew that he couldn't compete with Naoto Sakata, so he could only settle for the next best thing. Don't forget, Yikan's territory is right next to me. He has not taken any action so far. He is very likely to sit on the mountain and watch the fight. You better be careful. As the person involved, Yumi Hata has been paying close attention to the developments in the fairy forest during this period. Although the secrets it could uncover were limited, it still obtained some intelligence. Then Yikan recently sent some soldiers to help Liang Qiu Nana of the Sky Fox clan to eliminate monsters. Maybe the territory doesn't have so many soldiers. As a traitor, Wu Maxiong still played a role at the critical moment. In order to gain the trust of the human-faced planarian, he also released screenshots of conversations in the human group. His words immediately caught Sakata Naoto's attention. Is that true? Yumi-chan, has Yikan made any major moves in the past 2 days? Naoto Sakata was extremely smart and was able to infer a lot of useful information from just a few words. No, he has only sent out 2 teams of soldiers these days, 1 team of human soldiers and 1 team of snake men, both of which are clearing monsters within 1,000 miles. However, he has 10 giant dragons, so his combat power should not be underestimated. Yumi Hata replied. That makes sense. His 2 teams of soldiers killed wild monsters. Even if they were good at killing monsters, it was impossible for them to earn 20 million points in 2 days. These points must have been earned from the little fox. Doesn't that mean that most of his troops are now with the little fox? When Naoto Sakata and Taichi Akaya said this, their eyes immediately lit up. Mr. Wu, do you know where the little fox's territory is? Naoto Sakata seemed to have thought of something and immediately tagged Wu Maxiong. That little fox is so heartless that he once posted his location in the group. I actually know it. As he spoke, Wu Maxiong directly sent out the coordinates of the little fox. God help me. The little fox is in the northeast. Yikan is in the southwest. Even if his army returns to defend now, it will definitely not be faster than us. Gather the troops immediately and rescue Yumi-chan. However, what they didn't know was that the group chat screen where they were discussing had already fallen into the eyes of the suicide mosquito lying on the roof of the building next to them. Being spied on by the Zerg naturally means being spied on by their brain worms and overminds. Naoto Sakata is really smart. We have to thank Wu Maxiong, the traitor, for his help, otherwise the fish wouldn't have taken the bait. After Yikan finished reading the other party's chat history, he suddenly felt in a good mood. My dear, what Nahata Yumi said is right. With this insect nest, we have opened up a second territory. From now on, This 520 novice village will be our territory. Su Daji lay in Yikan's arms, as lazy as a kitten. Hu Shimei and Yu Qing sat on both sides of Yikan, with their whole bodies pressed against Yikan. With the Void Zerg, the three sisters Su Daji had no place to use their talents. They were like concubines who pleased the king, and they enjoyed this feeling very much. Fortunately, this throne of dominance is big enough to be used as a bed, otherwise it would not be able to accommodate all of them. The world is unpredictable, so we should be cautious and not underestimate the heroes of the world. Yikan smiled slightly and immediately contacted Li Jiqing. Call my wife. The fish has taken the bait. Where are you? We have passed through the central valley of the novice village and are heading towards the fairy forest. Great. Contact Su Lingyu and ask her about Sakata Naoto and Akaya Taichi to see if she knows where the territories of these two guys are. While speaking, Yikan also sent the chat records captured by the self-destructive mosquito to Li Jiqing. Understood. Leave it to me. Not long after, Li Jiqing found out the result. Fortunately, Su Lingyu actually had information about the two people in his hands. Although there was no specific coordinates, there was a rough location. Great. We'll have to treat Sister Su to a good meal later. Now we have to split our forces into two groups and kill the enemy's reinforcements on the way. Good. After Yikan finished the conversation, he looked into his arms and found that Su Daji had fallen asleep. Wives, it's your turn. Yikan's big hand slid over and gently gripped the soft and plump flesh. Su Daji trembled all over and woke up instantly. She didn't know what she was dreaming about. Her pair of seductive eyes seemed to be able to drip water. At the same time, the heroic Yaksha army and the enchanting and charming demon-eyed snake people also came into the insect nest, looking at Yikan on the throne with fanatical looks. Chapter 169. The Queen of the Void shows her power for the first time. You guys should ambush at this location first. Yikan stretched out his hand, and a screen of light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. This is a rough sketch of the novice village, which marks the locations of some known lords and some iconic terrain in the wild. Naoto Sakata was to the west of him, in the opposite direction of Li Jiqing, so he was the only one who could intercept him. Shigu Tai was to his north, and Li Jiqing just had time to intercept him in the middle. Husband, what will you do now that we are gone? Su Daji sat on Yikan's lap and looked at him reluctantly. Don't worry, Yumi Hado is no longer a concern. Besides, we still have Fal. Don't underestimate her. She is not weaker than you at all. I don't believe it unless she fights me. When we get there, let Aya and the others use the mist hiding technique to create a misty forest. I'll let the voidworms assist you. Go. Su Daji suddenly moved her little face closer. Good. Yikan smiled dotingly and kissed the three sisters on the face. Only then did the three evildoers leave with satisfaction. Master, this human-faced worm is not honest. At this time, For suddenly contacted him through a mental link. This bug is a bait now, so you can't kill it yet, but you can stretch its muscles a little to make it behave itself. Clear. Upon hearing this, Fowl, who was floating in the air, immediately revealed a charming smile. Then, she turned into a streak of light and rushed towards Hada Yumi. What are you going to do? When Yumi Hada saw Far swooping down on her, she suddenly became nervous. However, the calm Far saw a hint of sarcasm in its eyes, but Far did not care. Roar. Sure enough, when Fowl's Eye Soul Sword was about to pierce into Yumi Hada's body, a beast roar suddenly came from Yumi Hada's body. Then, a red claw suddenly stretched out from her chest and grabbed Falson's tender neck. Buzz. However, what surprised Yumi Hada was that when the sharp claws were about to touch Fowl, the Fowl suddenly turned into a streak of light and disappeared. When she appeared again, she was already behind Hada Yumi. Laugh. There was a flash of blood, and a bloody scar deep enough to see the bone was left on Yumi Hada's back. By the time it turned around, Fowl had already moved to another direction. Laugh. Another knife slashed across, and Yumi Hada's blood splattered again. Damn it, what the hell are you? This time, Yumi Hada was finally scared. Because Far is like a ghost, and can really teleport. But how could it know that this was actually the talent of the Void Zerg? As the Queen of the Void Zerg, although Fowl is still at a low level, she has unlocked the ability to teleport through space. It looks like there's no suspense. Yi can watch for a while, and after making sure that there would be no problem with Fowl, he commanded the Ice Hoppers to attack and brutally destroyed Yumi Hada's territory. People may not be killed, but territories may be forcibly demolished. It's a bit slow. Yikan took a look at the incubation pool and invested another 5 billion source crystals into the energy storage to speed up the hatching of the Frost Dragon. Then he opened the human chat group. Ding Jean. Everyone be careful. A group of human-faced Turbolarians just passed through my territory and wiped out a group of my archers. Zhu Huifei. Private chat. Report coordinates. Yi Can. Brothers and sisters, if you find the coordinates of the Zerg territory, or if there are Zerg passing through your territory, please report it to me. Ding Jin. Okay, please wait a moment, brothers. Soon, Ding Jin sent out the coordinates. Yi Can. Ding Jin. They should be coming for me. Don't worry, they can't go back. Zhu Huifei. Fuck, brother, you got it for free. Hong Jinwu. Brother, if you have nothing to do, you can come and support me. Damn, the Zerg are going crazy. Thousands of Zerg are attacking my territory. Zhu Huifei. Send the coordinates. The Jinyui's swords are thirsty. As the time for the kill list drew closer, the village lords became more and more angry. The 520 novice village originally had the largest number of Terrans and Zerg, and the two sides were originally evenly matched. However, with the rise of Yi Can, Zhu Huifei and others, the Zerg power began to decline. However, with the strong influx of Naoto Sakata, Taichi Akitani and others, the Zerg's declining trend immediately changed. Although it was only a few days, Naoto Sakata and his team had integrated the Zerg and formed the Zerg Alliance. Even if Hadayumi had not been attacked this time, Sakata Naoto and the others had already decided to take action against all the tribes. Because their real purpose is to take over the 520 novice village. And the attack of Hong Jinwu and his men by the Zerg was just the beginning. At this time, Yikan had already marked the coordinates he had just received, as well as the marching routes of the Zerg on the sketch. He was surprised to find that the Zerg were marching towards Yumi Haru's territory. Damn it, these two bastards, Naoto Sakata and Taichi Akitani, are so treacherous that they even knew how to send cannon fodder to test the waters first. If they are so sincere, then you will never come back. Yikan directly switched to Lin Dayu's template, then took a step forward and arrived outside the insect nest. At the same time, Yumi Hata's core nest was bitten to pieces by ice springtails. Puff. Yumi Hata, who had already been beaten to a pulp by Fowl, suffered a backlash and immediately vomited blood. Human, it's actually a human. You are Yikan? Yumi Hata looked at Yikan, who was slowly approaching with a look of shock. Her pupils suddenly contracted, and there was disbelief and despair in her eyes. Surprising, huh? Yikan raised his hand and clenched it, and Yumi Hata's lord's heart flew towards him. Another epic. You are obviously a human. Why can you command the Zerg? I don't believe it. Yumi Hata roared at Yikan like crazy. Unfortunately, its core mother nest has been destroyed, and the lord's heart has fallen into Yikan's hands, so it can no longer contact its tribesmen. Whether you believe it or not is none of my business. Yikan waved his hand and took away Yumi Hata's storage bag and the resources that exploded in her territory. It takes 4.8 billion source crystals and 600 million boundary stones to demolish an epic territory. It seems that Yumi Hata has a prominent background, and her purse is beyond Yikan's imagination, with 13 billion source crystals in it. Well, all the money I spent in the hive is back. Yikan gestured to Fowl, turned around, and walked into the insect nest. Fowl understood what he meant and directly used 9 cuts and 6 holes on Yumi Hata, sealing its power, then froze it completely and dragged it into the insect nest. Far, the opponent is too slow. Let's take the initiative. Yes, master. Upon hearing this, Far became excited. Following her thoughts, the fungal carpet outside the hive suddenly shrank and then turned into countless giant ice crystal feet. These giant feet were like spider legs, carrying the huge insect nest and running across the ground. From a distance, it looked like an iceberg moving. Chapter 170 Chaos begins. It's hunting time. Husband, I have encountered Zerg here. When do we start? Li Jiqing encountered the first group of enemies when she was still 3,000 kilometers away from Hadi Yumi's territory. Because they were hidden in the eyes of the devil, the other party did not discover them. This is a batch of golden bugs. Leading the way ahead were a dozen giant reptiles, which, from a distance, looked like a group of moving golden fortresses. The hard rocks in front of them are like tofu dregs and break into pieces at the slightest touch. And in the air, there were hundreds of dark golden, ferocious beetles. They have sharp claws, 8 pairs of compound eyes, and their vibrating wings make a heart-pounding buzzing sound. Putting aside their strength, their appearance alone is quite impressive, giving people a feeling of being indestructible. The kill list will be refreshed in a while, so take action immediately after it is refreshed. Yikan responded immediately. Although Hadayumi is not dead yet, all of her subordinate heroes and soldiers have died. Yikan estimated that his current points must have reached a new height. If he could get to the first place at this stage, it would be difficult for him to cheat those gamblers out of their money. Now that he has an extra insect nest that is super good at eating money, he will never let go of any opportunity to make money. Got it. Li Jiqing nodded. Time is passing by minute by minute. The ice springtails released by Yi Can also sounded the alarm. Master, there are 4 groups of enemies approaching us, 2 of which are led by the human-faced Turbolarians. Bang! As soon as Far finished speaking, the gene chain in front of her exploded. After her rebirth, she had basically forgotten all the memories of her past life, leaving only some fragmented fragments and instincts imprinted in her blood. Now, there is only one person in her heart, and that is the Master Yi Can. With the war approaching, she couldn't calm down at all. No. Yi Can nodded and opened the kill list. First place, Naoto Sakata, 42.653 million points. Second place, Zhu Huifei, 41.427 million points. Third place, Yi Can, 37.955 million points. Fourth place, Hong Sanqian, 31.301 million points. Fifth place, Taichi Akatani, 29.103 million points. Luckily, he's still the third. This Naoto Sakata can bring fortune, so let's save him for last. Yi Can breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he had not surpassed the 2 people in front of him. If outsiders knew that he had this attitude towards the ranking on the kill list, they would definitely be petrified. Others were rushing forward desperately, but he was worried that he would surpass others. What's wrong with this? The time has come. All troops attack. Yes. This is what Far was waiting for. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under her command, the ice springtails rushed out like a tide. Under their sharp claws and scythes on their backs, the grass and trees in front of them were cut into pieces. Soon, they encountered the first wave of enemies. The leader of the other team is a human-faced Turbolarian Lord, legendary grade, level 15. He has 5 heroes under his command, all of whom are legends, and 800 types of soldiers, all at the perfect level. They stayed where they were, seemingly waiting for something. When they saw the ice springtails, they were all stunned. Weren't they told that these ice worms were stationed in Yumi-chan's territory? Why did they take the initiative to attack? The human-faced Turbolarian leader looked at the ice springtail with sharp claws and cold eyes in disbelief. However, the ice springtails ignored all this and jumped high, rushing towards the enemy's troops like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. Kill. The Lord was emboldened when he saw that the other side had ordinary soldiers, and he led his heroes to win. Chichichichi. In front of them, the ice springtails were unable to resist and exploded one after another, turning into ice chips on the ground. But there are too many frost zerglings. We can't stop them all. And Far wouldn't just sit there and watch. Whoosh. She transformed into ice wings and rushed out of the territory like a fairy descending from the earth. Buzz. With a slight wave of her jade hand, the battlefield below was suddenly shrouded in white mist. Skill 2, Poison Mist. No, get out of the poisonous fog. The human-faced Turbolarian leader reacted instantly. It and the heroes were alert, but unfortunately the ordinary Zerg soldiers did not have such a high combat awareness. Before they could react, they died under the sharp claws of the ice springtails. Chichichichi. With Fal's intervention, the human-faced Turbolarians completely lost their ability to resist and were defeated. Catch the leader first. Catch the master. The leader of the human-faced Turbolarian tribe thought that Fal was the master and immediately transformed into a disgusting form. Its soft forelimbs and tail were hooked with 3 weapons. In the blink of an eye, it formed a battle formation with the 5 heroes and charged towards Fal. This battle formation is really good, and their flexible limbs are also very suitable for sneak attacks. Especially the tail, the attack angle is extremely tricky, making it difficult to defend against. Unfortunately, they encountered Fal who could teleport. Laugh. In just a few breaths, a Zerg hero had his head chopped off by Fal's ice soul blade. As the number of men in the battle array decreased, the remaining men were unable to react in time and were taken advantage of by Fal, who quickly killed the second one. Damn it, what kind of Zerg is this? When the human-faced Planarian saw this situation, his scalp tingled. It is here to achieve great things, not to die. So, it decisively retreated behind the insect swarm, trying to leave secretly. However, just as it was about to take off into the air, it discovered several frost dragons more than 3 meters long appeared above its head. Call! Call! The frost dragon breathed out a few frosty breaths without saying a word. The human-faced Turbolarian leader suddenly felt cold all over, and before he could react, Fal's ice soul sword had already pierced into his back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without Far's orders, the worker bees rushed out like a tide, dragging the corpses of various Zerg species back to the hive and began to decompose them. Keep going. Fao Yu waved his hand and returned to the insect nest, then looked at Yi Kan with a proud look on his face. That feeling was like a daughter who got 100 points on the test walking towards her old father. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the ice lumps in the incubation pool suddenly exploded one after another. Hiss, hiss. With roars, dense swarms of frost dragons flew out of the hatching pool, as many as 500 of them. Buzz. Yi Kan waved his hand, and the life energy in the energy storage immediately submerged the frost dragon. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After a surge of energy, the frost dragon, which was only 1 foot long, continued to swell up as if it was blown up, and soon became more than 3 meters long. Far, with the frost dragon, ordinary lords are no match for you. I'll leave the control of the hive to you. I'll go meet up with Daji and the others. Master, don't you want Far anymore? Far was a little sad. Don't think too much. Our territory is huge, and we have many heroes and soldiers. There will be more and more in the future. I can't stay in the hive forever. Moreover, we have a spiritual connection and can communicate at any time. Our relationship is far better than that of other heroes. What else can you not be satisfied with? Yi Kan stroked Fao's watery silver hair with a hint of doting in his eyes. This girl, both in appearance and character, is as pure as a blank sheet of paper. No, Fao must not be handed over to Nuba. Yi Kan made a decision secretly. If such a simple girl falls into the hands of Nuba, I'm afraid that within 3 days, her insides will become yellow and oily. He has to be on guard. Fao felt the warmth in Yi Kan's eyes, and his expression slowly relaxed. Master, rest assured, Far will not let you down. Fao's eyes were clear, and his gaze towards Yi Kan was full of attachment. Okay, if you encounter Zerg, kill them without mercy. As for others, except humans, if they dare to attack you, they will all be killed. As for the human race, if they attack you first, you can first reveal your identity and say that you are my ally. If they still don't give in, then don't show mercy. Understood. Far nodded. Chapter 171 The fateful battle breaks out. North of the Wonderland Forest. Roar. 20 purple crystal dragons were divided into 2 teams, plowing the fields in an alternating pattern. Those ordinary Zerg troops were severely damaged in an instant, and before they could react, all kinds of poisons and spells of the Elven, which bombarded them. Then came the third wave, with elf hunters and shadow killers moving out at the same time, madly harvesting lives. As for the heroes and lords, they had already been stopped by Nuba, Princess Longji, Lin Daiyu, and Shui Baochai. Li Jiqing was floating in the air with flying flowers under her feet and a long red whip in her hand. The Devil's Eye and the Spirit Mirror were also floating on both sides of her. That ethereal and domineering look was like an empress descending to the earth. Bang! Any Zerg that attempted to leave the battlefield were pulled back by her long red whip. This is too much. Upon seeing this, the Zerg Lord immediately communicated with the tank bug and fired several energy cannons at Li Jiqing. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The dazzling energy ball was like a small sun. If it was hit hard, even a legendary hero would not be able to withstand a few hits. Because these tank giant insects are not ordinary soldiers, but are similar to Jiang Daili's energy artillerymen. They can accumulate energy and launch powerful attacks, and can hurt enemies across levels. But they still underestimated Li Jiqing's background. She is an epic lord. As a woman, she possesses 10 times the attributes of the fairy forest. If Lin Daiyu's template is added, her dual attributes have already reached a terrifying 36,000 plus. Now even if Yi Kan added the hero template, he might not be her opponent. Moreover, Yi Kan's favor towards her has reached the sky. Now, she not only possesses the only epic weapon in the fairy forest, but also has 2 heaven-defying magic weapons. The Spirit Mirror and the Demon's Eye alone are enough to give these bugs a hard time. Sure enough, the Devil's Eye suddenly opened and launched the Devil's Judgment. Boom. All I heard was a loud bang. Not to mention the energy balls. Even the dozen or so golden-armored giant insects were blown into the sky, and then their scales were shattered and they fell to the ground, dying. The Demon's Eye is now level 16 and is more powerful than before. How so? The Zerg Lord was stunned when he saw that the soldiers he had carefully trained were all killed or injured. It thought that no matter how powerful the opponent was, with the troops it had, it could at least hold the opponent back until reinforcements arrived. As a result, in less than a quarter of an hour, it was left alone. Bang! While it was stunned, the red whip in Li Jiqing's hand suddenly came towards it and whipped it away. Laugh! Before it could react, a slender figure came up behind it silently and stabbed it in the back with a sword. The one who came was none other than Chu Qiao, the shadow killer who made all the heroes extremely embarrassed. Today, she is an epic soldier second only to Cardan. A new enemy has appeared, We must defeat him quickly. Li Jiqing's mind moved, and the eye of the demon suddenly opened, collecting the Zerg corpses on the ground. This is Yi Kan's explanation. All the corpses are nutrients for the void worms. The other side. A Zerg army of 2,000 people crossed the mountains and entered the misty forest where Su Daji and the others were. Then, the three evil monsters opened fire at full power. At Hushime's delicate shout, everyone was put into the state of 9 Phoenix fighting spirit, and their combat power increased by 30. Yu Qing's confusing magic sound caused many Zerg troops to fall into chaos. Then Su Daji swept away all the lost Zergs like a whirlwind. Boom. Hushime used another thunderbolt to directly kill a large number of miscellaneous soldiers. Damn human, it's you. The Zerg are numerous and powerful, so naturally they will not care about the death of 100 or so soldiers. The Zerg Lord immediately led his Zerg and vibrated their wings at the same time, making a harsh sound. Squeak! Squeak! Hearing this shrill voice, the Yaksha army and the demon eye snake people suddenly felt a splitting headache, as if someone had stabbed a needle into their heads. Zheng. However, the next moment, a beautiful peepa sound was heard. Everyone immediately got rid of the influence and rushed towards the Zerg fearlessly. Needless to say, it was the holy light purification of the jade chime that played a role at the critical moment. You can actually suppress our deadly cicada chirping? If so, I will use the swarm of insects to overwhelm you. My dear warriors, kill them. With a roar from the Zerg Lord, the Zergs immediately attacked Su Daji and her 3 sisters like a tide. Boom boom boom. At this moment, 10 terrifying dragon breaths fell from the sky, killing hundreds of Zerg warriors in the blink of an eye. Bloodthirsty flying insects, stop the dragon. Heroes, follow me to kill the enemy leader. The Zerg Lord knew that all the tactics now were fake, and the battle would be over only if the 3 enemy leaders were captured. However, what it didn't know was that there was a bond between the 3 sisters Su Daji. Bond 1. Deep sisterly love. 3 monsters gathered together. All attributes increased by 100. Bond 2. Stab each other in the back. When any of the 3 monsters is attacked, the other sisters will automatically activate their bloodline power and double their combat power. Not to mention the 3 talents demon formation with 3 bonds, which makes you invincible for 10 seconds. As a result, a crushing match between 2,000 and over 100 was turned into an evenly matched match. What made the Zerg Lord tremble was that among the 3 leaders of the other side, there was actually an epic level. The rest, whether leaders or soldiers, are all legendary. Damn it, what the hell is Lord Sakata doing? Didn't we agree that we would deal with the ice bugs, and they would send people to stop Yi Kan? How come there are humans here, and their strength is so terrifying? Taiji Doihara's heart was bleeding as he watched his soldiers continue to die. Fortunately, the Blood Shadow ninjas it carefully trained were not ordinary soldiers. Each of them was legendary. Although there were only dozens of them, they were the most powerful killers hidden on the battlefield. Look, several legendary warriors of the other side have died at their hands. Damn it, you dare to hurt us sisters, you will die? When Su Daji saw the deaths of members of the Yaksha army, she was immediately furious. 4 foxtails suddenly shot up into the sky, like 4 pillars of heaven, and pierced towards the opponent with lightning speed. TSK. TSK. The 2 Zerg heroes were unable to dodge and were directly killed. This woman can actually become stronger. When Doihara Taiji saw this, he immediately began to think of retreating. It now has more than 1,000 Zergs under its command. As the commander, there is no need for it to take any risks. So he ordered the Blood Shadow ninja to intervene forcibly, stop the 3 sisters Su Daji, and then calmly withdraw from the battlefield. However, just as it was rejoicing over its decision, it suddenly felt a chill in its back, and a pitch-black blade protruded from its chest. Soul-devouring success, physical fitness, plus 50. Following the pleasant prompt sound, Yi Kan drew out the heaven-devouring sword and kicked Doihara Taiji to the ground. Husband. When Su Daji and her 2 sisters saw Yi Kan, their eyes were immediately filled with tears. They haven't experienced death for a long time, and yet they are so powerful that they can't even protect their own sisters. Don't be sad, I will revive them. Now let's kill these bugs first. Although Yi Kan's tone was calm, Su Daji knew that Yi Kan was extremely furious at this moment. While Yi Kan and Li Jiqing were engaged in a tough battle, the human community was also in an uproar. Damn bugs, they're going crazy. I was attacked here too. Me too. At this moment, Yi Kan's private message suddenly rang. When he opened it, he found that a lot of people had sent him coordinates, and all of them had been attacked by the Zerg. Chapter 172, Crazy Queen. Fatty, kick Wu Maxiong out of the group chat immediately. Yikan transformed into a phantom and frantically killed the Zerg while contacting Jiang Daily. Okay, Jiang Daily didn't ask any more questions. He just raised his hand and kicked Wu Maxiong out. Hey, why did you kick Wu Goxiong? This bastard is full of rebellion. He should have been kicked out long ago. You can't say that. Before he does anything that harms the interests of the human race, we should be more rational. That's right, we can't wrongly accuse a good person, nor can we let a bad person go. Well, Wu Maxiong just has a bad mouth, but he's not a bad person. Damn it, I just looked down on the reasonable people among you. When everyone saw the message about kicking someone, they immediately started discussing it. Then, Yikan directly threw out the screenshot of Wu Maxiong's conversation with Sakata Naoto and others in the Zerg group chat. Fuck, who said that Wuma Bear people are not bad? Come out and say it again. The slap in the face came so quickly that those rational people were too scared to say anything after seeing the screenshots. Because this is a third-person perspective photo, you can also see Yumi Hata's back while they are talking. With the Lord's current eyesight, they can tell at a glance whether this screenshot is real or fake. Fuck, I've long felt that there's something wrong with this bastard. It's true that a dog can't change its habit of eating shit. He's just like his ancestors. After seeing the screenshot, Zhu Huifei became furious. Brother Zhu, Wu Maxiong's location seems to be not far from you. I'll leave this traitor to you. Now that the human and insect races are at war, I have to clean up the southwest first so that I can have some free time to support you. Yikan knew very well that who hated the Wu family the most was none other than Zhu Huifei, a descendant of the Ming Queen. Brother Yi, don't worry. This bastard will definitely not survive tonight. I have already united some people in the east, so you don't have to worry about this. Also, I, Zhu Huifei, will take the top spot on tomorrow's killing list. Zhu Huifei looked confident. Obviously, he was worried that Yikan would come over from the east to snatch points from him. Brother Zhu is probably worrying too much. At this time, Hong Sanqian suddenly appeared. Now Sister Su Lingyu and I are joining forces to fight the enemy. The Northwest can still hold out for the time being, but Brother Yi is not having such a good time. He has no time to deal with you. What's going on? When Zhu Huifei heard him say this, his heart skipped a beat. I don't know the details, but I am sure that Brother Yi must have done something outrageous to the Zerg. Otherwise, why would the Zerg lords on my side divide their forces into a joint army and rush towards the southwest with murderous intent, not even caring about us? Haha. After Hong Sanqian finished speaking, he also posted a screenshot of the Zerg coalition army. In the picture, tens of thousands of Zerg heroes and soldiers gathered together. From a distance, it looked like a black mass, which was terrifying to see. Brother Yi, what on earth did you do? Brother Yi Kan, you wouldn't have kidnapped the Zerg princess, would you? Tisk, with my brother Kan's looks and abilities, would he be interested in those disgusting Zerg? Don't talk nonsense. I just demolished the territory of a person named Hatayumi, and then saved his life to go fishing. While Yikan was wielding the sky-devouring sword and madly killing the Zerg, he posted the miserable picture of Hatayumi being nailed to the ground by an ice spike. Oh my god, you are so brave. This Yumi Hata is Naoto Sakata's fiancée. Aren't you afraid of attracting sharks by using her to fish? Su Lingyu suddenly appeared and made an exaggerated expression. Although the Sakata family is not the royal family of the Vortex people, their strength in the eighth heaven should not be underestimated. You kidnapped someone's fiancé and forcibly demolished his territory. What's the difference between this and raping someone's wife? Brother Yi, it has to be you, ha. When Zhu Huifei saw this, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. As a seed player of the Zhu family who stayed in the lower universe and was ready to advance to the ninth heaven at any time, he naturally knew something about the Vortex people. I was wondering why Naoto Sakata and Taichi Akaya were so interested in this woman. It turns out there is this relationship involved. Well, let's catch them all in one fell swoop. When Yikan saw them say this, he was not afraid, but looked excited. Because he knew that the more powerful the Lord, the more valuable the things he held. Brother Yi, Sakata Naoto, is now number 1 on the kill list. If you kill him, the number 1 spot will be mine. Then work hard and don't let me catch up. Yikan smiled slightly, closed the group chat directly, and then changed to the template of Nuba. Boom boom boom. As balls of fire fell from the sky, countless Zerg were blown away, and then turned into charcoal and fell to the ground. At the same time, Su Daji and her 2 sisters, the remaining Yiksha troops and the demon-eyed snake people also opened fire at full capacity, throwing all kinds of strong winds and thunders out recklessly. After more than 10 minutes, except for a few slippery Zergs that escaped, the rest were all killed. Continue. After Yikan led everyone to quickly clean up the battlefield, they rushed to the north. At the same time, he also contacted Far through a mental link. Far, I'm going to share a map with you. The coordinates marked on it are all the places where the Zerg are attacking. You can sweep the areas one by one according to the distance. Don't keep the life energy you get. Keep spawning soldiers, and combine the 3 types of soldiers reasonably. If you encounter Zerg, kill them all. Yes, master. When Far heard Yikan's voice, he was immediately excited. Just now, she had wiped out an army of thousands of Zerg. Although the ice springtails lost a lot, they gained more life energy and genes. Now, not only is she madly developing troops, she has also begun to integrate new genes in order to derive even more powerful troops. Insects are such a perverted race. Killing is the fastest way for them to become stronger. Especially for advanced species like the void worms, their analysis and application of genes seem to have become an instinct imprinted in their bones, far surpassing other Zerg species. After all, they are a Zerg race that can travel in the void. Of course, Yikan had little idea about this. After Far was reborn from the insect egg, he basically forgot everything about his past life. Now, apart from the natural arrogance of being a high-level Zerg, she doesn't have much understanding of herself. But she knew one thing. That is, the Lord is heaven, and everything the Lord says is right. She and the hive are both the masters. As long as the master needs her, she can immediately give everything. So, in the southwest land of the 520 novice village, there was one less ethereal and gentle girl, but one more crazy Zerg queen. Wherever the insect nest passes, no wild monster can survive. Even the ants and earthworms hidden deep underground were pulled out and transformed into life energy in the insect nest's energy storage. Any Zerg lord that encounters her will be annihilated. The non-human lords who provoked her were basically all killed. In this crazy killing, the Void Zerg continued to grow like a snowball, and the momentum is still growing. Yikan knew nothing about this. Chapter 173 Zerg's Plan. The other side. Yikan, with Su Daji and her 3 sisters and the surviving beautiful warriors, stood on the dragon's back and continued to move westward. Xiaoqing, how are you doing? Yikan contacted Li Jiqing through telepathy. I killed 2 groups of Zerg, but I still didn't encounter that Akatani Taichi. What about you? I didn't meet Naoto Sakata either. What the hell are these guys doing? After hearing this, Li Jiqing's beautiful eyebrows immediately wrinkled into a ball. The human face planarians are not stupid. Hadayumi is in our hands. I guess they are also worried that this is a trap. When Yikan thought of this, he stopped immediately. So what do you mean? There are some casualties here. Let's go back to the territory and meet up and revive everyone. Yikan suddenly changed his mind and rushed towards the fairy forest with Su Daji and the others. Good. Li Jiqing didn't ask any more questions. Because there were some casualties on her side, and the eternal well water in her body had been exhausted, she had to go back to replenish it. Not long after, the 2 teams met in the Wonderland. Are you okay? Yikan hugged Li Jiqing in his arms, pushed the hair on her forehead aside, and kissed her lovingly. I'm fine, but the other Terran lords in our village are in trouble. Li Jiqing was a little worried. She also saw the conversation in the group just now. Don't worry, I've already sent Fal to reinforce us, and our human race is not weak either. Zhu Huifei, Hong Sanxian, and Su Lengyu are all powerful lords, so we should be fine. So what are your plans now? Naoto Sakata and Taichi Akatani haven't shown up yet. I suspect they have an insider in our group. Please remind Su Lengyu and Zhu Huifei in a private message later. I will continue to lead people out to fight guerrilla warfare and save as many as I can. You will be responsible for guarding the territory. I am worried that those 2 guys will cut off the source of the trouble. As they were talking, Yikan and Li Jiqing walked towards the Nirvana temple together. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Following his call, the fallen warriors awakened one by one from the Nirvana temple. At this time, Su Daji and the others had adjusted their condition under the 3 lives marriage tree and replenished enough eternal well water. The accumulated boundary stones can be upgraded again. After Yikan finished speaking, he threw 700 million boundary stones into the Sun and Moon Immortal Pot, upgrading the territory to level 17. At the same time, more than 10 billion source crystals were spent to upgrade all the buildings. Fortunately, he and Li Jiqing both gained something from this fight, and got a lot of treasure chests, which together amounted to 20 billion source crystals. Otherwise, if he continues to spend money like this, I'm afraid his wallet won't last long. It's so chaotic outside now, you can just leave the tree monster behind, and take all the other soldiers and heroes with you. Li Jiqing thought for a moment, and said, how can you manage the territory by yourself? Territory is the foundation, so Yikan naturally would not agree to her unreasonable request. Don't forget, we have 63 epic guardian trees. Moreover, this happens within the territory, which can weaken the attributes of male enemies by 50, and there is also a constant supply of energy replenishment. Do you think anyone can attack here? Besides, we are inseparable, so if something happens, I will definitely contact you, and you can just fly back. Li Jiqing knew very well how dangerous it was outside. Instead of letting the warriors stay in the territory in a daze, it is better to let them go out more often to experience the tempering of blood and fire. This not only helps to collect resources, but also helps you can gain points. I'll leave half of the hunters and witches to you, and we must keep in touch at all times. If you dare to conceal the enemy's situation, you know the consequences. Yi Kan took the eye of the devil and glared at Li Jiqing fiercely. I know. With Li Jiqing's urging, Yi Kan reluctantly led everyone into the demon god space. Buzz. There was a flash of light, and the demon's eye cut through the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Husband, don't worry. With me here, no one can step into our territory. In the fairy forest, I am invincible. Li Jiqing rose slowly, looking into the distance with an icy gaze. What she cultivated was the power of nature, which was in harmony with the origin of the fairy forest. When she was outside, she was still restrained and unable to fully control this power. But in the Wonderland, she can squander her power without restraint. Because behind her are the Well of Eternity, the Tree of Three Lives, the Moon Goddess Lake, and the ancient sacred tree. Thousands of miles north of the fairy forest, a golden insect nest is hidden in the mist. Inside the insect nest, a man in white and a man with red hair sat opposite each other. Sakata-kun, Yumi-chan is your fiancé. Are you really going to leave her alone to save her? Taichi Akitani shook the goblet in his hand and looked at the man in white opposite him in confusion. The core buildings have been demolished. Even if they are saved, they will be useless. Naoto Sakata shook his head. As long as we can help her regain the Lord's heart, with the background of the Sakata and Hata families, wouldn't it be a simple matter to take her to the void and grow the core buildings again? Taichi Akaya looked at Naoto Sakata with a smile. Mr. Chigu, please stop lying with your eyes open. Considering how ruthless Yi Kan is, do you think the Lord's heart, which has fallen into his hands, can still survive? Do you think it's worth it to play out all your cards for a possible trump card that may no longer exist? Naoto Sakata stretched out his hand, and the fleshy wall of the insect nest suddenly surged up and twisted into a huge and hideous eyeball. Dense octopus tentacles popped out of the eyeballs, walked down from the wall, and crawled in front of the two of them. Buzz. As the light flashed, the image of a void insect nest suddenly appeared in his eyes. Then the scene changed and switched to the Wonderland forest. However, the Fairyland forest is mysterious and unpredictable. Even if Naoto Sakata has such extraordinary eyes, he cannot see the situation inside the territory clearly. Then how long do we have to wait? Taichi Akaya looked a little nervous. Don't worry. Now that the Zerg and the humans are at war, Yi Kan, as a strong man among the humans and a responsible person, will definitely be kidnapped by the hypocritical morals of the humans. We will start the action after we determine his exact location, and we must make sure he is the one who strikes him. Naoto Sakata is indeed different from his stupid vomit. When faced with problems, he will not rush forward mindlessly, but knows how to weigh the pros and cons and avoid danger and seek good fortune. Beep. At this time, Naoto Sakata suddenly received a video call. As soon as it was turned on, the image of Minako Furue appeared on the light screen in front of me. Minako, do you have any information? Naoto Sakata asked. Lord Sakata, my colorful Kuin insect brought back valuable information. Yi Kan seems to have a space magic weapon, a red eye, which can transport troops silently. What? Upon hearing this, Naoto Sakata and Taichi Akitani stood up immediately. Buzz. As he switched the screen, the image of the void insect nest suddenly appeared in those ferocious eyes. At the same time, a red light rushed in. Minako-chan, your information came just in time, haha. Naoto Sakata and Taichi Akaya looked at each other and both showed excitement. Execute Plan A. No matter what, hold Yi Kan back. Don't worry, Sakata-kun. I may not be as good as you in killing, but when it comes to being difficult, you are not as good as me, haha. Chapter 174. The Rogue Woman Wants to Do Something Bad. Void Hive. Dominate. When Fal saw the eye of the demon, he stood up excitedly. Very good job, Far. Yi Kan led everyone out of the demon god's space, then waved his hand, and the demon god's eye flew out. Boom boom. There was only a roar, and the corpses of countless monsters and insects fell down and turned into a huge mountain. Without the need for Yi Kan's command, the worker bees in the hive swarmed out and began the decomposition work. Great. With these corpses, we can add at least another 1,000 ice springtails. Fal looked at the huge mountain of corpses outside the insect nest, and his eyes suddenly lit up. However, at this moment, A tall and graceful figure suddenly emerged from behind Yikan and then ran to Fal's side. Is this Sister Fal? She has an air of immortality that is even more divine than our Longji. Is she really a Zerg? Nuba suddenly reached out and put her arms around Fal's waist. Then she took the opportunity to grab the weapon that could block her toes, with a look of a female hooligan in her eyes. But before she could succeed, Yikan grabbed her collar and dragged her back. Sister Xian, I'm warning you, don't lead Fal astray. Yikan gnashed his teeth in anger. My husband, are you getting tired of the old and loving the new? Nuba took the opportunity to rush into Yikan's arms, looking like she was about to cry, with a look of grievance in her eyes. Unfortunately, Yikan not only didn't fall for her trick, but also slapped her on her plump and round buttocks. Look back for yourself. What have you done to our ethereal Princess Longji? Is she still my gentle, shy, and warm little darling? My dear husband, I haven't changed at all. I am still as gentle and lovely as ever. Not only do I warm your heart, I can also warm your bed. At this moment, Princess Longji also felt aggrieved and pulled Yikan's sleeve and acted coquettishly. Beauties like Su Daji and Lin Dayu stood by and laughed secretly, not intending to participate in Yikan's criticism. Well, Yikan glanced at Longji, not knowing what to say to her. How could such a beautiful fairy become like this? Then, he began to scan the nest through the mental link. He didn't know until he saw it, and he was shocked. During the time he was away, Fal unexpectedly killed another 1,500 Zergs, including 1,000 Frost Zerglings and 500 Frost Dragons. Now their total military strength has reached 7,000. Far, let's continue the battle on two fronts. Remember, you are my biggest trump card. You can only claim to be my ally to the outside world. Do you understand? Clear. Fal's eyes flickered, and he nodded seriously. This feeling of doing bad things and cheating others made her feel particularly novel and happy, just like playing a game with the master. Okay, action. After Yikan finished explaining, he recalled the demon's eye and rushed out with the beauties. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Boom. The ground outside the insect nest suddenly collapsed, and in the blink of an eye, a circular deep pit with a width of hundreds of meters appeared. Crash. Those collapsed deep pits seemed to be connected to underground undercurrents, and endless floods surged out, filling the circular deep pits in an instant. At the same time, countless huge tentacles rushed out from the deep pit. Each tentacle is hundreds of meters long and as thick as a giant tree that can be hugged by several people. The tentacles are covered with suction cups and look very ferocious. Boom, boom, boom. These tentacles just lashed randomly, and the surrounding low hills were razed to the ground. The more than 3-meter-long frost dragon and the more than 1-meter-long ice springer were like ants in front of them, and could not even withstand a whip from the other party. Snap, snap, snap. These rough hands seemed to have consciousness. After seeing the void insect nest, they began to flap wildly. Boom, boom, boom. Since Dharma was reborn from Nirvana, he has never suffered such humiliation. He immediately ordered the suicide mosquitoes to madly crash into those tentacles. But those tentacles were so big that dozens of suicide mosquitoes had to be sacrificed to blow off one tentacle, and that tentacle grew again in just a few breaths. Buzz. When Yikan saw this situation, he immediately returned to the insect nest. Far, let the Zerglings and dragons return to their nests. You concentrate on deducing the military forces and see if you can come up with a military force with great destructive power. The rest will be given to us. Yikan put his hand on Fal's shoulder and looked at her seriously. Master, but they want to trap you here. There is a spiritual connection between Far and Yikan. She can see through Yikan's thoughts, and naturally, she also knows the intentions of those people outside. Yikan could have left, but because he was worried about her and the insect nest, he chose to stay. She was moved, but also filled with self-blame. There's no point in blaming yourself. What you need to do is stay calm and combine a type of soldier that can deal with those giant tentacles. Only then can you help me. Yikan ruffled her hair and comforted her. The Zerg and monsters they hunted during this period provided rich genes to the gene pool. If Fal can make full use of it, he will definitely be able to integrate new types of troops. Master, I understand. Far nodded seriously. Yikan winked at Nuba and Su Daji, then turned into a stream of light and rushed out. The other side, a huge golden insect nest, carried by countless black tentacles, entered the area of the fairy forest. The rich spiritual energy here makes the creatures in the insect nest restless. Buzz. Naoto Sakata slowly appeared on top of the insect nest, holding a white paper fan. At the same time, the huge eyeball covered with octopus tentacles also came to its side. The eyeball twisted and became the size of a normal human eye, then crawled to Naoto Sakata's forehead and merged directly into his flesh and blood. The process was extremely disgusting and eye-catching. Ms. Li Jiqing, I know you are inside. With our current distance, I can see clearly inside your territory. Although Naoto Sakata tried his best to suppress his emotions, his trembling hands betrayed him. After merging with the demonic eye, it can indeed see through the fog of the Wonderland forest. The rich spiritual energy there, the ancient sacred tree that blocks out the sky, the well of eternity filled with rich vitality, and the moon lake with a small moon hanging on it, are all refreshing its understanding of planetary lords. How can the gap between people be so big? Now that you have seen clearly, you should know the difference between humans and insects. Why are you still shamelessly staying in our territory? Don't you feel ashamed of yourself? Although Li Jiqing no longer has the demon's eye, Naoto Sakata has already entered the territory of the fairy forest, so she can see through his background. You? Upon hearing this, Naoto Sakata was immediately furious. It was just talking about the gap between people in its mind, but Li Jiqing directly said people and insects, which broke its defense. Boom boom. At this moment, endless fireballs, ice arrows, and boulders fell from the sky and smashed towards the insect nest. At the same time, endless roots suddenly emerged from the ground and began to wrap around the golden insect nest. Chapter 175. Terrible events caused by the race war. Ding ding ding. The fireballs, ice arrows, and huge rocks from the sky smashed down on the golden insect nest, causing bursts of metallic vibrations. The properties of the guardian trees are different, including gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, light, and darkness. The attacks of different attributes mixed together and unexpectedly underwent some mysterious changes that were able to corrode the golden insect nest. Boom. Naoto Sakata was worried that something might happen to its insect nest, so he immediately used his mental power to control the black octopus legs, carried the insect nest, and ran out of the Wonderland forest. Ms. Li Jiqing, aren't you wondering why I didn't go to save Hadayumi, but came to attack your territory? Naoto Sakata seemed to want to show off his intelligence in front of Li Jiqing, so he did not rush to attack. However, Li Jiqing ignored it. Get lost, idiot. Li Jiqing was extremely smart, and as things had developed to this point, she already had some guesses. Naoto Sakata and Taichi Akitani once said in the Zerg group chat that they were going to rescue Yumi Hata and then divide up Yikan's void Zerg nest. In the end, they didn't do so. Instead, they created all kinds of chaos outside and provoked a war between humans and insects. As soon as Yikan left, they came to steal the house. Anyone who is not a fool can see that this is what they planned. Moreover, they also possess the same means as the demon's eye, otherwise it would be impossible to control Yikan's actions so accurately. And when Naoto Sakata arrived in the Wonderland, Yikan must have been held back by other Zerg. If nothing unexpected happens, the person who held him back should be Taichi Akitani. You damned human, you are so sharp-tongued. Once I take over the territory, I will definitely torture you. Naoto Sakata gnashed his teeth in anger. The human-faced Turbolarians have always wanted to become real humans, so they imitate humans in every way, whether in appearance or in their words and deeds. This proves the saying, the more you lack something, the more you show off it. It originally wanted to tell Li Jiqing about its plan and then ridicule her. As a result, Li Jiqing didn't even give it a chance to speak and even called it an idiot. This directly broke the defense of it, as it already had an inferiority complex. My fellow gold-eating bugs, tear this territory apart and capture that abominable woman. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Following Naoto Sakata's order, countless golden beetles soared into the sky, gathered into a golden cloud, and rushed towards the fairy forest. At the same time, a group of giant beetles more than 3 meters tall walked out from the ground. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. They threw the golden spears in their hands, which gathered into a golden light spot and shot towards the fairy forest. Guardian Tree, meet the enemy. Li Jiqing stood in the territory with a group of hunters, tree spirits, and witches, looking at the Zerg in the distance, but did not choose to take action. Boom. The next moment, a patch of forest in the fairy forest suddenly became restless, and huge trees rose from the ground. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Endless thick branches began to grow wildly and rushed into the air. They just swung lightly, and the golden spears fell down like raindrops. At the same time, the more than 30 giant trees in the back that had transformed into tree men also launched an attack, madly throwing fireballs, ice arrows, boulders, and various sharp tree spears into the air. In addition, there are poison gas, windblade, frost sword, and thunder. Bang, bang, bang. Those indestructible gold-eating bugs were smashed to pieces before they even entered the territory. The rest were also skewered on sharp branches and spears, completely failing to demonstrate the defense that the golden Zerg should have. How is this possible? When Naoto Sakata saw this incredible scene, he couldn't help but tremble all over. Isn't it Jin Kimu? How come these tree people are more ferocious than its gold-eating bugs? So, it activated its magic eyes to look carefully, but felt its scalp tingling. How much good fortune have these damn humans got? These tree people are all epic. After being stunned for a moment, it immediately opened the group chat. Akagaya-kun, the opponent's strength is far beyond our expectations. I need support here. Let's implement Plan B. Sakata-kun, even if you didn't tell me, I would have gathered people. This Yikin is not a human being at all. He is even more brutal than my siren. Akaya Taichi is right. It originally thought that its brain worm had fused with the blood of the siren, so even if it couldn't kill a perverted player like Yikan, it should be no problem trapping him in one place. However, after Yikan took action, he realized how wrong he was. This human being simply cannot be judged by common sense. Laugh. While it was talking to Naoto Sakata, Yikan attacked again with the sky-devouring sword in his hand and cut off another mermaid tentacle. What frightened Taichitani the most was that the tying energy released by Yikan could actually suppress the regeneration of the mermaid's tentacles. On the other hand, Nuba and her group were divided into 3 camps. Sudaji and her 3 sisters form a group. Nuba and Princess Longji combine the swords of water and fire, while Lindayu and Shweb Baochai combine flowers and plants with ice and snow. Under their powerful output, the siren's tentacles broke one after another. In order to maintain the combat effectiveness of the siren, Taichi Akatani had to invest a large amount of source crystals to replenish energy. At the same time, it also sent out siren heroes and endless sea worm troops. Unfortunately, not only did these shrimp soldiers and crab generals fail to break through Cardan and her team's defenses, they also left behind thousands of sea worm corpses, replenishing a lot of energy for the Void Hive's energy storage. And Fao also extracted a lot of usable genes from the bodies of those sea worm soldiers. Buzz. Far used all her mental power, and after thousands of fusions, she finally succeeded. In order to solve the dilemma as quickly as possible, she desperately activated the energy storage to speed up the breeding and hatching of new soldiers. At the same time, whether in the fairy forest or in the void insect nest, the Zerg army began to gather outside. Husband, it seems that this Sakata Naoto is really determined to get rid of us. At this time, Li Jiqing's voice suddenly sounded in Yikan's heart. She had already told Yikan about Naoto Sakata stealing the house just now. I'm afraid they don't have the ability. How are you doing? Yikan asked. With his current strength, it is not very difficult to break out, but if he does so, the insect nest cannot be preserved. Now that the insect nest has become the trump card in his hand, there is no way he will give it up. The insect nest is still in its infancy, but it has already demonstrated such incredible combat power. As long as it can grow, he is confident that he can double the strength of the territory. Don't worry, most Zerg lords are male, and most of their soldiers are male. As long as they enter the territory, they will be suppressed. The guardian tree will be enough to give them a hard time. Li Jiqing said this in a nonchalant manner. In fact, she was not bragging. The guardian tree was indeed powerful, but it was already unable to hold on because there were too many Zergs. But it is also true that she can still cope with it. With her current attributes, after occupying the advantageous terrain, ordinary Zerg troops didn't even have time to approach the territory before they were skewered by her revival of all things. And she has a trump card in her hand, such as more than 100 dragon souls sealed in the spirit mirror. That's good. Since they want to cause trouble, let's take advantage of the situation to destroy them and break through to the star level as soon as possible. Since war is inevitable, Yikan naturally wants to gain enough benefits from this war. When Yikan was full of confidence, a golden light suddenly appeared in the sky above the 520 novice village. World announcement. A large-scale racial war has been detected in the novice village 520 in the 17th district of Tiangang, triggering the village's self-protection mechanism and starting the domain-breaking war ahead of schedule. The start time is the early morning of the next day. As the first village in the 9th heaven of Tianyin to start the battle to break the domain, after successfully breaking the domain, each lord will receive an extra diamond treasure chest and 100 reputation. The first place winner in the domain-breaking battle will receive an additional mysterious gift pack. Fuck. As soon as the world announcement came out, the 520 novice village exploded, and the 9th heaven also exploded. Chapter 176 The Bloodthirsty Thunder Beast is born, chasing the sea monster. Oh my god, didn't they say that the domain-breaking battle can only be triggered when it reaches the star level? That's not the case. The appearance of a star-level lord is indeed the key to opening the realm-breaking war, but apart from that, there are two special situations. Which two? First, the average level of the novice village is greater than or equal to level 15. Second, in our current situation, a large-scale war has broken out in the village, triggering the village's self-protection mechanism. Fuck, those damn dog-faced worms. It's all their fault. I'm not ready yet. I'm only level 13, what did I say? I'm a farming lord, and I'm only level 11, my god. As soon as the world announcement came out, the regional channel of the novice village instantly became lively. However, most of those who spoke were from races other than Terrans and Zerg, because most of them were not affected by the war. We are doomed now. With these two tribes still fighting among themselves, how can we possibly win the battle of breaking the domain? The human race and the human-faced Turbolarian race are irreconcilable. A ceasefire is probably impossible, but there is still a chance. What do you mean? Of course, the loser will die and their territory will be demolished. The winner will devour the other lord's heart and resources, and their strength will soar. Do you think there is hope for the battle to break the domain? In fact, the impact of the 520 novice village triggering the domain-breaking war far exceeded the expectations of all ethnic groups, and even affected the underlying universe. What the hell is this brat doing? Wherever he goes, there's chaos. Lumingly looked at the news coming back from the virtual world and couldn't help biting her cherry lips. Before Yi Kan and his companions descended to the ninth heaven, they all received the heavenly network chip issued by the Dragon Kingdom. In other words, they can actually enter the virtual world now, but the material transmission channel is blocked by the rules of the world. Their development in the ninth heaven is directly related to the future of Dragon Country and the future of the Academy. Therefore, both the top leaders of Dragon Country and the top leaders of the Academy attach great importance to their development in the ninth heaven. However, they were unable to actively contact the people in the ninth heaven and could only rely on the spies there to send back messages regularly. It's not Yi Kan's fault. The human-faced worms invaded our human race in the eighth heaven, directly and indirectly causing the deaths of tens of millions of lords. This is a deep-rooted hatred. As human beings, we have no right to forget it. Although this guy looks cold and indifferent, he is still very reliable when the time comes. Lu Changfeng said with a serious expression. But with his current strength, it is too difficult for him to face the battle of breaking the realm. Lu Mingli was naturally not blaming Yi Kan. She just felt that he was too impulsive and should be adequately prepared and make plans before taking action. In troubled times, it's impossible to take care of everything. Let's just wait patiently. How many people our academy can send out next year depends on this kid. The other side. The Zerg swarmed like a tide, crossing hundreds of meters of water and rushing towards the void hive. Yi Kan and his men have strong overall strength, but 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. In addition to resisting the Siren's huge tentacles, they also have to prevent sneak attacks from Zerg heroes. Over at the void hive, Cardan and his group of more than 200 beauties, together with the void Zerglings and frost dragons, were able to hold off the other Zerg for the time being without any problems. But the Zerg gathered more and more, and their number had reached tens of thousands. If they continue like this, it won't be long before they can't hold on any longer. Roar! Roar! At this critical moment, a roar suddenly came from the insect nest. Then, dozens of huge figures rushed out from the insect nest. They were giant ice crystal monsters 10 meters tall. Their bodies are a bit like a giant amethyst dragon, with a pair of ice crystal wings growing on their backs. These monsters have thick and powerful lower limbs, but their front limbs are 2 crystal clear ice swords with electric light swirling around them. The shape of the big sword was a bit like the Ice Soul sword that Yi Kan gave to Fowl, but it was enlarged dozens of times. Very good. From now on I will call you bloodthirsty thunder beasts. When Yi Kan saw the shapes of these monsters, his eyes suddenly lit up and he roared. Kill them. Chop off these octopus legs. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The bloodthirsty thunder beast received the order from the master, and immediately flapped its wings and took off into the air. What is shocking is that although they are huge, their speed is not slow at all. The electric light lingering around their bodies seems to be able to accelerate them. Chi-chi-chi-chi. What shocked Yi Kan even more was their terrifying killing power. Each of their strikes could leave deep blood marks on the Siren's tentacles. With the cooperation of 2 bloodthirsty thunder beasts, they could cut off a Siren's tentacle in just a few breaths. The time of reckoning has come. Yi Kan's confidence increased greatly, and he immediately applied the Nuba template. Several large fire rings smashed into the sea of insects below. At the same time, Fowl, who was inside the insect nest, finally had his hands free. Through mental connection, She accurately controlled the attacks of the ice zerglings and frost dragons, greatly reducing the loss of military force. And as long as the worker bee decomposes enough energy, she will control the hatching pool and continuously hatch ice springtails and frost dragons. The Zerg are so abnormal that they can fight to support themselves and grow their strength like a snowball. What is this? Taichi Akatani, who was controlling the mermaid through a mental link from behind, was stunned when he saw that the horror was a bloodthirsty thunder beast. How can a mere Zerg army be so powerful? But what it didn't know was how much price Val paid in order to fuse the bloodthirsty thunder beast. She classified and arranged all the genes in the gene library and screened and integrated them according to big data algorithms. The high-load calculations almost caused her to have a mental breakdown and her soul power was exhausted. Fortunately, Yikin had been paying attention to her situation and controlled the eternal well water to merge into her body in time, which saved her life. But even so, without strong faith, she would not be able to complete the fusion of the bloodthirsty thunder beast. Because the complexity of this type of troops is simply beyond her ability to accomplish at this stage. Akatani Taichi, you must die today. With the addition of the bloodthirsty thunder beast, Yikin was finally able to free his hands. He used his spiritual power to invade the tentacles of the mermaid and traced back to the location of Taichitani and finally found him. Laugh. He suddenly switched to the Shweb Baochai template and used the enhanced power of Lung Yu Frost to instantly freeze the nearby mermaid tentacles. Then he switched to the Lin Dayu template and jumped out, rushing to the north of the circular lake. Tai Akatani never dreamed that Yikin's mental power was so strong that he could even track in reverse. Damn it, why can't we stop him? Tai Ichigo knew that as long as someone could restrain the mermaid and leave Yikin free, his mission would be a failure. In order to preserve its own strength, it made a decision that went against its original intention and forcibly recalled the siren. Boom. The ground collapsed and the mermaid tentacles on the circular lake disappeared instantly. However, countless octopus tentacles appeared under the dark purple insect nest where Taichi Akatani was. These tentacles wrapped around the insect nest where it was and dived into the underground. Wanna run? No way. Yikin directly switched to the template of Nuba and frantically urged the power of heavenly fire to linger on the heaven-devouring sword. Then, his body spun in the air, and he suddenly threw out the sky-devouring sword in his hand. Boom. I saw a huge mushroom cloud of fire rising into the sky, and a huge hole was suddenly blown out on the ground. Chapter 177. What level do you have to be worthy of being called my brother? Husband, we are here to help you. Without the restraint of the mermaid, Su Daji and the others finally had their hands free. Boom. Nuba was walking in the air holding the vermilion bird umbrella. Her dazzling long white legs made Yikin's mouth dry. She controlled the skyfire to bombard the area below, and the severely injured mermaid could only drag the insect nest around to hide. Princess Longji, dressed in white and holding a black ice sword, descended from the sky like a fairy descending to earth, and suddenly stabbed the deep purple insect nest with the sword. Although the insect nest dodged, the effect of the ice instantly covered dozens of miles around it, freezing the ground into hard soil, greatly affecting the actions of the siren. After all, it is the king of the sea, and the underground is not its home. Everything is revived. Lin Dayu mobilized the power of nature and used vines all over the ground to entangle the mermaid and restrict her movements. Shweb Baochai walked on the snow, using the power of her domain and Princess Longji's ice thousands of miles to greatly weaken the activity of the sirens and the insect nest. The three demons from Xianyuan tomb interfered with the nest with confusing magic sounds. 5 thunders struck the top of the head, and a powerful tornado dragged and trapped Chigutai's insect nest in place. This giant octopus really can't survive without water. Seeing this, Yikin was overjoyed. She looked at Su Daji and her 3 sisters and said, Daji, Shime, Xiaoyu, the 3 of you go back and help Fal and the others. Don't let any bugs go. Leave this to us. Yes, husband. The 3 sisters did not hesitate at all, riding on the evil wind and rushing towards the void insect nest. Yikin led Nuba, Princess Longji, Lin Dayu and Shweb Baochai and rushed towards the huge bulge below, a water-attributed insect nest. Brother Yi, as the saying goes, there is no acquaintance without fighting. As long as you are willing to let me go, I am willing to offer all the resources I have. How about it? At this moment, the door of the insect nest suddenly opened, and a red-haired man holding a black stick walked out. Ahem, T. What level do you have to be worthy of calling me a brother? Yikin spat in disdain, directly switched to Lin Dayu template, and rushed towards Chigu Tai with rapid phantom body skills. You? Taichi Akatani was so frightened that he turned around and hid in the insect nest. However, at this moment, several inky black spheres suddenly rushed out from the insect nest. Swish! Yikan suddenly chopped down with his knife. When? There was a loud bang, and the spherical object was immediately chopped away. At the same time, Nuba and the others also used their magical powers to block the sudden attack of the black ball. Only then did they see clearly that they were actually huge sea urchins covered with sharp spines. If you want to hurt the master, you have to get through us first. With a shrill sound, the sea urchins suddenly opened their mouths and turned into sea urchin warriors that looked like hedgehogs. This attack method is quite interesting. We can let Far study it. Yikan was attracted by the genes of the sea urchin warrior at first sight. Then, he looked at Nuba and said, Sister Xian, follow me to kill the enemies. You guys should seal off the insect nest first. Your Majesty's order. The three of them smiled charmingly and rushed towards the insect nest immediately. Yikan switched to the Princess Longji template, combining water and fire to kill the sea urchin warrior. Although the siren that returned to the insect nest was also disturbing Yikan and his team, half of its tentacles had been cut off by the bloodthirsty thunder beast in the previous battle and was later eroded by Yikan's tying power. He has already been seriously injured and cannot fight at his peak strength. Under Lin Daiyu's revival of all things, Xue Baochai's world of ice and snow, and Princess Longji's thousands of miles of ice, this water-attributed insect nest was firmly trapped in place. Sakata-kun, I'm trapped here by Yikan. Please send someone to rescue me. In the previous battle, most of Taichi Akatani's troops and heroes had been killed. Those heroes are not hive troops, so they can only return to the territory and be resurrected through Valhalla. Hatching large numbers of Zerg requires energy and time. His Siren Hive is obviously not as powerful as Yikan's Void Hive, and it is impossible to hatch Zerg in large quantities in a short period of time. Save us. The humans here have gone crazy and are madly attacking our Zerg territory. They are worried that their territory will be demolished, so they have all gone home. Naoto Sakata also kept complaining. It united dozens of Zerg lords and finally tore through the defenses of the fairy forest. Then he sent out his carefully trained personal guards, together with many Zerg heroes, and finally attacked the Wonderland. Who knew that Li Jiqing suddenly went crazy and used the Flower Sea arrival again, releasing more than 100 dragon souls in the spirit mirror. In just one wave, most of the Zerg troops were taken away. When he was preparing to organize the second wave of attack and capture the Wonderland forest in one fell swoop, the Zerg lords received a reminder that their territory was under attack. For the sake of their careers as lords, they had no choice but to give up attacking the Wonderland. The same thing happened on the Void Zerg nest side. The surviving Zerg lords had already begun to consider retreating after seeing that Chigu Tai had abandoned them. As a result, while they were hesitating, they received a warning that their territory was under attack. As a result, the Zerg army scattered like birds and beasts and disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, the beauties in the fairy forest, who had been suppressed for so long, would not let them go easily. Under the leadership of captains such as Kaden and Chu Qiao, the beauties began to fight back and beat the fallen dogs. Fal was worried about Yikan, so after commanding the ice zerglings and frost dragons to chase him, he drove the insect nest and brought the bloodthirsty thunder beast to Yikan's side. Master, since it refuses to come out, let's just devour it. Fal spread his icy wings and flew to Yikan's side. He looked like a fairy from heaven descending to earth. Anyway, it can't move now, so I'll leave it to you. Yikan ruffled her silver hair, looking encouraging. Fal nodded deeply and returned to the insect nest again. The next moment, the two insect nests stuck together and endless ice crystals spread out, covering the entire siren insect nest. Laugh. As soon as the siren stretched out its tentacles, the bloodthirsty thunder beasts rushed over and chopped them off. The worker bees waiting on the sides swarmed over, dragged the huge tentacle back into the hive, and began to decompose it. Master, you can go in now. When the ice crystals covered the entire siren's nest, Fal directly tore a hole in the siren's nest. Chapter 178. Race against time and beat the fallen dog. Walk. Yikan walked in first, followed closely by Fal and Nuba. The interior of the siren's nest is very different from its appearance. The inner flesh wall is actually a dreamy light blue. At this time, the siren had long lost its original arrogance. It shrunk into a fat eggplant and was frozen in the center of the insect nest by endless ice crystals. The surrounding ear chambers, incubation pools, and other places were all frozen by ice crystals and fell into a paralyzed state. Hey, Where's that red-haired worm? Nuba looked around, but couldn't find that coward Chigutai. Sister, stop looking, look there. Princess Longji pointed to the underside of the fat eggplant, where there was a hint of red that was very eye-catching. Now the siren's nest is covered with fungal blankets, and Yi Can and Fao's mental power can see through everything here. Chigutai curled up into a ball and was wrapped by the mermaid. However, under the double blockade of thousands of miles of ice and snow, the physical activities of both the mermaid and Shitani Taichi were reduced to the lowest level. Coupled with the tying energy of the void insect nest, they have now long lost their ability to move. Go! Fao waved his hand, and the bloodthirsty thunder beast, which had been hungry and thirsty for a long time, pounced forward. Chichichichi! But with a flash of cold light, 2 rows of huge ice crystal knives pierced into the body of the sea monster, piercing through Taichi Akatani's body. As blood spilled, worker bees appeared and began to deal with the corpse skillfully. Yikan waved his hand and took Chi Gu Tai's storage bracelet. Unfortunately, there were only a few legendary items and some useless junk in it, and not a single source crystal was left. It seems that this guy has thrown the source crystal into the Zerg nest, hoping to delay the hatching of the Zerg army so that he can fight us to the death. It's such a shame to spend so much money. Princess Longji looked at the incubation pool and found that it was covered with purple bulges, numbering thousands in total. It's okay. These things will turn into life energy for the Void Hive anyway. After Yikan finished speaking, he turned around and looked at Fao, who looked like a beautiful woman. Deal with this insect nest as soon as possible, then chase the enemy and plunder as many resources as possible. Yes, master. Fao also knew the importance of the matter and immediately used all his strength to activate the hive devouring. At this time, Li Jiqing also contacted Yi Can through telepathy. My dear, Naoto Sakata suffered heavy losses. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, he ran away with the insect nest. As expected of the queen of the fairyland, you are amazing. Yi Can praised sincerely. Hee, we are lucky. It's the same here. When the Zerg saw Chigu Taichi running away, they also scattered. Now Daji and Kardan are chasing them. Actually, they didn't want to escape. Their territory was attacked by other human lords, so they had to go back. Li Jiqing's words awakened the dreamer. I was wondering why the Zerg were so terrible. So that's how it is. Do you know who is helping us behind the scenes? It's Su Lingyu and Hong Sanqian. You'll know if you look at the group chat. Okay, now is a good time to strike back at the fallen. Go to the Nirvana Temple immediately to revive the fallen soldiers. I will ask Sister Xian and the others to meet you. Make sure to kill Naoto Sakata. When Yikan was communicating with Li Jiqing, he did not avoid mentioning Nuba and the others, but spoke directly about it. It's for the resources and the Lord's heart, right? I'm planning to do this even without you telling me. Li Jiqing and Yikan were in perfect sync and naturally knew what the other was thinking. Husband, you want to act alone? Nuba and Princess Longji looked at Yikan, feeling a little reluctant and worried. What are you thinking about? We still have Daji and the others. I will go and join them. As for Fao, she will act alone. Let's split into 3 groups. Understood. After hearing this, Nuba and the other 3 felt relieved immediately. They flashed out of the insect nest and returned to the fairy forest. Yikan followed the induction of the Lord's heart and rushed towards the direction where Su Daji and the others were chasing. It is now past midnight, and noon is the day when the kill list will be announced. Now that Naoto Sakata and Taichi Akatani are no longer a threat, Yikan's competitors have become Zhu Huifei and Hong Sanqian. He had to rack up as many points as possible before noon. In addition, there is less than a day left until the start of the domain-breaking war. He wants to obtain as many resources as possible to improve the overall strength of the territory. In the world's first domain-breaking battle, in addition to diamond treasure chests and reputation, the first-place winner will also receive a mysterious gift package. Yikan is determined to take this reward. Minako Furue's territory. Damn it! What the hell are Sakata-kun and Akaya-kun doing? When Minako Furue saw Su Lingyu and Hong Sanqian's army approaching, she became so angry that her face twisted. According to their plan, Naoto Sakata and Taichi Akatani would sweep through Yikan's territory with lightning speed. Then he led the army to sweep the human race in the southeast, then fought back to the northwest, and finally conquered the northeast region in one go. By then, no matter how powerful Zhu Huifei from the southeast is, he will be alone and powerless. After taking over the 520 novice village, they can use this place as a base to seize control of the next town and swallow up as much territory here as possible. But it never expected that the 2 descendants of famous families combined were no match for Yi Can and were even defeated. Don't they have the heaven-defying insect nest given by their family? How could they lose? It's agreed that the Lord's heart belongs to me, and the rest of the supplies are yours. Hong Sanxian looked at the territory in the distance and couldn't help licking his lips. The epic Lord's heart, he has been coveting it for a long time. No problem, but if we do this, won't it be a bit unfair to Yi Can? Su Lingyu had a complicated expression and seemed a little guilty. If you don't know, you might think I'm having an affair with you. Hong Sanxian rolled his eyes. Don't talk nonsense. Yi Can and I are innocent. Su Lingyu's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she couldn't help but kick Hong Sanxian. Hee, just kidding, just kidding. Miss Su, don't be angry. Hong Sanxian grinned and dodged her sneak attack by turning sideways. Don't worry, the Southwest is such a large area, it's enough for him to be busy. If we don't take the opportunity to take over the Northwest, we will be unworthy of his efforts. That's true. At this time, Yi Can happen to tag both of them in the group. Yi Can, Brother Hong, Miss Su, thank you. Hong Sanxian, Brother Yi, you are too polite. We are all human beings, so we should help each other. Su Lingyu, Hong De Wulai is right. Thanks to you, we have gained a lot of benefits this time. We are now preparing to eliminate the intelligence chief, Gu Jing Minako. Yi Can, intelligence chief? Su Lingyu. Yes, it has a type of soldier called the seven-colored Kuan insect, which is very good at collecting intelligence. Yi Can? I see. That thing is very slippery. You must be careful. Don't let her clone escape. Hong Sanxian. Brother Yi, don't worry. This time we raided its lair. It's no use for it to escape. Chapter 179. Brother Yi, please introduce me. I want to be the 11th senior brother. 520 Novice Village. The Terrans and Zerg have gone crazy killing each other. Most of the lords of other ethnic groups hid in their own territories, and only some restless lords wanted to take advantage of the situation. Whether you slack off or get slack depends on your luck. Yi Can kept moving, sweeping all the way, and only after he destroyed 2 perfect territories did he catch up with Su Daji, Kaden, and the others. Husband. When the beauties saw Yi Can, they immediately surrounded him. Yi Can opened the eye of the demon without saying a word. Su Daji and the others didn't need Yi Can's orders at all. They had already rushed into the demon god's space spontaneously. Yi Can tried his best to activate the eye of the demon and rushed to the northwest of the novice village. They were chasing Taichi Akatani and were already approaching the central area. Now, the distance to Minako Furue's territory was closer than to the Wonderland Forest. Of course, Yi Can would not compete with Su Lingyu and Hong Sanxian for food. He was targeting Taichi Akatani. Naoto Sakata, Taichi Akaya, Yumi Hata, and Minako Furue are all epic lords. Among the 4, Minako Furue has the worst foundation. Now the quality of the fairy forest has reached the mythical level. If you want to make another breakthrough, you need 1 million experience points. The perfect lord's heart only gives 100 experience points, the legendary 1,000 points, and the epic 5,000 points. 1 Shigutai is equal to 5 legendary lords, so Yi Can will naturally not let him go. At this time, the human group chat was also very lively. Ding Jin. Fuck, I saw the Zerg killing each other, what's going on? One of the Zerg lords is a super beautiful woman. While speaking, Ding Jin also took a screenshot of a beautiful picture and sent it to the group. That's my friend. She's now sweeping the Southwest on my behalf. Don't mess with her. Even I'm afraid of her when she goes crazy. Yi Can discovered that it was Far's photo and immediately reminded everyone in the group. Fuck, Brother Yi actually has a friend like this. Why don't you introduce him to me? Oh my god, she's prettier than a fairy. Are you sure she's the Zerg Lord? I don't care. I like her even if she's a Zerg. Big Brother Yi Can, please introduce her to me. I want to be the 11th senior brother. It would have been better if Yi Can didn't say anything, but after he revealed Fal's identity, a group of perverts came out. She just killed an epic lord. Killing a legendary lord is like killing a chicken. Are you sure you want me to introduce one to you? This. Forget it, I don't deserve it. As expected, a man still needs to have ability. Otherwise, he would have the courage of Senior Brother 11 and Su Xian, but not the ability. Seeing these guys being humiliated, Yi Can ignored them. Instead, it moved forward at full speed and rushed towards the northwest of the novice village. Husband, we lost half of our sisters in this siege. The loss is quite big. It's okay, Xiaoqing will revive them. They should be chasing Sakata Naoto now. We need to take over Akaya Taichi's territory as soon as possible so that we can support them. Su Daji nodded. 3 hours later, Yi Can finally arrived in the northwest. According to the approximate direction provided by Su Lingyu before, it took them more than an hour to find Chigu Tai's territory. Fortunately, they arrived in time because the territory had been occupied by another Zerg. The territory was littered with corpses. Obviously, even if Chigutai fell, its territory would not be so easy to take. This Zerg lord paid a heavy price to take over the territory. After Yi Kan's interrogation, he found out that the Zerg lord seized Chigutai's territory not for the lord's heart. It is to pollute and then claim the territory as their own. Is it possible? After hearing this, Yi Kan was stunned. As long as the Zerg obtains the hive outside the core building, they can open up a second territory, such as Taichi Akatani and Naoto Sakata. It is this incredible ability that makes high-end Zerg stronger than ordinary lords. Now there is such a method of polluting other people's territories and making them their own. If we give this guy another insect nest, won't he go crazy? Thinking of this, Yi Kan looked at Su Daji and said, Daji, make a sacrifice and find out everything about the polluted territory. Yes, husband. Su Daji is now an epic hero, and her charm has reached level 4. It is very easy to charm a legendary lord. It didn't take her long to get all the secrets of the Zerg lord. So it's a lord's talent, and you can only pollute one. Yi Kan suddenly lost interest. Pack it up and take it away. Let Fowl study it later. If we can remove this talent, our strength will be raised to a higher level. Maybe this ability will be of great use in the future. Good. So, Yi Kan sealed the Zerg lord. Then they swept through Taichi Akatani's territory, not even leaving the corpses on the ground untouched. You guys go in, let's go support Xiaoqing immediately. Su Daji and the others knew that Yi Kan was about to use his instant teleportation skill, so they immediately rushed into the demon god space. At this moment, two figures suddenly appeared in the distance. They were Su Lingyu and Hong Sanqian. Who was that brother? What is he doing? Hong Sanqian looked at Yi Kan in confusion. Although the two parties have known each other for some time, most people have never seen Yi Kan's true face. Of course, that majority of people does not include Su Lingyu. Because she, like Minako Furue, is also an intelligence chief. Yi Kan, why is he here? When Su Lingyu saw Yi Kan, her pretty face was stunned at first. Then a shy blush appeared on her fair face because she remembered the joke Hong Sanqian had made before. My sister is so lucky. Yi Kan is much more handsome than in the photo. However, just as the two were stunned, Yi Kan suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Fuck, what the hell is going on? Hong Sanqian and Su Lingyu looked at each other and were stunned. Both of them were quite powerful, and even a perfect star-level lord would not be able to disappear silently in front of them. What's more, Yi Kan is just planetary level like them. Even if it's a space spell, it's impossible for there to be no fluctuations at all. What kind of monster is this guy? I want to know too. Su Lingyu's beautiful eyes flickered, then she clenched her fists, gradually becoming excited. At that time, Yi Kan only wanted to return to Li Jiqing as soon as possible and did not pay attention to so many things. Otherwise, with his strength, he would be able to discover that someone was spying on him. Buzz. There was a flash of light, and Yi Kan, holding the eye of the devil, had come to Li Jiqing's side. Husband. Li Jiqing, who had a premonition, immediately threw herself into Yi Kan's arms when she saw him, hugging him tightly, as if she was worried that he would suddenly disappear. Wife, thank you for your hard work. Yi Kan held her little face in his hands, kissed her tempting red lips, and then looked ahead. Then his expression became serious because there was a huge mine ahead. Naoto Sakata is so lucky. He is a gold-attributed lord. Not only does he have a nest of gold-eating bugs, but his landing point is actually a mine. Li Jiqing said a little disappointed. This is also the reason why she has not attacked until now. Chapter 180, Soul Shepherd, Li Jiqing. It's not that he's lucky, it's that he used this. After Yi Kan finished speaking, he reached out and took out a golden token. Advanced City Relocation Order. Introduction. You can migrate your territory to a higher level map than the currently unlocked territory. The smallest selection unit is a village. After using the Advanced City Relocation Order, you can ignore the blockade of the area owner, forcibly relocate, and have a high probability of landing in a place that matches the characteristics of your own territory. Wow, where did you get this good stuff? After Li Jiqing read the introduction of the Advanced City Relocation Order, her eyes suddenly lit up. After being in the ninth heaven for so long, she is no longer the newbie who knew nothing before. Low-level city relocation orders can also choose the direction of migration, but the quality of the landing location depends entirely on luck. In the villages that have successfully broken through the boundaries, people cannot move in or out freely using low-level city relocation orders unless the village chief allows it. There is no such restriction for the Advanced City Relocation Order. Therefore, this thing is very valuable and ordinary people cannot afford it. I got it when I demolished Chigutai's territory. That thing was moved in using a high-level city relocation order. There is a certain chance of getting it when demolishing it. I'm pretty lucky. Yikan smiled slightly and put the things away. Then what should we do? This guy has a mine as his support and can continuously produce troops. If we attack the mountain, won't we be dragged to death by it? Li Jiqing looked at the mine with a look of distress. Because this mine is really big, it takes at least 10 kilometers to go around it. Naoto Sakata owns a nest of gold-eating bugs. He only needs to let the worker bees decompose the mines to obtain the massive amount of energy needed to explode the troops. Isn't this good? Zhu Huifei and Hong Sanqian must be constantly sweeping the Zerg to gain points. Now that we have a fixed point to gain points, aren't we better than them? Yikan looked at the huge ore in front of him, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. My husband is right. We don't have the ability to convert mines into energy, but our void hive can convert corpses into life energy. At this time, Lin Daiyu continued Yikan's words and talked about the benefits of fixed-point monster spawning. Oh my god, Sister Lin, you are so smart. Why didn't I think of it? After hearing this, Nuba, who was standing next to her, was shocked and could not help but reach out to hug Lin Daiyu, wanting to take advantage of her. But Lin Daiyu didn't buy it. Whoosh. She used her phantom body skills to hide beside Yikan, and then said to Nuba, Pooh, 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 Sister Xian is really smart. Sister, just take this as a compliment. Nuba's evil plan failed, and she could only hug Princess Longji's shoulders in disappointment to seek comfort. Princess Longji was already accustomed to Nuba's temper and didn't take it to heart. But Li Jiqing saw the clues and immediately said to Yikan through telepathy, Husband, my sister has been feeling a little hot lately. Can you help her calm down? You are the master of the harem. You have the final say. Yikan scratched her nose, then waved his hand and said, Attack the mountain. Yes. The beauties, who had been ready to go, immediately flew into the air, landed on the back of the amethyst dragon, and rushed towards the mine. Humph, you actually chased me to my territory. You are simply asking for your own death. Although Naoto Sakata suffered a great loss in the Wonderland, he had this mine as his backup, so he was not panicked at all. Since returning to the territory, it has been madly increasing its troops, preparing to launch another sweep in this limited time, take the top spot on the kill list, and win the battle of breaking the domain tomorrow. When it becomes the chief of the 520 novice village, it can use the authority in its hands to suppress the human race and then destroy them. However, ideals are full, but reality is very skinny. When it attacked the fairy forest, there were only 40 tree spirits, 20 hunters, and 20 witches left in the territory, besides Li Jiqing. Although they are not weak, their fighting power is not the most ferocious in the Wonderland forest. Now, except for a small number of soldiers who stayed behind, all the elite troops in Xianzonglan have gone out. Especially the 7 powerful heroes, who frightened Naoto Sakata as soon as they made a move. Boom. Nuba holds the vermilion bird umbrella, like a witch descending to the earth. As soon as they took a step forward, there was a sea of fire, burning the gold-eating insects to death. Princess Longji then used the water dragon technique to blast away the burning gold-eating insects. Their bodies split apart before they even hit the ground. Afterwards, Nuba used her soul-controlling technique to pull up a large group of Zerg souls and let them kill each other. Princess Longji used the full power of the mysterious ice suit. On top of the 1,000 miles of ice, she added a spell called Blade of Extreme Ice, which directly exploded countless Zerg daisies. The 3 monsters in Xinyuan Tomb are still operated as usual. The confusing devilish sounds confuse the mind and soul. The whirlwind sweeps away the sky, and the 5 thunders strike the head to ensure admission to the University of the Underworld. Even if there were a few who were lucky enough to survive, they could not escape Su Daji's sun and moon twin blades, and Hushime's death scythe. Shui Baochai directly gave up the main attack, and transformed into auxiliary heroes with Yuqing, using ice and snow to slow down the enemy, and occasionally scattering ice flowers to reap lives. Lin Daiyu was originally a mage who practiced the way of nature, but at this moment, she gave up her advantages and shuttled through the battlefield with the shadow killers, constantly reaping lives. Yikan was not idle either. He put on the template of Nuba and rushed into the swarm of insects with the sky-devouring sword in hand. He continuously let the sky-devouring sword unleash its soul-devouring power in exchange for attributes. Li Jiqing could understand his feelings. As her level increases, her attributes continue to increase. In terms of status and background, she, a secondary lord, could not be compared with Yi Kan, the Great Lord. But she is a woman, blessed with the characteristics of the territory, and her attributes have increased tenfold. The most annoying thing is that she can still apply the heroic template. This disgusting gap makes Yikan feel like he is shooting himself in the foot. Every time Li Jiqing thought of this, she couldn't help but smile. The characteristics of the Wonderland are tailor-made for her. Not only did it perfectly fit her cultivation path, it also gave her the ability to crush her husband. If Yikan hadn't had the halo of a great lord and the Tien Sutra at his disposal, he would have always been able to dominate her in bed. Otherwise, the great lord would have had to be replaced. I must have saved the entire universe in my past life. Li Jiqing waved the magic mirror in her hand, sucking thousands of Zerg souls into the mirror, then erased their memories, allowing them to recognize their master again, and then threw them into the battlefield. She was like a soul shepherd, holding a long red whip behind her to drive the souls and whip the Zerg. Chapter 181. Accept God's Judgment. Wives, show some acting skills and don't push Sakata too hard. If he doesn't explode, he's doomed. Seeing that the gold-eating bugs were almost killed, Yikan immediately spoke out to remind them. Upon hearing this, Li Jiqing and the others immediately pretended to be tired and retreated, but they did not forget to pack up the corpses on the ground and take them away. In the gold-eating insect nest, Naoto Sakata saw Yikan and the others retreating and couldn't help but become puzzled. These beasts were so full of energy just now. Why did they suddenly retreat? Naoto Sakata commanded the worker bees to dig the mines, while letting the gold-eating queen produce troops crazily. In addition, it also spent a lot of money to resurrect the fallen heroes and soldiers from Valhalla. The gold-eating beetle nest and territory are separate. The gold-eating hive belongs to the second territory, and the Zergs hatched from it are all low-intelligence killing machines. The Zerg heroes and soldiers cultivated in the territory all have independent thoughts and can fight independently. Sir, our territory is full of defensive spikes and anti-aircraft towers. Those humans coming in are looking for death. They must be scared. At this time, a big spider hero suddenly said, "Yeah." Naoto Sakata frowned. It always felt that something was wrong, but it couldn't tell what it was, so it could only continue to concentrate on attacking its troops. Anyway, it has mines to rely on, so it can continuously produce troops and is not afraid of fighting a war of attrition. On the other side, Yikan, who was taking a break, received a private message from Su Lingyu. "Yikan, where are you now?" "They are suppressing Naoto Sakata." "What's the matter, Miss Su?" Yikan replied without hesitation. "It's okay. This time you held back most of the Zerg forces in the northwest, giving us an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. I want to thank you very much." Su Lingyu said against her will. In fact, she just wanted to find out Yikan's current location, but the news she got shocked her. Yikan actually traveled thousands of miles in such a short time and reached the southwest corner where Naoto Sakata was. What is the difference between this speed and teleportation? You're welcome. If it weren't for your intelligence, I wouldn't have been able to intercept Akaya Taichi so accurately. I should be the one thanking you. How about treating me to a nice dinner some other day? No problem. Yikan thought about it for a moment and agreed. After the two ended their call, Naoto Sakata hatched thousands of gold-eating bugs. So, the second wave of attack on the mountain began. On the other side, Void Queen Fowl was carrying a Zerg nest and frantically sweeping away the Zerg. However, she was not a lord and could not demolish the territory with one click. She could only take the most brutal approach and push forward. But even so, no less than 10 Zerg territories were destroyed in her hands. When she saw humans and Zerg fighting on the road, she would intervene. However, she did not rob the other party of the spoils. Instead, she killed the Zerg, dragged away the corpses, and left in a leisurely manner. Because of this incident, a heated discussion broke out again among the human community. Jia Bin. "Oh my god, I was almost killed by the Zerg just now. It was Yikan's beautiful friend who saved me." Li Dazue. "Brother, it's apeshit, me too." Liang Xiao Nana. "Brother Yikan, since that sister is in the same camp as us, why don't you bring her in?" Liang Xiao Nana is not a human, so naturally she hopes there are more different species so that she won't appear so out of place. Su Lingyu. "Nana, Yikan is attacking Sakata Naoto, so he probably won't see your message. You can chat with him privately." Liang Xiao Nana. "Thank you, Sister Su. I will contact Brother Yikan right away." Zhu Huifei. "Damn, is Brother Yi really beating up Naoto Sakata?" The news revealed by Su Lingyu instantly filled Zhu Huifei with a sense of urgency. "By the way, I have some news for you. Yikan killed Qi Gutai not long ago." Su Lingyu seemed to want to provoke Zhu Huifei and immediately dropped another bombshell. Zhu Huifei. "It seems I can't relax." On the other hand, Yikan couldn't help but frown after receiving Liang Xiao Nana's private message. Far is not a lord at all. What can he do? In order to prevent anyone from discovering any clues, Yikan could only send Liang Xiao Nana away on the grounds that Far liked to be alone and didn't like to have too much contact with others. Fortunately, Liangqiu Nana is a heartless person and she is very convinced of Yi Can and did not think too much about it. Moreover, Fao's image is aloof and he won't speak actively even when helping the human lord, so this statement is still valid. Husband, there is not much time left before the kill list is calculated. I think Naoto Sakata has noticed something is wrong. After defeating more than 10 waves of monsters, Li Jiqing suddenly flew to Yi Can's side. Well, this guy is probably going to use his real trump card. Let's be careful. The real killer weapon. Li Jiqing frowned. You'll know in a minute. After Yi Can finished speaking, he looked at the people behind him and said, for the next wave of attack, the soldiers will advance in a killing formation, the heroes will team up to cooperate, and the amethyst dragon will be ready to use its ultimate move at any time. Yes. After hearing this, everyone instantly became excited. Because the time to decide the outcome has come. Yi Can's guess was correct. Naoto Sakata had indeed reacted and realized that Yi Can was exploiting a bug and was using him as a monster-killing machine. How dare you, despicable human, humiliate me like this? Naoto Sakata's face was distorted with anger, and the human's appearance slowly changed into a hideous half-human, half-insect head. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the zergs in the gold-eating insect nest exploded one after another, turning into balls of blood mist and rushing into Naoto Sakata's body. And it also turned into a hideous, wet humanoid insect. Afterwards, it became beastly and began to slaughter crazily in its own territory. No matter whether they are heroes or soldiers, they cannot escape its clutches. My lord, what are you doing? The heroes were filled with despair and disbelief, but they were no match for the epic Naoto Sakata. In despair, one by one they turned into blood mist and were swallowed by Naoto Sakata. Boom, boom, boom. After Naoto Sakata swallowed enough blood mist, his body suddenly shook with circles of terrifying ripples. Husband, why has this bug suddenly gone crazy? Nuba looked unusually serious, her eyes filled with fear. Because at this time, Naoto Sakata gave her a dangerous aura. The human-faced worms have secretly learned the yin-yang magic of our race. They can communicate with the spirit world and make contracts with Shikigami. However, summoning a powerful Shikigami comes at a price, especially for this kind of cross-level operation, which requires blood sacrifice of living beings. The more blood sacrifices, the stronger the power obtained. After Yi Can finished speaking, he directly switched to Princess Longji's template, and then took the lead and rushed towards Naoto Sakata. Li Jiqing also switched to the Lindayu template and followed closely. All the heroes and soldiers immediately followed Yi Can's instructions and gathered together as a team. Despicable and shameless human beings, accept God's judgment. At this time, Naoto Sakata had turned into a 10-meter-tall bloody monster. Although it still maintains its human form, its head has turned into that of a vicious dog. It holds 2 long swords in its hands, a bit like the legendary Great Tengu. Judgment? Are you worthy of it? Yi Can's mind moved, the devil's eye opened, and the shot went straight into the soul. Boom. There was a loud bang, and Naoto Sakata flew up into the air. But what shocked Yi Can and Li Jiqing was that it landed on the ground intact. At this moment, I have surpassed the epic. You lowly humans are just bugs in my eyes. By being possessed by the Shikigami, Naoto Sakata did briefly reach the level of a myth. Fuck you. However, when it opened its magic eyes and looked at Yi Can and Li Jiqing, the big eyeball on its forehead almost popped out. It possesses the magic eye, but it can only see through people of the same level or below itself, so it has never been able to see through Yi Can and Li Jiqing. Now after a brief boost, it finally saw clearly and collapsed. You 2 old bastards, you are obviously lords of the mythical level, but you have been playing tricks on me. Is this something a human could do? Chapter 182. Husband and wife follow each other. Invincible. Moon soul ice soul. Yi Can smiled coldly and stepped into the air with the help of Yuehua. Buzz. The next moment, a huge bright moon suddenly rose behind him. In the bright moon, a man who looked exactly like him stood with a knife in his hand. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and he looked extremely handsome. When Li Jiqing saw her husband displaying his great power, a look of pride immediately appeared on her pretty face. In order to build momentum for Yi Can, she directly drank a bottle of eternal well water, and then soared into the air with the support of Feihua. The sea of flowers is coming. Following her command, endless flower vines suddenly emerged above the mine. These flower vines grew strong in the wind, submerging the entire mine in a few breaths, and flowers bloomed all over the mountain, with the fragrance wafting for dozens of miles. This magic, which seemed like a miracle, left Yi Can, Nuba, and the others dumbfounded. The magic spell cast at such a critical moment, as well as the huge momentum, were obviously Li Jiqing's ultimate weapon. It turns out that our queen is so powerful. Nuba looked at Li Jiqing, who looked like an empress, and her red lips trembled slightly. I didn't expect that. Su Daji looked at the flowers all over the mountain and was a little dazed. Sister Qing has always been very strong. Lin Daiyu and Xue Baochai looked at each other and saw surprise and pride in each other's eyes. When Nuba, Su Daji, and other original members of the Xianzong forest heard this, they all smiled bitterly. Li Jiqing became the mistress of the fairy forest. On the surface, they said nothing and obeyed her orders, but they were actually dissatisfied in their hearts. Now they finally reacted. A lord is still a lord after all, and he cannot be compared to those who have been resurrected. Naoto Sakata was also intimidated by the high-end magic of Yi Kan and Li Jiqing, but since he had already made the big promise, he naturally had to go ahead with it. Moreover, it feels that its great Tengu may not lose. After all, it is now also at the mythical level. When Naoto Sakata thought of this, his confidence suddenly increased. Woof! It roared towards the sky and stomped its feet hard. Boom! The ground suddenly exploded and Naoto Sakata flew into the air. Swish! Swish! The long sword in its hand drew 2 streaks of blood, and it directly used a cross-shaped lightning slash on Yi Kan. Seal up. Yi Kan's expression remained unchanged. Together with the shadow and the moon, he pointed the black knife in his hand diagonally at Sakata Naoto. Buzz! In an instant, the bright moon descended, and a pressure that seemed to be able to crush the heavens descended from the sky, crushing towards Naoto Sakata. At the same time, Li Jiqing also used the cartoon sealing vine to stab the bloody big dog in the air. Tengu eclipses the moon. Naoto Sakata is also very tough because he happens to have a technique that can restrain manhwa. Buzz! It opened its bloody mouth and sucked suddenly, as if it really wanted to swallow Yi Kan's bright moon into its stomach. Unfortunately, under the stimulation of the Taiyin energy, the huge bright moon was like a cage, pressing towards it as steadily as an old dog. When the shadow of the bright moon was compressed to the size of its body, the endless flower vines arrived as promised, piercing through the shadow of the bright moon and into its body. Yi Kan's moon soul and eye soul actually had no aversion to Li Jiqing's flower vines at all. At this moment, everything is self-evident. Only when 2 people love each other wholeheartedly can their magic be compatible with each other without any reservation. Poor Naoto Sakata was frozen in midair by these 2 powerful forces, unable to move. Oh my god, why do we need to be here? They've already done it. Nuba spread her hands. My husband and Sister Qing have become much stronger. Su Daji looked at the 2 people in the air with envy in her eyes, and then she soon smiled. The man above is the husband of the woman above, and also her husband. Unlike Nuba and Su Daji, who were very proud, Naoto Sakata was almost scared to death at this moment. It is a direct descendant of the Sakata family and owns a gold-eating insect nest given by its family. He also practiced yin-yang magic with a master and can summon the great Tengu Shikigami. Logically speaking, with its background and strength, it should have been able to inflict great damage in the novice village, but it was beaten by these 2 unknown humans without any chance of fighting back. Now it finally knew that its brother's death was not unjust, but unfortunately it knew it too late. Master Yi Kan, please don't kill me. I can recognize you as my master and be your slave. Naoto Sakata felt his life force slipping away and suddenly became panicked. A slave? Are you worthy? Before Yi Kan could say anything, Li Jiqing couldn't stand it anymore. Chichichichi. There were vines flying all over the sky, and in the blink of an eye Naoto Sakata was turned into a hedgehog and soon became a cold corpse. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the distance. Then, a huge crystal-clear ice mountain that refracted various colors in the sunlight appeared at the end of the horizon and moved towards this side quickly. Boom boom. The first to arrive were 20 huge, bloodthirsty thunder beasts. Then came the huge ice balls covered with spikes. They were like tanks. Wherever they passed, the rocks were crushed and a flat road was created. Then there were the ice springtails all over the ground and the frost dragons that looked like a cloud of ice crystals. And finally the dazzling void hive. Dominate. Fowl flew out and landed beside Yi Kan. His cold face instantly blossomed like a flower, revealing a charming smile. Good job. Yi Kan looked at the void Zerg whose number had nearly tripled, and a gratified smile appeared in his eyes. Oh, I almost forgot. Li Jiqing seemed to remember something and immediately opened the betting table, betting 10 billion source crystals in Yi Kan's name. Chapter 183 Butcher Yi Kan, Heaven Devouring Upgrade. Now we will announce the top 10 of the 520 Novice Village Killing ranking. Li Jiqing had just placed her bet, when the sky above the novice village shone with golden light again. The long-awaited settlement time had finally arrived. 10th place, Liangxiu Nana, killing points 22.22 million. 9th place, Ding Jin, killing points 36.54 million. Poor Nana, another one is missing. The rankings had just been announced and Liangxiu Nana was once again acting pitifully in the regional channel. Nana, that's too much. I heard that you've been hiding in your territory making medicine lately and haven't been out at all. How come you're ranked 10th? Jiang Daily was ranked 10th last time, but he was not included this time, which made him feel a little unhappy. He had clearly mustered up his courage and bravely lay on the city wall waiting for the Zerg's attack, but when the other side passed by, they didn't even look at him. This hurt him deeply, but he didn't think about how scary his triple walls and triple defense towers were. Humph, who said that? I sent out my lovely bunny special forces and fox beauty squad and brought along my carefully developed poison to poison 2 Zerg territories. Nana is awesome. I didn't say anything just now. When Jiang Daily heard this, he instantly became timid. Because his territory was not far from Liangxiu Nana, he was worried that the little girl would bear a grudge and then one day, on a whim, come to his territory and poison him. He is not afraid of poison or anything like that, because there was no way the little fox could harm him. But what if she used a laxative or a spring pill? Jiang Daily looked at the 2-meter-tall Demon Da and Demon Air and was immediately horrified. 8th place, Hong Jinwu, killing points 36.55 million. 7th place, Chigu Tai, killing points 38.66 million. 6th place, Nongyu, killing points 48.68 million. 5th place, Naoto Sakata, kill points 51.22 million. 4th place, Su Lingyu, killing points 98.72 million. As the rankings were announced, everyone's breathing quickened. The worlds will seem to understand people's hearts and did not announce the top 3 immediately, but gave everyone time to digest and accept the results. Nongyu, Moon Shadow Cat Clan, damn it, only 6th place. Nongying, Moon Shadow Cat Tribe, that's right, my sister and I have worked very hard and destroyed at least 5 Zerg territories. Nongyu, Moon Shadow Cat, sorry, my sister just fell down and is still a little confused. Actually, what we destroyed last night was the wild monster camp, not the Zerg. Liangxiu Nana, Sky Fox Clan, Sister Nongyu, it's okay. We all believe in you and Sister Nongying. Takeda Shiro, Human-Faced Turbot, Bagayalu, Moon Shadow Cat, you are so bad. I, the Human-Faced Turbot, will remember this karma. Yikan, Human, a high reward is offered for the coordinates of the territory above. I will pay you right away. Zhu Huifei, Human +1. Hong Sanqian, Human +2. Hojo Sachiko, Human-Faced Turbot, Human, we are from the same village, but you slaughtered my fellow people like this. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to complete the battle to break the domain? Li Jiqing, Human, a high reward for the coordinates of the territory of the Yukiko upstairs. Su Lingyu, Human +1. Nongying, Moon Shadow Cat Clan, +666. Liangxiu Nana, Sky Fox Clan, +10,086. Buzz. After some nonsense on the regional channel, golden light appeared again in the sky, and this time the light was 10 times stronger than before. 3rd place, Hong Sanqian, killing points 125.69 million. 2nd place, Zhu Huifei, killing points 237.54 million. 1st place, Yikan, killing points 568.88 million. Zhu Huifei, Human, fuck you. Ye the Great Butcher, tell me the truth. Did you kill all the Zerg in the southwest and northwest? Yikan, Human, no. Otherwise how did Brother Hong, Miss Su, and Brother Ding make the list? Zhu Huifei, Human, ask yourself honestly, are the points of the 3 of them combined more than half of yours? Nongying, Moon Shadow Cat, Brother Yikan, there is something wrong with you. The flying pig brother killed everyone on our side, but his score is not even half of yours. This is unscientific. Zhu Huifei, Human, well said, little kitty. Don't say it next time. Nongyu, Moon Shadow Cat, Brother Feiju, I'm sorry, my sister is still confused. I will teach her a lesson right now. Zhu Huifei, Human. Liangxiu Nana, Sky Fox Clan, there is something that I am very confused about. Sister Li Jiqing is obviously very powerful, but why is she not on the resource list or the killing list? At this time, the little fox suddenly asked a question that was not a question. Nana, I'm the same as you. I'm not interested in this. I just like to play with flowers and plants. Li Jiqing couldn't help but frown when she saw this. Although the little fox is a little silly, she is still reliable. Just tell her the truth. We will cooperate with her to develop the resources there in the future. That's what I thought. Li Jiqing nodded and went to chat privately with the little fox. Yikan dismantled Naoto Sakata's territory and released all the corpses in the demon's eye for the insect nest to digest. Finally, he came to the center of the mine and inserted the heaven-devouring sword into it. Buzz! The sky-devouring sword flashed with black light and began to madly devour the golden essence in the mine. The fairy forest does not have the power to convert ore into energy, but the heaven-devouring sword has a weapon-devouring skill that can devour the essence of weapons and ores to grow. In a few minutes, the huge mine turned into a pile of slag. The sky-devouring sword was glowing with black light, and dragon scale-like patterns appeared on the blade, making it look colder and sharper. Heaven-devouring sword. Part, weapon. Level, epic, gold. Attributes, constitution plus 1000, spirit plus 1000. Skill 1. Devour weapons. Can devour the essence of weapons and ores to grow. Skill 2. Soul devourer. Can devour the souls of others and enhance the owner's attributes. Introduction. It was once a dark magic stone bred by heaven and earth, and later fell into the depths of the endless fire domain. It was burned by the burning sky magic flame for endless years, and finally absorbed the burning sky magic flame and turned into a devouring blade. It has indeed been upgraded. You can gently stroke the black blade, his eyes full of surprise. As the second in command of the territory, Li Jiqing has the epic red snake as a weapon. There is no reason for a great lord like him to be so shabby. Mission accomplished, let's go home. After Yikan packed up everything, he waved his hand and led everyone into the void insect nest, ready to take the free sightseeing bus home. The beauties surrounded Fal and asked him all kinds of questions, wanting to know everything about the insect nest. In this battle, Fal swept across the southwest, and his contribution was second only to Yi Kan and Li Jiqing. Even someone as arrogant as Nuba was very impressed. The new tank unit she merged was also named by Yi Kan, Sea Urchin Tank. Chapter 184 The Mysterious Visitor of Rouge Pavilion. Everyone go and rest. We still have a tough battle to fight tonight. After Yikan returned to the fairy forest with his army of women, he immediately relaxed. After 3 days of hard work, I can finally take a good bath. After Nuba finished speaking, she opened the Suzaku umbrella and walked into the air. In the blink of an eye, she arrived above the moon goddess lake. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. She just swung her arms lightly. Her clothes flew everywhere, and soon she turned into a snowy and attractive little white sheep. Crash! She dived directly into the lake and instantly turned into a mermaid. Seeing this, Su Daji and others could no longer hold back, and they all displayed their magical powers and rushed into the lake to play happily with Nuba. Fal sat on top of the void insect nest in the distance, looking at the beauties in the lake curiously, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. She seemed a little confused as to why these people were swimming around in the lake without any clothes on. Sister Far, come with us. Nuba felt Fal's gaze and immediately broke out of the water, walking on the waves like a fairy. Crash! She rolled up some water and wrapped it around her body to cover her key parts, then flew to Fal's side, pulled her, and rushed towards the moon lake. With a community leader like Sister Sien in the territory, there is no need to worry about new sisters not being able to integrate into the territory. Li Jiqing couldn't help but smile knowingly when she saw this situation. Indeed, there are some things you can't do, but she can. Yikan smiled slightly, pulled Li Jiqing into the tree house, and prepared to take stock of the gains from this battle. 3 epic level Lord's Hearts, 7 legendary level hearts, 12 perfect level hearts, and 6 flawless level hearts. Oh my god, why are there so many? Li Jiqing looked at the Lord's Heart flashing with various colors of light in front of her and felt like she was dreaming. Except for the 3 epics, the rest were basically harvested by Fal. You can put these Lord's Hearts into the Sun and Moon Fairy pot one by one, and the experience of the 3-color crystals increased from 11334/10000 to 34594/10000. You are smart enough to see the value of that void insect nest, otherwise we would have missed it. Li Jiqing's face was full of emotion. When Yikan put away the insect nest, she was actually against it. Now she finally realized what it meant to smell good. By the way, is the gold-eating insect nest still useful? Li Jiqing thought of the insect nest left by Naoto Sakata, and hope suddenly lit up in her big eyes. Don't even think about it. That bastard Sakata Naoto didn't originally kill the gold-devouring bug queen, but after it knew it was going to die, it used the mental link to make the gold-devouring bug queen commit suicide. When Yikan thought of this, he felt a pang of pain. There are 2 lords in the fairy forest. If they can get another gold-eating insect nest, their strength will definitely increase significantly. By then, the success rate of the domain-breaking battle will definitely increase. What about the gold-eating insect nest? Keep it for now. It might be useful in the future. After Yikan finished speaking, he began to take inventory of other supplies. This time, many people placed bets on him for the killing list betting because he killed so many people in the precedent of the resource list. Even though Li Jiqing later bet 10 billion, he still couldn't win all the gambling money. Excluding the principal, this time he only won 8 billion source crystals. This time, after the demolition of the territories of Akitani Taichi and Sakata Naoto, and with Fal's raid, Xian Zonglin obtained a total of 45.8 billion source crystals and 1.85 billion boundary stones. In addition, 2 diamond treasure chests, 313 gold treasure chests, 17,000 silver treasure chests, and 6,000 bronze treasure chests were obtained. One of the diamond treasure chests is a reward for the leaderboard, and the other is dropped by killing Naoto Sakata, who is transformed into Daitengu. In addition to these things, there are also a lot of farmland, defense towers, barracks, and other buildings. However, the Wonderland Forest is quite special. Currently, except for the guardian tree and the decomposing tree house that can be mass-produced, other ancient trees seem to be unique. Yikan once tried to set up barracks, but the result was that the 3 color crystals could not turn them into ancient trees. Fortunately, there are enough troops in Xian Zonglin now, and Yikan did not force it. It's really a gold belt for murder and arson. That's absolutely true. Li Jiqing looked at the dazzling array of trophies, her eyes full of stars. That's true, but we killed those evil bugs. They deserve to die. After Yikan finished speaking, he took Li Jiqing into his arms, stroked her face, and said, "You've been tired these past 2 days. Go and have a good rest." "What about you?" Li Jiqing hugged Yikan's waist and looked at him affectionately. "When I came back, I took a look and found that half of the guardian tree was destroyed. I'm going to replenish it and draw a card at the same time." "Okay, don't be too busy. We are the main force in the battle to break the domain." As they were talking, Li Jiqing suddenly came up and kissed Yikan. "I know." Yikan patted her on the butt to send her away, then walked towards the sun and moon fairy pot. Buzz. With the influx of 1.7 billion world stones, a spiritual energy storm suddenly blew up in the territory. The ancient sacred tree swayed in the wind and directly rose from level 17 to level 19. Yikan looked at the remaining 300 million boundary stones and couldn't help but sigh. If only there were another 700 million, we could directly break through to the star level. Owner. At this moment, Xiaomei flew in with a group of elves. "Well, let's clean up here." "Yes, sir." After Xiaomei finished speaking, she and her sisters rushed towards the treasure chests all over the ground. Xiaoyu and Xiaofei were mining the source stone mine at the little fox's place, so the task of leading the sisters to organize the territory fell on her. Yikan walked out of the territory and glanced at the guardian trees in the distance, only to find that there were only 40 left. That bastard Naoto Sakata is quite capable. He actually destroyed 23 of my epic guardian trees. With a bit of pain in his heart, Yikan took out the 30 defensive buildings he had obtained from the battle and threw them all out. Buzz. Enveloped by the power of nature, all 30 defensive buildings turned into guardian trees. Since the territory has been upgraded to the mythical level, the 2 major transformations that the ancient sacred tree has undergone will also affect the new buildings, so the guardian tree has directly become epic. Yikan spent more than 45 billion source crystals to upgrade all the upgradable buildings in the territory to level 19. It feels so good to be rich. Yikan clapped his hands and walked towards the heavenly demon Nirvana pool to draw cards as usual. Unfortunately, his luck was still so bad that he didn't draw any new heroes from the heavenly demon Nirvana pool in the Red Mansion, but he did draw a lot of new clothes. He had anticipated this, so he changed his target and came to the Dreamy Rouge Pavilion again. The master is coming. Seeing this, the elves immediately came forward. Have any powerful heroes visited recently? Yikan rubbed the elf's little head with a hint of pampering in his eyes. A strange little girl came here, but she was very strange. She just appeared for a moment and then ran away. The elf rubbed his head, seeming a little confused. Is that true? After hearing this, Yikan immediately came to the 4th stone tablet. Loft Directory. Buzz. Yikan reached out and touched it gently, and the stone tablet suddenly shone with light, and a ranking word appeared. 3 colored names? When Yikan saw the name ranked first, his eyes suddenly burst into bright light. The legendary level is silver, the epic level is gold, and the tricolor is the mythical level above the epic level. The Fantasy Rouge Pavilion has been built for such a long time, and there have been few epic or legendary heroes. I didn't expect that there would be a big explosion this time, and a mythical hero was directly spawned. Next time she comes, you have to keep her no matter what, got it? Yi can rubbed the elf's head and gave a serious instruction. Okay, I'll go find Sister Yufei and get her latest sweet wine. Girls will definitely not be able to resist its temptation. Okay, go ahead. After Yi can finished speaking, he turned around and walked out of the Dreamy Rouge pavilion. But what he didn't know was that as soon as he left, a little head popped out from the mist of the Dreamy Rouge pavilion. She was a little girl with lively eyes and a face full of collagen. She looked to be about 5 or 6 years old, with shiny black ponytails and a small cloth bag slung across her body. There was caution and curiosity in her eyes. Chapter 185. The air is trembling, as if the sky is burning. After Yikan left the Dream Rouge pavilion, he came to the Moon Goddess Lake. Although a lot of time has passed, there are still many people in the lake, and they are all gathered in the area covered by the branches of the Three Lives marriage tree. Because the Moon Goddess Lake cooperates with the Three Lives marriage tree, the probability of triggering upgrades, product upgrades, and skill upgrades will increase. Husband. When Li Jiqing saw Yi Kan, she immediately came up to him and rubbed his back considerately. Why don't you go and rest? Yi Kan hugged her lovingly, not wanting to let her suffer. Aren't I still waiting for you? I won't go back to the treehouse tonight. I've arranged for someone else to accompany you. All listen to the queen. Yi Kan hugged her tightly, greedily inhaling the fragrance from her body. Cardan, Qing Yao and others who were floating under the tree in meditation could not help but feel envious when they saw the two being so affectionate with each other, but they did not disturb them. Not long after, Yi Kan, having washed off all the dirt, returned to the treehouse. Before he could react, a snow-white, soft body pounced over and pressed him against the wall. Sister Xian, you've been studying a lot lately. You've even learned how to hold a man against a wall. Yi Kan looked at the naked beauty in front of him and couldn't help but feel a little angry. There are no ugly women in the territory, they just have different temperaments and personalities. Nuba is passionate, bold, and unrestrained by nature. After being influenced by the modern culture of Blue Star, this temperament has been completely liberated. When she was alone with Yi Kan, she never concealed herself. Stop talking nonsense. You've left me alone for so long. You must make it up to me today. Navba looked back at the clock on the bedside table, groaned for a few seconds, and said, there are still 8 hours before the battle of breaking the domain begins. At most, I can let you sleep. Before she could finish her words, Yi Kan blocked her mouth. You know time is running out, but you're still wasting time. Yi Kan picked up Nuba like a princess, threw her onto the bed, and pounced on her like a hungry tiger. Hey, you haven't turned over my sister's sign for a long time, and your temper has worsened. Nuba felt the desire and passion in Yi Kan's eyes, and her heart suddenly became restless, and she began to tear off his clothes. Yi Kan was not idle either. His big hand slid up and down her body, exploring the mysteries, making Nuba feel weak all over and emitting waves of sounds that made people imagine. As Nuba's cry of release after being suppressed for a long time finally came, the two finally merged into one. Yi Kan was working hard and enjoying the pleasure of love, but other lords were not in such a good mood. They thought of the upcoming battle to break the domain, and almost everyone suffered from insomnia. If the domain breaking fails, the village will be occupied by monsters. By then, the density of monsters will reach a terrifying level, and many powerful monster leaders will emerge. In this situation, let alone developing territory, it would be a problem to even survive. The human-faced Turbolarians seized the opportunity and continued to taunt the human race on the regional channel. Shiro Takeda, human-faced turbot, you humans are doomed this time. If you don't give up the position of village chief, we will sabotage the battle to break the domain and make you fail. Hojo Sachiko, human-faced turbulent. That's right. No matter what form this domain-breaking war takes, you humans will never be able to win with your meager strength. Liangqiu Nana, Sky Fox Tribe, Takeda Cockroach. That's Sachiko. Have you forgotten about us orcs? Di Shao, Blue Wolf Tribe. That's right. The battle to break the domain is everyone's business. We orcs will not stand idly by. Hojo Sachiko, human-faced Turbolarian, Shameless Fox. Are you blind? My name is Hojo Sachiko, not that one. Nong Ying, Moon Shadow Cat Clan. That worm's sister. Isn't the unit of measurement for worm strips? Nana wasn't wrong. What was surprising was that this time Nong Yu did not come out to cover her sister's mouth. In the human group chat, everyone was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Zhu Huifei. Damn it, these damn bugs are so disgusting. I can never kill them all. Su Lingyu. A novice village has 1,000 lords. Originally, the Zerg had the upper hand, but after this purge, the dominant race has become our human race. There are about 300 human lords still alive, but unfortunately, Only 200 have joined the group now. Hong Sanqian. Miss Su, how many Zerg are there? Su Lingyu. There are still about 100 Zerg lords, about 200 orcs, and all the lords added up are less than 700. At our current level, if we work together, the success rate of breaking through the realm is still very high. But looking at the attitude of the Zerg, it seems that they are determined to stop us from breaking through the realm. Hong Jinwu. It's okay if the Zerg don't contribute. I'm just worried that they'll stab me in the back. Liang Qiu Nana. Well, why don't we contact Brother Yikan? He's so powerful, and he has powerful Zerg friends. Maybe he can find a way. Li Jiqing. Yikan is resting, don't disturb him. I checked, and it seems that there is 10 minutes of preparation time before the domain-breaking battle. Let's see what kind of battle mode it is, and then decide how to arrange it. Liang Qiu Nana. At this critical moment, Brother Yikan can actually sleep. Then I feel relieved. Nongying. I feel relieved too. Liang Qiu Nana. Hey, when will Sister Nongying come? How come I don't know? Time is passing slowly. Although Nuba said that she would squeeze Yikan till not a drop was left, unfortunately, after only 2 hours, she could not bear it anymore. After all, the current Yikan cannot be defeated even by Li Jiqing, whose single attribute is over 20,000, let alone Nuba, a weakling with over 10,000, who is simply a dying bird. So, Yikan hugged the beautiful woman who had become as soft as a puddle of mud and slept soundly for 5 hours. When he woke up, it was already late at night. Why don't you get more sleep? Nuba, who was secretly kissing Yikan on the cheek, saw him open his eyes and showed a rare bit of feminine shyness. Nourished by the rain and dew, her inner heat was gone, and she became as gentle as water. Seeing her charming and seductive appearance, Yikan couldn't help but put his arms around her. He savored her tempting red lips for a long time before standing up with a reluctant look on his face. This time, Nuba did not act like a scoundrel again, but attentively helped him put on his clothes. You guys are finally awake. As soon as Yikan and Nuba walked out of the tree house, Li Jiqing flashed in front of them. What happened? Why are you in such a rush? When Yikan saw Li Jiqing's abnormal appearance, his heart skipped a beat. Could something big have happened? Something really happened, and it's a big deal. Come with me. Li Jiqing didn't say anything and pulled Yikan towards the Dream Rouge Pavilion. At this time, Yikan also reacted, and both of them couldn't help but smile. It's a big deal indeed, and it could be a very good thing. Chapter 186. The Son of Luck appears, and the battle to break the realm begins. This wine is so delicious, I want more. As soon as Yikan entered the Dream Rouge Pavilion, he saw a little girl acting crazy while drunk. The little girl was pretty and delicate, with 2 shiny black ponytails and a worn-out cloth bag slung over her shoulders. She looked adorable and cute. Oh my god, is this the 3-color mythical hero I'm looking for? Yikan had heard from the elf before that it was a strange little girl. He thought she just looked childish and should be about the same age as them, but he didn't expect her to be a real little girl. Look at her attributes. As he spoke, Li Jiqing directly opened the little girl's attribute panel. Mysterious little girl. Race, unknown. Rank myth. Level 1. Constitution, 10. Original attribute is forced to 1. Territory attribute is 10 times increased. Spirit, 10. Original attribute is forced to 1. Territory attribute is increased tenfold. Luck, 1000. Original attribute 100. Territory attribute 10 times. Bloodline, unknown. Talent, unknown. Description, a mysterious little girl who appeared out of nowhere. Without anyone to take care of her, she actually lived in the forest of beasts for decades without encountering any danger, and even her appearance and temperament did not change at all. This, after reading the little girl's introduction, Yikan felt numb all over. He thought he was very lucky to have a child of destiny, Sudaji, but he didn't expect to meet an even rarer child of luck today. Although this little girl has no fighting ability at all, her 1,000 points of luck are equivalent to that of thousands of troops. Because among so many attributes, the most precious one is luck. If the Ring of Eternity hadn't added 10 points, Yikan and Li Jiqing's luck values would both be 0. Now, with this little girl, the task of opening the treasure chest can be transferred to her. Isn't that great? Li Jiqing said proudly. How can you let a little girl drink so much alcohol? Take her to the cooking tree to sober her up, and then make her a delicious meal. Yikan looked around, and then his eyes fell on Su Daji. Daji, this difficult task is left to you. Don't worry, my dear husband. I will definitely do this beautifully for you. Su Daji patted her soft and dazzling breasts with a look of confidence. After so long, she also understood the role of her unique charm. Charming heroes are called the children of destiny. It's not just about doing things smoothly, It also makes them shine and makes people feel close to them at first sight. When the community bull Nuba had not yet been activated, the integration of territory heroes and arms was all achieved thanks to the brilliance of Sudaji. I trust you. You can watch Sudaji carrying the little girl away. Then he opened the human group chat. Does anyone know what mode the domain-breaking war will be carried out in? Yi can asked curiously. Liang Qiu Nana. Brother Yi Can, you finally woke up. The Zerg are too arrogant. You must teach them a lesson this time. Aren't the opponents in the domain-breaking war monsters? How can they attack the Lord? When Yi Can heard this, he immediately became excited. Although everyone has been killing like crazy these days, they are also very tired because the Zerg's territory is too scattered and difficult to find. Now, the high-end combat forces of the Zerg have almost been killed by him. Things would be interesting if the domain-breaking battle could gather them together. Su Lingyu. The ninth heaven of Tianyin is the battlefield of all races. The strong are respected. Even in a battle to break the domain, you can attack the Lord. But if you do this, you will easily be stabbed in the back, of course, with the exception of the dirty Zerg, especially the human-faced planarian. Hong Sanxian. Miss Su is really hypocritical, but I like her. Su Lingyu, go to hell. Zhu Huifei. According to the experience of the eighth heaven, the most common types of domain-breaking battles are tower defense and hunting. No matter which one, it is disadvantageous to us. Because our starting point is different from that of the Zerg, protection is always much more difficult than destruction. Yi Can. No matter which one, we all have to survive the domain-breaking war as a prerequisite. As for the position of village chief, everyone will rely on their own abilities. Zhu Huifei. I thought so too. Amidst everyone's discussion, the long-awaited battle to break the domain finally arrived. World Announcement 1. The battle to break through the domain in the 520 Novice Village in Area 17 of Tiangang has begun. Preparation time, 10 minutes. The type of this domain-breaking battle is tower defense. As long as you defend the village crystal within 12 hours and prevent it from being destroyed by monsters, you will succeed in breaking the domain. A village that successfully breaks through the domain will gain a 1-point bonus to its luck value. As the first village in the 9th level of Tianyin to start the battle to break the domain, after successfully breaking the domain, each lord will receive a diamond treasure chest and 100 points of reputation as a reward. The person who ranks first in points in the domain-breaking war can become the village chief and obtain the right to name the village, the right to formulate the tax system, the right to open any door, etc. In addition, the village will also receive an extra mysterious gift pack. World Announcement 2. Since the 520 Novice Village in the 17th district of Tiangang started the domain-breaking battle ahead of schedule, the domain-breaking points ranking competition of the 100 villages in the 6th town was triggered. Villages that enter the top 10 will receive different levels of luck rewards. First place winner will receive 10 points of luck as a reward. Second place, reward 9 points of luck. Third place, reward 8 points of luck. 10th place winner, 1 luck point as reward. The settlement time is 1 month later. If all the villages in the 6th town have participated in the battle to break the domain, the settlement can be made in advance. Grass. I bought a watch last year. Damn it, this is such a bully. The content of the first world announcement was okay. It was a tower defense battle where everyone could help each other. Both the humans and the orcs were very happy. But as soon as the second announcement came out, everyone moved to Bungbu. Because the points ranking competition is based on villages, the stronger the village, the more points it will get. For an ordinary village, the battle to break the domain will only begin when the Lord reaches the star level or the average level reaches level 15. The 520 Novice Village started the battle to break the domain ahead of schedule and became the first to stand out. Because the human and insect races here are at loggerheads and have serious internal friction, this wave of purge directly reduced the village's overall strength by 30. Moreover, the levels of the lords at this stage are generally low, so the earlier a village participates in the qualifying competition, the more disadvantaged it will be. As a result, some discordant voices appeared in the 520 Novice Village. This trend even spread to the human group chat. Some people began to question Yi Can, thinking that he was the one who triggered the war between humans and insects, which led to the decline of the village's strength. Zhang Dada. Why start a war when there is nothing to do? Now you feel better, right? You have nothing to eat. Kai Bikuan. That's right. What's the point of being so powerful? Can you make it into the top 10 of the qualifying round by yourself? Gao Niasong. You only want to be in the spotlight. You are so selfish. All of a sudden, negative comments were overwhelming. Liang Xiu Nana. You are a bunch of hindsighters and fence-sitters. You are more disgusting than insects. Su Lingyu. Humans and insects are enemies for generations. You maggots are enjoying the benefits of the strong defeating the insects, but now you are complaining here. Do you want to be traitors? Tip. Zhang Dada was kicked out of the group chat. Tip. Kai Bikuan was kicked out of the group chat. Tip. Gao Niasong was kicked out of the group chat. Jiang Daily. What the hell is that? Just kick it, and that's it. Chapter 187 The Eighth Hero, Xiaomi Li. There are fence-sitters like this everywhere, don't worry about them. Yikan glanced at the comments attacking him and couldn't help but smile contemptuously. These guys were just complaining in the group, but he didn't care since he had no losses after all. But if those people were not just talking nonsense but also wanted to do something to him, then he couldn't be blamed. After he becomes the village chief, he will slowly deal with these people. Husband. When Yikan gathered all the men, Su Daji and maid Captain Yu Fei just came over with the mysterious little girl. What made Yikan speechless was that this little follower was holding a steamed dragon tooth rice in his arms. She likes Longya rice very much. She still can't get enough after eating a few bowls of Longya rice porridge, so? Yu Fei looked at the little girl who was as tall as Longya Mi with a helpless look on her face. Fine. Yikan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, looked at the little girl and asked, Little sister, what's your name? I don't remember. The little girl was chewing on the Longya rice while shaking her two big ponytails, looking funny and cute. Oh, I seem to remember the word shao. After taking a few bites of the Longya rice, she suddenly stopped, with a hint of uncertainty in her big eyes. Husband, why don't you give her a name? Su Daji rubbed the little girl's head with a hint of pampering in her eyes. No problem. Yikan nodded, then squatted down, looked at the little girl and asked, Little sister, are you willing to join our fairy forest? If I join, will I have this kind of rice to eat every day? The little girl's eyes flickered as she looked at Yikan expectantly. She had already asked these beautiful sisters and found out that the guy in front of her with a smile like a big bad wolf was the boss of this territory. Of course, our second batch of dragon tooth rice will soon be ripe, and one more mouth won't make a difference. Yikan nodded very confidently. Okay, I'll join in. The little girl looked at the Longya rice in her arms and agreed without thinking. Okay, since you like Longya rice so much and you are as tall as Longya rice, then from now on, you will be called Xiaomi Li. Yikan rubbed his chin and thought for a while. Suddenly, a little girl in black carrying a golden shoulder pole and a hiking stick appeared in his mind. A smile appeared in his eyes. The girl in front of him, except that her mouth was not big enough, her skin was not dark enough, and she had two big ponytails, was very similar to the giant water monster he had imagined. They are equally innocent and have a pure heart. Little rice grains. The little girl looked at the dragon tooth rice in her hand, then smiled happily and said, Okay, I like this name. Thus, Xiaomi Li was successfully tempted by a dragon tooth rice and became the eighth hero of the fairy forest. Xiaoyu Xiaofei, come here. Yikan called the first and second in command of the elves through the Lord's heart. Because the battle to break the domain had begun, Yikan had already recalled the troops stationed at the Little Fox, including the mining elves, through the Lord's heart before taking a rest. Master, what is it? Xiaoyu and Xiaofei rushed out of the warehouse. They hadn't seen Yikan for a long time, and when they were summoned for the first time after he returned, they were very excited and their little faces were flushed. The territory-breaking war is about to begin. We are all busy, so I will leave Xiaomi Li to you two to take care of. Take her around our territory. Yes. The two little guys said in unison, both looking very serious. For the same sincere and innocent child, giving the millet grains to the elves is the best choice. My dear, it might not be a good idea for the two of us lords to appear on the battlefield together. Do you have any ideas? Li Jiqing looked at Yikan. I thought of that a long time ago. As he spoke, Yikan suddenly summoned the Eye of the Devil. Sister Xian, Daji, and the elven warriors will stay here. The rest of you, along with the void insect nest, will stay in the demon god space for the time being. Understood. When Li Jiqing saw what Yikan did, she immediately guessed that he was going to do something bad again, and she immediately revealed a wicked smile. Just like that, Yikan, with Su Daji on his left and Tian Ba on his right, and a large group of beautiful elves following behind him, walked into the teleportation array in a swagger. When the domain-breaking war begins, a teleportation array will appear in each territory, leading directly to the battlefield. As soon as Yikan walked out of the portal, he became the focus of the whole audience. Oh my god, all the heroes and soldiers are women, and they are all super beautiful. Who are they? Why are they so high profile? This is too extravagant. My territory is full of rough men, not a single woman. How can the gap between people be so big? Oh my god, If I had all these beauties, I would definitely be skinny. Everyone was looking at Yi Kan, who looked like an emperor on tour, and they were all shocked beyond words. Of course, unlike these old snakes who only pay attention to beautiful women, Zhu Huifei, Hong Sanqian, Su Lingyu, and others see different things. Although Yi Kan has few heroes and military units, they are all epic and legendary in quality. So, Yi Kan didn't need to reveal his identity, and those who had seen him or not recognized him. In the 520 novice village, apart from outstanding people like Zhu Huifei and Hong Sanqian, there should be no one else except Yi Kan who can have such a status. With such strength, it is only natural that he won the first place in the killing list with overwhelming force. Everyone made their own assessment in their hearts. Brother Yi, you are finally here. Zhu Huifei, Hong Sanqian, and others all came forward. Even the little fox that was supposed to be with the orcs came to join in the fun. Everyone, what is the situation now? After everyone got to know each other briefly, Yi Kan couldn't help but frown. Because the atmosphere at the scene was a bit weird, humans, orcs, and insects were divided into 3 major camps, standing in 3 directions of the valley. The Zerg are certain that we cannot win this war, so they will probably sabotage us, or even deliberately release monsters. Some of the Terrans and orcs are also watching, so they probably won't try their best. Zhu Huifei said a little worriedly. Like Hong Sanqian, he also had ideas about the position of village chief, but they were not completely sure about this battle to break the domain. And they also arranged a retreat for themselves. Let's take a look at the rules of the battlefield first. Yi Kan glanced at the 2 major camps in the distance and found that those people were looking at him. Especially those strange-looking Zergs. They looked at him with hatred, as if they wanted to tear a piece of flesh from his body. Buzz. At this moment, a golden light suddenly lit up in the sky above the battlefield, and the rules of the battlefield appeared. 1. Those who exit the battlefield before their points reach 100,000 will not be able to obtain settlement rewards and additional rewards. 2. Those who actively attack members of their own camp or attack crystals will be marked as rebels and will lose the qualification for the reward of the domain-breaking war. Points will be obtained for killing them. 3. After successfully breaking the domain, the village chief can expel the rebels. It can actually attack the crystal. This is a bit troublesome. When the human and orc lords saw the second rule, they all frowned. In contrast to them, the Zerg overlord showed a smug smile. In their view, this battle to break through the domain was a joke, and there was no possibility of passing it. Since it is impossible to break the domain successfully, the fate of the 520 novice village is already doomed. It is better to take this opportunity to discuss the human race. Don't worry, everyone. Even if they can attack the crystal, they must first kill enough to earn 100,000 points to leave themselves a way out. Otherwise, they will become rebels, and we will treat them as monsters. Yi Kan waved his hand to reassure everyone. Yi Kan, even if this is the case, we still need to assign some people to protect the crystal. Otherwise, after the battle starts, we will be dragged down by the monsters. Su Lingyu didn't say anything else, but everyone knew what she meant. I'll be responsible for protecting the crystal, don't worry. Yi Kan took the matter over without hesitation. Oh. His action stunned Zhu Huifei, Hong Sanqian, and others. Even the little fox who had always admired him was a little confused. But brother Yi Kan, if this happens, your points will be lowered, and it will be difficult for you to compete for the position of village chief. Liang Qiu Nana bit her lip, obviously not supporting Yi Kan's actions. Indeed, this is a bit unfair to brother Yi. Zhu Huifei and Hong Sanqian looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. They all couldn't understand Yi Kan's actions. I have made up my mind. No need to persuade me. Everyone, find your positions. The war is about to begin. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Kan finished speaking, the reminder of the worlds will came. The battle to break the domain begins now, and the countdown begins. 10, 9, 1, 0, boom. As the cold and ruthless voice of the worlds will fell, the ground outside the valley suddenly shook. Dense black shadows appeared on the horizon, like a black torrent, rushing towards the valley madly. Chapter 188. You are so bad. I like you so much. Roar. Roar. As the black torrent approached, everyone could already smell the stench of the monsters. And those terrible roars of the beast struck everyone's heart like heavy hammers. How terrible. Can we really defeat so many monsters? Those lords who had never experienced a large-scale war were frightened so much that their faces turned pale, and they retreated one after another. Especially those farming lords, some of them have already started to have malaria. Don't be afraid, everyone. These are low-level monsters. They just look ferocious, but they don't have much combat power. I, the Zhu Ming dynasty, will set an example for you first. As he spoke, Zhu Huifei suddenly flew into the air. Buzz! The long sword in his hand trembled and emitted a bright light. The rock spreads its wings. Zhu Huifei shouted angrily and swung his sword violently. Swish! There was only a loud tearing sound, and a huge crack suddenly appeared on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever the sword energy passed, the monster was torn into pieces and turned into a pile of minced meat. Kill! Kill! At the same time, the soldiers of the Ming dynasty formed a battle formation and rushed towards the beasts. Bang, bang, bang. There was another series of explosions, and those low-level monsters were blown away one after another, then turned into corpses and fell to the ground. This absolute crushing strength instantly gave everyone a shot of adrenaline. It turns out they just look fierce, but they are actually paper tigers. Everyone follow me. When the human lords saw this situation, they immediately gained confidence and began to fight together with the beasts. Just as Zhu Huifei said, the first batch of monsters that broke through the level were indeed not strong. Most of them were only level 15, and their quality was only between excellent green and rare blue. Even a farming lord can deal with it easily. As the human race started the war, the orcs and the Zerg also began fighting. Just as Yikan said, even if the Zerg wanted to cause damage, they had to earn 100,000 points to qualify to evacuate the battlefield at any time, otherwise they would not dare to do anything. After all, we only have one life, and no one is not afraid of death. Especially the Zerg, who become arrogant when they are successful and surrender when they meet someone they cannot defeat. They simply do not have the courage to fight to the death. Husband, are we really just going to watch like this? Yeah, time is points. Can we really get it back? Nuba and Su Daji leaned on Yikan's body, each on one side, and ate melon seeds casually. They looked so relaxed and comfortable that if you didn't know them, you would think they were watching a show. Points. That's nothing. Yikan smiled slightly, then looked at the beauties around him and said, if the Zerg cause trouble later, don't kill them first. Try to give them the illusion that we can't handle it alone. Husband, you are so bad. I like it so much. Nuba took the opportunity to hug Yikan and kept rubbing his body with her soft breasts. Sister, this is a battlefield. Everyone is watching. Please be careful about the impact, okay? Although Yikan enjoyed this alternative massage from Nuba, it seemed a bit out of place in this battlefield full of blood and tension. What are you afraid of? We are just going to be so unscrupulous and make those disgusting bugs angry to death and make them lose their patience. Nuba had a look of righteousness on her face. Sister Xian, you not only pissed off those disgusting bugs, you also brought endless hatred to your husband. If you don't believe me, just look over there. Su Daji leaned sideways, her jade-like back resting on Yikan's arm, and laughed so hard that her body shook. When Nuba looked back, she was a little dumbfounded. Whether they were humans or orcs, countless male lords had flaming eyes and glared at them. It's so fucking infuriating. We're fighting so hard here, and they're actually showing off their affection behind our backs. They're simply not human beings. That's right, a beautiful lady is paying for me. I'm so jealous. I really want to exchange with brother Yikan and enjoy the alternative massage of that long-legged, slim-waisted, plump-butt beauty, even for 3 seconds. Bah, you have the nerve to say that in just 3 seconds. It should be at least 10 seconds. Well, when Yikan heard the discussions of these old scoundrels, his mind was immediately filled with black lines. Husband, I'm sorry, I'm in trouble again. Nuba also heard these unbearable discussions. She felt a little embarrassed and buried her face in Yikan's neck. But she liked to act like a demon. As long as she stayed by Yikan's side, she couldn't suppress her restless heart. She couldn't help but stick out her little tongue to stimulate the skin on Yikan's neck. Sister Xian, I think you'd better keep quiet. Otherwise, before the Zerg turn against us, the humans and orcs will be unable to resist and attack us first. Su Daji looked at the resentment rising into the sky in the distance, almost condensing into clouds, and couldn't help but speak out a reminder. Isn't this perfect? We can just kill these guys as monsters, and we'll have points, right? Nuba was still unbridled, and looked as if she was afraid that the world would not be in chaos. Sister, please stop making trouble. It's really not good to be hated by others. Yikan patted Nuba's butt, then looked at Carden and Luna. You two go and tell the lords of the human and orc tribes that no matter what happens here, they don't need to worry about it, and just hold their positions. Yes. Carden and Luna walked straight towards the positions of the two tribes without any hesitation. After hearing what they said, the lords of the two tribes suddenly looked strange. It looks like my brother Chan is finally going to take action. Jiang Daily was rubbing his hands together, seeming to be even more excited than Yikan. This treacherous guy must be plotting something again, but no matter what, I will make him the village chief. Zhu Huifei gritted his teeth. His Jinui are also a legendary troop, and their combat power is off the charts. Although it was only the first batch of monsters, he had already earned hundreds of thousands of points. However, after listening to what Cardan and Luna said, the old snakeskin lords had endless fantasies. This damn thing. Is he going to broadcast it live here? Damn it, that's too much. That's right, at least let us earn 100,000 points before we start broadcasting. Chapter 189, I Don't Dare to Look, I Don't Dare to Look. Among all the praise, fear and funny remarks, there are also some sarcastic remarks. For example, Zhang Dada, Kai Bikuan, and Gao Niasong, who were kicked out of the group chat by Jiang Daoli, all looked at Yi Kan with jealousy and dissatisfaction. In the war to stop the monsters, they were also careless and did not put in enough effort. Humph. Don't worry. Even if he is eaten by the Zerg, we will not take action. Zhang Dada glanced at the 40 bodyguards in black suits behind him and nodded with satisfaction. This is the legendary military talisman that his father prepared for him in advance for his safety. With these iron-blooded bodyguards, even if he encounters a lot of crazy fans, he can escape unscathed without worrying about being beaten to death. Unfortunately, after reaching the 9th heaven, he discovered that no one here knew him. Even those who used to know him pretended not to see him, which made him very angry. Heroes and soldiers all choose women. There is really no future for them. These mediocre women are not as feminine as me. I guess they can't even resist my basketball dance. Kai Bikuan shook her middle-parted hair, then shook her shoulders and made a move that she thought was very handsome. The way of heaven is unpredictable, the way of heaven is impartial, and the coexistence of all races is the right way. This guy, for his own selfish desires, actually killed the lovely Zerg race so cruelly. His crime is simply unforgivable. Gao Niasong pushed up his glasses, his round face full of righteousness. If someone who doesn't know him sees his honest and simple face for the first time, they might think he is a good person with a heart full of justice. Fuck you. I've been putting up with you fat pig for so long. Ding Jin, who was standing next to Gao Niasong, couldn't stand it anymore and kicked Gao Niasong's fat butt. However, after kicking it, he regretted it. Because the battlefield rules state that anyone who actively attacks members of their own camp or crystals will be marked as a rebel and will lose eligibility for rewards in the domain-breaking war. Hey, everything is fine. Ding Jin was confused when he saw that he was not marked as a rebel. At this time, Su Lingyu suddenly stood beside him. According to the experience of the 8th heaven, if the same race does not use skills, weapons, or cause fatal damage, the world will judge it as a fight, not an attack. Su Lingyu's voice was so soft that people who were not next to her could not hear it. Oh my god, that's how it is, now it's settled. After hearing this, Ding Jin's eyes suddenly lit up, and he pounced on Gao Xiaosong again. There is actually such a setting. I can't help it. I have been annoyed with these two bitches for a long time. Hong Jinwu and Jiang Daoli were standing behind Ding Jin, so they naturally heard what Su Lingyu said. As a result, the two of them became beastly and pounced on Zhang Deda and Kai Bikuan next to them at the same time. Anyway, this is only the first wave of monsters, and there are troops in the front to support them. Most of these lords are in the back to support them, so they will not affect the overall situation. It would be better to take this opportunity to teach these annoying guys a lesson. What are you doing? Kai Bikuan was shocked when he saw Jiang Daoli's huge body. You are courting death, you fools. Although Zhang Dada and his two companions are disgusting, they are actually quite capable. If they really fight, it is hard to say who will win or lose. But what the three of them didn't know was that their comments in the group that day and what they had just said had already caused public outrage. Although the people around did not intervene, they would punch or kick from time to time. No matter how powerful Zhang Dada and his two companions are, they can't withstand so many sneaky attacks. Look, in just a few minutes, Zhang Dada's already ugly fat face turned into a pig's skin. Kai Bikuan's middle-parted hair was torn into a bald spot, and even her iconic overalls were torn off, revealing the women's underwear underneath. Oh my god, this eye-catching scene directly refreshed everyone's three views. Gao Niasong, the traitor who had been speaking up for the Zerg, was given special attention and was now lying on the ground, unable to get up. TSK, TSK, TSK. I dare not look. I dare not look. Nuba shook her head and lay on Yi Kan's shoulder. Sudaji was eating melon seeds while watching the fight between the men with interest. Zerg camp. Shiro Takeda and Sachiko Hojo brought their two groups together. Miss Sachiko, how many people on your side have earned enough points? Shiro Takeda had a murderous look on his face. We take turns to kill monsters. Whoever has accumulated 100,000 points will take over. Now 40 people have completed it. Hojo Sachiko licked her lips with her scarlet tongue, with bloodthirsty eyes. Very good. I also have 50 people here. More than enough. Takeda Shiro looked at the crystal in the center of the valley and said in hatred, no matter how powerful this guy is, he is fighting alone. I don't believe that we can't kill him with human wave tactics. Takeda-kun, this guy's troops are at least legendary level. We should be cautious and let some people test the waters first. Hojo Sachiko thought of the deaths of Sakata Naoto and Akaya Taichi and felt that she should be more careful. Well, when the second wave of monsters arrives, we will send 5 lords each to test the waters. By then, the humans and orcs will not be able to help him. Just do it. The two hit it off immediately. With the deaths of Naoto Sakata, Taichi Akitani, and Minako Furue, the original Zerg alliance suddenly became leaderless. The two of them took the opportunity to rise up and gathered people from 2 different parties with different opinions, forming 2 new forces. Because of the mediation of conflicts among the human race, the 2 factions that were originally in competition with each other actually reached a brief consensus and prepared to join forces to attack the human race. Not long after, the second wave of monsters arrived as expected. 10 teams of Zerg also came out and began to surround the crystal. Here it comes. Yikin pretended to be serious, but his eyes were filled with endless anticipation. Cardan, Qing Yao, and Pauline, who had been pretending to be asleep but paying close attention to their surroundings, clenched their weapons tightly, ready to kill at any time. Chapter 190 Bloom, My Beautiful Elf Warriors. Kaden, you guys should start with the Zerg troops. Save the heroes and lords for last. Try to act as if you have a harder time, so that they think you have an opportunity to take advantage. When Yikin saw that his elf wives all looked murderous, he couldn't help but feel a little amused. Husband, we are good at winning battles, but pretending to be a grandson is too difficult. Carden, Luna, Qing Yao, and Pauline all pursed their lips and looked at Yikin with grievance. If you scare them right from the start, how can we play later? You don't want to be labeled a rebel and make me lose the chance to compete for village leader, right? Yikin knew that instead of preaching to Carden and the others, it would be better to tell them directly what to do to get the greatest benefit for themselves. Sure enough, when they heard that this would make Yikin lose the opportunity to compete for village chief, their expressions suddenly became serious. Don't worry, husband. We will try our best to pretend to be your grandson. Cardan and the others looked at each other and immediately changed their expressions into those of a fearless readiness to die. Good boy, listen to my instructions later. Although you can't kill recklessly at the beginning, you must protect yourself. Do you understand? Yes. Cardan and the others immediately looked serious. Although they have a close relationship with Yikan, they are all warriors at the end of the day. On the battlefield, they all understand their responsibilities. My husband is trying to play the long game to catch a big fish. Nuba and Sudaji looked at each other and laughed. How can fish bite without persuasion? We are all good citizens who abide by the law. Since we cannot hurt insects on our own initiative, let's create conditions for legitimate defense. While Yikin was speaking, the Tenzur troops had already arrived 10 meters away from Cardan and the others. Bang! Yikin saw that the cooking was almost done and snapped his fingers immediately. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he gave the order, the elf hunters led by Cardan instantly transformed into cheetahs, performed a beautiful flip in the air in unison, and rushed to the front of the Zerg team in the blink of an eye. Chichichichi. Blood splattered everywhere, and their swords stabbed into the necks of the Zerg in the front row in unison. The Zerg's second-tier heroes had anticipated this, and they seized the opportunity, frantically throwing various skills at Cardan and the others. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, thunderballs are flying all over the sky, and ice arrows are covering the ground. The fireball came whistling, and the venom came like a torrential rain. At this time, the witches in the second echelon of the elves also began to take action. While they were using various recovery and enhancement skills on Cardan and the others, they were also constantly throwing out various poisons. In order to achieve the effect Yikin required, they did not use the powerful flesh-eating, bone-drying, and soul-destroying poison at the beginning, but used the most basic blood-eating poison. The third echelon of tree demons, led by Qing Yao, had already made everyone immune to spells when Kaden and the others took action. At this time, he threw the javelin in his hand madly at the swarm of insects, poisoning and slowing them down. It was this small skill that created countless opportunities for Cardan and the others. In just a few breaths, nearly 200 Zerg were killed. Of course, due to their numerical disadvantage, Cardan and his companions were directly surrounded by a sea of insects. 4 Elephants Guardian. When Yikin saw this situation, he immediately shouted loudly. After so many years of sedimentation, Xianzong Forest has accumulated quite a few battle formations. Among them, The most commonly used type of troops is the blood-burning killing formation, which burns blood to increase combat effectiveness. The most commonly used formation by heroes is the four symbols formation, which combines both offense and defense. For the safety of his wives, Yikan once required all arms to form teams of four and study the four symbols formation together. The purpose of his doing this was to allow them to save their lives at the critical moment. In this kind of battle where you have to show weakness to the enemy in order to achieve the fishing effect, the four symbols formation is the best choice. Cardan and the others had already formed a habit, and the four most familiar people were basically together when fighting. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, the situation on the battlefield changed dramatically, and endless white light shot up into the sky. The elf hunters, elf witches, and elf tree spirits were instantly broken up into groups of four, forming various weakened versions of the four symbols formation. Although they cannot exert the fighting power of the heroes, they can still resist the Zerg's attack for a short period of time. There are also various buffs and immunity skills to assist witches and dryads, increasing their endurance. When Takeda Shiro and Hojo Sachiko saw this scene from a distance, their eyes suddenly lit up. Sure enough, the legendary and epic troops are not invincible. Even if they are Yikan's subordinates, they can only defend against our insect swarm tactics. Shiro Takeda suddenly gained confidence. Yikan and his two heroes haven't entered the arena yet. What are they planning? Are they scared? Hojo Sachiko was also very pleased with the results of the battle, but when she saw Yikan indifferent in the distance, she frowned again. Yikan had been paying attention to the battlefield and the Zerg in the rear, so he naturally noticed its gaze. So, he immediately started to act. My dear warriors, hold on. I'm coming. Yikan pretended to be extremely anxious and worried, as if he was willing to risk his own life to rescue his companions. Upon seeing this, Nuba and Sudaji immediately grabbed him from the left and right. My lord, there are too many Zerg people. We can't act impulsively. Yes, if you die, how can we live? The acting skills of these two women are not to be underestimated. They even squeezed out tears. That pitiful look made Yikan heartbroken. Oh my god, you two are going too far. It was just acting, but you actually cried. Yikan secretly gave the two of them a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Takeda Shiro in the distance looked back at the battlefield and said anxiously, let's do it. Otherwise, once the second wave of monsters are killed, the humans will be free. Let's fight. Hojo Sachiko also knew that she couldn't wait any longer, so she waved her hand immediately. Kill. In an instant, nearly 100 Zerg lords rushed out, and tens of thousands of Zerg soldiers rushed towards Cardan and his men like a tide. Boom, boom, boom. Under the overwhelming attack, even the four symbols formation could not withstand it, and the light curtains shattered one after another. At the same time, Yikan's voice exploded in the hearts of the elf beauties. Bloom, my beautiful elf warriors. Chapter 191 Blood Soul Sacrifice. Roar. As soon as Yikan finished speaking, the elf beauties were instantly unblocked. The resentment and anger that had been suppressed for so long were released in an instant. Especially Cardan, she is the only legendary player in Xianzonglan besides Yikan and Li Jiqing. Die, you filthy bugs. Cardan roared, and instantly turned into a tiger rushing down the mountain. He suddenly rushed into the Zerg team and launched a whirlwind slash. Chichichichi. Her sword drew a huge circle, and the terrifying blade light shot out, instantly cutting the surrounding Zerg in half and killing them instantly. As for the remaining elf hunters, except Luna, who is epic, all others are legendary. They had all gained enlightenment under the Three Lives marriage tree, which enabled them to achieve breakthroughs in their skills. Coupled with their sophisticated suits, their combat power was far higher than that of their peers. Chichichichi. In just a short while, they cleared out the Zerg around them and fought their way out. The power of the elven witches is even more terrifying. They are all epic level. After being freed from their restraints, they directly unleashed their terrifying soul-stirring poison and flesh-eating bone-drying skills, dealing a devastating blow to the Zerg. All that was heard were screams, and the Zergs fell to the ground with their heads in their hands. In just a few breaths, they died with blood gushing out of all their orifices. The elven witch Captain Pauline is the most powerful witch in the team. The skills she has mastered are far more advanced and terrifying than those of ordinary witches. Thousands of goo transform into souls. Following her shout, a Zerg hero instantly fell to the ground, howling continuously as if his soul was devoured by a demon, and then his head exploded and he died. What a pity. If I could comprehend the even more terrifying 10,000 evil poison, I could kill you all by myself. Pauline held a staff in her hand, full of murderous intent. The elf tree demons led by Qingyao are auxiliary troops. After everyone unlocked their combat power, she led her sisters to retreat to the back and specifically used recovery and dispelling skills for their own people. They are auxiliary soldiers and have extraordinary talents in recovery and enhancement. After all, they are good at the power of nature and can restore plants. But now the targets have changed to flesh and blood creatures. After they received the healing skill book from Li Jiqing, they quickly mastered it. While helping their partners, they also constantly throw poisonous stingers at the enemy. This skill may not seem to have much destructive power, but it makes the Zergs suffer terribly. Because on the battlefield, a small negligence may very likely cost you your life, not to mention being directly weakened by skills. Don't be afraid. There are tens of thousands of us against just 100 of them. I don't believe they can hold on. When Shiro Takeda saw how ferocious Cardan and the others were, he became furious and roared at the many Zergs. The Zerg were simple-minded and really fell for it, quickly regaining their confidence. However, at this moment, Yikan's cold voice suddenly sounded in the sky. Does having more people mean you are powerful? Who gave you the confidence? Boom, boom, boom. Only 3 explosions were heard, and Yikan and Nuba came down with heavenly fire, instantly blasting out a piece of open space. Su Daji held the sun and moon blades in her hands, and a strong wind swept around her. She was like a banshee covered in blades, and she crashed directly into the area where the Zerg were most concentrated. Chichichichi. Hundreds of Zergs around were chopped into pieces in an instant. The scene was extremely bloody, but Su Daji was protected by the evil wind, and not a single drop of blood could get on her body. Kill. You can put on Lin Daiyu's template, turned into a phantom, and frantically harvested Zerg. Moreover, his targets were all Zerg heroes and overlords. In the epic, no one can match him. Nuba and Su Daji also displayed their magical powers and fought with many Zerg lords and heroes. With their restraint, the elven warriors felt a lot more relaxed. So they began to gather their troops and form a 3-layer battle circle. The hunter is outside, the witch is in the middle, and the dryad is inside. Don't be afraid, there are only 3 of them. They will eventually run out of energy. Kill them and overwhelm them with numbers. Hojo Sachiko breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Yikan and the other 2 finally enter. What she feared most was that Yikan had a backup plan. Now that Yikan himself has entered the scene, it means that he really has no backup. Husband, let us go out. Li Jiqing, Lin Daiyu and others were getting anxious in the demon god space because the Zerg had now skyrocketed to over 50,000, while Yikan and his group only had over 100 people. Yikan and the other 2 were fine. They were very powerful and could navigate the sea of insects with ease. The warriors were in a miserable state and were forced to the vicinity of the crystal in the novice village. However, due to limited space, the Zerg cannot deploy too many troops at the same time. But even so, their number is dozens of times that of the elf warriors. Moreover, the battle circle of the elven warriors is also being continuously compressed. Captains like Cardan were okay, they were strong and could barely hold on. Ordinary soldiers could no longer bear it. Although they had the support of the eternal well water, casualties began to appear. Don't be in a hurry. Wait until the second wave of monsters is repelled, then come out. Yikan and his 2 companions roamed in the sea of insects, specifically looking for the marked Zerg lords and heroes to kill. At the same time, they were also attracting as much firepower as possible, turning those Zerg who had no chance to attack Cardan and the others into rebels. Although he also wanted to destroy these Zergs as soon as possible, half of them had not yet fallen into the trap. He must hold it in. Damn it, send out the air forces. When Shiro Takeda saw how tough the elven warriors were, he became furious. Boom boom boom. The next moment, endless bat monsters with pointed chins and monkey faces rushed into the air and began to throw magic stones at Cardan and the others. Sisters, a large-scale, blood-burning killing array. Cardan had anticipated this situation. Boom boom boom. Endless blood and energy rose to the sky. The 120 elven warriors suddenly condensed into one, and a huge shadow of Yikan appeared in the air. Kill. Following the roar of the elf warriors, Yikan's shadow suddenly roared. Puff, puff, puff. Those bat monsters suddenly exploded and turned into pools of blood. Sky Spider, come on. When Hojo Sachiko saw this situation, she became more and more excited besides being angry. Because the more methods the elven warriors have, the fewer cards they have. Moreover, this killing formation comes at the cost of burning blood and energy, so they will definitely not be able to hold on for long. When they have run out of tricks, that will be their death. However, to her disappointment, the elven warriors suddenly drank a bottle of liquid when their blood and energy were exhausted, and they immediately became full of energy again. At the same time, the The second wave of monsters in the domain-breaking war was finally killed. Disgusting bugs. They are actually using their numbers to bully the few. How can they be so arrogant? When Liang Xiaonana saw Yi Kan and his men being besieged, she was immediately filled with righteous indignation and wanted to send out her own Rabbit Agents team and Fox Beauty Squad. Nana, wait. Seeing this, Su Lingyu immediately pulled her back. Sister Su, what's wrong? Don't you want to help brother Yi Kan? Liang Xiaonana turned around and looked at Su Lingyu with anxiety and questioning in her eyes. Nana, if you actively attack the Lord, you will be considered a rebel. Those Zergs on the periphery have not attacked Yi Kan and his group yet, so they are not considered rebels. If you attack them, you will become a rebel. Moreover, once we attack, we will be pinned down by the Zerg. When the third wave of monsters attacks, won't we be attacked from both sides? As he spoke, Su Lingyu pointed to a pile of corpses in the distance. Those people were none other than Zhang Dada, Kai Bikuan, Gao Niasong, and their heroic troops. Because they did not know the difference between attacking and fighting in the domain-breaking war, after being attacked by countless human lords, they finally could not help but use their skills. As a result, they were labeled as rebels. Originally, Zhang Daili and his men were very restrained in their actions, but after seeing the rebel marks on Zhang Dada and his men, they became excited. Then, these three human scums were beaten to death by everyone. Of course, this also includes their heroes and arms. What should we do then? Liang Xiaonana looked at Yi Kan, who was overwhelmed by the Zerg, her big eyes full of worry. Have you forgotten what Yi Kan told us? No matter what happens over there, don't get involved. And do you think this is all his strength is? By the way, brother Yi Kan also has giant dragons, Yaksha troops, and Shura troops. The little fox counted his pink fingers and began to count Yi Kan's troops. The more Su Lingyu listened, the more frightened he became. Ever since Yi Kan asked her about the details of the two new Zerg forces, Su Lingyu knew that this guy was definitely planning to harm someone. But Su Lingyu really had no idea how many cards he had. Not good. When the little fox was counting Yi Kan's cards, Hojo Sachiko, who was far behind the Zerg camp, seemed to have heard something and her expression suddenly changed. Takeda-kun, we've been fooled. Yi Kan has another trick up his sleeve. We must kill him immediately. After Hojo Sachiko finished speaking, she immediately took out a blood-red scroll. Blood Soul Sacrifice. When Takeda Shiro saw the blood-red scroll, he was so frightened that his whole body trembled. Chapter 192. How dare you hurt my man? Who gave you the guts? Don't worry. This is just a replica. It only requires a little blood and essence. You don't need to sacrifice your life. Now all of our lords have earned 100,000 points and can evacuate the battlefield at any time. All you need to do is give a few drops of blood, and I will sacrifice him alive. As she spoke, Hojo Sachiko cut her finger first, letting her blood drip into the strange scroll. Buzz. The scroll absorbed the blood and suddenly emitted a brilliant red light, then slowly rose into the air and turned into a huge scroll. In the scroll, a strange blood-red pupil suddenly opened and looked downwards. Brothers and sisters of the Zerg race, donate a few drops of your blood to help me kill Yi Kan and avenge the countless brothers and sisters of my Zerg race who died. At the call of Hojo Sachiko and Takeda Shiro, all Zerg lords, heroes and soldiers donated their blood, including those Zerg who have just earned enough points but have not yet become rebels. As endless essence and blood rose into the air, it seemed as if a bloody rain was falling from the sky, but the raindrops were falling towards the sky. Buzz. After the huge blood pupil absorbed endless essence and blood, it actually broke away from the scroll. The scroll then spontaneously combusted and turned into ashes. Damn it. This bitch has been holding back for so long, and finally took action. Yi Kan looked at the huge eyes in the sky, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief, revealing a smile of success. Husband, what is that? Li Jiqing felt the dangerous aura emanating from the blood-red pupils and couldn't help but frown. This is the trump card of Hojo Sachiko, prepared just for me. Speaking of this, I have to thank Sister Su Lingyu. Yi Kan smiled slightly, then said to Li Jiqing, don't act rashly, just follow my orders later. Okay. When Li Jiqing heard Yi Kan say this, she immediately felt relieved. Yi Kan, today is the day you die, huh? When Hojo Sachiko saw the huge blood-red pupil gradually taking shape, she burst into laughter wildly. Under her urging, the blood-red pupil suddenly changed direction and looked at Yi Kan. Buzz. Suddenly, a red light shot out from the blood-red pupil, instantly enveloping Yi Kan. At the same time, those Zerg who had donated their blood and essence were instantly marked as rebels, and a black mark appeared on their foreheads. Under the illumination of the blood-red eyes, Yi Kan suddenly felt hot all over, as if the blood in his body was burning, and he felt very uncomfortable. The clothes on his body were burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Yikan was wearing equipment, and the equipment covered his body with just a thought. Otherwise, it would definitely be a large-scale social death scene. Husband. When Li Jiqing, Lin Daiyu, and others saw this situation, they were immediately frightened out of their wits. That man is their god. If something happens to him, what's the use even if all the Zerg on the scene die? Yikan, once the blood soul sacrifice is launched, you will be bound by the blood pupil's gaze. And even if the realm master comes, he can't save you. Unless your blood burns out, your bones melt, and your soul shatters, you will never be able to break free. This is the fate of offending my Zerg, huh? Hojo Sachiko and Takeda Shiro were dancing like crazy. When the other Zerg saw that they had succeeded, they also became excited and their morale instantly increased. However, at this moment, Yikan under the blood-red eyes suddenly disappeared inexplicably. Then, the demon's eye floating above the crystal suddenly grew larger, becoming a gigantic eyeball with a diameter of 100 meters. Buzz. As the eyeball opened, a black and red river of light suddenly blasted out, instantly blasting the so-called blood pupil into pieces. The dark red eyes continued to move forward and directly hit the Zerg. Boom. A huge mushroom cloud suddenly rose from the ground, and the Zerg lost thousands of soldiers in an instant. Afterwards, the eye of the demon god transformed into a huge gate of light, and 40 purple crystal dragons of 20 to 30 meters in length flew out of it. They flew down above Carden and the others, then formed a huge circle and roared suddenly in all directions. The wind and thunder are powerful. In an instant, 40 terrible storms swept out. Boom, boom, boom. The Zerg warriors standing in the front as cannon fodder were instantly blown into pieces by the terrifying storm. The Zerg hero had high health and defense, and although he saved his life, he also lost the strength to fight again. Only those Zerg that were farther away managed to escape. However, before they could catch their breath, countless graceful figures suddenly rushed down from the back of the amethyst dragon. The leaders were Yikan and Li Jiqing. How dare you hurt my man? Who gave you the guts? Li Jiqing was furious and rushed towards Hojo Sachiko, waving a long red whip. Princess Longji, Hushime, Yuqing, Lin Daiyu, and Shui Baochai also had their eyebrows raised and murderous looks on their faces, and they rushed into the insect swarm dragging their weapons. The four major legions, the Shura army, the Yaksha army, the Demon Eye Snake people, and the Shadow Killers, had already formed a battle formation, and they were like steamrollers, drilling through the Zerg and charging back and forth. Damn it, you guys are finally here. Cardan and several other elf captains cried with joy. Thank you for your hard work. Leave the rest to us. Chu Qiao smiled at Cardan and once again led her Shadow Killers to continue digging the formation. Chapter 193. The situation is reversed, and there is a crazy massacre. Boom, boom, boom. Under Anna's leadership, 40 amethyst dragons were like plowing machines, madly spewing dragon breath towards the sea of insects below. The epic dragon's breath would seriously injure even soldiers of the same level, not to mention the Zerg whose grade and level are inferior to the amethyst dragon. For a moment, there were constant wailing on the battlefield. At the same time, the beauties in the Wonderland also went crazy. When they thought of Yikan's painful expression when he was trapped under those bloodshot eyes, they felt as if their hearts were being torn apart, and they immediately opened fire with full force. In order to prevent the Zerg from disengaging from the battle and leaving the broken domain battlefield, they used their ultimate moves at the beginning. Roar! Li Jiqing used the 10,000 leaves flying flower flow to condense a giant dragon of flowers and leaves, which swept all the way and killed the culprit who murdered Yikan, Hojo Sachiko. At the same time as the floral dragon attacked, she also summoned the spirit mirror to collect the endless Zerg souls. Buzz! As the spirit mirror shook slightly, the flow of time inside was instantly changed, and those Zerg souls were also successfully baptized by her. This is the wonderful use she realized after obtaining the magic mirror. Buzz! When the insect souls were poured out, they had forgotten the past, and only had Li Jiqing's orders in their minds. Squeak! They were like crazy, all making shrill chirps and pouncing on their former companions until they died. Boom! At the same time, the Mosaic Dragon had also caught up with Hojo Sachiko. As one of the leaders of the two new Zerg forces, Hojo Sachiko's strength should not be underestimated. Her eyes were cold, and she suddenly drew the sword from her waist. Buzz! As she focused her strength on the blade, a whirlwind of blade energy instantly formed and then slashed fiercely towards the giant flower leaf dragon. Boom! There was only a loud roar, and the whirlwind and the floral dragon suddenly collided with each other, forming a terrible floral storm that swept in all directions. Squeak! Squeak! The surrounding Zerg could not withstand the storm and were instantly swept into the sky. Before they landed on the ground, a sea of fire enveloped them, turning them into flaming bombs and smashing them into the sea of insects. You are just a human, and you want to kill me with your little strength? Hojo Sachiko blocked Li Jiqing's attack and immediately looked very proud. Call out. Just as it was feeling smug, a terrifying gust of wind suddenly blew towards it. Bang! Before it could react, a long, blood-red whip had already hit its face, leaving a bloody mark deep enough to see the bone. You filthy worm! How dare you plot against my man? Li Jiqing walked with her clothes fluttering in the wind. At this moment, her rage caused the energy in her body to vibrate, forming a hurricane. The murderous aura on his body was intimidating. Human, you are looking for death. Hojo Sachiko's face was distorted with anger, and sticky liquid oozed out of her face. The human-faced Turbolarians are of humble origins, and what they hate most is being called dirty bugs. Li Jiqing's words were more lethal than the long red whip in her hand. Snap, snap, snap. Li Jiqing didn't continue to talk nonsense with it, and directly responded with a whip. What made Hojo Sachiko despair was that the woman's whip seemed to have eyes, and she could not avoid it at all. In just a short while, it was beaten to a bloody mess, revealing its true form. Don't kill me. It was only then that Hojo Sachiko realized how powerful Li Jiqing was, but it was too late. On the other hand, the heroes of the Wonderland are also extremely powerful. Nuba seems to be born for this kind of large-scale battle. Boom, boom, boom. She simply summoned heavenly fire and bombarded the battlefield. At the same time, she also used raging fire to draw dozens of Zerg lords and their men into the battle circle. Finally, she used soul-controlling techniques to gather a group of Zerg souls to fight for her. Princess Longji, who was not far away from her, was no less capable. She directly used the water dragon technique and iced thousands of miles to capture a group of Zerg lords. After the three monsters from Xianyuan Tomb gathered together, their combat power doubled. The confusing magic sound, coupled with the whirlwind and thunder, swept away all the remaining Zerg lords, leaving corpses all over the ground. Lin Daiyu and Xue Baochai couldn't help feeling helpless when they saw how fierce their sisters were. Then Lin Daiyu transformed into a battlefield ghost and began to shuttle through the battlefield, harvesting those Zerg lords who were trying to slip away in the chaos. Xue Baochai tried her best to create ice and snow to cover the entire battlefield. At the same time, he also uses the field to perform group healing to restore his companions. This is the skill she learned from Li Jiqing some time ago, the Qingxin Pashun mantra, which can restore injuries and physical strength. With her blessing, the people of Xianzonglin fought more unscrupulously. Unlike the heroes who are individually powerful, the soldiers fight as a team. They advanced in the form of a battle formation, charging everywhere and tearing the huge sea of insects into pieces, making it impossible for them to connect end to end. Then, it was the turn of the Void Zerg led by Fal to appear. Boom. All that was heard was a series of roars, and the sea urchin tanks rolled in, crushing the Zerg madly. Then, the Frost Dragon attacks, freezing the enemy with its frost breath. Finally, there is the Ice Zergling's swarm of insects tactics, which will kill any god that stands in their way, and any Buddha that stands in their way. Even if the person standing in front of them is a legendary hero, they will crush him all the way. Due to their large numbers, the enemy was unable to kill them all, and were soon overwhelmed by the endless ice springtails and were gnawed into dry bones. Even if you encounter a tough guy, there is no need to worry about the Frost Zerglings, because there is still the most powerful, bloodthirsty Thunder Beast. Even ordinary Zerg heroes cannot resist their two terrifying Ice Soul Swords. Two of them working together can kill legendary level. Although Fal wanted to rush into the battlefield to avenge her master like her sisters, she could not do so. Because Yikan once gave her a death order, asking her to digest as many Zerg corpses as possible from the war and to produce as many soldiers as possible. In addition, she also has to deduce the genetic chain and fuse together more powerful arms. Different from the madness of the people in the fairy forest, the humans and orcs watching the battle nearby were all stunned. Not long ago, Yikan and his men were suppressed by the Zerg. How come the style of painting suddenly changed and the situation was reversed? Moreover, it was a one-sided massacre, and those Zerg lords couldn't even withdraw from the battle or leave the battlefield. Now everyone was in a trance, with three questions flashing through their minds. Who I am? Where am I? What should I do? However, the situation did not allow them to think too much, because the third wave of monsters in the domain-breaking war had already arrived. The ones that appeared this time were no longer the two waves of weaklings from before, but rather the thick-skinned and tough two-headed fire rhinos, whose level had also been upgraded to level 17. As the battle to break the realm progresses, the monsters will only become stronger. Don't look at it. With this pervert here, no matter how many Zergs there are, they won't be able to make any waves. Zhu Huifei sighed and felt powerless. Now he finally understood why Yi Qin was so calm from beginning to end. It turned out that this guy had such a great background. Oh my god, this guy is hiding too deeply. Hong Sanqian also had a bitter look on his face. That so-called Zerg friend turned out to be one of his troops. This guy is really good at fooling people. Although Su Lingyu was also surprised, he was not as resentful as Zhu Huifei and Hong Sanqian. However, all three of them knew that they would never be able to become the village chief of the 520 novice village. Chapter 194. Are you worthy of being my dog? Please spare my life, sir. I am willing to be your dog and follow you for life. Please don't kill me. When Yi Qin's heaven-devouring sword was placed on Takeda Shiro's neck, it finally realized that it had picked the wrong person. It was so scared that it knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Are you worthy of being my dog? Laugh. Yi Qin exerted force suddenly and cut off Takeda Shiro's head. Soul-devouring success, physical fitness, plus 60. If the Zerg had honestly participated in the battle to break the domain, it would have been difficult for Yi Qin to attack them. After all, he couldn't become a rebel for these lowly Zerg, because he also wanted to be a village chief or town chief and control a larger territory. Now he has figured it out. If you want to make it in life, you can't do it alone. You must have power and background. He gave the opportunity to the Zerg, but unfortunately those guys were useless. Whoosh. After Yi Qin killed Takeda Shiro, he turned into a phantom again and rushed into the sea of insects. Like Lin Daiyu, he specifically targets the Zerg lords. The Zerg heroes and soldiers who lost their lords instantly lost 90 of their fighting spirit and had no desire to continue fighting. As a result, they all died at the hands of the people in the fairy forest. By the time Zhu Huifei and his men blocked the attack of the two-headed fire rhino, the battle on Yi Qin's side had also come to an end. Under his orders, Anna had already led the amethyst dragon out of the battlefield and intercepted the two-headed fire rhino that was supposed to be stopped by the Zerg. Their dragon breath attacks were all wide-range, causing the two-headed fire rhinoceros to be terrified. As more and more troops became freed up, the defense work in the north was entirely taken over by Yi Qin's men. He just held a maggot, and he can be used as a clan by himself. What's the point of playing tricks? When the humans and orcs came to their senses and saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Although both tribes extended their teams after the Zerg turned against them and took over some of the territories that should have been guarded by the Zerg. But even so, there is still a large blank area. Without dozens of powerful lords, it would be impossible to defend it, but Yi Qin took it on so easily. What's even more incredible is that those monsters couldn't even get close to Yi Qin, let alone rush to the crystal, as they were intercepted by Fal's Void Zerg. Moreover, the number of Void Zerg is increasing like a snowball. There are now 10,000 Frost Zerglings alone, plus Frost Dragons, Sea Urchin tanks, and bloodthirsty Ultralisks. Yi Qin, a lord, has nearly 20,000 men under his command. This terrifying fighting power directly refreshed everyone's understanding of the lord. As for the mysterious Lord Li Jiqing, everyone has now unveiled her mystery. Obviously, she and Yi Qin belong to the same territory, and she is Yi Qin's lover. Hee, I'm the first person to know this secret. Liang Xiao Nana wiped her nose, looking proud. I knew about their relationship earlier than you did, but I only found out about their merging of territories now. Jiang Daily touched the back of his head and looked strange after realizing what had happened. How would the elders of Shenyue College feel if they knew that the first and second colleges they valued the most had actually merged their territories? Brothers from the human and orc tribes, thank you for your hard work. It's still a long way to go before 12 hours. You must hold on. After Yi Qin finished his work, he directly pulled out the regional channel. Then he sat down at the rear of the army. Without his instructions, the thoughtful Su Daji had already come to his side and started rubbing his shoulders. Even Li Jiqing and Nuba became idle, leaving the battlefield completely to the Xianzonglin troops and the Void Zerg. However, they will occasionally cast a few spells to assist in the attack. Ding Jin. Brother Yi, how can the gap between people be so big? Yi Qin. Brother Ding, you are not bad either. Killing a Gao Nyasong is better than killing 1,000 two-headed fire rhinos. Ding Jin. Hey, thank you for the compliment. Jiang Daily. Brother Can, I also beat Kai Bikuan to death. Why don't you praise me? Hong Jinwu. I even killed Zhang Dada. Am I proud of myself? Yi Can, they are all great. This kind of traitor deserves death. Liang Qiu Nana. Brother Yi Can, I want to go kill the little monsters with you. Is that okay? Yi Can, Nana, stop making trouble and earn points. Zhu Huifei. Brother Yi, after the domain-breaking war is over, I am going to move away. Hong Sanqian. Alas, me too. Yi Can, I understand. I wish you two brothers a bright future. We will help each other in the future. Zhu Huifei. But if there is competition, I will not be soft-handed, especially the 6th town's domain-breaking points ranking competition, ha. Hong Sanqian. Ditto. In the domain-breaking points ranking competition, the later you join, the greater the advantage you will have. As descendants of famous families, Zhu Huifei and Hong Sanqian naturally understood this truth. Nongying, what are you talking about? I don't understand. The silly girl took advantage of her sister's inattention and mixed into the area chat. Yi Can finally saw the pair of sisters through the eyes of the devil. Aside from their furry cat ears and tails, they're really no different from regular humans. Silly sister, with brother Feizhu and brother Sanqian's strength, they will definitely compete for the position of village chief in other villages. Nongyu smashed her head directly onto her sister's forehead. She covered her head in pain and tears welled up in her eyes, but she was unwilling to accept it. His aggrieved look made the surrounding orc lords feel sympathetic. In fact, Nongyu was right. Zhu Huifei and Hong Sanqian were from famous families, so it was impossible for them to descend to the 9th heaven alone. It would be a good thing if we could capture a village without relying on our own men. If not, they also have their own way out. You can go and join forces with your own people to take over a village, which will be more conducive to management. And given the current situation, even if they move out of the 520 novice village, they will definitely be within the scope of the 6th town, and they will still have some interactions with Yi Can in the future. Everyone easily stopped the first few waves of monsters in the domain-breaking battle. But as time went on, the monsters became stronger and stronger, and some of the weaker lords could no longer hold on. Brothers, I have lost more than half of my troops, so I will leave first. Me too. By the time the 5th wave came around, 30 of the lords had left. And heroes like Nuba also rejoined the battle. By the 10th wave, less than 1/3 of the lords were left on the battlefield. Everyone, shrink the battle circle and don't miss any monsters. Following Yi Can's command, everyone began to retreat into the valley. But the shrinking battle zone also means that the pressure that everyone has to share will increase. Wow. Nana's Bunny Special Forces and Fox Beauty Squad are all dead. I can't work with everyone else as an author anymore. Brother Can, all my energy artillerymen have been killed. I'm leaving first. As time went by, the only people left guarding the crystal were Yi Can, Zhu Huifei, and Hong Sanqian. Oh, how unlucky I am to be assigned to the same village as you. Zhu Huifei felt powerless when he saw Yi Can's troops who had suffered almost no losses. I just got lucky and accidentally got a complete insect nest. Yi Can shook his head without further explanation. The insect nest is such a great thing. I'll get one when I get a chance. Hong Sanqian looked at the slender figure floating above the insect nest with a greedy look in his eyes. Are you going there for the hive? I'm too lazy to expose you. Seeing Hong Sanqian's undisguised pig-like look, Zhu Huifei couldn't help but make sarcastic remarks. Brother Zhu, it's not that I have poor self-control, it's just that Brother Yi, the Zerg Queen, is just too tempting. Don't be so mean, here I come. When Yi Can saw the huge figure above the sky, his expression suddenly changed. It turned out to be a group of giant frost dragons with tattered flesh wings. Each one was 30 meters long, and there were thousands of them. Chapter 195 Terrifying Self-Created Arms. Brother Yi, I tried my best. After Hong Sanqian killed the last frost dragon, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed beside the crystal. Have a nice journey. Yi Can waved his hand. Fuck you. Hong Sanqian cursed with a smile, then turned into a streak of white light and disappeared on the spot. It's already amazing that Hong Sanqian can hold on to the 20th wave, but don't underestimate him. They have 360 halls in Chang'e, and he has only unlocked the beggar hall. Zhu Huifei smiled mysteriously. 360 halls. When Yi Can heard his words, he was shocked, because he thought of the 360 occupations in the world of his previous life. Chang'e should be the force that Hong Sanqian belongs to. The 360 halls should correspond to the 360 lines, which is the Hall of Chang'e. In other words, Chang'e has 360 types of military buildings. There is an organizational structure in each building, which is equivalent to 360 forces. 360 Hall is Chang'e's own creation of the army. When Yi Can thought of this possibility, He couldn't help but look at the Jinui in the distance who was wearing a Feiyu uniform and holding an embroidered spring sword. Yes, the 360 halls, like the Jinui created by my Emperor Taizu and the 6 gates created by the Tang Dynasty Li family, have their own structures. It's just that we are too weak to fully utilize these powers. When Zhu Huifei talked about this, he couldn't help but look proud. Comparing yourself to others is really infuriating. You second generations are not giving people a way to survive. Yekin curled his lips, looking envious. Buildings with an organizational structure usually have a very powerful leader in charge. In addition to this, there are layers of management with different strengths, and those people are stronger than the average military unit. What's even more terrifying is that this kind of building with an organizational structure has very low restrictions on the number of military types. Just look at Zhu Huifei's Jinui, and you will know. This guy has thousands of Jinui under his command. It is simply unreasonable. How dare you say that about others? Look at the fight behind you. You're the one who didn't die. You've even rubbed Hong Sanqian and Ai's faces on the ground. Boom. When Zhu Huifei was about to criticize Yi Kan, a roar was heard again on the distant horizon. Then, a group of monsters 10 feet tall, with stitched wounds all over their bodies, appeared. They were like rag bags stuffed with rotten meat. Not only were they fat and bloated, but they were also covered with a layer of plague-like poisonous mist. In the games of the previous life, this was a kind of undead called abomination, commonly known as Fat Man or Pork Man, because they have 3 strong arms, 1 dragging a thick iron chain, and 2 holding 2 black butcher knives that are bigger than door panels. Even the pork seller has come out. What the hell? When Yekin saw the appearance of this monster, he was immediately shocked. Sister Bao, that plague fog can cause continuous damage. Remember to use the Qingxin Pushun mantra to support everyone. Yes, sir. Shui Baochai nodded slightly. There were outsiders present, and the sensible girl did not directly call Yekin husband. Boom. Yekin directly switched to the Nuba template and burned it with heavenly fire to minimize the impact of the plague. After this fierce battle, Yekin lost 1,000 ice zerglings, and other Void Zerg troops also suffered casualties. Fortunately, the beauties of Wonderland were still intact. Brother Yi, there is still more than an hour left. I can't hold on any longer. You can only rely on yourself from now on. When Zhu Huifei successfully killed the last pork seller, only less than a few dozen of his Jinui were left. Brother Zhu is so kind and righteous. You have done your best for me. Farewell. Fuck you, I just didn't want to admit defeat, but you guys tricked me again. Amidst a burst of angry curses, Zhu Huifei's figure turned into a streak of white light and disappeared on the spot. In the end, we still have to rely on ourselves. After Li Jiqing finished speaking, she directly opened the demon god space and moved out countless items. In addition to a large amount of eternal well water, there are also various kinds of food, and even the dragon bone wine that Yu Fei recently developed. If only there were more of them. When Li Jiqing saw these things, she couldn't help but look regretful. Because these things are the fruits of the labor of the ghost maids and the cooking tree, they can add status to people, increase attributes, or directly improve combat power in a short period of time. It's not the lack of resources that is worrying, but the inequality. Since there is not enough to share, why don't we use it ourselves? After all, no matter how reliable outsiders are, they are not as reliable as our own people, right? Yekin poured out a glass of dragon bone wine and drank it all in one gulp. Boom. The next moment, a fire ignited in his body and his combat power soared by 20. With the help of this batch of enhancement materials, everyone in Xianzonglin went directly into a rampage state and lasted for 2 hours before the effect disappeared. What puzzled everyone in the 520 novice village was that time had passed, and they still couldn't contact Yikan. As a result, the regional channel became lively again. Jiang Daily, human, what's going on? The time has come, but I can't contact Brother Kan, and I haven't received any news about the successful domain breaking. Zhu Huifei, human, not really. I was already struggling when the 21st wave of monsters came. Even if Yi Kan is very strong, it's already amazing that he can hold on for 2 hours alone. Why hasn't he come out yet? Hong Jinwu, human, do you think Brother Yi will? Liangxiu Nana, Sky Fox Clan, don't talk nonsense. Brother Yikan is so strong, it's impossible, and his avatar didn't turn dark. Su Lingyu, human, there is only one possibility in this situation. Yikan wants to compete in the qualifying competition, so he is still insisting. Hong Sanqian, human, the ranking competition depends on the comprehensive strength of the village. No matter how strong one person is, how can he compare with a village? Nongying, Moon Shadow Cat Clan. Alas, I have packed my things and prepared to return to Phantom Star, but I didn't expect Brother Yi Kan to be so persistent. He is indeed the man I like. Manbei, troll tribe. Oh my god, Sister Nongying, what kind of lewd words are you saying? Neo Daden, bull demon clan, Sister Nongying, I can actually last very long. Nongyu, moon shadow cat clan, how dare you tease my sister? Do you believe I will cut off your balls? Neo Daden, bull demon clan. In fact, they guessed correctly. Yikan was indeed persisting. Although the ranking competition depends on the overall strength of the village, the number of monsters in the domain-breaking battle is the same. The village that can hold on longer will have a greater chance of winning. Now, only Yikan's team is left on the battlefield in the center of the valley, so no matter how many waves they can hold out, no one will know. The world's will is very humane. The village's domain-breaking battle only gives rankings, not detailed points. The purpose of doing this is to keep the subsequent qualifying rounds mysterious. Time passed by minute, but the people in the 520 novice village were counting the time. Because after successfully breaking through the domain, the boundary gate will open and they can return to their ancestral planet once. But 20 hours have passed, and there is still no movement from Yikan. What the hell is going on? Is Yikan stuck in a bug? Do you think the will of the world is ahem? When everyone was getting impatient waiting, there was finally movement in the sky. Buzz. I saw a golden light appearing in the sky, illuminating the entire night sky. World announcement. Congratulations to the 520 novice village in Area 17 of the 9th level of Tianyin for successfully breaking through the domain. All lords who participate in the domain-breaking war, in addition to receiving the basic reward of doubling the territory's spiritual energy according to their ranking, will also receive an additional diamond treasure chest and 100 points of reputation. Yikan, who ranks first in the domain-breaking points, gets an extra mysterious gift package. Chapter 196. Kill through the dungeon. The Eternal Village is born. Fuck, it worked. A diamond treasure chest. I've never touched it in my life. Fortunately, I was smart and didn't use the city relocation order, otherwise I would have missed it. Yikan is really amazing. He has been able to hold on for so long on his own. Maybe we can really get some benefits in this qualifying round. Although everyone already knew the result, when Yikan held on for 12 hours, the Lord still felt it was a little unreal when they actually saw the world announcement. Because they put in very little effort, the monsters after the 10th wave were all killed by the elite players in the novice village. Not to mention 10 hours later, that was all Yikan's credit. As for how Yikan spent the next 12 hours, no one knows. However, no one would believe that he could fight through the entire battle of breaking the domain by himself. Because of such a record, even Emperor Taizu of the Ming dynasty and Emperor Shengzhu of the Qing dynasty, who were in the 8th level of heaven, could not do it. The lords who participated in the domain-breaking war this time, in addition to obtaining different degrees of territory spiritual energy blessings, also received a diamond treasure chest and 100 points of reputation. Let's not talk about the value of reputation for now, because so far, there is no channel to use reputation. Diamond chests are different. Even super lords like Yikan and Zhu Huifei have never swiped out a few diamond treasure chests, let alone ordinary lords with average strength. At this moment, the entire 520 novice village was in a carnival. What they didn't know was that Yikan on the other side had collapsed next to the crystal, exhausted both physically and mentally. It's finally over. Yikan took a deep breath, and the icy air covering his body began to slowly recede, revealing his body full of cracks. And above the sky, Li Jiqing slowly descended. Then he came to Yikan, lay down next to him, and carefully poured a bottle of eternal well water into his mouth. Next to them, endless worker bees rushed out of the void hive, frantically moving the monster corpses and treasure chests on the ground. Deep in the insect nest, Fao lay quietly with his eyes closed in the thick ice crystals, like a sleeping beauty who had been sleeping for endless years. However, none of the beautiful heroes and warriors from the Wonderland were present. These guys are so messy. Yikan closed his eyes, and the previous scenes flashed through his mind. Although he knew that everyone could be resurrected, his heart still couldn't help but ache. Everyone, including heroes like Nuba and soldiers like Kaden, knew about the domain breaking points ranking tournament. Before the battle to break the domain, they had done their homework and figured out the importance of luck to the village. Therefore, in the previous battles, they formed a tacit understanding. That is to fight until the last man standing and never retreat. And Fao, the new queen of the void, was somehow bewitched by Nuba and disobeyed the order of the overlord for the first time. She overloaded her troops and fused her genes, causing her soul to be damaged, and she fell into a deep sleep. More than 300 beautiful heroes and warriors sacrificed their lives to kill the last batch of monsters in the domain-breaking war, but they could not withstand the final boss. Their deaths also stimulated Yi Kan and Li Jiqing. At the last moment, Yi Kan's Tying Sutra broke through on the spot. Li Jiqing seized the opportunity and used up her last bit of strength to perform the Sea of Flowers' arrival. The Ring of Eternity seemed to sense their thoughts and lit up at the same time, integrating its power into Yi Kan's heaven-devouring sword. Finally, Yi Kan used the move of moon falling from the sky to split the ultimate boss, the Troll Sword Master, into two halves. Husband, you have to take care of Nuba and the others. Look at what you have spoiled them into. Li Jiqing lay on Yi Kan's chest, looking at him a little worriedly. You are the master of the harem. Do you still need me to take care of you? Yi Kan scratched her high nose bridge and said teasingly. You said it, so don't feel bad when I get serious. Why are you so distressed? Can you still beat them to death? After Yi Kan finished speaking, his mind moved, and the eye of the demon opened the door of space and sucked in the already folded void insect nest. Then the two of them turned into white light at the same time and disappeared on the spot. When they appeared again, they had returned to the Wonderland Forest. Hint. You have won the first place in the domain-breaking battle points and become the head of the 520 Novice Village. You become the head of the 520 Novice Village and gain the right to name the village, formulate the tax system, and open any door. Breaking the domain successfully, unlocking the 6th town channel, ordinary lords can speak 3 times a day, village heads can speak 10 times, and town heads have no limit. After successfully breaking through the domain, the Lord can return to the Ancestral Star through the Lord's heart. The maximum stay time on the Ancestral Star is 1 week, and the cold cut time is 3 months. With the cold reminder sound, Yi Kan became the village chief without any surprise. Lord brother, Lord sister, you are back? Where is my sister Daji? Xiaomi Li, who was playing with Xiao Yu and the others in the distance, saw Yi Kan and immediately ran over happily. After Xiao Yu and her friends played with the little guy for a day, she completely fell in love with this place. The fairy forest is full of spiritual energy, with birds singing and flowers blooming, and there are many beautiful and cute elves and talking tree grandfathers. The most important thing is that there are endless delicacies in the cooking tree, and the girls in it are not only beautiful, but also speak nicely. Whatever she wants to eat, the girls will get it for her. The only downside was that no one allowed her to drink. Your sister Daji has fallen asleep. I'll go wake her up right now. Yi Kan rubbed the little guy's head, gave a doting smile, and then walked towards the Nirvana Temple with Li Jiqing. Xiao Yu and Xiao Fei looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As large amounts of source crystals were thrown into the temple, Su Daji, Nuba, Princess Longji, and others appeared one by one. Husband. The first thing they saw when they were resurrected was Yi Kan, and they immediately rushed over excitedly. Chi-chi-chi-chi. As a result, before they could get close to Yi Kan, they were entangled by green energy vines. Seeing this, Yi Kan could only frown and say, how can you be so impatient? Behave yourself. At this time, Li Jiqing walked out from behind Yi Kan. Do you know that this time, because you didn't follow orders, your husband was almost in danger? If he hadn't broken through at the critical moment, our fairy forest would be gone now. Li Jiqing looked serious as she scanned the faces of the heroes one by one. After hearing this, Cardan and the others all changed their expressions. They are just warriors, wearing standard uniforms. They cannot be compared with the heroes in terms of combat power or defense. Even with the support of the battle array, they still fell before the heroes and had no idea what was happening next. Husband. Nuba and the others felt Li Jiqing's anger and suddenly felt guilty, so they couldn't help but look at Yi Kan. Alas, I usually spoil you too much. Xiaoqing is the master of the harem. If she wants to discipline you, I can't do anything about it. Just take care of yourself. Yi Kan gave a helpless smile, then turned and walked out of the Nirvana Temple. In fact, it's not that he doesn't feel sorry for Nuba and the others, but he thinks Li Jiqing is right. As the fairy forest develops, he will certainly have more and more things to do. If he still needs to take care of women's affairs, then he as a lord will be too tired. What should we name the novice village? Before Yi Kan came to the tree house, he thought for a long time but still couldn't think of a good name, and couldn't help scratching his head in distress. Just then, he saw the ring of eternity on his hand. Then his eyes suddenly lit up, and he directly changed the name of the village to Eternal Village. Chapter 197 Village Chief, Yi Kan returns to Blue Star. Forget about the taxes, it's not a big deal. After Yi Kan named the village, he skipped the formulation of taxes and set his sights on the portal in Yongheng Village. The village that successfully breaks through the domain will obtain 3 portals. Except for one that belongs exclusively to the village chief, the remaining 2 are open to the use of the village lords. The so-called arbitrary door means that you can summon it at any time and use it to travel to any corner of the village. Of course, the portal is not free and requires source crystals to activate. The village chief has the right to decide the price of using the portal. Brothers, from now on, the 520 Novice Village will be renamed the Eternal Village, and all taxes for the human and orc races will be exempted. I have opened the portal. No extra fees will be charged to the humans and orcs. However, you still have to provide the source crystals needed to activate it. Now that the map restrictions of Eternal Village have been lifted, everyone can go to the edge of the village through the Anywhere door and kill monsters to your heart's content. After Yi can open the door, he directly sent a message on the regional channel. Jiang Daily. Brother Kin is awesome. When will you return to Blue Star? Yi Can. My family has something else to do. Let's go back together later. Jiang Daily. Then I'll go first. Liang Xiao Nana. Brother Yi Can. You provide the Anywhere door for free and don't charge any taxes, so you are the village chief for nothing? Yi Can. How can that be possible? I have my own special door, and now I can see the location of all of you. I'm just about to clean up the few fish that slipped through the net. However, as soon as Yi can finish speaking, he received several reminder messages. Hint. Inoue Mano moved away from Eternal Village. Hint. Unoki moved away from Eternal Village. Hint. Nishimura Kanako moved away from the Eternal Village. Oh my god, you run really fast. When Yikan saw the news, he couldn't help but laugh. In fact, he was about to return to Blue Star and had no time to clean up the garbage. He just wanted to scare them, but he didn't expect these guys to be so cooperative. Zhu Huifei. Brother Yi, I'm leaving. I hope we can meet again in the future. Hong Sanqian. Me too. Yi Can. Okay, then I wish you two a bright future. Let's fight side by side again if there is a chance. Zhu Huifei. There is a chance. I just heard that the bugs are still determined to deal with you. You better be careful. Yi Can. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Zhu. I will pay attention to it. Afterwards, Yi Can received 2 more reminder messages. Hint. Zhu Huifei moved away from Yonghing Village. Hint. Hong Sanqian moved away from Yonghing Village. It seems that we still can't live a peaceful life. At this moment, a pleasant voice came from behind Yi Can. It turned out that after Li Jiqing exercised her rights as the master of the harem, she brought her sisters to find Yi Can. After entering the 9th level of the battle for supremacy among all races, there is no such thing as a peaceful life. Yi Can pulled her into his arms, then looked at Nuba and the others and said, "How is the communication going? Have you reached a consensus?" "Of course, we are good sisters." Nuba said seriously, "I only want to say one thing. You can do whatever you want at home, but on the battlefield, you must obey orders. Unless there are special circumstances, the domain-breaking war must not happen again." Yes. After hearing this, everyone immediately raised their heads and chests and looked at Yi Can seriously. At this time, they were no longer Yi Can's wives, but brave warriors. Oh, it seems that the communication is really effective. Seeing their reactions, Yi Can couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Xiaoqing and I are going back to Blue Star. During this time, the territory will be handed over to you. You can use the Anywhere door as you like. Now that Yongheng Village has no external enemies, the little fox can increase cooperation. Daji will take the lead in this matter, and after it stabilizes, Xiaomi Li can be in charge. Don't worry, husband. I promise to complete the task. Upon hearing this, Su Daji immediately spoke softly. At this time, Xiaomi Li also came out from behind Su Daji and said seriously, "Xiaomi Li also received it, and I will complete the task. Xiaomi Li, you and the little fox will definitely become good friends." Yi Can rubbed her little head, then looked at Nuba and said, "Sister Xian, during this time, you can explore the surroundings of the village through the Anywhere door. When Xiaomi Li is free, you can take her out for a stroll, but one thing is for sure, her safety must be guaranteed. Although heroes and soldiers can be resurrected in the Nirvana Temple after death, but those who are resurrected have the probability of being weakened or strengthened. Yi Can might be willing to take a gamble on other heroes and arms, but he doesn't want to take a gamble on Xiaomili, nor is he willing to take a gamble, because luck value is so mysterious and he can't afford to lose. Don't worry, my husband. I promise I will never mess around again. I hope your promise is useful." After Yi Can finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his hand, and a stream of water flew out of the well of eternity, rushed into the void insect nest, and sprinkled on the ice crystal where Fal was sleeping. When Nuba saw this situation, she couldn't help but pursed her lips, with a hint of guilt in her big eyes. Although Yi Can didn't say it, she knew that the simple-minded girl was the one she had harmed. If she hadn't been so radical, Far wouldn't have suffered such a severe backlash. "Let's go." As they spoke, Yi Kan and Li Jiqing interlocked their fingers, activated the three-colored crystals, and disappeared into the territory at the same time. Dragon Country, Xinyue Academy. This guy, why hasn't he come back yet? Lu Mengli paced in the office, as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Even if he comes back, he can't take you there. Why are you in such a hurry? Lu Changfeng glanced at his daughter and said unhappily, Dad, you said that this kid has stirred up a hornet's nest. Dozens of insect villages want to deal with him. Aren't you in a hurry at all? Is there any use in being anxious? You know what kind of personality that kid has, you. He's back. Before Lu Changfeng could finish his words, Lu Mengli started screaming. With her murderous look and her hands on her hips, she doesn't look like an ice goddess at all. She looks more like a female devil waiting to teach her troublemaking brother a lesson. Brat, come to the academy to see me right now. Yi Kan and Li Jiqing had just returned to their little nest in the red leaf forest and lay down when they received a summons from Lu Mengli. These three elders are really a letdown. Li Jiqing nestled in Yi Kan's arms, her beautiful brows furrowed. We're going to meet each other anyway, let's go. Yi Chan sighed. In fact, the main reason they came back was to meet the dean and the elders and report on the progress of the new world. Otherwise, they have no relatives or friends, so there is no need for them to come back at all. As for the Li family in Xanadu, in Li Jiqing's words, screw them. Chapter 198, Liang Qiu Nana's Secret. Hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the blue star, on a desolate asteroid, Liang Qiu Nana was running in a dilapidated forest, and soon she came to a deep cave. Is Nana back? Suddenly an old voice was heard in the cave. Mother! Upon hearing this, Liang Qiu Nana's eyes suddenly filled with tears, and she rushed madly into the depths of the cave. Soon after, she came to an underground magma pool. By the pond, a white fox several dozen meters long with 9 huge fox tails was lying on the ground, looking at the little fox tenderly. Mom, I got a lot of good things from the ninth heaven. They will definitely help your body. As she was talking, Liang Qiu Nana was already constantly taking things out. In addition to the pills she made, there was also a lot of food. Kid, thank you for your hard work. Are you doing well over there? The white fox struggled to stick out its big head and rubbed Liang Qiu Nana gently, its eyes full of guilt and doting. Yes, I met a lot of interesting people. They were very nice to me, such as brother Yi Kan and sister Li Jiqing. They gave me a lot of things and sent people to protect me. While feeding his mother, the little fox told her about his experiences in the ninth heaven. When the white fox heard that there were monster spots and resource points near Liang Qiu Nana's territory that were much more densely populated than other places, his expression became nervous. Luckily, I have brother Yi Kan, otherwise I wouldn't be able to defeat those monsters, let alone mine those resource points. When Liang Qiu Nana thought of Yi Kan, a smile appeared on her lips involuntarily. Following Yi Kan, she won a lot of money. With your ability, you really can't mine those resources. He provided all the manpower, but he is willing to give you 10. He has really done his best. After listening to everything Liang Qiu Nana said, Baihu's expression relaxed. Mom, don't worry. When I come back next time, I will definitely be able to cure you. Then I will take you to the ninth heaven, and you won't have to hide in this dark underground anymore. Liang Qiu Nana hugged the white fox's head, her face full of happiness. Child, according to what you said, Yi Kan should be a lord with great fortune. You should follow him from now on. Well, brother Yi Kan is a very nice person. Anyway, I am not strong enough and cannot be an official, so I will just follow him from now on. Good kid, as long as you live well, it's better than anything else. That won't do. Nana is just as good as her mother. Xinyue College, conference room. Lu Changfeng sat in the main seat in the middle, with the 3 elders on one side, and Yi Kan and his wife on the other. Don't you know how to keep a low profile? Do you know how many people are waiting to take your life? Before Dean Lu Changfeng could speak, Lu Mengli couldn't help it. I also want to keep a low profile, but my strength doesn't allow it. Yi Kan spread his hands helplessly. Although what he said sounded like Versailles, it was not the case, because he was indeed qualified to say it. You? Well, this is not Yi Kan's fault. The Zerg in our human race have never gotten along. The human-faced turbulent Zerg even regard our human race as an enemy. You know this. Seeing that his daughter was about to lose her temper, Lu Changfeng immediately raised his hand to stop her. Yi Kan, we have summarized the information sent back by the intelligence officers and found that among the 100 villages in the 6th town, 50 are mainly inhabited by Zerg. There are 20 of them alone, and I heard that some well-established worms are preparing to move into the 6th town to deal with you. Kill people and set fires for gold belts, repair bridges and roads without corpses. I was just wondering where to get the money, and now that they have delivered it to me, it's not my fault. After hearing this, Yikan was not afraid, but instead looked excited. What he said was actually correct. Except for the novice trial, whether it was on Blue Star or the Ninth Heaven. Most of his income came from killing his enemies. Otherwise, his fairyland forest would not have been able to develop so quickly. We don't have many people from Shunyue Academy in the 6th town. Even if we all use the city relocation order, we can only gather people from 2 villages. You are alone. No matter how powerful you are, can you defeat tens of thousands of Zerg lords? When Lu Mengli saw Yikin's nonchalant look, she became furious. Then what do you want me to do? Escape from the 6th town in disgrace? Yikin asked back. No matter what you want to do, there is a prerequisite, and that is to save your life. Temporarily moving away from the 6th town may not be a bad idea. The second elder thought for a moment and said, Dean, I'll tell you the truth. Yikan and I have already merged our territories. In the domain-breaking war, we killed more than 100 Zerg lords in just one territory. Today, the Eternal Village is mainly populated by humans, supplemented by orcs. The Zerg have all been killed and expelled by us. With our strength, we may be able to take over the 6th town. Moreover, if we move away under the threat of a bunch of disgusting bugs, how can we survive in the 9th heaven in the future? Before Yikan could say anything, Li Jiqing stood up with an angry look on her face. One territory defeated more than 100 lords of the other side. Are you kidding me? Lu Changfeng and the 3 elders looked at each other, all with expressions of horror. If Yikan said this, they might not believe it, but since it was Li Jiqing who said it, they would have to consider it seriously. Because this kid never tells a lie. It seems that your intelligence officer is not omnipotent. He did not participate in the battle of breaking the domain, right? Yikan was speechless for a moment. You old man, I'm fighting desperately in there, and your people are with me, but you don't even join the fight. Ahem. Intelligence officers aren't good at fighting, and this was our request, so you can't blame him. Lu Changfeng coughed awkwardly. Dean, now that we have come to this point, let's be frank. Xiaoqing and I have no relatives here, and the college is our common home. The vacancies in the territory we have fought for will definitely be filled by the college. In this case, the college cannot just sit back and enjoy the success. You must provide us with some support. Seeing that the time was right, Yikan immediately put forward his request. You kid, here you go again. Dad, if what he said is true, we should really support him with all our strength. Lu Mengli suddenly remembered that Yikan had invited her, and she couldn't help but believe his words a little more, and her attitude suddenly changed. Daughter, what are you doing? What's wrong with me? Lu Mengli glared back immediately. After she heard that Li Jiqing chose to merge into Yikan's territory, countless thoughts flashed through her mind. She even wondered, if she had chosen to agree to merge into Yikan's territory, would she be able to expand her territory in the 9th heaven now? Yikan and Li Jiqing, one started at the epic level and the other started at the legendary level. If the two of them merge, can they really be strong enough to defeat 100 people alone? Chapter 199, The Ancestral Star of the Human Race, The Secret of Heaven and Man. Girls really can't be kept when they grow up. Lu Changfeng glanced at his daughter and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. A few days ago, the father and daughter had a quarrel about the future of the college, which involved Yikan. Lu Mengli was so angry with her father that she accidentally told him that Yikan had once invited her to join the territory. After listening to this, Lu Changfeng was stunned for a moment, then felt heartbroken. He knew very well how extraordinary Yikan's talent was. If that kid can survive in the 9th heaven, his future achievements will definitely be extraordinary. Although his daughter is now a world master, when it comes to potential and prospects, she is definitely not as good as Yikan, the 6th child. At least in his opinion, Yikan, who has entered the 9th level, has a greater chance of becoming an unrivaled strong man. If Lu Mengli had agreed to join Yikan's territory at that time, she would have entered the 9th heaven rightfully by now, instead of waiting for others to expand their territory and then give her a place like now. Unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now, because Yikan has already been taken down by that little girl Li Jiqing. Although Lu Mengli is better in appearance, Yikan is obviously not someone who only looks at appearance. Besides, Li Jiqing also has room to grow, so who knows who will be prettier in the future. Brat, we can talk about benefits later. We have more important things to discuss now. As he spoke, Lu Changfeng took out a black file bag locked with runes. What's this? When Yikan saw how high-end the file bag was, he immediately became interested. Dragon Country SSS level secret. In the next few hours, Lu Changfeng told Yikan and Li Jiqing a lot of things about the information in the documents. Some of them are about the new world, and some are about the underlying universe. Finally, of course, there is the bargain hunting plot. Yikan got the 2 pieces of Suzaka's suit that Nuba was missing, plus a piece of Fengling's suit of Su Daji as he wished. It was also at this time that he realized that Lu Changfeng was only showing pain on the surface, but had actually been secretly searching for various sets of clothes for him. This favor is quite big. Yikan is still weak now, so he can only keep it in mind and repay it in the future. After the discussion, the two were kicked out of Xinhua Academy by Lu Changfeng, because they all knew that Yi Kan and Li Jiqing had just experienced a big battle and ran back to Blue Star without having time to rest. I haven't been back for a long time, and it feels good. After Yi Kan returned to the villa, he lay down on the bed and didn't want to move. I didn't expect that there is such a relationship between the lower universe and the new world. No wonder those big forces in the previous heavens didn't give up the ancestral star. Yeah, who would have thought that the humans on Phantom Planet are actually from our blue planet? Li Jiqing was also greatly shocked. According to Dragon Country's confidential documents, Blue Planet is the ancestral planet of mankind. Among the 5 major countries, except for the foreign Orc Alliance, the other 4 countries have the strongest human beings behind them. These powerful people come from the 4 families of Ying, Lu, Li and Zhao. As for the Zhu family and the Aizenjoro clan at the back, knowing that they could not compare with the 4 big guys in front, they had already volunteered to go to Huanling Star to expand their territory. The 2 major human kingdoms on the Phantom Star today were established by these 2 ancestors. Unfortunately, the 2 families had a feud and had been fighting each other constantly, which gave outsiders an opportunity to take advantage. For example, the Eagle clan of Yume Star, the Bonchue people of Bonchue Star, the Black Ghost clan of Asen Star, and the human-faced Turbot clan of Sakura Star, etc. They didn't dare to attack Blue Star, so they could only discuss the relatively weaker humans on Phantom Star. In addition to the matter of the ancestral star, Lu Changfeng also said something very important. That is because the rules of the 9 realms of Tianyin are too powerful, making it difficult for creatures in the lower universe to give birth to life there. In other words, if the lords want to have children, they have to return to their ancestral planet to sow seeds. Of course, difficult doesn't mean impossible. If someone succeeds in sowing seeds in the new world, the benefits will be huge. Because once those children are born, they will be recognized by the rules of the new world and will be blessed with the halo of the Great Way, thus being gifted and winning at the starting line. And those children who are different from ordinary people have a very cool title. His name is Heaven. But when it comes to whether celestial beings were born in the previous 8 heavens, Lu Changfeng and others are very secretive about it. In fact, even if they didn't say it, you could guess it. Matters concerning the celestial beings were probably top secret in the 9 realms of Tianyin. How could they possibly know about them? And standing behind the Dragon Kingdom is the winner of the Qin dynasty. It's normal for them to be wary. However, the secret archives of the Dragon Kingdom contain a piece of unofficial history, whose authenticity is unknown, saying that a fox leader who was pregnant with a celestial being once appeared in the 8th heaven. But no one knows what happened later. The Fox Lord suddenly disappeared. Husband, it seems that if we want to have children in the future, we still have to come back here. Li Jiqing leaned in Yi Kan's arms and kept drawing circles on his chest. Who said that? It's hard to give birth to a new life, but it doesn't mean it's impossible. We are still young, and there are plenty of opportunities. Yi Kan grabbed her mischievous little hand, put it in his mouth, and took a bite. Hee, could it be that my husband still wants to give birth to a son who is a god? Li Jiqing was so delighted by Yi Kan's bite that she turned over and lay on top of him, supporting her little face with one hand and looking into his eyes greedily, as if she could never see enough. You don't have to have a son, a daughter is great too. Yi Kan put his arms around Li Jiqing, hugged her down, and then, holding her in his arms, he slowly fell asleep. Boom. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Kan and Li Jiqing were suddenly awakened from their dreams by a terrible thunder. What's going on? Yi Kan suddenly jumped up and then flashed to the balcony. Only then did he realize that the entire Xinhua city had entered a state of alert, with a thick light curtain hanging upside down above the city. And above the sky, more than a dozen pitch-black portals opened one after another. Countless bizarre void monsters walked out and rushed towards the ground with crazy looks on their faces. Whoosh! At this moment, a ray of light suddenly descended from the sky. It was the 3rd elder of the academy, Lu Mengli. This is the aftermath of the void storm, which comes every 3 or 2 days. You two should stay in the Red Leaf Forest and not go out, or go back to the New World directly. Lu Mengli looked serious. Then her figure flashed, and she turned into a ray of light and rushed into the sky again. At the same time, countless figures rushed out from the many wealthy families in Xinhua College and Xinhua City. Kill! They shouted loudly and rushed towards the enemy fearlessly. Most of these people are at the star level, with only a few at the domain lord level. As for world masters like Lu Mengli, they are extremely rare. Lu Changfeng, the cosmic boss, is the mainstay of Shenyue City and generally does not take action, because he has to preside over the divine weapon and protect Shenyue City. At the same time, we must keep an eye on the battlefield to prevent unexpected enemies from attacking the middle and lower levels of Shenyue City. Husband, what should I do? Li Jiqing held Yikin's big hand. Now that we have encountered this, we cannot just stand by and watch. However, we cannot show off and cause trouble for others. Let's choose a low-end battlefield. After the two of them finished talking, they put on Lin Daiyu's template, then turned into two streams of light and rushed towards the north gate of Shenyue City. The ground battlefield is filled with stellar-level void monsters, which are perfect for people of their level to practice. Although Yi Kan and Li Jiqing are planetary lords, after they apply the hero template, their attributes are stronger than those of ordinary star-level lords. Ordinary void monsters of level 20 or so are no match for them at all. Chichichichi. They killed frantically all the way, and it only took them a dozen minutes to reach the main force of Shenyue City. At this time, several students from Shenyue Academy were besieged by a group of void sword dragons and were in danger. Help! Yikan shouted. His figure flashed, and he directly used Lingyue Frost to slow down the speed of the void sword dragon. Yin and Yang are born, and thousands of leaves and flowers are flying. Li Jiqing gave a delicate shout, and endless energy petals gathered into a whirlwind, sweeping towards the injured Shenyue City students and protecting them in the center. At the same time, the void stegosaurus that attacked them were also swept up. The moon falls for 9 days. Yikan did not hesitate and directly used his ultimate move. Buzz. In an instant, a terrifying black blade energy cut across. Laugh. Only the sound of an object being cut was heard, and those void stegosaurus that were blown back into the air were instantly cut in half. Chapter 200 The Orphan of Zhao. Thank you both for your help. When the rescued students saw how powerful Yi Kan and Li Jiqing were, they thought they had met some senior masters and immediately helped them stand up and saluted. You're welcome, everyone. We are all students of Shenyue College, and we should help each other. Yikan did not take credit for himself, but politely returned the gift. You know, you two are planetary level. At this time, those people suddenly noticed the levels of Yi Kan and Li Jiqing, and their faces suddenly changed. That's right. I just succeeded in breaking through the realm last night, so I went home to take a look and report the situation over there to the dean. Li Jiqing smiled slightly and stood beside Yi Kan. As a result, after hearing what they said, those students who should be considered their seniors were not happy at all, but looked anxious instead. Nonsense. Now that you have entered the new world, how can you still joke about your own life? This is not the place you should be in. Go back quickly. Brother Chen is right. Your battlefield is not here. Go back quickly. Although several of them were seriously injured, they looked serious and did not seem to be joking. Yi Kan and Li Jiqing saw their changes and reacted instantly. Obviously, the academy had already informed these seniors in advance and asked them to persuade them to return to the city when they saw planetary-level juniors. If they were not opponents of their side, they might have already started fighting. If I guess correctly, they have already contacted the dean and others. Yikan looked at Li Jiqing with a helpless look on his face. Whoosh. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, a graceful but chilling figure landed beside them. Nonsense. Didn't I tell you not to come out? Go back now. When Lu Mengli saw that it was Yi Kan and Li Jiqing, she raised her hand without saying anything and created a curtain of light that swept them back into the red leaf forest. If you two dare to disobey me again, I will seal your villa. Lu Mengli's voice echoed in the air. The third elder is so overbearing. Li Jiqing curled her lips. It's normal. The ancestral star is connected to our destiny. The greater our influence in the new world, the ancestral star will be affected accordingly. It's normal for them to be nervous. After learning about what happened last night, Yikan already knew how important these chosen ones were to Blue Star. In addition to the influence of luck, there is also the issue of admission tickets. The new world absorbs fresh blood once a year to increase the vitality of the battlefield of all races. How much is absorbed depends entirely on the ethnic group's influence in the new world. Take the village chief, Yikan, for example. Winning the position of village chief is equivalent to winning 1,000 planetary-level places for Longwa's entry next year. The number is equal to the maximum number of lords a village chief can manage. If Yikan can become the mayor within a year and rule over 100 villages, the number of places will increase 100 times. Of course, these planetary-level lords who will enter next year will descend to new places and will not conflict with them, the lords who arrived first. In addition, when all races enter the following year, Officials can also absorb a group of lords to make up for the lack of lords within their own jurisdiction. Moreover, the level of the additional personnel will be fine as long as it does not exceed that of the officials. For example, in the Yongheng village that Yi Qin is currently in charge of, there are only 500 lords, and he can add 500 lords next year. If he was still at the planetary level at that time, he could only supplement the planetary level. If he became the domain lord level, he could supplement the domain lord or lords below the domain lord. This is also the reason why the senior brothers and sisters are so worried about them. After all, they have lost the qualifications to get admission tickets, and can only enter the new world through supplementation. Talented players like Yi Kan are their hope. So what do we do next? Li Jiqing looked at Yi Kan boredly. Everyone is fighting right now, so it's not a good idea for us to go out and have fun. Let's go home and have a baby. Yi Kan spread his hands. What? Have you figured it out? Li Jiqing's eyes suddenly lit up. You wish. I am going to be the father of the gods. How can I be so careless? You are not allowed to do anything reckless. So the two of them returned to the villa. They had finally come back and could enjoy some time alone together, so they naturally wouldn't go back to the ninth heaven right away. However, the aftermath of the void storm came and went quickly. In just one afternoon, all the void monsters that descended were killed. Although there were some casualties, the gains were also huge. The lords can only descend into the void once a month, and it is full of unknowns and dangers. The aftermath of these void storms was far less intense than the day when Yi Kan and his companions ascended to heaven. This was equivalent to giving benefits to the lords of Blue Star, so everyone was naturally happy. When Yi Kan and Li Jiqing thought they could hide in the ancestral star and spend a few days in peace and tranquility, the shameless people still showed up. The people who came this time were not only Li Jiqing's uncle Li Zongying, but also her shameless grandfather Li Pasan. Xiaoqing, Grandpa also has his own difficulties. You also know that being born in a large family means that there are many things that are beyond your control. Your father was too popular back then. Not only did he overshadow the eldest son of the family, he also offended the geniuses of other great families. Grandpa was a lowly person, so there was nothing he could do. Li Pasan tried to excuse himself with tears and snot. Li Jiqing looked at him coldly, as if he were a fool. If it weren't for her uncle's sake, she would never have met this disgusting old man. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. But my dad is your biological son. How could you have the heart to kill him? This time, I am willing to see you for the sake of my uncle. From today on, we will settle our grievances and never have anything to do with each other again. Go away. Li Jiqing simply waved goodbye and didn't want to talk to him anymore. Yi Kan stood indifferently by the side, looking at the old man coldly. Lu Mengli was watching outside the house. Xinyue City was still protected by the Shanghai Minju Weidu, so he didn't believe that the old guy would dare to take action. Li Jiqing, no matter what, I am your grandfather. The blood relationship between us cannot be erased by anyone. Just based on this, shouldn't you do something for the family? Seeing that Li Jiqing refused to listen, Li Pasan became angry and embarrassed. However, this time, before Li Jiqing could say anything, Yi Kan had already stood up. Now you admit that you are her grandfather? Then when you murdered her father and put her under house arrest, why didn't you remember that you are her grandfather? What else can we do for the family? Why? Do you want us to go back and destroy the Li family when we become strong enough? Yi Kan looked at the hideous old man with a sarcastic expression. You bastard who came out of nowhere. Do you have the right to speak here? Get out of my way. Li Pasan looked at Yi Kan with disdain, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. If this kid hadn't appeared, how could Li Jiqing have developed such a rebellious nature? Is the Xanadu Li family so powerful? They don't even take the direct bloodline of the Zhao family of Song seriously? At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from outside the door. What shocked Lu Mengli was that the group of people that appeared this time actually alarmed her father.